Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A huge mansion is depicted, and it is said that this is a county of the kingdom of Seldom. Someone is seen lying in his bed as the sun streams into his room. A young man with aqua hair and eyes appears, sighing as he stares at the ceiling. He rests his hand on the bed. His feet hang off the bed and he puts on his slippers. The young man is all in white. Sitting on the bed, he sighs again and remembers that dream again. He introduces himself and it turns out his name is Jaime Welton. He looks ahead of him against a background of flowers, and it is reported that he is the firstborn of the Count, the legal heir. However, it seems that this is not all there is to know. There is lightning and blood all around, and you can see a guy with dark hair lying down. A phrase is heard according to which they are going to seal him. The young man sits on blue magic symbols, there are traces of blood around him, and he coughs. He looks with one eye closed and says that the 12 heavenly gods cannot control him. They are so helpless that they even gathered together, and all that remains for them is to apply a seal. Loud laughter is heard and the statement that it is impossible to resist this very laughter. The man looks at something sparkling above and tells them to try, but he is about to awaken again. It is heard that in this case their dazzling light will be swallowed up by darkness. His face is covered in blood, and he, with his mouth wide open, screams that this will happen, plunging him into despair from the impossibility of dying. He claims that they will beg him for their own death. Lightning is visible, and another voice is heard, which says, turning to Wolfir, that he is looking forward to this day. However, he also declares that from now on everything will change. He declares that the guy is doomed to spend eternity in the throes of captivity. It is reported that this is how the young man was sealed by the 12 gods in the infinity of time. However, it turns out that he managed to overcome the barrier. He sits, thoughtfully looking out the window, and says that after that he was reborn as the firstborn of this family of aristocrats. A baby is shown reaching out to his parents, and a mother crying with happiness. His parents are happy that their Jaime has opened his eyes, they call him very handsome. The father of the family notices that when the baby opens his eyes, he looks even more like his mother, and wonders how they can be so bright. The woman stands with her hands joined and claims that the child has the expression on his father's face, and is also touched by the boy's lovely eyes. At this time, the baby himself wonders where he is, but he cannot say it out loud since he is too small and does not know how to talk. Saliva flows from his mouth and he looks questioningly at his parents. He asks why he cannot speak. The young man reports that he became the child of aristocrats, receiving excessive parental love. A joyful mother and father of the child are shown, holding him in their arms and talking about how healthy he is. The baby himself doesn't seem very happy. He reports that he lived like this for 9 years. A woman in a maid's dress runs, her heels clicking. Jaime just looks somewhere thoughtfully. He sighs. It turns out that he is standing by the window and tusking, saying that another tiring day is coming. A broadly smiling woman calls to the young gentleman. You can find out that this is actually his nanny. The young man, smiling affably, wishes her good morning. Holding clothes in her hands, the nanny notices that Jaime is up early and wonders what he was doing. To this the young man replies that he was looking at the beautiful morning sky. The woman looks joyful and says that the gentleman even has a well-developed sense of beauty. Jaime himself turns away at this time, smiling awkwardly, and thinks about whether he even has this very sense of beauty. The nanny hands the young gentleman some clothes and says that admiring the sky is, of course, wonderful, but the gentleman and mistress are already waiting, so she suggests that the young man change his clothes first. He, all sparkling, agrees with her. Already changed, Jaime stands, looking thoughtfully at his nanny, while she smiles and announces his arrival. Closing his eyes, the young man sighs, thinking that it's the same thing again. Jaime's parents and his happy little sister are sitting at the table, calling him. His mother is all glowing and, smiling, calls him her beloved son and tells him to go faster. Jaime smiles widely and, blushing, calls for his mother. The young man approaches the table while his parents laugh joyfully. Jaime's little sister chews food on both cheeks, and he beams when his mother talks about how beautiful their children are. The woman looks at him with emotion, cups her face in her hands and says that they are probably so cute because they look like their father. It becomes known that Jaime's mother is the only daughter of the great Bell family, she's Bell Welton. But his own father is the head of Welton County, one of the 5 sword masters of the kingdom. The young man's father smiles and says that they are like angels because they take after their mother. It is reported that the head of Welton County, a sword master, is called Count Argino Welton. The young man suggests that the way he sees his father may be too much. His parents look at each other in love, and the woman is embarrassed. Jaime expresses that he thinks his father is a fool who is obsessed with his family. Suddenly he remembers his sister. She hands a fork with a piece of food to her brother, and it becomes known that this is the second child and daughter of the Welton family, Sarah Welton. The young man eats the food he offers. He patted his joyful sister on the head and thanked her for sharing the goodies with her brother. Everyone happily looks at Sarah smiling widely, and the father of the family declares that this is what their beloved daughter loves most. To this, the young man only turns his head away and thinks that he is very tired and wants to be alone. Standing by the bed, he sighs heavily. He plops down on the bed. Jaime nuzzles his nose into the pillow, saying that he's never really gotten used to hearing those endearments every day. He doesn't look very happy and says that at least he has grown up a little, because at an earlier age he also lisped so hard that he wanted to die. The young man comes to the conclusion that, despite everything, he loves this house, he has many opportunities here, and he likes the Count's personal library. Squeaking creatures appear next to Jaime, one of which yawns. The young man, meanwhile, thinks that now his level is damn low. However, he believes that not everything is so bad. He places his hand on one of the squeaking creatures and looks at it questioningly. It turns out that reincarnation itself became a new chance for him. A hand is seen clutching something as black liquid spreads over it. The young man thinks that 12 stupid gods still exist. Jaime smiles as he looks at the liquid that remains in his hand after squeezing the squeaking creature, and thinks about how these gods are supported by believers who are like blood-sucking parasites. It turns out that magic is not even developed in this era. The young man's expression is wild, and a black blob with a yellow eye forms from his hand. He thinks that with his powers he is only capable of this now, but time is certainly on his side. A thought sounds, telling the 12 gods to continue to sit arrogantly on their thrones. Jaime clenches his jaw and clenches his fist. A smiling nanny looks into the room and says that it's time to read fairy tales from the mistress. He stands silently, head down, when the woman calls him again. He makes the face of a handsome prince and turns around, telling the nanny to go quickly while he mentally scolds himself. Jaime sighs heavily as the nanny leaves, telling him to hurry up, and thinks that every time he pretends to be nice, he wants to be sealed again. A smiling mother, telling Jaime to quickly come to her, and a pleased Sarah are sitting on a blue sofa. The young man approaches the sofa. Smiling kindly, he sits on his knees at his mother's feet and asks what book she will read to them today. Both Mom and Sarah look dumbfounded by this young man's act. However, after a moment, they rush to hug him from both sides, saying that he is sweet and charming. The book is shown and the woman says that today they will read the book by Archmage Hans. She asks if her son likes this. 3 people are sitting on the sofa. Mom holds a book in her hands and reads a story aloud while both her children are already asleep. You can already hear the phrase that Hans lived happily ever after. The woman slams the book shut. She, smiling, asks if the children like today's reading. The young man smiles broadly, saying that he liked it and he also wants to become an archmage like Hans, to which his mother replies that her son is very smart, so he will definitely become a great wizard. Jaime listens uncomfortably to the speeches about how he has already surpassed 3 magic teachers, and wonders if this is a joke because he asked to replace the magic teacher. His mother pats him on the head. She smiles and reports that this time Dad called the most outstanding wizard. The young man realizes with regret that it seems that this is not sarcasm, but only says out loud that Dad is the best. He is standing in the middle of the room when his mother asks him if he is going to the library now. When he receives an affirmative answer, she holds out her arms for open arms and tells him not to stay too long, because sometimes you can have a little fun. Jaime doesn't look happy and thinks he just wanted to leave. His mom is surprised when he runs into her with a hug. She quickly adapts and is already holding her son tightly in her arms, calling him a charmer and telling him not to go to the library but to play with his mom instead. The Count's estate is depicted, and the young man's cry for his mother to control herself can be heard throughout the street. The young man sighs, sitting on a chair behind a book. He slams it shut. He closes his eyes, saying that he read this newest book on mana breathing techniques, but it turned out to be mediocre. He wonders if there are really no books left from which he could learn something. He walks among the shelves and says that, by the way, it's time for a meal again, but it's very tiring for him to eat 3 times a day. He comes to the conclusion that he needs to go before the nanny is sent for him. The young man goes out into the corridor and meets a man with long hair. He stands near the statue and wonders if Earl Welton really uses such an artifact only to decorate the entrance to the dining room. Jaime's eye is visible and he doesn't understand who it is. The man smiles and waves at the young man, greeting him. Jaime, in turn, thinks that he has so much mana, it just splashes out like a huge blast wave. The young man looks questioningly and thinks that he is at least in 7th grade. He wonders how he got here without a guide. Is it really teleportation? Jaime clenches his hand into a fist and thinks about how the man could have barged in uninvited. He looks too relaxed for someone who broke into a swordmaster's home. The man's blue eyes sparkle. Jaime, with his mouth wide open, asks who he is. The young man's heart is on fire, and he wonders how the man came here, because this is not easy for an ordinary person to do. The thought sounds with the question that the son of a tiger is also a tiger. This seems unusual. Jaime and the man are standing opposite each other, and the young man thinks that before he would have immediately forced him to kneel, but like this, it's difficult to do this just by talking. This irritates him, especially this casual look with which he tries to evaluate him. Jaime starts doing magic and thinks that he doesn't like it. He declares that he will show the man how all this can turn out. He will show what the consequences may be from his rash actions. The man looks surprised and he wonders if he was told about less power if a 9-year-old child has such mana. It turns out that he even became curious. He also begins to cast magic, wanting to find out what the boy is capable of. Jaime became angry and mentally insulted the man. He asks how he dares to check him. The young man puts a sparkling finger forward, claiming that he, Wolfir, in the past almost defeated the gods themselves. He directs magic at the man. He stands while purple and blue magic sparkles. Dust rose, and the young man thought that he knew that this trick would not work. Jaime doesn't look happy and thinks he thought he would do some damage. The man smiles, thinking that this is amazing. He wonders if this is really the magic of a 9-year-old. The man joyfully begins to cast magic, asking if it's his turn now. The young man is confused. Magic burns like fire. The young man looks ahead indifferently, thinking that it is not directed at him. He asks why he should play with him. The man seems surprised. He's amazed that this kid didn't even raise an eyebrow. The man makes a movement with his hands. The father of the family, Welton, appears. He frowns and says that the man has gone beyond all bounds of decency. He approaches his son, asking if he is okay. After crying, the young man says that he is fine. The count is shocked and thinks that his son was scared. He is furious and tells Marquis Rinmal that they need to talk while Jaime makes an obscene gesture at him. The man realizes that the boy is faking it in front of his father. He bursts out laughing, saying that it only means one thing. He raises his finger, claiming that he is jealous of the count. The boy's father is confused and thinks that the man attacked someone else's child for no reason. The count and Rinmal are sitting in the room. A hand is visible holding a mug. The count, frowning, says that it was his son and also Welton's heir. The man raises the cup to his mouth, saying that he knows about it. Jaime's father is extremely furious, and an embarrassed Rinmal tells him to control himself. It must be unpleasant to give off such an aura. Smiling, the man calmly asks how well the count knows his son. He, in turn, is dissatisfied and asks what he means. Rinmal gives a thumbs up, claiming that his son is a genius. The count clenches his fists, saying that is why he called him, but he attacked the boy. You can hear the idea that there is an unpleasant aftertaste. The men continue to drink tea, and Rinmal says that in this case it is better for him to remain ignorant and pretend that he did not hear his request. A long-haired man appears, and it becomes known that the Marquis of Rinmal is the strongest among the existing wizards, an 8th-class archmage. The count's thoughts can be heard asking why the Marquis does not take his son as a student. He clenches his jaw, suggesting that Jaime isn't as capable as he expected. The seated Marquis replies that this is not so. The count is surprised when the Marquis says that he does not match his son, and therefore cannot take him on as a student. He asks, since an 8th grade archmage cannot handle mentoring, then who can? The Marquis smiles, saying that his son believed all his magic. The embarrassed count thinks that this is impossible. The Marquis smiles even wider and claims that he is sure that his charms have not affected him in any way. He remembers the boy's face and says that he clearly captured his magic and it's so amazing. The Marquis, using gestures, explains that this is not all and the count's son rose independently to the 3rd grade, and if we take into account the level of physical development, then already above the 4th. The Marquis's eye is visible, and he says that his child is a monster and he does not need a mentor. It turns out that he only needs financial and spiritual help. In this case, there will be a chance that he will be able to improve himself. Jaime is portrayed and the Marquis claims that he can become a 9th grade wizard like in the legends. The count sits silently in his chair. He clenches his fist. He is dumbfounded and thinks that his son can become the legendary wizard of the 9th grade. The Marquis rises, apologizing for attacking the count's son. He raises his head, saying that a great wind of change will blow throughout the world. The count sits with his head down and hears that it will be fun. He looks thoughtful and is silent. Suddenly he raises his head. A sigh is heard. The count's estate is depicted against a night background. Jaime lowers his head, leaning against the door. His look expresses disdain, and he finds it all tiresome. It turns out that because his mother heard about the incident with the old man, something happened. She hugs her son with tears in her eyes, asking if he is okay, if he was very scared, and claims that she will definitely scold this grandfather. The young man thinks about how many hours she stuck to him. He puts his brooch on the table. His face is relieved, and he thinks that he was glad to see skillful charms for the first time in a long time. I remember a smiling boy. Jaime thinks that the Marquis level is not bad even for legends. The conjuring count appears and is introduced again. The young man spreads his hands, saying that he knew that his father was strong, but not as strong, and this body definitely took after him. A smiling Marquis sits on his bed, asking what amused him so much. Jaime turns around in fear. The man is calm, and he wonders why he is laughing so hard that he didn't even notice the person entering. The Count's estate is depicted, and a boy's cry is heard. He fell to the floor and shouted, asking what the Marquis was doing here. He just bursts into laughter, saying that this guy is so easy to surprise. The young man is stunned and does not understand how the Marquis got into his room. Standing up, the man declares that he got here through a teleport, and the frightened young man says in response that his father didn't kill him after all, and thinks that he knew that he was an unusual old man, but it's amazing that he can do it so easily, use teleport. The Marquis smiles and says that Jaime behaved like a diligent son next to his father, but changed in front of him. The young man rises from the floor, indignantly asking whether family and strangers are the same thing. The Marquis laughs and calls him funny. He stops laughing and says that it would be a shame if his abilities were a little better. The young man turns away, thinking that this old man is spoiling his mood, because today they met for the first time, and the Marquis looks at him so strangely. A book appears in the Marquis's hand. He says it's a gift. The young man looks questioningly at this book, asking why he is giving it to him. Smiling, the Marquis says that his method of mana breathing is very outdated, so he gives him this book. Jaime looks unhappy and considers this an insult, and the Marquis assumes that he was moved because of his gift. Leaning towards the young man, the Marquis says that this book describes a method of breathing that he personally developed, and the boy is the first with whom he shares it. Jaime looks at the book with enthusiasm, thinking that since the wizard himself told about him, he may be different from the existing one. The young man remembers the words of the Marquis that his method of breathing mana is outdated. He looks at the man with interest when he says he has high expectations. He tilts his head, and it turns out that there are expectations about the boy. A phrase is heard that says that it will be interesting what will happen the next time they meet. The Marquis disappears. The young man smiles, saying that this is probably impossible to even imagine. A voice is heard that promises to see how good he is. A mannequin is depicted, and it is reported that breathing with mana occurs with the help of the lungs through the mouth. After inhalation, mana accumulates in the heart. This is the most effective method. However, it has a big disadvantage in the form of limitations in volume. The young man carefully reads the book that the Marquis gave him and admits that after his words he became curious about what he invented so brilliantly. Jaime seems to be completely immersed in this book and is very interested in it. He closes the book, thinking that the obstacle to entering this state is difficult to overcome. He admits that he doesn't really feel the mana particles. It turns out that they also need to be divided by size into those that can be inhaled through the skin. The young man plops down on the bed, realizing that strict self-control is necessary. He has black eyes and wonders how many people can do this. He says that it was almost impossible to learn the old way of breathing, and now he has learned about 2 disadvantages. Jaime smiles, remembering that he is Wolfir. He gets out of bed. Smiling joyfully, he declares that the old man taught him useful things. Dangling his legs, he concludes that he needs to gradually master this body. The young man suddenly snaps his fingers when he says that he will need someone's help first. The squeaking creature appears again. It looks into the book. Looking at him, Jaime says that from now on they will share mana. The creature closes its only eye. Suddenly he opens it again. It takes off, shedding magical pollen on the boy. It turns out that there is one flaw in the way Marquis breathes. The young man believes that this is the division of mana into particles that can be inhaled through the skin. He smiles, saying that in a certain place and a certain form there is a limit to which one can continue. A squeaking creature appears, and Jaime thinks about the fact that he is black. He sits on the bed, thinking that thanks to the agreement concluded between the soul from a past life and Black, he can now help by sharing mana with him. The young man smiles, looking at Black, and claims that after solving the first drawback, the second one will not be a problem. He thinks that if the body and heart have a limit on the amount of mana they can absorb, the mana storage can simply be divided. Jaime states that his possibilities are endless. It was a clear day, and the bright Seldom estate was illuminated by the rays of the sun. Count Argino stood waiting at the door from which strange sounds were coming. He was accompanied by the children's nanny. While the protagonist's father looked at the door in stunned expression, the old woman, clasping her hands, called out to him with a worried look. The door was open, and now Argino watched his son sitting in a dark room, surrounded by blue mana. The nanny was perplexed. Jaime sat on the bed in the lotus position with his eyes closed, practicing his mana breathing skill while luminous stripes and particles of magic hovered in the air around him. The Count was amazed, remembering that the Marquis had given something to Jaime, and seeing such an amount of mana from his son, sweat appeared on his face. The man thought about his sweet, smiling son, marveling at how talented he was. Now Argino stood opposite the old woman at the open doors, asking her not to disturb Jaime today, but to assign a servant in case he went out, and she asked the man not to worry, declaring that she would stay herself. When the Count turned around and began to walk away, the nanny, folding her hands again, began to lament about the fate of the young master. Feet in long black boots walked along the carpet laid out in the corridor. Leaving his son's bedroom, Argino concluded that his son was a skilled magician, and suggested that this talent was passed on to the boy from his mother. The long-haired Count closed his eyes and smiled contentedly, realizing that Jaime was already in the 9th grade of magic. Clouds floated above the columned mansion, and magical particles sparkled in the air. Jaime was still sitting in his room with his eyes closed, surrounded by sparks of mana. Suddenly the main character opened his eyes, looking straight ahead. A wide smile appeared on his previously serious face, and Jaime happily stood up with a clenched fist, exclaiming that he had finally managed to move and divide mana into particles. Closing his eyes while already on his feet, the boy repeated the technique with mana again, after which he concluded that at the moment he was capable of using a maximum of the 4th class. Jaime sighed sadly, realizing that he had very little time left to reach 5th grade. The one-eyed black on the boy's head began to squeak inquiringly, looking at him. Then Jaime looked at the assistant in response, realizing that he was warning about the weakness of the young body, because of which it was worth holding off on excessive load. Having descended onto the boy's shoulder, the round demon continued to squeak. Winking at Black, Jaime concluded with a smile that there was no need to rush into improvement, and also that the second time everything would be much easier. The main character raised his index finger, ordering Black to activate invisibility. When the demon floating in the air began to become transparent, Jaime looked at it happily, informing him that he would go to his father, so Black needed to hide her mana so as not to be detected. Standing with his back to the door in a nightdress, the boy spread his arms at his sides, closed his eyes, and with a satisfied smile told the disappearing Black that he felt almost nothing. Jaime raised one hand and stated in an obvious tone that it couldn't be otherwise, since the demon was a familiar of this body, asking if his father would notice. Shuffling his brown slippers on the parquet floor, the boy walked through the open door to leave the bedroom, while the main character moved with measured steps along the corridor of the mansion, accompanied by Black. A long, shapeless shadow stretched behind him across the floor. The action moves to the hall, where Count Argino, sitting in a chair, received a smiling and courteous guest, seated on the sofa and bowing his head in greeting, with his hands folded. The dark-haired man, noting that he knew about the low popularity of beliefs in the territory of High, with a smile expressed his deep gratitude to the Count for approving Janice's religion. Hearing this, Argino perked up and enthusiastically admitted that he considered the new religion beneficial for the inhabitants. His interlocutor raised his eyebrows and lowered the corners of his lips, expressing misunderstanding, and also asked a clarifying question. Argino said with a satisfied smile that he always strives for the best, and now hopes that he has made the right decision regarding Janice's religion. After these words, the guest realized that in this way the Count designated the hierarchy. The dark-haired man, listening to the speech of the head of the county, frowned and began to sweat, correctly considering the warning not to treat the residents as subjects of God. With his hands folded, Argino, sitting in a chair, told the guest that he could go, to which the man sitting on the sofa grinned and thanked him for his concern. When the Count, turning to the clergyman and closing his eyes, wished him a happy journey with a smile, his interlocutor folded his hands in a prayer position and politely nodded his head, wishing that the man would be protected by God Janice. While the priest walked away, Argino maintained a friendly smile on his face, but as soon as the man left the hall, the Count opened his eyes and assumed a stern look. Jaime hid in the corridor behind the wall while the missionary walked back along the long corridor decorated with antique columns. The boy, holding onto one of the snow-white columns, stuck his head out of the shelter and, clenching his teeth in irritation, concluded that he knew it. He examined in detail the guest's robe, on the hood of which there was a symbol of the month encircling a yellow sphere, and thought about the disgusting divine aura emanating from the old man. Jaime thought with contempt about the god Janus knew in his past life, twisting his mouth and asking numerous questions. Raising his thumb to his lip, the boy with a thoughtful look reflected on why his father suddenly decided to allow this particular religion to be preached in their lands. Clenching his teeth under the strain of moral tension, Jaime furiously concluded that he could not simply watch the belief in Janus spread throughout his territory. The boy examined the white walls of the corridor, and then turned his gaze to the windows through which sunlight penetrated, coming to the conclusion that it was necessary to ensure that his father changed his decision regarding the spread of religion. After deciding to meet with Count Argino, Jaime stood waiting at the door with his hands behind his back, calling out to the man. Now Argino and his son were sitting in the Welton family's living room, the two of them clasping their hands and deciding to start a conversation. The man turned sharply to his son, joyfully asking if he had already freed himself. Jaime answered in the affirmative with a satisfied smile. Closing his eyes, Argino serenely suggested that his son liked magic, to which the boy immediately agreed. After this, the Count took on a thoughtful look, staring at the floor and not saying a word. Jaime decided to continue the conversation with a clarifying question, looking at his father with curiosity and smiling. Clenching his hands into fists and leaning on the armrests, Argino expressed his thoughts about the expectation that Jaime would grow up to be an ordinary boy, and he asked again. The Count looked at his son intently while a turquoise lock fell on his face, and concluded that Jaime's abilities were truly outstanding. The man closed his eyes and raised his eyebrows, thinking about how difficult the life of a genius is. The image of a crowd of jeering people surrounding his young son and ready to tear him apart now appeared in his mind, after which the Earl wondered whether this genius was good for Jaime. Initially, Argino's hand on the armrest lay in a relaxed state, slightly suspended. A moment later, the man's hand was already squeezing the chair. Looking at his son with hope, the Count said that if Jaime wanted to give up witchcraft, he could do so at any time, adding that his father would always support him. Hearing his father's words, Jaime laughed carefreely and asked him not to worry because he was not going to give up his magical training. Clenching his hand into a fist, Argino tried with all his appearance to show his carelessness and joy to his son in order to maintain his interest. While Jaime sat with a surprised face, rounding his eyes, the Count used X-ray vision to observe the circulation of his mana in his body and asked whether this was really the magical energy of a 9-year-old child. The man looked at Jaime with a frown, full of worry, thinking that the boy was continuously absorbing mana right now. Suddenly, Argino's eyes widened as he realized with shock that he could sense mana from his son's entire body, trying to remember if magic could accumulate somewhere other than the heart. Looking at Jaime with confusion, the Count clarified whether the boy was able to master the book brought the day before by the Marquis of Rinmal. Jaime exclaimed joyfully, answering in the affirmative, and in his thoughts added that he had even eliminated all his shortcomings. Argino, horrified by what the Marquis had done, opened his eyes wide, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek. The man rose a little in his chair, leaning on the armrests and asking how much his child sitting next to him had improved in just a day. Seeing Jaime lost, surrounded by branches and leaves blowing in the wind, Argino wondered if the boy was truly capable of becoming a 9th grade wizard. To ease the tense situation, the Count closed his eyes and laughed carefreely, thinking about how untalented he was compared to his little son. Jaime's eyes widened and his mouth widened, asking his father in surprise what happened. The man with a warm smile said that he was proud of his son and was happy about what happened today. The boy, sitting on the sofa, disappeared, and Argino began to rise from his chair with a smile. Jaime chuckled, closing his eyes and tilting his head forward as his father ruffled his hair. The main character, twisting his mouth in irritation, mentally asked his father to stop stroking his head. The boy froze in shock when Argino pointed to the invisible black located on the turquoise hair and asked if it was his son's familiar. The demon flew into the air in fear, and the shocked Jaime clarified whether his father really saw the round creature. Restlessly averting his eyes, the main character was in misunderstanding, because Black had reliably hidden him by casting an invisibility spell. Then Argino spread his arms with a nonchalant look, showing the approximate size of the demon and giving his exact description. Thinking about his father's incredible strength, Jaime sank and, lowering his head, admitted that he had not told his father anything, for fear of unpleasantly surprising the man. The main character froze in shock when his father hugged him tightly with numerous exclamations of joy. After a while, Jaime stood bent over and silently near the door to his bedroom. He leaned his hands on the door and, with an exhausted look, thought about how tired he was of the excessive love of his current family. It was night outside, lights were burning in several windows of the mansion, and passers-by were walking along the street illuminated by lanterns. Jaime, pulling the hood of his robe over his head, looked to the side and called for a familiar. The room was filled with blue discharges, and Black of enormous size appeared above the head of the gloomy boy. The main character with a stern face said that it was necessary to find out the reason why the missionaries entered his territory, after which he told Black to leave. A moment later, Jaime, hidden by the robe, soared over the night city on demonic wings. In one of the dark alleys, 2 men, sitting on boxes, were discussing the words of the main one with curses. One of the interlocutors, named Philip, a mid-level leader of the criminal organization Rival, folded his hands in front of him and, with his eyes closed, worriedly said what they had gotten themselves into. The second interlocutor, Jens, with a scar on his eye, a fellow criminal, furiously declared that the head of their organization would sacrifice half of his subordinates for his own gain. The dark man did not stop being indignant, loudly expressing to his interlocutor his dissatisfaction with human trafficking, which went beyond all criminal activities in Haze. After listening carefully, Philip lowered his head slightly and dejectedly expressed the hope that he would have nothing to do with this matter if he were very lucky. Then Jens, with a dissatisfied look, twisting his mouth, objected, declaring that someday they would definitely be caught. The dark man, rising from the box, also said that Count Argino loved his children very much. Jens imagined in all its colors the day when a man learns about child trafficking and, angry, takes up his sword to completely thin out the criminals in his county. Philip looked at his interlocutor with bewilderment, coming to the conclusion that the commander opposite was confident in impunity for such activities. Jens, closing his eyes, fearfully asked the man if he believed that they would not be caught by the sword master himself, and Philip assured him that Hanny's people would take care of this issue. Crossing his arms wrapped in bandages, Jens concluded disgruntledly that Hanny's people would do anything for this, and then his interlocutor asked himself many questions. Guided by the code of the underworld, Jens, with a serious expression on his face, stated that it was better to escape than to become a traitor, and Philip, looking at him with hope, agreed. Sitting down on the ground in the lotus position, Jens gloomily asked if his interlocutor had an escape plan, to which he said that everything possible should be done. The dark guy asked if they had any other choice, and Philip added that it was worth making every effort. While two members of a criminal organization were loudly indignant at the idea of trafficking people, Jaime overheard them from around the corner. The hidden boy, looking shocked, took in the men's words. Suddenly, the interlocutors looked around at once, casting worried glances at the young spy, twisting their mouths angrily. Both men rose abruptly from their seats, and Jens loudly asked who was in front of them. Jaime, on the contrary, hidden by a robe, with a malicious look, clarified whether the criminals wanted him to reveal his identity. Deciding that the spy did not want to give himself away, the dark man clenched his fist in a fit of anger. He swung his hand and aimed it at the boy, furiously wanting him to die. Philip picked up his colleague's mood and pulled out a sword, deciding to stab the anonymous man. Both men began attacking the boy at the same time. Suddenly they stopped in bewilderment, turning their heads and not understanding where the passerby had gone. Suddenly, a grimace of horror froze on the faces of the criminals and cold sweat appeared when they heard a voice calling them weaklings and hinting that he had heard the entire conversation. Taken aback, Jens and Philip widened their eyes when legs appeared in the air in front of them from a dark cloud of energy. Jaime, with an insidious grin, extended his index finger towards his interlocutors, from which electric discharges were emanating, and asked them to tell him about everything in more detail. Purple lightning struck Jens and Philip directly, paralyzing them. Some time later, the main character, hidden by a robe, was located on a wooden box, while the criminals sat obediently on their knees in front of him, finishing the story. Jens and Philip sat with a calm expression on their faces, making no attempt to harm Jaime. The Count's son looked worriedly at the men with his mouth open, mentally concluding that his father despised child trafficking most of all. As Jaime pondered the words of the two criminals, he wondered what their organization was even thinking about. The boy bared his teeth with contempt, indignantly thinking about how willfully the gods are able to twist people. With a finger to his chin, Jaime wondered with a thoughtful look what the leader of the men opposite was thinking about when accepting such an offer. The boy had a bad feeling and hurried to his feet while the criminals continued to kneel in front of him. Jaime skillfully created a magic circle in front of Jen's head. He put both criminals into hypnosis and ordered them to tell the Count all their plans, after which the glassy-eyed men obediently agreed. Jens and Philip stood up and began to walk away with their heads down and shoulders sloping. Giving them a tired look, Jaime concluded that there would be a commotion at dawn. The main character stood in his place, watching the hypnotized criminals slowly move away towards the illuminated road. The boy calmly told Black that they were returning. When the demonic wings appeared behind Jaime, the excitement was visible on his face. There was a sudden sound behind him, and someone's legs appeared. The boy turned in horror at the flying man, his blue eyes sparkling. Philip, covered in blood and frightened, clenched his teeth, rushed past. Jaime turned sharply towards the wall and was perplexed to find a shaggy criminal imprinted into it with a huge hole in his stomach. Both men now lay slumped on the stone tiles while Jaime silently examined their bodies, not understanding what was happening. There was loud laughter and insults towards Philip and Jens. 4 men from a criminal organization, including the boss, walked angrily out of the alley towards the boy. Noticing the gang, Jaime calmly wondered where this madman had come from. He raised his hand, activating his magic, and thought furiously about what the criminal boss had done to the people he gave orders to. Stretching his hand high up, the boy created a huge magic circle behind him. He directed his hand towards the corpses of Philip and Jens, using mana with which he delayed their death until the order was carried out. A bright blue glow emanated from the murdered criminals while Jaime, hidden by a dark robe, concentrated on casting the spell. The head of rival, named Hanny, covered with scars, with a malicious grin, ordered his subordinates to bring Philip and Jens along with the child. Watching Jaime's actions from behind, Honey sarcastically asked him why he was so noisy. Did he really want to die? The boy, hearing the loud words, glanced worriedly at their source. Jaime did not move while the leader loudly gave orders and his subordinates dragged away the bloody bodies of the 2 traitors. Philip, with tears in his eyes, sadly and intermittently prayed for salvation, looking down. Jaime, without showing his face, stood with his back to the blood-stained wall, saying nothing. His eyes flashed angrily, casting a contemptuous glance at the gang of bandits. Jaime was taken by surprise and, wishing for death, part of his head was pierced while the child looked at the attackers with a shocked look. More and more gifts appeared in his body, from which blood oozed, and only whites were visible in the eye sockets, while the voice continued to furiously shout die. Looking at Jaime's mutilated body and rejoicing in his death, Honey laughed maliciously. Releasing streams of fiery energy from his hand, the scarred man bloodthirstily stuck out his tongue, from which drool dripped in anticipation of the child's dying screams. Now Jaime's tortured and burned body lay lifeless on the stone tiles, and black smoke hung in the air above him. Concernedly examining the corpse, one of the subordinates asked why the boss brutally dealt with Finn. Hanny, being angry, shouted furiously that he had killed the child. The leader froze in shock when he heard Jaime's voice nearby, sarcastically clarifying whether the sadist had calmed down. Hanny, holding the staff tightly, bared his teeth and hurried to turn around. He was dismayed to see a small robed figure in front of him. Jaime, pointing to the corpse of one of the four, gloatingly clarified whether it was fun to kill a subordinate. Honey's eyes immediately widened in horror. He could not understand why the boy was now alive and standing in front of him. He also noted the ominous energy that Jaime's body gave off. The main character, standing opposite Honey in a shabby robe, concluded that you shouldn't act like a crazy person if your mana is only 3rd class. The man was greatly offended by these words, and he bared his teeth in overwhelming anger, again wanting the boy to die. Maddened with rage, Honey launched a powerful stream of Class 3 explosive magic into the air. The leader of the criminals, looking furiously at the enemy, concluded that despite the fact that his strength cannot be compared with 5th class impact magic, he is quite capable of incinerating the body of a child. While Honey was cursing Jaime, a blinding flash flashed in the sky. Surrounded by a light purple glow, Honey froze, looking down and trying to say something, and the main character concluded that people become incredibly insignificant when faced with powerful opponents. Skillfully pulling strings of mana and controlling the brainwashed man like a doll, Jaime grinned maliciously. The next moment, the leader of the criminals, deprived of his will, fell to his knees. Honey's body, not obeying him, flew straight onto the stone tiles under the powerful pressure. While Jaime stood to the side, exuding eerie dark energy, the remaining criminals watched in shock as the little boy easily dispatched their boss. The trio looked at him in horror, loudly calling him a monster and in fear deciding to run away, but the men now could not move. Jaime waved his hand, raising it higher, and asked the criminals to consider themselves simply unlucky. When ominous black energy, giving off violet, was reached towards one of the men, he widened his eyes in horror, watching how this mana enveloped him. When Jaime sharply clenched his hand into a fist and activated destruction, a heart-rending scream from the victim was heard. The boy, with a predatory smile and an outstretched hand, watched as he killed a criminal screaming in agony, engulfed in dark energy. When Jaime had dealt with him, he walked up to Honey's body, and his shadow fell on the head of the long-haired sadist. The main character grabbed the leader of the criminals tightly by the drop of gray hair, and he made strange sounds, unable to fight back. Raising Honey's head, Jaime looked at his scarred face with a malicious smile and ordered the slave to answer his questions. There was not a trace of intelligence on Honey's face now, drool was flowing from his mouth, and the man with a distant look obediently agreed with the order. With a worried expression on his face, the man assumed that the head of the small children was in front of him. Lowering his head, the protagonist stated that he had not heard anything new, noting that he had wasted his time. Further, Wolfer noted that human trafficking is not just rumors, saying that in this case, through these two, a denunciation can be made to the father. Looking at the man who had his face pressed to the floor, the main character wondered what to do with him. In his thoughts, he noted that he had only taught the man a little lesson, adding that his soul had completely collapsed, stating that even if his body was fine, he would still die soon. With a stunned expression on his face, the man froze in one position. Continuing his thoughts, Wolfer reported that the man was a 3rd-class wizard, wondering if he should turn into an undead. Further, the main character thought that even in this case, because of his soul, he would begin to decay. An image of a man appeared in Wolfer's head, in whose hands a magic staff could be seen. In his head, the protagonist speculated that the battlefield would feel different, noting the sight of rotting undead that would roil such a quiet place. Smirking, Wolfer noted that there was nothing to be done in such a situation, saying that other options needed to be considered. Enveloping his face in streams of purple aura, the main character declared that a 3rd-class wizard simply must have a lot of mana, wishing himself a bon appetit. After which, pointing his hand towards the man, he froze in one position. Putting on the cloak, Wolfer noted that it was not bad. Wiping his face with a towel, he reported that there were impurities in the mana from outside the physical body, noting that he was lucky to absorb it in such a volume. Turning around, the main character wondered what to do with them. Approaching the guys, Wolfer noted that despite the fact that he injected them with mana and saved them against their will, they would not last long. Suddenly, a stream of dark aura formed behind him. A sound began to be heard from its depths. Black appeared and tried to find out what had happened. Enveloping his hand in bright mana in his thoughts, the main character noted that he could not simply kill them since they still had unfinished business. Continuing to think, he said that it had been a long time since he resorted to necromancy. An image of a body that was dotted with purple mana appeared in his head. Further, the plot tells us what necromancy is, the power that controls the bodies of corpses. It is similar to the return to life of the dead, but this is not the same thing because the corpses raised thanks to necromancy no longer live. Wolfer stated that they exist in spite of fate, rejecting the laws of nature and contradicting the divine plan. Looking at the guys standing nearby, the main character declared that the undead are the living dead, saying that from now on they are his devoted subordinates. Raising his head, Wolfer cried out for them to live in defiance of death. Turning to the floating Black, the main character asked him for help. Towering over the guys, Black pierced them with a beam of mana. Having concentrated, Wolfer announced the beginning, asking the guys to leave their lives and rebel. The veins on Philip's face began to swell. Baring his teeth, the main character noted that Philip was still clinging to life. Wary, turning to the guys, he declared that an immortal body was waiting for them. Looking at how a tear began to flow from Jens's eye, he asked them to be immune to death. Blood began to ooze from Philip's eye. Shouting out, calling the guys sinners, Wolfer ordered them to come to him. Staring into space, Philip began to scream. Saliva began to flow from Jens's mouth. Flapping his wings, Black was lost in his own thoughts. Clots of dark energy were visible near the body of the main character. Kneeling down, the guys said that he was following his orders. With a worried expression on his face, Wolfer wondered if he had made a mistake somewhere. Looking at the dumbfounded guys, the main character could not understand why the black smoke started pouring out, suggesting that he had forgotten something. Nodding his head, Black began to squeak. Indignant, Wolfer tried to find out why Black was so noisy, ordering him not to dare doubt him. Having caught Black, the main character said that he did everything perfectly, asking him not to worry. As he began to stretch Black's body, Wolfer stated that he was missing something, saying that he assumed he might not be able to handle it, adding that it was unpleasant to see such a thing. Looking at the dumbfounded Black, the protagonist announced that he would not hold on to his past reputation, saying that it was a little depressing. Then, looking at the guys, Wolfer noted that if he couldn't use them, then he should just get rid of them. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist stated that if they emitted black smoke, they would not be able to get into Janice's church or even just into the inn. Indignant, Black began to turn his head from side to side, after which he bit Wolfer's face. Indignant, the main character wondered how he dared to bite his cheek so brazenly. Landing on Jens's head, Black lowered his gaze. Spreading his wings, he began to observe the black smoke. With an excited expression on his face, the protagonist was amazed at Black's skill. Frowning, Black closed his eyes. With unimaginable force, he blew towards the black smoke that enveloped the boys' bodies. Watching the guys standing nearby, the main character noted that now he can use them. Hearing some sounds, Wolfer turned around. His gaze fell on the very tired Black. Patting him on the head, the main character said that he had done a great job. Smiling, he said that now he should give them names and give them intelligence. After that, he ordered the guys to wake up. Looking at Jens, who closed his eye, Wolfer said that now his name is Azat. Looking at Philip standing next to him, the main character said that now his name is Rise. Smirking, Wolfer ordered them to wake up. Suddenly, opening their eyes, the guys stared into emptiness. Then, the main character lowered his hand. Leaning on his fist, Rise froze in one position. Azat's face was shrouded in bewilderment. Lowering his gaze, the main character thought that the guys were now confused, saying that he needed to wait until they came to their senses. Azat folded his hands and was lost in his own thoughts. Raising his head, Azat wondered if Wolfer had created him. Nodding, the main character said that this was so. Horrified in his thoughts, Azat wondered who Wolfer was, noting that he was no more than 9 years old, not understanding why he felt such a powerful and terrible energy. Observing the body of the main character, which was shrouded in dark streams of mana, continuing to think, Azat noted that it seemed to have stepped out of the pages of a book he read as a child, calling it evil in the flesh, adding that it should not exist in their world. With a look full of horror, Azat thought that this was disgusting. Smiling, the main character tried to find out if everything was okay. Turning around, Wolfer wondered if he looked like a demon king in Azat's eyes. Staring into space, Rise was lost in his own thoughts, after which he hit the ground with his fist. Crying out, Rise stated that he did not know if Wolfer was the demon king, noting that he certainly did not seem human to them. Raising his hand in thought, the main character spoke about his curiosity, saying that they were resisting, adding that subordinates do not look at their master with that look. Pointing his finger forward, he thought that it was his fault. Continuing to think, Wolfer noted that he was not going to just leave it like that. Then, he sharply lowered his finger down. With unimaginable force, Rise hit his head on the ground. Lying on the ground, he tried to clear his throat. With a look full of hatred, Wolfer stated that he forgives only this time, adding that if Rise dares to look at him like that again, he will wipe him off the face of the earth. Frightened, Rise reported that he understood this. Looking at Azat sitting next to him, the main character noticed that he also needed to remember this. Looking at each other, the guys froze in one position. In his thoughts, the main character noted that he understood what enslaved souls are like, saying that whether they want it or not, as long as the contract is valid, their lives belong to the lies. After which, Wolfer stated that this is dark magic. From what he saw, his face was filled with surprise. After wiping his face with a towel, the protagonist noted that despite this, he is not a demon king. Taken aback, Azat wondered who Wolfer was. Taking off the hood from his head, the main character announced that he was a dark magician. Continuing his thoughts, he declared that he was trying to kill the gods, and has not deviated from his intentions to this day. Laughing, Wolfer said that only one thing was required of them, saying that they needed to observe Janice's church and collect information. Putting their hand to their chest, the guys screamed that they understood this. Having put on the hood again, the main character ordered them to find a person who is associated with human trafficking, and then bring him to him, adding that he must testify in their place. Lowering their heads, the guys froze in one position. Taken aback, Rise raised his head. Suddenly, he saw that the main character had disappeared from the place where he was. Exhaling, Rise announced that Wolfer had left. With a tormented expression on his face, Rise turned his head. Having set off, he said that they must definitely follow the order of the main character. With a worried expression on his face, Black tried to call out to Wolfer. Continuing to walk down the street, the protagonist declared that everything would be fine, saying that he had tightly tightened the knot of submission on them, which is why they would not be able to disobey his orders. Surprised, Wolfer said that in this case, the father himself would solve the problem of human trafficking. Having bitten the main character on the face, Black began to emit a high-pitched squeak. Wolfer stated that he cannot turn a blind eye to what is happening, noting that these lands will subsequently become his. Suddenly, someone began to quickly walk towards Wolfer. Averting his gaze, the main character noted that today he should return home, and tomorrow. Suddenly, from behind, someone attacked him. Jumping back in his thoughts, Wolfer wondered what happened, stating that something jumped at him. From what he saw, the protagonist's face was enveloped in genuine anger. Looking at the small, frightened child, Wolfer tried to find out why he was not looking where he was running. Indignant, the stranger screamed that the main character was also a child. Looking away, taken aback, Wolfer noted that he was 9 years old. Bowing his head, the main character said that this time he would forgive her, adding that from now on he needs to watch his step. Leaning his elbows on the ground, the stranger froze in one position. With a face full of anger in his thoughts, he wondered how he could pretend to be an adult when he himself did not have a single gray hair. At the moment when he threw a stone at him, Black appeared on his head. He was shocked by what he saw. Wary, the stranger continued to look towards the main character. Surprised in his thoughts, Wolfer turned to Black, trying to ask him a question. Continuing his thoughts, the main character tried to find out if Black did this because he mocked his color. Frowning, the main character wondered how Black dared to stop him even in this case, asking where he picked up bad habits from, pulling his hair. Suddenly, Wolfer heard someone's voice, which stated that he needed to watch his words if he did not want to be punished. Dark mana appeared around the protagonist's body. Running forward, the stranger asked the protagonist for forgiveness. Turning to Black, who was behind him, he tried to find out if he was happy now. Looking around the expanses of the city in which night was falling, Wolfer suggested that he quickly go home. With a sad look on his face, Black looked away. Leaning on the bed, the main character declared that Black knew perfectly well what he had done wrong, screaming that if this happened again, he would not get off easily. Looking towards Wolfer, Black began to nod his head. In his thoughts, the main character wondered where Black learned this. Falling face down on the pillow, Wolfer noted the severity of this day, saying that he had spent more energy than he expected. Turning around, the main character said that in any case, he would be very busy in the future, adding that at least he managed to live a quiet, measured life after reincarnation. Wolfer was amazed that in this life a god would appear on his lands. A silhouette appeared in his head, which was tied to God. In his thoughts, the main character talked about Janice, who he hated. Clenching his fist, Wolfer froze in one position. At that moment, he thought that it didn't matter how many followers God had. Putting his hand to his head, the main character was mired in his own thoughts. His eyes were enveloped in a bright purple glow. In his thoughts, he declared that he would get to everyone. Paying attention to the burning torch, someone tried to find out about the location of the elder. With a stunned expression on his face, the guy was amazed that Jens was alive. Jens, in turn, asked again where the elder was. Frightened, the guy reported Honey, saying that he said he would personally kill them, asking how Jens survived. In his thoughts, the guy wondered if Jens really fell into the hands of the main character, who doesn't even really know how to control mana. Suddenly, Jens hit the wall with his fist, causing the guy to close his eyes. Turning to the alarmed Pep, Jens said that he would not repeat it. Thinking about Jen's incredible strength, Pep wondered what had happened to him. Staring into space and continuing to think, he reported that nothing had been heard from the members of the organization, noting that if they knew about Jens's return, there would immediately be a commotion. Raising his hands, Pep thought about how they had all suffered, wondering what he should do. Further, he said that he also did not know where the elder went. Watching Pep stunned, Rise wondered if this was true. With a serious expression on his face, Rise said he asked Pep if it was true. Taken aback, Pep said that this was true, adding that the other guys would tell them the same thing. Frowning, Rise thought that he was annoyed by this situation, noting that in order to carry out Wolfir's orders, they needed a leader. Pep said that the boss is informed about everything that happens in the city, which is why there is a high chance that he knows something about the church. Enveloping his eyes in a red glow, turning to Pep, Rise wondered where he thought the boss might be. With an agitated expression on his face and in his thoughts, Pep stated that this time he needed to answer them properly, noting that otherwise he would have his head cut off. Throwing his hands down, Pep said that since the boss liked booze and girls, he could check out the bars that were associated with them. Turning around, Jens noticed that this made sense. Rise said that in this case, they would go to bars. Exhaling in his thoughts, Pep noted that everything went fine. Suddenly, Jens punched Pep in the face. Staring ahead, Jens said that the main character ordered an accomplice to be brought to him, saying that he would come up. Closing his eyes, he wondered where to leave him, suggesting that he be tied up and left in the forest. After kicking Pep in the head, Rise remarked that this was a good idea, suggesting that Jens drop him off at the warehouse in his house. Heading towards the exit, Rise asked Jens to go faster, adding that they were already wasting a lot of time. Someone's hand touched the door. Opening it, the stranger saw many bloody bodies. Entering the room, the stranger wondered what had happened. Looking around, he could not understand what had happened. With a face full of emotion, stranger wondered if everyone had died. Averting his gaze, he reported the thought that he would get it again for not closing yesterday's share, noting that now no one would beat him. Heading towards the exit, the stranger thought that he needed to escape before other members of the organization began to ask questions. The sun's rays were breaking through the window. Yawning, the main character assumed that he was indeed tired, noting that he woke up late. Raising his head, Wolfir was lost in his own thoughts. Closing his, he said that today he would not be able to avoid this either. After which, the main character headed forward. Looking around, turning to Black hovering nearby, Wolfir said that since his father senses his presence, he will briefly cancel his call. Approaching the entrance to the dining room, the main character wished good morning to his father and mother. Smiling and turning to Wolfir, Argino tried to find out if he had gotten enough sleep. Sarah told the main character that she slept very well. Lowering his head, Wolfir noted that his mother was not here. Finding herself behind the main character, Shies screamed that she was here. Taken aback, the main character wondered where she hid, saying that he didn't even notice it. Averting his gaze in thought, Wolfir noted that, in fact, he had noticed her. Patting the main character on the head, Shies wondered if he was surprised. The main character, in turn, noted that this is so, adding that he was more happy than afraid. Folding her hands, Shies asked why Wolfir was so good. With an embarrassed expression on his face, the main character suggested that she start eating. Leaning against Wolfir, Shies called him adorable, asking her to give him one more hug. In his thoughts, the main character begged someone to calm them down. After which, the guys started eating. Seeing Sarah nearby, Shies rushed into her arms. At that moment, Wolfir had a blush on his cheeks. In his thoughts, he noted that he also wanted to squeeze the cheeks, saying that baby's cheeks are very soft. Suddenly, continuing to think, the main character wondered why he was even thinking about this. Having hit his head on the table, Wolfir froze in one position. The main character thought that he was too accustomed to a serene life. Noticing the empty plates, someone wondered if it would be tomorrow. Taking Sarah in his arms, the main character tried to find out what they were talking about. Taken aback, Argino wondered if he had told Wolfir about this. Turning away, Shies cried out that she had completely forgotten about it, noting her strong excitement for her son. Fragments from his memories surfaced in the main character's head. In her thoughts, Wolfir guessed that Shies was talking about the day she saw the whole body breathing technique. Continuing to think, the main character noted that given the character of his mother, she was very restrained. With a face full of annoyance, Wolfir asked her forgiveness. With a serious expression on her face, Shies said she was okay knowing her son was okay. After what had been said, she said that if the main character does this in the future. Closing her eyes, Shies said that she would simply plop down somewhere in the corridor and start crying because she would be very upset. Wolfir said that this will not happen again. Lowering his head, the main character wondered what would happen tomorrow. Shies said that tomorrow they would go to the ball. The plot tells us about a grand ball held by the counties of Simon and Welton. Staring into space, Argino was lost in his own thoughts. Most of the nobles from the east of the kingdom of Seldom should attend. Folding her hands, Shiz said that they had not taken children before, noting that now they were old enough. Shiz said she was burning with anticipation. A brightly shining moon enveloped the expanses of the estate in which the main character was located. In his thoughts, Wolfer was amazed that in this case his precious free time would disappear. Frozen in one position, the main character called out to Black. Standing on the windowsill, Wolfer announced that they were going to those two. Some sounds were heard on the darkness-shrouded street. At that moment, someone was heading forward. Suddenly, there was the sound of a door opening. Leaning on the table, turning to Wolfer, Jens was glad that he had finally arrived. Taking off the hood from his head, the main character tried to find out how things were going with his assignment. With a face filled with worry, Rise apologized, saying that they had been unable to find out about Janice's church. Then, he stated that the church was now being built. With a serious expression on his face, Wolfer stated that he understood this, asking what about his second assignment. In his thoughts, the main character noted that even the management of Rival would have difficulty obtaining information in a day. Turning his attention to the tied-up Pep, Rise declared that he was here. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, in his thoughts, Pep wondered about the main character's hair, suggesting that the Welton family had guessed everything. Lowering his head, Rise stated that this was one of the leaders of Rival, revealing that he knew that Hanny was trying to kill them. The main character noted that in this case he would make an ideal informant. Turning towards the main character, Jens noted that Pep knew nothing. Wolfer said that he would check it himself. Frowning, he ordered the boys to remove the gag from Pep's mouth. Saliva was leaking from Pep's mouth. Starting to scream, he began to beg for help, declaring that he really had nothing to do with it, noting that if they left him alive, he would find out everything. Turning to the shocked Pep, Wolfer wondered why he was trembling. Having enveloped his body in streams of dark mana, the main character said that he did not even think of killing him, adding that he only needs to complete one task. In his thoughts, Pep stated that he felt a huge amount of ominous energy. Starting to cry, Pep said that he would do whatever the main character ordered, noting that if he needed to find the boss, he would do it while begging for mercy. Further, Wolfer stated that he was too noisy. Looking at Pep, who lowered his head, the main character said that only one thing was required of him. Continuing to think, Pep wondered why he could not say a word. Wolfer's hand went to Pep's head. Dark mana continued to swirl around his face. Having touched Pep, the main character ordered him to go to the Count and report on the affairs of his organization. After which, leaning on his leg, Pep tried to stand up. Turning around, he headed out. Staring ahead, Wolfer noted that he should not sympathize, adding that the organization will still not pursue him, because the Count will not leave it so easily. Turning to the guys standing nearby, Wolfer asked them to leave the city and hide somewhere. Approaching the protagonist's face, Black began to whisper something. Surprised, Wolfer noted that today they did not ask about the reason. Lowering their heads, the boys declared that his orders were unconditional, saying that they should simply follow them. Lifting his head, Rise assumed that he understood why the protagonist told them this. In his thoughts, Wolfer noted that Rise was assessing the situation well. With a serious expression on his face, the main character stated that Rise was thinking correctly, thinking that his father would completely destroy the rival, noting that in the process no one would remember the two missing ones. Turning around, the main character said that he would be gone for several days, asking the guys to hide until that time. His cloak was blown by the evening wind. Opening the door, Rise tried to call out to Wolfer. Turning around, the main character tried to find out what had happened. With a face full of bewilderment, Rise wondered what they had become. He said that they already know that they are corpses, adding that they have come to terms with the irreversibility of this fact, saying that they do not particularly want to return. Rise stated that he was pleased with his power. Placing his hand to his chest, he wondered what kind of creature he was, communicating that he needed to know. Frozen in one position, the main character tried to find out what exactly interests Rise. He, in turn, noted that their strength had become many times more powerful compared to what they had during life. Looking at the stunned Wolfer, Rise wondered if it was possible that they had turned into high-class undead. After which, the main character left. Taken aback, Rise apologized, asking if he didn't like the question. Raising his finger, Wolfer noted that this was not the case, saying that Rise was funny, which caused him to laugh. Then, the main character tried to find out if Rise was asking that he became undead. Wolfer noted that he had never encountered such an ability to adapt. Taking hold of his shirt, Rise thanked the protagonist for what he had said. Closing his eyes, in his thoughts, Wolfer noted that this was the first time he had encountered such a thing in his long life. An image of a man whose body was shrouded in blood appeared in his head. Continuing to think, the main character stated that usually they vehemently deny a new entity and are like monsters who have lost their minds, adding that these guys are the complete opposite of that. Looking at the surprised guys, Wolfer suggested that he had come across nuggets. Staring forward, the main character declared that they were just zombies, noting that after death their appearance did not change a bit, and at the same time their physical strength was many times greater than that of a human. Lowering his head, Rise announced that he understood this. Laughing, Wolfer noticed that if you build on the efforts of the guys, they can become high-class zombies. After which, Rise's face was enveloped in genuine interest. Turning around, the main character announced that he was setting off, asking the guys to hide well. They, in turn, wished him a safe journey. Towering over Wolfir, Black began to emit a high-pitched squeak. The main character noted that they are not pathetic, adding that he thinks the opposite, calling them interesting. The main character said that they remind him of a guy from the past. Looking around the expanses of the estate, Wolfer noted that they were very late, asking Black to quickly head home. Next to the main character's father walking forward, the corpse of a man could be seen, whose head had fallen off his shoulders. The plot reported that that night the Earl of Welton turned everything upside down. The leadership of the large criminal organization Rival, rooted in Haze, brought charges against its internal parts. The Count was forced to postpone his trip to sort this out. Tilting his head, Wolfer noted that they could quickly handle the teleport. In his thoughts, he said that for this reason, only the three of them would go to the largest trading city of region in the east. Continuing to think, Wolfer noted that if we compare this with past times, who has everything improved here? Exhaling, the main character thought that compared to the period of legends, progress was clearly visible, adding that he does not know how many years have passed since his death. An image of a man appeared in his head, his face shrouded in madness. Wolfer said that the history books describe the events that happened after her, adding that at that moment, demons occupied the land, and the Demon King descended to Earth. Crossing his legs, the main character thought about the certainty that this was a peaceful time without such incidents, noting that he could become the very creature that would disturb the peace reigning around. Clumps of dark mana began to form around Wolfir's face. At that moment, he said that the stupid 12 gods had not even been able to unite for a long time, saying that compared to the last time, now he could easily overthrow them. Then, the main character announced that countless living beings would die, indicating that this was no longer his business. While in a dream, Sarah began to make some sounds. Staring into space, Wolfir was lost in his own thoughts. Concentrating, the main character closed his eyes. With a smile on her face, Sarah continued to doze. The bright rays of the sun enveloped the expanses of the city. The main character thought that this evening would end without incident. Slowly, the carriage where Wolfir was located drove up to the entrance to the city. The roofs of the houses were dotted with sunlight. Trade shops could be seen near the entrance. Some sounds were coming from the depths of the palace. Looking out the window, the main character declared that region was incredible. Smiling, Shies said that the reason for this is that it is the best trading city in the kingdom, noting that there are not many centers on the entire continent in which so much money is circulating. Wolfir noted that this is truly incredible. Leaning on the carriage, the main character thought that it was thanks to this city that the kingdom of Seldom flourished. Looking around the city, Wolfir reported that they were almost there. Smiling, he stated that his heart was beating fast because he would soon see Count Simon. Hugging the main character, Shies declared that her son was cute, noting his excitement. Then, she noticed that he need not worry since his mother is nearby. Closing her eyes, she said that Wolfir dreams of becoming a wizard, asking if this is the reason why he trembles so much when thinking about Count Simon. Averting his gaze, the main character said that this was so. Turning her head, Shies said that Count Simon was magnificent, saying that he was a 7th class archmage, despite being the same age as their father. Shies noted that the two of them were the most influential aristocrats in the east, and also the feudal Count of Rijna. An image of a flower that was covered in blood appeared in her head. Shies reported that the Count's magic fully justifies his nickname the Man of the Red Lotus, talking about rumors that he could take thousands of lives. Wary, Wolfir wondered what he was like. Closing her eyes, Shies was lost in her own thoughts. Taken aback, she said that he was spectacular, with blood-colored hair. Staring into space, Wolfir thought that this was not what interested him in a 7th class Red Lotus mage. Some sounds were heard near the carriage passing by. In his thoughts, Wolfir said that his power was capable of taking many lives, adding that he was curious about what made such a difficult task possible. The main character noticed that he would like to talk with him. Further, Wolfir noted that he was sorry that he was not able to talk longer with the Marquis of Rinmal, wondering how he could begin a dialogue with Count Simon. Shi's foot landed on the retractable step. Holding her dress, turning to her children, she asked them to follow her, saying that they were going out. Getting out of the carriage, the main character followed Shies. Raising his hand, the guy wondered if she was the wife of Earl Welton. Looking around the expanses of the castle, the guy said that he would show it to them. The guy's gaze fell on the bedroom, which was located inside the castle. A bright light came from the chandelier. Heading forward, the guy said that they could stay here throughout the ball, and also used the servants if any problems arose. Smiling, Shies said that Count Simon had taken care of them. Opening the door, turning to Wolfir, the guy asked him to come here. In his thoughts, the main character noted that there is a reason for this, adding that he does not want to be in the same room with his parents, stating that he does not even want to think about it. Turning her head, Shies asked Wolfir to lay out his things and come back immediately. Further, the plot tells us that some time has passed. Next to Shies there were a couple of subordinates who were conducting a dialogue with her. A soft blush was visible on her face. With an embarrassed expression on his face, Wolfir called Shies beautiful. Closing her eyes, she wondered if she was beautiful even in his eyes. The main character stated that this is so. She folded her hands and said that she was pleased to hear such things. Running up to him, Shies said that her son also looked charming. Turning to her, the subordinate asked her to be careful as her makeup might smudge. With tears in her eyes, Shies wondered if she could give him one big hug. The subordinate said that this could not be done because the dress would wrinkle. Turning her attention to Sarah, who was holding her dress, the subordinate said that she was also ready. Overjoyed, Shies said that his daughter was very cute. Wolfir noticed that Sarah looked like a doll. Smiling, turning to the main character, she wondered if she was cute. Approaching her, Wolfir said that this was so, asking if she was uncomfortable, asking her to be patient a little. After which, the guys headed towards the main room. The subordinate asked Wolfir to quickly change his clothes. The people sitting at the table were engaged in a heated dialogue. Looking around, in his thoughts, the main character wondered whether aristocrats always dress so elegantly. The plot takes us to the estate of Count Simon, to the reception hall. The main character asked whether Count Simon liked such pretentiousness. Sitting down next to his father, Shies noted that he would still have time to be surprised. Once behind Shies, the girl noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, calling her beautiful. The woman asked them to look at the quality of the dress, saying that Shies was the real mistress of Welton County. Whereupon, speaking about the coat, the woman said that it was woven from their cotton, adding that she had prepared it for her for the winter. The protagonist's face was shrouded in bewilderment. Shies, in turn, thanked the woman for her concern. In his thoughts, the main character believed that the woman was trying to curry favor with the Welton family, adding that he had often met people like her before. Then, Wolfir spoke about a period of legends about which there are not even records. Many hands reached towards the divine emblem. The main character stated that at that moment there lived little people who shamelessly sucked up to the gods. Lowering his head, Wolfir thought that this was disgusting, amazed that his mother communicated well even with such people. Standing in the middle of the hall, the guy wondered if he could be heard well. Lowering his hand, he greeted everyone, calling them guests of honor who had been invited to the Simon family ball. The guy stated that he was Rial Ben-Hur, adding that he was in charge of managing the Rajan region. A lot of noise was heard in the main hall. Smiling, Rial announced that the banquet would begin soon, asking everyone to remain in their seats. Raising his hand, he greeted Count Simon's family, who would be arriving any minute. Wary, the man was lost in his own thoughts, after which, he slowly walked towards the main hall. From what he saw, the main character was shocked. Staring ahead, he noted that he had not seen everyone for a long time. A bead of sweat slowly ran down Wolfir's face. With a serious expression on his face, the man greeted everyone, asking them to have fun. In his thoughts, the main character wondered if the man was in 7th grade. Heated discussions of something began in the main hall. Continuing his thoughts, Wolfir stated that this was nonsense, noting that his strength was similar to the Marquis of Rinmal or even higher. Leaning on the table, the main character thought about the Red Lotus magician. Grinning, Wolfir noted that he exceeded all his expectations, saying that he was very interested. Once behind Shies, the man noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, adding that she was even more beautiful than last year. Taking hold of the hem of the dress, Shies noticed that he was flattering her, saying that she was glad that he was in good health. Turning around, the man wondered if Earl Welton would come this time. Shies said that he would arrive tonight, saying that he had business on their lands. Looking towards the main character, the man tried to find out if it was Shies' son. Turning her attention to Wolfir, she reported that this was so. Looking at the embarrassed Sarah, Shies declared that she was her daughter. Then, turning to the children, she wondered if they should say hello. Leaning over, the main character introduced himself. After which, after saying hello, Sarah introduced herself. Waving a fan near her face, the girl called the Shies children beautiful. Thanking her, Shies noted that they were very smart. Averting his gaze, the man noticed that he had noticed this. Staring into space, the man was lost in his own thoughts. Smiling, the main character thought that the man was looking at him from under his brows. In his thoughts, Wolfir said that the man can watch as much as he wants. The protagonist's fist was shrouded in a bright stream of mana. A malicious smile appeared on the man's face. Raising his head, he clarified the name of the main character. Wolfir reported that this is so. Approaching him, the man noted that he would see him a little later. Then, turning around, he headed forward. With a distraught look and continuing to think, the protagonist noted that Count Simon definitely exceeded his expectations, stating that he was looking forward to their conversation. Many aristocrats from different countries began to arrive in the banquet hall, filling the hall. Alf turned his head trying to find Jaime. At this time, Jaime, looking at his mother, asked her the time of his father's arrival. Shai said that he would arrive by midnight. Count Simon's family of 4 sat down at one of the tables. Alf, sitting opposite his father, asked him what he thought about the son of Earl Welton, but Simon did not answer, asking him why he was so interested in a 10-year-old child. Alf, with a smile on his face, said that even though he was young now, but in the future he would become the head of the Welton family, and they were the same age as him, so he decided to get to know him. Simon's pupils sparkled as he looked at his son. He had heard rumors that he showed leadership qualities among the noble children. Simon turned away, realizing that his son wanted to get his confession, albeit in a somewhat stupid way, but no less he decided to play along with him a little. Alf's face turned a little red, his lips stretched into a wide smile. When his father praised him, saying that he was wise beyond his years, Alf asked his father if he could tell him anything else about Jaime. The entire family of Count Simon sitting at the table fell silent and stopped eating when Simon said to serve him an aperitif. The servant immediately responded, accepting the Count's order. Alf's mother placed her hand on top of his and stroked it. When Alf turned to his mother, she asked him to improve relations with Jaime because for a long time their families had been allies. Alf feigned a smile, telling his mother that, of course, he would fulfill her wish. Mother Alpha smiled upon hearing his words and calmed down. Alf watched silently as his mother turned and asked the servant to bring an aperitif. A moment later, Alf frowned, mentally asking his mother for forgiveness. Alf looked at Jaime in the distance, realizing that he was not going to get along with him. Alf remembered how Jaime, covered in blood, was kneeling in front of him. This made him think that Jaime would definitely crawl on his knees in front of him. Alf could not continue his thoughts. He turned around, feeling the touch of his father's hand on his shoulder. Simon bent down, approaching his surprised son, and praised him. Because of this, Alf blushed a little because of joy. He desperately wanted to receive his father's recognition. Brother Alpha looked blankly at the smiling Alpha. Brother Alf grinned, realizing what his older brother was thinking. People continued to be in the banquet hall. The free tables and chairs were occupied by new arrivals. Shaiz stood up holding her dress, telling Jaime to be sure to make friends with everyone. Lee waved goodbye to his mother. Jaime looked at his mother with narrowed eyes and froze in place as if he was shocked by his mother's words, because he did not want to make friends and was planning his time more productively. Lee stood in the garden looking at the pond, admiring and enjoying the beauty of nature. A greenhouse with flowers was built in this charming garden, and a chic gazebo for tea drinking. Looking around the area, Jaime was amazed. The flowers planted everywhere, gazebos, greenhouses all amazed Jaime. This made him conclude that magic was not the only advantage of his acquaintance. Jaime walked along talking to himself. Jaime stopped abruptly and looked back warily when he heard the girl asking him who he was talking to. Lee instantly opened his palm, forming a blade of mana right in it. Jaime spun around, swinging his almost spear of mana. The tip of the magical weapon was approaching its target with great speed. The golden-haired girl became nervous. She was terrified. Her teeth clenched and her eyes widened in fear of the tip-created magical weapon being pressed to her throat. Jaime, standing with his arm outstretched, froze, barely managing to stop his blade. He hissed with displeasure when he saw the girl. Jaime raised his hand to himself, dissipating his created mana blade, and looked at the girl who had come. The golden-haired woman barely unclenched her jaw, exhaling as sweat poured down her face profusely. The girl clenched her hands into fists and, with tear-stained eyes, began screaming at Jaime, scolding her for the sudden attack. Jaime, looking at the girl, asked a question, after which she clenched her jaw with anger looking at him. Jaime just asked if it was possible to suddenly sneak up, but the angry girl began to scream about the rude act committed by Jaime. Jaime calmed down. Looking at the girl, he asked how she managed to sneak up. The girl suddenly stopped being angry. Her lips stretched into a smile. She asked if Jaime was interested in her. Then the girl began to pretend to ask herself if she should have spoken after Jaime attacked her. Jaime seemed to be shocked. He frowned, looking at the girl. She was too disgusting for him. He did not like her speech, as well as the fact that she could suddenly appear behind his back. The magic bullet flew towards the girl with great speed. When the magic bullet hit the ground, it raised a small amount of dust under the girl's feet, and the ground in the place where the magic bullet hit began to crack in a small radius. The golden-haired girl was horrified when she saw Jaime's magic with her pink pupils. The girl looked at the tiny crater that formed under her while listening to Jaime say that it was an air bullet, which was second-level magic. Jaime stood with his hand raised, with a finger extended from the tip of which smoke was emanating. Jaime frowned at the girl, saying that if her magical defense was not sufficiently developed, then the bullet would pass right through, and for someone like her, it would be fatal. The girl seemed to be shocked by an electric shock. She became numb after Jaime's words, denying the seriousness of his words. Jaime's pupil shrank as he extended his finger again, asking if she still wanted to resist. The girl waved her arms, screaming and asking Jaime to stop. Jaime and the girl stood in the garden opposite each other. Jaime hurried the girl, threatening her with a bullet, and the girl, waving her hands, finally introduced herself. It turned out her name was Ashval. The girl, closing her eyes, shouted that she was the eldest daughter of Viscount Val and a summoner of spirits. A circle woven from tree branches and vines with white flowers along with yellow roses personified the very concept of a summoner. It was a term for magicians who entered into a contract with the mysterious spirits of nature. Jaime remembered the map of the continent at the same time recalling the small number of interrupters on the continent, because they were considered outstanding magicians and could claim the title of Baron. Jaime looked at Ash, imagining her in a mirror decorated with blue flowers. He was a little doubtful that Ash was a summoner. Lee looked at Ash's sad face, realizing that thanks to the spirit of the wind, she could easily sneak up silently, because this was possible in his past life. Ash looked puzzled at Jaime, who was thinking about her. He was amazed that, being the same age, she was already a summoner, because usually, to unite with nature, they begin to study at the age of 10, but Ash was apparently born a genius, and when she begins to study, then perhaps she could conclude a contract with the king. Ash grabbed her dress, telling Jaime standing opposite her that she had introduced herself and now it was his turn. She asked who he was to use such dangerous magic. Jaime looked at Ash awkwardly, his mouth falling open involuntarily as he thought about her trying to interrogate him after revealing her identity. Ash, looking at Jaime, did not stop screaming, demanding to know her name. Jaime calmed down and with a smile on his face introduced himself as the heir to the Earl of Welton. Ash seemed to be shocked, her eyes widened, and her pupil disappeared, all because the Val family were loyal vassals of Count Welton. At this time, Argino stood in front of a dark-haired guy kneeling with his hands tied. The floor under him was stained with blood. Argino told the criminal that his group was annoying, but he didn't touch her because that's all they did. Sometimes they even benefit. The man was sweating profusely, and another cough made him cough up blood. Argino brought the edge of his boot to the man's jaw and lightly struck him, covering his mouth. Argino asked him if they decided to repay him by engaging in human trafficking. Argino looked angrily at the man while simultaneously kicking with his foot and saying that either a madman or someone who was tired of living could have taken on this. Argino straightened up angrily looking at the man, saying that since he wanted to die, he would fulfill his wish. The man, whose clothes and lower jaw were covered in blood, crying and trembling all over, asked the count for mercy. The count turned around, ordering his servants to kill this man tomorrow. Two servants standing near the door looked at the back of the departing count, accepting his order. The count stopped, ordering a carriage to be prepared for him. Because he was leaving immediately, one of the servants standing behind stood up, shouting loudly to accept the order. Soon a carriage drawn by 4 horses left the estate. The criminals, shackled and chained, cried as they were led away. A man hiding in the bushes, wrapped in a dark cloak with a hood, turned around. The blue ball in the man's palm became covered with cracks immediately after he said that the group had failed and now they were moving to the background. The events take us to a huge garden with various gardens, a fountain, a small artificial river, and a pond. Trees were planted throughout the garden and flowers were planted along the edges of a small river that flowed through the entire garden. Jaime and Ash walked along the garden path approaching the bridge placed over the pond. As Ash silently followed Jaime, his lips kept trembling due to his irritation. Jaime could not stand it and turned around and shouted angrily, asking Ash why she followed him all the time. Having calmed down a little, Jaime looked at Ash and said that if her father was his father's vassal, it didn't mean anything. Ash bowed her head a little, looking away. There were barely restrained tears at the edge of her eyes, and her face turned a little red after Jaime's words. When she just wanted to say something, Jaime asked her to stop speaking so strangely. Ash grabbed Jaime's hand after he screamed to come back. An angry Jaime dragged a tearful Ash behind him. Jaime turned sharply and looked at Ash, asking why she bothered. Ash clenched her hands into fists and shouted that she had met someone her own age for the first time and would like to make friends. Jaime was petrified by her words, his eyes widened in shock. He could not even imagine such a reason for their acquaintance. Jaime and Ash stood opposite each other in silence. Jaime got nervous, his pupils shrank to the size of peas. He couldn't understand why Ash needed a friend in the first place. Jaime closed his eyes and sighed, thinking that for children her age, friends were very important. Jaime looked at Ash, who looked away internally, saying that it wasn't his problem. Jaime turned around and, with his hands in his pockets, shouted to a shocked Ash, asking him to find someone else to be friends with. Ash screamed after Jaime, asking him to stop. As a result, Ash could not stand it and raised her hand, clenched her palms into fists, and shouted, calling Jaime a pest. Jaime, walking along the path of the park, internally cursed his friends and Ash, who did not understand that friendship, like any relationship, was not rational. As Jaime approached the mansion's barred gates, he began to regret that he had not gotten rid of such feelings in his past life. Jaime looked to the side. He thought that if he didn't have emotions, he wouldn't have to experience something like this. Jaime frowned and lowered his gaze. He again began to internally scold Ash, because of which he remembered the unpleasant events of his life. Jaime's eyes snapped open when someone called out to him. Alf and his two friends smiled sarcastically behind Jaime. Jaime turned around and looked at Alpha, immediately realizing that he was the son of Earl Simon. Jaime turned around completely and looking at Alf asked what he needed. One of Alpha's friends, whose hair looked more like a pot, frowned and raised his hand, gesticulating. He was disgusted that Jaime, being younger than them, talked to the elders like that. The second sycophant Alf extended his hand, pointing his finger at Jaime and shouted, informing Jaime that Alf was the son of Earl Simon. Alf, pleased with his toadies, smiled and nodded, feeling pleasure. Jaime raised his finger to his mouth and, with a smile on his face, used magic while demanding silence. Suddenly, the two alpha toadies stopped talking. They opened their mouths in shock, trying to catch their breath. Alf watched in amazement as his two friends began to writhe and suffer, trying to breathe air. Alf, alarmed by what was happening, asked Jaime if he had cast a silence spell on them. Jaime snapped his fingers and smiled widely, saying that he was a little surprised that Alf knew magic, and it turned out that he was a chimpanzee compared to those monkeys. While the two sycophants of Alf fell to their knees and tried to catch their breath, Alf began to talk about his status by threatening Jaime. Jaime raised his hand and moved his fingers, making Alpha look at him nervously. Alf calmed down and fake coughed, simultaneously hiding his mouth with his raised hand. Alf spread his arms to the sides and smiled, saying that he did not come to argue, but just to talk. Then Alf called Jaime cool for his ability to use the magic of silence. Jaime turned his head and looked at Alf, saying that he was talking some nonsense and he was not interested in listening to him, so Jaime told him to go where he was going. Alf flinched, his mouth opened in shock, and his hand involuntarily raised when he suspected Jaime standing opposite him of not knowing him, but Jaime quickly said the name of his father. Alf calmed down. Although he continued to be a little nervous, Alf said that it was only because Jaime was the son of the Earl of Welton that he wanted to talk to him. Alf spread his hands to the side, saying that he was embarrassed that Jaime suddenly spoke informally, which is why a misunderstanding arose. All the time of his explanation, two of Alf's sycophants continued to suffer. One even grabbed his head with his hands in a fit of pain. Jaime at that time understood that if he had not shown his abilities, Alf would have used force. Alf smiled sarcastically, looking at Jaime, and said that in the future they would become the most influential in the Eastern aristocracy, so it would be better for them to become friends. Jaime listened to Alf without enthusiasm. Not even a single muscle on his face trembled, because he understood that Alf wanted to make him his subordinate. Jaime was disgusted by the childish and disgusting words of Alf. Jaime clenched his hand into a fist and said that he refused and that he was not interested in the Alpha games, and he did not want to know anything about it. Ashamed, Alf screamed, threatening Jaime for refusing his offer. Alf picked up his wand, which looked more like a child's toy, and shouted, telling Jaime to look at it and compare it to his pathetic charms. Alf smiled madly, looking at his glowing wand, telling Jaime that from now on he would walk on tiptoes in front of him and treat him with due respect. When Alf pointed the wand towards Jaime, he did not react, silently looking at the wand. Suddenly, Jaime's lips began to stretch into a cruel smile. Jaime looked at Alf with a cruel smile, making the assumption that Alf had intended to stage a show of brute force from the very beginning. Alf, continuing to smile, brought his eyebrows together a little and began to concentrate the surrounding mana into a wand, saying that he wanted to use magic, but changed his mind, because he was more comfortable following his methods. Jaime stopped smiling. He felt disgusted with Alf. He, being so small, already had so much hypocrisy. Jaime remembered Simon and his wife coming up to his mother to greet them, at the same time asking the Alphas if he was bothered by adults who would definitely not stay away. Jaime raised his hand and started gesticulating, while Alf stood with his arm outstretched. Jaime said that if there was a noise, then only Alf would be in trouble. After Jaime said this, Alf smiled maliciously. Alf took in his hand a white ball into which mana was continuously pouring into the area, thanks to which no one would know what was really happening here. A huge blue formation began to spread under the Alpha's feet, creating a seal. Soon he and Jaime found themselves imprisoned in a transparent and mesh dome of energy. Jaime, standing inside the dome, concluded that Alf used an artifact of illusion magic. Alf began to scream, his mouth wide open, saying that Jaime would soon weaken and crawl at his feet. Alf looked to the side with anger, telling his sycophants not to sit on the sidelines. A small stream of mana passed past the heads of the two guys, after which they shuddered and stopped suffering. Two guys stepped forward, blocking Alpha while goading Jaime. While the guys were angry because of Jaime's indifference, he examined the artifact with a curious look, giving it an excellent rating. Jaime turned his head and smiled at the guys. He was interested. The smiling Alf frowned as he began to say that from today the Welton family, but he was interrupted by Jaime uttering the word pain, which is why the dark energy began to descend like lightning. The two guys and Alf did not notice the streams of dark energy approaching them, continuing to look at Jaime in bewilderment. Suddenly, blood began to flow out of the noses, eyes, and mouths of all three. Jaime advised them not to turn off the artifact. Their ugly faces would become the property of society. Jaime raised his finger to his lips, which were stretched into a smile. Jaime smiled as he watched as all three of them suddenly fell to their knees, starting to scream insanely loudly in pain. When the dome disappeared and Jaime left, Alf was the only one who, although on his knees, did not collapse on the ground like the other two and did not ask for help. Alf vomited the contents of his stomach. At the same time as Jaime started coughing, everything he had eaten over the past few hours began to come out of Jaime's mouth and nose. Jaime's mind was empty, his eyes saw nothing, and only the desire for revenge painted some parts of his subconscious red. Alf's whole body was trembling, blood continued to flow from his nose, and tears from his eyes. He madly wanted to take revenge on Jaime. He did not understand why Jaime was a fourth-class magician, and he was only a second. Tears ran down Alf's face while he wondered why this happened, why there was such a big difference in level. He remembered Argino holding the sword, wondering how a family renowned for their swordsmanship had such a son with terrifying magical abilities. It was a talent he didn't have. Alf, who bowed his head, began to cry even harder, the tears falling straight to the ground without running down his face. The Alpha's fingers dug into the soil from the anger he felt. Alf stood up, turned around and walked away at the same time saying that he would never forgive Jaime. Saliva flowed from Alpha's open mouth, the capillaries in his eyes became visible, and he himself frowned. This was all the result of his anger and hatred that he could not convey with ordinary emotions and facial expressions. He was not going to just leave it like that. He wanted to ruin Jaime's talent so that he can no longer use magic. After the attack of the main character, the Alpha Company wandered along the balcony covered with a red carpet. Two boys stopped and looked at their friend with concern. Sweat appeared on their faces. One of them asked if anything would happen because of the theft of a magic item. Alf, confused by his idea, did not even turn to look at his friend, looking ahead with a distant gaze and silently asking him to follow him. The red-haired boy, hearing that someone called out to him, frowned in annoyance and glanced to the side. His friends looked worried. A friendly teenager with the same blood-red hair peeked out from behind the column and, smiling, waved at the guys in greeting. While the two boys behind were looking at each other questioningly, Alf looked with a dissatisfied look at Lennon, who had appeared, and asked what he was doing here. The teenager opposite threw a tired look at Alf and said with a grin that it was a shame to hear such a question from his own brother. Lennon, with an insidious expression on his face, extended his hand filled with a glowing red-yellow substance and said that he could not remain idle when his beloved brother was wounded. Anxiously examining what was lying in the young man's palm, Alf broke out in a cold sweat and asked in fear where he got such a dangerous thing. Lennon, closing his eyes and breaking into a smile, pushed his brother to take the brought substance in order to deal with Jaime from the Welton family. Then Alf, grinning evilly, concluded that the real main thing now was to beat Jaime to death. Night had fallen on Ridgeon, and the bright disk of the moon hung over the city, partially hidden by clouds, and a carriage drove up to the estate. When the crew arrived at the place, the doorman opened the door to Count Argino, who was already waiting for Count Simon. A red-haired man in formal clothes and with fur on his shoulder extended his hand in greeting, closing his eyes and smiling softly. Seeing the man, Argino laughed and jokingly said that if the Count himself met him, the sun would rise in the west. While the old acquaintances were holding hands with each other, Argino asked Simon how things were going, after which the owner of the estate offered to go inside. In the dark room, a bright chandelier hung from the ceiling, illuminating the space. The two counts sat in chairs at the table, and Argino, actively gesturing with his hands, asked about the banquet, to which he received a short answer from Simon. Having changed his face, the red-haired man told his interlocutor that he had seen his son. Argino smiled slightly and, looking at the man expectantly, asked how Jaime was. Count Simon leaned on his leg, noting the clever concealment of the nature of a loving father, and his interlocutor admitted that children were everything to him. Count Argino, observing Simon's strange reaction, asked with a worried look if anything had changed since their last meeting. The red-haired man cast an irritated glance to the side and lowered the corners of his lips without answering. Then he turned his gaze to the Count and began waving his arms with enthusiasm, saying that Jaime was amazing. Argino looked at Simon with concern, raising his eyebrows. Sweat appeared on his face from anxiety, and the man closed his eyes, realizing that the interlocutor was speaking in hints. Without opening his eyes, Argino laughed to break up the tense situation and asked whether Simon considered his son capable. Bowing his head, Simon cast a sly glance at Argino and grinned. Afterwards, he began to praise Jaime, calling him the best in the history of mankind. Argino happily noted that his interlocutor spoke in the words of the Marquis of Rinmal, to which Simon curiously asked if he had personally met Jaime. Folding his hands, Argino explained that he had called the Marquis to determine his son's abilities. Lowering his head, the Count with turquoise hair concluded that his son had an innate talent for magic, and he would be able to use the gift for good as a sorcerer. Simon laughed, surprised that the Archmage would be the boy's mentor, but Argino awkwardly added that the Marquis refused. Then Simon, with a sly look, declared that such an extraordinary genius would himself develop abilities and rise to the 9th grade. Sticking his hand to the side, the red-haired Count admits that he is even jealous of Jaime's innate talent, but wants to see what a magician with honed skills can do. Squeezing himself into a chair, the taken-aback Count Argino looked at his interlocutor with bewilderment. He extended his hand forward, declaring that people are too weak-willed. Simon stated that civilizations were created by people only in their opinion, but in reality, magicians are weaker than dragons and elves. Argino sat with a serious face, pursing his lips, when his interlocutor noted that the world rests only on sword masters. Simon grinned wickedly and, looking slyly at the man, thought about how wonderful it would be for a 9th grade magician to appear. Argino, feeling discomfort and awkwardness, lowered his gaze and began to sweat slightly. Lounging imposingly in his chair, Simon declared with glee that in this case, even the highest magical creatures of the dragon would not lose sight of this. Taking on a serious look, the red-haired Count admitted that he wanted the dominance of the human race in this world. Looking at his neighbor with concern, Count Argino noted his vanity. Then Simon frowned a little and put his hand between his legs, convincing him that it would be good to be so, given the forgotten history of their lands. Argino was confused and stared at the floor, unable to find words to object. Only a few on the continent knew about this secret of the events that happened 10,000 years ago, because of which all history before disappeared. Argino closed his eyes and concluded that the gods had not revealed the secret to people, so, according to Simon, a force was needed that could resist them in order to prevent history from disappearing again. The men now sat in their chairs in silence, and Argino fidgeted a little while Simon remained calm. The owner of the estate looked out the window at the full moon and invited the guests to rest, citing the late hour. The men began to leave the room, and Argino asked Simon not to forget about rest, deciding to meet tomorrow. In the bedroom at this time, Jaime was quietly snoring, covered with a white blanket. Count Argino bent over his son, watching his sleep, and concluded with surprise that great hopes were placed on this child. The man, with a serious expression on his face, thought that as a genius parent, he was worried about his incredible innate abilities. Argino looked lovingly at the peacefully sleeping Jaime, who remained to him a sweet and charming son. The man stood over the guy's bed with clenched fists, mentally promising to make every effort so that Jaime would grow up to be a good man. The sky had already turned blue and the rays of the sun were falling on the estate. Guests dressed in elegant dresses and suits gathered in the banquet hall with round tables. Jaime sat in the chair with his head back, wondering why his father was so worried at night. Jaime was called out by Ashvi, who suddenly appeared, her eyes wide with surprise. The main character looked at the blonde with open irritation, repeating again that he did not care about her. She grinned in response, joyfully reporting that she had the opposite. The girl put her hands to her mouth and loudly called out to her sister, still smiling. Jaime looked with hostility at the blonde, annoying girl who decided to call someone else. The main character rose from his chair, rudely declaring that he did not want to get close to Ashvi, to which she loudly began to persuade him to just say hello. Rebecca looked at the girl with concern, clasping her hands and scolding her younger sister for her impudence. Jaime looked in shock at the blonde girl who appeared while Ashvi tried to justify herself to her. The boy was taken aback, widening his eyes and looking ahead detachedly, while Ashvi laughed at him behind his back, thinking that he had fallen in love with Rebecca. Jaime was greatly shocked to recognize his acquaintance Jane from a past life in the young girl. This was the woman he loved all his life, who sacrificed herself to the gods for Diablo, after which he became an emotionless monster. Jaime, snapped out of his thoughts, turned around in his steps while Ashvi stood there in disbelief. Alf approached them with a contemptuous grimace, holding a ball in his hand. The boy clutched the artifact tightly, and while Jaime cast a worried look at his son, Simon said that he was dead. Now the main character cast a shocked look at Rebecca, calling her Jane. The blonde looked surprised with widened eyes, but responded to the name. While Jaime and Rebecca looked at each other in shock, Ashvi, standing between them, wondered with a surprised face whether the guy had really fallen in love with her sister. Alf cast a sly glance at Jaime with sparkling eyes and said with a smile that he had found it. After this, the boy frowned sharply and, activating a stream of fire, furiously ordered to call him senior. Jaime watched the offender with alarm, while Ashvi looked to the side in fear behind him. Rebecca, who was very worried about her sister, was rushing towards the girl. Suddenly a voice demanded to stay out of the way, and the flame began to disappear. Alf, tightly clutching a fiery artifact in his hand, was now surrounded only by sparks from the fire and looked ahead in bewilderment, not believing that this could happen. While Rebecca hugged the shocked Ashley tightly, the rest of the room looked at the alphas, who froze in shock, realizing that Jaime had stopped the level 6 fire magic created by his father. The main character cast a concentrated glance at the attacker, activating streams of mana in his outstretched hand and wishing Alpha death. The red-haired guy's shoulder began to become covered with ice, and he carefully watched this in shock. The ice moved further onto the head and wrapped itself around the hand, and Alf, stretching out his arms in front of him, continued to watch. The shocked boy's face became increasingly covered with ice, leaving only one silver eye, and he let out a loud, heart-rending scream. Jaime looked intently at the alphas with glowing purple eyes, continuing to use his magic. The main character was surprised to see an open hand in front of his face. Count Argino stood behind the boy with a serious look, holding his palm in front of Jaime's face and thereby stopping the spell. The boy glanced to the side through his father's fingers. He looked at the two concerned blonde sisters, clutching each other in an embrace and watching him with concern. Argino did not remove his hand, and Jaime closed his eyes. Count Argino stood on one knee with Jaime in his arms, and Count Simon stood opposite, with his hands behind his back. The turquoise-haired man looked at his unconscious son with concern, pondering the gravity of the incident. Argino recalled that when he noticed the altercation between the children, he thought it was just a misunderstanding. However, remembering how Alf gradually became covered in ice, he concluded that this definitely did not happen by mistake, and if he had not intervened, the boy would have died. Now Simon stood opposite the Count with his child and thought with admiration about the situation. He was amazed how Jaime was able to eliminate the magic of the flaming phoenix and prevent the ballroom from being turned into a blazing inferno. Count Simon looked at the young genius with an insidious gaze, dreaming that he would reach the 9th grade and be able to carry out his plans. Behind the man, meanwhile, his wife Simon was sitting on the floor with Alpha in an unconscious state. She screamed loudly that Jaime had harmed their son and wanted punishment for him. Shies immediately stood up for her son, flashing her yellow eyes menacingly and reminding him that Alf tried to attack first. She recalled how the boy directed a stream of fire at Jaime with a malicious look, which started a quarrel. On the floor lay a broken artifact with which Alf tried to attack Jaime. Frowning and clenching her fists, Shies asked Alpha's mother if that wasn't how it all happened. Countess Simon began to scream furiously, declaring that her son was only slightly ill. Looking menacingly at the woman, Shies asked to finish this sentence. Jaime's mother screamed angrily at Countess Simon, and Argino hastened to calm her down, carrying her son away in his arms. Countess Simon sat lost with Alf in her arms, catching a bunch of contemptuous glances. She turned to her husband standing to the side for support, and he slowly began to turn around. The Countess was delighted, thinking that the father would stand up for his son in any case. Bitter tears flowed from the woman's eyes. Krishna heard from her husband that their son had made a mistake that day. Count Simon apologized to Mrs. Shies with a serious face while his wife looked at his wife with contempt. All the people in the hall now surrounded the two families and watched how the situation would be resolved. The Countess bowed with her eyes closed, accepting the apology, and announced that they would leave the hall immediately. The alarmed Count Simon turned to Argino with the child in his arms, inviting him to rest too. After this, the red-haired man loudly addressed all those gathered, asking forgiveness for the chaos that had arisen at the ball, and announced the end of the event. Countess Simon silently looked at her husband's back as the crowd broke up and dispersed, emptying the ballroom. The woman looked offended at the Count, who was seeing off the guests with a smile and could not understand how he could do this. Without ceasing to cry, the Countess screamed and reminded her husband that Alf was their son. While the woman continued to scream, blaming Jaime for everything, Count Simon glanced angrily at her and rudely demanded to shut up. The woman widened her eyes, shocked by this attitude, while her husband ordered to take the alphas and leave the hall, in which there were many onlookers. It was already night in the city of Ridgeon, and a bright moon rose over the estate, illuminating the lands. There were red curtains hanging in the room, slightly gathered at the sides to open the windows with a night view, and the displeased cries of Countess Simon could be heard. The Count turned to Alf, asking if he wanted to attract his attention, and his wife looked pityingly from the side. Simon looked intently at his son with his silver eyes, menacingly demanding an answer. The alphas were shaking with fear while their father talked about the dire consequences his rash actions could have. The boy, still trembling, began to shed tears. Count Simon gave the child a menacing look as he explained that Jaime was being impudent. Opening his eyes in surprise, the father indignantly asked Alpha who gave him the ghostly phoenix artifact. Raising his eyebrows pitifully and continuing to cry, the boy began to hesitate and was afraid to confess. Looking menacingly at his son, the Count reminded him that he did not like to repeat things. Alf looked at his parent in fear, and tears flowed more and more from his eyes, and the boy stuttered out the name Lennon. After a while, a red-haired teenager stood at the open door to his father's wooden office. Lennon frowned and hissed displeasedly, watching Alf. The guy concluded that his crying older brother was pathetic, because he literally presented him with a solution to the problem. Lennon, deciding to pretend to be innocent, closed his eyes and smiled as he addressed his father. Count Simon asked his youngest son if he had given his brother the artifact, to which he received a short affirmative answer. The man frowned, questioning why Lennon would give Alpha such a dangerous thing. The boy put his hand to his chin and with a thoughtful look declared his confidence that Alf would only lose with that kid and did not want to see his brother lose. Lennon froze in shock when his father said that he was only manipulating his older brother. Having uttered these words, the Count looked furiously at his youngest son. Lennon was very embarrassed and taken aback, not understanding how his father found out. Alf, hearing his father's words, looked questioningly at his younger brother. Standing between his two sons and shaking his head, Count Simon admitted that he had no interest in either of them. Looking to the side, the man asked if the children wanted to know the reason. Alf and Lennon looked in shock at their father, who admitted that he did not like his own children due to the lack of outstanding abilities. Count Simon looked at the boys with contempt, deciding to tell them about a way to get his attention. The brothers stood waiting while their father said that they needed to prove their blood relationship through their actions. Approaching the door and lowering the handle, Count Simon finally said that the sons themselves must eliminate the consequences of their actions. Looking backwards, Simon said that tomorrow the boys would apologize to Jaime until he forgave them. Alf and Lennon silently looked at the slamming door after their father left the room. Scratching his head and breaking out in a cold sweat from fear of Jaime, Alf asked his little brother if he was going to apologize. The guy looked at Lennon, frozen in place in bewilderment, deciding that he was so shocked by his father's words. The Count's phrase to prove that they were of the same blood as him flashed through the younger brother's head. Turning it over in his head, Lennon stood with his silver eyes wide open. After that, he clenched his fists and, grinning maliciously, promised that he would definitely prove it. Meanwhile, Shia stood at Jaime's bedside, looking at her son with concern. The woman examined the calm face of the boy lying unconscious in the bed. Shias wondered in shock what really happened since their child tried to kill the Alphas. At first, the Ekaskina thought that these were just childish pranks, but if the artifact had worked as it should, something terrible would have happened. Clenching her fist, Shias thought that she could not forgive the Alpha's prank, despite the Count's apologies. The Countess noticed in amazement that Jaime was tossing and turning in bed. She glanced at her son with soft yellow eyes. While the boy was completely under the blanket, Shias shyly covered her face with her hands, stopping the terrible thoughts of retribution, and a hand fell on her shoulder. The woman looked in surprise at her husband who approached, and he asked with concern whether she was okay. The Countess turned her gaze to the hand lying on her shoulder. Argino hugged his wife from behind, and she asked why she was not okay. When the Count began to ask what actions his wife expected of him, she closed her eyes. Shias grinned and noted that her husband himself had stopped her before, to which he explained that he was afraid of the woman's sadness. Shaking her head, Shias said that Count Simon had already deeply apologized, so because of this incident, she would not want to quarrel between the Western and Eastern aristocracy. The couple rejoiced, thinking that the Alphas were scolded for such an offense. Jaime continued to lie completely under the covers, and his parents hurried out of the bedroom to let him get some sleep. The boy began to stir under the blanket. He stuck his head out and with an indifferent face concluded that he understood the feelings of his parents, because at that moment he could not control himself. He sat down abruptly on the bed, leaving his legs under the covers. After that, Jaime closed his eyes, and all his thoughts were filled with Jane. He remembered the beautiful Rebecca, who was the rebirth of his beloved. Sitting on the bed under the blanket, Jaime thought that her reincarnation was natural, because he, too, was reborn after tens of thousands of years. The boy calmly concluded that, unlike him, Jane had no memories of her past life. Jaime looked puzzled, looking down and trying to figure out how he and Jane had been reborn in the same period. The gears were spinning intensely in his head while he wondered whether this was an irony of fate or someone's plan, perhaps the plan of the 12 gods. Black appeared next to Jaime, squealing and rubbing himself against his cheek. When the demon sat down on the boy's shoulder, he closed his eyes and with a smile discarded the thought of the gods. Jaime began to stretch Black, wondering what he was even thinking about. He cast a soft glance at his familiar, saying nothing more. Before his eyes there was a picture of Jane's death, holding her stomach, from where the blood flowed non-stop. The boy closed his eyes sadly. Nuts and gears began to fall out as Jaime concluded that he must meet Rebecca again. The action moves to a dark room where an unknown man, dressed in a robe, tied a message to the leg of a dove and reflected on changes in magical society. There was now a white note tied to the bird's leg. It said that the firstborn of Earl Welton, named Jaime, at 9 years old, was an amazing magical genius. After this, the man went outside and released several doves with messages, waving his arms. Daylight came and Jaime walked along the garden path, heading towards a pond edged with stones. The boy put his head to the air current and let it flutter his turquoise hair, and God looked at his owner with concern. The familiar squeaked with delight, feeling the gusts of wind. Then Jaime looked at Black in bewilderment, asking how he knew what freshness was. The boy continued to walk under the squeaking of the demon and said that he understood everything. Jaime stood with his eyes closed in the middle of the garden, enjoying the silence after the departure of many guests. He continued to walk along the path with his guns clenched, intending to see Rebecca with Black flying behind him. Suddenly, stunned, Jaime froze, clearly hearing raindrops. He began to turn around, trying to understand where the sound was coming from. Jaime looked worriedly from side to side, unable to find the source of the sound. After that, he formed a seal with his hands and activated the expansion of the radius of mana, emanating from him with a blue glow. When Jaime found the source with glee, he quickly rushed towards it, and such intense running ended in severe shortness of breath. The boy saw Rebecca, not far ahead, sitting on the path with her back to him and making a promise with an aquatic creature. The tailed girl Ondine, whose body was woven from water, hovered in the air. The mermaid watched as Rebecca created a ball of water on her outstretched palms. Hearing footsteps, the concerned blonde girl turned around and noticed Jaime. She immediately rushed to the boy, asking about his health, and he, taken aback, interruptedly replied that everything was fine. Jaime looked stupid, trying to convey something to his interlocutor. She closed her eyes and left. The girl introduced herself again. She was a water elementalist. Jaime's eyes widened, looking at the beauty in awe as the wind blew through his hair. Rebecca looked questioningly at the boys when he asked if she was still a water elementalist, like in her previous life. His beloved Jane's request to never forget her flashed through his mind. The main character, taken aback, continued to look ahead and did not react to Rebecca's voice. The girl asked why Jaime looked sad, and he noticed that his flowing blonde hair was blue at the ends. The girl and the guy stood opposite each other, and the bright rays of the sun created rainbow tints in the air. Jaime regained Dibelo's old warm feelings towards his beloved when he looked at Rebecca. The girl looked at her interlocutor with concern, deciding that he was very scared because of yesterday's incident. She moved her foot, concluding that everything was fine now. The next moment, Rebecca was hugging Jaime with a warm smile. He, widening his eyes in shock, decided for himself that these emotions were a relic of the past, but it was still normal to feel something. Now Jaime and Rebecca were sitting by the water, chatting pleasantly. The girl said with a smile that her father was right, that problems would disappear if you shared them with someone. Turning to Rebecca, Jaime asked if Viscount Belle was her father. She laughed and blushed and loudly confirmed this. While the boy and girl were sitting on the shore of the pond, Rebecca expressed her joy at meeting Jaime, and he reciprocated this feeling. While the girl asked with a satisfied smile if this was really so, the perplexed Jaime timidly confirmed his words, concluding that the interlocutor was a completely different person. Lemons hung on the branches near the shore, and Jaime reported that he was confident that the Bao family had completed the agreement with the spirit of the air. Rebecca, looking with incomprehension at Ondine with the sign of the cross, explained that the spirit of the air itself reported the incompatibility and disappeared. Now the girl clutched her head, not understanding what the mermaid wanted to say with the drawn circle, and told how Ondine once came to her with the intention of concluding a contract. Jaime listened carefully to the girl's story, and she admitted that she didn't even consult her father and agreed. Taken aback, Jaime widened his eyes and came to the conclusion that the god of spirits knows everything. The Spirit King's contract was not a contract with the body, but with the soul, so when Jane's soul was reborn, the Spirit King had to know about it. Turning to Rebecca, Jaime asked if the Viscount was angry, and she replied that he was upset. The boy looked at the girl's face in shock, declaring that this was a special occasion. Rebecca looked questioningly at her interlocutor, after which he explained that this was the first time he had heard a spirit personally offer to conclude a contract. Smiling, Jaime said he was sorry, but noted that the water spirit had chosen her and asked her to believe in herself. Rebecca was taken aback, not expecting to hear this from a boy she barely knew. After that, her cheeks turned pink and a wide smile appeared. Jaime rose from his seat and waved goodbye to the girl, informing her that it was time for him to return. Before Rebecca had time to say goodbye, the guy had already run away, which surprised her. She looked after Jaime with sadness because she wanted to talk more. Suddenly, Rebecca became very sad and lowered her head, not understanding what was wrong with her. Returning to the estate through the garden, Jaime asked Black with a smile if he had been polite enough, who squeaked questioningly. After a while, the boy was already in the estate and walked along the carpeted corridor, and Knight stood at the entrance. Jaime looked to the side questioningly when he heard someone call out to him. Red-haired Alf and Lennon stood in front of him, looking awkwardly ready to apologize. When Jaime, who had stopped, clarified what was the matter, Alf scratched his head and spoke uncertainly. Closing his eyes and covered in sweat, he shouted sharply, asking for forgiveness, which was not easy for him. Jaime bled in bewilderment and twisted his mouth, not believing that the brothers had come so suddenly. A moment later, the boy grinned sarcastically, realizing that the Count had ordered his sons to apologize to him. Alf turned purple when he heard this question, which took him by surprise. Looking sideways at Lennon, Jaime with confusion asked Alpha who was standing next to him, and he explained that it was his younger brother. Putting his hand on his side, the main character asked if Alf was really afraid to apologize alone, but Lennon explained that he was the one who gave his brother the artifact. Jaime froze in shock upon hearing the confession, and Black kept his gaze on the boys. Now the familiar watched the owner with bewilderment, who with a malicious smile concluded that the two brothers had decided to fool him, and clarified the name of the younger one. He, closing his eyes and smiling broadly, hurried to introduce himself. Jaime opened his eyes and they sparkled blue. The main character scanned Lennon with mana and concluded that the guy has pretty decent abilities and also has brains. Jaime stared at the calm Lennon, realizing that Count Simon was indifferent to his son, while Alf looked at both in bewilderment. The Earl's youngest son continued to smile, asking if Jaime had accepted the apology and if they could leave. The main character frowned with displeasure and concluded with a malicious smile that Lennon was looking down on him. Jaime remembered yesterday's incident at the ball in the full hall of people, and the Earl's youngest son did not even appear. He, hidden in the crowd of dressed-up people, calmly watched what was happening. Thinking about Lennon's arrogance, Jaime decided that action would have to be taken, otherwise the boy, who did not see full human beings in anyone except his father, would again cause trouble. The main character pointed with both hands at Alpha and hinted with a smile that he should try to become the heir, and he shouted questioningly. Lennon frowned and looked down when Jaime asked him about his older brother. Taking steps along the carpet, the son of Earl Welton declared that this did not concern him. He put his hand on Lennon's shoulder and said with a malicious look that the initiator of the incident should be punished. Now Jaime was staring at the Count's youngest son Simon with violet eyes, creating dark mana around him. Baring his teeth and frowning, Lennon asked with concern what Jaime was talking about. The red-haired boy looked sideways in fear as dark energy emanated from him. Lennon saw only darkness in front of him and trembled, biting his lip and feeling his body go numb. After this, the boy fell to his knees. A large purple eye appeared in front of him, and a voice said that forgiveness is given only once. Sitting on his knees, Lennon, surrounded by a dark aura, looked fearfully at the floor while tears rolled from his eyes. Nervously biting his lip, he tried to understand whether he had really left the limits of consciousness or whether he was only seeing hallucinations. Suddenly Lennon grabbed his head, leaned forward and screamed, and Alf worriedly watched his younger brother, trying to call out to him. Lennon continued to sob with a stunned look, disconnected from reality. He sat on the floor and shook his head, sadly shedding tears. Jaime watched him with a malicious smile, and he realized that there would be no second chance. Lennon looked up at the boy, deciding that he needed to kneel now. Trembling with fear, he bent down and asked for forgiveness. There was a crowd of people outside the Ridgen estate, seated in their carriages. Watching the guests of the ball following into their carriages, Jaime happily thought about the long-awaited return home. Looking sideways, the boy concluded with a dissatisfied look that the problems began from the moment their family left their native mansion, so it would be better to stay and receive kisses from his mother. After these thoughts, Jaime grabbed his head and, with a puzzled look, tried to switch gears. The main character turned around sharply when he heard Count Simon approaching, suggesting that he was not in the mood. The Count looked at the boy with a questioning expression, understanding the red eyebrows. Having received the question, Jaime hastened to smile broadly at the owner of the estate and sincerely said that he was happy only at the thought of returning home. Simon smiled softly and looked at his young interlocutor with interest, expressing sadness from such a short communication. Jaime smiled back, admitting that he was sorry too, because he had waited so long for this opportunity. After the Count's offer to stay, the boy awkwardly crossed his fingers, indicating refusal, and stated that he would like to relax on his native estate. Count Simon looked at Jaime with a puzzled expression as he hinted at the real reason for not staying a little longer at Ridgen. Closing his eyes and smiling, the Count shook his head in understanding. He looked at his mansion and stated that Jaime was being looked at in magical society, to which he agreed. Turning to the boy and grinning, Simon concluded that he knew his worth very well. Waving his hand, Jaime replied with a malicious smile that this was indeed the case. Now the man and the boy walked together along the garden path, discussing the punishment and behavior of Lennon, the youngest son of Earl Simon. Jaime looked at the Count in bewilderment and, covered in sweat, asked if the man was really angry that he had punished his child. Then Count Simon cast a questioning glance at the young interlocutor, believing that Lennon had received what he deserved. Shocked, Jaime looked at the Count strangely, finally understanding why his sons were acting so abnormally. Turning to the Count, the boy hastened to say that his son Lennon has a talent for magic that can be developed, and he listened with interest. Afterwards, Simon said with a dejected look that his son's abilities were unremarkable. Jaime, embarrassed, tried to playfully prove that hard training would raise Lennon's level. Having expressed his point of view, the main character pointed his finger at the disgruntled Count, accusing him of burying the talent of his own children and ignoring them, which outraged the man. Now Count Simon looked at his interlocutor with a look of irritation, declaring that he was able to recognize talent. Jaime nodded his head with a smile while the man wondered why this child was so confident that he was right if he, as the owner of the 8th level, failed to see the makings of a magician in his son. Count Simon had the feeling that the boy who confidently used blue mana was a great magician, which was true because he had the soul of the legendary Diablo. The red-haired man froze in shock, his eyes widening, when Jaime declared that with Lennon's help, one could overcome difficult moments. The boy, who had been talking with the Count, now turned to the voice of his parents, hearing that it was time to go. Shaking his head with a smile and waving his hand goodbye, Jaime said that the little girl told him everything, and then shouted to his parents that he was going. Now the boy was moving away from the Count, hurrying towards the carriage, and his tailcoat fluttered in the wind. Simon followed Jaime with his silver eyes, watching him run away. He then closed his eyes completely for a moment. Count Simon turned around on the garden path, completely alone among the trees, and decided that it was indeed a pity. The action takes place in the wooded area of Welton County, through which the main character, dressed in a robe, makes his way in the night, accompanied by a familiar. Black spun in the air and, looking at Jaime, said something with beeping sounds. A rustling sound was heard in the dark bushes, indicating movement. Hearing him, Jaime with a menacing look ordered those who were hiding among the plants to approach him. When familiar criminals Philip and Jens began to emerge from the bushes, the boy loudly asked why they arrived so late. The men were now standing next to Jaime, who was seated on a stone, and Philip made the excuse that Jens was very slow, for which the blonde apologized. After that, Jaime looked seriously at the men, asking them to tell them what they had learned. Philip, who stood closer to the boy, said that Janice's church had spread influence throughout Hayes. Jaime frowned at the speaker and thought about his words about the townspeople's well-deserved love for the church. The stars sparkled in the night sky, partially hidden by clouds, a bright moon hung over the forest, and Philip declared that it all began after the breakup of Rival. 2 months ago, Count Welton completely destroyed the criminal group, and since then Janice's church has been actively preaching its religion. The clergy began to help the poor and spread God's will. At first the residents did not understand what was happening, but over time they were imbued with mercy. Thanks to such actions, the townspeople of Hayes County became deeply religious and righteous people, which noticeably improved the position of religion in the lands of the Welton family. Putting on a serious face, Philip said that Janice is currently the most respected and beloved religion Hayes. Jaime widened his eyes in shock and asked again, clearly not expecting to hear such a thing. The boy raised his hand to his chin and bared his teeth angrily, loudly expressing his displeasure. Jaime turned around and yelled indignantly, asking whether war and peace could coexist together. Philip and Jens looked at each other in bewilderment, covered in sweat from excitement, and unanimously gave an uncertain negative answer. However, a moment later, the shaggy criminal, plucking up courage, declared to the face of the boy standing opposite that both phenomena could be connected. Taking on a gloomy look, the boy said through gritted teeth that this is exactly what Janice is like. The boy's mind flashed a picture of a prosperous county, but after thinking about Janice's public, the city was burning because of the war. Looking into space, Jaime gloomily concluded that the hated missionary was now trying to make everyone believe in Janice. The boy, standing in the rays of the moonlight, ordered his subordinates to find out what the main cleric was up to, and they took him without question. Jaime had a frantic desire to admit all of Janice's plans in great detail. The action moves to the next day at the shelter under the auspices of Janice's church, where Ricky, tightly clutching a broom, joyfully received the teacher's praise. Sweeping the cobblestones, the boy happily stated that after wandering he felt like he was in heaven, while a green-haired man in a robe watched from the side. The young priest said with a smile that the boy's suffering was over, and Ricky smiled broadly, agreeing with him. Walking into the room, Ricky remembered that a month and a half had passed since Ricky and his sister ended up in an orphanage, which became a ray of hope and happiness. Anna, sitting at the table in a green tie, shook her head with her eyes closed, hearing that her brother had returned. A happy smile appeared on the face of the girl with a book in her hands when Ricky, clenching his fist, loudly exclaimed that it was him. Anna was blind, and therefore was guided by the sounds, joyfully turning her head towards her approaching brother. Ricky recalled with pain how, having learned about the girl's blindness, the parents threw out 2 children and ran away, and in order to survive, the boy had to take on the dirtiest jobs. Dire memories flashed through Ricky's head when he and his sister were sitting in an embrace on a crowded street, and no one wanted to help abandoned children. At the moment when Ricky and Anna extended a helping hand, the boy cried, looking at her in bewilderment. God's messenger Janice extended his hand, and then the guys found a new life. The boy remembered well the symbol of Janice's church, which popped up in his head, and dreamed of becoming God's disciple in order to preach. While Ricky was leading Anna along the stone path through the crowd of children, a joyful boy ran up to them and asked if they had heard the news. The boy said that God's choice fell on Shino, and next week the lucky one is leaving for the temple to become a priest. Ricky turned purple when he heard this information and asked again in bewilderment. The action shifts to nighttime when Jaime soared over haze with the help of Black's demonic wings. Turning to the big-eyed wing, the boy asked to descend, because they had almost arrived, and Black squeaked in agreement. Jaime glanced down, noticing something strange and humming questioningly. On the stone tiles lay the body of a man in a robe with a sword, who was unconscious. Hovering above the ground, the boy descended first on his toes. Looking at the lifeless body with bewilderment, Jaime began to sweat because he felt unusual energy and Black was peeking over his shoulder. Having looked closely at the young guy's face and feeling the evil divine energy, Jaime concluded that this was the rector of the church. Noticing the long blade on his belt, the boy changed his mind and decided that there was a holy knight lying on the ground. Reaching his chin with his hand, Jaime asked with a thoughtful look why the holy knight was lying in the middle of the street. Without taking his eyes off the young man, the main character walked into the alley with the thought that he would still bother him. Then he walked up to the body and, placing his foot on the blonde head, thought about simply killing the knight. In a moment of reflection, the man's hand suddenly grabbed Jaime's ankle. The shocked boy, watching this with a slack jaw, screamed indignantly, and the frightened Black hastened to hide behind the owner. Holding the boy's leg tightly, Rasna uttered only 2 letters to the ground with a glassy gaze. Jaime, looking at him in bewilderment, asked what kind of food it was. Without letting go of the boy's leg, the knight repeated the same thing with an insane look, which forced the enraged protagonist to start screaming. Then, before collapsing face first into the ground while losing consciousness, he asked out loudly for food. Jaime grinned angrily, looking at the stranger, and wished that he would simply die here of hunger. While the knight, with his face buried in the ground, made strange sounds, Jaime turned around and took a step, calling Black with him. A new day arrived, and the snow-white Welton mansion was illuminated by the rays of the morning sun. Putting on a dinner napkin and smiling fakely, Jaime mentally fumed at what was happening. A night stranger was sitting right in front of him, lying on the road, happily devouring bread, while at the same time waving to the boy in greeting. Jaime was very gloomy, watching with hatred the knight, whom Count Argino himself accepted for a family meal at a luxurious table. The head of the Welton family, with a good-natured smile, gestured with his hand, reminding the guy of the soldiers who helped bring him. The knight looked at the Count with a satisfied look, joyfully concluding that since these are Argino's people, then he is the guy's savior. Watching a nice conversation with a stranger, Jaime looked at him with displeasure and handed the joyful Sarah a strawberry. Count Argino looked at the young man with reverence, asking if he was a member of the Church of Pyro, and he enthusiastically confirmed this assumption. Shies, turning sharply to her husband, answered his question about surprise in the affirmative, which puzzled the guest. Throwing a glance at the knight full of curiosity, the Countess gently asked if he knew Bishop Sephir. Roz, his face smeared with crumbs, turned in shock at the woman and asked if she was from Uton, and Shies happily replied that she was from the Bell family. The knight continued to look at his interlocutor in shock, without stopping chewing his food. He abruptly stood up from the table, heading towards the perplexed Shies. Jaime also did not understand anything. The knight bowed to the Countess, saying that he had met a noble man. Jaime was shocked and stared at his guest, mentally wondering what was going on. Argino turned around worriedly when his son called out to him. The boy made a cute face and asked his father why the guest suddenly greeted his mother, but was mentally angry at having to pretend to be a 10-year-old child. Holding his hands folded, the boy assumed a devious look when his father promised to tell everything later. Sarah happily reached out to her brother, calling him dear, while he sat in shame after an unsuccessful attempt to find out information. Taking on a thoughtful look, Jaime concluded that there was a problem if there was a close connection between Bell's family and the Pyro Church. An image of scales with flowers against the background of the moon appeared in the boy's head, and he concluded that in this case his mother's family would become his target for murder. The action moves to the Count's reception room, where Argino and the Holy Knight were now chatting over a cup of tea. The man glanced sideways, trying to find out from the guest the reason for his appearance in the East and assuming that the Pyro religion was going to expand its influence. The blonde guy, taken aback, raised his hands and began to deny, saying that he was chasing someone. The knight turned away, having received a clarifying question from the Count, and he explained that he was catching up with the creator of the chimeras, who had crossed the boundaries due to his experiments. Upon hearing this information, Count Argino became angry and loudly asked who exactly this person was. Biting his lip, Roz began to sweat and lowered his eyes in fear. The man looked with surprise at the knight, who reported that this was the secret of the church, but was ready to pay him for his cooperation. Raising his hand, the Holy Knight firmly stated that the Sword Knight could provide invaluable assistance. Argino lowered his eyes to the floor, replaying in his head the words about the creator of the chimeras. The chimera is an artificially created living creature that combines the strengths of several creatures, but its creators were called sinners for using people as material. Leaning on his leg, Argino said that for his part he could not help either financially or spiritually, but he could not stay away. Hearing the last phrase, the knight immediately became inspired and his cheeks became flushed. Argino concluded with a joyful smile that he would have to help. The holy knight stood up jubilantly and with raised hands thanked the man, but he stopped him. Answering the question about the state, Roz hesitated and began to scratch his cheek, looking away. Bright sunlight shone through the gap between the dark curtains, and the young man admitted that in this case the authority of the Pyro Church would fall. Covered in cold sweat, the holy knight admitted that more than 10 clergymen had suffered from the creator of the chimeras. Argino threw a shocked look at the guy, coming to a terrible realization. The assumption flashed through the count's head that the terrible man was using the priests as the core for the chimeras, endowing them with divine power. Jaime, meanwhile, strolled through the garden, passing through an arch entwined with scarlet roses. The boy looked puzzled, coming to the conclusion that he was waiting for tea time. He approached the gazebo with columns in which the dining table was located, and Shies and the joyful Sarah were already waiting behind him. Strong tea was poured into a cup from a teapot. Having received a portion of the drink, Jaime immediately brought it to his mouth and began to drink greedily while his mother looked away. Noticing her son's hurry, Shies asked if he was really in such a hurry to get somewhere. With an innocent look, Jaime asked why the knight knelt before his mother. Closing her eyes and smiling, Shies said that she knew that her son would ask. With folded hands, the countess proudly told her son that her grandfather was a benefactor of the Pyro Church. Jaime was unpleasantly shocked by the fact that his great-grandfather was closely associated with the Church of Pyro. Lowering her eyes, Shies calmly said that a long time ago, when a valuable item was stolen from the Pyro Church, her grandfather came to the rescue. During the Formite Garden incident, the Demon King's followers attempted to resurrect him using Pyro's sacred relic, but failed. The countess told her son that her grandfather had died trying to prevent the incident, and the church subsequently proclaimed the Marquis an honorary bishop. Watching his mother's emotions with sadness, Jaime considered the sadness and decided that she had a good relationship with her grandfather. The boy's eyes sparkled purple as he pondered the Pyro Church's oath regarding the Bell family. Smiling maliciously with sparkling eyes, Jaime decided to take advantage of the opportunities that had opened up. He froze in puzzlement, widening his eyes, when he was suddenly torn from his thoughts by the exclamation of his smiling mother. The boy hastened to put on a sweet face, turned around and folded his hands with a smile, responding. With feigned affection, he agreed to Shies' offer to drink another cup of tea. The action shifts to the orphanage, where the windows lit up as night fell while Shino was escorted on his way to the temple. The cleric, dressed in a blue robe with the symbol of the church, towered over the others, offering to raise cups in celebration. Shino, with a halo shining around him, rejoiced at the opportunity to become a priest. Ricky and Anna stood in the crowd and looked at their friend with reverence, sincerely happy for him. As Shino boarded the carriage, accompanied by 2 clergymen, a brother and sister ran up to the carriage to say goodbye. Ricky looked with a smile at the boy who greeted his friends with a smile because he was afraid of not seeing them again. Shino, clenching his fist, joyfully convinced his friend that he would not cry at the parting because soon his brother and sister would join him. The wheels of the carriage moved as the coachman urged the horses on with a loud shout. As Ricky watched the crew leave, he wished Shino good luck. Clenching his fist, the boy declared with firm confidence that one day he too would become a priest. After a while, a carriage traveling along a forest path approached the building. A robed cleric sitting inside with Shino informed the surprised boy that they had already arrived. Turning to the window, Shino began to examine the place with curiosity. Entering the huge building shrouded in fog, Shino was surprised that they reached the main temple so quickly. Examining the building, the boy hesitantly asked the abbot if this was the main temple in front of them. Smiling, the mysterious priest, hidden by a hood, asked to follow him. The boy slowly began to move his feet, taking steps towards the temple. Shaking his head with concern, Shino informed the priest that they were in the wrong place, and he assured him that everything was fine. With a wave of his hand, the man took out a book with a burgundy cover. Shino clenched his fists and froze from the anxiety overwhelming him, after which the abbot pushed him with his hand towards the terrible dungeon, demanding to go down. The priest led the way down the long staircase, and the worried boy followed him, confessing that he felt uneasy in this place. As they approached the door, Shino froze as he addressed the abbot. When the boy looked through the open door, he was horrified to find a creepy limb behind it, reaching towards him. The boy caught up with the mysterious priest, shaking his head and saying that he was scared. A bishop emerged from the darkness to greet the arriving guests, with the symbol of the Church of Pyro shining on his robe. Standing in front of the man and the boy with his hood down was a dark-haired man who was spreading Janus's religion throughout Hayes territory. Folding his hands and looking at the bishop, the boy wondered if he had not been chosen by God, and tears flowed from his eyes from fear. The bishop tried to convince Shino that he was right with a forced smile. Sobbing and placing his hands on his chest, the confused boy loudly asked why he was brought here then. The bishop, standing against the backdrop of bright test tubes, said with a malicious look that everything was for the sake of creating an ideal world. The door opened and the man asked someone to come in. A shaggy brunette stood in the room with internal organs on his head and an outstretched arm. Pulling his hand to the head of Shino, who was trembling in horror, the monster said that the boy would make an excellent chimera. The action moves to Hayes County, to Belbet Street, where it was a clear day and the clock tower was white. Jaime hurried after the knight, explaining that they were walking along the largest street in the city. The guest remembered that he was dying of hunger here. The boy looked to the side with a frown, concluding that the reason for accompanying the guy was simple. He remembered the morning tea party where he sipped the hot drink with manners. Hearing his father's offer to the guest to explore Hayes in the company of Jaime, the boy broke the mug and threw an angry look at the adults. Now Jaime walked gloomily ahead, and the holy knight behind him noted with amazement the 9-year-old child's incredible memory and endurance. The boy turned around in bewilderment when his name was called. The knight sincerely thanked him for the tour of Hayes, breaking into a good-natured smile. The guest extended his hand to the taken-aback Jaime, inviting him to return, and he decided to ask something. Standing in the middle of the street, the knight scratched his head and with confusion agreed to answer the question. The boy looked with wide eyes at the guy and asked with curiosity what he talked about with his father yesterday. This question took the knight by surprise, but he tried to look nonchalant and smiled. When the knight laughingly named the fictitious topic of conversation, the boy frowned angrily and, embarrassed, asked not to lie to him. Sticking his hands in front of him, the knight continued to convince the boy with an awkward laugh that this was true. Jaime shouted angrily and walked quickly, clenching his fists, while the young man, showing his thumb with a smile, announced that his dad loved him very much. Smiling awkwardly, the knight admitted to lying and stated that this was an adult conversation. Looking worriedly at the guy with sparkling eyes, Jaime concluded that there was something in Hayes since he was asked to accompany the guest. While the knight timidly asked if the child was angry, he put his hand to his chin, plunging into deep thought. Gritting his teeth, the puzzled knight came to the conclusion that Jaime was angry, and he looked to the side in surprise, threatening someone. Russ looked at the boys in bewilderment, not understanding anything. Smirking and raising his index finger, Jaime was pleased to find traces of Janice's church in this matter. The carriage in which Shino was taken to the temple at night was returning along the paving stones. When the young man and boy arrived at the place, the knight continued to think that the child was still angry with him. They came to the shelter where Ricky stood, looking at the broom in surprise. His green eyes widened when he noticed two people approaching him. Tired of socialization, Jaime walked ahead, followed by a joyful knight holding his hand to his head. Ricky, holding a broom in one hand, pointed at the guests with amazement with the other. Noticing the boy, the guys were taken aback, and the knight assumed that this was Jaime's friend. A memory of Ricky popped up in the main character's head when he ran up to him from behind, which the boy was very unhappy with. Turning away, JC said that he did not know the boy with the broom, and he himself thought that changing the color of his hair would do no good. The coachman drove the horses, and the carriage rushed along the road at great speed. Joyfully running to Jaime, Ricky said that he barely recognized an acquaintance with a different hair color. The wheels of the carriage were spinning quickly, without stopping, when an indignant exclamation was heard. Hearing the sound, Ricky turned around in bewilderment. The coachman furiously shouted at the boy to get out of the way, unable to stop the horses so quickly. The knight and Jaime watched the situation in shock. The horses rushing along the road, seeing the boy on the way, suddenly reared up. The knight abruptly rushed to Ricky's aid, extending his hand forward and not wanting a tragedy. The boy froze with fear and trembled, unable to move, and tears flowed from his eyes. The rearing horses neighed loudly while Ricky looked at them in fear, not letting go of the broom. The knight rushed at full speed and realized with concern that he was not making it in time. Sobbing, the boy hesitatingly said that he would die. Jaime tisked, casting a sparkling purple gaze at him in concentration and activating his mana. The boy put his hands out, creating a magic circle and quickly sending a lot of purple chains towards the horses. While the chains flew through the air, a calm knight ran through them, grabbing Ricky at the last moment. At one point, the shocked Roz widened his eyes, noticing elements of magical technology. Chains filled the space, shackling the horses and preventing them from moving. Rescued Ricky concluded with shock that he was alive, standing in tears and snot with a dumbfounded look. He gratefully pounced on Jaime, squeezing him so tightly that the boy's eyes bulged and blood started gushing from his mouth. The knight silently watched from the side as a dissatisfied Jaime tried to get out of Ricky's tight grip. Roz concluded with surprise that the magic the boy used was much stronger than that of the sorcerers he knew. He watched as an irritated Jaime tried to push away the shocked Ricky, who tearfully thanked the savior. The main character angrily shoved the boy, asking him to get lost, when the knight concluded that he was a genius. The blonde boy froze in amazement, and Jaime called to him, getting ready to go. The main character explained to the knight with bewilderment that they would go to Janice's church, after which Roz came to his senses and smiled nervously. Having announced that he was also going there, Ricky now ran ahead of everyone with the desire to see the guys off. The boy turned around and, turning purple, admitted with a smile that there was a shelter there for orphans like him. Noticing the pupil, the gray-haired nun folded her hands in prayer and asked where Ricky had been going. Glancing at the surprised Jaime and the knight, she also asked who they were. Approaching the old nun, Ricky admitted that he almost got hit by a carriage, and these guys saved him, and she became very worried. The woman made a slight bow with folded hands, thus thanking the savior. Hearing the knight's words about Pyro's church, the woman's eyes widened in shock. Blonde Roz at this time pointed to the dissatisfied Jaime with a smile, saying that he had done much more. The nun, standing opposite the guys, looked at the child with blue hair in surprise, and he introduced himself as the son of a feudal lord of these lands. Looking at the old woman in amazement, the boy said her full name. Smiling awkwardly, the nun asked the young master for forgiveness, citing shock over the carriage incident. Jaime frowned at the strange reaction and concluded that if the nun was born in Haze, she should have recognized him immediately. Looking with bewilderment at the holy knight of the Pyro Church, the woman asked if he had really come to pick up Ricky, and he convinced her otherwise. Ricky froze in front of the guys, shocked that the nun asked him to give Jaime a tour of the orphanage. The boy with blue hair looked warily at the nun, concluding that she was trying to separate him from Roz, and decided to play it safe. He showed the importance of the guest by waving his hand in a friendly manner and reminding him about dinner with his parents. Hearing about the dinner, the knight was taken aback. He waved goodbye back and broke into a joyful smile. Pointing ahead, Ricky gave a confusing tour of the orphanage due to tension. Giving the boy an annoyed look, Jaime asked him to relax. Ricky turned questioningly at the guest, and he dissatisfiedly said that he did not attach importance to manners and asked him to behave as before. Then Ricky folded his arms and asked again happily, thinking about the hug, and Jaime angrily asked not to make him repeat it. The inspired orphan called out to the startled Jaime with a smile, moving his arms and running away. Having brought the Count's son to the wooden door, Ricky put his hands on his sides and joyfully announced that this was his and his sister's room. Opening the door, the boy loudly told Anna that he had brought a friend, and this word outraged Jaime. Squeezing her hands on her legs, the girl expressed her admiration. Leaning on the wooden table, Anna hurried to get up with a smile and head towards her brother. Jaime did not take his violet eyes off the girl with a perplexed look. While Anna held Ricky's hand, he asked her with a sincere laugh to say hello to Jaime, calling him cool. The guy looked at the frowning boy with blue hair, asking in bewilderment what was wrong with him. Anna held tightly to her brother's hand while a shocked Jaime felt the aura of an adult emanate from her and sacred power from her eyes. The girl is the one who most freely controls the power of God, and while she is blinded by the power of the divine power, the main character thought gloomily that when the power of an adult awakens in Anna, she will be able to see all the streams of the world through the eyes of God. With a grim expression on his face, Jaime concluded that she might become an unpleasant enemy for him in the future, so he contemplated killing her. After this, the boy frowned, realizing that the top of the church had long ago discovered hidden power in Anna, so it was dangerous to kill the girl now. Ricky, watching Jaime, widened his green eyes in surprise, causing him to panic, thinking that his intentions had been discovered. The orphan pointed his index fingers at the Count's son and concluded with a smile that he had fallen in love with his sister, which outraged the boy. Anna swung sharply and laughingly hit Ricky on the back of the head with a book, causing him to choke, while Jaime watched in surprise from the side. Clutching his sore head, Ricky's eyes bulged, and Anna, with a smile, asked him to read an excerpt from the book. The sister sat down next to her brother on the bed, swinging her legs in anticipation, while he asked with a smile which part to read, and Jaime looked at it from the side, trying to understand the prevailing force. Ricky began to read a story to his happy sister, and the main character, who was not being paid attention to, froze. Deciding to sneak away unnoticed, he was already quietly reaching for the door handle, but Ricky noticed it. He asked Jaime in bewilderment if he was heading to the restroom, but the boy said he had to go. Giving the book to the smiling Anna, Ricky rose from his seat, intending to see his guest off. Now he walked along the corridor with Jaime and happily asked if he would come again, and he looked tired of Ricky's talkativeness. Suddenly, Jaime turned to the guy, curiously asking if he wanted to become someone, and he asked with bewilderment why his interlocutor was asking. Ricky sparkled with happiness and put his hand on the boy's shoulder, deciding that the guest was showing friendly sympathy, but he looked dissatisfied. Jaime carefully watched the joyful Ricky, who began to answer the question posed without lying. Closing his eyes and breaking into a wide smile, the boy admitted that he wanted to become Janice's priest. Looking down, Ricky said that he was jealous of Shino, who was chosen and taken to the main temple the day before. Jaime's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. Memories of the church, human trafficking, rival and election began to flash in his head, which formed one terrible picture. Jaime suddenly angrily asked where Ricky had been before coming here, to which the taken aback boy honestly answered that he was on the street. Then the main character screamed furiously, asking what happened even earlier. Then Ricky, who did not understand anything, said that he occupied an insignificant position in the criminal organization Rival. Jaime, hearing this, grinned sarcastically and came to the conclusion that Janice was behind everything. Roz, standing opposite the elderly woman, said that he was pleased to talk with her, to which the woman, in turn, reciprocated. The cloaked woman wondered with a smile that it was most likely time for him to return, noting that she would take him to see the young master. Roz, looking after the woman with a serious expression on his face, said in his thoughts that she was very careful in her words and also wondered whether the priests could be trusted. Roz further stated in his thoughts that perhaps they were somehow connected with that incident with the chimera. The old lady, walking in front of the guy, wondered if Ricky had shown everything to the young master, to which Ricky replied that she had already shown everything. An unknown voice addressed the guys. Ricky turned around and noticed someone heading in their direction. The man, accompanied by the knight, smiled and said that during his absence important guests had visited them. Next, Ricky greeted Mr. Bishop with a smile. The bishop, closing his eyes and smiling, greeted Jaime and Ricky. Jaime, turning towards the bishop, said that he was glad to meet him, noting that his name was Jaime Welton. Further in his thoughts, Jaime said that now everything became clear to him, noting that Janice's church was using children. The bishop, turning towards the guy, wondered who he was, to which he in turn said that he was Roz Armetic, a follower of Pyro. Jaime looked at Roz with a thoughtful expression on his face, after which he wondered in his thoughts why they were doing this, noting that perhaps it had something to do with his appearance. The bishop further said that he was very sorry that he was not able to meet them in person, to which Roz, in turn, said that there was nothing wrong with that and they had a great time. Jaime, looking at the knight standing behind the bishop, wondered in his thoughts what kind of strange feeling he was experiencing because of the knight. Looking at the knight, Jaime noticed a dark aura emanating from him, after which he reported in his thoughts that he felt the power of the Holy Knight. Jaime, looking at the terribly frightened Roz, said in his thoughts that his reaction was alarming. Further, the main character noted in his thoughts that something was wrong with this knight. Turning, Jaime cast a menacing glance towards the bishop. The bishop responded to the protagonist's gaze with a dissatisfied expression. Walking at sunset, Jaime looked back and noticed that Roz was looking at the floor, drooping. Turning around and looking menacing, Jaime said that Ricky had told him everything. Jaime went on to say that Ricky's friend was chosen and was sent to the main temple, noting that Ricky was jealous of his friend and was also going to become a priest. Roz, after Jaime's statements, raised his head and perked up. Smiling from ear to ear, Roz said that Ricky was a nice guy and he would definitely succeed. Jaime, looking at Roz with a dissatisfied expression on his face, said in his thoughts that Roz did not understand anything. Jaime, turning to face Roz, wondered if his father had told him anything, to which Roz wondered what exactly they should have told him. Jaime, looking at the stunned Roz, said that 2 months ago his father suppressed the criminal organization Rival, which was stealing children. Jaime, looking at the horrified Roz, continued to report that, in addition, Ricky was also in Rival, to which Roz wondered if Ricky was really in Rival. Smirking mischievously, Jaime wondered in his mind if Roz understood what he was talking about, noting that he should add the icing on the cake to his narrative. Jaime, turning his back to the stunned Roz, wondered if Janice's church wasn't doing charity work. Roz, clenching his fist in anger and lost in his thoughts, wondered how he could have forgotten. Roz further noted that Janice's church has never been involved in charity. Roz also said in his thoughts that they organized an orphanage in order to use children. The plot moves to the Welton estate. Roz, sitting next to Argino, said that a boy named Ricky, who used to be part of Rival, lives in the orphanage. Argino, looking at the annoyed Roz, reported that Janice's church was having a positive impact on his domain, so he simply watched, noting that he did not know that such a thing was happening. Roz further noted that he saw a knight arriving with the bishop. The horrified Roz, continuing his thought, said that he could not understand, to which Argino wondered what Roz was talking about. Roz, recalling the image of the knight, reported that he felt a powerful aura from him, noting that he could not understand whether he was a knight of the Janus Church. Roz, looking at Argino, reported that a disordered and chaotic sacred power could be sensed from the knight, noting that this was most likely the case. Argino, interrupting Roz's story, said that he really thought that a chimera was standing in front of him, using sacred power. Argino, turning his gaze towards Roz, said that if this is true, then he cannot sit idly by and will immediately teach the knight a lesson. Roz, looking at Argino who was ready to confront him, said that they needed evidence. Rising from the sofa and raising his fist, Roz said that he would definitely get them. Argino, watching as the motivated Roz sat back down, said that it was dangerous to do this alone, to which Roz replied that he was ready for anything. Argino, with a serious expression on his face, asked what their chances of success were. Roz, sitting under the bright rays of the sun, reported that they had an advantage. Argino, raising his hand, declared that he would give Roz 3 people. 3 masked strangers appeared behind Roz with lightning speed. Turning around, Roz was surprised by their appearance, after which he said in his thoughts that he did not even feel them. Argino, looking at the surprised Roz, said that in front of him were Shadow Knights, whose existence boils down to protecting the Welton house. Roz, after the report from Argino, noted in his thoughts that they have long swords, although their appearance and movements remind him of hired killers. Roz, looking at the 3 men, wondered if they were actually knights, noting that they were anyway. Roz, looking at Argino and continuing his thought, said that he was grateful and would certainly reveal his essence. Black watched from the street as Argino, looking at Roz, said that he was counting on him. After which Jaime, taking Black in his hands, said that a chimera with sacred power and children that are used as material are simply terrible. Jaime, sitting on the bed, stated that clean as a white children were good for experiments, wondering if God could allow himself to do such things, noting that James was a real scoundrel. Falling onto the bed, Jaime said that, apparently, there were reasons to walk along with the unfinished experiment. Jaime, looking at Black, gave him an order. Jaime, having given the letter, said that Black needed to go to Rise. Black, having received the letter, flew out the open window. Sitting on the bed and looking through the window at the night sky, Jaime announced that it was time for him to start preparing. Jaime further noted in his thoughts that the next battle would require stronger magic. Surrounding himself with lightning, Jaime announced that he would become a headache for James. The system notified that Memorize is a technique for sealing summons and mana inside the soul, which allows the unhindered use of magic. Jens, sitting in one of the buildings in the city, wondered how long they would have to stay here. Looking out the window, a man in a black robe said that they would have to stay here until they noticed suspicious activity. Sitting on a chair and looking at his comrade's back, Jens said that he couldn't even see a rat here, noting that, much less a knight. A man with red eyes, turning to Jens sitting idle, notified that they were carrying out the order. Jens, lowering his head and closing his eyes, noted that nothing was happening here at all and he was getting bored. The guys, talking to each other, suddenly heard an unknown person enter the room. Turning around, the man with red eyes notices a knight heading towards them. The knight, holding his sword, declares that they should die. Glancing towards the knight, Jens was surprised by his appearance. The man, looking at Jens, told him that he was being attacked. The knight, taking out his sword, raised his hand to strike. Jens, jumping up from his chair, noticed how the knight pointed a sword at him. The man, looking at the horrified Jens, wondered in his thoughts what kind of brutal sacred power was coming from the knight. The knight, holding out a glowing sword, said that he would kill them. Jens and his ally noticed how the knight's eyes glowed with a red glow under his helmet. The knight, completely enraged with anger, leaned back and spread his arms. The man, turning to Jens, told him to leave immediately and report everything to the owner. Turning around, Jens ran as fast as he could, telling the man to wait for him. The knight with bright red eyes watched as Jens tried to escape. Taking a stance and swinging, the knight made a long-range attack. Turning around, the shocked Jens noticed how the knight's technique was heading towards him. Rushing away, the man shouted at Jens to be careful. The man ran up to Jens and pushed him away from the knight's attack. The thrown Jens flew out the window. Flying to the ground, Jens extended his hand with horror on his face. The man, having received a blow from the knight's technique and was coughing up blood, called for his owner. The house the knight and the man are in was surrounded by an area of darkness. An unknown man in a raincoat stepped on the windowsill. Jaime, standing on the windowsill, wondered if the man was calling him. Surrounded by darkness, Jaime extended his hand and called the man his servant. Jaime, in a robe, jumped from the windowsill towards the wounded man. Jaime, pointing his finger behind his back with a malicious grin, said that no one would know about what was happening, because this was a fairly powerful spell. Further, Jaime said in his thoughts that so far he had been understanding the use of the subconscious with the help of the Blackling, noting that, after all, 6th rank magic was still too heavy for him. The knight looked at Jaime's arrival with his bright red eyes. Taking off from the attack, the knight said that he would kill Jaime, to which the main character, in turn, said that let the knight try. Jaime clasped his hands and created a purple ball, then announced that it was level 5 gravity magic. Jaime, using magic on the knight, reported that it increases the force of gravity in a certain area and suppresses the target to the point that it cannot move. The knight, surrounded by Jaime's spell, fell to the ground. Placing his hands on the ground, the knight used his death grip. The system notified that Death's Grip is a magic that summons the dead to destroy the target. Trying to get up, the knight, holding out his hand, muttered something. Raising his hand, the knight said that he needed to kill Jaime. Surprised by the knight's actions, Jaime heard him use sacrifice magic. After which the system gave a summary that sacrifice is magic that sacrifices summoned souls, creating a huge explosion. Jaime, looking at the knight who began to envelop himself in dark energy, heard the system notify him that he was in danger. Jaime watched as the knight exploded, releasing dark energy. Shielded from the explosion, Jaime, covered in dust, looked at the knight. Jaime, watching the knight, bleeding, get down on one knee, was very surprised. Jaime, looking coldly at his opponent, wondered if he was at the expert level. Taking the sword, the knight continued to say that he would kill Jaime. Rushing towards the main character and swinging his sword, the knight announced that after Jaime he would kill everyone else. Jaime, without moving away from the knight's blow, said that he was strong in spirit. Jaime went on to note that, unfortunately, he had met the wrong opponent. Jaime, surrounded by a purple aura, crossed his arms and began preparing to use the puppet's magic. Having bound the attacking knight with magical bonds, Jaime completely immobilized him, after which the system notified that the magic of the puppet is magic that pierces the soul of the target with threads for submission. Bound hand and foot, the knight fell to his knees. The completely immobilized knight, falling to the floor, tried to say something to Jaime. The knight further said in his thoughts that he was unable to remove the restraints, noting that analyzing the danger was also impossible. Jaime, leaving his place, headed towards the immobilized knight. The main character further said that perhaps he was wondering what was happening to him. Jaime looked towards the knight with a maniacal expression on his face, and then noted that fragments of the dead had entered his body, creating an explosion. Jaime's eyes lit up with purple energy, after which he announced that everything that belonged to the knight now belonged to him, noting that there was nothing he could do. The knight, trembling in pain, looked at Jaime standing over him. The knight further stated in his thoughts that there was a loss of control over the body, noting that it was impossible to use black magic. The system also reported that there was no point in continuing the battle. The knight, surrounded by an aura of lightning, stated in his thoughts that the best action against an invincible opponent is to escape. Jaime, shocked by what was happening, wondered in his thoughts if he had begun to use self-destructive magic. Taking off from his seat, Jaime declared that he would not allow him to do this. Jaime extended his hand, shrouded in dark energy, and used the Hand of Darkness. Jaime used the Hand of Darkness to pierce the knight's breastplate. Jaime, trying to pull his hand out, was shocked that he couldn't do it. The knight, continuing his technique, began to glow with a bright light. The horrified Jaime, looking at the knight, noted in his thoughts that he could not evade. Confused, Jaime continued to try to pull his hand out of the knight's chest. Taking his hand from the knight's chest, Jaime jumped back. The knight, overflowing with energy, began to explode. Exploding, the knight illuminated the entire room of the house. Jaime, surrounded by dark energy, said in his thoughts that if it weren't for Chernish, he would have had problems. Jaime further stated in his thoughts that he could not even imagine that he would get out of the dark dimension while releasing all of his holy energy. Jaime also noted in his thoughts that this would not help him. Jaime, surrounded by darkness, stood in the middle of the room and gave the order to Blackie to absorb the light. The knight, running away without looking back, declared that he needed to leave. Jaime, folding his hands, began preparing for the spell, after which he declared that the knight should slow down. Jaime, looking at the knight's back, noticed a purple glow escaping from the armor. The knight, bleeding, released many tentacles. Jaime, surprised by what was happening, wondered in his thoughts if his true nature as a chimera had been revealed, noting that it looked unpleasant. Jaime extended his hand and cast a chain field spell. Jaime, surrounded by purple blades, told him to get lost. Jaime, surrounding the enraged knight with chains, pierced his chest with a purple magical blade. Jaime's eyes were filled with magical power, after which he clasped his hands and cast a deadly explosion spell. The knight, with a maw in his back, let out a splash of blood due to Jaime's spell. The system notified that the deadly explosion is an explosion of darkness that destroys even strong armor. The knight, lowering his head, groaned in pain, after which in his thoughts he reported that the physical shell was in critical condition, noting that movement was now impossible. Further, the knight stated in his thoughts that he would perform the last function. A small red creature jumped out from behind the knight with lightning speed. Upon noticing the creature, Jaime was shocked and then wondered in his thoughts if this was his true form. The creature, jumping out of the open window through which Jaime arrived, headed out into the streets of the night city. Jaime, running to the window, looked after the creature and then reported that he had missed it. Rising to his feet, the wounded red-haired man turned to Jaime. Standing heavily on his feet, the man turned towards the lying shell of the creature, after which he reported that Jaime had dealt well with the chimera. The man also wondered what happened to him, to which Jaime, in turn, said that he had missed it. The man, shot in the stomach, turned to Jaime with bewilderment and wondered if this was normal, noting that they shouldn't urgently track him down and catch up with him. Jaime, looking at his ward, who stood with a confused expression on his face, said that although they missed him, it did not matter at all, after which the man wondered in his thoughts why the escaped enemy was not important. The man further noted in his thoughts that he thought that they had been tracking him for so long to capture him. The man, clutching his side, said that he was asking for forgiveness, noting that he did not understand Jaime's motives, and then wondered if he could explain it to him. To which Jaime, in turn, said that there was nothing like that. Jaime, looking at the remnants of dark energy, reported that traces of black mana are not so easy to erase. Jaime, remembering the details of the battle between him and the knight, said in his thoughts that the moment his magic hand of darkness pierced through his chest, he was completely filled with his black mana. Jaime further noted in his thoughts that this meant he could now easily track him. The narration moves to the room of the bishop, who is signing some documents. The bishop, hearing the sound from the window, was puzzled as to what it could be. The bishop watched in surprise as a red creature climbed into his window. The bishop, taking the big-eyed creature with an irritated expression on his face, wondered how he could be defeated. The bishop further noted that the basis of their research, the chimera Holy Knight, imbued with holy energy, could not be destroyed. The plot returns to the main character and his ward. The man wondered what they should do in this case. The bloodied man wondered in surprise whether the enemy would not know that black magic had been used on the chimera. The man further noted that if they found out, they could try to find out the identity and location of the owner of the black magic. Jaime calmly turned to the worried man and said that he understood his anxiety, but everything would be fine, noting that they would not be able to find out anything. To which the man in turn wondered what Jaime meant. Wrapped in dark energy, Jaime turned towards the man and said that his current powers were completely different from black magic. Jaime further stated in his thoughts that he nevertheless understands why black magic is so weak against holy magic. Jaime also noted in his thoughts that his magic was originally created to kill gods. Jaime, standing opposite the man, imbued his hand with lightning. Jaime, using magic, extended his hand to the man for a demonstration, after which he said that killing gods is a type of darkness created to kill sacred creatures, and it also allows you to completely erase their existence without leaving any traces. Jaime further noted that this is the type of magic he uses, noting that no matter how hard they try, those using holy energy will never be able to track him. The bishop, furious with anger, wondered who could do this to the chimera. Jaime, dressed in a dark cloak with a hood, stood with his arm outstretched, using telekinesis to completely immerse the chimera's body in the portal. Jaime turned to Philip, who was standing opposite him, saying that his magic was originally created to kill gods, so he did not have to worry. The moment Jaime asked about Jen's whereabouts, the door to the room suddenly opened sharply. Jens abruptly entered through the door and began screaming, trying to call out to his friend. But after a moment Jens stopped screaming. He smiled widely at the sight of Jaime. Jens awkwardly smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying that he thought that knight would turn his bro into a pile of bones, but it seems that his master took care of everything. A dissatisfied Jaime pointed his finger at Jens, saying that it was his merit. He sorted out the problem, after which Jaime asked Jens where he had gone. Jens scratched his head remembering what happened and said that earlier he lost consciousness after falling out of a window, and when he came to his senses, he immediately came here. Jane looked at Jens in bewilderment, not understanding how a zombie could lose consciousness, while Philip, standing behind, awkwardly scratched his face and turned away, whispering that it was just him who pushed Jens out of the window. Jaime looked at Jens tirelessly, making him nervous, and Philip, as if not noticing what was happening, looked at the ceiling. Jens was trembling because Jaime sat on him, who had previously ordered him to rest his head on the floor. Jaime sitting on his back, Jens said that they would cancel the order to monitor them because they noticed too quickly, because of which they would be captured if they just continued to stare on them, so they need to be much more careful. Philip turned his head and looked at Jaime, accepting his order. Jaime's lips curled into a faint smile before he waved his hand. Philip looked in shock at the mana that began to envelop him after Jaime extended his hand in his direction. Soon Philip bent down a little, noticing the flow of mana that swirled into his wound. Healing it, the shocked Philip heard Jaime say that it was not difficult for him to heal him, but still he should have been more careful with his body. Jaime stood up from the trembling Jens, put on his hood and stood in front of Philip, ordering Jens, who was lying behind him, not to leave Philip and Imoran to guard him. Jaime went to the window and, with a final glance at his subordinates, ordered them to return, but remember to be careful. Jaime jumped from the window and spread his demonic wings behind his back. We are transported to the estate of one of the aristocrats from which screams were heard. The bishop clenched his palms into fists, his hands shaking with anger and tension as he looked at the jar of substance on the table in front of him. A part of the chimera's organs was imprisoned in the flask, more like many eyes forcibly attached to the muscles. At this time the bishop shouted. Not understanding how this was possible, he could not believe that an expert-level paladin chimera created from 4 life forms was turned into this. The bishop suddenly froze abruptly and stopped shouting, remembering someone. The bishop imagined the figure of Earl Welton holding a sword in his hand. He wondered if he could do such a thing. The bishop closed his eyes in thought. The bishop took the flask with the organ of the chimera in his hand, realizing that if it were the count, then the main body of the chimera would not have survived. The bishop remembered the moment when the running chimera stopped abruptly, as if struck by an electric current. The bishop tilted his head a little, thinking. He realized that it was definitely not the count, because even the connection between him and the paladin was broken in an instant. Only breaking magic could do this, and this was impossible to use without a barrier. The bishop remembered his meeting with Jaime and his fellow travelers. He could not help but think about Jaime because he was the only magician of this level in this region. But a moment later, the bishop began to actively shake his head from side to side, refusing this idea because even if Jaime was a magician of rank 4, in order to defeat the chimera you had to be at least a magician of rank 5. This made the bishop about the identity of the magician and suggested an increased speed of the experiment. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a blade pointed at his throat. A woman's voice asked the bishop if his second plan had failed. The bishop froze when he heard the voice of a woman standing behind him, her body almost completely covered by a cloak, and her lips stretched into a cruel smile showing sharp teeth. The bishop, trembling all over, looked at the woman, saying that his plan had not failed. The woman, whose bangs completely covered her forehead and eyes, smiling, asked what it was then if not a failure. Instantly the blade came close to the bishop's neck, a small cut formed on his neck and blood flowed from it. It was all due to the fact that the bishop said that his work was not finished. The woman was not satisfied with his answer, after which she asked him what it meant whether everything was in such a state because it was not finished. The bishop began to shout and make excuses, saying that some kind of obstacle had come his way, but he assured that everything would be ready after a couple of experiments. The woman's lips stretched even wider, after which she asked what she thought was a talkative bishop if he wanted to be part of the experiment. The next moment, the woman, creating a gust of wind behind the bishop, disappeared, finally saying that she would watch him and reminding him that everything would be over if the count decided to intervene. The bishop finally exhaled all the air in his chest at once. The bishop clenched his jaw and frowned at the hatred he felt for the 7 knights who were watching him. The symbol of the genie's swords was a blue stone with a pattern of 2 crescents with joined ends that formed a circle on top of which a cross was drawn. The edges of the stone were decorated with golden decorations on which 2 snakes were entwined. This was the symbol of the 7 knights of the church, the protectors of the archbishop in the main church of genies, at they all had master level. The bishop slammed his fist on the table, shouting about the shameful attitude of the church towards him. To him, the bishop imagined the archbishop's crown with blades around it. The bishop was as angry as ever, his forehead furrowed, his teeth clenched, like his fists. He was going to quickly finish the experiment and ascend to the position of archbishop. We are transported to the luxurious white estate of Count Argino. Jaime, who had changed clothes, put his hands on his hips and leaned over, looking at the body of the chimera. Dressed in knightly armor, looking at the hole in his chest, Jaime realized that he had overdone it a little. Jaime straightened up. He was a little surprised by the chimera created with the help of holy power. Jaime bent down and raised his hand to the armor, intending to see what life forms the chimera was created from. Soon Jaime's face became stained with blood. Looking at the chimera, he praised the creator of the chimera for his efforts. Jaime separated various parts of the body, among which were the insect's paws. The entire floor and the paws themselves were completely covered in blood. Jaime even separated strange-looking internal organs from the chimera. Although he did not understand who they belonged to, Jaime realized that they were fireproof. In another room, the bloody head of an insect lay right on the floor. The floor under it was covered in blood. But the most amazing thing is that the chimera used only the compound eyes of the insect, and the head simply served as a receiver for complete processing of information. Jaime looked at the body that was used as the base of the chimera. It was a human body, or to be more precise, it was a girl with long black hair. After being transformed into a chimera, her body became full of terrifying scars. Jaime held a magical sphere in his hand. It was a core filled with divine power that the creator of the chimera used to turn the chimera into a paladin. Jaime could not understand the reason for creating such chimeras. Looking at the dead chimera's hand, Jaime wondered if Genies was going to start a war. The bloodied Jaime looked at the corpse of the chimera. His pupil glowed brightly as he angrily said that no matter what goal genies pursued, there was nothing more disgusting than them, those who had not changed at all for so many years. Dark mana began to surround Jaime. His pupils glowed brightly. He heard this otherworldly voice speaking to him and asking him to live for their revenge. Jaime clenched his teeth. His mana began to spread more intensely from his body. An otherworldly voice addressed Jaime as Diablo, saying that they would wait for him in hell. A magic circle flashed under Jaime's feet. Pitch dark mana began to spread from the circle, forming streams of energy and strange writings. Jaime stood motionless in the middle of the circle. He thought that the reason why he was reborn in this world after millennia was to stop them. Jaime bit his bottom lip and barely contained anger, his eyebrows furrowed and his pupil shining brightly. We are again transported back to the bishop's estate, from which cries of indignation were heard. The bishop sat with his head slightly bowed and looking at the magic ball, inside of which lightning sparkled, saying that it was beyond his expectations, but fortunately the main body remained intact. A moment later, a cry full of indignation was heard from the magic ball. He asked if the bishop thought that excuses will help after all his work has crumbled into dust. The bishop closed his eyes and awkwardly asked for forgiveness, blaming the unknown magician for all the troubles. Outside the city, A man with a huge strange organ like a tumor on his head hit the table with his hand and, looking at the magic ball in front of him, began to scream, asking what the plan was. The bishop opened his eyes slightly and his lips curled into an expectant smile, after which he said that he was thinking about choosing one more person. The bishop looked at the magic ball from which a weak aura of mana began to emanate due to the fact that his interlocutor, who was very far away, said that he really hoped for a child with a holy essence, because if the bishop gave it to him, then he would be very glad to test it in practice. The bishop slammed his fist on the table, shouting to his interlocutor not to even dream about it, because they would not waste holy essence for the sake of some kind of chimera. But a moment later the bishop calmed down and smiled and said that in any case they had already found the material. The bishop picked up a document with complete information about one person. It was information about the faithful servant genies. Suddenly, the bishop began to burn documents on which was attached a photograph of Saint Rika's only blood relative. At this time, not knowing anything, Ricky calmly swept the streets and put everything in order. Ricky closed his eyes and smiled after he finished his work. One of the nuns approached Ricky, who had finished sweeping the streets. When Ricky saw her, he asked the nun if his help was needed. Ricky looked at the nun with a puzzled expression after she announced that everyone was asked to gather in the main hall. Ricky immediately agreed. Disciples, monks, children, and nuns gathered in the main hall, talking among themselves. Ben and Anna sat next to each other and called Ricky with smiles on their faces. Ricky, seeing Ben, frowned and with some anger asked why he sat down next to his sister. Ben began to make excuses, trying to explain to Ricky, but Ricky still approached them from behind and began to push Ben aside. Ben desperately resisted while Ricky said that all his reasons did not mean that he had to be so close to Anna. After Ricky calmed down a little, he looked ahead, thinking about the reason for all the people of the church to gather here. Ricky thought about the possible chosen one who could appear. Anna smiled at Ricky's conjectures, which he uttered out loud. Ricky himself at that moment shuddered in surprise, his mouth opened in surprise. The bishop stood on the pulpit asking everyone if everything was fine with them. After his question, a crowd of people shouted out at the same time that everything was fine with them. The bishop smiled and clasped his hands together, saying that they had great news because another prediction had come to them from their God. The bishop, standing on the pulpit, spread his arms to the side, listening as the crowd of people sitting in front of him began to whisper about the prediction, trying to understand what exactly was predicted. The bishop smiled, calling all people's thoughts correct. Ricky and the other children gaped in amazement after the bishop said that genies wanted one of them. The bishop quickly put his hands together covering his mouth. Internally he called the children brainless who only wanted to become the chosen ones, although becoming a paladin was a blessing for the orphans. Anna looked at the frozen Ricky. Others also began to turn to each other, joyfully discussing among themselves the identity of the chosen one. Anna exhaled, closing her eyes, while Ricky looked at the bishop with his eyes and mouth wide open. The bishop tried to hide his cruel smile with his hands. He thought that the children needed to be even more enthusiastic about this. When the children calmed down a little, the bishop lowered his hands and asked everyone who had jumped up from their seats to sit down. The bishop extended his hand pointing to Ricky, who clasped his palms together looking at the bishop's hand in shock. The bishop said that it was Ricky who wanted their god genies, but in his mind the bishop called Ricky the next chimera. Events take us to the luxurious mansion of Count Argino. Shiaz and Jaime sat on the couch next to each other watching the rain fall outside. Shiaz noticed that the rain had almost stopped. Cheerful Shiaz glanced at Jaime, saying that tea parties on rainy days were simply wonderful, and then asked Jaime's opinion. Jaime looked nervous and looked away before saying that the smell of rain was refreshing and being with his mom was even better. The happy mother pounced on Jaime, hugging him while admiring the beautiful words that Jaime spoke. Jaime himself at that moment looked like a prisoner desperate to escape. Suddenly the butler knocked on the door. After that, the butler closed his eyes and entered the room, asking Shiaz for forgiveness for disturbing them. Shiaz and Jaime looked at the butler in surprise after he said that Jaime had a visitor. The butler remembered Ricky standing in the hall and said that a child had come, a commoner who said that he was Jaime's friend and had come to see him, after which the butler asked if he should have kicked him out. Jaime turned around and, looking at the butler, thought about the identity of the newcomer. Suddenly, Jaime opened his eyes wide, realizing the identity of the newcomer. Jaime jumped out of bed and ordered the butler standing near the door to bring the commoner here. After a while, a nervous Ricky entered the room and immediately began greeting and introducing himself to Shiaz. Shiaz smiled, saying that it was wonderful that her son's friend came to play with him. Jaime looked at Ricky and was internally indignant that he dared to consider him his friend. Jaime watched with dejection as his mother and Ricky communicated with each other with smiles on their faces. The mother asked Ricky about his place of residence, to which Ricky honestly answered by saying that he lived in the Church of Genies. Shiaz smiled sweetly and closed her eyes after Ricky's words, asking why he decided to visit Jaime. Ricky immediately smiled widely and looking at the Countess wanted to say the reason. Jaime's eyes widened. When Ricky began to speak, Jaime immediately jumped up to him and covered his mouth with his hand. Jaime, covering Ricky's mouth with his hand, turned his head towards his mother and with an awkward smile said that they would play themselves and she could go and rest. Shiz, who was sitting on the sofa, was not at all offended by her son's words. She continued to smile, realizing that her son was embarrassed in front of his mother because his friend was here. At this time, Jaime was thinking that he could not allow someone to catch him. He was afraid to imagine these terrible punishments that his mother would prescribe for him. Among them were such tortures as cruel hugs, kisses, sleeping in the same crib. Shiz put her palms together, moved by what she saw, and she demanded that Jaime kiss his mother goodbye. Jaime seemed to be struck by an electric shock. He became numb, looking at his mother. For him this was an even greater test. Now he had only one way out of the situation. Jaime walked up to his mom and kissed her on the cheek. Rika's eyes widened in shock at this moment. Jaime sat down on the sofa while Ricky bowed to the departing Shias, who wished them a good time. Ricky, smiling, turned his head to the sad and depressed Jaime, saying that his mother loved him very much. Jaime looked away and asked Ricky why he was there. Ricky closed his eyes, saying that he was chosen, so he will soon leave this place. Jaime looked away, horrified by Ricky's words. The estate of Count Argino slowly began to be illuminated by the rays of the rising sun. Roz stood in the courtyard of the Count's estate. He bowed his head a little from the despondency he felt. Roz calmed down, again remembering the figure of the chimera, dressed in knightly armor. He could not recognize anything while he was watching the church. Roz opened his eyes wide with surprise when he heard the voice of a boy saying goodbye to someone. Looking towards Roz, I noticed Ricky smiling. Ricky noticed Roz and immediately turned around and greeted him like Mr. with a wide smile. Roz walked up to Ricky a little nervously and hugged the smiling guy and then pointed his finger at himself, saying to call him brother. The smiling Ricky immediately agreed. Roz, having calmed down, asked Ricky, who was looking at him, if he had come to Jaime. Ricky, without ceasing to smile, confirmed this and also told him that he had been given a prediction from the god genies. In an instant, Roz became nervous, looking at Jaime, a bead of sweat running down his face. Ricky closed his eyes and happily told him that he had been chosen and would now go to the main church tomorrow morning. Roz frowned. He felt horror and insight at the same time. He realized that children were being deceived in this way. It was a terrible act for the servants of God. Ricky looked at Roz in surprise after he brought his hand to his head and stroked his head. Patting Ricky on the head, Roz smiled and said that Ricky would make an excellent priest. Ricky, who stopped smiling for a while, smiled again, saying that he would become the one who would help those in need like Roz. Ricky and Roz waved goodbye to each other. After Ricky left behind Roz, an assassin instantly appeared and bowed his head in front of Roz. Roz looked at the assassin. The smile and feigned joy disappeared. He ordered the assassin to follow the cart in which Ricky would ride. Roz was going to show the church the real punishment. Tomorrow morning, Ricky stood between two followers of the church, holding a bouquet of flowers in one hand, covering his eyes with his hand from the rays of the sun. Ricky, smiling, thanked everyone who came to see him off. Anna closed her eyes, holding back her tears, as did Ben, who was standing next to her. Ricky lowered his hand and smiled after Ben began to reassure him not to worry about Anna. Ricky thanked Ben, deciding to trust him. Anna smiled, holding back tears, telling Ricky not to worry about her and to definitely return to them as a priest. Ricky looked at his sister tenderly. Drops of tears appeared at the edges of his eyes. The next moment, Ricky jumped up to Anna and hugged her. He bit his lower lip, trying not to cry out loud, and gently instructed his sisters, telling her to listen to her sisters and fathers and not to forget to eat well, even if her brother was not around. Tears streamed down Ricky's face and he smiled, saying that he would write constantly and try to come back as soon as possible. Anna also began to cry. Tears flowed from her face while she listened to Ricky's promise to become a priest and return. She told him that she would wait for him, and finally she wished him not to get sick. A carriage drawn by two horses drove along the city road. The man in the brown cloak closely watched Ricky, who was sitting in the carriage. It was Roz. His hood was pulled over his head while his eyes followed Ricky. At this time, Jaime was sitting on his bed with his hands clasped and collecting mana while meditating. Jaime suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the departure of people. Jaime smiled and raised his hand to his face, extending two fingers upward. A magic circle formed opposite the outstretched fingers. Jaime, using a magic circle with lines dividing the circle into 4 parts, sensed the location of the flask, which Jaime had prematurely placed a seal on. Jaime looked at black flying next to his head, saying that he knew that the traces of black mana belonged to the Zenith Church. Jaime imagined the guy folding his hands in a prayer gesture. Jaime knew that to create a holy chimera, 3 things were needed. The first was a sacrifice in the form of a person. A creator of the chimera was needed who could lead the experiment, and lastly, a priest of high rank was needed who could infuse holy energy. Jaime lowered his gaze, thinking. He remembered that there was only one priest of high rank in this area. Jaime remembered a 50-year-old man in a priest's uniform with a faint smile on his face. Jaime also imagined the symbol of the church glowing behind Lincoln. Events take us to a forest along the branches of which an almost imperceptible shadow flashed. Roz, wrapped in a cloak, moved along the branches of the trees following the carriage in which Ricky was sitting. At this time, Jaime understood that if Roz and his knights got down to business, then they were able to take care of the laboratory on their own. Jaime tied his tie with one hand while holding his dark coat with the other. Jaime smiled, looking at Black flying next to him, and said that he just needed to take care of Lincoln. Jaime pulled his cloak over himself in anticipation of his victory. Events take us to the genie's church, where Lincoln was. Lincoln stood in the middle of one of the rooms, his cloak fluttering due to the flow of wind coming through the window. Lincoln put his hand into the mirror. A moment later there were ripples across the mirror and Lincoln's hand entered the mirror up to his elbow. Lincoln was contemplating getting a blessing for the orphan who was to become a holy knight. At this time, Ricky stood with his back to the mirror. The room in which he was with one of the cloaked monks of the church was far outside the county. Suddenly, a hand came straight out of the mirror behind Ricky and rushed to grab him. Lincoln's hand almost reached Ricky's shoulder. He wanted to test Ricky and play with him. But something happened that made Lincoln flinch and look at his hand in bewilderment. A whip of dark energy wrapped around Lincoln's arm and torso and pulled him back. The dark mana whips blossomed as Lincoln almost fell to the ground. Lincoln gritted his teeth due to the anger he was feeling. He immediately stood up and looked at the magician who attacked him, asking his identity. Jaime, wrapped in a dark cloak with a hood, hovered in front of Lincoln saying that he was too rude to be a clergyman. Lincoln, who was sitting on the floor, shuddered, suggesting that the magician floating in front of him was a black magician. Jaime, who had tentacles of dark mana wrapped around him, smiled when he heard Lincoln's arguments. He assumed that he was the same magician who defeated the Holy Knight. Lincoln clasped his hands, his eyebrows knitted together and his jaw clenched. Lincoln began to concentrate mana around the castle he formed with his hands. He was terribly infuriated by how Jaime dared to interfere with him. A moment later, the mana in the room went wild. Raising a column of energy, Lincoln shouted that he would show Jaime the wrath of God. A glowing formation with the symbol of the Church of Genies formed under the feet of Jaime and Lincoln. It was Lincoln who used magic to create the holy field. 2 lightning bolts broke through in Lincoln's dark subconscious, which for a moment illuminated his entire dark soul. It was the effect of a field blessed by God, in which the priest was strengthened many times over. Jaime watched Lincoln's actions closely, assessing his holy field. Jaime assumed that Lincoln had the strength to destroy the boulder with his bare hands. Holding one hand with the other, Lincoln grinned and said that he would quickly finish Jaime, while Lincoln did not stop concentrating mana around his palms for a second. A moment later, raising his fist to strike, Lincoln charged straight at Jaime. Smiling madly, Lincoln approached Jaime with his fist raised to strike, which was coated in his holy power. In an instant, Lincoln approached Jaime and struck at his neck in an attempt to rip his head off. Jaime was able to dodge Lincoln's punch at the last second, Lincoln's magical energy passing within centimeters of Jaime's head, causing him to become nervous and out of breath. Lincoln started laughing madly and laughing as he asked Jaime about his condition. Lincoln decided to use Jaime as an offering. Lincoln's fist, shrouded in his mana, slammed into Jaime's chest at great speed, forcing him to grit his teeth in pain. But suddenly Jaime's lips stretched into a smile, his pupil constricted like that of a predator who had found its prey. He mockingly asked if this was all Lincoln could do. Lincoln stopped smiling and clenched his teeth, starting to get nervous. Dark bonds made of Jaime's mana began to envelop Lincoln's hand. Lincoln frowned, not understanding what was happening. Jaime brought his hand to his mouth and extended 2 fingers. He smiled as he listened as Lincoln came at him asking how he could use black magic in the holy field. Jaime squeezed the dark mana whip onto Lincoln's hand, causing him to scream in pain, and in the blink of an eye, a wound appeared on his hand, from which blood sprayed. Lincoln clenched his teeth. Although his hand was wrapped in dark whips of energy, he was able to look around and understand that the holy field was being devoured by darkness. Lincoln's eyes widened in fear. He could not believe what was happening, and then began to scream about the impossibility of this. Jaime smiled, clasped his hands together and said it was possible. Lincoln flinched as the whip of dark energy wrapped around his torso. Lincoln pulled his hand back and tried to walk away but couldn't. The dark energy whip sent Lincoln flying, causing him to collide with a wall. After Lincoln's head collided with the wall behind him shattered and blood sprayed out of Lincoln's mouth. The dark bonds of mana began to approach Lincoln, who was sitting against the wall. Jaime approached Lincoln. Tentacles of dark mana constantly wriggled around him. Jaime leaned a little towards Lincoln, saying that he had a lot of questions and he really needed answers to them. Lincoln smiled despite the pain, mocking Jaime for thinking that he would tell everything. Jaime smiled madly, looking at Lincoln with his glowing pupil. Jaime stretched out his hand and formed a magic circle and formally said that he did not need Lincoln's permission at all to get answers because he would simply open his brain. Jaime placed his palm on Lincoln's head, dark mana swirled around them, and a magic circle formed under their feet. Lincoln clenched his teeth as he began to cry. His capillaries in his eyes could not stand it and began to burst, thereby turning his eyes red. The bishop with the tumor stood with his head bowed, leaning his hands on the table, and the priest stood next to him, silently watching the bishop. The priest lost his teeth and flinched in fear when a flask flew past his head, and the bishop began to scream, blaming Lincoln. The bishop slammed his hands on the table, shouting that the experiment was taking too long because of Lincoln. The priest turned around, saying that he would go and have a look now. But suddenly, when he turned around completely, a spike made of flesh pierced his head. The bishop stood with an outstretched arm, from which a tentacle was detached, which attacked the priest. The bishop looked at the priest with anger, saying that he was too slow. The bishop raised his head and looked at the ceiling, realizing that someone was upstairs. The bishop felt a group of people suddenly open the door and enter his hiding place. Roz and the group stood in front of the bookcases, carefully examining them. One of the group of ghostly swords raised his finger to one of the books, trying to feel something. Roz looked at the guy, who removed his hand from the book and reported a draft in that place. Roz examined all the books and was able to notice one that stood out among the rest. Roz carefully began to take out books with his hand. Suddenly, the locker moved to the side, surprising the girl in the group and Roz. Roz, holding the sheath and hilt of his sword, carefully entered the passage, feeling a strange smell emanating from him. Suddenly, an iron chain burst out of the passage and rushed towards Roz. Roz managed to take out his sword and block the blow, but the blow was too strong, forcing Roz to bite his lower lip so as not to scream in pain. Roz frowned, his sword trembling as he looked at his opponent. The second blow, delivered with a swing of the chain, sent Roz flying. Roz slid, trying to stop and not fall. The red-haired girl from the Phantom Sword Squad screamed, worried about Roz. Roz opened his eyes wide, watching the enemy. He assured the girl that everything was fine with him, and also made sure that they had come to exactly the right place. A huge blue monster with scars all over his body came out of the opening. A chain with a morning star was wrapped around his arm. In Jaime's subconscious there was a formation with various patterns, and the main goal of Jaime's subconscious was to create a powerful army. Jaime stood in front of Lincoln asking if such a prediction had been received. Lincoln confirmed the veracity of the prediction. Jaime turned around, ordering Lincoln to report everything to the Count. Suddenly Jaime remembered something and stopped abruptly. Jaime approached Lincoln again and raised his hand to his head, forming a magic circle in front of his open palm. Soon Jaime ordered Lincoln to leave. Jaime watched as Lincoln walked away. Jaime turned his head, thinking that he had enhanced the memory replacement, which is why Lincoln would definitely not remember him. Jaime extended his hand towards the mirror, a faint ripple of energy moving across the mirror as Jaime's finger touched it. Jaime's mouth opened slightly in amazement. Jaime waved his hand in front of his face, changing his appearance to Lincoln's. The bishop hit the table with his fist again, swearing. The bishop's whole body trembled. He bit his lower lip, saying that if it weren't for the experiment, he would have taken Lincoln's head off his shoulders long ago. The bishop turned around sharply and looked at the capsules with liquid inside. The bishop walked up to one of the capsules and touched it with his hand, saying that he was sorry, but he had no choice but to send it. After some time, the glass of the capsule was broken into pieces. The liquid from it spread across the floor of the laboratory, and the voice of the bishop was heard, who said that it should take care of the uninvited guests. The bishop stood in front of the body of Ricky, who was lying on the couch. He carefully examined it, at the same time wishing for the absence of the most important thing. Ricky was unconscious, his eyes were closed, and the bishop's voice was heard next to him, ordering him to drag the body. The bishop glanced to the side after a human figure entered the laboratory and apologized for being late. The bishop immediately turned around, starting to yell at Lincoln, but stopped abruptly. Lincoln, holding his shoulder, walked into the laboratory. His palms and some of his clothes and face were bloody. He said that he was attacked by a strange man and he lingered while he dealt with him. The bishop stood opposite Lincoln, asking about the identity of the attacker, to which Lincoln responded by saying that most likely it was the one who killed the Holy Knight. Lincoln reported that he was unable to take the enemy alive. He turned out to be too strong. The bishop frowned when he heard Lincoln's words, because that magician could be with the people who invaded them, which meant that if they lingered in any way, it could interfere with the experiment. The bishop extended his hand and pushed Lincoln, asking where the body was. Lincoln gritted his teeth in pain, asking if he was going to wait despite the intruding people. The bishop angrily shouted at Lincoln, saying that this would end soon because he sent the same sample. Lincoln held out his hand with the flask, wondering what kind of sample the bishop was talking about. The bishop brought the flask with the chimera's body to him and smiled, saying that he would finally be able to confirm the results. The bishop took out a strange wriggling organ from the flask and placed it on Ricky's body. He was wondering how big the chimera would be born and how strong it would come out. The bishop turned to Lincoln with a smile on his face and asked his thoughts. Lincoln looked away and closed his eyes, saying that she would be stronger than that failure. The bishop stopped smiling after Lincoln's words. He asked why he said something so obvious. The bishop took a syringe with blue liquid and began to inject it into the main body of the chimera. The needle entered the chimera's body, causing it to experience terrible pain. Capillaries appeared in the eyes due to pain. The bishop squeezed the main body of the chimera, shouting and ordering it to merge faster. The bishop's entire body trembled in ecstasy, his lips stretched into a smile, after which he asked Lincoln if he was happy. Suddenly, the bishop's pupil lit up after Lincoln, who was standing behind him, uninitiatedly said that he was also very happy. The bishop turned around and looked at Lincoln. Veins appeared on the bishop's face and swelling. He angrily asked about Lincoln's identity. Lincoln smiled awkwardly, trying to reassure the bishop of his identity, but internally he was panicking. The bishop screamed, accusing Lincoln of deceiving him, and then pointed his tentacles at him. Lincoln raised his hand as he watched two spiraling tentacles approach him. At this time, the head of the chimera was separated from the body with one swing of the sword. The chimera's head, full of scars, rolled on the floor. One of the group said that it was the last creature. The entire group followed Roz down the stairs. But a moment later, one of the group was hit by something, sending him flying. Roz opened his eyes wide, feeling a gust of wind behind him. Roz turned around and saw the chimera's muscular green arm. The huge hand of the chimera slammed the body of one of the group members into the wall. The wall behind the guy was crushed and crumpled. The girl screamed as she began to approach the monster. The girl jumped up and slashed the chimera's arm with her blade. A huge monster with fangs and green skin looked at his hand, on which there was not even a scratch. Then the whole group realized that compared to the others, this chimera was on a completely different level. Roz opened his eyes wide in fear and began to scream, saying that this place was too narrow for his attacks. The chimera tilted its head, looking at Roz, who began to circle around him. Roz ran to the exit, looking for a wider place to use his techniques. Roz turned around sharply, sensing something was wrong. Roz grabbed the hilt and sheath of his sword and began to concentrate all the mana in the area into it. A moment later, Roz had already run past the monster, inflicting numerous cuts all over its body. The chimera exhaled steam from her mouth and looked up, making strange sounds. Suddenly, the chimera looked sharply towards Roz. Roz, who ran past the chimera, was able to sense trouble. Instantly, a huge chimera appeared in front of Roz, blocking his path. Roz began to immediately retreat, but he soon realized that it was too late for him to evade. One of the ghostly swordsmen landed sharply on the hand of the chimera, which had almost grabbed Roz, simultaneously wounding and deflecting his hand. The chimera raised its head and began to scream loudly in pain. Two of the squad of phantom swordsmen stood in front of the shocked Roz, discussing retreat among themselves. The girl looked at the body of her trembling partner, deciding to pick him up, but her second partner abruptly interrupted her, saying that they would throw him here. The dark man was one of the members of the phantom swordsman squad. He said that they were given orders to help Roz with his mission. Roz began to cry when he heard the man say that they should not pay attention to the interference. One of the squad members rushed straight towards the chimera, who covered his wound with his hand. The man jumped and raised his sword to strike, saying that he would open the way for them. The second member of the squad hugged the shocked Roz, saying that while he was distracting, they should get out of here, but Roz resisted due to the fact that the man would definitely die fighting alone. The Phantom Knight walked around the shocked Roz that he understood him, but they were different because they acted in order to obtain optimal results. Roz's subconscious plunged into darkness. He realized that loyalty to his master was the only purpose for the existence of ghostly knights. Their own life was just a tool in the eyes of the master. Roz looked to the side in horror, calling completing the task at the cost of his life complete madness. At this moment, a member of the squad was pinned to the ground with a fist. He, holding out his spruce sword, held back the monster's fist. Suddenly, holes began to appear on the ceiling and walls of the room. Even cracks began to spread throughout the ceiling. Even structures made from individual bricks broke in seconds. Roz watched in shock and fear at the guy who was about to be stoned. A moment later, the entire ceiling collapsed, burying the chimera beneath it. But everything turned out to be not so simple. The chimera's hand escaped from the rubble. Roz and the man shuddered at this turn of events. The chimera stood up, holding the recently attacked member of the Phantom Knights in her hand. Suddenly, the second member of the Phantom Knights turned around, grabbed Roz by the shoulder and began to convince Roz to leave. The chimera smiled maliciously, squeezing her palm with the man. The girl screamed in pain, and her body trembled. Roz's face became distorted in anger and he began to scream, ordering the chimera to let her go. Roz immediately grabbed the hilt of his blade. Capillaries in the eyes of Roz appeared due to his overstrain. The dark man looked at Roz and tried to persuade him again. Roz completely calmed down. A strange warm light began to emanate from him as he began to pray. Roz closed his eyes. A huge magic circle formed behind him, while the sword in his hand became covered in holy energy. Roz opened his eyes and looked at the chimera. Roz swung his sword, sending a slash of golden energy straight towards the chimera. The chimera screamed in pain as the golden slash hit its body. The guy hits the monster, shouting for it to disappear. The creature begins to scream in pain. A concentrated blonde guy in a mask is depicted, thinking that he has borrowed the power of the holy marshal again. A certain shield is shown and the Church of Pyro Saint Martial is introduced. The story is about 7 holy knights who are given unique powers by the goddess of mercy and justice, Pyro. It turns out that it is only suitable for short attacks, but after that a strong reaction strikes, demonstrating a huge amount of holiness. 3 young men in masks are standing, absolutely stunned, one of whom asks if the other is okay, and the other is amazed that he is alive. This power is reported to serve as punishment for the wicked and endless mercy for the righteous. The blonde boy looks up, saying that she was given to him by Pyro, the goddess of mercy and justice. One of the 3 young men already looks pleased and stands in a pose, while the guy's thoughts are heard that as soon as Marshall's power runs out, all their suffering will fall on him. Deciding that the boys shouldn't know about this, he smiled and said that he was glad they were okay. The guy takes off, starting to run. There is a call to action. A tentacle can be seen flying. The man uses his long tentacles as a grabbing weapon. A man in a black robe rushes through them, covering himself with his hands. The man with the horrifying painting on his head looks furious. He asks how his opponent dares to interfere with his experiments and hurls insults. The man in the robe just stands there, declaring that it's funny, because he didn't think he'd hear that from someone who abused his body like that. The man laughs, saying that the man is simply blind and this is real art. His expression is wild and he declares that he will give him a special performance. Jaime smiles awkwardly, saying that chimera wings are in bad taste. The man frowns and is about to say that the young man dares to insult his majesty, but Jaime interrupts, asking if he forgot anything. The creature next to the young man is flattened by magic, and a cry for the base material is heard. A scary smiling Jaime clenches his fist, saying that she was quite interesting, something to play with. The creature is already feeling as bad as possible, and the phrase is heard that he is to blame. The man is already shouting angrily about what an abnormal young man he is. Jaime pokes at the magic circle, muttering about how much emotion there is for one broken toy. He suggests changing the place. The magic circle becomes large, and the man finds himself in it. He clenches his jaw, wondering if this is dimensional magic. He declares that there will be nothing left of her if he deals with her. One can hear the question of how dare this little boy get on the man's nerves. He clenches his fist. He claims that he will tear this magic into pieces. The man looks dumbfounded at his sparkling hand, not understanding why it does not give in to him. Particles of dark magic fly in the air, and the man, eyes wide, looks at it. Magic envelops him and he curses at the young man. Jaime rises above the ground using his wings. The man frowns, asking why he was unable to break through this magic. To this the young man smiles and says that everything is simple because he is terribly weak. He holds out his hand, asking how the man would feel about having fun in the forest. His face goes wild and he declares that once playtime is over, he will take his body apart, piece by piece, and make him his slave. The man extends his tentacles towards Jaime, saying that he thinks too much of himself. Whistling, the young man calmly dodges all blows. He lands on a branch, assuming that it must have ended below. The man looks up, saying that he will send 2 elite chimeras, so who knows how things are going down there. The young man frowns slightly as he asks about them being elite. The man's hand becomes tentacled, claiming that this is all Jaime needs to know. He puts his hand forward, ready to start the fight. The young man flies up. Smiling wildly, the man says that people somehow dealt with 1 chimera, but there are 2 of them and they will not get out alive. The young man lowers his gaze, claiming that the man has crossed all boundaries of reason. The man jumps on Jaime, declaring that it's just confidence. The young man opens his eyes wide, thinking that it seems that the man has implanted 7 different life forms into his body. The idea is that this creature can no longer be called a human being. The man rushes into battle, and Jaime thinks that all this collected horror in the form of a man shows a good result. He smiles wildly. He is heard declaring that he will make a man his slave. The door is open, next to which stands a man in a red robe. The red-haired girl in the mask looks surprised and thinks about this place. The blonde young man, in turn, says that first he needs to find the child, and the thought is heard that there are about 20 minutes left. An exclamation is shown that says that you need to find Ricky before Marshall's will is released. He turns away. The young man takes the doorknob in his hand. Suddenly he looks away, dumbfounded. Magic sparkles. He frowns and screams. A guy with red hair is seen and a cry is heard to be careful. The blonde man looks up in fear. A terrifying creature appears, and people realize that it is an armed chimera. The blonde guy froze in place, watching what was happening. He thinks this is impossible. A red-haired girl approaches him, telling him to look there. Another creature is visible. It turns out that this is a chimera combining an ogre and a demonic horse. The blonde man turned blue with horror, thinking that these were monsters that even experts could not cope with. The thought sounds that even he won't be able to cope. I remember smiling Ricky. You can hear the phrase that nothing will work out. The people's name is. The hand takes the sword out of its sheath. The blonde guy has a serious expression on his face and shouts to get ready to fight. A lying body is visible. This man has a scarf around his neck and his mouth is slightly open. He rests his hand on the place where he was lying. Ricky appears, his eyes glowing. Ricky, head down, wonders where he is. He rises to his feet, asking why he is here and where the priest went. He looks to the side, noticing that there is nothing here. He stands opposite the flask with the man. He looks at this picture in fear, realizing that it is Shino. He remembers the happy men, wondering why he is here and even in this form. Ricky thinks about them. Blood is visible, and it turns out that they were chosen by God. Tears flow from Ricky's eyes, asking if this doesn't mean a blessing and how something like this can be called a blessing. He furrows his brows, asking himself to compose himself. The thought sounds that you need to get out of here. The young man turns around and leaves. He grabs the door handle. Suddenly he stops and mentally says Shin's name. He looks at him with tears in his eyes and apologizes to him, saying that he will definitely come back for him. The doors burst open and Ricky runs, thinking that the genie's church will not get away with this. The sounds of Ricky's footsteps are heard as he continues to run. Suddenly he looks away, wondering what the noise is, if it's a fight. He wonders if they really came to save him. Out of breath, the young man stops, saying that they are nearby. There is blood under Ricky's feet and he thinks that it looks kind of scary, suggesting that he might need to go back. Someone's leg is visible, and a cry is heard that they are attacking from the right and you need to dodge. Ricky smiles hopefully with tears in his eyes. A blonde man is shown fighting and Ricky shouts him out. He smiles, telling the young man to call him easier. One of the chimeras turns around. It's coming. The blonde one looks at this in shock, telling him to block the creature. The red-haired girl jumps with a weapon in her hand, telling her to stop. The chimera is ready to attack, and people are in shock. The blonde guy, mouth wide open, yells at Ricky to run. A man in a robe is seen looking at the chimera, and a cry is heard that someone is stuck. Ricky is scared. Tears run down his face and he says his body won't listen. The chimera jumps on him. Frowning, the blonde youth shouts to Ricky. He wields his sword. The chimera is illuminated by magical light. People in robes are seen, and a cry is heard calling for Sir Roz. With tears in his eyes, Roz calls Ricky. A storm is raging. The guy wonders if he really couldn't save Ricky. Someone's hand reaches forward. The crying young man coughs. He looks to the side, calling out to Roz. The blonde guy, in turn, watches what is happening in fear. He rushes to run, saying that it is still dangerous there and to run to him. Ricky's scream is heard. He rushes into the guy's arms. Frowning, Roz looks away, wondering how his people are doing. The chimera continues to attack. Roz hugs the young man to himself, thinking that he has 10 minutes left, or maybe less. He realizes that he cannot fight while he is protecting Ricky. He clutches his sword in his hands. Roz looks into the eyes of a sobbing Ricky, telling him that he needs to go upstairs first. The young man suddenly stops crying, realizing that if he stays, he will only disturb them, and replies that he understands everything. Ricky takes off running. Turning around, he tearfully tells Roz to come back safe and sound. The guy raises his hand with a clenched fist. Roz frowns. He stands holding a weapon in his hands, saying that only this creature remains. The chimera moves towards him. Roz has a serious expression on his face and declares that he will grind the monster into powder. Ricky runs up the stairs. He wonders what that just happened. He remembers how he had protection from a chimera attack. Ricky runs in fear and thinks about how after this light scared away the monster, his stomach began to growl, and that strange feeling he felt when he saw the monster. He thinks it was like in level. He felt terrified, frightening. He seemed to feel angry. A door appears and Rika's joyful voice is heard. He runs into her. Stopping, he tries to catch his breath. He looks at the dark starry sky. He wonders if it's all a lie. Lies about salvation. Maybe it's a lie about faith. Ricky starts crying uncontrollably again. He remembers the girl with braids and thinks that she, Anna, is now alone there in the orphanage, and what will happen if someone touches his little sister. He opens his eyes wide, looking down. The young man puts his hand to his chest, wondering what this terrible feeling is. He looks away and admits that he feels like he needs to go. He begins to walk. He walks forward through the forest. A man with tentacles and a wild expression appears, who says that Jaime is a master at running away. He angrily shouts that he will kill him. The young man recoiled tensely as the man shouted out wishes for death. The tentacles begin to fight, and the man shouts that this will end Jaime. The young man jumps up. Explosions are visible. He smiles, thinking that it is powerful and he will not be hurt even if the man slightly touches him. A magic ball forms in his hand, and he thinks that his magic should be enough. It will be enough. He thinks that if he continues like this, he can win this fight. The man clenches his jaw as the substance from his head drips onto his face and insults the young man. He raises his head, saying that the jokes are over. Jaime looks worried. The man squeezes his hand, telling him to die already. He flies up, attacking with his tentacles. They swirl like a whirlwind. The man watches what is happening in shock. Jaime hides behind a tree while the man asks where he is and where he hid. The young man breathes out a sigh of relief. The phrase about the dark dimension is heard. The man looks away, realizing that this is a trap. He wonders if Jaime is trying to hold him back. He smiles, calling the young man a fool. He jumps up and down, trying to prove that he can't be restrained. The young man swore intensely. A circle with zodiac signs is visible, and a phrase about a hurricane of tentacles is heard. A man, casting a spell, points his hand down, forming red magic circles. You can see the entwining chains. Covering himself with his hand, Jaime concludes that it is simply amazing that the man managed to combine the abilities of a chimera with magic. The young man frowns, noting that this is all his opponent is capable of. The man smiles wildly, saying he's surprised Jaime lasted this long. However, the boy suddenly finds himself behind the man. As he flies up, the man grabs his hand. He looks away. When Jaime lands on the tree branch again, the man asks how he did this, because he is absolutely sure that he saw him in front of him. The young man smiles, asking if the man is really blind, because he couldn't recognize the clone. A magical element is visible, and a fourth-rank dark magic, a double, appears. Jaime and his doppelganger are shown, and it is revealed that this is magic used to create a clone capable of some of the same abilities as the host. It turns out that after making eye contact, the clone disappears. Jaime, with his mouth wide open, extends his hand and says that the man has been made a fool, because he is not even capable of assessing the strength of his opponent. The man's hand, in confusion, is covered in blood, and one can hear the thought of the decomposition of the body. The man clenches his hand into a fist when the young man says that it is magic and he will slowly rot and collapse. He angrily shouts that it's a cheap trick and says what will happen if he kills him, to which Jaime reports that that's why he has his advantages. He looks gloatingly, holding a dark magic circle in his hands, and says that it is a black ball. These black magic balls fly in the air, and the man asks what the young man is talking about. One of the balls touches the man's wing. Dark magic covers his face. The man's body gradually collapses and he screams in pain. A black ball appears, and it is said that this is a spell in which the pain experienced is increased threefold if the sphere is touched. Floating in the air, Jaime asks what it's like to suffer worse than death, to which the man hurls insults. Exuding magic, the young man notices that his opponent can still speak. Gravity is activated. The man opens his eyes wide, leaning back. It falls to the ground with a roar in dust. A pool of blood spreads next to him and Jaime flies. Looking at his wings, the young man tells Black that he is doing well and can rest. The creature squeaks at this, and the wings gradually disappear. A man tries to rise from the ground through suffering. Jaime watches this picture with indifference, saying that such an amount of pain would already kill a person, and scolding the man for having abused his body so much, diluting it with chimeras. He places his hand on the man's head, claiming that he is so destroyed that he is unsure if he can use him as an undead. He says that he will at least use his knowledge. The young man looks away in shock. He jumps back, questioning. A standing man and a pair of monsters are depicted, and Jaime realizes that there were more chimeras there and he miscalculated. He raises his fingers near his face, thinking that he has spent too much mana. One hears the thought that now one cannot get off with an easy death. A man is pierced by a magic beam. He places his hand on his bloody chest. The young man laughs, saying that if the man died right away, there would be fewer problems, so he suggests that he finally die. Jaime has an awkward look on his face and reflects on how he didn't think he could handle this. He wonders how he can kill his opponent. Ricky clutches his hand in tears, thinking that the closer he gets, the more nauseous he begins to feel, but he feels like he needs to go. There is an explosion behind him and he looks stunned. He turns around, ready to go, and says that he knew it wasn't worth it. The young man opens his eyes wide. A man in a robe falls to the ground. Jaime closes one eye, thinking that there is no mana even for the shield and he will not be able to dodge this attack. Ricky notices the young man and wonders what he is doing here. The man, with an indifferent expression on his face, tells Jaime to die already. The chimera raises its head as a magic ball forms above it. Ricky rushes to Jaime in tears, calling for him. Sitting on the ground, the young man does not understand what Ricky is doing here. The chimera exhales a stream of magic. Running, Ricky shouts to Jaime. He, in turn, desperately shouts to him not to approach. Ricky stops right in front of the boy, covering him with his body, and asks for forgiveness, saying that his body moved on its own. There is some kind of magical blinding explosion. Jaime sits on the ground as blood runs down his face. He crawls towards Ricky, who is lying with his eyes closed. Tears sparkle in his eyes. Ricky also has blood on his face. The young man reaches out his hand to him. He looks at his hand and thinks that again everything happened because of him. Jaime's past life is imagined. He is surrounded by numerous bloody bodies. Everyone calls him by name. A phrase is heard that says that he must live. Jaime covers his ears with his hands in tears, and it is said that everyone died to save him. The young man opens his mouth, crying. He looks ahead in despair, begging for this not to happen again. The man laughs, talking about what a touching scene the simple test subject produced. Jaime looks down in pain and hears the man say that he will now end him and his friend. People from Diablo's past come to mind. Everyone asks him not to leave them. A sobbing man is seen. A phrase is heard that says that all these people will not leave him even after death. Primary power is declared. Rebellion against the divine is reported. Jaime is depicted bending over Ricky, and magic is scurrying around. The chimera was confused. The man frowns and thinks that the young man's aura has changed. His hand trembles, and he understands that things are bad and he needs to deal with Jaime. The young man is directly in front of Ricky's face, and particles of magic fly in the air. He looks away, telling Ricky to wait a little and he'll be there soon. A thought sounds asking how the young man could get it out of his head. Dark magic is with Jaime, and he thinks about the very first power he created. A bony hand emerges from the ground. It turns out that these are dead people. They keep coming out. The man angrily asks who the young man is. The skeletons stand near Jaime, and it is reported that this is an army called to rebel against the deities and confront the 12 gods. An image of skeletons appears and necromancy is reported. The man begins to laugh, asking if the young man was going to kill him with this weak undead. Jaime smiles, saying that all these dead people suffered at the hands of a man. He commands an army of skeletons. He snaps his fingers and the dead begin to fight. The young man tells them to get even for all the pain the man caused them. The chimeras come to the defense of the men. One of the chimeras sticks out its tongue and reaches for the skeleton. He, in turn, bites the chimera until it bleeds. The chimera opens its mouth wide. One skeleton falls to the ground. The young man reports that his subordinates have surpassed death. A skeleton is depicted with glowing blue eyes and a broken skull. The dead men led the man to a dead end, and he ran into a tree. He asks to leave him when they close his mouth. Jaime reaches forward, saying that this is his domain, here death reaps death. It is also reported that this is his hell. The skeleton attacks the man. His hand ends up covered in blood. There is a crowd of skeletons watching the man's body. The young man looks at him indifferently, wondering if he is dead. Something is happening to the man's body. A green ball rolls out of his mouth. The young man picks it up, looking at him in surprise. This green ball is depicted, and it is reported that this is a bead of life, an artifact charged with life energy. There's a flashback to a man holding his chest, and Jaime thinks that given the way he's mutilated his body, it simply wouldn't exist. He comes to the conclusion that the man was hiding something that could help him. The young man smiles, looking at the bead, and thinks that it has exceeded all his expectations, because with it he will be able to go beyond the limits of his child's body. Skeletons in robes are shrouded in dark magic. One of them smiles. The young man puts his fingers forward, casting a spell, and says that the dead can return and someday they will be useful. All skeletons disappear. Suddenly, blood spews from Jaime's mouth, and he thinks that he has spent too much energy and rebelling against the divine is still difficult for him. He wipes away the blood and reflects on the fact that under no circumstances should he lose consciousness. Ricky is shown again, unconscious. The young man claims that he cannot do this. He can't just let him die. Jaime smiles sadly and tells Ricky, instead of giving your life like this, be his faithful servant, because it will be much better. He tells the sinner to rise up. Magic is in the air. Jaime touches Ricky's chest. It seems that the young man was suddenly surprised by something. Ricky rises above the ground. Jaime covers his face with his hand from the blinding sunlight. Rika's body is illuminated with light, and the young man thinks that he does not understand what is happening. A woman appears who took Ricky in her arms. Her face comes closer and she asks who the young man is to try to steal what is hers. Jaime, confused, realizes that it is Pyro. The goddess opens her eyes, looking at him. She asks if he knows her. You can see houses and hear someone talking. Someone asks to tell the count about something. The man says with tears in his eyes that he owes something. Magic comes over him as he says he needs to tell the count. They cut off his head, claiming that he is useless. The girl in the robe states that they are getting rid of Hayes. The order is given to begin justice against the heretics. Roz, sitting on the ground, sighs, thinking that he somehow managed to meet the deadline. He closes his eyes with relief, reflecting on the fact that it hurts him so much that he might die, but he was lucky that no one died. Suddenly they call out to him. A concerned red-haired girl asks if he's okay. Roz looks dumbfounded at the flying particles of magic. He covers his face with his hand as the golden magic completely overtakes him. He looks at his hands. Goddess Pyro appears. Jaime is confused and thinks about how she came down from heaven, and how the problems with the law of causation from just one illusion would be huge. He covers his ears when the goddess asks if he can hear her voice. Raising his eyebrows, Pyro tells the young man to answer immediately. Frowning, Jaime shouts that all he knew was that Ricky's holiness was hers. Ricky shows up and the woman asks if he was going to turn the young man into an undead, realizing this. The young man awkwardly replies that he simply did not want him to die. The goddess's face darkens and she asks if Jaime thinks that being undead means being alive, and states that it is an act of disrespect for the dead. The young man clenches his jaw when the goddess asks when he will realize the value of life. With his mouth wide open, he shouts that she is one of those who belittle life and it's all their fault. He asks how she dares to behave like this after sacrificing all of humanity. The goddess is in a state of shock. She looks at Ricky's body, uttering words of denial. The young man, in turn, thinks what kind of reaction this is. The woman says that in any case, Ricky will become her apostle. Jaime looks in surprise, and the goddess says if he turns him into an undead, she will not forgive him. Pyro is depicted with Ricky next to her, and it is reported that the apostle is the one who is closest to God. It turns out that their mere existence places them at the status of a priest, and they have enough strength to earn the title of strongest holy knight. The hands of the person praying are visible, and the ideal priest is spoken of. Jaime's mouth drops open, thinking that he knew Ricky had godhood, but he didn't expect to be elevated to an apostle. He suggests that it was because of this that Pyro was able to descend. A smile blooms on the young man's face. He thinks things are turning out to be much more fun than he expected. The young man in the robe cannot see his face, and he declares that he is sorry and asks how he can make amends. Jaime smiles, saying that the darkness is already taking over Ricky and part of him is already undead. The goddess angrily asks if he knows what he has done. He clutches his head, mentally cursing. The woman frowns, asking if he has a death wish. Jaime looks confident and says that if it were like that, things would take a bad turn, because by killing him, she will destroy Ricky. The goddess frowns, asking if the young man thinks such pathetic threats will help. Smiling back, Jaime states that there can only be one apostle, and if she misses him, she will have to spend a lot of time looking for a new one. The goddess is dissatisfied, and the young man says that they will forget about the wasted time. What is more important is that the presence of the apostle guarantees the unlimited appearance of the gods here. Ricky lies with his eyes closed, and Jaime says that, as he said, he has no desire to kill him because Ricky is his friend. The woman looks at the young man, saying that he is a vicious person. He made up a good story in order to save his miserable life. He asks why she made Ricky her apostle. He looks up, saying that now there are no reasons why the apostle is vital, because the world exists as the 12 gods planned, peacefully. He remembers a system they worked on together. The goddess clenches her jaw as she looks at Ricky and asks how much Jaime knows. He reaches up with his hand and speaks of the holiest of the 12 gods, whose love reaches absolutely everyone, is so overwhelmed with this feeling that she has received the power to destroy evil. The young man smiles wildly, suggesting that she was expelled. The goddess, embarrassed, frowns. Jaime seems pleased with himself. He thinks that this dispute is final, because she cannot lie, since lying goes against holiness, so she needs to remain silent. The name is Wolfer, and he is depicted as a dark-haired man. The goddess is confused and asks how he knows this name. Placing his hand on his chest, he declares that he is the man's legacy. Remembering Wolfer lying in blood, the woman thinks that this is impossible. The goddess is shocked. Jaime holds out his hand, offering to shake hands. She disappears, telling him to come to her in Afton. They will discuss everything in detail. Rika's body falls to the ground. Jaime stands over him and thinks that if all goes well, he will have a very useful tool. Ricky opens his eyes. The young man awkwardly looks at the man who has woken up. Ricky jumps up, asking if he's okay, if he's in pain because he's bleeding, what's wrong with his eyes, why are they purple, and notices that he has some strange sensations in his body. Jaime looks down, asking that even in this state, he is worried primarily about someone else and not about himself. He reveals the secret that Ricky is an apostle of the goddess and at the same time an undead. The starry sky is visible. Ricky is already sitting, and the young man explains that he made him like this with his dark magic and thinks that he will hate him after this. Ricky, in turn, just smiles. Jaime frowns, asking if that's all, and Ricky replies that just because he's a dark wizard doesn't mean he has to be evil. Jaime looks down, saying that he knew, but still sent him to a dangerous place and even tried to kill his sister. Closing his eyes, Ricky claims that, despite everything, the young man saved him, but did not touch Anna, so he is a good guy. Jaime frowns and swears at Ricky. The guy's hands touch, and magic envelops them, and Jaime thinks that the incurable wounds on his body are going away. Ricky looks at the boy's hand with relief, saying that he thought it would work, so he tried it, and it really does work. Looking around, he notices Roz walking towards them, and Jaime says it's time for him to go then. He looks at Ricky, remembering what they just talked about, and Ricky responds by asking if he really seems that stupid. He smiles widely as he bids Jaime farewell. A building is visible, and it turns out to be a branch of the Genies Church in Hayes. The robed man bows, saying that they are judges associated with the Church of Genies. He apologizes, saying that due to certain circumstances they cannot give their names. Count Welton doubtfully asks what the judges forgot here. The robed man replies that they came on orders from their superiors to hunt down the heretics. He hands the Count the flask and says that when they did everything possible, they came across this. Father Lincoln turned out to be a heretic, and after he admitted it, he was executed. Roz is shown scowling, and the idea is heard that they are using him as a scapegoat. It was reported that this was an important matter that was a closely guarded secret within the church, so they conducted research. The indignant Roz, in turn, shouts that this is nonsense. He finds himself confused when Earl Welton says enough is enough. He smiles, saying that he should praise their courage, or maybe better sympathize with them. His face turns terrifying when he says that they dared to kill someone in his domain. He wonders if they want to share Lincoln's fate. He asks if they are really tired of living. The man kneels down, claiming that they were simply punishing the sinners in the church. The Count looks at him searchingly, saying that he is the judge in these lands and no one dares to harm the people in Hayes without his permission. The man folds his hands, as if in prayer, turning to the Count and asking him to listen to him, to which he remembers the Church of Genies. The Count looks down on him, saying that they have crossed all boundaries. The man is trembling and thinks that at this rate he will kill him, but he cannot retreat. He raises his head, declaring that the Count is too arrogant and it would be unwise for him to turn his back to the Church of Genies. His hand is immediately torn off. It turns out that this is due to the Count's wave of the hand, and a man's scream is heard. The Count declares that his right hand will be next, and then his head. The man looks at his missing wrist, and the Count says that if he wants to remain with his head on his shoulders, he should leave Hayes. The man, in turn, thinks that this is not at all what that girl said. He watches the Count's actions in amazement and thinks that he didn't say a word about chimeras and how skillfully he diverted attention, showing this servant his true place. It sounds like things might continue like this. Roz smiles slightly, thinking that in this case they will win. Trembling, the man falls to the ground again, asking the Count for forgiveness and saying that their church will pay compensation, so he asks them to forgive this mistake this time. He, with his mouth wide open, asks him to come to his senses, thinking that he must remember that Hayes is an opportunity to expand the eastern lands. The Count walks by indifferently, saying that he will not change his decision and he has lost his trust. He is emotionless and states that he will sever all ties with the Church of Genies. Roz stands, looking at the man on his knees, and understands how the Count conducts his affairs. Lowering his head, the man says he will leave. Roz smiles with relief, thinking that he almost felt sorry for these bad people. The following is an account of what happened after this. The house is depicted, and it becomes known that the Church of Genies paid a huge compensation and disappeared from the lands. Someone's voice is heard asking why so suddenly. It turns out that the guests came for Ricky and Anna. Ricky is confused and Anna is scared. The girl asks her brother who it is. Roz bows, saying that he welcomes them again and he is the sacred marshal of the Church of Pyro, Roz Armatic. The brother and sister are depicted and are told that they will become the symbol of the Church of Pyro as the apostle of the goddess. Anna is shown with her hands folded as if in prayer, and she is told that one day she will wake up as a saint, and when this happens, she will begin to observe the world with her holy eyes. Roz closes his eyes and says Afton will do his best to greet her. Some people ask if this is true. Ricky speaks with tears in his eyes about Anna, his sister. Anna has her eyes closed, and Roz reveals that soon she will actually be able to open her eyes. Ricky hugs his sister, telling her it's really great. It is reported that the simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saint is a sign of impending troubles. Roz puts his hand on his chest, turning to the goddess about what if misfortunes suddenly strike. The brother and sister are shown smiling, and Roz asks the goddess to allow him to protect them. It turns out that this is how the two came under the full protection of the Pyro Church. It looks like something is going to happen to Jaime. He announces that he will face a test of fate. He steps forward. It becomes known that today the 12 gods are divided into factions. It is believed that this most likely prompted genies to create holy knights from chimeras. Jaime suggests that Pyro was isolated to some extent. Pyro is portrayed, and the young man decides that if he wants to be sure of this, he needs to go to Afton. He stands opposite the gate. He sighs, deciding to start and encouraging himself. He makes a sweet face and calls his mother affectionately. His sister and mother are confused when they see him like this. He comes closer to the surprised girls, and his mother asks what's wrong with him. He awkwardly reveals that he really enjoys having tea with her and Sarah. The woman reciprocates his feelings. She becomes serious, remembering that he usually finds this boring. Hesitating, he says that he doesn't think so, and he himself thinks about whether she guessed. She smiles, asking if he needs anything from her. Jaime thinks he'll have to try harder next time. He sits on a chair, stating that he is just in a good mood, to which the girls laugh. The young man looks happy when his mother kindly asks him to say what he wanted and says that she will listen to him. He clenches his fists, smiling, and admits that he would like to visit her homeland, Afton. The woman wonders why he is suddenly interested in Afton. He raises his hand, saying that he heard that there is a mountain with huge water bubbles, and he thinks that he wants to die. The woman smiles, saying that now she wants to see his cute behavior. She folds her arms, saying that if not, he'll go to Afton another time. Jaime thinks about how he never backed down from any challenge. He remembers that he is the great dark magician Wolfer. He looks away, blushing. He shows his mother the heart from his hands, saying that he loves her. The woman seems pleased and says that she has no other choice. She will have to agree with the request of her beloved son. The depressed young man at this time convinces himself that he is a great dark magician. He buries his head into the table when Mom reveals that she wanted to go to Afton next week and dejectedly states that she can't wait to go there. The young man is in an awkward position, and he thinks about why he is forced to do this, turns to Pyro, claiming that he will deal with her as soon as she becomes useless. A smiling Roz winks at Jaime, asking what he's doing here. They stand opposite each other, and the young man says that he was with his mother and Sarah, to which Roz asks why he is so sad then. Jaime frowns, saying that something happened, and mentally curses Pyro. Roz smiles even wider, giving a thumbs up, and claims that he doesn't know what exactly happened, but he's sure everything will get better soon. The young man thinks whether he should kill him. An unimpressed Jaime asks what Roz is doing here, to which he replies that he had something to discuss with the Count. The young man is surprised, and Roz reports that he told his dad that he would go back. He looks down, saying that he had a feeling that the young man should have heard about it from himself. Jaime thinks that maybe this is about a divine revelation from Pyro. The young man is confused when Roz announces that Ricky and Anna will go with him. Jaime thinks that this is obvious because he is an apostle and she is a saint. His face darkens when Roz says goodbyes don't last forever. He closes his eyes, saying that Ricky and Anna will never forget the young man. He states that he doesn't know when they will see each other, but wouldn't it be great to meet as adults? Jaime didn't seem to like Roz's speech at all. He asks what Roz is trying to say. He, in turn, squeezes him tightly in his arms. The young man is extremely confused. Smiling, Roz says that he would like their friendship to never end. He tells him not to be sad because this is not the end. Satisfied, Roz leaves, declaring that the young man will see him often. An irritated Jaime waves him off, remembering Pyro. He mentally asks her to control her people. Arjano and Shai sat in the luxuriously furnished living room next to a square table of white marble, the man sharing with his wife his confusion about his father-in-law's plan to demand a meeting with Jaime. Shai laughed shyly and noticed that even the deceased mother was hardly able to understand what was in his head. Arjano, with a gloomy face, replied that his father-in-law hardly just wanted to see the boy. With excitement on his face, the man told his wife that she was leaving tomorrow, but he was not sure that everything would be fine. The woman, touched by his care, blushed but tried to reassure her husband, saying that hardly anything could go wrong. Shai moved closer to her husband and laid her head on his shoulder. Argento pressed himself against his wife in response. The woman said that they would be accompanied by the best knightly order of the Earl of Welton. The man noted that he certainly trusted the order, but he would like to accompany them himself. Shai modestly lowered her eyes and blushed, noting that hardly anyone would dare threaten them, because her husband was the Earl of Welton himself. Argino smiled happily and blushed. The woman's flattery achieved its goal. Shai thought about Roz. Before her eyes appeared the image of a man who froze in a bow and bent his knee. The woman told her husband that Roz would be with them and added that Roz would be with them, and what surprised her greatly was that he was a holy marshal. The woman continued to sit with a serene expression, and the man's face was distorted with concern. Shai noted that the holy marshals usually did not leave Afton. Argino thought that this showed how seriously the Church of Pyro took the incident and admitted that he was worried about Jaime. The man remembered how his son trained mana breathing while sitting in a meditation position, and how anger distorted his face at the moment of Alpha's attack, how ice covered the body of Count Simon's son. Argino reflected that the child's strength was developed beyond his years, and if, like last time, he cannot suppress his emotions, then perhaps even the leader of the order will not be able to stop him. Shai returned to her previous place, pressed her hands to her chest and said that, in her opinion, they should not worry, which displeased her husband. The woman continued, deciding to share what happened that day. Jaime folded his fingers into a heart shape and smiled wickedly. With a happy expression on her face, Shai said that this is exactly how it happened. Argino, full of confusion, replied that he would like to see it with his own eyes. The woman pressed her cheek to her husband's hand and said that everyone makes mistakes one way or another, but she believes in their son. The man tenderly took her hand and admitted that he was glad that they met before leaving. His wife agreed with him. Shrouded in a purple glow, Black flew rapidly in the darkness of the night. Jaime and Black floated in the air surrounded by streams of mana. The young man raised his hand up in a victory gesture and exclaimed joyfully he was happy because, despite the fact that absorbing the beat of life took longer than he expected, the effect of the artifact exceeded his expectations. The young man was proud of the painstaking work he had done. With a satisfied smile, he turned to the demon hovering nearby, noting that they were lucky and now reaching rank 6 was only a matter of time. He remembered his previous incarnation. Diablo Wolfer stood with an arrogant look in the middle of a pentagram of intricate symbols. Jaime thought that he still had a long way to go before he returned to his former self, but now he could easily cope with someone of the same level as him. Professor Jaime began to descend when the silhouette of a low wooden building appeared below, surrounded by forest. Philip and Jens got down on one knee in front of Jaime, bowing their heads, and welcomed their returning owner. Jaime's face was hidden by the shadow of his hood. He notified his subordinates that he was going to Afton and would be absent for some time. The news caused a violent reaction among his subordinates. Philip turned pale and clarified that Afton was on the northern border and the journey would take about a month. Jens grabbed his heart and exclaimed, "Will they really have to continue cutting down trees, pretending to be lumberjacks?" In a menacing voice, Jaime put the guys in their place, asking if they really had any problems. The men became embarrassed, assuring that there were no problems and that they would carry out the owner's will. Sparks of magical energy appeared around Jaime, and he told his subordinates that he was taking them with him. A glowing clot of mana appeared above the guy's palm. A purple glow emanated from it. Darkness swirled around. The young man said that he remembered something that he had forgotten about a long time ago. The robbers looked at each other. They were scared. Jens asked what this terrible thing was. Darkness surrounded the robbers, their faces stretched out in fear. Philip repeated his comrade's question. Jaime made a pass with his palm and said that this was his storage rather than. The guy menacingly pointed his index finger at the robbers and with an indifferent look announced that this was now their new home. The men stood in front of the entrance to the vault with a confused look. Philip clarified what the owner meant, and Jens admitted that he didn't really want to live in such a place. Jaime gave the men a look of displeasure and thought that no one had objected before. The young man shouted at the men to stop talking and get inside, kicking them to speed up. The confused men obeyed. The darkness swallowed the bodies of the robbers. Jaime looked after them. With a devious grin, the young man thought that these two were an interesting couple, because he could not even imagine that they had such pronounced emotions, and they could be useful if they were raised well. The bandits calmed down. Darkness enveloped them on all sides. Jen noted that he did not expect much from this place, but it was quite spacious. Jaime brought the men back from the vault. They stood opposite him in the middle of the darkened hall and shared their impressions of their experience. They said that while in the vault they felt as if something was filling them from within. The young man explained that it was primary power. He imagined how a man wrapped in a cloak was sitting on his knees next to Ricky lying on the ground, streams of mana flying around them, and added about the rebellion against divinity. Philip and Jens listened with a serious look to the owner, who said that the vault was created from his power and that the undead, participating in the rebellion against the gods, absorb this power due to which they become stronger. Philip excitedly asked if it was too hard, and Jaime mockingly asked if his subordinate was really worried. Philip bowed in apology. The owner hastened to assure the men that everything was fine and that if the vault were a burden, he would not have made a demonstration. He was interrupted by Jens, who with happy spontaneity asked if the owner would make them stronger for once. The man explained his request by saying that although the vault was better than he thought, it was still full of bones. An angry Philip covered his mouth with his hand, interrupting him mid-sentence. Jaime laughed in confusion and told the robber to die. The sun's rays illuminated the Welton family mansion. A bridge across a canal led to the building, along which people walked and carriages drove. Jaime was embarrassed when he saw his father's figure. He called him Daddy, stuttering from embarrassment. Smiling happily, the man picked up his son in his arms. The boy thought with irritation that he was not his toy. With a wide smile, the Count turned to his firstborn. He stated that the boy must protect his mother, sister, and friend. His father's words took the boy by surprise. He lowered his eyes in shame, but when his father asked if he could be relied on, he gave a positive answer. Argino hugged his son. He did not notice the boy's confusion and continued to smile. The man wished them to return safe and sound. Jaime clung to his father. He was touched, but tried not to show it, so he rather indifferently agreed with his father's request. 3 flags fluttered in the wind. In the center was a scarlet one with an image of scales, a black crescent and a flower. A white one with a pattern reminiscent of a combat helmet floated nearby, and the third was plain blue. A bearded middle-aged man addressed the Order of Fear. He introduced himself as Jack O'Brien, said that the delegation would soon set off, and he was going to brief them on a plan of action. Ricky and Anna were sitting in the carriage. The boy had his hands behind his head. They were upset that Roz was traveling accompanied and not with them. Jaime sat opposite the window, resting his head on his hand, his face expressing boredom. He thought that it had been decided to take the longer route, despite the fact that it would take longer. Sarah was sleeping with her head on her mother's lap. Saliva appeared in the corner of her mouth. Shai smiled, hugged her daughter, and said that the girl always falls asleep as soon as she gets into the carriage. The carriage began to move. Argino and the servants followed it with their eyes. Roz rode on a white horse. O'Brien rode next to him on a dark horse. Cloaks fluttered behind their shoulders. The blonde warned that he would guard the rear. Roz galloped past the carriage window, a wide smile on his face. Jaime looked after him arrogantly. He wondered what Pyro was up to. The young man turned away from the window. He looked ahead with an unseeing gaze, thinking that since nothing happened after the name of Diablo Wolfer was mentioned, it means the goddess did not say anything to the gods. Jaime grinned wickedly at the thought that Pyro couldn't tell anything. A carriage drawn by 2 horses raced along a forest path, surrounded by riders. Sarah continued to lie on her mother's lap. The girl began to stir. Waking up, someone noticed this and greeted her. Ricky found himself opposite a slightly confused girl. He smiled broadly and introduced himself. Sarah was frightened at the sight of him. Tears came to her eyes. Ricky's good-natured smile turned into a sinister one. There was a cry. The carriage continued to drive along the forest road. Noise was coming from it. Someone reprimanded Sarah, calmed Jaime, and was indignant at the injustice. 2 days later, the travelers were caught in the rain. They were driving along a narrow road, with a stormy river flowing on one side and rocky mountains rising on the other. The Welton family slept peacefully inside the carriage. Ricky gave them a curious look. Roz rode up to the carriage window. At the sight of him, the boy was delighted and greeted the rider. The knight noticed that the travelers must be tired. Jaime woke up, still slightly hazy from sleep, and asked how long he had slept. The young man turned to Ricky, who was sitting next to the window and smiling. He replied that Jaime slept quite soundly for about 2 hours. Roz continued to ride next to him and smiled. He suggested that sitting in the carriage was terribly boring and offered to tell a story. The young men looked at the Maitre Mountains, which they were passing by. It was about them that Roz wanted to tell the legend. Ricky was inspired. Jaime did not share his friend's delight. They spoke at the same time. Ricky hurried the narrator, and Jaime said that it didn't sound very interesting. Roz replied that he had no doubt that they would want to hear the legend. Satisfied, Ricky noticed that Anna loved such stories, and embarrassedly added that her sister was still sleeping. Roz smiled good-naturedly and told the guy to listen carefully so that he could then tell the girl. Roz rode on a horse, turning his face to the listeners. A blue glow of mana appeared behind him. He said that a long time ago, in the time of elves and dragons, the Maitre Mountains were one rock. Jaime was surprised when the narrator mentioned 2 winged blizzards that appeared in these parts one peaceful day. According to legend, the rock split open and a torrent flowed into the valley as a result of a battle between 2 dragons. One of them was black and evil, and the second, Maitre, was blue and generous. He fell in love with a human girl, a sorceress, but they could not be together, because the black one, at the behest of other dragons, killed her, for which he was expelled, and Maitre disappeared among the mountains. Anna woke up and scared Ricky with her words that people believe that heavy rainfalls began after those events. Ricky pulled himself together and turned back to the window. Roz was delighted at the girl's remark. He noted that she must have already heard this story, and added that for this reason the minstrels call these dragon rains. Jaime thoughtfully stroked the brooch on the collar of his shirt, thinking that the story may well be true. But even in ancient times, dragons were considered mystical creatures. Jaime wanted to say something, but the light flooded the carriage and cut him off mid-sentence. The carriage was driving next to a cliff. Lightning was striking all around. The crew skidded, the passengers got scared and screamed. Anna tried to cover her face with her elbows. Sarah got scared and rushed into her mother's arms. Although Shiz herself was scared, she began to calm the girl down. Stroking her back, the woman said that everything was fine and turned to her son for support. Jaime tried to look relaxed and laugh carefree. He assured the girl that it was just rain. Although he himself was not sure of this, he felt an unpleasant, ominous feeling. The rain was still pouring. The road turned to mud. The carriage continued to move with loud noises. Lightning struck a tree. It fell just as a carriage passed by, and the driver growled in irritation. The man pulled the reins forcefully in an attempt to get away from the debris of the tree, causing the carriage to jump. Inside the carriage, everything began to move. Shiz pressed Sarah closer to her and screamed. Ricky called out to his sister. Shiz fell out of the carriage, her eyes wide with fear. Sarah was still in her mother's arms. Frightened, Jaime shouted after them. In horror, Shiz told her son to save Sarah first. The young man leaned out of the carriage window. His hand stretched after his mother. He shouted that he would save her. Jaime activated his mana. A pentagram glowing with blue light appeared above the rock. Raised ropes diverged from it in all directions and wrapped around Shai's body. Jaime clenched his teeth from the effort. Sweat appeared on his forehead. He thought that he had succeeded. O'Brien and Roz watched as the glowing ropes lifted Shiz and Sarah from the abyss. Jaime continued to look out of the carriage window. He looked tired. A glow emanated from his fingers, folded in a special gesture. Suddenly, the hand with which the young man was holding onto the window frame slipped. Jaime fell out of the carriage. He was scared. Tears flowed down Shiz's face. She called out to her son. The pale young man reassured her, saying that he had the magic of flight. Jaime's eyes widened in fear and bewilderment as she realized she couldn't activate the magical energy. He was rapidly falling down and suddenly realized that he was faced with the burning of mana, a special type of magic that deprived the magician of his strength. Jaime stared ahead with wide eyes, the wind blowing his hair and cloak. The image of a woman with a huge pendant made of orange stone around her neck appeared before him. The young man tried to understand who it was. He thought it was a dragon, but then realized how ridiculous this idea was. A lot of splashes rose up on the river in the place where Jaime fell. Shiz stood on the edge of the cliff and shouted her son's name. Someone held her by the belt, keeping her from falling. People were fussing around. The woman was hysterical. She struggled and demanded to let her go. Because her son was there, the servant asked her to calm down. Shiz cried when her attention was attracted by streams of yellow mana. She turned around and saw an embarrassed Ricky, who activated magical energy. The young man stutteringly apologized and explained that he just wanted to help. Frightened Sarah sat in Anna's arms and called her mother. The girl began to cry and called her brother. Sir Roz bent his knee and bowed to Shiz. He said he thought Jaime might be okay. The woman stopped crying. The knight added that even if this was just an optimistic prospect, he knew how strong the young man was. Roz raised his head, determination on his face. He stated that the currents could be dangerous, but as soon as Jaime's magic returned, he would definitely get out in one piece. The knight stood up from his knees, clenched his hand into a fist and declared that he would go down, because it would not be difficult for him to return safe and sound. Ricky and O'Brien were horrified by this idea. The man shouted that these streams were dangerous even for Roz. The knight stood opposite Shiz. They were surrounded by people in military uniform. The man promised to return in 3 hours. The woman replied that it would be dangerous even with his strength as a Saint Marshal. Her look was decisive. She asked Roz to go down, despite the awareness of all the danger. The woman extended her hand and, with a pleading look in her eyes, told the knight to return with Jaime. Roz kissed the countess's hand and promised to carry out the order. It was dark inside the cave, a river was flowing, and stalactites hung from the ceiling. Jaime opened his eyes with difficulty. The young man was suspended by his hands on chains from which a blue light emanated. He did not understand where he was. He raised his head slightly, the chains binding his wrists sparkling with magical energy. Jaime wondered where he was and who was in front of him. The young man was horrified. His face was covered with sweat when someone said that he had finally woken up. In front of him stood a dissatisfied girl in a white robe. On her chest rested the very amulet that he had seen during his fall. She asked the young man not is he a dragon. Jaime, shackled with magical blue chains, dissatisfiedly asked if he looked like a dragon, to which the girl replied in the negative. She, frowning and placing her hands at her sides, stated that it was immediately visible, but it did not mean anything. Jaime was horrified by the hostility coming from the girl, and a cold sweat broke out on his face. The horned lady with blue hair continued to stand opposite the hanging prisoner and menacingly asked why he had such strength and a form of mana similar to that of a dragon. The boy suddenly remembered the exercise with mana breathing, surprised that his energy was similar to that of a dragon. Jaime looked worriedly at the indignant girl, who stated that human mana breathing was terrible and they were not capable of imitating dragons. Then the horned lady came close to the grinning captive, bewilderedly assuming that he was from the elven tribe, and he irritably asked why she needed him. The girl, taken aback, frowned, angrily noting the arrogance of the prisoner bound in chains. Jaime clenched his teeth and struggled to move his chained hands, accusing the horned lady of kidnapping an innocent man as she made her way towards him. The boy began to remember the incidents along the way and listed a sudden downpour, lightning falling next to the carriage, and, finally, the burning of mana, which were far from an accident. Turning away from the captive and raising her hand, the horned girl calmly admitted her involvement in the disaster, which shocked the boy. Jaime, hearing that the girl wanted to make sure that he was not a dragon, screamed in anger, worried about his mother and sister. Suddenly it dawned on the boy, and he, not attached to his family, asked in bewilderment why he was angry at all. The horned girl turned sideways to the captive and looked at him suspiciously while the boy shouted that he did not know who she was. Turning to the side, Jaime said with an insidious look that he would no longer bother with questions, and asked to remove the magical shackles. The boy was greatly taken aback when he heard the refusal, reasoned by the fact that in this position he looked funny. Jaime screamed in anger, furrowing his brows as the horned girl laughed at his expression, which made him even more reluctant to release him. Noting the girl's character, because of which she likes to make fun of people, Jaime decided that in front of him was the blue dragon Maitre. Blue dragons are the most meek and treat people with kindness, like beloved pets, so it was lucky to meet him, and not the cruel red or black dragons. Considering himself lucky, the chained Jaime looked at the girl in confusion and asked why she kidnapped him if she considered him a dragon. The Maitre's squirrels turned black and her long claws flashed when she gloomily reported that it was in order to kill the boy. Horrified by the blue dragon's bloodlust, Jaime tried to defuse the situation with laughter and asked if the girl would let him go now, but received a negative answer. Taken aback by what he heard, the main character anxiously asked why this was. Closing her eyes and smiling contentedly, Mayatri stated, because she can. With a sly look and a frown, she announced her intention to use the boy as an ingredient for an excellent master, the Sparta class. Jaime, with a perplexed look, plunged into deep thought, deciding what he would do in the dragon's place with such a valuable specimen. Suddenly, the boy closed his eyes and stopped these thoughts because he came to the conclusion that this was not something worth thinking about when under threat of death. Pretending to be a naive 9-year-old boy, Jaime with a smile asked the Mayatters why she wanted to kill the dragons, and the girl looked menacingly at her nephew, outraged by his treatment. After that, Jaime, with a sly smile, clarified whether the reason was related to love for the person. Suddenly the shackles on his hands disappeared, after which the boy collapsed to the ground not far from the dragon. Mayatri, towering over Jaime, put out her hand with activated mana and threatened that if he said anything like that, he would be neither alive nor dead. Frowning questioningly, the boy clarified whether the dragon race really did not accept the girl's lover. Mayatri's mouth twisted in irritation, looking at the captive as he continued to question whether she had betrayed her race to save his life. Enraged by the boy's curiosity, Mayatre fiercely launched a powerful stream of water into the air, spreading throughout the space. Submerged up to his neck in water, Jaime began to furiously find out that the blue dragon had no intention of killing him or turning him into Sparta, and added that it was easier for her to use the magic of asking for brains. Choking in the liquid, Jaime closed his eyes and shouted that Mayatre was so kind that it was hard to believe that she was a dragon. Then the horned girl had memories of how he told her exactly the same words to another guy, smiling softly. Indulging in these memories, Mayatri curled her mouth from tension. She glanced menacingly at the boy and, raising her fingers with mana, declared that this was his last chance and there would be no other. The streams of water began to recede, and Jaime, sitting on his knees, began to feel sick, and he concluded that the girl was very serious. Wrapping her arms around herself, Mayatri looked softly at the boy and admitted that he was the same. Wiping his mouth, Jaime looked up at the girl in bewilderment, not understanding who she compared him to. Then Mayatri replied that it was about a guy from legends who was betrayed by the race of people. A stormy river quickly rushed along a mountain bed, breaking on rocks along the way. Roz wandered along the shore, getting wet under the incessant downpour. He hung his head sadly and stared at the ground, wondering where Jaime was now. The action moves back to the cave, where Mayatri told the story that happened 700 years ago with the dark wizard Ganon. Jaime was taken aback when he heard about dark magic, and the horned girl began to embarrassedly justify that the dragon, a creature of holy magic, fell in love with someone like that. When Mayatri continued the story, the boy was greatly taken aback when he heard the mention of the 9th level that the wizard was able to achieve. The girl turned away and calmly responded to the guy's remarks that she would now tell him why no one had been able to reach such a high level over the millennia. Ganon began to look for answers long before meeting Mayatra, and after that the girl joined him, and, having overcome many obstacles, they fell in love. They felt good in each other's company. The idyll continued until the Dragon Lord gave the order. A blond man with horns and glowing eyes arrogantly announced that Ganon is evil and must be destroyed. All the dragons obeyed the order and began to make attempts to kill the beloved Mayatri, and although the lovers fled, their power was not limitless. One day, the girl pushed Ganon in the chest and plaintively asked her to go where the dragons could not reach, asking not to worry about her. While the girl sobbed, seeing off her beloved, he retreated into the shelter of the ruins, which prohibited the entry of more than one creature. From that day on, Mayatria received exile for 1,000 years, which by dragon standards is an insignificant period. However, after 1,000 years, while the girl was in chains, Ganon came for her. Then he had already comprehended the truth of the world and, carrying his weakened beloved, was angry at the dragons, considered the strongest living beings. The main dragons only grinned, looking down on the stupid person who was unable to understand the truth. When Ganon saved the Mayatters, they hid in this huge mountain to escape pursuit. Jaime, sadly hanging his head, concluded that Ganon had ultimately died. This was clear from the expression on the girl's face, full of sorrow, and Mayatri admitted that, in her opinion, the young man would be better and calmer this way. She pursed her lips, indulging in painful memories. Mayatri said that after Ganon's death, her brothers began to erase everything that was even slightly connected with the smiling guy. Jaime frowned and began to come to the conclusion with horror what truth the dragons were trying to hide. Mayatri, looking seriously at the boy, admitted how she protects the remaining memory of Ganon. Behind her could be seen a grave with a wooden cross and an artifact on it, after which the girl said that she would remain in this cave to protect the memory of her beloved. Reflecting on what the main dragons had done, Jaime realized with shock why nothing had been preserved about his past life. When the main character realized that he had been reborn, he first began to look for information related to Diablo Wolfir, but was surprised to find no records. Jaime ran his eyes over the pages of the books, and with each new one he realized that it was all meaningless, as if someone had deliberately covered up all traces of his existence. The boy concluded that first the 12 gods did this to Ganon, and then to him, later clarifying that the main culprit was the dragon god Brahman and his relatives. The boy thought about the dark magician Ganon, who raised his level to the 9th in order to find the truth of this world, but Jaime did not understand why he had gone so far. Looking sideways at the blue dragon, the main character with a thoughtful look suggested that the tomb of Ganon was located in the cave. Hearing this, Maitri froze in bewilderment. While the boy was surrounded by small purple sparks, he, looking down, timidly admitted that, as a person associated with magic, he would like to salute him. At first, Maitri hesitated, without uttering a word, and then asked the child to follow her. The girl was already leading Jaime to a green meadow, onto which the bright rays of the sun were falling, when, pointing to a grave with a wooden cross, she said that Ganon was sleeping there. Jaime's eyes widened and he broke out in a cold sweat, noticing his own bracelet with a purple stone on the cross. It was absolute ammunition, a perfect cage. Jaime didn't even think that he would find here one of the 3 divine mechanisms created by Diablo Wolfer to confront the 12 gods, an artifact that protects against all diseases and curses. Standing next to the Kammayatra, the main character realized with shock that Ganon was looking for the truth of this world because he learned about the existence of Diablo by wearing the bracelet. The boy looked at the horned lady with a puzzled expression, wondering if she would kill him if he asked for the bracelet back. The blue dragon clasped his hands in prayer, addressing his deceased lover. While Maitri was praying intently, the boy confronted her, asking about the bracelet, and the girl, without interruption, said that this thing had saved Ganon's life more than once. Jaime folded his hands, wondering in amazement that the girl knew so much about the bracelet. Turning to the side with a smile, the boy tried to unobtrusively find out if this was all that was left of Ganon. Maitri looked at her interlocutor with caution, asking why such a question. Jaime, covered in sweat, waved his hand awkwardly, insisting that he was just wondering if there was any record of Ganon having comprehended the truth. Sadly lowering her gaze, Maitri admitted that she still had her lover's diary. Putting on a cute look, Jaime tried to ask to look at the diary, but the horned girl, shaking her head, gloomily stated that she did not want to provide such a service. Surrounded by small sparks, Jaime then asked with sincere interest to tell him. He pressed on the confused girl standing against the backdrop of a tree trunk, asking if she knew anything about the truth of the world. Enraged, the blue dragon aggressively said that this was already crossing its boundaries, because the truth of the world should not become known to a person like Jaime, with which he did not agree. Looking at the wooden cross with a bracelet, the main character concluded that Ganon risked his life for humanity, and even though she failed, Maitri managed to protect his legacy. The boy furiously asked why it was worth keeping it as a museum exhibit, and not passing it down from generation to generation and using it to carry out Ganon's will. The perplexed Maitri glanced sideways, calling the child meaningful, but stated that she did not need any souvenirs. She said that she kept every detail about Ganon in her memory. At this moment, Jaime became numb because a speech from his beloved Jane from a past life surfaced in his head, asking him not to forget her. As Maitri began to walk away, Jaime turned to her, admitting that maybe he didn't quite understand yet, and then asked her to stop. A book with a 6-pointed star on the cover, wrapped in magical chains, appeared in the air. While Jaime looked at the floating diary in shock, Maitri, glancing at him, seriously stated that the boy had convinced her, but warned that nothing was written in the diary. Reaching out with his hand to the manuscript through the chains, Jaime clarified whether it was a seal, and the blue dragon confirmed the guess, warning that it would be difficult for an ordinary person to remove it. Turning slightly towards the child, the horned girl asked to follow her in order to send the guest back to the carriage. Jaime, who stood with his back to the Maeders, surrounded by dark magical energy, looked at her with glowing purple eyes and asked her not to be scared, no matter what she saw. The girl, widening her eyes, froze in shock after these words. Focused Jaime, enveloped in the purple glow of mana, activated the power of the dark magician. Maitri, watching him in shock, realized with shock that such a small boy wielded powerful power, being at a level higher than Ganon was. Jaime, holding a diary in his hands, from which bright letters flew out and a golden glow emanated, calmly announced that he had managed to remove the seal. The letters soared high into the air, illuminating the entire space, and Jaime and Maitri raised their heads, watching them. The diary described the first meeting with the dragon, who called the young man dirty because of his dark magic. It also contained information about how Ganon and Maitri began to explore the world together, and the magician admitted that thanks to the girl, the adventure became fun. Ganon described how one day, riding a blue dragon, he came to lands where no human could set foot, so the guy came up with the idea of calling him Decay. The diary also contained an entry about a rosy day, when the Lord of the Dragons gave the order to kill Ganon, who was more worried about the Maeders, who betrayed her family for his sake, as well as a declaration of love to the girl. Further, in one of the entries, he described how he came across a grave. It was engraved on the tombstone that the events took place almost 66,000 years ago. The diary mentioned a difficult period when Ganon and the Maeders had to settle in a mountain where it was safe and could temporarily hide from persecution. After this place, the magician planned to go to Harmony, a place in the north that was engraved on the tombstone, although this land no longer existed at that time. Staring piercingly into the glowing diary with violet eyes, Jaime concluded that there must be something else. Reading all the notes, Maitri began to sob, folding her hands on her chest and repeating the name of her beloved with bitter sadness. Raising his head up, Jaime thought that he knew what kind of tombstone he was talking about. He remembered how, as Diablo, he decided to strengthen his resolve to pour out his sorrows of the past and hopes of the future on a tombstone in the forest. Jaime closed the book, concluding that he had done this almost 66,000 years before Ganon's time, and 700 years later he was being translated in Jaime's body. Kneeling down and holding out the book to the sobbing Maitri, he concluded that exactly 66,666 years had passed since that moment, and also tried to understand where the land of Garmon was located. Jaime thought with bewilderment that he had declared victory in the past and left everything as it was, but he did not remember a single mention of Garmon. Smiling joyfully, the main character concluded how wonderful everything had happened. He turned to the artifact, amazed that Ganon was able to learn the hidden truth about the 12 gods only with the help of this bracelet. An inner voice asked Jaime, who had learned about the enslavement of the earth by the gods 60,000 years ago, to get his act together, and the symbol of Janus's church popped into his head. Diablo reminded himself that he had come to Earth in the guise of Jaime to incinerate the 12 gods so that humanity would one day regain freedom. Maitri, meanwhile, hugged Ganon's diary tightly and, with tears in her eyes, smiling, repeated that he loved her. Jaime bowed to the dragon with a smile, asking her to remember these words so that Ganon would continue to live in her heart. Maitri suddenly felt the presence of her lover behind her, who was smiling joyfully. Looking at the diary, Maitri concluded with tears and a smile that even as a child, Jaime also knew how to say nice words. He sighed tiredly and mentally declared that he was not a child. Putting their head to Ganon's precious thing, the Maeders indulged in daydreams, wanting to return to a happy past. Patting the horned girl on the head, Jaime concluded with a smile that such thoughts overtake everyone. Suddenly, the blue dragon grabbed the boy's hand. Maitri, staring at Jaime in amazement, asked him about dark mana, thinking that he was a dark magician. Maitri looked at Jaime with interest and inquired about the origin of his black mana. The guy was confused. The dragon's question took him by surprise. He tried to lie, saying that this was ordinary dark magic, but the girl did not believe him. She had already tried to use black magic to remove the seal. Jaime's face fell in surprise. He was amazed that the dragon was able to deal with something like that. In response, Maitri called him a madman. The girl smiled smugly and stated that she had brought those who understood black magic. Jaime became despondent. He guessed that she had kidnapped those people. Maitri remembered how a man wrapped in a black cloak was crawling on his knees in front of her and begging for mercy. She told Jaime that those people happily complied with her requests in exchange for life, but the young man reminded her that this is precisely what constitutes kidnapping and intimidation. However, nothing could break the seal on the diary, which had a blue leather cover with metal inserts and a pentagram in the center, until Jaime showed up with his black mana. An image of a smiling Ganon appeared in Jaime's imagination. They stood back to back. The guy didn't want to admit it, but the power the man was looking for came from another world. The young man decided that he could not stay away and enthusiastically announced that he was a magician fulfilling Ganon's dying wish. Maitri held the diary under her arm. Her expression was incredulous. She said doubtfully that it is unlikely that someone who has never met Ganon can fulfill his last request, even though all his inheritance is in this place. Jaime said that even though they did not know each other, they were pursuing the same goal, so he can be trusted. This news caused weakness in the legs of the Maitris. The dragon avoided the young man's gaze. She turned away and in a colorless voice asked if he was going to fight the gods. Jaime was slightly taken aback by this turn of events. He asked if Ganon had mentioned this. Maitri squeezed the diary tighter and said that from it she learned that Ganon was angry with the gods and hated dragons for collaborating with them. She wanted to tell about what awaits the young man at the end of this path, but was interrupted mid-sentence. Jaime pressed his hand to his chest and stated emphatically that Maitri was right and she was indeed going to challenge the gods. Maitri looked at the diary through blue strands of hair hanging over her eyes and thoughtfully stroked the seal. She said that she hated the gods, but Jaime's plan was impossible even with the power of such a dragon. She bitterly explained that the guy could not defeat 12 super powerful creatures and asked him to live the life of an ordinary person. The girl demanded that Jaime surrender, but her speeches did not move the young man. He told her the story of Diablo Wolfir, who, together with his followers, wanted to overthrow the gods. But everyone he trusted died or betrayed him. He lost and was imprisoned in the kingdom of eternity, and only the hope that one day he could return and take revenge kept him from giving up. Jaime's eyes took on an ominous violet hue, and he stated emphatically that this was why he couldn't back down. Maitri realized that Jaime had told her his own story and was amazed. Jaime thought about everyone who had been treated unfairly by the gods, about Ganon and those who came before and after him. He said that as long as the gods lived, the dying wishes of those people continued to exist. The dragon was touched by this speech. She turned around and ordered the young man to follow her. Maitri stood over the grave cross, clutching a bracelet with a large purple stone in her trembling fingers. She said that Ganon would like her to give it to the young man. Jaime cupped his hands and held them up. The dragon put a bracelet in them. The young man did not believe what was happening, and Maitri was afraid to change her mind. Jaime put the bracelet on his wrist. He was touched by the girl's gesture. He raised his hand, examining the bracelet. The stone glowed purple. Jaime was surprised that the artifact was greeting him, and thought that they had been apart for a very long time. Maitri took a fighting pose. Streams of mana swirled around her. The girl decisively declared that if necessary, he could count on her help. Jaime smiled and thanked him, his free hand stroking the bracelet as he mentally congratulated himself on having secured the dragon's promise. A crater opened behind him. Maitri told him to get lost. Jaime couldn't believe that it was all over so quickly. The dragon kicked him and asked him to be careful. Maitri sat with her eyes closed, with a serene expression on her face, and a translucent mana flower hovered above her palms. The sun's rays illuminated the spreading crown of a tree growing in the cave. At its base there was a cross. A girl stood nearby. She told the resting Ganon that his work continued to live on. Raz froze, looking at the blue sky. The clouds parted and the sun came out. With a wicked smile, Jaime greeted Raz and asked what he was doing. Jaime floated in the sky, supported by streams of mana. The knight was very surprised to see him. Raz took Jaime by the hand and suggested that he go back. When they returned to the carriage, the sun was shining brightly over the mountains. Happy Shies rushed towards her son, knocking him down. Ricky and Anna could hardly hold back tears of joy at the sight of their friend. The guy shouted that he had no doubt about his return. The detachment crowded on the riverbank. People applauded. The man bowed and thanked the Raz, saying that they were his debtors. The knight shyly tried to explain that he had not done anything special. What was happening unnerved Raz. He was hurt because even the power of the Holy Marshal did not help in the search for Jaime. In the county of Pierre Nesman of the Seldom Empire, it was a fine, sunny day. In the center of the city there was a clock tower. It was surrounded by multi-story buildings. People were walking along the streets. People in school uniforms walked past the large double doors, and conversations could be heard in the corridor. There was a piercing scream. A pink-haired girl named Venna lost her balance. The guy next to her recoiled in horror, and a white rat with red eyes ran across the floor. The schoolgirl pressed her hands to her chest. Tears froze in her eyes. People around her scolded her. Someone even called her a fool. Through a large window with a black frame one could see a staircase along which people walked, wrapped in brown cloaks, shouting that the rat had eaten a zombie drug and that one should beware of its bites. Venna stood with a mop in her hands in the middle of the destroyed office and thought sadly about how much longer she would have to do this. She became more upset when she heard a fragment of a conversation in which she was called thick-headed and wanted to disappear. Behind the schoolgirl, a green-haired guy and a fair-haired girl were cheerfully discussing Ben's mistakes and wondering why the school principal was defending her, because compared to her, everyone else was just a genius. Their words hurt. The fair-haired girl stood in an arrogant pose, placing one hand on her side, actively gesturing. She called Ben trash and demanded to bring everything that was on the list, adding that because of her she would have to redo the experiment. The pink-haired girl clasped her hands at chest level. The accusations were outraged. The interlocutor again accused her of what had happened, but Venna did not understand why. The girl turned around sharply. She clenched her fists in rage, but agreed with what she was told to do. The schoolgirl walked away, followed by ridicule and insults. Venna cried bitterly, clutching a piece of paper in her hand. Mentally she scolded herself. The sun illuminated the luxurious estate of Count Pierre. In the middle of the room with a blue patterned carpet there was a long table. In the center there was a dish with a pig. At the head of the table sat a heavy-set blonde man, and on either side of him were Shies, Sarah, Jaime, Ricky and Anna. One chair was empty. The owner thanked the travelers for their work path. The Count, a plump, mustachioed man, smiled contentedly. He held cutlery in his hands. He said that his cook had tried very hard, asked the guests to help themselves and wished them a good rest. At the sight of the large amount of delicious food, Ricky, Roz, and Anna were delighted. Their mouths began to water. The girl said that the food smelled divine, and the knight said that he could not even dream of such a luxurious dinner. Shies smiled happily and thanked the Count for the warm welcome. The man replied that it was nothing and shared his feelings that this did not meet the standards of the daughter of the great Bell family. The woman was embarrassed and rewarded the owner of the house with a wide smile, assuring that he had done more than enough. The police count said that he was pleased to hear this. Night fell on the estate. There was no light in the windows of the huge building. Wrapped in a dark cloak, Jaime wandered outside. He turned his head, looking around the buildings. He thought that there was nothing interesting in this place and maybe he should go back. It was unlikely that Ricky would bother him. A little earlier, a friend looked suspiciously after the retreating Jaime and persistently tried to find out where he was going. Black, who appeared nearby, attracted the guy's attention. Jaime extended his hand to the demon and allowed the creature to enjoy a pleasant walk. The guy showed the demon a twisted bracelet with large purple stones, which he received from the Maatris. Two guys in hooded cloaks watched Jaime from around the corner with greed. They realized that the young man's jewelry was an artifact. The guys stood shoulder to shoulder. One was shorter, he had a long nose and dark hair. The second was tall, broad in the shoulders, bald, and had a scar on his cheek. The first said that a brat should not have such a wonderful object. The comrade answered that perhaps the bracelet was given to the boy by his unsuspecting parents. The guy with the long hooked nose grinned wickedly. He suggested that the director might like the artifact and would reward them. The decision was taken. The wall of the estate was visible through Black's body. The demon made several sounds, attracting the owner's attention. Jaime looked at him seriously. The bandits were creeping up on the guy from behind. The wind blew their cloaks. Jaime told Black that two bastards were chasing them. The demon squeaked in alarm. The owner did not share his concern. He claimed that he did not care at all why they had come. Jaime grinned wickedly and said that he was going to get rid of boredom with their help. There was a full moon. The silhouette of a man could be seen on the roof of a tall building, and at its foot two bandits in cloaks were arguing irritably. They were worried that they would miss the boy. Jaime smiled contentedly. He activated his mana and invited Black to have fun. One of the guys noticed a blue light around the corner of the building. He called a friend, and they began to chase the guy. Jaime clapped his hands in anticipation. He was wondering if he should try the test. A portal that suddenly appeared behind him frightened the guy. Hands reached out to the young man from the dark depths. Jaime looked warily at the palm reaching out to him and saw a strand of pink hair. The unknown person apologetically dragged the guy into the portal. The bald bandit did not understand what was happening. The guys looked at the empty alley. One of them announced that the bastard had run away. Ben was thrown away from the dark portal with force, and she screamed. Jaime was angry. Streams of mana emanated from his palm. He grinned and said that the stranger did not have long to live. The pink-haired girl sat on her knees on the cold floor in the middle of a gloomy room. She screamed, begging to listen to her. Streams of magical energy rushed towards her. Jaime did not want to listen. Benna covered her head with her hands and screamed, dark mana emanating from her hands. Jaime was surprised, assumed that it was dark magic, and attacked without hesitation. The girl crashed into the wall with force. A large dent appeared from the impact and cracks began to appear. The guy's face was hidden in the shadow of the hood. The crackling streams of mana served as a kind of barrier between them. Jaime demanded an explanation. Tears streamed down Ben's face, and in a quiet voice she said that the guy was too cruel, which greatly surprised him. She sobbed, tried to wipe her tears with the sleeve of her uniform, and said that she was only trying to save him, because if she fell into the hands of a dark magician, then there would be trouble. Jaime thought about his pursuers. The news that they were also sorcerers took him by surprise. The girl began to sob even more. She swore at the young man for hurting her, complaining that she did not understand what she had done to deserve such an attitude. She suddenly screamed in anger and asked why everyone treated her this way. But the girl's hysteria did not touch Jaime. He told her to shut up. A rope loop appeared out of nowhere. Venna squeezed it with her palms. She complained about the cruelty of this world and threatened to leave it. The guy was angry and called everything that was happening a circus. Jaime, wrapped in a cloak, was sitting on the lid of the barrel, and Venna was on the floor. They talked about what had happened. It turned out that he was being pursued by guys from the same school where the girl studied, and she saved him with the help of a warp gate that she stole. Under the guy's searing gaze, Venna was confused. She admitted that she didn't understand how old he was. But in any case, it would be sad if they started experimenting on him. Jaime raised his index finger and laughed. He said that the girl was also a black magician. The schoolgirl burst into tears again when he suggested that she, like others, was taking part in cruel research. Jaime continued to grin smugly. He said that one's salvation is not enough for you to be seen as a good person standing on the side of justice. Tears were still flowing down the girl's face. She answered stutteringly that she did not want to become a dark magician. The guy came closer, leaned over slightly, and pointed his finger at the girl's forehead. She looked at him displeased. Jaime told her to stop making excuses and called her trash. Venna looked at him with crazy eyes, tears dripping onto her school uniform. She tried to explain that she was different from the others, that she did not like dooming living creatures to torture. The girl remembered herself during one of the experiments, how she froze in horror. Her face was smeared with blood. She admitted to Jaime that every time she heard a living creature, it seemed to her that she was cutting out her own heart. The guy turned away indifferently and went back to the barrel. Venna stared blankly in front of her, dumbfounded. The young man's words that he absolutely didn't care about her suffering deeply hurt her. The girl resolutely jumped to her feet and said irritably that if he had finished speaking, then it was time for them to say goodbye. Venna tried to leave, but crashed forcefully into some invisible obstacle that arose in her way. The girl fell from the blow, a translucent barrier rose in front of her. Jaime turned around to look at what was happening. Venna stood on all fours and looked carefully at the obstacle. She realized that there was an invisible wall in front of her. The guy grinned wickedly and said that he still had many questions. Venna was frightened and began to tremble when Jaime asked where she was in such a hurry to run away. The girl folded her hands in a prayerful gesture, asking him to spare her. The gray-haired man stood with his hands behind his back and smiled widely. Behind him was a rack with flasks filled with multicolored liquids. He asked the students if they had seen Ven, but the answer was negative. The man's name was Garb. He was the director of the school where the pink-haired schoolgirl studied. He laughed and began to think out loud about where Venna could go, and added to himself that there was not much time left before completion. It was dark in the school building. An indignant cry broke the silence of the night. Venna sat on her knees in front of Jaime. Her face was swollen from tears, but the girl could not calm down. She tried to explain that she had spent more than 10 years in this environment, so she was devoted to him, but the guy could not understand this. Jaime called upon dark magical energy. Darkness surrounded him. The guy's eyes turned purple. He declared that since there was no other way, he would act using proven methods. Ven's eyes widened at the sight of the streams of dark mana controlled by the young man. She was scared. She raised her hands in a conciliatory gesture, thinking that this black magic did not cause any discomfort, which was impossible. Jaime raised his palm to her forehead. Magic enveloped the girl. She closed her eyes blissfully and thought about how black magic could cause such pleasant sensations. Jaime towered over Ven, his face not visible because of the hood, dark mana swirling around him. He said that if something went wrong, the girl's brain would turn to mush. Looking at the darkness in front of her, the schoolgirl asked in a stuttering voice how he managed it. Venna firmly grabbed Jaime's wrist and said she wanted to understand. The guy grimaced and pulled his hand away in disgust. He angrily asked the girl what she was doing and warned that he wouldn't let go even if she behaved like that. Venna folded her hands in a pleading gesture and with tears in her eyes asked to be taken as a student, interrupting the stream of threats with this phrase. Jaime looked at her with a blank look, an unreadable expression frozen on his face. The girl's action confused him. Venna bowed her head and repeated the request in a trembling voice, but the guy refused. The girl grabbed him by the edge of his cloak and a second later pressed her whole body against the guy, which made Jaime begin to be indignant. She buried her face in the folds of her cloak and began to sob again. Venna said that her parents died 10 years ago due to a disaster. She had no other options other than becoming a dark magician. She hated experiments. The guys at school humiliated her because of her weakness, but she couldn't find the strength to escape. She looked the guy in the face and declared that he was her only way out. Jaime, out of awkwardness, did not know where to look. He was confused because of Ven's story and clarified how this heartbreaking story was connected with his training. Vienna avoided his gaze. She looked in front of her with wide eyes and said with courage that his black mana was created without sacrifice and she needed such power. Her conclusions seemed funny to Jaime. He grinned wickedly and thought that sacrifice is not the worst source of black magic because sometimes the purest darkness can germinate into existence. The guy abruptly moved away from Ven and raised his hand. His fingers rushed to her forehead. The girl, exhausted by what was happening, froze. Jaime said that she was wrong. He put his palm on her forehead. The schoolgirl looked up at him with eyes full of tears. The young man added that he did not want to teach her, but Venna continued to beg. Jaime was transported to the roof of the spire tower. Looking at the city from a bird's eye view, he muttered the word student in annoyance. He remembered his followers from his past life, how they sought his approval, how they persuaded him to get involved in battle, and then betrayed him, making him a victim in their place. Jaime looked thoughtfully into the darkness of the night and thought that, according to Ven, there were more than 20 students at the school, and the director specialized in curses. The guy stood with his foot on the base of the spire. The night sky was visible behind him. The clouds were slowly floating. The full moon was shining. Jaime decided that he needed to see how everything had changed during his absence from this world. The head of a pale girl with dark hair was immersed in the water and, with tears in her eyes wide open in horror, she plaintively begged for help. Two young men in black cloaks with hoods pulled over their heads grinned maliciously, saying that usually such people pray for death, and perhaps the speech of this girl in a glass jar was influenced by the lifting of the curse. The young men looked at the wooden rack filled with glass jars and came to the conclusion that lately they had been experimenting more often, so they no longer had any parts left. When the young men expressed their joy at the fact that they would be able to arrange healthy experiments, Jaime, in the guise of a ghost, dressed in a long black robe, with dissatisfaction on his face, thought that they had the impudence to do who knows what with dark magic within the walls of the academy. One of the young men, walking along the corridor, said that experimenting on people is cool, and everything else simply pales in comparison to this, to which his friend shouted indignantly that he was doing this for fun. The main character looked at the two academy students with contempt, reflecting on how low dark magic had fallen. Jaime thought that he had sacrificed countless lives to challenge the 12 gods in the past, so he had no right to judge these young men. However, the main character did not understand why dark magic was even intended. Presenting the bloody dagger, Jaime came to the conclusion that, if you go a little deeper, then everything is obvious, and black magic was created to destroy the gods. Jaime thought about how he once abandoned his humanity and bore all his sins on himself. The protagonist in his past life closed his eyes and pursed his lips as scarlet blood dripped from his dark blue hair. The main character turned sideways and said that you need to be prepared for a similar fate if you want to sacrifice lives. Jaime said that now he had one more thing to do, and Black, floating in the air next to the young man, squeaked in surprise. The main character explained with a grin that if the seeds he sowed sprouted and became monsters, then he needed to do it, to which Black reacted with another squeak. In a white brick building, one person was walking along the balcony, and below, on the red carpet, were two young guys. A girl with pink hair that was braided into two braids, with her eyes closed and eyebrows raised, prayed for someone to be found. Suddenly, Venna screamed shrilly in sharp pain when someone's hand roughly grabbed her by one of her braids. Ben had tears rolling down his cheeks while Hilla, with a crazy smile, asked where she had been. Hilla said that Venna was fast enough to be thrown away, and then asked if the girl had done what she was supposed to do, to which Venna, trying to escape the strong grip, answered in a trembling voice that she had forgotten. Hilla let out a loud laugh and roughly pulled Ven towards him by the hair while his face showed displeasure and rage. Venna looked at Hilla with wide-eyed fear, while the blue-haired young man asked with a malicious smile whether his interlocutor had relaxed too much lately. A loud scream echoed down the corridor. Venna fell to the floor when Hilla asked if he really looked like a clown, and the girl fearfully asked why the young man would do such a thing. Hilla raised his palm, from which a blue glow was coming out, and with a crazy smile said that at least once he needed to crush such a pathetic insect in order for Venna to behave properly. Venna trembled in horror and screamed in fear, asking Hill for forgiveness. A blue stream of magic flowed from the youth's palm as Hilla made the decision to get rid of the debris that had harmed him. Venna dropped to her elbows and folded her palms in a prayerful gesture, trembling and begging Hill to forgive her one last time because she would no longer forget his words. Dark magic rushed towards the sobbing girl, and Hilla did not pay attention to her requests, only shouted at her. Suddenly Venna opened her eyes wide and froze, looking at the floor. A booming scream echoed down the corridor from Hill, who was stunned by someone's sudden appearance. The fair-haired young man calmly said the name Ven with a smile. Venna flinched and raised her head when the protagonist stood in front of the girl and asked if she was really afraid of someone like Hill. Jaime's violet eyes shone as he looked down at Ven coldly. The girl froze in fear when the main character strictly ordered her to get up from the floor. The main character asked Ven how long she was going to endure this. The girl pressed her palm into the stone floor, causing it to crack, and answered that she didn't know. Hilla, grinning sarcastically, said that the stranger whom Venna had brought was clearly not smart, and that the young man would kill the girl afterwards. When the girl was ordered to choose, she did not find the right words and simply cried quietly. Suddenly Hilla screamed deafeningly, wanting Venna to die. The young man put one hand in front of him and shot a powerful magical stream from it. The attack approached Venna, who stood motionless with lightning speed. Suddenly the girl clenched her fists tightly and, with eyes full of tears, loudly screamed that she did not have even the slightest desire to be part of a society in which there was a place for people like Hilla. While Venna screamed that she was going to change, Jaime watched her silently, his mouth open in amazement. Then the girl screamed even louder that she didn't want to live like this anymore, and Hilla, whose face showed fear, asked the girl in a panic what she had just done. Venna turned pale, her face became wild, and she grinned loudly, looking at Hill. The young man grinned and said that he didn't care what happened now, and that the girl should be prepared for what they would do to her if she touched him with even one finger. Hilla smiled broadly and put his palm out in front of him, saying that Venna had taken the first step, when suddenly Jaime appeared in front of the girl. The main character, with narrowed eyes, raised two fingers to his face, and Hilla jerked his hand, looking scared and bewildered. Jaime turned away and looked over his shoulder at the young man with contempt, telling him that the first step was the most difficult, but the second would not be so. Hilla began to sweat in shock and screamed loudly, asking the main character who he was and what this strange mana was. Jaime just smiled weakly in response and used the erasing technique. Venna pressed her palms to her chest and watched intently, not making a sound. The man, whose long white hair was tied in a ponytail, loudly slammed his hands on the table as if delighted about something. The director was incredibly happy that the Valkyrie had finally awakened in Ven. Imagining the girl covered in blood, the man came to the conclusion that the situational conditions necessary for personality control were too excessive, and therefore he was afraid that she would never wake up. The director smiled with satisfaction and said that that's why he now doesn't need to be in this boring place. Then the man screamed deafeningly that the power of the Valkyrie now belonged to him. The main character turned sharply to Venna and called out to her, causing her to flinch. Venna immediately closed her eyes and folded her hands, asking Jaime for forgiveness. The main character was taken aback, not understanding how someone so timid could be a Valkyrie. A Valkyrie is a high-ranking angel known as a battle angel, and their immense power is enough to wage war against the gods. Against a pink background, a dark silhouette of a girl with large wings could be seen. However, the power of the Valkyries led to their disappearance. Fortunately, they managed to avoid extinction and hide in places inaccessible to the eyes of the 12 gods. Jaime wondered if this must be the work of Garb, who had been suppressing Ven's personality for a long time to make it easier for him to deal with. Venna was scared because the main character was silent for so long and in a panic asked if she had done something wrong. The main character paid no attention to Ven and thought with furrowed brows that the Valkyries were a race of terribly unruly creatures, and this must have been done so that the girl could be easily restrained after she awakened. Jaime looked at the girl and coldly said that he didn't like it, and Venna immediately apologized, although she did not understand what the main character meant. Suddenly a siren was heard, and Venna assumed that an intruder had become known, but the main character replied that he had the name Jaime, and in any case it was not him who was caught. Venna, a bead of sweat appearing on her cheek, turned around and looked at the protagonist in shock. A voice was heard in the air, ordering Ven to be brought to him and clarifying that minor bodily injuries were permitted. Jaime was not surprised, but Venna raised her head with panic on her face because she recognized the director's voice. A man in a light suit showed the way with his hand to the students who were quickly running down the corridor. One of the students with thick black hair shouted that he heard something. Venna clasped her hands together and, with tears in her eyes, tried to figure out what to do now. The girl's eyes shone as she screamed shrilly that she was different now. Jaime looked at Ven with a smile and agreed with her statement. Bright snow-white flashes appeared in the air. Venna couldn't hold back her exclamation of admiration as she looked at the magical streams that appeared. The main character, from whose palm this magic came, looked at the girl. A red-haired girl appeared in the doorway, and the whole room lit up with a bright light as Jaime reminded them that the second step would not be so difficult. Someone shouted Ven's name shrilly. A crowd of people stood in the room while someone shouted furiously, displeased with Ven's insubordination. Venna stood next to the main character, facing the crowd, and ignored the man who ordered her to approach him. The girl with thick dark hair was about to call out to Ven again, when suddenly a dark purple sphere appeared around her head and she abruptly fell silent. The main character, with a bright flash glowing at the ends of his fingers, explained to the perplexed Ven that this girl had been brainwashed. Venna froze as the people in front of her suddenly began to fall to the floor. The girl with dark hair froze, blood flowing from her eyes, while the main character said that she did not have her own willpower and that perhaps she had once fulfilled the requests of the director. Venna looked thoughtfully at the fallen girl, coming to certain conclusions. Jaime explained that the way they treated Ven was ordered by the headmaster. The man in the black cloak created a black and purple seal using the curses of stiffness, migraine, and vomiting. The dark-haired youth did the same, using a sneezing curse. The return of curses was carried out. The students suddenly fell to the floor in an instant, coughing and sneezing. The main character looked at Ven angrily and told her to gather her thoughts. Venna, sitting on her knees, wanted to answer something, but the main character turned away and no longer looked at her. The girl, her eyes wet with tears, furiously screamed that she was very angry because she had to endure all this for so long without understanding anything. Jaime looked at Ven with a pleased grin, thinking that her true nature was slowly beginning to emerge. Suddenly, the main character kicked the girl to start fighting, but Venna only flew into the air and let out a stunned sigh. Venna flew straight towards the crowd of other academy students. The girl turned to the main character, full of uncertainty and fear. Venna approached one of the students, who was already preparing to attack, and shouted that she did not know how to fight. The bald young man looked down at the girl with a cruel smile. Venna froze, looking at the student with her eyes wide in horror and her mouth open. The student mercilessly stabbed Ven, inflicting an itching curse on her, causing the girl to immediately lean back. Venna's mouth opened in shock when she realized that she had managed to dodge the young man's attack. Another student with light green hair approached the girl from behind and attacked her with a toothache curse. Venna wanted to shout something, but she turned around and froze, raising one palm. The girl grabbed the student's wrist with a strong grip. Venna screamed loudly, throwing her enemy far back. The young man flew away and hit the wall with force, making a very loud sound. The girl froze, amazed at what she had just done. The main character loudly shouted to Ven that this is her strength, so the girl needs to believe in herself and fight. One of the students got angry and bared his teeth, shouting that brute force alone would not be enough, and that the girl would remain pathetic. The young man put out his hands and attacked Ven with a curse of blindness. The girl instantly moved from her place, thinking that her body was moving where she wanted. The student saw how deftly the girl evaded his attacks and ordered her to defend herself, while he himself was shocked by what he saw. Venna kicked her enemy and slammed him to the floor, feeling as if her body did not belong to her at all. Jaime announced that he was done with that part and asked the remaining students what they were going to do. The two students shuddered in fear when the protagonist came to the conclusion that they had already realized the difference in strength, and he mentally wondered if such newcomers were not the only ones here. Jaime, surrounded by black and purple mana, said that he had long ago agreed to collect all the sown crops and then called black. The next moment, a small one-eyed demon appeared in the air and the faces of the students were twisted into painful grimaces. The main character broke into a wide smile and put one palm on the other, glad that Black had already finished marking all the newcomers. The demon let out a squeak, as if confirming Jaime's words. The newcomers, noticing the purple marks on their bodies, froze in fear. The main character clapped his hands and grinned contentedly, saying that the harvest would now begin. Jaime used the violet rampage technique, and the entire room was filled with a blinding purple light. Bright purple flashes attacked the students, among whom Venna stood and covered her head with her hands. The next second, many bloody bodies of students fell around the main character and the girl, and they did not make a sound. Venna looked with slight fear at Jaime, whose face was completely hidden by the hood of his robe. Suddenly a cane hit the ground, and a man's voice said that all his children were dead. A gray-haired man with a wrinkled face smiled and introduced himself as the owner of this place. With a forced, friendly smile, Garb asked if the main character's appearance was deceiving, and if he was suffering from some kind of chronic disease, to which Jaime replied that this could be true. Garb laughed lightly and came to the conclusion that this was the role. The protagonist's face froze in bewilderment at these words from the director. Garb, admiring Jaime's strength, invited the young man to work for him, and the main character, in turn, asked the director what he could offer him. Garb replied that Jaime has a plan, and if the main character succeeds in it, then something awaits him. When the director explained that in this case it would not be difficult to destroy an entire nation, the main character looked at Ven, whose pale face was covered with sweat from excitement. Looking straight at Garb, Jaime asked if the man had any special methods. The director, standing among the dead bodies of his students, concluded that the main character is very greedy, although they had not even had time to shake hands. Jaime, thinking that this was all for the sake of some nation, awkwardly replied that he was not interested in such an offer. Garb, hearing this, just grinned. Venna burst into tears and screamed loudly, asking the principal why he ordered all these students to bring her to him. Garb replied that she was incredible and that she had an incredible amount of life force. Venna, surrounded by fire, froze, clasping her palms together and looking at the director with fear. Garb said with a smile that the girl wanted to know this information. Venna widened her pink eyes in horror when the director admitted that he wanted to collect the fruits of his efforts after the girl woke up. Garb remembered holding little Ven in his arms and asking if she had any idea how much trouble he had when she fell onto his shoulders. The headmaster explained that it took a lot of effort to suppress Ven's true nature and how it would awaken in the form he wanted it to be. Garb, overcome with anger, suddenly shouted loudly that he created this school personally for Ven. The girl, looking up at the director with round eyes, said that every time other students bullied her, he came to her to console her. Tears streamed down Ven's cheeks as she realized that Garb had never actually stopped the students from being bullied. Garb said with a crazy smile that as soon as the girl lost her essence, trembling with fear and hiding in the corners, he was overjoyed. Venna suddenly sighed heavily and fell exhausted to the floor. The director extended his hand to the girl and said that now Venna had simply awakened from the anger that he had cultivated in her for the last 10 years. Dark purple lightning pierced the space. Garb was taken aback, looking at Ven, who was still sitting on her knees. The girl raised her head and sighed weakly as the flow of wind carried away the tears from her eyes. Then Venna, having lost her last strength, fell to the floor with her whole body. Jaime approached the girl. The main character walked past Ven, drawing conclusions after everything the director said. Jaime grinned and asked Garb what he would do now, since the main character had just erased all the anger Ven had directed at the man. The director sweated with excitement and frowned, saying that this was impossible, but the main character immediately replied that this was not so. Jaime said with a satisfied smile that Garb had no idea how easy it was, looking at the director with impudence in his eyes. The main character added that for him this may indeed seem like something impossible. When Jaime said that no matter how hard Garb tried, he was still pathetic and had not reached the 7th rank, causing his eyes to fill with rage and he screamed deafeningly. The dark magician Garb could not reach the 7th rank, and if anyone even somehow raised this topic, the director would immediately deal with him. Garb stood in the doorway, a streak of sunlight falling on his confused, wrinkled face. Having the title of Curse Master, having risen to the top in the dark arts learning field, a wall appeared in front of him, causing him to be stuck at rank 6. The director sat on his knees right in front of the slightly open door and silently looked at the crack in the light escaping from it. Garb flew into a brutal rage at the words he heard from the main character and screamed fiercely. The director waved his staff, from the tip of which powerful fire magic came out, and shouted that Jaime's suffering would last forever and his despair would not leave him. The main character froze from such an unexpected turn of events, while a burning hydra snake writhed around his body. Garb frowned, looking down in confusion. The director was sitting at a long narrow table, and directly opposite him stood a man who looked more like a shadow or a ghost. The entire surface of this man's body was covered with eyes of different shapes, colors, and sizes, and he said that this time they needed new test subjects for a new medicine. The stranger thanked the director, and he, folding his hands, smiled mysteriously, clearly interested in what was happening. Suddenly Garb grabbed the staff with both palms and hit it hard on the floor, sighing loudly. Jaime smiled slightly and said that the director was cruel, and it must be like the worst pain when someone's skull is broken. Garb grinned smugly and replied that despite his appearance, he was still a master of curses. Suddenly, Jaime raised his palm, which was concentrated with dark mana, and with wide eyes said that the director should not let his guard down in any case. Garb, clutching his long staff in both hands, suddenly found himself alone in the pitch darkness. The headmaster laughed loudly, unable to believe that he had fallen victim to mental magic, and shouted for Jaime to show even more. The director raised his head and saw above him what looked like a huge purple eye. When the black magical streams of the protagonist rushed towards Garb, he examined them and just grinned, as if he found it funny. The headmaster then pressed his blue and gold staff to his forehead and frowned in concentration, as if he were deep in thought about something. Jaime watched Garb with an interested smile and wondered if the director was trying to show through his actions that he was able to influence his own mind. And the main character came to the conclusion that the director's skills were impressive, but they were absolutely useless. Jaime suddenly raised his hand up with his index finger extended and summoned a dark spear curse, causing a vortex of mana to form around him. The curse created by the main character rushed in streams towards the motionless director, clutching his staff in his hands. In a terrifying voice, Garb said that this was enough, without expressing any emotion on his face. Jaime's magic made a powerful impact, as if it had been reflected, and this collision created a blinding white flash in space. The main character did not expect this, and then his own curse hit him and pierced his body right through, causing Jaime to even fly into the air. The director said that it was a retaliatory curse. The main character fell on his back, opened his eyes wide and let out a piercing, painful groan, while Garb explained how difficult magic this is. Jaime's pale hand fell limply down. The director took the main character, struck by the blow, by the chin and said with a grin that Jaime was holding up well, but Garb easily managed to get out of the abyss he had created. With an ominous and frightening smile, the director said that he now intends to destroy the mind of the protagonist. The Garb staff glowed with a bright blood red light as the headmaster used the slowness aesthetics technique. Looking at Jaime's almost lifeless, bloody face, the director said with a bloodthirsty expression that from now on, the main character will live in an instant. Jaime concluded that 1 second would become a 10th, then it would become a 100th, and then it would become a 1000th. The main character mentally wondered what kind of experience the person would have. Jaime fell down, surrounded by thick red fog. The main character opened his palm and answered to himself that a person will receive an increase in all abilities of perception, and to be in such a state when it seems to you that nothing will ever end. Will the main character be able to cope with at least 1 second that lasts forever? Garb looked like a madman and shouted loudly that this was the best thing he had ever created, and wanted to say about the gap between the ranks, but the main character interrupted him. Jaime, with the headmaster's staff shining in front of his face, smiled mockingly in the man's face. While Garb was in shock that the main character was conscious, Jaime extended his palm to the director's forehead. The main character rushed towards Garb and swept him off his feet, while asking if what was happening now was not wonderful. Jaime's eyes glowed purple as he said the word explosion. The next moment there was an explosion, and the director quickly flew into the wall. Garb, clutching the staff in his hand, rolled his eyes in pain and coughed up thick, fresh blood. The main character, whose palm seemed to be on fire after the recent explosion, said with furrowed brows that he hoped the director was strong enough. Garb, whose face was frozen in a silent scream, did not understand how Jaime managed to break his curse. The main character, with a wide smile, flexed his fists and showered the director with spells from a magic arrow, a rock crusher, a stone wall, a chain whip, and a spark bomb. Jaime's powerful stream of mana immediately flew towards Garb. Jaime stood next to the director's body, which lay lifeless in the recess of the cracked floor of the room. Garb, stained with blood, opened his gray eyes and in a weak voice asked the main character how he freed himself from the aesthetics of slowness. Jaime showed his palm to the director and replied that he had an artifact of absolute immunity. The main character raised his hand and answered with a satisfied grin that it was a bracelet on his wrist, which was called an ideal cage. The director opened his eyes wide, horrified that such a thing existed at all, giving the owner absolute immunity. Looking at Garb, Jaime calmly replied that the world had never been logical. The headmaster's eyes darkened and began to close as he said with a slight smile that he was the ruler of this world. The main character shouted that this was stupidity and kicked Garb in the stomach, causing the director to exhale painfully. Jaime, with rage and cruelty in his eyes, asked if Garb really thought that he would die so easily. While the headmaster screamed in pain, the protagonist used the door technique of rebellion against the divine and said that given the sins committed out of his own greed, being the one who sowed them, the protagonist is destined to reap them. The space filled with dark purple mana as Jaime said that Garb would continue to exist as a sinner, unable to live or die normally. The magic chain wrapped around the director's wrist, and the main character said that every moment he would have a death wish. The chains tied the man's legs, and Jaime added that he would become a creature that could not die. Garb, with a black chain tightly wrapped around his neck, looked with wild fear at the main character, who said that the director was destined to become his servant, who would follow his every order. His spirit emerged from the director's body, immobilized by magical chains. A bead of sweat appeared on Garb's face with excitement, and he was terrified of what was happening to his soul. The phantom director furrowed his eyebrows as a stream of liquid flowed from his mouth. Jaime ordered the headmaster to serve him forever. Garb arched his gray eyebrows pitifully. Tears flowed from his eyes. He did not want to die in this way and mentally begged the main character to at least let his soul rest. Jaime put 2 fingers to his lips and said that from now on the headmaster would have a new name. The main character named his new servant in the form of the ghostly director Nebro. The soul of Gabber stood without expressing any emotion on her senile face, and a heartbreaking scream swept through the room. 2 people in long, battle-torn robes stood not far from the pink-haired girl lying on the ground. Vena woke up and opened her eyes slightly. The girl sat down on her knees and screamed in fright when she saw the director next to the main character. Jaime, with a calm face, ordered his newly minted servant to introduce himself as expected. The skeleton, over whose skull the hood of the cloak was draped, introduced himself with his new name and said that he was the first lick that Vena had created. The main character asked how the girl was feeling and told her to remember that these were the words of the one who gave her 10 years of hell. Vena turned away and paused for a short time, and then, with a thoughtful face, answered that she didn't know. When Jaime approached the girl and asked what she would do now, Vena answered in an uncertain voice that she had no idea. Vena began to ask Jaime to make her his student, but the main character, without even listening to the end, immediately refused this offer, and the girl opened her eyes and mouth wide in shock. Vena began to cry, not understanding why Jaime responded that way. The main character explained that this is because Vena is a Valkyrie, and Valkyries are an ancient race of angels. A young man with dark blue hair and violet eyes looked up with a lost look. Valkyries are considered very brave and never back down. The Valkyries fight to prove they are right. Unfortunately, this race once disappeared. Jaime lowered his gaze and sadly said that he couldn't even imagine how the blood of the Valkyries could survive until now, and Vena might be the last of their kind. Vena screamed loudly with tears in her eyes, asking how her background prevented her from becoming the main character's student. When Jaime replied that Valkyries couldn't use magic, Vena froze with a look of disappointment and shock on her pale face. Struggling with a feeling of awkwardness, the main character explained that there would be no point in teaching the girl, and Vena looked questioningly at Jaime with her pink round eyes. A cart was moving quickly along a wide path in a green forest, surrounded by people on horses. Anna and the girl with flowers in her blonde hair blushed, looking at someone. The girl sighed in admiration at the same time, looking at the pink squirrel trembling with fear. Jaime, resting his elbow on the carriage window, replied that Vena should be glad that she had dark magic, because without it she would have no chance. The girls played with Vena in the guise of a squirrel, as if with a toy, and she clearly did not like it. Vena began to beg the main character to save her. Jaime, sweating with embarrassment, closed his eyes, put on a smile and said that the weather was beautiful. Vena called out to Jaime loudly as the carriage arrived in Afton. Soft rays of sunlight illuminated the room through the wide window. Shies hugged her silver-haired father, who told his daughter with a warm smile that it had been 9 years. Shies, clinging to her father's chest, began to cry and said that she was very sorry and she felt so stupid for not being able to visit him during all this time. The man replied with a sincere smile that everything was fine, and he was glad that Shies was now here. Jaime watched with a small smile, and Sarah's mouth fell open in shock as tears began to flow from her amber eyes. The main character, with a drop of sweat appearing on his cheek, fell into deep thought. Jaime recalled how someone's hand gently ruffled his green hair and how he smiled joyfully at the same time. The main character recalled how Shies and Sarah hugged him tightly and thought that even after rebirth, these so-called emotions seemed useless to him. Jaime remembered being hugged tightly by a smiling Rebecca. In the memories of the main character, a girl with long green hair appeared. She brought her eyebrows to the bridge of her nose and cried, and Jaime felt dissatisfied. The main character remembered Ricky, who stood in front of him with his arms wide open. Jaime watched intently as she spoke warmly to her father. Holding his hand, the main character came to the conclusion that he was dissatisfied with himself. Jaime thought he'd waited forever to get revenge and still thought emotions were unnecessary. The main character in a past life sat in the middle of a huge number of bloody mannequins and thought that emotions lead people to madness. The main character was brought out of his deep thoughts by a sharp cry from Sarah, who called out to her mother with tears in her eyes, and Father Shies fell into shock when he realized that it was his granddaughter. Sarah furrowed her eyebrows angrily and screamed deafeningly that her grandfather was bad because he made her mother cry. Shies hastened to explain to her daughter that everything was wrong, and the grandfather was not to blame for anything. The man froze with a look of shock on his face and thought that he never expected to hear something like that from his granddaughter. As Shies began to hug the sobbing Sarah, Jaime looked at them in bewilderment and came to the conclusion that he really was not meant to understand human emotions. When the man suggested that he was now hated by his own granddaughter, Jaime replied that Sarah would soon come to her senses because she was quite kind. The man expressed his relief that the main character didn't hate him, and Jaime spread his arms with a smile, saying that he had no reason to hate his grandfather. The next moment, the man squeezed the main character in a tight hug and said that he was very glad to meet his grandson. Jaime, squeezing out one word at a time, hissed sarcastically that he was also overwhelmed with joy, and he himself thought that this family was very annoying. Night fell, a white full moon and a scattering of stars illuminated the green forest while someone said that Jaime was truly amazing. The man took a mug of tea and said that despite the fact that his strength is at the 4th grade level, he managed to catch a glimpse of the power that the main character possesses. The man sat with one leg crossed over the other and said that Jaime would soon be at the center of the world, and this does not just mean their kingdom. Shies, who looked worried, replied that she and her husband understood this, and the man said that exceptional talents would awaken the self-interest of the people around him. The man introduced the main character, surrounded by black human silhouettes with creepy smiles, and said that for now he and Count Welton would be able to stop them, but their capabilities would not last forever. The man said that the thing he gives to Shies won't be able to stop everything that might happen, but it will definitely be useful. Shies smiled gratefully and said that she felt better knowing that she could protect her son. However, the woman was worried about the Count, her husband. The man said he heard Argino had crossed into Janice's church. The man crossed his arms and said that these monsters with twisted morals don't let anyone get away with anything. When Shies asked if it was really that serious, her father replied that the Pyro church was in danger because of them. The man lowered his gaze and said sadly that, apparently, Janice's church was trying to completely destroy their patrons. Suddenly, the white door leading into the room swung open with a loud sound. The main character frowned, his eyes turned white, he bit his lower lip and nervously flexed his fingers, emitting a thoughtful hum. Venna slept peacefully with her mouth open and snored quietly. Jaime continued to sit with his palms folded, and the girl suddenly jumped up and screamed loudly as if she was scared of something. Venna rose to her knees, rested her knees on the floor, sighed tiredly, and the main character displeasedly reminded her that he told the girl not to accept her true appearance. Venna, her face sweaty and her eyes wet with tears, looked at Jaime and asked if he could imagine how unpleasant it would be to be in transformation. The main character furrowed his eyebrows angrily and asked what would happen if the girl was caught, and the girl couldn't figure out what to answer. Jaime turned away from the roped Ven and, not paying attention to her indignant cries, said that she was using black magic and hiding, turning into a rat. Venna imagined how she, immobilized by ropes, was kicked off the cliff. Then the girl imagined how they were preparing to burn her, tied to a cross, and loudly called the main character. From such possible scenarios, Venna turned pale and fell silent, frozen with an expression of horror on her face. Jaime saw this, frowned, and ordered the girl to transform back. Venna bowed her head and agreed in a trembling voice. A pendant with a shiny azure stone fell on the floor, and the main character asked what it was. Jaime hummed thoughtfully, looking at the necklace. The main character yelled furiously, asking the pink squirrel sitting on his shoulder if she had heard the question he asked earlier. Venna, with tears in her eyes, touched the bump on her head and asked the protagonist to stop hitting her, otherwise she might be left brainless. Jaime bared his teeth and frowned aggressively, asking if the girl had any brains at all. The main character picked up the necklace. He was interested in this thing. He came to the conclusion that it was some kind of artifact. Suddenly, Jaime's blue eyes widened as he felt an incredible amount of energy. The main character froze, feeling an incredible desire to kill, and it came from exactly where his mother was now. Jaime ran down the corridor at lightning speed, thinking it might be a sneak attack. Suddenly, the main character found himself immersed in a purple magical fog and realized that he needed to hurry. Jaime jumped into the air, raised one arm and bent one knee. The main character pursed his lips and frowned when he saw someone. Jaime saw a man with long hair and a massive sword on his back, and came to the conclusion that this man was so strong that he could not defeat him. The main character sped up and decided that in this case he would grab Shies and run away. The stranger apparently noticed Jaime's presence and turned around. Father Shies shuddered, and the main character at that time ran with incredible speed towards an armed man standing near the office. Jaime directed a mixture of magic and erasure discharge technique at the stranger. The main character sweated from tension and clenched his teeth, thinking that he would take the chance and save Shies. The stranger extended his palm towards Jaime and said that it was a good trick. The main character stopped and opened his blue eyes in horror when the man dealt him a physical blow. The stranger grabbed Jaime by the collar of his shirt and lifted him into the air, causing Jaime to close one eye and mentally curse. The main character was trembling and begging the stranger to let him go. Jaime came to the conclusion that he had no choice and wrapped his hands around the stranger's wrist, oozing dark purple magic. Suddenly, Jaime heard Shia's voice and saw her and her father watching the situation in shock while Beryl was still holding his clothes. Shias and her father looked at the two in silence, their eyes wide with shock. Suddenly the man laughed loudly and said that his grandson's abilities were truly amazing, and that the future of their family would be so dazzling that it would be impossible to open his eyes. Shias hit Jaime on the back of the head with her palm and angrily ordered her son to show respect, after which the main character immediately bowed and said thank you. Shias was furious that Jaime would do such a thing to someone he didn't even know. Shias, sitting on a red sofa, hit Jaime on the back and continued to scream at her son, and the main character, lowering his head, apologized. Beryl asked Shias to calm down in an even voice and explained that he himself had provoked this situation. Shias immediately stopped screaming and looked intensely at the man, not understanding what he meant. The main character gritted his teeth out of resentment and thought that this was really unfair. Beryl explained that he had heard about Jaime's incredible abilities and decided to put him to the test. Beryl had the nickname Swordsman of the Storm. He was one of the 5 swordsmen in the Seldom Empire. Shias widened her eyes in shock and looked up when she heard the mention of the heir of the Welton family in the man's speech. Jaime lowered his head, his mouth twisting with overwhelming anxiety, when the guest declared that the boy had exceptional abilities. Beryl, with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek, looked straight at Shias, saying that this was why he decided to give him a little test. The boy's mother, taken aback, asked in confusion what the man was talking about. Beryl, keeping a calm face, explained that he slightly showed his presence to the child, adding a little hostility. After these words, Shias became very angry and, in a fit of rage, screamed at Sir Beryl with all her might. Gray-haired Father Shias, smiling awkwardly and waving his hand, tried to calm the woman down and defuse the situation. Jaime, eyes wide open, looked in surprise at his mother, who menacingly told the Storm Swordsman that if he did this to her son again, she would not leave it so easily. Ashamed, Beryl began to sweat and lowered his eyes to the floor, asking the woman for forgiveness. When Shias put her hand on Jaime's shoulder and began to apologize for misunderstanding him, he, still not moving away from the ominous energy of Beryl, with a frightened look, said that everything was fine. Recalling Beryl's appearance as he grabbed him by the collar, Jaime concluded that the man had perfectly managed to target a specific person and make his presence known. Shias now looked at the man with contempt, and Jaime, pointing his finger at him, asked if he was a sword master. The old man, sitting on the same sofa with Beryl opposite his daughter and grandson, noted that Jaime was very attentive, and then introduced the guest, calling his full name. Beryl sat silently with his arms crossed as the Marquis told the family that the man was a sword master called the Swordsman of the Storm. The Seldom Empire is famous for its 5 sword masters. Since none of them have fought each other, it is difficult to determine who is the strongest, but everyone believes that Sword Master Tarix, known as the King's Sword, is the most powerful, followed by Earl Weldon. The last place in the top 3 is occupied by Beryl. Upon learning of this, Jaime stood up and bowed respectfully to his guest, after which he introduced himself. Beryl looked at the blue-haired boy with a cold, concentrated gaze. Noticing this, the boy's mother leaned on the table, jumped up from her seat and began to furiously shout at the man, asking what he was going to do. Beryl calmly turned his gaze to the woman and casually announced that he was going to teach her son how to wield a sword. Frozen in a bow, Jaime's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this statement. Then Shias, asking if she had heard anything wrong, said that Jaime was learning magic. Beryl calmly replied that he knew this, expressing the hope that the boy would succeed in this direction of combat. He argued that Jaime was the blood son of Count Argino, an excellent swordsman. The old man looked at the guest with bewilderment, saying that he would believe the guest, after which he added that, however, Jaime's talent for magic was simply incredible. Closing his eyes, Beryl said that he knew that Jaime could become a 9th-rank magician. An image of an old man with long hair and a beard appeared in the man's head, spreading rumors that Jaime would continue to improve his skills, even if he just breathed. Seeking understanding, Beryl looked at the boy's grandfather and began to explain that with the sword things were different. Jaime, staring at the floor, listened to the words of the man, who explained that sword art would be difficult to master if you missed the right moment. The main character thought that it would be nice to have sword skills, But after the image of Diablo popped up, he decided that restoring his strength still came first. Scratching his head, the boy with a guilty smile said that now he would like to focus on magic. Beryl carefully placed the cup of tea on the saucer. Crossing his arms, the swordsman sighed and said that he understood the child. It was night, and above the estate among the mountains one could see the full moon, surrounded by a scattering of stars. Jaime walked alone along the garden path, concluding that Belle's family garden was so magnificent because it was well managed. Shortly before this, the boy was noticed and began to annoy the squirrel Venna with his screams, asking about the sword master. Now, left alone in the garden with himself and his thoughts, Jaime concluded with a smile that it was nicely quiet here. It felt as if a huge wall in the form of a swordsman stood in front of him, and now the main character was glad that he had restored his breathing technique and the ball of life and also returned the artifact. Clenching his hand into a fist, Jaime looked sadly at the sparkling blue bracelet and came to the conclusion that he would soon begin to mark time. At the 7th rank, a person is already called an archmage. As the magic cards showed, this level cannot be achieved through skill training alone. When a magical item mastered by the mage himself reaches its limit, the door opens leading to the path of the archmage. This is called admission to magic. Jaime walked along the tiled path towards the lily pad pond, remembering that it was quite easy to achieve this, given the knowledge from his previous life. Now the boy was standing on the grass in slippers, and a serious Diablo was looking at him from the reflection on the water. Sitting down on the lawn, Jaime sadly concluded that he needed to become even stronger. Remembering how Beryl lowered his gaze, the protagonist wondered what the storm swordsman had in common with his mother. Jaime looked at the surface of the water in bewilderment, noticing a restless movement. Against the background of the moon, a huge monster with the head of a fish and sharp teeth appeared, opening the water, and the boy recoiled back in shock. When the attack flew at him, he, nervously, sharply activated his purple magic shield. Now Jaime raised his hand clenched into a fist and looked at the creepy creature with an enraged look, asking how he dared to interfere with his rest, and electric discharges sparkled around him. While sitting in the dome, the boy activated the lightning to attack the water monster. Jaime raised his hand and, looking up, noticed something surprising. Something flashed over the purple dome while the boy was preparing to attack. Jaime looked up at the dark sky as the man flew through it, slashing with his blade and leaving white streaks in the air as the monster's blood fell down. The barrier had disappeared, and now the boy watched what was happening with his eyes wide open in shock, and blood stains were visible on his face and clothes. The booted foot stepped on a piece of flesh from the cut-up monster. Towering against the backdrop of the moon, a white-haired man with a blade slung over his shoulder and a friendly smile asked if the child was okay. He also said that he had heard about the arrival of guests from the Welton house, but was unable to meet them first due to being busy. Jaime sat with his head raised, concluding in shock that the man had destroyed the huge monster in a second and noted its strength. Sheathing the blade, the man blithely apologized for the late introduction and said that he was Sable, assistant to the Marquis of Bell. The boy sitting on the ground was very surprised by the fact that there was an assistant in front of him because he had great strength. Sable said with a friendly smile that there was no need to be afraid of him, swearing that he was the servant of Jaime's grandfather. The boy, surrounded by traces of blood, asked if the man really knew his name, to which he reminded that he was the Marquis's assistant. Turning his head from side to side, Jaime with a worried look asked Sable, who had placed his foot on the piece of monster flesh, to explain how such a huge, creepy creature came here. Grinning awkwardly, Sable began to sweat and admitted that this was the Marquis's hobby. The boy, hearing this, was confused with bewilderment and asked again. The action moves to a lighted office where the Marquis sits in the middle of the night, asking if there is any progress. Sable, who arrived to him, informed him with a smile that he had found a group of demons, but missed them. Turning his head and looking at the desk, the Marquis concluded that the demon followers would appear again, and Sable said that they were rumored to be on the border of their territories. People with children walked in the night along the street with paving stones. The man reported that the only place on the map that was stained with blood due to the murders was Afton. Folding his hands and frowning, the gray-haired Marquis noted that he did not think this would happen, but they returned for revenge. About half a century ago, Belle's father killed the Demon King. He tried to make them pay for their actions with their lives. Hearing this short story, Sable fell silent, standing with an awkward smile and a saber in his hand. The Marquis, looking at his subordinate, turned to him with a gloomy look. Sable replied with a smile that he was listening to the old man. Tapping on the card, sealed with blood, the Marquis menacingly declared that the demons would again be destroyed by the hands of the Bell family. Sable smiled wider and happily announced that he was waiting for orders. The Marquis sitting at the table said that they would stop there for now, and the white-haired man replied that in that case he would leave. The boots stood on a patterned carpet, and Sable said that today he met the grandson of the Marquis along the way. With folded hands, the old man asked in surprise where he had seen Jaime at such a late hour. Sable explained with excitement that the Magyar was attacked by a monster from the lake, which greatly puzzled the Marquis. In the morning, the doors to the bedroom were illuminated by the rays of the sun. They were abruptly thrown open by a worried Shiz, rushing inside and loudly calling out to her son. She rushed to the boy in horror, asking if he was okay and if he was hurt, while Jaime looked at his mother with wide eyes. The happy figures of the Marquis and Sable appeared in the doorway, to whom Jaime pointed, dismayedly reporting that the man had saved him. The two men turned to each other with smiles as Shiz scolded her son for walking alone. Depressed, Jaime answered his mother with irritation, and she threatened him with her fist so that he would not talk to her that way. The Marquis interrupted the skirmish with an awkward look, saying that he had asked his people not to let anyone into the territory, so some kind of mistake had occurred. Then Shiz furiously screamed at her, taken aback, asking if he was collecting monsters again, and he sharply called Sable to turn his attention to him. The man with white hair bowed in greeting, expressing his honor with a smile, and then introduced himself. Shiz, holding out her hand with a smile, said her name, and then thanked the subordinate Marquis for saving her son. Holding the woman's hand in his own, Sable expressed confidence that he himself would have done a great job, rejoicing at the opportunity to see the boy's abilities. While the white-haired subordinate and Shiz were greeting each other, Jaime, watching them, concluded that Sable was a decent, strong, and smart person. Remembering the night image of a man with a bloody blade on his shoulder, the boy came to the conclusion that today a different aura emanates from him. The enraged Shiz suddenly attacked her son, shouting menacingly that she was not finished with him yet, and the Marquis intervened again, inviting his grandson somewhere. Tents stood near the fortress that fenced the city, and people walked past. Jaime, with his hair changed to black and wearing a robe for added stealth, wandered through the alleys, looking around and wondering why there was no one on the streets. On his way, he suddenly met an elegant lady, and the boy asked her how to get to Pyro Church. The blonde lady extended her index finger, anxiously pointing in the right direction, and her reaction confused the boy. The woman, turning away, hurried away to the side where several people were standing, and Jaime asked her to wait. The boy turned around in horror, hearing loud screams signaling a demon and murder. The townspeople crowded around the fortress wall, behind which a green hill could be seen. The boy, squinting, began to try to break through the crowd to find out everything for himself. On the ground, covered in blood, lay the lifeless body of a blonde knight with open, motionless eyes. The two knights shouted furiously at the crowd, asking the people to move aside. Jaime stood next to the guards, overhearing discussions about finding another corpse without a heart. From the crowd there were suggestions that demons were involved in these terrible murders, and the boy with a serious look reflected that hearts are usually used in rituals for summoning demons. He recalled the reaction of the adults, realizing why they were uncomfortable, and assumed that they were convinced that the boy had not noticed anything. Sable then turned around with a devious look, glancing at Jaime. He, holding the book in his hands, became very worried. Now, standing on the street in disguise, Jaime concluded that the goal of the demons is revenge on the Bell family. The boy raised his index finger, coming to another conclusion. He realized with shock that Pyro's church was also on alert, and therefore nothing had been heard from it. Jaime had a sharp memory of the happy trio leaving the city. The boy, with a serious look, concluded that he needed to fit in, and folded his hands into a seal, activating invisibility with a purple glow. After disappearing, Jaime also took to the air using his flight technique. After a while, he sat on the branch of a large tree, looking at the surrounding area with white buildings looking like antiquity. A look of great concern appeared on the boy's face as he looked around. Below, under the tree, walked the clergy of the Church of Pyro, dressed in white robes. Among them was also a knight in a brown cloak. Looking at the chief abbot with a soft smile, Jaime was shocked by the incredible holy energy. Watching the people, the boy decided that it was one of the 3 archbishops. The blonde knight was talking enthusiastically about something to an elderly man who was listening intently. Jaime, hiding behind a tree trunk, concluded that it was Roz and wondered what the conversation was about. The archbishop chuckled inquiringly and, turning, glanced suspiciously towards the tree. He raised his head up, and the holy knight clarified what had happened. The elderly man turned to his interlocutor and with an awkward smile said that most likely a squirrel had run by, after which Roz said that the Marquis was waiting for him. The archbishop, with a gentle smile, suggested hurrying up, noting that he had not seen the young miss for a long time. Grinning angrily, Jaime, sitting on a tree branch, asked where the man got such good instincts. Remembering that the archbishop was going to the Marquis's family, the boy looked back and decided that it was even better when there were no strong people. Looking at the grandiose structure of the church, illuminated by the rays of the sun, Jaime concluded that he could easily get inside. There were almost no people on the benches in the prayer hall, only 2 figures, illuminated by the sun, sitting there. Ricky widened his green eyes with concern, and Anna asked her brother in bewilderment what it was. Suddenly the boy laughed loudly for the whole church to hear, covering his mouth with his hand. Shaking her head, Anna asked if something good had happened. Rising from the bench, Ricky said that this was probably true. The boy with a smile asked Anna to rest for now, deciding to leave and warning that he would return soon. Ricky, running out the open doors, joyfully declared that this was his territory and there was nowhere to hide. The inspired boy turned to Jaime. The main character, hiding, watched with concern from the outside as Ricky looked for him. The boy felt sacred energy emanating in streams from the arched passage, in which a cross was visible, and concluded that it was something like a sanctuary. Translucent Jaime looked towards the discovered place, folding the seal with a thoughtful look, and purple sparks hovered around. A hand appeared on the boy's shoulder. Feeling the touch, a puzzled Jaime with glowing violet eyes hurried to turn around. He raised his hand and menacingly asked who it was, hiding in his robe. Ricky, standing behind him with an awkward smile, raised his hand in greeting. Translucent Jaime, in a magical glow, looked at the boy in bewilderment. Scratching his head, the boy admitted with an apologetic smile that he was trying to scare Jaime, noting that it really wasn't easy. The blue-haired boy looked at Ricky in shock, pointing his finger at him. He covered the irritated Jaime's mouth with his palm, declaring with a smile that he shouldn't be discovered. Ricky, putting his index finger to his lips, asked with a sly look to follow him to one place. Stopping in the Archbishop's office, Jaime displeasedly asked if this was the place Ricky had in mind, and he scratched his head in puzzlement, suggesting that nothing would happen, because the Archbishop was a good person. Jaime looked at his friend in amazement, asking how he was able to sneak up on him without giving himself away. Ricky put his hands to his sides with an indignant look, asking if the boy wasn't glad to see him, and he shouted angrily, asking him to just answer the question. Closing his eyes, Ricky calmly explained that this territory was under the jurisdiction of the goddess, and even though he had not yet achieved the full power of an apostle, here he was approaching her. Putting his index finger to his chin, Ricky looked up and decided it would be better to say that this place amplifies his powers, while Jaime looked at him in confusion. The main character glanced sideways, concluding that he did not feel the strength of the dead from the boy at all, and was surprised at the apostle's increased abilities. Having announced during the dialogue that the goddess was waiting for Jaime, Ricky knelt down and declared that he was going to convey a message to her. While Ricky sat on his knees and prayed to the goddess, the space was illuminated with golden divine energy, from which Jaime covered himself with his hand, asking his friend to wait. A golden glow softly spread throughout the space. Ricky's eyes suddenly glowed, taking on a slight red tint. Watching with concern, Jaime concluded that this was different from last time. Ricky floated in the air with a peaceful face and cuffed hands, dressed in white robes, and a halo shone above his head, and Jaime felt that part of Pyro's nature was here. Ricky spoke in the voice of a goddess, who reported that a disgusting demonic energy was awakening. Hearing this, Jaime froze in shock with huge eyes. The goddess in the boy's body conveyed a message, prophetically pointing to the dark forest where everything would begin, and noting that the attack must be stopped as soon as possible. Jaime began to try to attract attention with shock, while the goddess warned that if the attack of the demons was not stopped, her current territory would fall. Ricky stared at Jaime with red eyes and, in the voice of Pyro, declared that he should go into the dark forest, hoping that he would not lose anyone or anything along the way. After the last words, Ricky sank back to his knees and raised his head up as powerful streams of divine energy came out of him. Now the boy was sitting on the sofa with an unhealthy look, reporting that he was a little better. Jaime asked in bewilderment what it was, indignant at how a goddess could even have the courage to demand something and immediately leave. Ricky put his finger to his cheek and, smiling awkwardly, asked for forgiveness for the goddess Pyro, justifying her by saying that she was not in the best shape. The boy told an outraged Jaime that her past indulgence had taken a greater toll on her than expected. Looking at the floor, Jaime wondered why Pyro asked for his help if there were a lot of believers in the church. Then Ricky looked piercingly at the boy and, extending his index finger in his direction, declared that he, as the receiver of some person, was the only one who could do this. Jaime, dressed in a robe, stood in front of the sofa with Ricky, asking if there was something else, and he replied that the goddess was not connected to him now. Turning around, Jaime indignantly noted the selfishness of the goddess, and Ricky asked in bewilderment if his friend was leaving. Approaching the open window, accompanied by Ricky, Jaime announced that he needed to leave before the owner of the room returned. Turning to the boy, the main character with a tired look said that they would see each other soon. Ricky watched carefully as Jaime soared into the air, leaving a purple trail of magic behind him. The boy turned to the goddess with concern and, smiling anxiously, asked if everything would be alright with his friend. The action takes place on the Marquis's estate, surrounded by trees with lush green foliage. Feet in brown boots rushed along the red-carpeted corridor. Taking off his hood, Jaime suggested with a satisfied smile that he was not late, and suddenly a voice was heard behind him, asking if the boy had really gone somewhere. Hearing this, the main character turned around with concern. Not far away, at the open window stood a cheerful Sable with a blade in his hand. Shaking his head, the taken aback Jaime told Sable, who came closer, that he had simply decided to take a walk. The boy looked increasingly worried as the man with white hair glared at him. Jaime, rolling his eyes, said with an alarmed look that he felt somehow unwell, and then clarified what had happened. Sable, standing opposite with his arms spread to his sides, announced that Archbishop Sephir would come to visit today. The boy, smiling nervously, tried to be moved and stated that he was an amazing person, and Sable with a carefree smile said that Mrs. Shies was looking for him. Changing his face, Jaime noted warily that this was to be expected. While both were standing in the corridor on the red carpet, the boy asked where Beryl had gone, and Sable replied that he also didn't know. Jaime was already leaving when he suddenly turned in bewilderment at Sable's voice, asking him not to be interested in the mentioned sword master. The man smiled widely, declaring that it was all for Jaime's benefit. The boy broke out in a cold sweat, looking at his interlocutor with concern, while he wished to have a good rest before the arrival of Archbishop Sephir. Turning around and starting to walk away, Sable gently said that while walking, you shouldn't go towards the Myrrhine forest. Smirking insidiously, Sable turned to the boy and said that this was an extremely dangerous place. The action moves to a mountainous area with trees, over which it was night. In the dark clearing, rustling sounds were heard from several directions. An eerie round creature with red tentacles lay curled up on the grass. Two men in dark robes stood opposite, and the short-haired man with a malicious smile asked the monster to wait a little longer before he could get out, calling him a child. Touching the eerie creature, the man screamed with a mad look that the day of awakening would be the moment when the summoning of demonic creatures would end. Inside the cocoon, in a red bubble, an embryo with glowing red eyes grew. The action moves back to the estate, where Jaime was sitting at the dining table in a chair, and his mother and sister Sarah were on the sofa opposite, and the boy asked if he could ask a question. Shies talked sweetly with her son, while Sarah eagerly awaited her brother's question. The smile disappeared from the woman's face when Jaime asked what connected her with the swordsman Beryl. The boy, waiting for an answer, looked at his mother, asking if she could tell about it. Shies smiled then, collecting her thoughts and choosing where to start the story. She began the story by saying that she was 7 years old at the time. It was at this age that Shies first met the mysterious and cold Beryl. In the past, Beryl came to visit the Marquis's estate, who was surprised at how the guy had already grown up. The swordsman was accompanied by his father, who jokingly asked his pompous son if it was really unusual for him to be in society after constant training. Afterwards, the father boy returned to the fair-haired Marquis, sadly informing him that he could not find him a single worthy teacher, and Belle excitedly asked whether to help with the search. At this time, a fragile hand was clutching the fabric of a gray shirt. Beryl turned around questioningly, noticing that Shies had grabbed the sleeve of his shirt. The blonde looked at Appa in awe, pulling him along to show him the place with the butterflies. The Marquis grinned, noting that Shies was interested in Beryl, and the boy's father suggested that he take a walk with his friend. The boy, with slight indignation and covered in sweat, reluctantly agreed. Now the girl, having taken her friend to the garden, climbed onto the apple tree and reached for the reddest fruit. She happily showed Beryl the apple she had obtained, showing off as best she could with a smile. Beryl worriedly watched dear Shies, calling out to her from the ground with fear. The girl with a beautiful flower hairpin in her hair looked softly at the guy, asking him again with a smile. Shies stepped on the next branch with a white boot, not looking at her feet at all. Suddenly the girl stumbled and lost her balance, dropping the apple from her hands and flying down the tree, and Beryl screamed in concern for her friend. He managed to lie on the ground in the place where Shies was flying in order to soften her fall, and now lay crushed by her body. Having risen, the girl, in a great mood, said that she was having a lot of fun. Leaning on the trunk, Shies hurried to climb the tree again to do this again, and Beryl, grinning angrily, decided to stop her. Now the entire garden, illuminated by the rays of the sun, heard cries of those arguing about the fall of Shies and Beryl from the tree. A boy with bandaged hands was breaking a plucked apple into 2 parts, and it gave way with a crunch. Beryl and Shies were now sitting indoors on the sofa, and the guy with a cold look handed half of the fruit to the girl, and she admired his skills. Having poured a mountain of red juicy apples onto the round table, Shies enthusiastically asked to break the fruits again for her, and Beryl was taken aback, wondering where she had picked so many apples. Apples almost completely covered the table, and Beryl sighed with effort while Shies admired. Night fell, and a round disk of the moon appeared in the sky, surrounded by stars, and the dark sky smoothly turned into a clear daylight. The next day, Shies, holding a wooden stick in her hands, firmly stated that she would study to become a sword master. The girl with a wooden sword at the ready clenched her fist, happily informing the puzzled Beryl that he would become her teacher. She joyfully swung the wooden dummy, and after that, foliage flew to the sides. Shies, looking at Beryl with enthusiasm, asked how he liked her skills, and he, putting his hand on his side, phlegmatically stated that she had no talent. The girl asked again indignantly, and her friend just laughed. 3 years later, the Marquis angrily hit the table with his palm in his office. Sir Bell stood up and furiously shouted at Father Beryl, reminding him that it had been repeatedly said that visiting the gold mine was prohibited because it was too dangerous. Mr. Onyx, covered in sweat, with a worried look, justified himself, saying that he had no choice because he could not discredit the honor of the family. Then the Marquis shouted menacingly that if they were deprived of their family, then there would be no point in honor. Near his father's bedroom stood a puzzled Beryl, silently bowing his head, and Shies, who looked worriedly at Appa and tried to support him. When the servant shouted for the young master, he ran inside abruptly and headed to his father's bed, who was lying with his arms folded on his chest. Traces of blood trailed from Mr. Onyx's mouth, staining the pillow and his white shirt, and Beryl, with a desperate cry, asked his father to wake up. After the head of the family committed suicide and was buried, the Onyxes fell. While Beryl stood at the mouth, mourning his father, the Marquis of Bell came up to him from behind and gently laid his hand on his back, with a sad look asking the boy to be with his family. Shies, standing nearby, looked at Appa with tears in her eyes, holding her father's hand. Beryl looked very depressed as he glanced at his father's grave. The Marquis tried to calm his daughter, who was grieving along with her close friend, while continuing to hold her hand. About a year later, Beryl was swinging his sword wildly in a clearing while walking. Shies, in warm clothes, sat nearby, surrounded by snowflakes, and sadly watched her friend. 2 years had already passed, it was summer, and the situation had not changed, and during walks Shies sat under a tree while Beryl swung his sword until it was worn out. The phlegmatic boy had become obsessed with training his sword art in the name of revenge, and was now thrusting his sharp blade forward with a furious look. Dusk was falling on the ground, and the tops of the hills were barely illuminated by the setting sun. Beryl, still training in the forest clearing, turned around worriedly. He looked ahead, calling his friend Shies, and so 4 years passed. And then one night on the Bell estate the lights were on from all the windows. A ball was organized, and many elegant ladies and gentlemen moved around the decorated hall, discussing the news. A handsome guy approached Shies, inviting her to take a walk together, but she awkwardly refused. The twins standing nearby laughed, noting the girl's beauty, and Beryl watched with concern from the corridor, biting his lip. He looked crazy and rudely addressed the guy standing next to his girlfriend. In a fit of jealousy, Beryl brutally beat the handsome man and his twin friends, who were now lying crippled on the floor. The swordsman with a furious look threatened to cut off the guys' tongues for daring to be stupid with Shies. The beaten blonde with a bloody nose was shaking in fear, looking at Beryl as he put his foot on his chest. Concerned Shies, noticing this, furiously called out to the Oroboni. Beryl turned around in shock, standing against the night sky. The girl watched in horror at her friend's atrocities, folding her arms over her chest and concluding that he was not at all the person she knew. One day, a carriage arrived at Bell's estate, and passers-by looked at it in surprise. The young Argino Welton arrived in the carriage, who, covered with a blush, excitedly greeted the Marquise and asked for her advice. Shies introduced herself with a smile, saying that she was honored to meet the head of the Welton family. The girl was touched in Argino's company, finding her pleasant. The guy with blue hair looked at the object of his adoration with his eyebrows furrowed with excitement, biting his lip. The guys sat on the sofas opposite each other, and at the head of the table sat the Marquis Bell, praising the merits of the groom. Argino, having heard him mentioned in the context of the future master of the sword, began to look indignantly at the Marquis and object, and he laughingly declared that no one doubted the young man's skill. Argino became more and more embarrassed and could not even put together 2 words, stuttering and stuttering violently while his cheeks turned purple. Shies listened to the guy with reverence, closing her eyes and breaking into a smile. Argino, just looking at the girl, fell face first into the table and said that he was flattered, but she was embarrassed. The girl was now rushing along the corridor, covered with a red carpet, while they unsuccessfully tried to call her. Beryl wandered behind his angry friend, asking to talk, but she threateningly declared that they had no topics to talk about and tried to leave. The guys walked along the flights of stairs of a luxurious mansion, and the swordsman spoke rudely about Argino, which greatly angered Shies. Beryl realized with shock that he no longer liked his friend, who had previously only looked at him. The angry girl turned to him, telling him that the person who was close to her did not behave like that, and now Beryl was only selfishly trying to tie her to himself. The young man was taken aback when Shies screamed at him, asking him to stop these attempts. Beryl furiously grabbed the shocked Shies with his bandaged hands, trying in a fit of anger to explain to her what he felt, but he couldn't. Suddenly, a gloved hand reached out to the angry Beryl, trying to free Shies from his grip. It was Argino, who was furiously shouting at Beryl, indignantly asking what he was allowing himself to do. The hands of 2 men are visible. The Count, with his mouth wide open, asks what the other allows himself. The long-haired man, frowning, shouts back, telling the Count to go away. The Count opens his mouth and says that he cannot afford this. A hand in a black glove grabs another, tied one. An angry man shouts insults at the Count. There is a crying woman, and the Count tells the man to quickly apologize to Miss Sears. The man clenches his jaw. The Count frowns tensely when he hears that the man is challenging him to a duel. Sears is surprised and has tears in her eyes. The Count stands holding the man's wrist. With a serious expression on his face, he confidently declares that he accepts his challenge. A mansion is depicted and a voice is heard that understands what happened. A worried Sears screams, asking her father to calm the men down. The mustachioed man, her father, looks down, saying that he doesn't want to lie to his daughter, but he was thinking about marrying her to Beryl. A gray-haired man is shown sitting at his desk, and his daughter, standing opposite, shouts that under no circumstances should this be allowed because he is an Oriboni whom she has known for quite a long time. A young man is depicted with a frightening look. The girl claims that Beryl could be a demon who wields a sword. The young man steps on the man, and the lady suggests that he may also be the man who was only following her. She hangs her head, remembering the unpleasant moment where Beryl was furious, and says that he could have done this to find out if she was seeing another man. With a calm expression on his face, her father declares that Beryl simply loves her. The girl cannot stand it and hits the table with her hand, saying that this is not so. Her tears are dripping onto the table. She clenches her jaw, saying that the kindness and care of Beryl's past is gone. The man lowers his head to his daughter and asks if she knows about Count Welton. Sears looks at her father in disbelief, and he says that he understood what she wanted to talk about, so he asks her to leave. The door closes. The gray-haired man rises from his chair. He goes to the window and puts his hand on it, asking Onyx for forgiveness. It's raining. Beryl lies with a bloody wound on his cheek. Covering one eye, the Count declares that he has won. Sears tearfully rushes towards the duelists, asking if the man is okay. Beryl turns his head towards the girl, trying to say that everything is fine with him, but she suddenly turns to Sir Welton. The Count hugs the girl with a smile, saying that he is much stronger than she thinks and asks her not to worry. Tears flow from Beryl's eyes. He calls the girl by name. The mansion is shown again and Marcus's name is heard. Father Sears, sitting at his desk, is informed that Sir Beryl has left in the middle of the night. The man says it will be better for everyone. The next events take place 3 years later. A portrait of happy newlyweds can be seen and a pregnant Sears sitting in a rocking chair. The door swings open and her name is called. The Count enters the room, saying that he thinks she should learn that Sir Beryl has become a sword master. He looks down, seemingly preparing to say something else. Beryl is shown lying on the bed with blood on his face, and the Count is heard thinking that he may have wanted revenge on the 3 families that caused the Onyxes to go bankrupt. Sears looks down sadly. She holds her belly, saying that she also has something that she would like to share with the Count. He stands in front of his wife, asking what happened and saying that he is ready for anything. She reports that she has given it some thought. The woman happily states that she thinks they should name their baby Jaime. Thoughtful, the Count replies that Jaime Welton is a wonderful name, but wonders what to do if a girl is born. The girl claims that if a girl is born, she should be named Sarah. The Count also liked this name. Sarah sits in shock and Jaime listens awkwardly to the story as his mom reveals that this is how they met again. Closing her eyes, she smiles and asks if Jaime is interested in her past. Hesitating, the young man answers in the affirmative, but he himself thinks that the story is so long. He smiles forcefully, claiming that he did not think Welton was capable of defeating such a strong man. A pet reports that its owner has a strange expression on his face. The doors of the room are visible, and the blonde man tells Jaime's mother, apologizing for interrupting, that Archbishop Saphira has arrived. The Archbishop is shown smiling as a woman joyfully calls him and tells him to look who is here. The woman seems uncomfortable when Saphira calls her a tomboy, Sears, and she asks what he's saying and if it's worth remembering when they haven't seen each other for so long. The woman is embarrassed when the Archbishop suggests calling her a toddler, and her father, smiling awkwardly, notices that this toddler is already the mother of 2 children. Smiling, Jaime introduces himself and says that it is an honor to meet the Archbishop. Sarah introduces herself, hiding behind her brother. The woman hugs Sarah, asking how the children are doing. A phrase is heard asking them to come more often because they miss them. Saphira smiles, saying that the apostle told him a lot about Jaime and he heard that they are best friends. Joyful Roz tells the young man that Ricky asked him to tell him that he wants to see him as soon as possible. To this, Jaime smiles awkwardly, thinking that they have already met. A man with long blonde hair says he's taking them out now. Father Sears says that, unfortunately, they will go there later because he wants to communicate with the Archbishop. Saphira bows as if in prayer, telling Sears that he prays for the blessing of the goddess to come upon her and her children. The woman thanks him and says goodbye to him. She smiles, hugging Sarah, and asks what they should do now. She turns to Jaime and asks about what he said, that he wanted to go there, to the place where the big drop of water is. The young man looks at his mother and asks what kind of place the Miraine forest is. He says the assistant told him not to go there. The woman suddenly asks how he knew about this place. She opens her eyes wide in surprise and wonders if he has gone anywhere. Jaime awkwardly waves it off, answering that he didn't go anywhere. His mother asks why Sable told him about this. After hesitating, the young man replies that he only wanted to warn him. The woman frowns worriedly, reminding him that she tirelessly repeats that her son should not go anywhere without her knowledge, because even though he is a good wizard, he is still a child. She points her finger towards the forest of Myrine. Jaime calmly looks at this picture, saying that it looks like an ordinary forest and asking if it is dangerous. A map of the forest is shown, and the woman reveals that it is one of 6 restricted areas in the entire world. It turns out that one of them is the Great Forest of Area Jada, located outside this forest. She explains that, simply put, Myrine is part of Area Jen. The young man looks down and thinks that the likelihood that this is the same dark forest that Pyro spoke about is high. The woman frowns as she tells her son that that's why he shouldn't go there. The young man awkwardly tries to convince his mother that he will not go into this forest, but he himself thinks that he will definitely visit there. A path in a dark forest is depicted. A man in a robe is seen, who says that this is really the place. He smiles, thinking about what could be here. Lots of red eyes appear on the trees, and Jaime thinks that this is a truly terrible aura. Chain lightning has been reported. A magical stream is depicted. An explosion occurs. Surrounded by magic, Jaime declares that there are difficulties here. He stands with his back and says that this is a forest in which you cannot use black magic. Suddenly they call out to him. Something is happening. They grab him by the shoulder. Venna waves her leg, signaling something is behind her. Jaime falls to the ground and the girl tells him to stop counting crows, her mouth agape. He is dumbfounded. Placing her bloody hand on her chest, the girl turns around questioningly. Jaime clenches his jaw when Venna asks what he said and says it doesn't matter. A forest is visible, and the young man asks if the girl can use black magic. Venna, folding her hands, answers in the affirmative, but claims that she feels better than ever. She, trying to explain, says that her body is like a feather and she feels the flow of power passing through her. She feels as if she is floating in the air. Jaime turns away, saying that in that case it's good, and thinks that everything is in order, because she is one of the tribe of forest Valkyries. She, like the elves, is fueled by the energy of this place. Leaning over, Venna asks how the young man ended up here, to which he irritably replies that he already told her about it. She follows him, wondering if this is at the request of that goddess, to which he replies in the affirmative. The girl clarifies what they need to do. Jaime's legs are visible, and he explains what needs to be done first. They both stop. They look down in shock. Venna screams, and tears sparkle in her eyes. The amazed young man realizes that he cannot take off. He falls into the abyss and thinks about what kind of forest this is, and if he falls to the ground at such speed, he will break. Lying on the grass, he looks questioningly ahead. Frightened Venna, with her mouth wide open, asks if they are alive. She asks with tears in her eyes where they are. The young man, in turn, invites her to look. He conjured the light, and now certain walls became visible. He concludes that they are in ruins. He notices some symbols. He seemed to understand what it was. He calmly says to leave. Standing in front of the door, he offers to enter otherwise. The door immediately swings open. A happy Venna says that the door has opened, and Jaime states that he doesn't know who created it, but it looks interesting. He remembers his past life and claims that he didn't think he would encounter the symbols used in his past life here. A certain castle is depicted. The man with the scar on his eye is focused. He seems to smell blood. A man with a torch runs in and reports that they have found someone lying unconscious. A bloodied man lies. It is discovered that he has no heart. It is suggested that this is the work of demons. A man stands by the body, saying to inform Sable. He frowns, thinking this is strange. He concludes that, judging by his appearance, he was killed about 4 hours ago. He recalls the map, thinking that it is a patrol pattern, as well as the path that soldiers take during the changing of the guard. The man is focused. He wonders why no one ever reported the body. A scroll is visible and the man talks about how much he hates to point fingers at anyone, but he needs to check the patrol schedule. Suddenly something pierces his chest and blood gushes out. It turns out that he was attacked by a blonde man in a robe. Holding the man's heart in his hands, he insults him, telling him to look for the culprit and claiming that he will see if they can catch him. Suddenly he looks away, dumbfounded. A hand and a weapon are seen in it, and it is heard that this man was waiting to meet the killer. He smiles, saying that he found himself in a rather awkward position because of him. The man in the robe laughs, asking if this is the chief advisor. Suddenly blood gushed out of him. He turns towards the newcomer and insults him. The long-haired man's face darkens and he says that bodies infected with demonic energy should not get off easy. The man opens his mouth wide, screaming. Blood can be seen on the stone wall. The staircase is shown and Benna's voice is heard asking if Jaime is okay. Covering his eyes, the young man answers in the affirmative and begins to cast a spell, healing himself with the help of a bead of life. He thinks about how he thought he might actually die. The doomed girl admits that she had thoughts in her head that everything would come to an end. A knight with red eyes is seen, and the young man draws attention to giant armored soldiers equipped with anti-magic. Many arrows are flying, and he notices automatic rapid-fire traps and a horde of fighting scorpions that have no end. Scorpions appear. The young man notes that it was not very pleasant. He stands in front of the door, wondering if this is what they are looking for. The girl is interested in what is written there. Part of Jaime's face is shown and he reads what it says about the place where it slumbers. The door opens. The girl smiles interestedly, and Jaime is absolutely serious. A paw with claws is visible as Venna wonders what could be sleeping there. A huge bear with a collar comes out of the door. Both the young man and the girl seem absolutely stunned, because they clearly did not expect to see a bear here. Satisfied, Venna, folding her arms, declares that the bear is cute. She closes her eyes, telling the master to look at how big the teddy bear is. Jaime worriedly tells her to be careful. Stones fly away from the bear's step. The young man and the girl fell to the ground because of this. The angry bear declares that they have a lot of guts for coming here. The young man closes one eye, asking if the bear knows who he is, while he himself thinks about whether he understands human language. The bear takes a stone in its paw, saying not to pretend. He throws a stone, claiming that the young man does not know. Jaime, concerned, activates the barrier. It is covered by a blue magical field. The bear hits the defense. The stone hits Jaime and blood spews out of his mouth. Venna calls him with tears in her eyes. The young man lies among the stones. His eyes are slightly closed, there is blood on his face, and he realizes that almost all of his ribs are broken. Venna kneels down next to the young man, asking if he is okay, to which he replies that at least he is alive. He thinks about what could have been much worse without the beat of life. Frowning Bear says that once he nullified this power, he no longer had the ability to resist anything. Unhappy, Jaime suggests that it was the bear that blocked his black mana. The aggressive bear swings at him, saying that it is none of his business. Venna clenches her hand into a fist, assuring herself that she can and will succeed. Suddenly she hits the bear's fist. She understands that she needs to protect the master. Blood can be seen on the wall again. A blond man with blood on his face asks why the other did this. A long-haired man with a dark face reports that the man crossed the border and ruined everything. He remembers telling him to leave the soldiers alone. The man in the bloody robe says that the sword master has left him again. They answer him that, apparently, his punishment was not enough. The long-haired man smiles. The fair-haired man's face is cut. He falls to the ground screaming, and the long-haired man reveals that he doesn't care about the sword master. Turning around, he says that the most important thing from dirty demon parasites like him is obedience. He states that everything must go according to plan. He closes his eyes. Some destruction is happening. Venna is carried away by the shock wave. She looks to the side worriedly, wondering what is wrong with her master. He praises her. 6-color torrential rain is activated. The bear is confused when he sees the magic. He stands with his eyebrows raised. The stunned young man and girl look at him. The bear's body is visible, and he says that it's all because of their waving left and right. He asks why they don't just give up. They shout confidently, asking if he wants them to just accept death. Venna states that he attacked them out of the blue. The bear against the wall says that they left a disgusting object in his forest, and since they committed a crime, they must be punished. Irritated, Jaime states that this is their first time in this place. Venna supports him. The bear frowns, claiming that this is a lie and that this dark force protecting the damn demonic egg definitely belongs to him. The young man is dumbfounded. He wonders if there is a demonic egg in this forest. The bear clenches his paw into a fist, telling him to stop lying and declaring that he will kill all of the demon's followers. He swings again, telling Jaime to die. The young man begins to talk about himself. With his mouth wide open, he declares that he came here to get rid of this thing at the request of the goddess Pyro. The bear's paw stops right in front of his face. He doubtfully asks if the young man is lying. Jaime says tensely that he swears on everything he has. He turns away, telling the bear to follow him if he doesn't believe him. The phrase sounds that everything is in order because this forest is part of the territory of the goddess. An interesting room is depicted, and the bear declares that if the young man had lied and defamed her name, he would have been immediately punished by heaven. He is depicted against the background of scales, saying that he does not feel any divine presence emanating from him, and his power, which he had to suppress, is definitely not holy. The young man turns his head, saying that he is not following her, they only made a deal. A young man in light robes is remembered, and Jaime says that Pyro told him to go into the dark forest and prevent the awakening of this disgusting dark magic. He looks away, claiming that the goddess said that he would understand why she wanted to send him and not one of her followers once he was here. The bear looks up, saying that it is difficult to believe, but this fact cannot be denied. Concerned, Venna tells the bear to wait and tell them about the demonic egg and the power protecting it. He begins the story. He reports that the egg appeared about a month ago. He remembers that he immediately went to get rid of it. Dark magic is visible, and the bear says that a dark force was protecting the egg. An egg is depicted, protected by dark power. According to the bear, incredibly dark, deep and powerful. He clenches his paw into a fist. He swings at the egg. The protection did not break upon impact. He reports that no matter what he did, he couldn't break through the barrier, so he had to block the energy surrounding him from the very beginning. The young man emotionlessly reports that he does not feel any divine power from the bear. He asks how he blocked his power. The bear raises his claw, saying that it is thanks to an artifact that looks like ruins. Jaime wonders if the ruins are an artifact. He shuts Venna's mouth when she says that it must be expensive and asks who created this artifact, how he knows the ancient language, and what the purpose of the artifact is. The bear turns away, saying that he has no idea. It turns out that all he knows is that this place was created about 600 years ago. A young man appears. He asks permission to ask one more question, namely, why he still limits the dark force. The bear, raising his eyebrows, clarifies what Jaime means. Looking at him, the boy says that the bear said that he blocked the power protecting the egg. It turns out that in this case he broke the egg on the spot. He calmly looks at the bear, asking why he is storing this black mana in an unusable state. The bear, looking at the people, admits that the egg is still intact. The young man wonders why this is so and whether there are any other obstacles. The bear awkwardly looks away, saying that in order to block the dark power with an artifact, the caster must be in ruins. He reports that he has never met anyone who could help him destroy the egg. The boy and girl are dumbfounded. Venna, looking at the bear, turns to him. To this he replies that his name is actually Tibiron. He is pierced by phrases about how he is a bear with a bunch of ideas, but no plans to achieve them. Tibiron, a plush toy with a long tongue, who only talks about how everyone is pathetic and insignificant. The girl looks questioningly when the young man asks if Tibiron can sense her power. He is surprised and asks a question about the Valkyrie's life force. Jaime raises his hand to his head, saying that it is not that, but something else, something similar to his power. It turns out that she is also blocked. He asks why this is and whether this force is similar to the one that protects the egg. The egg is depicted again, and Tibiron reveals that it is something else because the power he blocked exactly matches his power, but not hers. The young man looks down, thinking that only Origina should have his black magic. Reaching out his hand, Jaime says to remove the power restriction and release them so that he can go see it with his own eyes. Tibiron seems to have doubts. A smiling Venna says to trust them because if the master manages to use his power, he will cope with the egg in a matter of seconds. The bear frowns. The girl shouts that the goddess sent them. Tibiron snaps his fingers in agreement. The young man's fist is wrapped in dark magic. He stomps his foot. The ruins are filled with dark force. Tibiron is dumbfounded. The girl is also in shock. Jaime flexes his fingers. He looks angrily, saying that they don't dare indulge them. The bear asks in surprise what he is doing. A magic circle is formed. The young man is happy. Some tables appear in front of him, and he says that he will take control of everything. Suddenly he spits blood. Tibiron swings at him. Wiping off the blood, the young man tells him to slow down. The bear reaches out with his paw, claiming that if he doesn't stop, there will be nothing left of the ruins. The frightened girl tells her master about the blood, and he, answering that everything is fine, thinks about the mental barrier and that even so he is not going to stop. The bear frowns and says that his connection with the ruins has been lost. He asks if this is the young man's doing. Jaime smiles, stating that he has appointed him as his master's assistant and, unfortunately for him, his master is not the only one who is knowledgeable about the artifacts. He thinks that for a third rank this is all easy work. The young man folds his arms across his chest, saying that he cannot simply leave alone the object that is blocking his powers, although this cannot be called a real limitation. The bear is confused. Jaime asks how he was able to block his power in the first place, the power that can absorb holy energy. Tibiron actively reflects on the fact that this is complete nonsense. He fully analyzes what happened. Jaime grabs Venna's hand. He says with a smile that there is no need to chase him. With a wink, he reminds that Tibiron will not be able to leave the ruins even if he wants to. The bear is dumbfounded. He insults the young man. A building is depicted and 9 bodies are reported in one night. Jaime's mom's dad jumps up from his chair and asks what's going on. His face darkened and he asked whose hands this was. Clenching his jaw, the man asks what's wrong with Sable. Concerned guys are standing listening to the man's questions. They report that no one has seen him since midnight last night. The man is dumbfounded. A stone tower is visible. Longhair climbs to the top. He notices that they should be about to arrive. A building is shown. The gray-haired man asks if the call came from the superintendent. Saphira bows to him, saying that the sacred guards have already been sent and, most likely, they will arrive tomorrow at noon. They are sitting on the sofas. It turns out that one of the gentlemen will also visit them. The man says that the priest made a difficult decision. Afton is reportedly being well looked after. It became known that this was their second sacred land. A smiling long-haired guy is depicted. Sticking his tongue out, he thinks about what will happen when they arrive. He assumes that then everything will be over. Ricky and Anna are portrayed. Symbols are seen and indignation is heard. Venna points his finger, noticing the aura, to which the young man replies that this is his energy. Symbols fly around them, and Jaime thinks that he does not understand what the black mana that belongs to him is doing here. The girl asks what these symbols are. The young man casts a spell, saying that the dead are stretched out, hands up, see water. He touches the magic ball, saying that the moonlight, one starlight shines in the wavy sea, the only light in the dark sky. He opens his eyes wide. The sea is visible, and the young man continues to pronounce meaningful words. It is said that a dead person stretches out his hand over the sea water. A man in a robe is depicted. A man is shown holding a book, and it is reported that the old man raises his hand and drowns in the darkness. He closed his eyes. The speech continues. The book falls. The pages fly apart, and one hears the promise of a distant future, a very distant future. The young man lowers his head, saying that this grimoire was part of his existence. He thinks that this confirms everything. He realizes that his memories are incomplete. I remember the moment where Jaime sits on his knees in front of Ricky, and he thinks that he accidentally remembered the rebellion against divinity. He notes that it is strange that he does not have any discomfort due to the holes in his memory. The interested girl asks if Jaime understood something. He hands her the ring. It shines on her finger. It turns out that this is an artifact that he grabbed from the ruins. The young man asks to fill it with mana so that he can use it later. The girl has a hammer in her hands. She looks pleased and says she likes it. The young man turns away and asks her to take him and continue to follow. He puts his hands forward, saying that he might stay a while. He opens his mouth wide and screams to return to his owner. A hand is visible, shrouded in dark magic. A man appears, clenches his jaw and insults those present. Magic sparkles in the sky. Turning around, the young man shouts to Ven. The girl is holding a hammer in fear. Jaime tells her to defend herself. The girl squeezed the weapon in her miniature palms even tighter than before. Venna then blocked the blow coming from the sky with a swing of her hammer. A stream of wind stirred up the thick green forest, and among the densely growing trees something fell with a loud crash. Venna gripped her weapon tightly and looked down as thin streams of fresh blood flowed from her mouth. The main character arched his eyebrows in shock and opened his blue eyes when he felt the holy power and immediately assumed that it was coming from Janice's church. The girl with blue short hair, glasses on her forehead and a bandaged shoulder smiled widely and with a sword slung over her shoulder said that Jaime had good instincts. The main character grinned, wondering what Janice's church had forgotten in such a place, and asked the girl if she had come to destroy or protect the egg. Kanna furrowed her black brows and narrowed her brown eyes as if Jaime's question had given her pause. Then the girl's sharp gaze shifted to the other side and her expression became angry. Kanna turned to Ven, and the girl, hearing this, looked questioningly at the church representative, continuing to hold the hammer in her hands. The blue-haired girl smiled predatorily and said that Venna had put together a combo because most of all she hates such hair and such weapons. The stranger prepared to jump and attack Ven. Kanna swung her broadsword in a jump, shouting that she would finish Venna first, but the Valkyrie was able to block the attack with her hammer. From excessive stress and fatigue, Venna let out an exhausted groan, frowned and closed one eye. Kanna broke into a pleased, playful smile and said that Venna was good. Suddenly, the church representative clenched her free palm into a fist, intending to hit her opponent with it. The main character immediately noticed this and screamed shrilly, warning Ven of the danger. The girl's fist flew into Ven's temple, and the pink-haired girl widened her eyes and exhaled heavily. The intense pain brought tears to Ven's eyes, and she looked at Kan with an expression of shock. As Venna swung her hammer through the air, the church representative jumped back, laughed briefly, and asked if that was all. Venna became enraged by her opponent's chatter and jumped high into the air, swinging her powerful hammer. Kanna silently watched as Venna approached her and prepared to strike. The church representative used her sword as a shield and said with a wide, mocking smile that it was rather weak. Venna prepared to attack her opponent again, and with anger in her eyes, she screamed that she was not finished yet. Kanna was only glad of this and jumped closer to Ven. The weapons of the two girls cut through the air with lightning speed. Kanna frowned, her brown eyes flashing predatorily as she told Venna to try something else. Venna froze in shock and surprise when her opponent was behind her in just an instant. A blue mark from a weapon strike flashed in the air. Ven's body, covered with fresh deep abrasions, gushed out with gushing scarlet blood. The main character, seeing that his student was injured, shouted her name loudly, and he himself thought that perhaps a small blow would be enough, but if he stopped and helped her, something else might happen. Suddenly Venna screamed shrilly, asking Jaime not to move and slammed the hammer into the ground. The girl held the weapon and trembled all over, blood was coming from her mouth, but she said in a weak voice that she still had the strength to fight. Kanna threw the sword over her shoulders and said with a malicious smile that Venna was probably in pain, and it would be unpleasant if she cut her into two halves, and then the church representative asked if Venna was really going to fight in this state. Vena leaned over, sighed heavily, and with a confident smile made it clear that she had no choice but to follow her master's orders. Kana was surprised and called Vena a good slave, saying that children like her sometimes need to act. Vena raised her head and, with eyes shining with madness and a wide smile, replied that she could only do this with elders, while thick red magical streams emanated from her fingers. The next moment, a thick blood-red fog of mana appeared around the blue-haired girl, and she herself froze with an expression of tension on her face, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. Vena cast the curse of reversing feelings. Suddenly Kana found herself in complete darkness. Her eyebrows arched tensely and she sighed in amazement, and her pale face was covered with perspiration. Vena was carried away by the battle and pursed her lips, and the stranger, with an expression of alarm on her face, recognized black magic. Kana opened her hand, preparing to defend herself. Vena jumped and attacked her opponent, hitting her with a hammer, but the girl put her elbow under the weapon and dodged. Vena, whose gaze was growing crazier by the second, gritted her teeth and thought that now that the curse had stopped working, this was her last chance. The blue-haired girl clenched her jaw in rage, shouting insults out loud at Vena. Kana held the hilt of her broadsword tightly in her palm. The girl loudly called Vena brat and waved her weapon in the air, causing the entire space to illuminate with a bright blue light. Vena watched her rival's actions with panic in her round pink eyes. A strong wind arose, causing the hammer in Ven's hand to tremble. The next moment, the Valkyrie's weapon broke, and a web of deep cracks spread across the hammer. A powerful explosion thundered in the middle of the forest, and a tall pillar of bright flame hit the sky. The once lively and green trees turned dry and lifeless due to the fire that engulfed them and turned the forest into a real battlefield. Vena lay on the charred ground with her bloody mouth open and making heavy, painful moans. The girl's hammer lay not far from her, and she herself did not understand what had just happened and why her strength left her so abruptly. Ven's pink eyes dimmed and began to close. But even in such a helpless and exhausted state, the girl thought that she needed to get up and continue to protect the main character. Ven's eyelids continued to close, her eyes became unfocused, and she faintly saw Kana standing in front of her, who was furious that Ven dared to scratch her. The face of the church representative was distorted with wild rage, and sometimes hissed that she would deal in a matter of seconds with the one whom Vena was protecting right before her eyes. Jaime couldn't help but smile slyly because he found the stranger's words funny. The main character walked through the air with the help of magic and explained that he hadn't even done anything yet. Jaime clasped his hands together and ordered Leviathan to devour the enemy. The blue-haired girl clenched her jaw in sudden, sharp pain as a black, clawed limb pierced her shoulder, causing her to bleed profusely. Jaime used the gluttony technique, which is black magic that turns everything and everyone into food and then devours it. The main character looked at Can with shining eyes and stuck out the tip of his tongue, thinking that he did not like this holy magic, but he intended to absorb it completely. The creature stabbed into the churchwoman's shoulder, causing her body to become covered with many intertwined black lines, and Kana could do nothing but writhe in pain and curse out loud. Vena turned over on her side and weakly called Jaime, and the main character said that thanks to the fact that the girl tried hard, he was able to deal with the egg. Jaime said that Vena needn't worry anymore, and a small smile appeared on the girl's pale face because she felt joy. The black creature summoned by the main character had a huge round mouth covered with dozens of sharp small fangs. A representative of the church, whose palm was stained with purple blood, approached the main character and angrily hissed that she wanted to be gentle with him because he had such a cute face. Jaime did not pay attention to the girl's words and, with frowning brows, came to the conclusion that she was not a simple priest at all. Kana, with a bloody face, concentrated magic in her palm and resolutely attacked the protagonist. The girl's clothing changed to white armor, and now instead of glasses, she had a metal ornament on her forehead. Jaime's face showed excitement, and he clenched his hands, thinking that the atmosphere was heating up, and this girl had more holy power than the bishop, which meant she would be quite a problem. Kana frowned angrily and said that although the magic the protagonist used was a simple copy, it was still able to absorb her completely. A church representative, standing at a distance from Jaime, pointed a weapon at him and asked if he was a black sorcerer, and the main character did not deny this. Hearing this answer, the girl squeezed the weapon tighter in her palms. She screamed that in this case she would be forced to finish Jaime off, and waved her weapon in the air. The main character frowned and replied that there was no way out. Suddenly, a huge unholy gate appeared behind the protagonist's back. His black magic began to gather around Jaime, and the young man said with a grin that he wanted to introduce the girl to someone. The magical gate opened after the main character summoned his servant, namely the Lick named Garb. The Lick immediately raised his voice, addressing his master. Together with a skeleton in a dark cloak, a man with short white hair emerged from a magical portal. Kana was furious to see that the protagonist had summoned the undead. The girl became furious and forcefully cut the air with her weapon, raising a large column of dust. The earth cracked, fragments of it flew up along with sand, stones, and dust. Kana tensed, froze, and her lips curled with excitement. The creature in a light cloak glared at the girl with bright red eyes shining from under the hood. Someone's foot in a black leather shoe stumbled. A man with blonde hair, dressed in a black robe, widened his eyes in fear and pursed his lips, looking at something in front of him. The man looked in panic at the huge crimson dome and did not understand how this structure could grow so much. The man, whose face was distorted into a grimace of complete horror, had just said something about 3 sacrificed hearts when suddenly Jaime was behind him, smiling sarcastically and saying that this man clearly liked all this dark energy. The young man jumped out of fear and fell to the ground, asking the main character who he was. While Jens was picking up Ben, who was unconscious, the main character asked the young man if he was the same follower of a demon named Damon. Damon panicked and began to ask what happened to the Guardian, but Jaime grinned, snapped his fingers and replied that he didn't need to know, and instead they would finish what they started. Immediately after these words, Rise said that he would carry out the order of the main character and attack Damon with a sword, which caused blood to flow into the air. Damon coughed heavily and opened his eyes wide, struck by hellish pain. Damon fell face down on the ground, a pool of blood leaking out of his mouth, while the man himself was still trying to say something. Damon raised a trembling hand, looking at the scarlet dome as if he could do something with it. However, after a moment his strength left him, he fell silent and collapsed to the ground like a sack. Suddenly, a loud crash was heard from the direction of the magic dome. Rise heard this and turned around with a look of panic on his sweaty face. The main character loudly ordered his subordinate to step back. Rise jumped high into the air, and the roots holding the crimson structure rushed after the man. Rise landed next to Jaime and furrowed his brows in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. Strong, thick roots wrapped tightly around Damon's lifeless body and lifted him from the ground. The main character and Rise knelt down, and Jaime said that now he should have enough vitality. The main character brought his thin eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, a purple spark appeared in his eyes, and he announced that the demon would arrive soon. The structure, reminiscent of a huge flower bud, began to break from the inside. Kana attacked the lick, surrounded by a shield, and wished the enemy to die. Garb, looking at the girl with empty eye sockets, calmly said that it was very stupid to wish death on a dead person. Kana, exhausted from the battle, gritted her teeth and frowned so hard that her nose became wrinkled. The girl jumped away from the lick, thinking about what happened to the egg, because the master would not like it if everything did not go according to plan. A blinding magical whirlwind, reminiscent of flame, appeared in the air. Kana and Garb froze at the same time, for both did not understand what was happening. Garb's bony jaw trembled as he felt this powerful energy. Kana grinned contentedly when she realized that the one she had been waiting for had finally appeared. The lick turned to the main character and hastened to warn him that this monster could suppress even death itself. Kana furrowed her thick black eyebrows with anger and looked at Garb with hatred. The girl attacked the lick with the words that if she was destined to give up the ghost here, she would take Garb with her. The girl's powerful attack cracked the lick's skull, and he began to beg in a weak voice for Jaime to escape. As if realizing something terrifying, Ricky opened his green eyes wide and frowned. When a girl with brown hair braided in 2 braids asked if everything was okay, the man standing next to her quietly said that everything would soon end. Ricky froze with a look of horror on his face and shouted that everyone would die if they didn't do something. Anna was just about to ask what Ricky meant when suddenly a young man ran into the room and shouted that the apostle and saint needed to leave immediately. Ricky grabbed his sister's hand, led her towards the exit and told her they had to go. The worried young man raised his palm to his face and came to the conclusion that they would become a burden if they stayed here. The massive ebony door with gilded patterns was closed. The young man roughly hit the surface with his fist and asked loudly if there was anyone outside. A man in uniform opened the door and shouted that Myrine was in the forest. Bell yelled loudly, ordering his subordinates to prepare the troops, and quickly, suddenly Shies appeared in the doorway, holding the hem of a pink long dress, and called her father. The man told Shies not to worry and to take the children with her, but the woman screamed that Jaime was missing. Belle froze in shock after hearing those words. Shies' face turned white, and tears rolled down her cheeks without stopping. She said that the main character may have gone to the Myrine forest. Jaime silently watched as the crimson dome collapsed more and more every second, immersed in a red magical mist. The protagonist's hand trembled, and he said that he hated demons precisely because this species frightens weaklings and despises them. This is something that harms all living things by its very existence. Rise and Jens trembled with fear and asked Jaime to save himself, which is why the main character thought that even the dead succumbed to this fear. The bracelet with the purple stone on the protagonist's wrist sparkled brightly, and Jaime thought that even he would have a hard time without the perfect cage if the demon was completely freed. Rise, who had screamed that they might die, suddenly disappeared as Jaime snapped his fingers, and Jens looked in shock at the spot where his partner once stood. As soon as the main character ordered Jens to take Ben as far as possible, the subordinate rushed to run away without even listening to his master, causing Jaime's face to distort with anger. The main character widened his eyes in horror and turned around when someone asked him if he could handle it alone. A hand with long clawed fingers appeared from the dome, and the demon said that it would not be so interesting for him if Jaime simply gave up. The demon broke through a kind of cage holding him back, and a humanoid body with dark gray skin and a muscular relief was revealed to the protagonist's gaze. The creature showed its face with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs. The main character was discouraged when he identified the noble demon. The demon slowly rose into the air and was surprised that Jaime knew something about his race, so he decided to eat the main character later. A creature with rounded black horns and white short hair named Ravetta introduced himself as the Baron of the Great Devil's Domain. The main character frowned and mentally came to the conclusion that this Baron, at a minimum, had the rank of a master. Ravetta put his hand on his waist and told Jaime not to be scared. The demon extended his index finger and said that since he had already come here, there would be no turning back. The main character activated absolute invulnerability using the artifact on his wrist and sarcastically replied that it was very nice of the demon to tell something like that. Ravetta assessed the protagonist's artifact with a predatory smile and said that he would die quickly and painlessly if he gave the bracelet to the demon. The main character arched his eyebrows and asked with a grin if he looked like a madman. Ravetta's eyes flashed furiously, and he said that in this case he had no other choice. Within a second, the demon grew a long tail and wings, and he said that he would have to see how long Jaime could hold out. The main character prepared to jump. Ravetta watched as a round purple seal glowed behind Jaime as he hovered in the sky. The main character summoned Leviathan. Sable smiled softly, expressing false excitement. The man saw a red glow in the distance and immediately recognized the weakest of the 5 noble demons. The man closed his blue eyes and said that for people this might seem like a disaster. A crowd of people dressed in black cloaks ran at lightning speed, trying to save and aloud praying for mercy and courage. Sable threw the sword over his shoulders and broke into a satisfied smile, saying that people still should have left someone to protect their home. Jens runs with Vena in his arms. The thought of the boss is heard. A question is asked if he is sure, and a man is shown covering one eye. His hands are shown and he thinks that since he is alive, that means his boss is too. Vena opens her eyes. She is stunned when the man tells her that his boss ordered him to take her and escape because the demon has awakened. She asks to let her go. She leans on a tree trunk. She looks at the hurricane of magic, asking if the master is there, to which Jens replies that he will now fight this monster. He awkwardly says that if the girl goes there, she will only get in the way. She is indignant. Vena looks worried and says if she dies, it will buy her some time. Jens is overcome with magic as he states that in this state she has no chance. He falls to the ground. An explosion occurs behind Vena. It is reported that the summoning of the undead was cancelled and coincidentally, the explosion happened at the same time. The girl remembers all those who spoke badly about her. Suddenly she sees an image of Jaime, who told her to fight. Vena is worried. Her hammer lies on the ground. She looks at him. Someone thinks of a young Valkyrie with strong, pure blood. The hammer shines and it is reported that although she is not ripe, the hammer will allow her to use it today. He tells her to remember this feeling. He shines brightly, saying that his name is Filion and he is a hammer forged by a legendary blacksmith to serve the queen. He told the girl to try her best. The dark sky is visible. The young man thinks that he has run out of strength even to fly. He is upside down and realizes that he has lost too much blood. He regrets that he does not have so many life bead powers. He reaches his hand into the sky and thinks that he could call black. He believes that in this case he would buy himself some time to use magic of the highest rank. He is exhausted, you can see it on his face. He was surprised when they picked him up. The phrase is heard that he is pitiful. The young man looks at Tibiron from his paw and asks how he ended up here. To this the bear replies that he knows his way around the area in which he has spent about 600 years. He raises his claw to Jaime and says that he never thought that he would be left to fight the demon alone. He claims that he knew that the young man had a noble heart worthy of the one whom the goddess had chosen. Jaime tries to say that it's not like that at all as he is lowered to the ground. Something is approaching the bear from behind. This is a leviathan spreading its energy. He spread his arms out to his sides, asking to be allowed to finish his meal. The bear's skin is pierced by claws and blood gushes out. The monster smiles, saying that he just tried to cut off Tibiron's paw. He claims that for a being in the surface world, he is quite strong. The bear frowns. He knocks the demon over, saying that he is very fast. Leviathan spits blood. Now a star is already shining in the sky in the face of a man who has flown into the sky, and Tibiron declares that he is not alone here. Vena is called as she hits the Leviathan with her hammer. The bear also strikes. Winking, the girl announces her arrival. The young man pays attention to her hair. Now her hair is red. The girl smiles, saying that they are cool. Running, Tibiron states that they will talk later. He frowns, trying to say they're not done. The smiling Leviathan reports that he is right and this is not the end. Blood is gushing out of the bear. You can see the landscape and some red magic. A phrase addressed to Marcus is heard that they cannot advance further due to demonic energy. Sitting on a horse, the guy asks why they didn't wait for reinforcements from the Pyro church to receive their blessing. The gray-haired man with a mustache only remains tensely silent. Jack sits on his brown horse. One can hear the idea that only the Order of Fear holds on. A crying Seers is remembered, and thoughts are heard about what will happen if they delay even longer. Sheets of paper fly, and the man raises his head, paying attention to the gust of wind. He takes one of the sheets. Magic swirls among the trees. The blue-haired girl runs away from her. She looks up saying it's disgusting. She runs further and thinks about stupid demonic energy. She smiles, remembering that she summoned that horned devil. She believes her work is finished. The magic overtakes her as she hopes her boss won't punish her. She is instantly cut into pieces. Part of the demon is visible. Tibyron lies face down on the ground. Venna lies with her eyes closed and blood at her mouth. The demon's laughter is heard. He smiles, saying that they actually surprised him. He claims that he had no idea that he would have to try hard fighting in this world. The creature looks up, remembering the spell and asking what its name is. It says it feels a force emanating from it that is capable of destruction. The hooded man reports that it is called the Road to Destruction. It is reported to be dark magic that releases all the energy absorbed by the Leviathan at once. A corresponding picture of what is being explained is also shown. It becomes known that it has the power to cause large-scale destruction. The young man, frowning, thinks that this is the last hope that Venna and the bear gave him. Leviathan raises his hand, saying that he too could have died and that they were going to deal him a powerful blow. He takes off, claiming that now is the time to tell the young man his last words, if any. He lowers his gaze, telling him to finish him off and sending his last words to hell. Suddenly he feels the wind. He opens his eyes wide in surprise. The demon is cut in half. It turns out that Beryl has appeared. Some paper arrives. The man's message to Marcus is shown, in which he asks not to let anyone into the forest because he himself will take care of the demon. A palace is depicted. Someone reports that he had a premonition. Saphira stands in front of the open door. He claims that he was not expecting guests at all. Sable smiles, asking if the apostle left. Saphira bows with folded hands and asks if the guy worships the goddess to leave this room. Smiling slyly, Sable asks if he can stay if he doesn't honor her. Saphira's face darkens and he states that in this case he will have to take action. Sable wonders if the man really thinks he can do it. He takes out his weapon and reminds him that it is Janny's first sword. Saphira looks shocked. The tip of Sable's sword is visible and he speaks of eternal peace. He raises the sword, expressing his wish for it to be engraved on the tip of his sword. He declares that today the goddess will face great losses and then destruction. You can see the dark sky and a crowd of people. Ricky seems to sense something and winces. He turns around in fear. The guy calls the archbishop. The night sky is depicted again. There is some kind of crack in the ground. Jaime notices that he can't keep up. He thinks about striking quickly with such a strangely large sword, and that's still combined with a terrifying level of power. The young man wonders if this is really what the power of the wind looks like. Beryl turns around, asking why Jaime is there. The young man smiles awkwardly and claims that he became interested because everyone told him not to come here. He never thought of meeting anyone here. The man calmly declares that he saw everything. Jaime finishes his sentence in an awkward position. Beryl lowers his head, telling him not to worry because everyone has some secrets that no one wants to talk about. The young man frowns, wondering how much the man managed to see. Looking at Beryl, Jaime asks why he is here. To this he replies that he took this task because he was perfect for it. The bear looks at the man with interest, asking who he is. He states that Beryl looks very strong. Standing in front of the bear's face, he says his name and that he is one of the seekers of the truth of this world. He reports that he came to pick up an item entrusted to the local people at the request of Isis. The bear wonders if he is talking about the border. Beryl raises his head, saying that he wanted to ask him to open the gates of Gremia. The young man is confused and has many questions. Tibyron looks away, asking for forgiveness and claiming that he cannot yet, because at the moment he is not responsible for them. Jaime, hesitant, asks if he is talking about ruins. A magical field is visible. Beryl, with Venna on his shoulder, says that with all these demons, he did not think that the young man would also contact Gremia. Tibyron hits his fist and his palm. He asks the taken aback Jaime to hand over power to him. Beryl looks at the young man. Jaime awkwardly bumps fists with the bear. There is magic between them. Finally, the magic begins to rage. The young man opens his eyes wide. He seems to be in an empty place. He is hailed as the owner of Black Mana. A gray-haired smiling man appears. Jaime asks if he was the thought that prevented the system from being taken over. He turns around, saying he knew he wasn't just a regular defense. He assumes that this man is the creator of Gremia. The man stands as if on water, saying that his name is Armian and he was a brilliant creator of artifacts, a wizard of the 9th rank, which was a rare occurrence for that time. Jaime notices with displeasure how much vanity there is in Armian's words. He assumes that in this case he is the border or something like that. The man smiles, saying that he may be close to Isis, but he is not a border. He points his hand at the sword and says that, at the request of the lightning dragon Graham, he is only guarding her sword. He turns his head, claiming that Gremia is not just a place designed to observe Graham. It turns out that it was created for the benefit of the one the man is expecting. The young man frowns, wondering what he means. Wolfer introduces himself, and Armian says that he is specifically waiting for the owner of Black Mana, who has the power to destroy the 12 gods. He says that he is waiting for someone who can cope with such power. The young man's fingers twist, and he asks how Armian knows the ancient language and other little things that should have been forgotten long ago. He frowns, thinking that even Ganon didn't know about the power that could kill the gods. He states that if he doesn't like the man's answer, he will destroy him. Armian smiles, saying that the creature left traces in this world. He says that he learned the ancient language while following these marks. The young man is amazed, asking if there are traces of Wolfer in this world. The man closes his eyes, realizing the name of that creature. He says that he never managed to recognize him, although he searched all his life. Armian suggests that, apparently, the person who inherited his mana is Jaime. The man holds out his hand, saying that in that case he can give it to him. The young man looks at this in surprise, thinking that there is an incredible amount of energy here. Even the bead of life is completely filled with it. The man holds out a certain cube, declaring that Gremia is an artifact that can change its shape. It turns out that this is an object with unlimited possibilities. Its appearance and purpose can be determined by the will of the owner. Armian releases the cube, saying that, helpless in the face of the truth, he created it by adding up everything he had. He reports that he has been waiting for this day. The cube ends up in the young man's hands. The man declares that he is transferring all power into his hands. Jaime clenches his hands into fists, saying that he would never have thought it was such an incredible artifact. He thinks about how this is on par with the 3 divine weapons he created. The young man smiles. He states that this is even better. Shows a mansion on a rainy day. Roz is seen running. He calls out to the archbishop in concern. Saphira appears covered in blood. Frightened, Roz says he needs help and quickly. He reaches out to touch the man's wounds, but Saphira tells him that there is no point in doing so, and the guy notices that another sacred force is interfering with his healing. The dying Saphira claims that he is fine and asks only to protect the apostle and saint. A staircase is visible and Roz is heard asking if this was Janus's church. Saphira tells him to quickly go to his divine brother and sister. Roz, in tears, declares that he cannot leave him here. The man's hand reaches out to him, and he says that he understands everything. Saphira puts her hand on the head of the sobbing Roz and asks him to leave. Clenching his jaw, the guy promises to avenge the man. Saphira just smiles, telling him not to be led by revenge. Young people are depicted running. The man insists that Roz must protect. Saphira's hand falls as Roz sobs uncontrollably over him. It was raining actively in the forest, dark clouds filled the sky. Jaime, who had a hood over his head, looked at Beryl, feeling some discomfort, answered the question of Beryl, who asked about his well-being. Jaime said that he was almost completely fine, and then asked the reason for Beryl's arrival. Beryl picked up his weapon. Looking at Jaime, he said that he had completed his mission. Tibiron asked him what happened to Gremia. Tibiron pointed his finger at Jaime, who was standing near the tree, and told him that he had returned a little later than them. Tibiron again tried to contact Gremia, but he failed. His yellow eyes and green pupils looked at Jaime while he said that his connection with Gremia was completely broken. Tibiron asked what happened there. Jaime extended his hand, on which a magical sphere appeared, inside of which there was a cube. Tibiron and Beryl looked in shock at the artifact in Jaime's hand. Jaime told them that he had met Armian's spiritual matter and received Gremia. Beryl raised his head and looked at the huge black airship that appeared above their heads. Beryl noticed that this item was much more valuable than Graham. Jaime clenched his hand into a fist, putting away the artifact. Tibiron asked him if he gave him this artifact. Jaime closed his eyes, saying that it was his idea. At the moment when Graham was taken away, he gave him all the power. Tibiron bent down, bringing his face closer to Jaime, not understanding what exactly his acquaintance gave Jaime. Jaime raised his head a little, saying that it would be better for Tibiron himself to look. Jaime touched Tibiron's nose with his hand, after which green mana began to radiate from Jaime's hand. Tibiron looked at it with some puzzlement. A green stream of mana began to flow into the wounds on Tibiron's hands, after which they began to heal, When Tibyron asked if this was healing, Jaime said that it was something similar. The rain in the forest did not stop, and the clouds did not clear. Beryl's voice was heard in the forest and turned to Jaime, saying that it was time for them to leave. Beryl stood behind Jaime, saying that he was sure that Shees was worried about his departure. Jaime shuddered, saying that he forgot about his mother. Suddenly, Jaime opened his eyes wide. Dark mana began to flow throughout his body. Jaime remembered Ricky. Beryl turned his head and asked Jaime if everything was okay. Jaime was nervous, a bead of cold sweat running down his cheek when he said that the goddess's apostle was in danger. Beryl turned around and looked at Jaime's back, wondering if Jaime was talking about his friend when he said that the goddess's apostle was in trouble. Concerned, Jaime turned his head and shouted, saying that they had no time for that now and they urgently needed to go there. Beryl immediately grabbed Jaime by his cloak. Beryl, without expressing any emotion, picked up Jaime and put him on his shoulder, asking where they needed to go. Jaime, feeling uncomfortable, said that they needed to go southeast from Afton. Beryl pushed off from the ground and rushed into the sky. Beryl's jump created a powerful explosion of mana that raised dust beneath him. Tibyron watched Beryl and Jaime fly away, complaining that they didn't even say goodbye. Tibyron looked at Ven, who was lying unconscious and muttering something, saying that it was time for him to return to his home. Events take us to a plain ending in a huge mountain. Jack, riding his horse, approached Belle, saying that, judging by the patrol report, the source of demonic energy had disappeared. Belle, sitting astride his white horse, smiled, praising Jack for her excellent work. Suddenly, a group of infantrymen began to approach Belle's group, screaming. Belle gritted his teeth and looked at the arriving group as they informed him of a group of demons that had appeared in the area and were attacking everyone indiscriminately. The private remembered the woman sitting on her knees and spreading her arms to the sides with a crazy smile on her face. He told Belle that luckily for them the knights left behind were able to stop the demons, but they heard the news that there were demons masquerading as local residents. Belle closed his eyes and lowered his head. He knew from the very beginning that he should not underestimate these demons, but still he allowed it. Belle's eyes snapped open and he looked at the soldier as he said that the archbishop had been killed. Jack, looking at the soldier, screamed in a fit of anger. Looking at the mountain range in the distance, the soldier reported Sable, who was there according to eyewitnesses. Sable held his blade in one hand and the scabbard in the other. He smiled, looking at his trembling opponent, saying that he alone could not stop him. Roz bit his lower lip. He held his blade in front of him waiting for the enemy to attack. He initially did not think that his opponent would be so strong. Ricky, trembling with fear, hugged his trembling sister. He looked worriedly at Roz and asked if he was okay. As soon as Roz began to reassure the children that he was fine, Roz gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, a vein popping out on the back of his hand due to the tension. He asked Sable how long they had been planning all of this. Sable tilted his head slightly and smiled, closing his eyes. Sable began to slowly approach Roz while telling him that they did not expect that the opportunity to get rid of the goddess's apostle would appear so soon. Sable threw his body back while lunging with his sword. Roz clenched his jaw, barely dodging Sable's lightning-fast strike, which passed centimeters from his head. Roz looked at his shoulder, from which blood suddenly gushed out. Ricky, seeing the wound on his shoulder, Roz cried out in concern. Roz, shouting decisively, ordered Ricky to stand where he stood. Roz looked at his wound on his shoulder, thinking he was sure that he had dodged, but he was wounded again. Sable swung his blade, shaking off the blood from it. He told Roz that he could not stop him. Roz, holding his wound, from which blood was flowing all the time, frowned and asked Sable if he was a sword master. Sable smiled at Roz's words. He mocked Roz for even guessing about it. Sable imagined in his head the formation of his ability called Causality Change. His ability guaranteed injury when struck. Sable imagined a mini-game in his head trying to explain to Roz the principle of operation of his technique. In whatever position Sable would attack, Roz was guaranteed to receive a blow. Roz opened his eyes wide while holding his wound. Roz was shocked by Sable's words, who said that he could delay him taking damage after he wounded him, meaning this was the pain that Roz felt over time. Ricky's eyes widened in horror and fear after hearing Sable's words. Roz clenched his jaw because of the anger he felt. His hand covering the wound on his shoulder clenched even more tightly. He could not believe in the existence of a power capable of denying logic. Sable slowly returned the sword to its sheath with a grin on his face, saying that this world is full of strong people. Instantly, Sable found himself behind the shocked Roz. Sable pulled out and returned his blade to its sheath at great speed, but he still managed to strike at Roz. Sable turned his head, saying that he considered himself one of the strongest people. Blood sprayed from many parts of Roz's body, and he coughed from a sharp attack of pain. Ricky could not stand it and rushed towards Roz, screaming. He stretched out his hand trying to call out to Roz. But at that moment, Roz, from whose body blood was gushing, threw back his head and was practically unconscious. Sable looked towards Ricky and licked his lips, anticipating his victory. Suddenly, golden energy began to concentrate in the air. Ricky cried in grief, his jaw clenched as he concentrated his mana in front of him. A moment later, a huge explosion created by Ricky occurred, chips and fragments began to fly in different directions, and lightning created from Ricky's mana began to separate from the sphere itself. Sable walked through the rubble saying that he didn't expect Janice's first blade to be able to push him away. Sable turned his head and closed his eyes, asking Ricky what kind of holy power he had. Sable raised his head and saw Roz approaching him from the air, his hand with the blade raised to strike. Roz began to concentrate his mana in the blade. An angry Roz shouted to Sable, telling him to ask his god about everything. Sable had to dodge 3 mana pillars that almost didn't kill him. Upon landing on the ground, Sable said that his father hated being asked questions. Sable smiled and raised his blade to lunge, saying that it was better to cut Roz with a sword than to waste time asking questions. Roz and Sable's blades collided, tiny waves of mana spreading out from where they collided. Roz was trembling, barely holding back the onslaught of the grinning Sable. Roz held his sword with both hands, but was still under a huge burden of trying to hold off Sable. There were small ripples across the surface of the formation in Sable's subconscious as he used his ability. Roz smiled and said that he might not be able to cope with him. Roz's words were abruptly cut off when he, holding his blade with both hands, moved Sable's blade to the side. Ricky at that moment raised his hands aiming at Sable. Abruptly, Sable stopped smiling and clenched his teeth as blood began to flow from his mouth. The initials of the goddess appeared in Ricky's pupils, and the mana around him raged. Roz stood, motionless, looking at Sable who was lying on the ground and trying to get up. Ricky would concentrate. A small ball of light began to condense between his raised hands. At that moment Roz continued to speak, calling Sable a pathetic person, unable to resist God's power. A seal of the use of his ability appeared in Ricky's subconscious, notifying him of the punishment, namely the cancellation of the change in causality. Sable, who was standing in front of him, flinched when he, lying on the ground, began to laugh. Sable smirked as he looked at Ricky. Waking up at such a moment seemed a little corny to him. Roz clenched his jaw as he watched as Sable began to stand up, praising Rika's divine power for reviving Roz and negating his abilities. Roz could not stand it and, enveloping his sword in mana, rushed towards Sable. Sparks from the collision flew in all directions. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Sable stopped the Roz blade with his fist, which he wrapped in his mana. Roz's blade began to crack when it collided with Sable's fist. Sable's lips curled into a creepy smile, his pupils constricted after calling all of his opponents worthless. Roz's blade finally broke due to Sable's power. Roz looked at the hilt of the sword in horror. Ricky's hands, standing to the side, trembled as the two swordsmen fought. Suddenly, Sable turned into a blue stream of energy rushing towards Ricky. Ricky raised his head and looked up, sensing danger. Sable flew to Anna and Ricky, saying that this time they would not be able to put up a protective block. Anna screamed loudly, trying to warn Ricky. But at this time, a formation formed in Jaime's subconscious. One by one they connected. Severe pain connected with lightning. Jaime raised his hand to his mouth and cast a spell. Ricky looked at the newly formed lightning bolt that struck Sable directly. Jaime started screaming, urging Ricky to attack Sable. Ricky looked in shock and horror at the hand that came out of the lightning column. Ricky took the chance and delivered a powerful blow to Sable's stomach. The blow was so strong that it created a shockwave of mana behind Sable. Ricky's hand, which he struck, was shaking. Ricky tried to calm down, taking large breaths and exhalations, but he still did not stop looking at Sable with rhinestones. Roz started running towards Ricky, shouting and trying to call out to Ricky. Ricky looked at Roz running towards him and at Jaime arriving, wrapped in a cloak. They both shouted worriedly, asking about his well-being. Soon Jaime and Roz approached Ricky. Only Beryl remained standing a little away from the others. Concerned, Jaime approached and immediately began asking about what had happened. But instead of Ricky, Roz answered, clenching his teeth. He accused Sable, saying that all this time he had been working for Janice's church. Beryl looked at Roz and asked if he was talking about the Marquis's assistant. Jaime turned his head and asked in shock if he was really the Marquis' assistant. Jaime suddenly calmed down because of the white line of mana that came close to his throat. Beryl's eyes widened when he saw the line at Jaime's throat. Beryl grabbed Jaime and threw him aside with him, but he had to sacrifice his hand to save his friend. Sable, who pulled the hilt of his sword, was a little upset that he couldn't hit his opponent's throat, but he still admitted that the title of Sword Master is not earned just like that. Ricky looked at Sable and was horrified. He couldn't believe his eyes. Roz turned around and angrily shouted Sable's name. Sable closed his eyes, smiling, and pointed his blade at Roz, saying that changing causality can be used not only to harm someone. Looking at his arm, which was broken in several places, Sable said that this time he was unable to completely dodge. Beryl stuck his huge sword into the ground and ordered everyone to move away. While simultaneously looking at his opponent and tying a knot on his injured arm, Beryl said that he would deal with the enemy himself. Beryl stood opposite Sable. Both held the hilts of their blades waiting for the enemy to attack. Sable called what was happening boring, because without a second hand Beryl does not have such a reaction. A stream of mana flowed through Sable's crippled arm. beginning to heal it completely. Sable grinningly asked if Beryl thought of coping with him in such a state. Beryl tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, starting to pour his green mana into it and saying that he didn't care because the wind would cut Sable into pieces. At this time, 3 lightning bolts simultaneously appeared in the sky, signaling the start of the battle. Jaime sat on the edge of a hill and watched the battle while the others stood to the side and talked. Jaime raised his hand to his face. He was very nervous, realizing that if it weren't for Beryl, they would all have died. Roz approached Jaime asking if Beryl could cope. Jaime did not give an exact answer, saying that they could only watch. Beryl was approaching Sable at great speed. At that time, Sable raised his sword to block the attack. There was a powerful explosion due to the collision of the 2 sword masters. Their mana shot up like flames. Looking at the battle of the sword masters, he became nervous. He could not believe that such an incredible ability as changing causality could exist in the world. Jaime silently and motionlessly watched the battle while Roz began to speculate, saying that perhaps Beryl had learned something about Sable's ability, but even so it would not be easy for him to resist this. Roz remembered a smiling Sable pointing her blade at him, admitting that if he could use his ability as both defense and offense, then it had endless potential for use in battle. A shadow fell on Jaime's forehead. He darkened immediately after the words of Roz. Jaime realized that he could not sit and quietly watch. Sable stood behind Beryl as he rushed past him, mocking his title as a sword master. Beryl turned around in irritation and struck with his sword. A cut appeared on Beryl's leg, blood sprayed from the wound. Sable walked past Beryl and stabbed him with his blade, while saying that their experience gap was too huge. In many places on Beryl's body, wounds appeared, from which blood gushed out. Sable said that although he looked young, he actually was not. The one standing on the hill shouted. Anna began to run to the edge after Roz shouted and asked about Beryl's condition. Sable raised his head and grinned, saying that now it was their turn. Sable bent his knees and raised his heel in preparation for the jump. Jaime opened his eyes wide in fear, realizing that Sable was walking towards them. Ricky retracted his hands and began to use his divine power and said that he would stop Sable. Sable flew up to the newly formed barrier and struck it with his sword. A wide smile stretched across Sable's face at the sight of the goddess's barrier. Standing right on the surface of the barrier, Sable looked at Roz, Jaime, and Ricky inside the barrier, saying that Ricky was not the only one who had access to God. Sable raised his head without ceasing to smile. Lightning began to envelop Sable's body as he said that such a pathetic barrier was useless against his father's power. Jaime at this time opened his palm, in which a moment later the Gremius artifact appeared. The sanctuary formation glowed brightly in Sable's subconscious. The tip of Sable's blade began to distort and twist from the power that poured into it. Sable with a predatory smile raised his sword up. Preparing to strike, he collected all the mana into his sword. Looking at the people inside the barrier, Sable said that everything must follow his father's will. A huge explosion occurred at the top of the hill, a bright light illuminated the entire area, and chips and fragments scattered to the sides. Sable, still smiling, clenched his jaw from tension. Ricky, standing with his arms outstretched inside the barrier, screamed, using more strength to hold the barrier. But the barrier in front of Ricky's hands still began to crack and become damaged. Sable's pupils shrank to the size of a pea as he raised his sword for a second thrust, preparing to kill everyone inside the barrier. Roz raised his hand and tried to call out to Ricky. The blade pierced the flesh, blood gushing out in all directions. Even after all this time, the rain did not stop, and the dark clouds in the sky still did not dissipate. Beryl opened his palm trying to feel the rain. Beryl was lying on the ground asking Shies for forgiveness. 4 deep cuts inflicted by the blade were visible on his chest. Blood was flowing from almost every part of Beryl's body. Beryl tried to smile, but was cut off when a green light appeared next to him, and he heard a woman's voice asking him if he was remembering someone's mother. Beryl sat down, noticing that his wounds began to disappear and a green mist began to emerge from the wounds. Beryl was confused, but a female voice explained to him, saying that it was some kind of healing magic. Jaime on the battlefield grabbed Gremius tightly, preparing to use it at any second. When Sable had not yet destroyed the barrier and was standing on it, a female voice told Beryl that she would keep his secret, so he had to not die and not let them die. In those moments when Sable smiled while using her divine power, she told Beryl to hurry up. When Jaime raised his hand back, hiding Gremius behind his back, she told Beryl that if he didn't hurry up, there would be little left of them. We were brought back to the present, at the moment when the blade pierced the flesh and blood flowed in all directions. It was Beryl who pierced Sable. Sable bit his lower lip trying to hold back the blood that was coming from his mouth. He asked at the limit of his strength how Beryl did this. Beryl smiled for the first time in the entire battle, saying that he didn't know it. Beryl began to fall down, advising him to ask Jaime about what was happening. Sable looked to the side and got scared. Jaime directed his hand at Sable, concentrating a huge ball of energy at the tip of his fingers, while he shouted an order to Gremia who appeared behind him. Energy balls began to form in front of the muzzles of Gremius cannons. Jaime combined all the energy charges into one huge one in front of him. The beam of energy instantly covered a huge distance. Sable put his hand in front of his face, using all his divine power to hold back the attack. Sable clenched his jaw, feeling tense as dark mana began to seep through his barrier. Jaime, brightly illuminated by the charges of energy, shouted loudly, saying not to underestimate him, because this force was created in order to destroy him. Sable jumped to the side, dodging the dark energy that began to consume his divine power. An explosion of enormous power occurred in the place where Sable had just stood, fragments scattered in all directions, and the entire area was illuminated. After some time, the clouds began to dissipate and the rays of the sun could pass by them. Beryl lay on the ground unconscious. Ricky began to get up without understanding what had happened. Roz hugged Anna and began to look around, trying to find Jaime. At this time, the wounded Sable smiled, a trickle of blood flowing from his mouth. Standing over a frightened Jaime who lay on the ground, Sable was glad that he could end his life now. Roz saw this and screamed, trying to call out to Jaime. Ricky, as soon as he saw this, rushed to Jaime's aid. Jaime's mouth was bleeding and he bit his bottom lip when he realized he couldn't move. Sable stopped smiling, he grabbed the rest of his blade and already raised his hand to strike. After some time, a frightened Jaime opened his eyes while lying on his bed. The mother and sister standing near the bed looked at Jaime with concern and simultaneously shouted his name. Jaime looked away full of hostility when his mother hugged him, saying that if he ran away like that again, she would personally kill him. His sister repeated her threat after her mother. Jaime felt awkward in his mother's arms and asked her forgiveness, but in his mind he was thinking about what had happened. The moment the tip of the blade reached him, a blue barrier appeared out of nowhere, protecting him. Jaime remembered a small drop-shaped decoration that was once given to him, saying that one day the moment would come and this artifact would save him. Jaime looked at his mother, thinking about the gift. Jaime wrapped himself in a blanket, trying not to see his mother and sister, while repeating after each other that he was completely like his father. Jaime poked his head out from under the blanket and turned his head, asking his mom if she had seen his necklace. Mom took out a necklace in the shape of a drop and asked if it was the one. Jaime saw the necklace and thought about the glow that disappeared. She has looked at the necklace in her hand, saying that it was a gift from Jaime's grandmother, but Jaime objected, saying that she had died before he was born. Recalling the blonde girl in the luxurious white dress, Shies told Jaime that his grandmother could predict the future. On the map you can see the place where we will now be transferred, namely to the southern region, Brion in the desert, located more than 10,000 kilometers from Afton. Sable ran through the desert. He did not understand what kind of light it was that threw him from the northern region to the southern one. Sable remembered the moment when Jaime's necklace levitated and formed a barrier around him. Sable, gritting his teeth, heard a woman's voice asking him not to touch her child. A woman's hand approached Sable's chest, and the woman herself asked him to disappear somewhere far away. The sword who was pushed away by the woman's hand began to be indignant and scream at that moment. But at the end, stretching out his hand, he could see the silhouette of a beautiful girl with her hands folded in front and telling him that no matter what power he had, he could not escape this fate, because it had already been paid for. Rushing past the huge city walls, Sable decided to quickly run away from here because he realized whose territory this was. The Tan Man, looking at Sable as he ran away, greeted him. Sable stopped abruptly when he saw a group of people appear in front of him. Sable clenched his jaw and looked at the man who appeared with fear. Blazer was a tan man with tattoos around his eyes, a gold ring was put on each of his fingers, even the tip of the blade he was holding was gold-plated. Blazer, looking at Sable, asked him why such a busy person like him decided to come here. Blazer himself was the supreme priest and captain of the Knights of the Church of the Sun God Ra. The tip of Blazer's blade burst into flames. Blazer raised his sword above his head and released a column of flame from it while telling Sable that if he didn't lie, then his execution would be painless and quick. Sable bit his bottom lip, cursing at Blazer's monstrous strength. 3 tree branches marked the beginning of the burial ceremony. At the funeral of Archbishop Saphira, one of the men raised 2 branches as many people approached the coffin and cried, at which time someone from the audience described the Archbishop by saying that he was good-natured and polite to everyone. Looking at the corpse of the Archbishop, which lay in a coffin full of flowers, the man continued speaking, saying that whoever did this will not be forgiven. Ignoring the people's speeches, Jaime looked at the Archbishop's corpse, wondering if he could raise him as an undead. The edges of Jaime's lips curled into a smile. Jaime walked towards the people waiting for him. He was no longer the same person he was before. When Jaime approached, Ricky called out to him, saying that Pyro wanted to see him. Soon Ricky and Jaime found themselves near the iron door. Ricky grabbed the door handle, warning Jaime that no light could be allowed in from here, and this was also the law. When Ricky and Jaime entered the room, Jaime asked Ricky what happened to Sable. Descending the huge circular staircase, Ricky said that Sable had disappeared with the glow of Jaime's necklace. Ricky asked if the necklace was an artifact. Jaime confirmed this by saying that he himself had not yet fully figured it out, but he knew that he got the necklace from his grandmother, who could see future. Soon Jaime and Ricky entered a room with a pool in which there was a statue of Pyro clasping his hands together. This place was called the Shrine of Origin. Jaime looked at Ricky a little sullenly and asked if the previous situation would repeat itself, but Ricky just motioned to be quiet and said that he was asked to show a little respect. Soon, Pyro appeared in front of Jaime, who was standing in the water, and as she approached, she decided to first say words of gratitude. Jaime raised his head in irritation, looking at Pyro. Pyro raised her hand to her face and looked to the side, thanking Jaime for being able to strike Janice, after which she asked Jaime to borrow his strength. Pyro exclaimed and looked back at Jaime after he asked if she wanted him to be torn apart and die here. Pyro stroked her cheek with her finger and innocently said that she was not particularly attentive and had completely forgotten that people were weak creatures. Jaime frowned. He was angry that Pyro said that he should be proud of himself because he was a man recognized by God. Jaime clenched his jaw, the veins standing out on his neck from the anger he felt listening to Pyro. Events take us to the center of Janice's church, to a huge and luxurious building. A tan man with gray hair hit the table and shouted that not only had they failed the plan, but Sir Sable had gone missing, and he even gave him a sword from the church treasury. The priest standing at a distance bowed his head and looked away, saying that he had nothing to say because they had searched every corner of Afton's territory. The priest remembered the corpse of the Kana that they found and told the head of the church about it. The head of the church tensed and frowned, realizing that they were in a terrible position, because the spiral of the battlefield showed that if they started a war without Sable, they would lose a lot of time. The battlefield spiral was an artifact similar to a globe, but with many nuances. It was a divine object that helped reduce military losses by running all kinds of simulations. Sitting on his throne, the leader said that the political pressure from concluding a contract with demons would only increase. The head clenched his hand into a fist. He understood that they had to start a war immediately in order to take control of the situation into their own hands, but now they had no other choice, and they could only wait for Sable to return. Dark energy was released from the church leader's body when he ordered that Sable be found at all costs. The servant who was kneeling raised his head and looked at the head of the church and then accepted the order. Events return again to the White Church, where the funeral of the Archbishop took place. While Shees cried and covered her face, her daughter, Roz and Belle tried to calm her down. In the underground space of the church, Pyro's voice was heard saying that it was hard to believe. Jaime, raising his head, looked at Pyro, who asked him if he really accidentally received the legacy of Diablo Wolfer in the mountains. Jaime answered her by saying that he had nothing to add, since it happened by accident. Pyro leaned down, dipping her hands into the water, and asked if Jaime had asked her to believe it. Pyro looked to the side and said, forget about it because they had something more important. Jaime did not take his eyes off Pyro and then said that this time he had a question for her. Jaime presented his true appearance by asking Pyro what happened to her sworn enemy. Jaime secretly hoped to find out if the gods knew about his translocation into the body of this boy. Pyro put her head on her hand and looked to the side, saying that she had no idea, because he was sealed in the realm of eternity in the primordial darkness. Pyro lowered her hand and looked at Jaime, saying that even the gods could not control anything in this space. Jaime asked if Diablo could have escaped. Jaime thought. He raised his hand to his face and stroked his chin after Pyro said that this was impossible, and they didn't even have a thought to stop him there. Jaime hid his smile behind his palm. He was glad that the gods knew nothing. They did not know that he died and was reborn. Pyro looked at Jaime and said that she had not seen his bracelet on his hand for a long time. Jaime lowered his hand, standing in the water opposite Pyro. He said that he was also looking for the two remaining items. Two skill books called Indestructible Aloofness Almighty and Godslayer Dayside. Pyro raised her hand to her face, telling Jaime to do what he wanted and for her to pretend she didn't know anything about his plans. In the underground room within the walls of which statues of Pyro were built, Jaime's question was heard. He asked Pyro if she had been expelled. Pyro decided to answer Jaime's question. She presented a map on which the chess pieces were laid out and then said that Janice made an alliance with Lilia and Brahman. Dryan cooperated with Hyulan, and Tantiras and Arbolado made an alliance, while Jillian and Oblivion also united. And only Ra the Flame Emperor and she were left on their own. Jaime winced when he heard that the Sun God was alone. Pyro, playing with her power, formed the symbol of the Sun God and said that the Flame Emperor was always a loner and Ra ruled more as an absolute god than a loner. Ripples in the water spread from Jaime's body as he told her not to worry about being alone. Jaime became numb. His whole body stopped obeying him out of fear. It was because of Pyro who released her aura and angrily remembered Janice's actions, because of which she was left alone. He had long planned to steal her power and rebel against Ra. Pyro bit her lower lip, veins stood out on her face full of anger and hatred, and her hair turned completely black. Jaime, having calmed down a little, looked at Pyro and asked if this was the reason for borrowing his power. even though he is a black magician. Pyro approached Jaime a little, saying that his black mana is primordial and it is pure, unlike the evil power of pathetic creatures. Jaime became despondent, remembering how Pyro had despised his strength in the past, a bead of sweat running down Jaime's face as he reminded Pyro that he was Diablo's successor. Pyro straightened up and scattered the symbol of Ra on her palm. She closed her eyes and said that this was all nonsense. Didn't he want to cooperate with her, one of the 12 gods? Jaime became angry when Pyro pointed her finger at his forehead, saying that he had appeared before her. Speaking of his name, Jaime said through clenched teeth that they could not fully trust each other. Pyro opened her eyes, saying that they apparently must earn each other's trust. An angry Jaime touched his forehead with his hand and asked how they would do it. Jaime bit the glove with his teeth in order to take it off and look at his palm when Pyro told him to do so. The mark of the goddess appeared on Jaime's palm, which was her symbol of promise. Raz closed his eyes and bowed his head. Eric also closed his eyes and bowed his head with his hand on his chest. He and Raz simultaneously said that they are the sword that monitors the justice of the goddess. And only Ricky smiled and said that let the holy servants testify their respect to the newly elected saint. Jaime's mouth was wide open in shock and he froze as he said that he was looking forward to working with them. The mark placed on Jaime's palm signified his status as a saint. It was someone chosen by God who received a mark on his body, because of which he began to be addressed as a bishop, and although such people were few, they were inviolable. In the church hall, the voice of a guy was heard, asking for forgiveness for being late, and then thanking him for his help in a moment of danger. Shiz, who was standing behind Raz, began to exude an aura of complete bloodlust, frightening the guy. Raz, who was standing in front, also became numb from shock. Jaime clasped his hands together and smiled, saying that, having become a bishop, he could calmly choose where to live and not sit in one particular church. Shiz closed her eyes and began to massage her forehead with her hand, saying that Jaime may be Welton, who joined the Church of Pyro, but she could not believe that he was a saint. Sarah clenched her hands into fists and asked who the saint was. Bell, who was sitting on the side, smiled and clapped his hands, saying that he would tell her. But the soldier's cry was interrupted by the Marquis. The soldier, clenching his hand into a fist, notified Bell that Beryl had woken up from his sleep. Bell turned his head as his daughter spoke to him, saying that she should go to Beryl. Bell worriedly asked if everything would be okay. Shiz hit Jaime on the head, who raised his hand, saying that she should have thanked Beryl for keeping her son safe. Soon, Beryl's voice was heard in the spacious room with double doors, allowing the guests to enter. Beryl stood up when he saw Shiz. Shiz smiled nervously when she saw Beryl. Shiz sat down on a chair next to Beryl's bed. Jaime stood outside the door, listening carefully to the conversation between his mother and Beryl. He imagined them as children having fun. Jaime smiled, realizing that Beryl really didn't know anything about emotions. Jaime sat on the edge of Beryl's bed, saying that he was glad that his arm was sewn back, otherwise he was afraid that it would not be able to grow back. Beryl, calling Jaime a baby, asked what kind of nonsense he was saying to the victim's face. Jaime smiled, saying that he was still a baby. Jaime's eyes snapped open when he heard Beryl thank him. Jaime jumped out of bed, saying that there was nothing to be grateful for. The sun was shining brightly outside the window. Beryl's question was heard in the room. He asked Jaime if he knew something about the frontier. Jaime answered him by saying that it was a suspicious organization hunting for the truth of the world. Jaime suddenly froze and opened his eyes wide when Beryl offered to go with him, because in the frontier there was a rank 9 wizard who could train him. Beryl, looking at how the main character raised his hand to his ear, told Jaime to come with him. Beryl further noted that there was a 9th grade wizard in the frontier who could train him. Jaime, turning his head to Beryl sitting on the bed, wondered if this wizard of the inhuman race was a case. To which, in turn, Beryl noted that the main character was right. The wounded Beryl, looking at Jaime, said that with his help the main character would be able to develop his talent, after which he wondered what he thought about it. Jaime, with a displeased expression on his face, looking at Beryl in his thoughts, said that he could not believe that he was being asked to learn magic from someone who is more disgusting than him, noting that such an action, in his opinion, is considered stupid. Jaime also stated in his thoughts that this is possible because Beryl does not know who is standing in front of him. Jaime, looking at the shocked Beryl, said that he could cope without his help, to which, in turn, Beryl wondered if he was serious about this, noting that this master was the 9th level. Beryl, remembering some kind of spell, said that this was an excellent chance to learn from a great being who could single-handedly change the world. Jaime, standing opposite the surprised Beryl, said that the 9th grade is certainly cool, but he does not think that this master is so strong, to which Beryl wondered what the main character just said. Jaime closed his eyes and smiled and stated that he didn't think he was that much stronger than him. Jaime, raising his finger up with a joyful expression on his face, said that he was grateful to Beryl for the offer and, when the opportunity arises, they can meet and have fun. Jaime further noted that he was interested in learning about its leader, Isis. Sitting on the bed, Beryl thought, looking at the main character. Closing his eyes and smiling, Beryl said that he would be glad if Jaime visited him and would not mind having fun. Beryl further noted that Isis is the most amazing person he has ever seen, and he will gladly introduce the main character to him. Venna, slamming the table in tears, said that it was too much, noting that they left without her and it was a blunder. Jaime, looking at the angry Venna, said that he did not leave her. Having interrupted the main character, Venna wondered if they had time to forget about her. Venna, stomping her paw with an angry expression on her face, told them to tell honestly whether they had forgotten her. Jaime, raising his hand and looking away with a smile, said that he would never do that to her. Jaime further noted in his thoughts that if she was so angry, it means that she managed to recover completely. Jaime, looking at Venna, said in his thoughts that the scarf on her neck, from which mana was felt, was most likely an artifact received from him. Venna, watching Jaime lean over her and put his hand to his chin, said that they had no idea how long she had to come here. To which Jaime, in turn, wondered if she could fly and if she had awakened yet. Venna, looking down and taking hold of the scarf, saw how it emitted a bright glow. Jaime, standing in front of Venna, watched as Fillion emerged from her scarf and said that it would be better if he explained. Fillion, illuminated by a golden red light, said that at that time, her blood was temporarily awakened to save the protagonist. Fillion further noted that this happened as a result of Venna's strong desire and help. Translucent Fillion, leaning towards Jaime, who did not understand anything, said that the main character should thank her, since if not for them, the demons would have killed him. Jaime reached out and grabbed Fillion, then wondered what was wrong with him. Jaime, holding Fillion, who was irritated by such actions, wondered if this hammer was possessed by a spirit, also noting that why did the hammer suddenly give orders on its own? To which, in turn, Fillion stated that he was not just some third-rate spirit. Venna, watching Jaime bend Fillion with interest, heard him say that even if he was Venna's master. Before he could finish his thought, Fillion heard Venna call out to him. Fillion, shocked by what was happening, wondered if he was the only one hearing her voice. Jaime, looking at Venna, who was standing with tears in her eyes, holding up a bracelet with a bright blue diamond, reported that this quack sound came from this weapon, but he did not hear it. Next, Fillion began to calm down Venna. Jaime, raising his hand to his chin with a thoughtful expression on his face, said that the previous awakening was temporary, and if she wanted to awaken fully, she would need to practice a lot. After the main character's words, Fillion noted that he is very evil. The plot shifts to memories of the past. Jaime, looking at Venna with a cold gaze, said that he had managed to find the secret base of the surviving Valkyries. Venna, sitting on Tabiron's shoulder, wondered with surprise where exactly he had found the new place of residence of the Valkyries. Tabiron, looking at Venna sitting on his shoulder, said that this place was in the deepest part of the great forest of Area Java. Picking up the bracelet, Venna heard Fillion say that spring flows all the time in this forest. The plot returns to the present. Jaime, standing sideways to Venna standing on the table, said that now it would be very difficult to get there, because in the Great Forest it can be difficult even for sword masters. Next, the main character noted that he needed to train. Jaime, leaving the room and heading to the carriage, said in his thoughts that after that time went much faster. Jaime, remembering how Roz rode in a carriage opposite the two guys, said in his thoughts that to protect the personalities of Rika and Anna, as well as for them to be trained by priests, they moved to the Great Order of the Church of Pyro. Jaime, riding in a carriage, was approaching his estate. Sarah, going up to her grandfather, who was hugging her mother with tears in his eyes, stated that Shies was crying again because of him. Jaime further said in his thoughts that the Welton family also went on their journey. The protagonist's grandfather, approaching him, said that his dear granddaughter should come to him. Jaime further said in his thoughts that Roz went with Ricky and his sister to the Great Order. The man watched as the protagonist's grandfather jumped on him to hug him, to which Jaime told him to wait a little, after which the man said that they had a wonderful family. Jaime further said in his thoughts that the man standing in front of them is Sir Eric from the Pyro Church, who is responsible for working with the Welton family, and the main character also noted that he has now joined them. The plot moves forward half a month. Driving the carriage up to the gates of the estate, Jaime said in his thoughts that they had finally returned to Hayes. Shies and Sarah ran up to Argino for a hug. Argino went on to wonder where Jaime was now. The main character, getting out of the carriage, raised his head and looked towards Argino. Turning his head and smiling a little, Jaime informed Argino that he was home. Argino looked at the main character with genuine surprise. Argino stood opposite Jaime with a smile on his face and wondered if he had grown up. Asleep on the bed between Argino and Shies, Sarah raised her hand and muttered something in her sleep. Jaime, lost in thought, wondered what the sword meant to Beryl. Beryl turned to look at Jaime. Sitting on the bed and watching Beryl warm up, Jaime said that he wanted to know what a sword meant to a swordmaster. To which, in turn, Beryl wondered if Jaime knew that in the past he was called a demon. Beryl further said that for him the sword is his self-reflection. Beryl, recalling the moment when he looked at his bloody hands in a thunderstorm, said that only after repeated regrets and soul-searching did it dawn on him that he was not just waving a sword, but taking out hatred. Raising his hands to warm up, Beryl, standing with his back to the main character, said that only then could he become a sword master. Jaime, standing in the clear azure water and looking at Pyro, wondered if she would tell him this story by chance. Pyro, lowering her gaze to the main character, said that she did not think that she could tell her anything else. Jaime, standing in the temple and looking at the goddess, said that someday in the future she would tell, to which Pyro, in turn, said that she had a keyword. Pyro, remembering the word imprinted in the chains, said that one day, having uttered it, all the gods will know about the situation and no one will be able to stop what should happen. The goddess, looking at the main character, said that if someone hears this secret, the gods will immediately find out. Pyro further stated that when this happens, the hardliners will send an enslavement squad to kill him. Jaime, standing waist deep in the water and looking at Pyro, wondered if it was possible that the dragon god Brahman himself would come to kill. To which, in turn, the goddess replied that it was quite possible that he would come along with his children, and at that hour the dragons would begin to move. Clenching her fist, Pyro reported that the dragons did this to the giant. Next, the goddess wondered if the current Jaime could resist at least one god. Jaime, opening his eyes after sleep, said in his thoughts that no matter what he had resorted to in the past, he was not given a chance to win. Jaime remembered how in his previous life he was lying on the ground all wounded. Lying on a snow-white bed, Jaime said that he needed to try to do everything differently. Jaime, going to Argino, who was training the knights, called out to him. Argino turned to Jaime and said that he rarely sees him on the training ground. Jaime, raising his head a little and looking at Argino, said that he had something to tell him. Argino, standing opposite Jaime, who lowered his head, was ready to listen to him. Jaime, holding the wooden sword to his chest, stated that he would like to learn how to wield a sword. The grandfather of the main character, approaching the picture where the girl was depicted, called her Tina, after which he remembered how Tina asked him a question if he knew that she hated power. Belle, touching the painting of the late Tina, also remembered how she said that because of this senseless power, all the members of her family died. Belle further told her that Tina should join him, and he would become her family and could protect her so that she would not have to use this power again. Belle, without taking his hand away from the picture, said that now everything became clear to him, and he regretted that he could not understand this prediction earlier. Belle, recalling how he was saved by one of his mercenaries when he was wounded, said that the man who constantly saved him in his hour of need was his personal assistant. Belle also wondered if Tina really didn't have the opportunity to say that he was a traitor. Belle, raising his head to the picture, saddened, said that there was no need for her to risk all that was left of her life. Belle remembered how Tina, giving him her pendant, said that he would immediately understand when the one who needed to give it appeared. Young Belle stood in front of Tina with a sad expression on her face as she held out her hand with the pendant, after which he wondered why she needed to be responsible for something that would happen in the distant future. Closing her eyes and smiling, Tina told Belle not to shed tears, because for the first time she was proud of her strength, noting that if he had not held on to her then, she would not have been able to become what she is now. Belle, holding the pendant that Tina gave him, stood motionless, after which in his thoughts he asked Tina to look after the child, who would continue their bloodline. Belle, standing by the bed illuminated by the rays of the sun, in his thoughts said that Tina would also not let him become a disaster for this world. The story continues at the Welton estate in the Seldom Empire, County Welton. Eric, opposite Shies and Argino, lowered his head and said that it was a great honor for him to meet the sword master, to which, in turn, Argino said that he was grateful for his journey, noting that he was sad that Archbishop Saphira had passed away. Argino, sitting with a dissatisfied expression on his face and looking at Eric, said that no one could have thought that the genie's church would involve a demonic clan. Closing his eyes and smiling, Eric said that he was grateful for the concern, and their church would not forget the Count's help. Argino, gritting his teeth in anger, said that if his hands were not tied, he would attack the genie's church right now. Shies, looking with concern at her irritated husband, tried to calm him down. Argino, still sitting with an angry expression on his face, says that they got his family involved in all this, and he makes a promise that these scoundrels will pay. Eric, sitting with his eyes closed and joining his hands, reports that their church will provide all possible support to them. Argino, looking at Eric sitting opposite him, reports that he is very grateful for his responsiveness, to which Eric, in turn, declares that there is nothing to thank him for since this is their service. Eric, opening the door, says that he is taking his leave, to which Argino notes that he should take care of himself. The Duke, raising his hand to his chin, was intensely thinking about something. Shies, looking at Argino who turned sharply, wondered what he was thinking about so much. Argino, with his head down and looking at the floor, said that no one could have thought that Jaime would become a holy knight at the Church of Pyro. The Duke further noted that he did this despite the fact that they allowed him to work with the church without being a holy knight. Argino, looking at the exhausted Shies, said that he should have kept a better eye on Jaime. The Duke also stated that she was not guilty of anything, taking his head away. Argino wondered in bewilderment who could stop a 9-year-old 6th grade magician. Argino further noted that he was simply worried about what was happening. Argino, remembering the logos of the churches, said in his thoughts that Jaime knew that the Church of Pyro was on the brink of war with genies. The Duke also noted that it was impossible to appoint a saint at such a time. Shies, closing her eyes and smiling, wondered if she was worried about the war consuming their son. She is further noted that her father told her this before Jaime left the house. With her hands folded on her feet, Shies said that he was likely chosen because of the war, also noting that Jaime could have nominated himself for Ricky's sake. Argino, extending his hand to Shies, said that no matter how strange it was, he would worry about her. Shies, folding her hands and crying, said that, to be honest, she was very scared. The Duchess also noted that if something happens to Jaime, she will not survive it. Argino, trying to calm Shies down, extends his hand to her, after which he tells her not to cry, because he will definitely return him. To which the Duchess replied that it still scares her, and even despite the fear, she must believe in it. Wiping tears from her face, Shies said her mother told her not to lose hope in her son until the very end, noting that even after those words she was still worried. Argino, hugging Shies, told her to rely on him, noting that no one would harm their child. The Duke also stated that even God would not dare to do this. Jaime, holding the wooden sword to his chest, stated that he would like to learn how to wield a sword. Argino, looking at Jaime, taken aback, wondered what he just said. The main character, taking a wooden sword in both hands, said that he wants Argino to teach him the family sword techniques. Argino, watching the guys train, wondered what he would do with magic, to which Jaime stated that he would do both. Argino, closing his eyes and smiling, wondered if this meant he would practice swordsmanship for self-defense, to which, in turn, the main character stated that this is not so. Jaime, holding the sword to his chest and looking at Argino, stated that he fully wants to master the family sword techniques. Argino, stunned by Jaime's answer, continued to stare at him. Argino, turning around and walking away with his back to the main character, said that Jaime did not take the sword seriously, to which Jaime said that this was not true. Argino, quickly moving away from Jaime who was pursuing him, said that their sword techniques could not be studied at the same time as magic. Argino, lowering his head and looking at the floor, said that the sword must be taken seriously. Argino, looking at the floor and walking away from the main character, said that he did not have a serious attitude and he simply would not be able to train him to be a good swordsman. To which, in turn, Jaime stated that he sincerely wants this. Argino reached out to the counter and picked up a wooden sword. Argino, pointing a wooden sword towards the protagonist, said that he must demonstrate his determination to him. Argino, holding the sword very close to Jaime's face, announced that he would not use aura. Holding the sword, Argino stated that Jaime could use whatever he wanted while taking the blows of his sword. Jaime held up 2 fingers and wondered if he could use magic. Black watched the conversation between father and son. Argino, extending the sword towards the protagonist with a serious expression on his face, said that Jaime could use whatever his heart desired. The Duke further stated that if he managed to block at least one of his blows, he would train him. One of the crowd of guys watching Jaime and Argino's skirmish laughed and wondered if young Master Jaime could win. Also, another of the trainees wondered if Lady Sarah was the one being trained in the sword. Another guy in the crowd went on to say that he thought Jaime only had magic on his mind. Another of the guys wondered if it was too late to take up the sword, even if he was Welton. Jaime further stated in his thoughts that he heard all the guys' statements, noting that he did not expect anything else from his father. Jaime, looking at Argino swinging his sword to warm up, said in his thoughts that his level of skill could be compared to the abilities of a saber, if not higher. Jaime also noted that he does not feel his energy, which makes him even more scared. Argino, standing opposite Jaime, wondered if he was ready for battle, to which the protagonist replied that he was in full combat readiness. Jaime further said in his thoughts that he would break the wooden sword. Since he does not use aura, then this seems possible. Argino, rushing at speed towards the stunned Jaime, said that it was good that he was ready for battle, noting that the main character should hold out longer, to which Jaime wondered in his thoughts whether he was seriously planning to kill his child. Jaime, looking at Argino rushing towards him, called Black to him. Black, appearing from behind Jaime, used one of his techniques. Argino, looking at the fired projectile, continued to move towards the main character. Argino, dodging the projectile, was close to Jaime. Argino, swinging his sword, declared that the sword was not so simple. Argino, looking at Jaime, said that he was going to be in a lot of pain. Jaime, shrouding his hand in darkness, announced that he was serious about the battle. Jaime, using his hand of destruction technique, struck Argino's wooden sword. Argino looked in surprise as his sword was shattered into pieces by Jaime's technique, after which he noted in his thoughts that the sword could not withstand him. Jaime, waving his hand shrouded in darkness, declared in his thoughts that he could not stop there. Jaime, biting his lip, said in his thoughts that this was the only way to prove to him that he was determined. Jaime's strike was quickly stopped by Argino's hand. Argino, holding Jaime's hand with a smile on his face, wondered where he learned such magic. Jaime, looking at Argino, said that he created it. Argino, remembering Rinmal's words that Jaime did not need a teacher, stated in his thoughts that he understood what he was talking about. Argino leaned over to Jaime and said that he had an incredible talent for magic. Argino also wondered that despite all this, he still wants to learn how to wield a sword. Jaime, looking at Argino, said that he never underestimated him, noting that he doesn't care about learning in order to be cool. Jaime, looking at Argino, who was holding his hand, continued his thought, saying that he was doing this for the sake of his future. Argino, stunned by Jaime's words, wondered what kind of future he was talking about, to which Jaime, in turn, said that his father most likely guessed. Jaime, recalling how he fought Rivetta, said that he learned a lot from that time, that magic alone is not enough. Jaime further noted that he needed to become stronger in order to be ready to face what fate had in store for him. Jaime, looking at Argino with a serious look, said that he should understand him perfectly. Jaime, looking at the annoyed Argino, said that he may be young, but he is no longer a child. Jaime, looking at Argino with confidence, declared that he was determined. Argino, hearing Jaime's speech, let go of his hand. Argino, turning his back to the surprised Jaime, said that classes begin here at 6 in the morning. Jaime, with a smile on his face, was immensely pleased with Argino's approval. The horse-drawn carriage was heading towards the Welton estate. Touching the window, the girl said that she would like to meet someone as soon as possible. Rebecca, leaning against the window, said that she would like to meet young Mr. Welton. The rays of the setting sun penetrated the Welton estate through the wide windows. Pink and yellow clouds floated across the sky. Jaime stood in the middle of the chambers, a squirrel snoring loudly behind him, and a sparkling ball of magical energy hovering at his shoulder. The guy put on black gloves and looked at the sleeping creature with irritation. He couldn't believe that he had to do this. Venna, in the guise of a squirrel, lay in the middle of the bed with her paws spread wide, her mouth open. Jaime wondered if he should wake her up with a slap in the face. He remembered how hysterical Sarah had been when she couldn't find the animal, and he abandoned the idea. Jaime raised his finger, from which magical energy emanated, to the serene face of the animal. The animal's body rippled. Sarah appeared on the bed next to her. Her hair was scattered across the bed. Her mouth was wide open. By 6 in the morning, the sun was already brightly illuminating the entrance to the estate. A lone figure was moving away along the tiled path. A sword was dragging along the ground. Jaime stared ahead, his mind occupied with what he was about to do in training. The guy's face was relaxed. His lips were pursed. He thought that despite his status as the youngest patriarch of the family, he needed to start with the basics, not with secret techniques. His gloved hand tightening his grip on the wooden sword, Jaime decided that whatever his father had in store for him would be just fine. Jaime quickly approached the training area. There was a wooden palisade around it. Various equipment was stacked against the fence, and the bulk of the space was occupied by rows of training dummies. Their bodies were made of barrels, and clay jugs served as their heads. The guy was sure that in a short time master the technique of sword fighting. He grinned insidiously. A villainous sparkle appeared in his eyes. The young man thought that the physical abilities of the body of the heir of the Welton family were extremely clear, because the blood of the famous family of swordsmen flowed in his veins, which was enhanced by the absorbed beat of life. He decided that this time he could surprise his father. In front of Jaime stood a dark man in a military uniform. A brooch in the shape of a cross was pinned to his collar, in the center of which there was a massive stone. The man's face was covered with scars. This was the vice captain of the Order of Fear, Leonardo Hamilton. He was supposed to become the mentor of young Welton. The unexpected news left the young man confused. He rubbed his cheek, smiled, and confusedly asked if his father should teach him. The boy's frivolity infuriated Hamilton. The captain frowned and was indignant that a child just beginning his training dared to think about training with the sword master himself. The remark about his age offended Jaime. A man and a young man stood opposite each other in the middle of the training field. Dawn was breaking behind them. Jaime looked displeased at the captain, who announced that he would train him for some time. A black cloak fluttered behind Hamilton's back. Jaime sadly noted that he did not have a sword, but the man stated that he would not need it today. The captain gestured to the space behind him and with a sly grin informed the young man that he would be jogging today. Confused, Jaime tried to reason with his mentor. He reminded him that he had come to learn how to wield a sword, but the captain told him to shut up. The man put on a cap-like headdress. In the center there was something like an emblem with a deer's head against a background of crossed swords. Hamilton called the young man a recruit and ordered him to be addressed not as master, but as an instructor. From shock, Jaime's face fell. His eyes widened. He did not understand what was happening. The thought that he would have to obey this captain did not cause delight. In a trembling voice he clarified what the mentor meant, but he ordered him to answer in a military manner. He looked sternly at the young man and in a menacing voice asked if everything was clear. Jaime drooped. He lowered his head and slouched. He answered in a quiet voice, but the captain asked furiously if this was all the boy was capable of. Jaime took a deep breath and repeated his answer at maximum volume. Sunglasses were added to the man's strange headdress, which he adjusted with his finger. The mentor smiled insidiously. He enjoyed what was happening. Young Welton still did not understand what was happening. Their screams broke the dawn silence over the Count's estate. At night in the morning the sun was already shining quite strongly. Jaime ran past the low battle towers. He was sweating profusely. With a satisfied smile, Argino watched the training from the window. He said that Hamilton was the best in training. Shais stood next to her husband. She was outraged. The woman told her husband that this was too cruel. The man was embarrassed. Argino raised his hand and with a serious face replied that this was not yet strict, and the boy had a lot to learn so as not to tarnish their name. He touched the window frame. The sun's rays penetrated the room through the glass. The man added that he was going to be strict with the boy, despite family ties. Dressed in a nightgown, Shais invited her husband to be gentler with her son, but he just waved her away. He said that his father did not stand on ceremony with him, which means Jaime could handle everything. With a gentle smile, he looked at his wife. Shais became wary. The man admitted that he forgot to tell him something. Argino announced that the family of Viscount Val would arrive tomorrow. The woman was furious that her husband had only now bothered to tell her. The man tried to look carefree. He raised his hand and said that they still had the whole day to prepare the reception. And besides, the guest was his sworn brother. Shais was already leaving the room. Her fingers closed on the door handle, her eyes blazing with determination. She stated with irritation that this is why she needed to prepare better than usual. The woman clenched her fists from overwhelming irritation. She announced that she would go first, although she didn't even know where to start. Argino stood with his back to the window with a guilty look. He tried to stop his wife. The door slammed. The Count was left alone in the room, which seemed to him like a prison. He felt guilty. The man scratched his chin with a finger and muttered that Jaime was unlucky, because if Shais asked Argino to be gentler again, he would be forced to agree to make up for his mistake. By 11 in the morning the sun had become noticeably hotter and clouds were slowly floating across the sky over the Welton estate and the towers on the training field. Sweaty and tired, Jaime continued to run, the boy clenching his teeth with effort. Hamilton watched him intently through the lenses of his sunglasses. The man's face was covered with sweat. The endurance of the Earl's son at such a young age amazed him. Jaime ran at a measured pace. The boy could no longer distinguish objects in front of him. He moved thanks to physical strength, although he was ready to resort to mana or holy energy if something went wrong. Argino sat in the middle of a rather gloomy room, a bookcase visible behind him. The man laughed sheepishly and noted that although his son's choice slightly disappointed him, he was ready to help in any way he could. The vice captain pursed his lips and admitted with difficulty that, apparently, the Count's son had talent not only in magic. Hamilton stood on the training field wearing a red headdress and sunglasses as he shouted to the recruit to stop. Tired, Jaime continued to run. He did not immediately understand what was happening. Hamilton put his hand on the shoulder of the boy in the white shirt and told him to stop. Jaime was enraged by the touch. He looked with anger at his mentor's hand on his shoulder, his eyes blazing with an ominous light. Under this gaze, Hamilton became confused, his lips compressed into a thin thread. He tried not to show fear. The boy pulled himself together. His face relaxed, his eyes acquired their usual green tint, and sweat poured down his face. He looked at the instructor with an unhappy look and asked whether the training was really over. Hamilton was slightly confused. He did not immediately understand Jaime's question. He repeated that that was all for today. The boy hurried to disappear from the training field. He was relieved and glad to have the opportunity to rest. Jaime's legs gave way from fatigue and he fell in the middle of the tiled area, Hamilton towering over him. The captain was thinking about what happened when he touched the boy on the shoulder. He remembered how his eyes lit up, and anger distorted his face. The man was worried about what to write in the report. It was evening. The rays of the setting sun illuminated Jaime's chambers. The guy pressed his cheek to the pillow and lazily opened one eye. His face was still sweaty after training. He was covered with a brick-colored blanket. The young man did not understand where to be. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of Sarah. The girl was crying. Jaime jumped up in surprise and tried to figure out what was happening. The girl's face was swollen from crying. Snot was running from her nose, saliva was dripping from her mouth, and in a trembling voice she admitted that she thought that her brother was dead. Jaime pressed his forehead to hers and took her hand. The children smiled happily. The girl began to cry again. This time with happiness, the guy assured his sister that he was fine. He squeezed the squirrel in his palm. In horror, she announced that she had survived an incredible ordeal and would like to rest. Jaime laughed insidiously. The guy looked unkindly at the squirrel in Sarah's hands. Mentally, he answered Ben that it was more difficult for him, and out loud he suggested that the girl play with the animal to calm down. The squirrel protested. Argino opened the door and entered the room. The man smiled happily and said that the boy seemed fine. Jaime looked at his father joyfully. His mouth was slightly open. His eyes widened. Sarah reached out with her hands to the squirrel's tail, which was sticking out of her mouth. The children enthusiastically greeted their father. The man picked up his daughter with a happy smile. Argino said that he was proud of Sarah for looking after her brother and said that the nanny had baked cookies for her. With an enthusiastic cry, the girl ran out of the room. A girl in a maid's uniform was already waiting for her in the corridor. The girl invited the squirrel to eat together. Argino closed the door behind his daughter. The man smiled proudly. Jaime was a little nervous. The father admitted that he could not even think that his son would be able to move after such loads. The young man raised his fist and assured that he was completely fine. He thought that he owed his fortune partly to the beat of life. He remembered the first time he took the artifact in his hands. With what interest he looked at the small glowing green ball, and his face was stained with blood. Jaime went to bed and crawled under the covers. The man sat down on the edge of the large bed with a scarlet canopy. They talked about what had happened. The young man admitted that he thought that his father would be his teacher. Argino hit his son lightly on the head and edifyingly said that the heir still had a lot to learn before joint training began. Jaime was embarrassed and said offendedly that he was his son. Argino looked at the child with pride and called the boy incredible. Jaime touched his head and asked in confusion about what happened. He remembered running, but at some point the memory disappeared. The Count remembered how he sat in the office and listened to Hamilton's report. The man stood in front of the boss's desk in military uniform. He said that Jaime had been running for more than 5 hours. The captain noted the incredible endurance and fortitude of young Welton. Argino raised his index finger and with a happy smile told his son that he had successfully completed the training. Jaime's eyes widened in surprise and he opened his mouth wide. The Count looked at his son seriously and thought that at this age his record was 3 hours 36 minutes. Argino smiled contentedly. His eyes were closed. He happily informed his son that sword training would begin the next day. Jaime sighed with relief and smiled happily, and asked whether there would be more exhausting runs. His father answered in the negative. The joy on the boy's face gave way to disappointment when the Count said that to maintain stamina he would still have to run, but much less after seeing his son's reaction. He said that they could pretend that there were no plans for learning to wield a sword, but the boy protested and agreed to his father's terms. The man looked sideways at Jaime and said that Hamilton would teach him the basics, because if the basics were neglected, problems could arise in the future. Jaime remembered the instructor with horror and thought with disappointment that he would see his hat and glasses again. The Count said that when the captain takes up training, he becomes a terrible person. Argino smiled and promised that if his son mastered the base under Hamilton's leadership, he would teach the boy dagger vision, one of the family's styles. Jaime became inspired and shouted joyfully. The father put his arm around his son's shoulders. The boy was embarrassed by such closeness. The man said that it would be difficult, but he was sure that the heir would cope with everything. He added that he was looking forward to his success. The next day, Jaime stood in the middle of the training field. On the floor there was a shield and 2 crossed swords. The boy threw a wooden sword over his shoulder. Hamilton stood opposite in a red hat. He asked what the boy thought about his candidacy as an instructor. The boy was lying. His answers were short in military style. Jaime saluted with his hand, his face cramped with a fake smile. Hamilton said that he did not believe his words. The young man bitterly thought that he had gone too far at dawn. Last night, in the sky above the Gremia territory, which belonged to the Welton family, a translucent airship hovered over many tall buildings. Venna was inside the aircraft. She was wearing a white jacket with black inserts. The girl pressed her hands to her chest and looked questioningly at Jaime. He stood with his back to her. The guy praised the girl for creating a training center. She couldn't believe that he really going to train her. Jaime looked at Ven with displeasure. She was embarrassed. The young man asked if she remembered the words he said earlier. Jaime's gaze was directed to the floor. Behind him, the inner lining and control center of the airship could be seen. He said that the world was rapidly changing, and he and Venna would be at the center of all events. Venna watched in fear as the guy furiously clenched his fists. He said that in order to confront the 12 gods, you need to become much stronger. The girl pressed one hand to her chest and raised the other. Jaime looked at her in bewilderment. Venna promised to make every effort. The guy turned around decisively and rushed forward. Venna became despondent when he announced that the training would be hellish. Jaime headed towards the doors, which began to slide apart as he approached, revealing a blinding white light behind them. Jaime stood in front of Hamilton. He saluted and smiled awkwardly. The guy remembered how at dawn Venna was lying on the ground from fatigue in the middle of the training field. He himself fell to his knees nearby and tried to catch his breath. Jaime looked at his mentor with a shudder. He smiled contentedly. Hamilton thought that the guy was exhausted from yesterday's training, but despite this he could not be gentler with him. He handed the boy a training sword. The young man readily offered his black-gloved palms. Hamilton turned around and walked in the opposite direction. He threw his weapon over his shoulder. Jaime raised his head to the sky and groaned sadly. The man told the student that the basics of the sword are divided into cutting and piercing blows. Hamilton moved gracefully across the training field, a black cape flowing behind him, as he demonstrated various types of slashing techniques. Jaime watched what was happening in shock. Everything turned out to be more complicated than he had expected. Hamilton made a sharp lunge, his face concentrated, and he went on to talk about the stabbing blows. He finished the demonstration and turned his back to the student. In his hand he clutched the hilt of a training sword. He asked what Jaime thought of the demonstration. The guy feigned delight and called the performance wonderful. The man warned that for incorrect answers he would punish the boy by running. The man looked sideways at the guy when he said something about legs. Jaime raised his index finger with a serious expression on his face. He explained that he noticed that the steps connected all the movements together. In addition, he was amazed at the way the instructor used the muscles. Hamilton looked at the boy carefully. He was amazed at his observation. Jaime continued, saying that although the instructor does not put in a lot of force, the power is increasing. The boy calmly looked at his mentor. He thought that there was nothing to be surprised about, because 60,000 years ago the sword master told him that all movements begin with steps. Jaime called the instructor, frozen in shock, who came to his senses and praised the boy for his answer. The steps of the amphitheater were visible behind the man. The instructor cleared his throat and said that today everything was not so difficult. Jaime was horrified and screamed in displeasure when he was told to repeat the Hamilton movement 1,000 times. The instructor did not like the answer. The sun illuminated the entrance to the training ground and amphitheater. Under the watchful gaze of his mentor, a sweaty and dirty Jaime brandished his sword. Hamilton leaned his back against the wooden wall. He watched the boys training and thought. The man expected that it would take them about a year to master the basics, but now it seems to him that the training will most likely take about 3 months. Jaime swung his sword, his hands trembling from fatigue. The instructor called him. The boy froze in a fighting pose. Hamilton said that he would leave and ordered the repetitions to be completed by his return. Jaime exhaled with relief. He thought that he could finally rest. Under the gaze of his mentor he felt uncomfortable. He gripped his sword tighter in his palms, sweat flowing down his hands. The boy looked at the wooden weapon with a smile and thought it was quite funny. He made an arc with his sword. The tip was behind his back. The boy thought that the more swings he made, the more ideas he had for a combination of sword and magic. Jaime stomped his black boot on the asphalt and thought he should be a little more aggressive. The guy raised the sword behind his head and decided that he needed to be more careful. He swung his sword. His gaze was determined and directed clearly in front of him. The young man thought that the movement lacked strength and fury. Smirking contentedly, he put his sword on his shoulder, looked at the training weapon and thought that the knowledge he had gained would certainly lead him in a new direction in the future. Black appeared above the head of young Welton in the blue sky. Jaime asked if he was recording everything. The demon gave a positive answer. A hologram with a recording of the training appeared from a huge yellow demonic eye. The guy praised his assistant and suggested finishing. Jaime froze tensely when the sound of someone else's footsteps reached his ears. The boy analyzed the vital energy of the intruder and came to the conclusion that this person could be an intruder. Using a teleport, he was transported behind the uninvited guest. The boy called someone else's action brave and furiously rushed to the attack. He put his hand with the sword to the side. The blonde girl closed her eyes in horror, covered her face with her hands and screamed. Jaime recognized her as Ash and stopped in time. The girl curled up into a ball and looked at the boy in fear. 30 after training, Jaime and Ash sat on a bench. Bluish currents of air swirled around them. The girl sighed with relief. She tried to recover from her experience, admitted that she thought that she was finished, and the young man was dumbfounded and suggested that in front of him was the spirit of the wind. Air Welton looked thoughtfully at the air currents. They shimmered in shades of blue and green. The young man thought that if Ash was able to maintain her spirit at the present time, then she was at least an average summoner. Jaime frowned at the girl and said that it seemed like she was actually doing something useful while they weren't seeing each other. Ash was glad that he remembered her. She raised her hands above her head and proudly said that she trained a lot, and a high-level spirit appeared to her. Young Welton did not like the news. With a pleased look, Ash said that the spirit's name is Ripid. The bird-like spirit stood frozen in a pattern that resembled the sun, surrounded by air currents. Ripid was a high-level spirit and was a famous assistant to the Sylph Wind Spirit King. Jaime continued to sit. Ash stood up and walked a little away from the bench, then turned around and looked at the young man. He asked what the spirit said when he appeared. The girl said that he just looked at her and disappeared, and the next day she was able to call Sylph. The guy looked thoughtfully at Ash, who stood with her hands on her hips. There was a garden behind her. Young Welton thought that he was mistaken about this girl, but she did not notice anything and proudly talked about her sister. Jaime was very surprised. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened slightly when the girl said that her older sister was able to summon high-level spirits. Ash casually waved her hand. She was glad that she managed to surprise Jaime. The girl said that her father was amazed when he found out about this. The guy frowned thoughtfully. He thought that it was not surprising that she was able to summon a high-level spirit. This meant that she was as talented as himself. The image of Rebecca appeared in his imagination. Jaime connected her abilities with the fact that in a past life she was a reincarnator, and the King of Spirits Elkines was attentive to the soul of the one with whom he entered into a contract. Suddenly, Ash grabbed her head and screamed, which interrupted the young man's thoughts. He was scared. Tears glistened on the girl's face. She said with horror that she had forgotten that her dad told her not to tell anyone. Jaime exhaled with relief. The sun's rays shone through the living room window of the Welton estate. Viscount Val shook his head negatively when asked about the news from the Church of Genies and noted that a decision would be made soon. Argino frowned. He knew that the church had two options: start a war or dissolve its religion. He imagined the fire consuming the church building. A white porcelain cup with an ornate pattern clanged onto the saucer. Argino and his guests were sitting at the table on wide leather sofas. The Count asked if the leader of the Seven Knights had appeared. The answer was negative. He added that according to information from the Tigers, a secret intelligence organization and business partner of the Eastern nobles, they had not yet returned to the main Temple of Genies. With a thoughtful look, the blonde man suggested that something might have happened to the knights. With a serious face, Argino said that something happened to this monster. He thought about Beryl, and began to think about what would happen if he were in his place. The Count concluded that the war would begin when he returned. Tiered ornate chandeliers illuminated the reception hall at Welton Manor as Jaime apologized to the Viscount for his late greeting. The Welton family and the Val family were sitting at a long dining table in a huge hall. The embarrassed Rebecca tilted her head slightly and looked down. The Viscount assured the young man that everything was fine and told him to try hard in training. The man added that there were high hopes for the boy. Jaime smiled joyfully and thanked the guests. The boy cast a dissatisfied glance at the restless Ash, who was waving her arms to attract attention. Her sister blushed and sighed heavily. Rebecca raised her head sharply. The girl's face was covered with sweat from excitement, and she shouted out some incoherent words. The Viscount's daughter was frightened by her outburst and looked down at her clasped fingers. The girl was embarrassed. Jaime stared at her with a blank expression. He was confused. The guy thought Rebecca was kind of strange. Jaime looked intently at the girl with his green-blue eyes and thought that this was their first meeting since the ball. It seemed to him that the girl was avoiding him. Jaime stood on her head on the training field, next to Hamilton with a menacing look in a red hat and sunglasses. Blowing a whistle, He scolded him because the young man had not cleared his mind, as he ordered, but continued to think about something. The trainer thrust a training sword into the disgruntled guy's hands and demanded to show him what he had learned yesterday. With a concentrated face, the young man held his sword in front of him. Jaime crouched slightly and smoothly moved his sword hand back, and then made a sharp lunge. The guy pointed his sword at an imaginary opponent, sweat running down his face from the effort. He extended his other arm back for balance. Hamilton watched the student with interest. He was amazed and could not understand how he managed to achieve this in one day. Jaime came out of the stance. With feigned modesty, he asked the instructor what he thought, and added that, in his opinion, he was terrible. The instructor lukewarmly praised the student and said that it was time to move on to learning the steps. Hamilton said that a secret technique called the 100 Cs was invented by the former head of the Welton family, who was an internationally recognized master of the sword. He taught the knights of the family leg movements to increase power. The instructor began demonstrating the technique. He quickly moved across the field, kicking up dust into the air, his feet in black boots barely touching the ground. Jaime stared in amazement at the many footprints Hamilton had left on the field, a blue light emanating from them. Jaime and his mentor looked thoughtfully at the field. The coach suggested that the boy must be feeling confused and said that he understood these feelings, because he was like that himself. Hamilton ordered the student to carefully monitor his movements. The dark boot came off the ground. There was an imprint from which magical energy emanated. The mentor again began to rapidly move across the field. His legs were enveloped in streams of mana, and where he touched the ground a sparkling trail remained. A blue light reflected in Jaime's eyes as he watched what was happening with interest. The mentor was jumping from place to place, a dark cloak fluttering behind him. Streams of mana surrounded him. Glowing imprints were visible everywhere. Jaime thought that it looked like a resonance corresponding to someone's movements, and realized that mana controlled space when he moved. 4 hours later, Jaime was still on the training field, the area covered with many tracks. The guy was annoyed because of his failure. He tried to remember in every detail what his mentor showed him, imagined how his feet touched the ground. The young man was convinced that he was doing everything the same, but for some reason nothing worked out for him. Jaime looked dejectedly at the ground, sweat running down his face from diligence. He said that his mana was not working. Hamilton beamed with pleasure. He pointed his index fingers at the guy and joyfully announced that all the knights of the family mastered the 100 Cs technique, and the heir seemed to be the first to fail. Jaime lay down on the ground and spread his arms and legs wide. He looked tired. The young man thought that for the first time in 2 lives something was not working out for him. He was thinking about the differences between martial arts mana and magical mana when a drop of water fell on his face. Someone ran away with the loud clicking of heels. Rebecca barely had time to run around the corner. The girl pressed her back against the wall. A dissatisfied Jaime jumped up and called the girl by name. He looked sternly over his shoulder and declared that he saw her. With a loud laugh, the blonde girl peeked around the corner. Jaime greedily drank water from his palms. The liquid flowed down his chin. The guy closed his eyes in pleasure. The young people sat down on a bench made of white stone. The young man sat quite at ease, and the girl was tense. She modestly folded her hands on her knees and avoided his gaze. Young Welton thanked her. They sat shoulder to shoulder. Rebecca was looking somewhere to the side. Jaime looked at the girl with irritation. He did not understand why she was behaving this way. The guy moved closer. Rebecca looked at the young man in fear. The excessive proximity unnerved her. Jaime looked at her sternly and ordered her to tell her what she wanted. Rebecca blushed and lowered her gaze. The girl embarrassedly rubbed her cheek with her finger and muttered something uncertainly. Jaime stared at the girl, dumbfounded, when she admitted that she had been thinking about him a lot, and that when she saw him she felt awkward and her heart was beating faster. Jaime remembered their little conversation at the ball, how the girl laughed, and assumed that she fell in love because of Jane's soul. The young man decided to change the topic. With an insidious expression on his face, he said that he had learned from Ash that Rebecca was capable of summoning high-level spirits. The girl frowned with displeasure and said that she really succeeded in doing this, but only for a short time. Rebecca turned her head and looked at him. Jaime closed his eyes. The girl wanted to know about his exercises with a sword. The guy explained that magic alone was not enough, and shared that learning to use weapons was quite difficult for him. Young Welton looked at Rebecca in bewilderment when she admitted that she could speak to spirits without calling, and one of them said that from the outside it seemed that Jaime was unpleasant to move in such a way. The spirit who made this remark was called Indarin. He looked like a wolf, had a high level, and was an assistant to the king of the water spirits. Rebecca thoughtfully raised her index finger to her lips and explained that although the spirits are not particularly versed in human combat techniques, Didrin said that the movements should be natural, and when looking at Jaime, it seems that he moves through force. Jaime thought. He put his finger to his lips and stared blankly somewhere up. Rebecca folded her fingers, closed her eyes, and smiled warmly. She advised the guy to trust the flow, follow the direction of the water and wind. Jaime looked ahead. He thoughtfully repeated the girl's words and suggested that he was too clever. The guy resolutely stood up from the bench. Rebecca looked at him in surprise and tried to say something. Jaime walked away despite the girl's calls, his hands clenched into fists. He walked back to the training field with long strides, still covered in blue footprints, feeling as if he had finally realized what his mistake had been. He looked concentrated, his eyes flashed ominously. He realized that the use of mana in martial arts is completely opposite to the use of mana for witchcraft. He should not control the flow, but trust it. Enveloped in streams of magical energy, Jaime deftly moved across the training field. The tracks he left glowed on the floor. The young man thought that it felt like dancing on the surface of water. Suddenly the boy froze, mana emanating from the soles of his boots. Jaime froze in a lunge, arms spread wide, as a roaring stream of water appeared around him. He quickly moved and thought what would happen if he also used magic. A foot in a black boot landed on a trail glowing on the ground, from which magical energy emanated. Jaime thought that it was necessary to focus on mana. In the spiritual world, somewhere in the middle of the forest, Darren watched the guys training through a sparkling purple ball. The spirit was pleased. He noted that the guy had incredible talent, although there are many such talents in the world. Suddenly the spirit became wary. The wolf's mouth opened slightly in a grin, and dark streams began to emanate from the ball. The light emitted by the ball illuminated the wolf's face. The spirit roared Rebecca's name. Jaime brought his leg down forcefully. The young man stood on bent legs in the center of the seething stream. She spread his arms wide. His face was hidden in shadow. A strange symbol appeared on the floor of the training field, which consisted of a circle and a cross. Blue streams twisted in a spiral and rushed towards it. Frightened, Rebecca covered her face with her hands. A protective dome appeared around her. The wind rose, and streams of magical energy rapidly flew towards the girl. Mana crashed into the defense, almost knocked the girl off her feet. She closed her eyes with zeal and tried with all her might to hold the shield. Rebecca stood with her arms crossed inside the stream of water, which took the shape of a wolf's head with an open mouth. The crest of a wave rose behind her, drops splashed in all directions. The girl's eyes widened in horror and she called the guy's name. There was an explosion and clouds of dust flew into the air. Jaime spat out sand that got into his mouth, dust settling around him. He was sitting in the middle of a huge crater. The training field was cracked. Sand was still flying in the air. The guy thought that he must have overdone it. Count Argino, who noticed Jaime in the crater on the training field, loudly called out to his son with a frightened look. He ran up to the boy and, taking him to eat, asked worriedly if he was okay, to which he received a positive answer. The Count became very tense, looking around, and with a menacing look concluded that an intruder had appeared in the area. He looked in bewilderment at Viscount Valley, who was quickly rushing towards Rebecca, worried about his daughter. The man ran up to the girl, who was surrounded by the high-level water spirit Darren, and, hugging her tightly, assured her that she was now safe alone. Count Argino became increasingly angry, trying to find the offender, and already asked Jaime how he tried to pacify his father's ardor. The boy pointed at himself with a gloved hand, guiltily announcing that he had done this using the 100 Seas technique. Hearing this, Argino looked at the child with horror and asked him again. The man thought that even in this case, the training field would withstand this technique, because it was created from a special alloy that could withstand the aura. Then Jaime admitted that he walked, combining the technique with water magic, and what it led to. Argino continued to look at his son with concern, mentally concluding that the 100 Seas technique was already finished, and even he could not improve it. The man, covered in sweat, thought with shock that his son had come up with the idea of combining the 100 Seas technique with mana to increase power. Argino concluded in his head that this was all because the boy chose both magic and the sword, imagining the boy developed in both directions. Argino and Jaime turned to the approaching Vice Captain Hamilton, who firmly stated that he had nothing more to teach the boy. The knight also asked the Count to teach his son the secret technique of the Welton family, dimension-splitting sword with which space can be shared. Jaime looked at Hamilton with shock, saying that he was just beginning to study the base, and he admitted that only a couple of selected knights possessed the 100 Seas technique. Now the boy looked with suspicion at the vice captain, who had previously assured that all the Welton Knights knew the technique, to which his father confusedly stated that those who do not master it leave the order. Jaime looked at Hamilton angrily, remembering that he had told him something completely different. The vice captain beamed with pride in his knighthood, giving him a thumbs up when Jaime said that this was why the technique seemed difficult. Argino, lowering his eyes to the floor, wondered gloomily whether it was a coincidence or not that such a talented child was born in such unstable times, after which he tried to calm himself down. The man closed his eyes and with an awkward smile praised his son for his excellent work, adding that starting tomorrow he would personally train him. Jaime's eyes widened and his mouth opened in amazement and overwhelming joy. The boy and father stood on the edge of the resulting crater and Hamilton inside, calling out to the child. The vice captain coolly stated that although he doesn't know how the dimension uncoupling sword is taught, it will definitely be difficult for Jaime. The boy stood at attention and assured him that there would be no problems, and Hamilton praised him for his excellent attitude. He threw his cap on the amazed Jaime's head, calling this gift a sign that the boy had completed his training well. Jaime beamed with happiness, his mouth open and blushing, and he thanked Hamilton for teaching him. The vice captain smiles broadly at the student, admitting that he also managed to note something new for himself. Some time later, Jaime stood at the railing next to the snow-white statues of a lion and an angel, muttering something under his breath and signing. He pulled away a tasty piece of meat, biting it with his teeth, and wondered why his father was silent until the last about such a grandiose meeting. For everyone it was a welcome banquet for Viscount Valley, who walked through the assembled crowd in his arms with Count Argino. Chewing the meat, Jaime cast a mysterious glance to the side and thought about the real purpose of this feast. Viscount Valley and Count Simon stood on the dais with Count Argino at their head, who gave a speech to the crowd, announcing that Janice's church had attacked Afton, his wife's hometown. The man assured that the disgusting actions of Janice's church would not end there, and that a war would soon begin in which the entire continent would be drawn into. Count Argino pointed the audience to the red-haired Count Simon, introducing him as the magician of the Red Lotus. The blue-haired man looked at the crowd of people in the hall, declaring that the nobles of the East would participate in this battle, and this banquet would be an obstacle to a future war. From the balcony of the hall, sadly watching his father, Jaime concluded that the real purpose of the banquet was a meeting to prepare for the war against Janice's church. The boy's peace was suddenly disturbed by loud, abrupt calls, which irritated him very much, and with these sounds an inspired Ash appeared. The girl in the blue dress lowered her head, offendedly asking why Jaime addresses her sister Miss, but not herself, to which he replied that he agreed with Ash about informal communication, but not with Rebecca. Then Ash looked at the boy menacingly, asking if this was due to the fact that Rebecca looked more like an adult, and she looked more like a child. Jaime looked at the girl in bewilderment, asking if she was jealous of her older sister. Ash screamed offendedly, her blonde ponytails rising, and said that the boy liked her sister. The girl opened her mouth in shock when she heard only a light chuckle in response. Jaime gave his interlocutor a gloomy look and said that this was not so, mentally thinking that a magician who returned after 60,000 years would never like a child. When the boy, with an irritated look, convinced Ash that he didn't feel anything for Rebecca, she leaned on the railing and exhaled with relief. Jaime, looking sideways at the girl, was stunned to conclude that both sisters were in love with him, and then wondered where Miss Rebecca was. The boy, heading down the columned corridor towards Rebecca, frowned at the thought that she felt bad. He clenched his gloved hand into a fist, deciding that the day had come when he would harness the holy energy. After permission to enter, Rebecca's bedroom door swung open and she stood up, sitting up in bed. She crumpled the red blanket with excitement and became covered with antiquity, and her cheeks turned noticeably pink when Jaime appeared on the threshold. Having carefully examined Rebecca, the boy gloomily concluded that there was nothing wrong with her, she was just suffering from love. Jaime brought a chair to the girl's bed, intending to sit down, and she sheepishly announced that she was feeling better. Then the boy calmly extended his gloved hand, asking Rebecca to give her hand, and he involuntarily thought that she was behaving like Jane in an attempt to calm him down. Hiding one of her hands under the blanket and pulling it towards her face, Rebecca blushed even more. She placed her hand in Jaime's hand with holy energy, and he declared that she had a fever and that it would get better. Looking down, the flushed Rebecca timidly admitted that she missed the boy and thought a lot about him. Looking down, Jaime found himself worrying about the girl more than the others, but that was all. He mentally concluded that he would no longer be able to return those feelings from the past, because he was not capable of something like love. Jaime, keeping a phlegmatic face, said the name Rebecca. Removing his hand from the girl's hand, he said that they would not be able to see each other for a while, and did not know when they would meet again. After this, Jaime smiled widely and closed his eyes, assuring that he would not forget Rebecca, no matter how many years passed. The image of Jane and Diablo in love came to mind, and the boy, promising to always remember his friend, asked not to get stuck in the present. Rebecca's bangs covered her eyes as a tear ran down her cheek, and she sadly asked if she could at least write to Jaime, to which she received a positive answer. Smiling through her bitter tears, the girl extended her little finger and asked him to promise that he would answer the letters. The action moves to the day the Val family left the estate, when the Viscount and his daughters said goodbye to the Welton family near a drawn carriage. As she boarded the carriage, Ash turned around and waved goodbye to Jaime with a smile. Her older sister Rebecca slightly forced a smile on her saddened face and, waving her hand, promised to write. The Welton family stood in the courtyard, watching the white carriage with the Val family depart. Argino, Shies, and Jaime stood, seeing off the guests with friendly smiles, and the boy also waved his hand. After his mother's playful remark that Jaime was very popular, he, greatly embarrassed, let out a nervous laugh, and his father concluded that his son had made both of the Viscount's daughters fall in love with him. Argino looked at Jaime with enthusiasm, happily concluding that now they could finally start training. 4 months later, a man in a white robe was sitting on a large stone under the moon when steps were heard behind him. The traveler, hidden by a hood, chewed dry bread and dreamed of milk to soften it. The man turned to the mountain bandit with a beard, and he angrily shouted at him. The strong robber raised his sword and, in a fit of rage, rushed towards the traveler, deciding to attack. The traveler, hidden in a white robe, snapped his fingers, and a bright glow appeared. The spatial soul extraction technique was activated, and the mountain bandit with a sword in his hands was now standing inside the magic circle. Blue streams of strong mana began to engulf the pumped-up bearded man, and he screamed in pain, rolling his eyes. The hooded traveler stood in the moonlight, regretting that he had spent so much time on the robber. He smiled sarcastically in anticipation. The blonde youth who took off his hood turned out to be Siegfried, the 7th elder of the magical world, who was eager to meet Jaime. The action moves to the vast arena of the Welton family, behind which snow-capped mountain peaks can be seen. A man in warm clothes and gloves tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, raising it upward. After that, the Count, the main character, standing in the arena, sharply lowered his sword, and a cut with a blue glow remained in the air. Jaime looked at the sparkling sword in amazement as he used the space-splitting technique. Count Argino's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that his son managed to repeat a complex technique and learn the basics in just 4 months, when it took him 2 years. The man closed his eyes and laughed, saying that he could only acknowledge the boy's height, because he had nothing more to teach him. Turning his head towards his father, Jaime said in shock that he had only repeated the technique. While the boy was tightly gripping the hilt of the sword, Argino declared that he had mastered the base. Since he could cut space, only new discoveries were ahead. Instead of an initiation ceremony, the knightly order passes on 10 forms of the Welton blade. This is the ghost sword technique. Holding the sword horizontally, Jaime concluded with a serious look that if he ideally mastered the technique, he would be able to cut intangible things. While father and son discussed Jaime's future abilities, the sword master was called out by a servant who appeared. He informed Count Argino that a guest had arrived, and he turned and replied that he was not expecting anyone. Then the servant explained that the 7th elder of the magical world had arrived. Standing in a warm jacket against the backdrop of snowy mountains, Jaime cast a suspicious glance ahead, thinking that the elder had arrived when he had reached the age at which one can enter the magical world. The boy put on a sweet face and asked his father to also attend the meeting, driven by curiosity. Argino looked menacingly at his son, deciding that no. At this time, Elder Siegfried sat down on the sofa, looking with curiosity at Count Argino's reception room. The man looked at the sparkling magical artifacts, concluding that each of them was a masterpiece. The chief elder warned before the trip that Count Argino was very sensitive to his child, hinting that if something happened, Siegfried might be left without a head. Now the man was resting imposingly on the sofa with his eyes closed, straightening his long hair, and deciding that the old man was worrying about him in vain, and then called Count Argino obedient. At that moment the door opened, and a foot in a black boot appeared behind it. The Count entered the room with a menacing look and introduced himself, mentally repeating the guest's last words. Siegfried laughed awkwardly and, covered in sweat, extended his hand in honor of the acquaintance. Initially, blonde Siegfried was an ordinary slave, and the wizard, who realized his talent, took the child as his student. At the age of 15, the magician had already reached the 6th rank, and at 19 he moved to the 7th level and was recognized as the youngest elder. At the age of 30, Siegfried had almost reached the 8th level, being the most talented person in the magical world. Count Argino cast a menacing glance at the legendary guest, deciding that the magical world was up to something, and clarified the reason for the visit. The Count was sitting in a chair, and Siegfried stated that he had arrived to greet the new talent, after which he asked forgiveness for the secret arrival, but otherwise the meeting would hardly have taken place. The flower pot tilted to the side as Argino stated that the 7th elder was knowledgeable. Throwing his hands on the armrests, Count Argino concluded with a gloomy look that although he has practically no influence on the magical world, he knows perfectly well what this place is. The magical world, like a game of chess, was divided into 3 main forces, similar to the pieces: imperialists, nobles, and equals. There is a power struggle over the rule of the wizarding world that has escalated into a political war with dirty tricks. Now Jaime appears on the scene, with incredible talent and noble origins. Count Argino, looking intently at his interlocutor, frowned and angrily asked if the elder really decided to take his son to such a place. Raising his hands, Siegfried, in a cold sweat, began to awkwardly make excuses, because he himself realized that there were no normal people in the magical world. The blonde man with the earring timidly assured the man that no one could control a person with incredible talent, because it was a huge risk. While Count Argino looked menacingly at his interlocutor, he thought in confusion that he would not be able to convince him with such words. Relaxing a little, Siegfried stated that if he were the Count, he would also not want to let the child go into the magical world, but an immeasurable amount of knowledge is stored there. The blonde man folded his hands over his face, awkwardly mentioning the crown of omnipotence, an artifact capable of preserving all the knowledge the wearer would gain. Great magicians have the chance to wear the crown of omnipotence once in a lifetime. Lowering his eyes and wondering if the magical world would interfere with his son's potential, he promised to ask Jaime himself about the offer. The boy, having heard about the proposal, opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth, joyfully agreeing. He decided that he could learn the wisdom that contained all the knowledge of the world, as well as find the lost pieces of history. Siegfried walked alone through the garden towards the arch where roses grow in the warmer months, and a voice called out to him from behind, asking whether the man had come here on purpose. The 7th elder was slightly taken aback and, scratching his head, expressed his surprise that the child greeted him like that. Turning around and thinking that the interlocutor was very handsome, the boy said that it would be better for them to talk calmly. Noticing a powerful concentration of mana in his heart and lungs, Jaime said that Siegfried deserves to be called a genius. The boy counted 3 magic cores in the elder's body and was surprised that he wanted to make another one. Jaime studied the man with an X-ray gaze of glowing eyes, coming to the conclusion that his body was created for the manifestation of magic. After staring, Siegfried began to cover his body, shyly looking away, and Jaime awkwardly said that he was more beautiful than he thought. Winking at the boy, the blonde man playfully concluded that he was hearing these words from the greatest genius in history, according to rumors. Slightly closing his eyes, Jaime asked suspiciously if the 7th elder really believed the rumors. Siegfried looked at the main character with blue eyes with admiration. The man noticed that the boy's body was filled to the brim with blue mana, and also that he had managed to improve the breathing technique of Marquis Lindmer. Siegfried concluded that the old people from the magical world would never leave the future magician of the 9th level alone. He decided that if he got Jaime, then in the future others would not be able to oppose anything to the old men and would give up. Siegfried stared at Jaime with his blue eyes, curiously asking if he was afraid of the magical world. Turning away, the boy decisively said that if the bloodthirsty old men came for him, he would take good care of them, which greatly shocked the blonde. Smiling maliciously, Jaime looked at his interlocutor and said that if it was difficult, he would agree, asking whether the famous wizards of the world would depend on the child. Clenching his teeth awkwardly, Siegfried concluded that it would be difficult. The pink squirrel Venna asked with enthusiasm about the magical world, and Jaime, sorting through the contents of the chest at the table, said that she was coming with him, asking her to pack her things in advance. Then Venna helped her eyes, declared that the magical world is the territory of white magic, and she is the creation of dark magic. Then Jaime, without turning around, concluded that she could not even cast a spell of the 2nd rank. The squirrel, standing with 4 paws on the table, asked when they would return, and the main character, looking sideways at her irritably, replied that he did not know, suggesting that Venna had already missed Sarah's care. The pink creature opened its mouth in horror and screamed loudly that this was not so. With a mischievous grin, Jaime assured Ven that he would make sure she didn't even think about it by doubling the amount of training along the way. Then the pink squirrel opened her eyes pitifully and screamed as tears flowed from her eyes in streams. Before leaving, Jaime was given the magic sword Scud, which shocked the boy. The Count of Argentina looked at his son with reverence, asking him to return alive and well. As a farewell, Sarah handed her older brother her toy, and he gratefully accepted it, promising that he would always think about his younger sister. At that moment, Shies rushed at Jaime, squeezing the boy in a tight hug, which he was not very happy about. The boy laughed awkwardly when Shies said goodbye to her son, without letting him go. Jaime was puzzled to hear from his hugging mother that they would be separated for a month and a half, because he thought that he would leave the house for at least 6 months. While Shies was crying, not wanting to let her son go, Jaime gave Argino gestural signals in the distance, pointing his finger at himself, then at his father, and the Count, covered in cold sweat, pretended that he did not understand anything. Count Argino, nervous, waved his hand to his wife with his eyes closed and tried to resolve the situation in order to convince his wife to let her son go on a short trip. Now the head of the family, along with his wife and daughter, stood surrounded by servants outside the estate, while Jaime left in a hurry, announcing that he had to go. Coming out of the gate, the main character put his suitcase on the ground and asked the 7th Elder if he would go directly to the magical world, to which the interlocutor stated that he would have to stop at one place along the way. When Siegfried turned around with a carefree look and began to walk away, Jaime opened his eyes in surprise, asking where exactly, and the blonde magician answered with a smile that they would go to the city of magic stones Saint Germain. The boy froze in shock, realizing that they were heading to the city with the largest mine of magic stones in Seldom. Siegfried turned around with a smile and told the main character about his joy that he liked it, and then asked him to hurry up. Siegfried walked ahead in a white robe through the ready-made trees, followed by Jaime, dressed in a brown cloak, flakes of snow falling from the sky. After a while, the magicians had already reached the snow-capped Calton Mountains, and the 7th Elder, looking at the young man ahead, asked whether he was using a sword for self-defense. Jaime stopped, turned to Siegfried and, clenching his fist, calmly replied that he was excellent with weapons, which shocked the man, who thought that combining classes would worsen magic. The main character, continuing his way, waved Siegfried behind and asked not to worry, because he was constantly growing, which the man sincerely admired. Stopping surrounded by mountains, Jaime looked around in bewilderment, and concluded that he was looking forward to getting to the center of the soda accumulation in the north, but it turned out to be empty. However, even if the place looked like this, it was considered the artery of the north, because the local crystal deposits, called the Mineral Alliance, support 6 families, and the city of Saint Germain has enormous influence. While Jaime walked forward with an irritated look, Siegfried happily clapped his hands behind him, offering to tell him something, and the boy agreed with displeasure. Then the 7th Elder said that thousands of years ago in this place there was a huge constantly erupting volcano. Lava from time to time covered the nearest villages. One day, an unknown long-haired magician with a staff appeared and went alone to the volcano. The very next day, the volcano stopped erupting. It was as if the vent was blocked with a huge plug, preventing the lava from breaking through. The magician who brought salvation to these lands disappeared without a trace after that, leaving only words of himself. It was a prophecy that said that when the sleeping monster awoke from its slumber, the disaster would begin again. Having told the legend, Siegfried broke into a smile and glowed with happiness, and Jaime looked at him displeased, considering the words about a monster in the volcano to be completely absurd. Afterwards, the guys followed a snow-covered road through a mountain forest, discussing the recognition of history by the magical community. An archer took aim at them from a hill, pulling a bow with several arrows at once. The 4 sharp arrows fired by the mysterious archer were now rapidly flying towards their target. Siegfried, noticing the hidden attack out of the corner of his eye, hurried to avoid being shot with a worried look, after which he loudly announced the danger. Hearing the scream, Jaime, thinking in horror about the ambush, suddenly jumped into the air, and all the arrows at once stuck into the ground where he had been standing a second before. From the snowy cliff, where the 7th Elder and the young man, enveloped in snowflakes, looked at the same time, a bright flash flashed and an angry scream was heard scolding Siegfried. At the top stood a dark-skinned mountain bandit with his gang behind him. He grinned maliciously and, putting his blade forward, declared that he had come to avenge his brother. When Jaime turned around in bewilderment and asked if Siegfried knew the bandit, the blonde man chuckled nervously and, putting 2 fingers to his temple, remembered the gray-haired bandit whom he had killed on the way to Hayes. While the man cast a sly squint at the young master, an insidious plan was brewing in his head to test the abilities of the young genius, since such an opportunity arose. Now Siegfried, clasping his hands, with a naive look begged Jaime to help, which he was very dissatisfied with, not wanting to be a subordinate of the 7th Elder. The boy, frowning, threw a look full of indignation at the blonde man, and he, moving his hand to the side with 2 fingers outstretched and smiling sweetly, noted that he could use the sword. The 7th Elder Siegfried, folding his hands in front of his face and slyly winking at the main character, did not cease to aggressively ask him to help with the bandits. Realizing that the man really wanted to take a look at his abilities, Jaime gave in and, tightly grasping the hilt of the sword, began to take it out of its sheath with the firm intention of quickly figuring it out. The robbers with their weapons at the ready jumped off the hill one after another, scolding Siegfried for hiding behind a child, and Jaime, standing opposite, thought that it was a pity to use a magic blade. The gang leader, who intended to take revenge on Siegfried for the murder of his brother, rushed towards Jaime, furiously shouting at the boy not to blame him for his death. The snow crunched and began to fly apart when a foot in a black boot stepped on it, around which blue mana shone. The white snow around Jaime began to fly away from the ground as he swung his magical blade with a grim look, leaving bright streaks in the air. 7th Elder Siegfried looked at the young genius in shock, covered in drops of cold sweat, and concluded that the boy instantly gained control of his surroundings. Jaime's mana went wild, rising into the air in powerful streams, and, noticing this, the bandit leader froze in shock. The main character raised his dimension-splitting sword, tightly gripping the hilt, and a powerful stream of blue mana began to emanate from it after activating the transformed white ocean technique. Jaime, his eyes flashing menacingly, waved his magic blade in front of him with concentration, after which the entire gang of robbers, pinned to the ground by the pressure of blue energy, was neutralized. Raising his head, the leader of the mountain bandits coughed up blood, which now covered his entire mouth. He shook menacingly on the ground from overwhelming rage, angrily turning to the main character frozen nearby. The leader of the gang, covered in blood, rose from the ground together with his wounded subordinates, and, angry, reported that he had already wanted to spare the young man, but now he had changed his mind. At this moment, Jaime sharply swung the blue magic sword, activating the curved cut of Welton's 10 sword mastery forms, and the angry dark man, bleeding heavily, was thrown far back. After this, magical lightning from mana filled the battlefield, and the screams of the attacked robbers were heard from everywhere. Having dealt with his opponents, Jaime now calmly towered over the lifeless bodies of the gang, covered in smoke, holding a blade in his hand and assessing the damage done. Snow continued to fall in flakes from the sky, and the boy, putting his weapon back in its sheath, asked if the 7th Elder had any questions, while he watched the young magician with amazement, without taking his eyes off. Blonde Siegfried opened his eyes and grinned maliciously, mentally concluding that his ward was a real magician swordsman, whose character lacked pity. The 7th Elder, breaking into a wide smile, began to joyfully clap his hands and express his admiration for Jaime's powers, imagining in his mind that in 10 years the boy would have no equal. The main character, casting a sidelong glance at the blonde man, noted with irritation that he only knew how to throw around words. He thought with indignation that the magician was testing him. When an irritated and tired Jaime turned around, closing his eyes, and decided to leave, he stopped him with a smile, heading in the opposite direction. The boy watched furiously as the joyful Siegfried bent over the bodies of the robbers, taking away their bags of gold coins. After some time, the strange but beautiful city of Saint Germain with Gothic architecture appeared, along the streets of which people were walking measuredly, and Siegfried joyfully assumed that his thing had already arrived. Jaime looked in bewilderment at the 7th Elder walking ahead, asking where the store was, where they were going, to which he received the answer that he was already here. Siegfried, turning to the boy, noted with an awkward smile that the appearance of the gloomy building in front of them, overgrown with cobwebs, was a little shabby, but Jaime felt that the word "a little" was clearly superfluous in the description. Opening the wooden archway, Siegfried entered the store with an inspired look and called the boy after him, telling him that when he was a slave, he generally slept with pigs. Jaime found himself inside a dilapidated, empty building and began coughing into his fist, choking on the dust that rose in the air as the door slammed behind him. Hearing an unfamiliar voice colored towards Siegfried, Jaime opened his eyes in bewilderment, because until that moment he had not felt anyone, while the seventh elder enthusiastically turned to the short man in a magic hat behind the counter, asking about the availability of the item he needed. The main character looked with incomprehension at the seller, who replied that the item had not yet arrived. Siegfried calmly stood with his feet on the wooden floor of the store, concluding that he would not pick up the item this time, while Jaime stretched on his toes, trying to make out the mysterious seller who was hidden by the counter. While the seventh elder was chatting sweetly with the shop owner and smiling, the boy used his flight magic to soar into the air to get a better look at the person in front of them. The short old woman in the magic hat behind the counter crossed her arms, shouting menacingly that flight magic was prohibited here, and then looked at her staff floating in the sky. Jaime, having examined the elderly woman, was stunned to the conclusion that in front of him was a dwarf due to her diminutive stature. After that, the boy put his hand in front of him, activating a shield of magical honeycombs, but, widening his eyes in shock, he realized that his magic was not working. Suddenly, the barrier of mana shattered, and the old woman's magic staff flew into Jaime's head. The boy screamed, mouth wide open, and rolled his eyes in pain. The elderly woman, almost completely hidden by her hat and dress, crossed her arms and phlegmatically stated that her staff was an anti-magic artifact that would dispel any spell, even the 5th rank. Jaime cast a suspicious glance at the old woman, not believing that an artifact of the level of a national treasure could be owned by the grumpy owner of a rundown shack. When Siegfried was about to leave, he suddenly smiled when he heard the good news from the saleswoman that his goods would arrive in 2 days. Now the seventh elder and the store owner were sitting at the table opposite each other, and the man frowned displeasedly after the old woman's statement that she would not simply give away the desired item, although she had initially promised to do just that. Jaime, turning a curious glance at the elderly woman, intervened in the dialogue and asked about the conditions for receiving the goods. Having laid out the invitation letters on the table, the shop owner praised the child with a sly smile, and then said that she needed the man to return the heart of the shadow sheep from the auction. The shadow sheep is a mountain creature that lives in the shadows and appears only on the full moon. It is a rare material for alchemy, for which the woman agreed to give Siegfried the necessary thing. Hitting his chest with his fist and lowering his eyes, the blonde man said menacingly that it was better for the old woman to keep her promise. Now Jaime and Siegfried were walking down the street, and the boy curiously asked a question about the item of interest, but, not receiving an answer, decided to find out about the elderly owner of the shack. Siegfried told him that it was Miss Kyriel, known as a great alchemist. She has shops all over the world, and all her shops are connected by warp tunnels created by her personally. Smiling, the blonde man nodded his head in response to Jaime's bewilderment, and reported that the old woman was an 8th rank magician who did not cooperate with any country. Siegfried led the boy to the door of a nice flophouse where they were to stay for the night, and the main character concluded that the building looked tolerable. Jaime suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and began to shake with anxiety, wondering if they would sleep in separate rooms. Then Siegfried, showing 2 fingers, beamed with joy and said that there was no problem living in the same room, because he would have to pay half as much, which made the guy chuckle nervously. It was late at night, and at this time a group of people, hidden in robes, gathered in a dark alley in Saint Germain, discussing the upcoming auction in the basement of the Lydium Museum. One of the unknown people with a hidden face turned to the other, asking whether the thing they needed would definitely be there, and he responded that most likely yes. A man with a hidden face and long green strands sticking out asked if everything would go according to plan, and another member of the company began to talk about the old book that led them to this place. The 4th member of this meeting asked everyone to calm down, because for the sake of their goal they must get the desired artifact at any cost, even giving their lives in return. A man, hidden by a robe, secretly climbed out of the window in the night, abruptly jumping out of the room into the street. He wandered through the back streets against the backdrop of a tall clock tower, turning into a dark alley with a sparkling blue flash in the chest area. The main character told the pink squirrel Ven that he could get out, and he happily flew free, surrounded by a blue glow. Carefully taking Ven by the yellow scarf, Jaime, with a phlegmatic look, asked the squirrel to use the wind on him to hide in Gremia until tomorrow, and she opened her eyes in surprise. The boy came out of a dark alley, holding the squirrel by the collar and warning that Siegfried should not notice anything, and a pumped-up man passed by on the road, carrying a cart full of magic stones, which the squirrel really liked. Looking at the bald man in poor light clothing, Jaime told Ven that the stones were transported so openly because they were of poor quality. The worker with the cart was far away, and the shocked Venna turned around, asking how high-quality stones were transported back then, and Jaime, closing his eyes, suggested that it was a little more secret. Walking loudly down the street, the boy passed by workers who were carrying high-quality stones, and stated that most likely such goods were hidden, and also dragged to a dark, distant place. Suddenly, stunned, Jaime froze with his eyes wide open, surrounded by blue magical lightning. With a restless look, covered in sweat, he looked at the bracelet, furiously emitting blue and purple radiance, and noted the excellent reaction of the artifact. The boy began to quickly shake his head to the sides, trying to discern the source to which the bracelet reacted, and concluded that it was somewhere nearby. Jaime turned around sharply, noticing a mysterious box that workers were moving in a dark alley behind him, and the artifact continued to sparkle brightly. After scanning the box, the boy noticed that there were at least 3 blue magical seals on it, and then changed the estimated number to 6. Jaime, raising his hand with a shining bracelet, concluded with shock that if the artifact reacted so violently, then perhaps the wooden box contained one of the 3 divine weapons. The 2 men carrying the box of seals complained about its weight as Jaime watched them from a dark alley. The main character, dressed in a robe, was hiding behind a brick wall, eavesdropping on the conversation of workers who discussed that the contents of a mysterious box would be put up for sale at a secret auction. Jaime, frowning, watched the movers and mentally concluded that this had nothing to do with him, so he just wanted to know. But he needed the money. The action moves to the house of Miss Kiriel, who was sitting in a rocking chair in the middle of the night with a photograph in her hands, more bored than usual, and the stars were shining outside the windows. In a golden openwork frame was a portrait of a blonde, green-eyed boy with a smile and a harmonica around his neck, whom the elderly woman affectionately called Finn. She recalled how her sick son, leaning on the back of the bed in his nightgown, burst into tears and assured that he would always be there if the sorceress played the harmonica. Then Miss Kiriel, with trembling hands, took the harmonica as a gift from the dying man, while bitter tears flowed down her cheeks, and she thought that she could not save him then. But now everything will be fine. Now the old lady with the harmonica around her neck, illuminated by a bright glow, sat at the table and seriously thought about getting the heart of the shadow sheep. She looked into the magic ball in bewilderment, recognizing the child standing on the threshold who had recently been in her shop with the 7th elder. When the door opened to let Jaime in, he smiled friendly, and Miss Kiriel, who met him with an anti-magic staff in her bosom, asked in surprise what brought him here late at night. The boy tried to hide his awkwardness with goodwill, and with a wide smile said that he would like to borrow some money. The elderly short sorceress cast a stunned look at the unexpected guest, twisting her mouth in bewilderment, and repeating the voiced request. When Jaime received a question about how much money was needed, he folded his fingers in the shape of a heart and with an awkward smile asked how much the lady would not mind giving. The angry Miss Kiriel threw a magic staff at the impudent boy, sending him out the door, and he tried to convince her to borrow money in exchange for fulfilling the request. The elderly sorceress was taken aback and widened her eyes when she heard Jaime ask if she was going to the world of shadows, because she did not understand how he could find out. In response to this, the boy only frowned and grinned maliciously, mentally thinking that people rarely know about this, but he knows. Jaime clarified whether the heart of the shadow sheep is one of the items that can be used to open the door to the world of shadows. The world of shadows is a distant space, different from ordinary existence, which the human world has not yet comprehended. The ruler of that world is Venturo, the queen of the spirits of darkness, and you can only enter there with her permission. Kneeling down, Jaime became as tall as the dwarf-sized sorceress and with a smile convinced her that it was impossible to get into the world of shadows by simply collecting all the materials. But he knew a proven way. Frowning, the elderly sorceress Kiriel with a wart on her nose suspiciously asked why she should trust the stranger. The old lady was disheartened when she heard Jaime's proposal for a spirit contract. A spiritual contract is a dangerous contract in which the price of exchange is each other's souls. This condition persists even after the death of one of the parties. The boy, covered in sweat, thought with concern that this was madness, but he had no other choice now. Picking up the harmonica hanging from her neck, Miss Kiriel carefully inquired about the terms of the agreement. Frowning, Jaime gave the elderly sorceress a piercing look and stated that the condition would be a payment that would be received when the contract was fulfilled by both. Then the woman and the boy decided that they would enter into a contract. 2 days have passed. Events unfold in an underground auction in the basement of the Lydium Museum, where Siegfried and Jaime rush with a small number of people, surrounded by bright mana. A blonde man in a plague doctor mask asked a young man in a carnival mask hiding Mana not to reveal himself and to be careful, and behind them a figure flashed in a green glow. Looking back at the unknown man, hidden by a robe with green strands sticking out, Jaime smelled the forest emanating from him and assumed that it was an elf. Turning his head, the boy assured Siegfried that he might have made a mistake when the two were already entering the hall filled with people. On the balcony stood 3 serious men in formal black suits, whom Siegfried and Jaime could clearly see as they sat down, after which the guys concluded that Miss Kyriel had gotten them good seats. Turning his head, Jaime, hidden by a carnival mask, noticed with a frown that a stranger was sitting in front of him, from whom he smelled of the forest. While the auction host in a red mask greeted the crowd behind the podium, the boy looked at his neighbor with green locks in front, surprised that he no longer smelled like an elf. The speaker pointed with a white-gloved hand to the first item, hidden by a cloth, which was brought with effort by a worker in a blue suit. The dark cloth was torn from the mysterious object and flew to the floor with a characteristic sound. Under the cloth there was a small cage in which 2 elf slaves were imprisoned with their hands and mouths tied, one of whom was a brunette, and the other a blonde, and the leader offered as a minimum bet that of thousands of gold coins. Siegfried watched what was happening with a hateful look under his mask, while people around shouted out increasingly large sums, wanting to get the pointy-eared forest creatures as slaves. Turning to the 7th elder, Jaime concluded with surprise that the man was uncomfortable, because he himself had been a slave in the past, and the leader was amazed at the rapidly growing price. The boy looked straight, trying to calm himself, and came to the conclusion that the neighbors in the row ahead were elves, and someone from the audience at that time made a bet of 3 million. The next lot was placed in front of the crowd in a wooden chest, which was the round heart of a shadow sheep, sparkling in the light. Noticing the artifact necessary for the deal with Miss Kyriel, Siegfried, wearing a plague doctor mask, became inspired and prepared to make bets. With his arms outstretched, the MC, dressed in a red jester costume and standing next to the auction, declared that guests were free to bid whatever their heart desired. While people from the audience shouted out large sums, Jaime turned to the 7th elder and with a perplexed look said that he should join the auction. But Siegfried, with folded hands, asked the boy to be more patient. After the last bid, the blonde man in the plague doctor mask finally raised his number plate, offering 1 billion gold pieces for the shadow sheep's heart. Holding the sign in front of him, Siegfried nonchalantly whistled a tune under his breath as Jaime looked at him in shock, concluding that this amount was enough to subjugate the entire haze for a year. The presenter, having counted down the required time, calmed down the heated discussions in the hall and closed the chest with the heart of a shadow sheep, sold for 1 billion gold coins. He turned around and pointed with his hand in the direction in which the workers in blue suits needed to take the artifact, informing that the next lot was no less valuable. Jaime's eyes widened in shock when the presenter introduced the ultimate almighty stone to the audience as a lot. A speaker in a red jester costume put his hand on his heart, assuring those gathered that this artifact, glowing in the scale, could provide energy for an area the size of Saint Germain for 10 years. A dark gem sparkled from the chest, shimmering in the light with the colors of the rainbow, and suddenly a girl with pink pigtails brought up a sign, naming a bet of 8 billion gold coins. The neighbor of the lady who had placed such a high bid looked at her in shock, while Jaime twisted his mouth in irritation, realizing that it was Venna. When others were hesitant to bid, it was announced that the ultimate almighty stone had been sold for 8 billion gold. At which point an elated Venna turned to Master Jaime, happily asking if she had done a good job. Crossing his legs, Siegfried concluded that the lady with pink pigtails was very rich, and Jaime, realizing that his money would be spent, lowered his head in annoyance, concluding that Venna had just wasted 8 years of Hay's life. Feet in boots walked along the steps, going up. Siegfried and Jaime were already leaving the hall when a worker in a blue suit walked past them with a golden relic found in a nearby volcano in the Calton Mountains, which caught the attention of the main character. Taken aback, the boy concluded that there was something written on the relic in an ancient language. There was a phrase wishing someone to sleep forever and never wake up. Concerned, Siegfried abruptly activated the protective barrier, leading the young master behind him. The two watched a strange magical glow when Jaime asked in confusion what happened. The auction workers were bustling around behind the boy, restlessly reporting to the main auctioneer about the emergency, and a cry was heard that someone had stolen all the goods. There was a foursome in robes standing outside, and an elf with long malachite hair was furiously pounding on the wall, angry that her people ended up as slaves at the auction, while they tried to calm her down. A guy with short red hair put his hand on the worried girl's shoulder, reminding her of the meeting with Mr. Han and hurrying to leave the auction before people discovered her. Jaime, who noticed the company of elves, asked with a bloodthirsty grin whether they really dared to touch his things. An elf with long malachite hair hurried to turn around with an alarmed look as Jaime and Siegfried flew towards them from behind in a magical glow. Stretching his hand forward, the main character, looking insane, furiously demanded that the decorated relics be returned to him before he killed the entire company. Braha, Ija and Ash pulled out their blades and looked intensely at Jaime while simultaneously pouring mana into their swords, which is why they began to glow. Ija, who stood in front of everyone, ordered the others to prepare for battle. Siegfried, looking at the group of robbers, frowned, realizing that they could not avoid battle. Siegfried began to move his hands in every possible way, as if performing a dance, and a blue ball of energy formed in his palm. Suddenly, the clicks in Ajak's hands began to bend, after which they froze in a zigzag shape. Ajak looked in shock at his blades shrouded in his mana. Raka clenched her teeth and frowned with anger as she began to concentrate mana in front of her. Raka abruptly dropped to her knees, placing her hands on the ground on which the formation glowed brightly, and instantly after that, huge vines burst out of the ground and rushed towards Siegfried. The vines rushed towards Siegfried, who put his hands in front of him, his cloak and belt at that moment flying up due to the gusts of wind. Siegfried slammed his fist into his palm, his hands glowing brightly due to the enormous amount of mana he had concentrated in his hands. A wave of mana spread from Siegfried's hands and all the tips of the vine that approached Siegfried disappeared. Raka turned to see the tip of the vine that had just disappeared appearing from the air behind her. Ramu, near which the vine appeared, frowned. Ija jumped into the air and was instantly above Siegfried, shouting, "How dare Siegfried use such tricks?" Siegfried smiled when he saw Ija. Siegfried raised his hand slightly, after which yellow lightning bolts were released from his body, and the ground beneath him crackled, forming a small crater. Ija looked back nervously after one of his teammates warned him about the enemy. Behind him, Siegfried floated in the air with his arms extended in front of his chest. A blue ball formed between his open palms, into which the surrounding mana poured. The blue ball hit Ija, forcing him to bite his lower lip and fall to his knees, clutching the second with all his strength, saliva flowing from his mouth. Ash, unable to stand it, rushed to Siegfried with shouts, holding the hilt of his sword, preparing to take it out at any moment. He shouted, ordering Jaime to stop now. Jaime, with a smile on his face, attacked Ash with his sword. Ash was able to block Jaime's blow, but his mockery of him angered him. Jaime, covering Siegfried, swung his sword, throwing Ash away. Ash slid along the ground trying to stop. His sliding caused dust to rise under Ash's feet, and he cursed. Ash flinched when he saw the blades formed from mana and aimed at him. This was the magic of a deadly emotion. Ash fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth trying to get up. Ramu, who was holding the bag, also fell to the ground. Braha clenched her teeth and opened her eyes wide due to the shock she felt when she fell to the ground. Siegfried approached them. With an indifferent face, he ordered all three who had fallen to die. The iron bells on the wooden staff rang. The energy swords that struck the group of thieves began to dissipate. A guy in a traditional Haori approached the trembling group, saying he was a little worried about their absence. Ash and Braha, their faces full of bruises, rejoiced at Han's arrival, at which time Siegfried and Jaime landed behind them. Jaime fixed his gaze on the newcomer, wondering about his strength and personality. Siegfried turned to Jaime and said in a whisper that just by looking at Khan, he realized that he was a master of his craft. After saying this, Siegfried asked Jaime if they would beat them. Jaime and Siegfried turned and looked at the group of people in front of them. Jaime looked at his comrade asking if they could not just leave with their things. Siegfried smiled after Jaime suggested negotiations. Khan expressed his joy that they would not have to worry about being chased and then asked what they wanted. Siegfried raised his hand and extended his finger saying that they will leave if they give up the heart of the Black Sheep and the Almighty. Siegfried turned to Jaime and reminded him that they did not buy All Might, but Jaime, who had just added to All Might's demands, awkwardly looked away, saying that he would explain everything later. Ajak turned to Ram and said to give him the things in the bag that he was holding. Ramu opened his bag, which instantly merged with the surrounding world and became transparent. Ramu closed his eyes, saying that they were not fighting at full strength. Khan closed his eyes and smiled, saying that they should check just in case. When Jaime opened the chest, his hair was brightly illuminated with golden mana. Siegfried, who was standing nearby, flinched and scared Jaime with a cry. Excited, Jaime raised his hand to his face, thinking about the release magic that had just enveloped him. He could not understand why the streams of mana did not move the same way. Khan opened his eyes wide and smiled, realizing who Jaime was. Siegfried turned to Jaime, who was holding 2 treasures in his hands, and asked if he knew Khan. Jaime, examining the received treasures, answered him by saying that he had never seen him before. Khan's smile became strained, and veins appeared on her face with anger when Jaime, addressing him as Mr., asked if he knew Beryl. Jaime leaned his head forward a little and asked the trembling Khan if he knew him. Khan was holding back because of Jaime's treatment. Internally, Khan told himself not to pay attention to it, because he is more talented than everyone else. Jaime straightened up and announced that he and Beryl were both frontiers. Siegfried looked at Han a moment later and shouted, asking about his identity. He immediately blocked Jaime with his body, asking him to move away because it was dangerous here. Jaime was a little surprised by Siegfried's sudden behavior. Siegfried imagined a map of the lands of the neighboring kingdom and began to explain to Jaime, saying that the rebels who wanted to conquer the entire kingdom of Harmony on the western continent were guided by the frontiers. Siegfried also imagined men in cloaks standing on a bloody hill. Jaime looked at Han and thought he had heard that the rebellion was due to corruption, but he did not know that the leaders of the rebellion were people from the frontier. Khan, smiling, invited Jaime and Siegfried to go to another place so that he could explain everything to them. The 7th elder of the magical world, looking dispassionately at Han, told him to try to explain everything. Events take us to the auction hall. The head of the auction, dressed in a red clown outfit, clenching his palms into fists, scolded Darius standing in front of him. Darius, his eyes covered with black glasses, listened as the auctioneer standing in front of him reminded him how much they paid him for protection. Darius' legs turned around as he decided to walk. He, looking into the distance, said that it was time to fulfill the contract. Jaime, Siegfried, and Han with their group moved to the canyon using teleportation. Khan placed his staff on his shoulder and smiled and began praising Jaime's teleportation magic. But Siegfried, standing opposite him, interrupted Khan and asked what brought the rebels to Seldom, after which he asked not to say that they were planning to do the same thing here as on the western continent. The Khan straightened up a little and lowered his staff, proudly saying that they were not rebels, but the forces of freedom and they had come to Seldom for something. When Jaime asked what they came for, Ija Khan, who was standing behind him, said that Isis was watching them, so he thought he could tell them. Ijak took in his hand a golden cube with ancient writings, saying that this is what they came for. When Ija began to tell the origin of the cube, Jaime instantly imagined the symbol of his subordinate. It was a circle in the middle of which there was an eye, the eyelashes of which were depicted in the form of a flame. It turned out that the cube was the key to releasing the sealed Vehimos. Jaime opened his eyes wide, remembering Vejimos. A long time ago, Jaime had 3 subordinate demons. The first was the demon Black. He looked like a yellow eye shrouded in black matter. He supported his technique. The second demon was the huge serpent Jormungandr who controlled the ocean. And the third was Vehimos, a great beast with a bull's head. All these demons were created by Diablo to fight the 12 gods. Jaime lowered his gaze, wondering if Vejimos was truly alive. He began to remember the bracelet he found hanging on the cross and the almighty stone that was at the auction. It seemed strange to him that things from his past life were constantly being discovered in Seldom. Jaime looked a little wistfully at the ground beneath his feet, wondering if this was just a coincidence. Khan, who was standing in front of them, stopped smiling, asking if they could leave now. Unexpectedly, when Khan, having received consent, raised his hand and smiled, saying goodbye to Jaime, something landed behind him at great speed, raising a huge column of smoke. Darius, who landed behind Khan, raised his head and said that he had finally found the thieves. Siegfried raised his arms to the sides and began to release mana from his body. Khan grabbed his staff and began to build a barrier of mana in front of him. He worriedly asked the identity of the arrival as he gave him a rating of 1.47. Darius instantly found himself in front of Han, his fist just centimeters from Han's face. Darius struck Khan's body, causing him to bend, and due to the force of his blow, Khan was thrown back and created a gust of wind. Darius smiled noticeably while standing in the drain and then said that his level was 2.01. A formation arose in Darius's subconscious due to the use of the skill alias, the Supreme Ruler of Darkness. Braca saw this and rushed away at great speed, leaving behind only a small amount of raised dust. She instantly appeared above Darius and, screaming, raised her hand, concentrating her mana in it. Darius, with a calm face, struck Brack's neck with his elbow, dropping her to the ground, while he called her level, which turned out to be 0.55. Ija and Ramu simultaneously shouted and rushed from their place, worried about Brack. Darius grabbed the head of both guys and pushed the backs of their heads together while assigning them levels. Ija was 0.73 levels, and Ramu was 0.49. The bodies of the two victims were thrown towards Khan and landed behind him. Khan gripped his staff tightly in his hands, his clothes tattered from Darius' recent blow. The bells on the staff rang and began to light up. Khan, without ceasing to smile, pointed his staff towards Darius, saying that now it was his turn. The ground under Darius's foot began to crumble, and a yellow glow began to be released from its cracks. The staff pointed at the enemy began to emit a bright yellow color. Before the explosion occurred, Darius jumped into the air, dodging it. In Khan's subconscious, the formation of the empathy skill appeared. This skill was a reverse skill that returned all damage received to the enemy. Khan jumped into the air as he saw Darius begin to fall forward. He swung his staff, sending 3 of his bells, engulfed in his mana, at Darius. Darius put his hands in front of his face, blocking the attack. The yellow sphere of energy absorbed Darius, the ground next to the ball cracked. Jaime, who watched the battle, opened his mouth in amazement. He was amazed at the power of the Khans. He wondered how many among the frontiers were so strong. Khan's eyebrows were drawn together as he stared at the center of the explosion, asking himself if he had defeated the enemy. But in the midst of the crushed stones stood the completely unspawned Darius. He smiled faintly and said that Han's level suddenly increased to 1.71, after which he both praised the ability and compared it to Sable's ability, calling Han's ability worthless. Khan, who saw the state of the enemy, did not stop smiling, although he became nervous. Darius stopped smiling and ordered him to give him everything and die in peace. The edge of Darius's glasses shone brightly when Siegfried, asking for forgiveness for interrupting the conversation, asked if they could leave because they were customers, but Darius refused them. Jaime glanced at Siegfried, who invited him to team up with Khan. Jaime himself decided that this was his chance to repay the frontiers for their help. Siegfried looked at Jaime and asked him to be careful. After looking at Darius's back, Siegfried spoke about his personality. It turned out that Darius had the nickname of the Invisible Iron Fist and was the only surviving champion of the underground battles 10 years ago. Jaime smiled when he heard Siegfried. He was all excited about the upcoming battle. Khan turned his head and invited Jaime to move away, but he immediately refused him. Jaime raised his hand and opened his palm, his hair ruffling as Gremia appeared in his palm. The space around changed. All 4 people were now in a room with white walls. All this was due to an artifact for constructing dimensions. Darius turned his head and began to look around. He immediately realized that Jaime had created this space to control the surrounding objects. In Darius's dark subconscious, white particles appeared due to the use of spatial recognition, a skill that allows the user to detect everything within range and determine the composition. A moment later, Darius pushed off and ran at full speed towards his opponents, deciding to get rid of the magician first. Siegfried, seeing the enemy approaching, frowned and began to retreat. But when Darius hit the place where Siegfried and the others had just been, they moved to the other side of the room, dodging the blow. He shuddered, immediately realizing whose merit it was. Taking advantage of the moment, Khan pointed his staff at Darius, creating many copies of energy behind him. Darius spun around and found himself in front of Khan with his hand raised to strike. In Siegfried's subconscious, the formation of the gift of managing space and time appeared. He moved behind Darius and extended his hand using the skill, thereby moving hand, all due to the fact that Siegfried's magic area could control space and time, not counting the spell. Siegfried table with an outstretched hand on the palm of which his mana began to concentrate, after which he ordered Darius to move away from him. 2 portals formed a short distance from each other. The wind raged in the space between them. Siegfried, using his skill, moved Darius into the second portal, in addition by hitting him through the portal with his stream of mana. Jaime raised his hand and extended 2 fingers on it, after which he used Gremium's 5-layer wall. Darius, flying into the wall, collided with many newly formed cubes, throwing them to the side. He stood motionless watching his opponents. He noticed a change in the space around him. Siegfried extended his hand towards Darius. His palm was shrouded in mana, which periodically produced small yellow lightning bolts. In Siegfried's subconscious, a formation appeared in the use of the Omega Influence skill, a spell of great destruction, compressing space in the designated area. The wall behind Darius began to swirl like a whirlpool, but he wasn't bothered at all by covering himself with a layer of red mana. A bead of sweat ran down Siegfried's cheek as he realized that Darius was using his aura as a shield. Jaime raised his hands in front of him. A sphere of energy began to form between his open palms. He clearly did not want to just stand and watch. A moment later, under Darius's feet, all the support he could stand on disappeared. It was all due to the fact that Jaime ordered Gremius to use the deep emptiness skill. Darius, who had begun to cover Jaime's mana, began to rage over Jaime's control of space. Darius pushed off the cube and rushed towards Jaime. Suddenly, he found himself in front of Jaime with his hand raised to strike, saying that he usually does not kill children, but this time he will make an exception. A huge amount of dust and smoke rose at the sight of Darius' impact. Khan looked in fear towards Jaime and began to scream, while Siegfried clenched his teeth trying to call out to Jaime. For the first time in the entire fight, a bead of sweat began to run down Darius's shocked face. Jaime, who had his fist pressed to his forehead, Darius smiled, saying that since Darius is a martial artist, he shouldn't let his guard down. The skill book that Jaime recently received was an artifact that reduced all physical damage to 0, and was one of Diablo's 3 great divine artifacts. Jaime grabbed the hilt of his sword, preparing to use it. Instantly, lightning began to strike in Jaime's subconscious due to the use of the first movement of the Welton style. A circular swing, it was a sword cutting through space. Jaime swung his sword and cut Darius' aura, shocking him. Darius, whose aura began to dissipate, looked in shock at Jaime, who used the sword. Jaime bit his lower lip, realizing that his power was not enough. He made up his mind and made a second lunge as he passed by Darius, his sword leaving behind a stream of mana reminiscent of a stream of water. This was the effect of using the Welton style, the reverse movement of the White Sea. Jaime clenched his jaw with tension. Darius grabbed the tip of Jaime's sword and said that they would end this. He kicked, creating a crack in the floor from which a shock wave began to spread, destroying the space Jaime had created. Jaime raised his head and looked at Darius clutching his blade, at which time Jaime's space completely collapsed, and they returned to the canyon again. Jaime's mouth fell open in shock, unable to believe that his opponent was able to deactivate Gremius with sheer force. Alarmed, Han and Siegfried began running towards them, shouting for Jaime to leave. Darius smiled and said that he never thought he would meet Jaime like this. Darius, scratching his nose, said that he was pleased to meet him, after which he introduced himself as a friend of his grandfather. Siegfried and Khan, who ran up behind him, were numb when they heard his words. Jaime's pupils shrank as he looked at Darius with confusion and great shock. Darius crossed his arms, smiled widely, and told the trio in front of him that 10 years ago he met Cherbil at Lang's bar. Darius described the bar as a place where the strongest fighters all gathered together. Darius's gaze, hidden behind his sunglasses, turned towards Cherbil. Darius said that he and Cherbil instinctively understood each other's skills, so they met every day and sparred almost to the death. Darius said that there was one technique that Cherbil never used. Darius sat on the ground, asking Cherbil standing nearby if it was time to show him something. Cherbil replied that he could trust Darius, and the man was surprised by such words. Darius frowned in confusion, and Cherbil waved his cloak and said with a smile that he would soon have a grandson, and this technique was intended for him. Cherbil jumped into the small arena and told Darius to watch carefully, and then passed the technique on to his grandson. This technique was called creation. The arena was lit up with a powerful black and blue whirlwind created with the help of magic. Darius watched his comrade so closely that many small wrinkles appeared on his nose. And in the present tense, Darius himself performed this technique in front of 3 spectators, and the main character realized that the man had removed the space. Darius, focused on performing this powerful technique, said that it was incredible, even though it was just an imitation. Darius said that the world doesn't know about it, but with this technique, Cherbil reached the Grand Master level, and Jaime opened his mouth and widened his eyes in surprise. Grand Master is the final stage of a martial artist. The Sun Church blazer shines a bright yellow color and is called the Sun Sword. The Sword of Space seldom is famous for its image of a red deer. However, there was not a single person known to have reached the Grand Master level. When Darius asked Jaime if he was beginning to understand something, the protagonist answered in the negative. Jaime smiled, clenched his hand into a fist and confidently stated that he would definitely be able to follow his grandfather's skill if he continued on the path of the sword. Darius, looking down on Jaime, said he was looking forward to seeing how much the main character had grown by their next meeting. The young man with the jade earring in his ear frowned with displeasure, because he thought that the man in the snow-white cloak had come for them, which made him angry. Darius raised his palm, silencing the young men, and said that he forgives them for this because he was able to meet Cherbil's grandson, and then said goodbye. The young man with a hood on his head narrowed his eyes in irritation and told his comrade that thanks to him, the opinion of the frontiers had only worsened. The main character, standing not far from the arguing young men, was sure that they were talking about wanting to destroy the Vehimo's seal. Taking advantage of the fact that the guys were distracted, Jaime sat down with a jaw lying on the ground to heal his wounds. Suddenly, the main character frowned in concentration and created a fog of dark magic around the wounded guy, which is why Ajal let out a heavy sigh. The black-haired young man with a jade earring in his ear turned around and thanked Jaime for taking up the task of healing their comrade. But the main character replied that the words were empty if he was truly grateful. Jaime, looking half-turned at the young man, demanded that he show him Vegimos. Ajak immediately got up from the ground, thought that he would never do this, but he said the opposite things. The red-haired youth frowned in shock, for he did not understand why he said exactly that, and then added that the main character could come with them. Jaime broke into a satisfied smile, because soon he would see Vegimos. Braca sat by the rock and, closing one eye, asked if Ajak had received news from Alex, to which the young man replied that he had forgotten about it and would contact him now. Someone's excited voice was heard from the shining silver ball, who asked why Ajak had not been in touch for so long, and the young man explained that they had found the sold elves. Suddenly Alex told Ajak to wait, and he turned to a certain villain, asking him to let someone go. The protagonist's face showed either excitement or hostility when he listened to the voice from the silver ball, for it reminded her of Ven's voice. A couple of hours ago, in a dark, deserted city, someone said that they were able to escape. Vena was hiding around the corner of one of the buildings. She did not understand where Jaime had gone and why he left her alone again, when suddenly someone loudly screamed, begging for help. Vena immediately turned around and Filion said that it was an elf, scolding the girl about what a bad Valkyrie she was because she couldn't sense it on her own. Vena thought that these might be those elves from the auction, tied up and imprisoned in a cage. The girl pursed her lips and widened her eyes in horror as she thought that these elves must be being mistreated. Without further thought, Vena ran towards the source of the sound, asking Filion to help her save the elves, and the hammer agreed to it. Vena ran into a small alley and shouted to the man in the long cloak to let the elves go. A girl with white hair and yellow eyes screamed in response that she should be the one saying such things, when suddenly something liquid fell on her head from above. The girl raised her head, and the liquid, which she mistook for water, ran down her face, which showed amazement. The girl howled in fear when a huge black dog standing behind her growled loudly, staining everything around with her saliva. And Vena, clutching a hammer in her hands, asked what kind of mongrel it was. Vena was stunned to see this giant dog lunging at a man. The next moment, Vena jumped high into the air to attack the dog, and the girl with white hair standing below shouted that it was dangerous. Vena ignored this warning and swung her powerful weapon, commanding the aggressive dog to sit. The dog fell to the ground. A huge lump grew on its head after the blow, and Filion asked Ven if there was anyone else here besides them. The cloaked girl froze in shock when she heard Vena talking to the hammer, and she was stunned that the Valkyrie there simply knocked out the hound with one blow. The dark prison was lit by torches and candles hanging from chains from the ceiling. Vena stood at the bars of one of the detention cells in which the elves were imprisoned. A blonde girl with a staff in her hand moved Vena away from the bars and explained that a seal had been placed here. Vena widened her eyes in amazement, mentally asking if they were on the same side. The girls turned around at the same time when they heard someone's loud cry, the owner of which was clearly not in a friendly mood. A man with a long mustache and frowning eyebrows ordered Vena to bring him the heads of the intruders. A man in a suit ran at lightning speed along the prison corridor, drawing his metal sword from its sheath. Vena managed to substitute the hammer as a shield, but let out a labored sigh and thought that they were not strong enough for Vane, because it was too powerful. Vane stuck his tongue out of his mouth mockingly and called the girl a weakling. Vane wished Vena to die, and the hammer in her hands trembled, and her face turned pale and sweaty with fear. Suddenly there was a loud explosion, and Vane flew into the air, his mouth and eyes wide open. The main character asked with a slight smile if Vena still couldn't cope with such enemies. Jaime, who had his fingers tightly clenched on the mustachioed man's head, called out to Ven with a look of joy on his face. The main character said that he would take care of everything, and Vena should only take the elves from here, but the girl did not like the idea of leaving Jaime here alone. Vena listened to the main character, put one of the elves on her back, and the mustachioed man, seeing Jaime's emerald hair, realized that it was a magician. The man trembled with wild fear when the main character said that he would reward him for being quick to grasp. With arched thin eyebrows and scary sparkling eyes, Jaime told the man to be proud. The protagonist added that he was going to fill him with nutrients from Leviathan, and the man let out a piercing scream. Braca came around the corner and loudly called out to the elves with an excited face. Venna, sitting on the floor, smiled when she realized that Braca was one of them and told the girl that everything was fine. Braca sat down opposite Ven and began to cry, saying that she did not know how to thank her, and Ven hastened to say that she did not need anything. When Braha asked where the Valkyrie came from, Venna was surprised that the elf knew about the existence of her race. Venna froze with a bewildered expression on her face as Braca expressed her shock at the Valkyrie's red hair. Braha grabbed Ven's hand, called her princess, and said with a joyful smile that she was alive after all. Braha, with her eyes wet from tears, said that she thought that Venna had died 10 years ago, and then called the girl to go with the elves to her hometown. The main character angrily said that Venna is his subordinate, so she cannot be stolen. And Braha responded with contempt that the fate of an entire race does not concern a person. A wooden staff sounded loudly on the stone floor, and someone silenced everyone. A young man with a jade earring in his ear said that they could no longer delay the mission, and then ordered Alex and Braha to take the elves to a shelter. The main character turned around and told Venna to go home, and the girl, with a trembling voice, made it clear that she would do so. Braha gave the girl a glowing silver ball, and Venna found herself even more perplexed. As she left, Braca put her hood over her head and told Venna to contact her through this sphere if she wanted to see her family. Venna looked lost at the glowing ball in her hands and thought about the words spoken by Braha. In a large arena in the middle of the snow-covered rock stood a small crowd of people wearing long robes. The main character frowned and looked carefully as someone took a small golden cube. The man said that they had finally met Vegetos, and the object in his hand began to shine dazzlingly. A huge pillar of light shot from the rock into the sky as Vegetos asked who awakened him and said that his deal was about to end. A small creature with horns and large red-yellow eyes asked displeasedly who woke him up. The crowd bent over Vegetos, marveling at his diminutive size, and the demon himself asked if the day of revelation had arrived. The youth in green clothes said that they came to ask the demon for help according to the contract of their ancestors, and Vegetos shouted angrily that these fools awakened him without knowing anything. Vegetos furrowed his brows and yelled fiercely that he had to be awakened 66,666 years later on the day of revelation. The main character looked at the demon with a warm smile and told him that he had returned. Vegetos immediately recognized Jaime's energy, despite the fact that he looked different from his previous life, and tears began to flow from the demon's round eyes. Vegetos called the main character a teacher, and Jaime gently stroked the demon's long fluffy ear, saying how cute he was. The young man with the jade earrings said that he needed to talk to the demon about something. Vegetos told the main character to wait a little, and Jaime, in turn, told the demon to play with the elves a little. Siegfried took the main character aside, saying that he had looked at everything and now they could leave, while Jaime mentally told the demon to wait for his visit at night. Vegetos looked after Jaime with hope, telling him that he must return. The full moon shone brightly in the purple night sky, surrounded by clouds. The girl with long hair and scales on her bare feet walked slowly on the sticky ground. The girl, whose face was hidden by a mop of thick lavender hair, said that everything turned out just as someone had planned. The girl was talking to a boy whose hair was the same color as hers. He stood with his arms crossed and a smirk on his face. The sun's rays illuminated the room and the tall stone building. Venna sat on the floor, covered with a blanket, and with her head bowed, she thought out loud that she had a teacher who saved her from the hellish school of garb. Suddenly the wooden door swung open sharply. Venna saw the main character and quickly hid the sphere. The girl put her hands behind her back, put on a wide smile, and shouted in a trembling voice that they were leaving Saint Germain tomorrow. When Jaime said that from now on Venna could be free, the girl was taken aback and froze, looking lost at the main character. Venna did not understand why this happened so suddenly, and thought that it was due to her weakness, which had manifested itself more than once in battle. Venna remembered being told that she would only be a burden if she left. In the girl's memories, an image of Vane appeared, who called her a weakling, and Venna came to the conclusion that this is why she is a burden. Venna sat with her eyes wide in shock, thinking that she had failed her teacher. The girl screamed when the main character told her to head east in order to restore the power of the Valkyries. Venna wanted to say something to Jaime, but he interrupted her and asked if she knew how to contact the frontier. Then the main character told the girl to sleep, and Venna, with a silver sphere lying next to her palm, softly called Jaime. When the main character had already left the room, Venna jumped up and bowed deeply, thanking Jaime for being with her all this time. The main character, standing outside the door, raised his head and smiled broadly. Tears rolled down Vane's cheeks without stopping, and she promised that she would definitely become stronger and come back. An orange sky stretches over the rocky terrain. Vegito's burst into tears of joy when he saw that the main character had finally returned for him. Jaime became angry at the demon's informal communication and began to violently beat it against the rocky surface. Vegito's, who had turned into a cake, became convinced that it was indeed his teacher, and Jaime asked the demon what happened. Vegito's rose from the ground and sighed. The main character, after the final battle in his past life, said that he would definitely return, and there was no need to follow him. A couple of days later, the demons sensed that Jaime's presence was gone. Jormungandr, the wise serpent, told Vegito's that the main character would return, and the demons needed to hide from the eyes of the 12 gods and wait for him. Vegito's lay down at the bottom of the volcano and waited for his teacher, but he waited too long. One day an elf came to the demon and said that he would put Vegito's to sleep and save him from pain, but in return he asked the demon to help the frontier in the future. Vegito's, standing on Jaime's palm, said that after awakening, his body shrank and his speech changed, and the main character asked what happened to Jormungandr. The demon closed his eyes, smiled and said that he did not know, but was sure that Jormungandr was alive. As soon as Black heard his name, he squeaked and flapped his wings, and the protagonist asked if he and Vegito's were close. Vegito's rushed to hug Black, asking how he was doing. The main character told Vegito's to follow the frontier and find out about a man named Isis. The demon happily accepted this order. Jaime then said that he had one more request, and Black and Vegito's looked at the main character with interest. Jaime told the demon to look after his friend and student named Vena, and Vegito's was delighted with his new friend, assuring that the main character should not worry. Jaime frowned, mentally asking for Vena to become stronger so that he could rely on her in the war that would someday come. Art Magna, Siegfried sat with a man in a cloak at the same table and with a smile asked his interlocutor to show him something. The woman in the black hat handed the man what he asked for and mentioned payment. Siegfried replied with a smile that he would use the same check that she gave him last time, and the woman, holding a miniature chest in her hands, said that she did not care if there were no problems with the item in the future. Siegfried opened the box, and the main character asked in surprise if it was an ion fragment. The Ion asteroid is a part of a meteor that fell onto the continent several hundred years ago. In this fragment, eternal mana is condensed, obtained from the natural world and amplified 2,000 times. When Jaime asked why the man needed this fragment, Siegfried laughed and replied that it was a secret. The woman said she had a question for Jaime and Siegfried could go. When Siegfried asked what this discussion was, the protagonist replied with a displeased expression that it was a secret. The man was ordered to get out, and Siegfried, sadly bowing his head, slowly walked towards the exit. The woman slammed the door behind Siegfried, looked at Jaime and asked him to take her to the world of shadows. A short old woman in a witch's hat and the main character stood at the glowing structure, and the woman announced that all preparations had been completed. Jaime said that in that case he would start, and the purple sphere lying on the floor shone brightly. A circle with a white crescent moon formed on the floor as Jaime spoke the right words. The main character turned to the king ruling in the shadows, asking him to open the door to this world, and a portal immediately appeared. The old woman and Jaime stood and silently looked at the hole that had formed in space, leading to another world. The woman was overjoyed and was about to run into the portal, but Jaime stopped her. The old lady got angry, but the main character hastened to explain with a smile that he got something here for free, so now he wants to return the money he borrowed. The spiritual contract is cancelled when the check is returned, so the protagonist has nothing to fear anymore. Jaime said that he would be able to enter when he received permission, and the woman angrily replied that this should have been reported earlier. Suddenly the main character turned around as if he had noticed something. The old woman was left standing alone. Jaime walked confidently through outer space, leaving white footprints behind his shoes. The main character felt powerful strength and energy from the queen of the dark elements named Venus. Looking at the woman, Jaime remembered how long ago it was. Venus raised her palm to her face and smiled, delighted to see the main character return. Long ago, Venus, traveling the world in human form, met Diablo, the sworn enemy of the 12 gods. We saw a picture of a brave commander leading a large army. Suddenly a bright purple flash appeared. Someone noted that a rare person, referring to the main character about whom legends were made, is the personification of a hero, and added that this is very surprising. Venus stood and held this magical core in his hands. Venus noted that the gaze of the 12 gods led the hero into their world, thereby allowing her to use part of the world of shadows. With a bright grin, his gaze was directed directly at this sphere. She noted that he had perfected it. Thus, a new source of power was created, and to be more precise, black mana. Venus noted that, however, she had heard that here the hero fell at the hands of 12 gods. Venus herself sat in front of the main character. She looked at the hero with interest and asked what kind of cute appearance he was. Welton, lowering his eyes, looked into emptiness. He noted that he did not die then, but was sealed, and added that when he woke up, he found himself in this body. Venus noted that this situation was very funny and asked what happened. Suddenly the girl's eyes shone with a bright flame. She looked straight at the main character. He noted that someone wanted to come to them. In an instant, the main character stood with his grandmother, or rather from Venezuela, who had reincarnated, and they looked at the huge portal of the stars. So he noted that the old woman should just walk straight. Venus replied that she had been waiting for this for a long time. Grandmother looked straight into the portal. She said she left something at the store. Before us appeared the appearance of a huge staff with a shining crystal. Venus noted that this is the Bend of Avalon, and added that the main character would benefit from it. Grandmother looked straight into the portal without closing her eyes. She added that the item was made from a magical stone from the Tearing Fountain. Before us appeared the image of a huge lake, from which a bright light emanated, and there were dense forests around it. Tearing Fountain is one of the 6 forbidden places in the world. In the center of this fountain there is a huge amount of mana, but no one could approach it due to the endless gurgling of deadly poisonous water. The main character looked straight at Venus with a dubious look. He noted that this artifact looked very expensive and asked why she was giving it to him. Suddenly the eyes of the main character narrowed greatly from the words spoken, and the appearance of the son of Venus appeared before him. The grandmother replied that her son named Finn was the same age as the main character. In a split second, Venus' foot passed through the portal. She noted with a smile on her face that she would finally see her boy. Welton looked straight at her with a calm gaze. He watched the old woman pass through the mysterious portal, and a bunch of stars seemed to accompany her. The main character noted that what she would see there would be only an illusion of the deceased, and this is hell. Sighing, the main character closed his eyes. In his thoughts, he continued to note that let this be her eternal consolation. Welton started to walk straight out of that room. With a calm gaze he looked straight at Siegfried. He noted that they must go now. 2 guys were heading somewhere at a fast pace. Siegfried noted that they needed to handle Saint Germain. The main character noted, asking that they weren't heading to the magical world. The second guy noted that this was their destination after all. Siegfried noted with a smile on his face that while they were walking, they could talk about the history of the main character, about All Might, as well as the Valkyrie princess. Welton dejectedly noted in his thoughts that he hoped that he would not bring up this topic. The guys saw a gorgeous view of the city over which they were floating in the air. 2 weeks later, the main character screamed that they had arrived in a magical world. His eyes darted in different directions in surprise, while the second one looked at him with a grin. Welton noted that it was much steeper than he thought. Siegfried said that this is the city that the first king personally built. A huge magic circle hovered around the city. The main character asked if this city really creates a magic circle, and added asking, what kind of magic circle is used here? Siegfried noted with a grin that if he talked about this, the main character would be bored. Welton agreed with his words. A huge hot air balloon hovered over the city. He announced that the best potion of this generation was Apothesis X, and added that you need to find the nearest pharmacy. The main character and Siegfried walked straight towards the tower. The main character noted that the magical technology in this world is simply incredible, and the guy replied that she was so incredible that she was not inferior to the one in the Magic Kingdom. Suddenly Siegfried handed the main character a piece of paper while he looked at him questioningly. The guy noted that he would go to the store, and added with a request that the main character should look in the city now. Welton agreed. The guy exhaled with a smile on his face and pointed his finger directly at the piece of paper that he gave to the main character. Siegfried replied that it would be bad if the main character got lost, so let him take him with him, or rather, a magic map for those who get lost easily. The main character objected to the guy with displeasure. 2 lanterns and the sound of strong stomping appeared before us. Anna Mayer, Phoenix Student Academy, ran straight to class, very worried and disappointed. The girl noted that she had already told someone to get everything before the entrance ceremony, and added that she could easily be late. Suddenly the girl's eyes lit up brightly. She noted that since today was the entrance ceremony, Siegfried and the director should also come. Anna added that if she showed them her magic, which she had studied and thought about it, in the form of pictures, she imagined how she showed her magical skills directly to Siegfried, and he, in turn, praised her. In her dreams, Siegfried looked directly at her with a smile. He noted that he did not recognize her talent and asked her if she could join him, become his student. The satisfied girl held her bag up as she ran to the academy. She shouted that she agreed to the teacher's proposal. Suddenly, on her way, the girl noticed a boy, or rather, the main character. In her thoughts, she asked herself whether this was a child who was left on his own, or a new student. Suddenly, with awkwardness, she began to remember that moment, that she also stood and almost cried because she was lost. The girl noted in her thoughts that she, too, had gotten lost here before. The main character looked carefully at the bridge. In his mind, he noted that this was our train, and added that if such a thing existed in Haze, then it would be convenient for him. Suddenly, Anna unexpectedly grabbed the main character by the shoulder. She called out to him, calling him baby. With a menacing expression on his face, the main character looked straight at her. The girl removed her hand in fear. Her eyes narrowed. The main character turned straight to Anna. Welton asked the girl if she really wanted something from him. The girl looked at the main character with horror. In her thoughts, she asked herself what kind of cold energy it was, and did she really imagine it? How did she add that he was just a child? Dissatisfied, the main character turned around and closed his eyes. Welton noted that if the girl does not need anything, then he will go. Suddenly, Anna looked straight at him. She asked him to wait and asked him if he was a student at Phoenix Academy. Anna abruptly grabbed the main character's hand. The main character warily asked what other academy. The girl shouted that it was not the time for him to behave like this, and added that the entrance ceremony would begin soon. Anna abruptly grabbed his hand and dragged him along while the main character did not understand what was happening. The appearance of the academy appeared before the main character and the girl, with a bunch of people walking around them. In his thoughts, the main character noted that he was dragged along because he had nothing to do. He asked himself that this girl was really so ignorant and studying right here. The prestigious school of the magical world, Phoenix Academy, appeared before us. The main character turned his gaze to some picture. People were whispering near it. In a few minutes, he found himself in the meeting room. A bunch of students were already sitting in their seats and whispering. Anna noted that this is the Amel Hall, where the opening ceremony will take place. Welton looked around while Anna looked at him with a smile. She asked him what he thought was cool too. The main character noted in his thoughts that he was gradually starting to get tired. The girl lit up with happiness despite the main character. She replied that she congratulated him on his admission. The main character asked her to wait with her conclusions and said that he was not a student. Suddenly, the girl awkwardly looked away as the main character looked at her with a questioning look. Anna remembered that she had some kind of errand. In a fraction of a second, the girl began to run away from the main character, who was already angry with her. The girl shouted that it was time for her to run. The main character exhaled sadly. He noted that he would soon need to meet with the 7th Elder, and added that he would need to follow the direction. Suddenly, the main character was interrupted. Lennon Simon, the second son of Earl Simon, stood in front of him, pointing his finger at him with fear. With horror, the guy asked what the main character was doing here. Welton turned to the guy incomprehensibly and pointed his finger at himself. The main character asked who this guy was, thereby interrupting Simon in his statement. The guy looked straight at the main character. A picture appeared in front of him where Welton forced him to kneel. The guy asked himself that the main character had really forgotten about this. A huge purple eye appeared in front of Simon. In his thoughts, the guy noted that he still has nightmares about that day. But after that, the image of his father appeared before him, who decided to begin teaching his son. The guy's father noted to him then that he would definitely teach him magic. Simon worked diligently and created magic circles while his father watched over him. The guy, in his thoughts, noted that then everything began to get better. Simon was very focused on creating the magic circle. His father praised him, saying that he was quite good, and added that now he could go to the academy. With horror, the guy asked himself again, wondering if he would really have to fight a monster named Welton. The main character stood right in front of the guy and started waving his hand while he looked at him in horror. Welton noted that he asked him a question. The red-haired guy introduced himself as Lennon Simon. The main character began to remember a guy named Simon. He noted that he really was that ignorant worm. Simon was very scared, but focused and ready to fight. The main character noted in his thoughts that he then told Count Simon to train him, and added that, apparently, this guy is already the 3rd rank, and that's pretty good. The guy, in turn, asked the main character why he needed to go to the academy. Suddenly, Simon pointed at Welton with a trembling finger, his eyes narrowing greatly. He asked with fear that the main character had also entered this academy. Welton felt awkward and began to wave him off with his hand while Siegfried approached from behind the main character. The main character noted that the touchy guy Simon, of course, can joke about this topic, but it's not funny. Siegfried, who was approaching the main character, called out to him and asked him what he was doing at the academy. Suddenly Anna noticed her teacher and screamed, calling out to him while the other students were looking directly at her and Siegfried. Anna called the teacher by name. Siegfried furrowed his eyebrows in embarrassment. The main character frowned directly at the guy with blonde hair, while he in turn grabbed him by the shoulders. Welton asked if he really had a student. Siegfried said in a whisper that they should already leave. The guy noted that he did not have a student, and added that everyone was waiting for them and it was time to go. Anna screamed the teacher's name and asked him to wait. In a millisecond, two guys teleported out of the meeting room. While the girl ran straight towards them, her hand outstretched, all the other students looked at her, and she screamed and asked them to stop. Suddenly the girl realized the fact that they had left and looked sadly at the teacher's empty seat, and she sadly added that Siegfried had already left. What if someone from the crowd shouted dissatisfiedly that the main character was a reckless worm? The girl looked directly at Simon with interest while he frowned at her. Anna asked him what he really didn't mean about the guy who was with the teacher. The red-haired guy asked her with interest that she really didn't know who he was. Simon, furrowing his brows deeply, noted that it was Jaime Welton. He noted in his thoughts that he was a monster who had been recognized as the greatest talent in the human world. The girl looked at Simon with a grin. Laughing a little, she said Jaime's name. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and she realized who it was, while the guy standing next to her nodded his head. She screamed across the entire academic hall, asking if it was Jaime Welton. The narrative moves to a large conference room. One of the people sitting at a round table and looking at the projection of a building said that they were finally able to see it. A man in a dark green robe with long hair, who is the fourth elder and also one of the members of the noble faction named Raymond Floreschamp, put his hand on his heart and then said that he was looking forward to this moment, since the one whom they saw is the continent's greatest genius. A man in a dark blue robe with black hair, who is the third elder and also one of the members of the loyalist faction named Serpent Gerald, folded his hands and said that they were all exaggerating his merits, noting that he would most likely disappoint. A girl in a dark purple robe with long black and purple hair, who is the sixth elder and also one of the members of the equalist faction named Adelhart Vivian, pointed her finger at Hero and wondered that he seemed to be very afraid of being surpassed by a 9-year-old child. A man with a gorgeous mustache and round glasses, who was the fifth elder and head of the Equalizer faction named Luca Frizzle, turned to Aldehart and wondered why she was saying that. Ardehard, sitting opposite the angry serpent with her eyes closed and a smile on her face, wondered what she said wrong. To which Serpent, in turn, said that she was again climbing where she shouldn't be. Also, one of the people sitting asked the two to calm down. A man with a long beard with a small grin said that they could not make the guest look disgraceful. A gray-haired man with a long beard and hair, who is the second elder and head of the nobility faction named Marcus Limnal, folded his hands into his sleeves and announced that their guest was already on the way. Having opened the door, the guest walked into the elder's room with a loud stomp, after which he said that he was pleased to meet you. Standing in front of the front door, Jaime announced with a smile on his face that he was Jaime Welton, the first son of the Welton family. Luca, Aldehart, and Raymond were shocked by Jaime's strength. Aldehart also stated that the main character is at least rank 6. Marcus, closing his eyes and grinning in thought, said that Jaime had grown so much that it was difficult for him to compare him to who he was before. Jaime, looking at those sitting, wondered in his thoughts whether all of them were elders, noting that even so they were still a higher level than him. Jaime, looking at the irritated Hero, said in his thoughts that everyone was stronger than him except this man. Jaime, looking at Hero, who folded his hands and looked irritably in his direction, wondered in his thoughts whether he was a 6th rank mage. Jaime also noted that due to his inferiority complex, Gerald would not be able to rise above the 6th rank. Marcus, raising his hand and greeting Jaime, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, noting that he had become stronger, to which Jaime, in turn, stated that this was all thanks to the breathing technique that Marcus taught him. Marcus, looking at Jaime as the elders stared at him, wondered if he was training in the sword, noting that he would most likely excel at it. To this, Jaime, in turn, said that he was grateful for the kind words, noting that he asks Marcus to spar next time. Gerald folded his hands and closed his eyes with a smirk on his face, wondering how a wizard could spar. Gerald further noted that only modest people who use only body strength say this. To this, Jaime asked to be more careful with his words. Jaime, bursting with anger, said that his father is one of those who train physically. Jaime, with his back to Siegfried covering his face, heard Gerald say that this was exactly what he meant. After which Jaime stated that he now understood, noting that it was such a difficult word and, apparently, he had misunderstood. To which Siegfried tried not to laugh. A man with a chestnut-colored beard sitting opposite the frightened Gerald said that the third elder had made a mistake. The man named Ofeng Ginger said with a smile on his face that the third elder said this with good intentions, noting that it would be better if they did not fight. Jaime, after Ginger's words, stated in his thoughts that he was the royal teacher and one of the greatest magicians in the kingdom. Jaime imagined an image of Ginger surrounded by a storm and in his thoughts called him the Wizard of the Skies, noting that he got this name because of his ability to control the weather. Ginger, with a mischievous grin on his face, looked at Jaime and said that he was grateful that he accepted their invitation, noting that he was glad to welcome the young wizard to the magical world. Siegfried, looking at Ginger with a serious expression on his face, said that Jaime was already 6th rank. Siegfried also wondered if it was too rude to treat him like that. Ginger, folding his hands and looking towards Siegfried, said that he seemed to be stupid, noting that he was asking for Jaime's forgiveness. Ginger, taking a mug of tea, said that if he had his way, he would immediately support them with a research center. Ginger, looking at Jaime with a smile, said that those who don't work shouldn't play. Ginger, looking at the coat of arms with a bird, said that this is the basic rule that must be followed in the magical world. Ginger, looking at the surprised Jaime, wondered what he thought about this. Ginger, turning to a stunned Jaime, wondered if he could become a man of the magical world. The narrative moves to the city. Siegfried, looking at Jaime's exhaustion from talking, wondered if it was too much for him. Siegfried, remembering how Ginger folded his hands and said that the academy needed talented people, wondering if he was wrong. To which Siegfried wondered if this was too sudden. Ginger, looking at the dumbfounded Jaime and Siegfried, said that he would like Jaime to become a temporary professor for a month. To which Jaime and Siegfried wondered what Ginger was saying. Ginger also stated that if there were no more objections, he would conclude that everyone agreed, noting that Jaime could handle it if Principal Siegfried helped him. Jaime, holding Siegfried by the robe, heard him say that he would immediately go and explain everything to these madmen, to which Jaime said that there was no need to do this, noting that everything was in order. Siegfried, turning towards Jaime with an alarmed expression on his face, told Jaime to tell him if things got difficult for him. Siegfried further stated that even though he looks like this, he occupies the position of director. Jaime, with a smile on his face, heard the guys running down the street declare that they wanted to study magic as quickly as possible, after which the main character wondered that he was the director who forgot about the entrance ceremony, to which Siegfried said that he had causes. Jaime, with a saddened look, looking at the floor, stated in his thoughts that he swore that he would never have another student. The narrative moves into the memories of the main character. Jaime remembered how he held out his hands and supported some kind of spell. Jaime, sitting around the guys, held a brightly glowing spell in his hands. Jaime, having shown how to use this spell, heard the guys tell Jaime to see what they had done. Jaime, stroking the head of one of the students, saw how one of the guys was not succeeding. Jaime returned to the house with his students as night fell. The boy, sadly looking at his hands, said that he knew that he would not succeed. Jaime, coming up behind the surprised boy, extended his hand and used some kind of spell. Jaime, standing over the surprised boy, said that there was no need to rush in this matter, noting that it should be done as gradually as possible. The boy, holding a glowing spell in his hands and standing among the surprised guys, declared that he had succeeded. Jaime walked over to his student and lifted him into his arms for his achievement. A saddened Jaime, returning from his memories of the past, communicated in his thoughts that in the end these children needed to see him go. Jaime, with a sad expression on his face, walking past the running guys, said in his thoughts that he would take on a student again. Jaime, having passed the guys, saddened, said that it was only for a month, so he wouldn't think too much about it. The narrative moves to Phoenix Academy, to the girls' dormitory building, where an admiring girl wondered loudly. One of the girls, sitting on the bed, wondered how she could not recognize Sir Jaime, noting that he had incredible emerald-colored eyes. After which the girl said that she herself did not understand why she did this. The girl with blue hair, touching his cheek, said that she took his hand and pulled him along without realizing it. To which the other girl said that she would also like to be held by Sir Jaime's hand. The girl, watching as her neighbor jumped out of bed, wondered why she called Jaime sire, noting that they were all small. After which the girl's neighbor wondered how she could ask about this, noting that Sir Jaime was their star. The red-haired girl, recalling the image of Jaime surrounded by roses, said that he was the greatest genius of their time, noting that he was a saint of the goddess Pyro. The girl further said that he is the only son of the Weltons. The girl, sighing, said that she did not know this about Jaime, noting that now she will go to study, to which her roommate called her a bore. The red-haired girl closed her eyes and folded her hands and wondered if she had heard of Evan from beta class. The girl also stated that his grades improved after he ate the supplements, to which her neighbor wondered if she was talking about a person who wants to drop out of school due to lack of height. The girl with red hair, holding out a bottle of supplements, said that that was why she bought it for herself and was ready to share it with her neighbor. The girl, lowering her head and sitting with her back to her drinking neighbor, said that she was quite fine without them. to which her neighbor replied that that's why she doesn't like model students. The girl with red hair, putting the bottle of supplements on the nightstand, wondered if Anya wanted to go to the cafeteria with her, to which Anya replied that she wanted to continue studying. The narrative moves to the Phoenix Academy, an institution for magicians founded by Emil Fest, a great wizard who helped found the Kingdom of Seldom. Jaime, looking at the academy, said that this academy is considered one of the most famous in the magical world. Further, the main character noted that this academy has a long history, dating back several hundred years. Jaime also said that this is the best academy, graduating thousands of wizards worthy of its name. Closing his eyes and smiling, the man revealed that he was a deputy director named Javelin Catter, noting that he was finally able to meet Jaime. The main character said in his thoughts that history would be made in this place right now. Jaime, sitting in the carriage opposite Javelin, said that he was honored to guide such a famous person like him. Jaime, looking at Javelin with a smile on his face, reiterated that he was honored to meet him. Jaime got out of the carriage and headed towards the people. Jaime, standing in front of a crowd of people, announced that he was Jaime Welton, a temporary professor, to which the people who looked at the main character wondered who he was, noting that they would not accept him as a professor. Jaime, closing his eyes and smiling widely, asked her to take care of him. Jaime further said in his thoughts that this is how the youngest professor was born. Looking at Jaime, pleased with himself, the people nearby wondered if they had heard correctly that he really was Jaime Welton. Further, one of those present noted that he was the same genius from the Welton family. Closing the door, Javelin announced that he would first take Jaime to the office for consultations. Javelin, walking into the consultation office and sitting across from Jaime, said that they were assigning classes based on skill. Javelin, looking at Jaime, said that they distribute the children not by age, but by their skills, noting that the classes are divided into 3, elementary, intermediate, and high. Javelin further reported that they, in turn, are divided into alpha, beta, and gamma. Javelin also announced that Jaime, as a professor, will teach the initial alpha class. Javelin, placing the form on the table, said that Jaime should choose a subject that he would teach. Javelin further noted that since it had come to this, it would be good if he chose a difficult subject for himself since he was an outstanding wizard. Jaime, deep in thought and looking at the forms, said in his thoughts that he was most confident in black magic, but he could not teach it. Jaime, holding out his hand to the form, wondered in his thoughts whether he should return to it. Jaime, remembering the magic circles, said in his thoughts that he should return to the time when he had not yet studied dark magic and when he was called the Infinite Wizard. Jaime, taking the form in his hand, announced that he would take on this item. Javelin, looking at the engraved gold watch, noted that Jaime had made an interesting choice. Javelin also said that he was looking forward to Jaime's lectures. Javelin further stated that it was almost time for the meeting and he would bring Professor Silver. Jaime, looking out the window, said in his thoughts that despite the fact that the building is more than 500 years old, the amenities in it are not the worst. Jaime turned to the door to see a dark-haired girl watching him. Sophia, standing in front of the guys and looking out from behind the door, wondered if he really was Sir Jaime. One of the guys, who approached Jaime with a smile, said that he heard that Jaime did not retreat even when fighting against the demon. After which the other guy wondered if Jaime was the best friend of the goddess Pyro's disciple. Sophia went on to say that Jaime's emerald hair is as beautiful as they say. The guys handed over the sheets of paper and said that they would like to get his autograph, to which Jaime, in his thoughts, wondered why they were acting this way. Javelin, extending his hand and pointing to Jaime's supposed location, informed Silver that this was where their new temporary professor was, to which Silver wondered where exactly he should see Jaime. The men, watching as Jaime was attacked by a crowd with questions, were in incredible shock at what was happening. Silver watched as Javelin ran into the crowd and told the professors to be more reserved, to which the crowd of professors asked Jaime not to leave. Javelin, who was standing next to Silver, reported that the professors seemed a little worried about Jaime's popularity, after which the professors behind the door reported that Jaime is a great genius of magic, and also that he is a saint of the goddess Pyro, noting that he is also the precious son of the Welton family, to which Javelin said that they should just go to the meeting. The narrative shifts to the initial Alpha class wing. Finn, looking at the tired Anya, wondered if she had been studying all night again, to which Anya, in turn, said that this time she would move to middle management. Finn, taking out a drink, said that he also wants to move to the middle level this year, no matter what the cost. To which Anya, in turn, wondered if he, like Becky, drinks this drink. Anya, sitting next to Finn, who was drinking a drink, noticed how someone entered the audience. Anya noticed how a guy with red hair and a gloomy face entered the audience. Walking with a gloomy face, the guy with red hair, imagining himself in his thoughts, said that no one here could compare with him, noting that they would not succeed and he would show who the real talent was here and move on. Anya, looking at the angry guy, called him red-haired, noting that they had already met. Anya, looking into the eyes of the guy standing above her, said that she was pleased to meet you and also wondered what his name was. The guy, looking at Anya, said that his name was Lennon Simon, which is why the guys began to wonder if he was the same Lennon from the Simon family. Lennon, smiling, being pleased with himself, said in his thoughts that they should all be jealous since he is different from everyone else from birth, noting that he immediately gets into the senior ranks. Anya, putting her hands to her head, stated in surprise that he was the son of Count Simon, noting that he could ask her whatever he wanted. To which Simon wondered in his thoughts what kind of girl was sitting in front of him. Silver, entering the classroom filled with students, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Silver then wondered how they were all doing. To which the students replied that everything was fine with them. Silver, looking at Jaime as he entered the audience, said that he wanted to introduce someone to them and then asked Jaime to enter. Jaime, hearing Silver, entered the audience. Lennon, looking at Jaime who had just arrived, wondered in his thoughts why he was here. The guys, looking at Silver and Jaime, wondered that they had already seen this emerald hair somewhere. Also, the guys in the audience wondered if it could be one of the Waltons. Silver, pointing his hand at the main character, introduced him as their new professor. Jaime, looking at the admiring guys, said that he was pleased to meet everyone. The guys rushed out of their seats and said that it was indeed Sir Jaime, noting that he should look in their direction. Silver, calming the guys, stood in front of Jaime, who was exhaling from anger, and then told them to calm down. Jaime put a finger to his lips and ordered everyone to remain quiet. Jaime's words sent a blue wave of magic through the entire audience. Jaime, making all the guys stand in a stupor, wondered how they could do something like this in front of a respected professor at the Sacred Academy. Jaime went on to ask another question about what the standards seemed to be like in Class Alpha. Lennon, holding his hand to his face and observing the situation, stated in his thoughts that in his opinion Jaime was not a respected professor. Lennon also noted that he considers Jaime just a boomer. Jaime, standing next to Professor Silver, said that from the first day of his stay at the academy he was disappointed. Jaime also noted that he would give everyone present a chance to improve if they guessed which subject he would teach. The guys, given the opportunity to correct themselves, raised their hands and wondered that perhaps Jaime would teach stoichology, to which Jaime, in turn, noted that this is the wrong answer. Another student asked that perhaps it would be understanding and analyzing the history of magic, to which Jaime wondered whether such useless objects even existed. One of those present, raising her fist, was about to say something. Anya, raising her hand with a clenched fist, said that since Jaime was a 6th grade wizard, he would most likely be teaching them a non-standard subject. Anya also said that Jaime could teach them such subjects as understanding all aspects of attributes or magic circles, noting that energy is taught only at the secondary level. Anya further wondered if this meant that he would teach them magic circles. Jaime, looking at Anya with surprise, wondered in his thoughts whether he had run with her to the entrance ceremony. Jaime further noted in his thoughts that Anya does not have much mana, but at the same time she is in the Alpha class. Jaime, looking at Anya who turned and raised her hand, said that she answered correctly, noting that she has good analytical skills. Finn also stated that this is what he expected from a model student. To which, in turn, Anya said that she was glad to answer correctly. Lennon, looking at Anya and seething with anger, said in his thoughts that even Jaime recognized her and also wondered who she even was. Silver clapped his hands and said that the meeting was now over and also told them to work hard today. To which the students, having heard Silver's words, responded with agreement. Jaime, arriving in the staff room and sitting on a chair, exhaled with relief. Jaime, noticing a note on the frame of the mirror, read that classes would start tomorrow. Jaime then wondered in his mind if he would be teaching his first class with Professor Silver. Looking at the report about the man with long hair, Jaime wondered in his mind if this was the man teaching the class on magic circles. Then Jaime, after reading the summary, found the name of a man whose name was Keniak Azier. He was a magician of the 5th rank and the author of many articles. Jaime, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, remembering Gerald, wondered in his thoughts if Keniak was Serpent Gerald's teacher. Sophia approached Jaime and said that he had better be more careful with him. To which Jaime, in turn, wondered why he should do this. Sophia, closing one eye and putting her hand to her cheek, said that Keniak had an inferiority complex, noting that several professors had fallen for it. Jaime, turning towards Sophia and closing his eyes, said that he was grateful for her warning. Sophia raised her hands and closed her eyes and wondered if she could get Jaime's autograph. Keniak, observing the conversation between the guys, said that, as expected, popular people are different. Keniak, looking with a displeased expression on his face as Sophia asked for an autograph, said that it was incredible that Jaime signs autographs even in the staff room. To which Sophia stated in her thoughts that she did not expect Professor Keniak's manifestation. Sophia, with her back to Keniak, stated that everything is not as it appears. To which Keniak asked Professor Sophia to leave. Sophia, hearing Keniak's request, quickly agreed with him. Jaime, extending his hand to the crouching Keniak, said that he was glad to meet him, to which Keniak in turn wondered what he had heard about Jaime mastering the sword at age 10. Keniak went on to note that it must be great to be so talented, but he had better prepare himself. Keniak, grabbing Jaime by the clothes, informed him that he would not be nice to him. Jaime, removing Keniak's hands from his clothes, said that this was what he had been waiting for. The next morning, two men walked along the corridor, their steps echoing through the school. One of them had slippers on his feet. In the lecture hall there were tables in rows, notebooks and textbooks were laid out, students in uniform were sitting. A girl with red hair clasped her hands like a mouthpiece and told everyone to take their seats because the ghost professor was on his way. The door to the classroom opened with a loud click, and streams of cold air rushed inside. Professor Keniak looked sternly at the class, sighs were heard. He scolded the red-haired girl. Behind him, Jaime covered his mouth and laughed quietly at the nickname that the students awarded the teacher. The man placed a thick stack of papers on the lecture lectern. On the top sheet was a symbol in the form of a six-pointed star in a circle. Next to it was the text. The professor announced that Jaime Welton himself had become a temporary teacher in the discipline of magic circles. Aesir stood behind the pulpit, magical energy emanating from his hands. A stack of papers rose into the air. A dissatisfied Welton was nearby. The man announced that today he would have his first lesson, and added sarcastically that teaching is not an easy task even for geniuses. The paper, shrouded in magical radiance, scattered across the audience into the hands of the students. The students looked at the sheets in surprise. The professor said that today they would study casts of magic at the level of 6 stars. Jaime fanned himself with a sheet of paper and looked thoughtfully at his colleague. He thought that the professor had prepared well for the lesson. The guy was wondering how good he was. Keniak stood in front of the class and actively gesticulated. He said that magic circles often have formulas. Circles of the 6th level, as a rule, contain the sun, moon, and stars. A ball of magical energy appeared above the professor's outstretched hand. He explained that the stars symbolize the universe. The sun is a symbol of the world, and the moon represents the world's night. An image made of mana appeared in front of the students. The sun was in the center, a crescent was located around it, the symbols were inscribed in a 6-pointed star. The star was placed inside a circle. The professor said that celestial bodies with the help of a circle are united into a single universe, and that such a formation is called centralized magic circle. The students listened attentively and with great interest. The professor explained that the symbol would change depending on the type of magic that was needed, and the location of the symbol affects the power of the magic circle. Aesir looked down at the 2 stacks of yellowed sheets that lay in front of him on the lectern. One hand lay on the lectern, and the other was raised. Magical energy glowed around it. The professor said that once the symbol is installed, it cannot be moved, so it is necessary to think about the location of the drawing in advance. He added that there is no way to find a suitable place. Research is currently underway. This understatement outraged the students. They decided that the professor did not know the material. Keniak looked at Jaime with displeasure. He said with a self-confident look that you just need to set the guidelines. The professor was indignant, but the young teacher gave a demonstration. The same symbol of the sun, moon, and 6-pointed star appeared in front of him, which were located in a circle. The guy pointed his index finger at the center. Magical energy emanated from it. 2 intersecting lines glowing blue appeared on the symbol. The sun and moon moved to opposite edges. Aesir folded his arms and looked at Jaime mockingly. He said that the shape of the magic circle had collapsed, and the lines of mana could not be erased. He suggested that the guy did not know the basics. He defiantly snapped his fingers and promised to get rid of them. By separating the key elements of the magic circle, he separated the lines, the sun, the moon, and the star from each other. The image became 3-dimensional. The guy added that if you think this way, then everything is very simple. The lines disappeared from the pattern. Jaime explained that it was necessary to place the characters in the right places and then erase the lines. The image became flat again. The moon and sun changed their location. Welton explained that in this way you cannot draw a magic circle from scratch, but simply adjust the arrangement of the elements. The guy stood proudly in front of the audience of students. They looked at him with delight. The audience at the lecture had never seen anything like it. He raised his index finger up and said that he calls this technique layering. The girl with blue hair looked at the lecturer with wide open eyes. Her mouth opened in surprise. She thought that what was happening before her eyes was impossible, because Jaime was violating the known foundations of magic circles. Aesir threw his head back and looked in admiration at the ceiling of the auditorium, where a new symbol shone with blue light. He thought that this discovery would shock society. He turned his gaze to the students, pointed his index finger at the audience, and admitted his mistake. The students discussed the demonstration and were delighted because the circle became 3-dimensional. Jaime stood with the air of a winner. One hand was raised. He smiled and looked mockingly at the professor. Keniak thought that the guy was very capable, but still too young. Welton snapped his fingers again. The symbols on the pattern began to move and change their position. The students watched what was happening carefully, their mouths slightly open in surprise. 2 magic circles were floating in the air. They changed their color, turning into pink from blue. Jaime said that the magic circle became a symbol of another magic circle. In the center of the new pattern was the sun. Around it was the moon, which was placed in the center of a 6-pointed star. The image was 3-dimensional. The lecturer explained that such an expansion has no boundaries, if space allows. Jaime thought that Diablo Wolfir once possessed this magic, and it was called a 3-dimensional multi-stage magic circle. Jaime glanced sideways at Azier and asked what he thought. The professor looked at the symbols in the air in amazement. He thought that he had never heard of something like this and began to doubt the identity of his colleague. Keniak looked sadly at his notes. Jaime stood next to him, his hand raised, magic circles of blue mana hovering above their heads. The new teacher told the students to master the layering technique before the next lesson and practice dismantling the 2nd-level magic circle. Lennon sat at the table. He looked ahead with a lost look. He thought that Jaime was crazy because he called the great discovery a pathetic demonstration. Jaime looked around the audience thoughtfully. Sunlight entered the office through the high windows. The guy thought about Anya and decided that she was the only person in the audience who was really eager to try out new knowledge and practice. The students remained in the office. Some sat at tables and read textbooks. Some walked around and talked. Everyone was delighted with Jaime and Azir's lecture. Lennon stared angrily at the red mana symbol. He held his arms bent at chest level. The guy hiccuped with zeal. The symbol disappeared. The student with scarlet hair tiredly closed his eyes. His neighbor on the desk was in shock. She asked in disbelief if the guy had really managed to do the layering. Mentally, he told himself to ignore the girl. He was upset because the magic trick was very difficult. The guy looked thoughtfully at Anya, who was sitting in front of him. He was interested in what she was doing. Small magical symbols of blue mana hovered over the table. The girl leaned towards them. Lennon thought that she was trying to repeat a complex circle without the help of layering. The guy approached her from behind and put his hand on her shoulder. The girl got scared. The symbol disappeared. Frustrated, Anya screamed and stood up abruptly. She hit the young man in the face with her head. She was disappointed with her failure. Count Simon's son turned away. He was holding his bruised jaw and could not comprehend what had happened. The girl ran after the professor. She shouted that she had to figure it out. Lennon was humiliated and angry. He didn't understand how the girl could ignore him. Jaime and Azir walked down the corridor of the initial unit. Javelin greeted them with a wide smile. Keniak nodded to a man in a white cassock who was clutching a stack of papers to his chest. The deputy director asked how the first lesson went. Jaime was terribly surprised when the professor praised him. He wondered if he really knew how to do this. The deputy director laughed and said that this was the first time he had heard Azir give a compliment. The broad-shouldered professor walked past, almost hitting his colleague with his shoulder, and he abruptly said that he still had a lot to do. Javelin turned sharply and tried to catch up with Keniak. Welton looked in bewilderment after the man who shouted that Professor Keniak should be present at the planning meeting. Jaime thought and looked around suspiciously. He analyzed the lesson and Azir's behavior. His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of Anya. Lennon was following her. The young professor bared his teeth and touched his neck with his hand as if he wanted to strangle someone. He thought with irritation that the girl would not leave him alone, and aloud restrainedly wondered what had happened. A student with blue hair spread her palms at chest level. Magic symbols from the last lesson appeared in front of her. She explained that she tried to repeat the magic circle that Jaime showed, but the fusion did not work. Welton pointed his finger at the pattern and explained that the moon from the center collides with the moon in the circle. He was not sure that the student would understand what he was talking about. Anya thought about it and began to change the position of the symbols. The girl stared with delight at the magic circle that hovered above her cupped palms. She screamed with happiness and said that she had succeeded. Jaime and Lennon looked thoughtfully at her creation. Anya looked sadly at the blue cloud that remained in the place of the magic circle when it suddenly disappeared, and sighed heavily. Simon tapped her on the shoulder and scared her. She looked at the guy in confusion, as if she didn't know that he had been there all this time. A classmate demanded an explanation for what happened. He looked at Anya with hatred and screamed. Lennon did not understand how she managed to repeat the magic circle using complex technology. The girl blushed slightly and smiled contentedly. The question slightly surprised her. She said that she had only repeated the professor. The classmate was shocked by her explanation. The thought that there was someone better than him hurt the guy. Jaime stood aside and thoughtfully watched the young people. He thought that, although not perfect, the girl managed to copy a 3-dimensional multi-stage magic circle. Anya looked at the guy in confusion and raised her hands up in a conciliatory gesture. The guy's fingers were reaching out to her. Jaime decided that it was necessary to talk to Siegfried, because he considered the girl talented. There was a knock on the academy director's office, and a shout was heard from behind the door, allowing the visitor to enter. The door opened. Welton appeared in the doorway. His hand was still raised to knock. The director was delighted to see him. A vessel with metal fragments on the director's desk attracted Jaime's attention. The guy asked why they were Siegfried. The man laughed and replied that he was conducting experiments, because such material is very difficult to work with. Jaime sat down on the sofa in front of the large table in the reception area. The director pulled back his chair with a creak and asked why the young professor had come to him. The guy asked permission to show something. A blue light illuminated the young man's face, and a miniature of a magic circle appeared above his crossed palms, which he demonstrated to students in class. Siegfried looked at the pattern in surprise and tried to find out how Jaime managed it. The guy interrupted him and said that he did not intend to brag. Welton thought about Anya and clenched his hand into a fist. He told Siegfried that the girl had managed to figure out the complex theory herself. Siegfried closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly. He watched him carefully. The director asked if the girl had really managed to repeat a complex technique after one demonstration. The guy confirmed, called her amazing, and asked why no one had yet volunteered to be her mentor. Siegfried intertwined his fingers and looked at them carefully. He explained that Anya had no ability for magic, so he suggested that she follow the path of a scientist. The director remembered how Anya proudly left. She wanted to become a sorceress and was looking for a suitable teacher, but none of the academy's mentors wanted to take on such responsibility, because her talent did not help her development in magic. Jaime listened carefully. He guessed that the girl wanted to become student Siegfried. The director put his hands on the table. He sadly explained that magicians were the main force of the state, and the academy could not waste resources on training students whose success was in doubt. Jaime sighed heavily and stood up. He thanked Siegfried for his time. The director looked thoughtfully after the young teacher. His face disappeared into the shadows. Welton reached for the door handle. He was about to leave the director's office when the man called out to him. Siegfried smiled mysteriously. His eyes sparkled insidiously. He raised his index finger and invited Jaime to become a mentor to a talented student. The man explained that a small age difference could be beneficial. The guy went out and slammed the door. He rudely rejected the director's offer. Siegfried sighed. Welton leaned his back against the white brick wall, crossed his arms over his chest, and sighed heavily. He looked at the floor with an unseeing gaze and reflected that not only was he forced to teach, but now mentoring was being imposed on him. He remembered how in the past he had already lost his students by the will of the gods. In this life he counted only on himself. Jaime looked thoughtfully at the school building with high windows and small balconies and thought that he was not going to repeat the mistakes, and Anya was smart and could find the right path herself. The guy turned his gaze and looked somewhere upward. His eyes were narrowed and his lips were tightly compressed. He decided that he was indifferent to the fate of the student. A week later, a small group of students gathered in the training hall. Silver stood in front of them. Behind him was a training dummy with a target on his chest. The teacher announced that today there would be a mana measurement. Silver looked at the students good-naturedly and laughed. He said that the performance of the beta class had become better, and he was interested in how things were going in the alpha class. Finn leaned towards Anya. Her face froze in bewilderment. Hiding behind his hand, the guy whispered that the teacher was talking about the second grade. The girl clarified whether this was the same class that took last place in the competition last year. The guy looked mockingly at his classmate and said that her friend Becky had become first in the beta class. The news shocked Anya. The students lined up in two lines. Lennon stood in front of everyone. Opposite the training dummy, he was called first. The guy with a concentrated expression on his face pulled the string of his blue mana bow. An arrow of magical energy rushed through the room like a whirlwind. It increased in size and crashed into a mannequin in a spiral. The number 2199 appeared on the sensor screen with a squeak. The numbers were red. Silver's face fell. He thought that such power would be enough to destroy the target. The shocked students recoiled slightly, many with their mouths open as they discussed Lennon's results and came to the conclusion that no different result could be expected from a member of the Simon family. Anya's blue eyes opened wide in surprise. The girl had never seen such a result. Simon turned slightly and stole a glance at Anya over his shoulder, mentally calling her a stupid girl because she was better than him anyway. Silver looked upset at the consequences of Lennon's display of strength and said with an awkward laugh that he would have to change the target. Anya looked thoughtfully at Finn's back. The guy volunteered to be next and said that he had been especially good lately. The secret of his success was in a small dark bottle with a gold cap. It contained medicine that the guy took regularly. This day was no exception. Finn confidently pulled the string of his mana bow. The guy's eyes were hidden by a shadow. They looked strange, the iris disappeared, and the pupils became an unusual color and were directed in different directions. Anya was taken aback. She could not understand what was wrong with the young man's eyes. An arrow of magical energy flew towards the target at breakneck speed, and a cross symbol appeared in a circle that glowed pink. The sensor beeped and showed the number 860. The numbers were red. Silver proudly said that the guy had increased his score by 700 points. With a little more effort, he could move on to the next division. Finn stood in a circle of classmates. He danced with joy. The guy was delighted. His classmates admired him and congratulated him. Anya stood apart from everyone. She did not share the general joy. She thoughtfully looked at the guy's wide smile and thought about what she saw. Silver smiled. He took the next sheet of paper from the stack of paper he was holding in his hands and called Anya. The girl pulled the string of her mana bow tightly and took careful aim. She looked intently at the target. Sweat was running down her face. The student was very worried that she would not be able to improve her past results, but she tried to drive away these thoughts. The girl let go of the bowstring. An arrow of magical energy rushed towards the target. Anya thought that it was necessary to believe in herself. The sensor beeped and showed the number 247. The student with blue hair opened her mouth and froze. She was very upset that her result had not improved over the year. The girl turned away. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Her classmates looked at her in bewilderment. Lennon cast a close, attentive glance. The ceiling of the staff room was crossed by wooden beams. Modest chandeliers with candles hung on chains, and the deputy director called out to Jaime. Javelin, with a stack of papers, which he pressed to his chest, approached the guy. Welton turned to meet him and greeted him. The professor laughed and asked where the guy was going. With a fatherly smile, he patted the young man on the shoulder. Jaime tried to suppress his dissatisfaction, but the look remained unkind. The professor said that he was glad that the guy was doing well. The young man's attention was attracted by the sparkling ring on Javelin's index finger. The man said that the guy could contact him if he needed anything. The professor walked away from the guy. The ring continued to sparkle. He looked after him thoughtfully. The man apologized and said that it seemed the third elder was calling him. Jaime assumed that the third elder was the man with the bad character whom he had already met. Javelin quickened his pace. Jaime looked at him as if he couldn't wait for the man to leave. The professor shouted to the head about the meeting. Welton was surprised that the unpleasant elder was also the head. Jaime came out of the staff room. He hid his yawn with his hand. A student walked past him. He muttered some theoretical principles. The boy who looked like a zombie caught Welton's attention, and he turned and looked after the student and thought that he must have been in beta class and that he looked bad. The boy's eyes attracted the professor's interest. The blood vessels burst from tension and the whites turned red. The look was somehow wild. Jaime thought that the student was trying too hard for the sake of studying, because without talent he would die. With an effort of will, Welton forced himself to look away. He reminded himself that this was none of his business. Javelin knocked on the door of the manager's office with his knuckles. He notified him of his arrival. The door opened sharply. Keniak stood in the doorway. He was holding a stack of papers under his arm. The deputy director was very surprised at the sight of him. Azier looked arrogantly at his colleague. Carter smiled widely. A man with purple hair walked past with an indifferent look. The deputy director wanted to know what issue the professor was in the head's office for, but he ignored him. Javelin stood in front of the open door and looked over his shoulder after Keniak. The deputy director thought that although he did not understand his colleague at all, they needed to get along. Professor Azier tried to better grab the stack of papers from which the bookmarks were sticking out. Due to the man's movement, a piece of paper fell out of the stack. Keniak stopped. Behind him lay a photograph of a smiling Anya. Anya stood alone, pressed against a column, while the rest of the students chatted cheerfully with each other. Anya bowed her head a little, remembering the other students who had become a little stronger. She compared them to herself, a girl who had not progressed anywhere. This made the girl think about her limit, whether it had been reached. Anya remembered how one of the students drank an energy drink. She now regretted that she had not tried his toga. Jaime, who saw Anya's condition, stopped abruptly, and internally he began to get terribly nervous looking at Anya. Jaime turned around and exhaled, deciding to simply walk past the girl. Jaime still couldn't pass by the girl and turned around and approached her, asking what was bothering her. Anya shuddered at the sight of Jaime and exclaimed. Jaime could barely restrain the smile on his face while Anya turned away, covering her eyes, talking about today's mana assessment results. Anya turned to Jaime and sighed again. Jaime felt a little awkward. He squinted, realizing that Anya was useless at magic. Anya, holding back her tears, clenched her hand into a fist, saying that she did not want to give up. She swore in front of Jaime that she would become an archmage and restore her family. Jaime, who was watching the girl, mentally praised her serious attitude. Jaime looked down and became a little depressed. He understood that his future could become a reflection of the past, but he hoped that the dream could still change itself. Jaime turned and walked away from Anya. Jaime stopped and closed his eyes, saying that if Anya was confident in her desire, then he would be waiting for her tomorrow in his office. After some time, Jaime found himself in front of a blue magic tower. Jaime opened the door and walked into the tower, after which he immediately began to look at the inside of the tower. He wondered if the research laboratory of the Marquis of Rinmal was at the very top. One of the girls stopped in front of Jaime, and after greeting him and asking if there was anything she could do, Jaime looked at the girl and said that he had come to meet the Tower Master. The girl with brown hair smiled at Jaime and, thinking that he was an ordinary guy, tried to dissuade him from the meeting, saying that it was not so easy to meet the master. The smile did not leave the girl's face. Jaime, looking at her, asked to tell the master that Jaime Welton had come, then the girl, who wanted to say something else, abruptly interrupted her words. Soon the girl led Jaime to Rinmal's office and bowed to Jaime. Having previously opened the door, she respectfully treated Jaime, saying that in front of him was the office of the Tower Master. Jaime opened his eye wide in surprise at what he saw. Rinmal's office was, in fact, a huge library. Books lay on the floor and were scattered throughout the room. On the table at the end of the office there were several large stacks of papers along with them. Jaime was shocked by what he saw. This mess shocked him. Jaime began to go inside the office at the same time looking around trying to find Rinmal. He could not understand where his voice was coming from. It seemed as if Rinmal was manipulating the entire room with the help of mana. Walking along the red carpet, Jaime said that there was something to it. Jaime raised his head and saw a smiling old man with long gray hair and the same beard. He asked Jaime where he got this phrase from and why he came. When Rinmal came down from the cabinet and stood next to Jaime, he looked in surprise at the table full of various torn and crumpled papers and then assumed that Rinmal was busy with research. Rinmal smiled and said that he always had time for Jaime. When Rinmal and Jaime approached the table, the surface of which was in complete disarray, Jaime asked Rinmal what all these magical documents were about. Rinmal sat down on the table and began to talk about how he was studying military magic, a wide-spectrum magic that could destroy the followers of Janus, the god of war. Jaime looked at Rinmal, who said that this magic was very difficult to study. Jaime imagined Sable raising her blade against the background of Janus' symbol. He realized that as soon as this magic was completed, a war with Janus' church would begin. Sitting on the table, Rinmal turned his head and asked Jaime the reason for his coming. Rinmal looked attentively at Jaime when he started talking about how he wanted to teach breathing techniques. Anya Rinmal remembered the image of a blue-haired girl. Rinmal told Jaime 100. Of course, he understood why he was looking for him, but Rinmal could not convey the secret of his magic to the child who, at best, he will only reach 5th grade. Jaime raised his hand and extended his finger, after which, with a smile on his face, he asked Rinmal what would happen if he made any an archmage. Rinmal, looking at Jaime, called him insolent, then said that magical theory is not accessible to everyone, even taking into account the fact that Jaime is very talented. He is only a 6th grade magician. Jaime, without ceasing to smile, reminded Rinmal that he had already created his magical theory. Jaime leaned his hand on the table and closed his eyes, saying that he was not satisfied with this, so he decided to open another theory. Jaime remembered his past image and the magic circle that he then created. He realized that the magic circle that he created in his past life was not enough. If he wanted to defeat the 12 gods, he needed something stronger. Rinmal, looking at Jaime, frowned a little and was surprised, asking if Jaime really wanted to create another magical theory that was impossible even for dragons. But looking at Jaime, who folded his hands in front of his chest, Rinmal felt incredible pressure, as if a phantom of Diablo himself would form behind his back. Rinmal smiled and stamped his foot, changing space while simultaneously taking out his staff from his subspace. Rinmal invited Jaime to fight, and if the fight satisfied him, he would give Jaime his breathing technique. Jaime grabbed the hilt of his blade and began to pull it out of its sheath, while he smiled, agreeing with Rinmal's proposal. Rinmal and Jaime stood in the middle of the transformed office. The entire room was transformed into a spacious tiled area. Cubes of metal hovered around them, narrowing their kind of ring. Rinmal, standing in a fighting stance with a staff, invited Jaime to attack first. Jaime completely took the blade out of its sheath and held it out in front of him, after which, grinning, he told Rinmal not to regret his words. Jaime shrouded his souls in mana, causing the mana from under his feet to be released under pressure. A moment later, a modified Welton White Ocean skill formation formed in the subconscious. Jaime put his sword in front of him, after which waves of water began to form around him in a stormy stream. Jaime rushed towards Rinmal at great speed. Rinmal, seeing Jaime approaching, lowered the tip of his staff a little. Jaime pushed off the floor with force, creating a powerful gust of compressed air, making it look like an explosion of steam or dust. Rinmal created a golden barrier around himself, calmly watching as Jaime approached him and already swung his sword. He was a little surprised by how Jaime appeared in front of him faster than lightning. Rinmal smiled, looking at the blow Jaime made with his blade on his barrier. Rinmal said that such an attack would not be able to break through his barrier. Jaime bent his fingers a little and began to form a small ball of energy in his palm. The destruction hand formation appeared in his subconscious. Jaime's hand smashed Rinmal's barrier, and fragments of the barrier scattered in different directions. Rinmal smiled. Seeing Jaime's skill, he was surprised at how Jaime was able to predict everything. Jaime bit his bottom lip as the Rinmal in front of him disappeared and appeared behind him, praising Jaime. Jaime looked at Rinmal, realizing that he had already recovered. Jaime called Black and asked to help him in the ghost world. Jaime jumped into the air, a magic circle forming under his feet to hold him. Jaime instantly created clones that took on various poses and stances. A magic circle appeared under each of them due to the use of instant damage magic. In Jaime's subconscious, a formation of using plasma cut, explosive shot, and lightning appeared. 3 clones, using 4 different elements, attacked Rinmal, which was surrounded by a barrier. Jaime himself at this time used a magma blade, attacking along with the clones. A powerful explosion from the collision of various energies occurred in the office of the head of the Blue Magic Tower. Rinmal turned his head and noticed a crack in his barrier. Jaime, who pursed his lips, raised his sword behind his back, preparing to strike. Jaime's swing of his sword sent a powerful column of wind into Rinmal, which destroyed the barrier completely and created a small explosion. Jaime landed carefully, looking at the rising clouds of smoke. He had recently used an instant damage skill. It was a melee interception magic that used an alter ego and teleportation. Beads of sweat ran down Jaime's face as he tried to catch his breath due to the creation of 4 alter egos at once. Because of this, even his mana ran out. When the smoke began to clear, Rinmal appeared, smiling and saying that Jaime's attack was slightly stinging. Jaime closed his eyes and smiled, saying that Rinmal did not have time to restore his cloak behind. Rinmal was puzzled and looked at the edge of his cloak, a small section of which was torn. Rinmal turned around again and looked at Jaime, saying that apparently he had made a mistake in a hurry. Rinmal stopped smiling. Golden mana began to be released from his body, after which he told Jaime that it was his turn to block. Jaime looked at Rinmal and became serious, realizing that he would have to use the artifact. Jaime extended his hand with the sword towards Rinmal, and his other hand in the other direction, forming the Staff of Transcendental Avalon in it. Rinmal stopped releasing mana from his body, looking at the artifact in Jaime's hand. He was a little surprised that it was he who owned this artifact, because Granny did not even agree to sell it to him. Rinmal holding one weapon in each hand, carefully watching every movement. Rinmal, who said that Jaime must have other artifacts in stock. After the words he said, Jaime mentally called Rinmal greedy. Jaime's suit began to sway violently due to the golden ball of energy created in the air, which mostly consisted of lightning. A huge hurricane of golden energy formed in front of Rinmal, who directed the staff into this tornado. Jaime smiled and brought the staff to his face and said the word wind. A formation of the magic of boundless Avalon appeared in Jaime's subconscious. Jaime's whole body lit up with blue energy, which helped him overcome his fatigue. He smiled while looking at Rinmal. Jaime looked at the staff in his hand. Even the thought that this artifact contained the powers of the real and other worlds amazed him. A magic circle again formed under Jaime's feet, after which 3 clones immediately formed next to him. Jaime asked Rinmal if he wanted to see something more amazing. Jaime jumped into the air and rushed towards Rinmal. Rinmal grabbed his staff with both hands and slammed it on the ground, shouting that Jaime would not succeed this time. Golden mana burst out of Rinmal's body and spread throughout the room. Jaime flew up to the Rinmal barrier and slashed at it with his sword. Rinmal asked if Jaime wanted to see his capabilities with a smirk on his face. Jaime jumped away from Rinmal, saying that he would be glad for this opportunity. Rinmal lowered his staff and began to concentrate mana on its tip, saying that since Jaime wanted it so much, then let him feel it. Rinmal began to describe his magic, at the same time imagining a huge volcano over which lightning struck. Rinmal said that the gift he received was like lightning striking in all places, hail that fell from heaven and a stream of lava from hell itself. The pupil in Rinmal's eyes disappeared, and the tip of his staff burst into flames. He told Jaime that it would be difficult for him to accept such power. Jaime crossed his staff and sword in front of his chest, blocking the stream of fire that was flying towards him. But suddenly it all ended, the stream of fire disappeared, and Jaime stood motionless, not understanding what had happened. Jaime lowered his weapons in his hands in shock, but suddenly the world turned upside down. The stones, heated to the limit and engulfed in flames, flew straight towards Jaime. In Rinmal's subconscious, ripples appeared as if on water due to the application of cognitive dissonance, the magical perspective of the Great Linmal. Jaime waved his hand trying to block the extremely hot stone. Arcs of lightning began to spread across the floor. Jaime bit his lower lip, looking up, looking at Rinmal's magic. From the outside it seemed to him like natural magic, but in reality the magic attacked the mind. Jaime looked at the huge wave of water approaching him. He realized that if he could not control the world of the mind, then the confrontation would be useless, because the problem was that he would not be able to get rid of this magic in his current state. Jaime's feet glowed brightly and mana began to be released from them. Jaime thought about Linmal's mana, which was the original source. Jaime raised his staff using the magic of the 100 Seas, from which a huge amount of water began to form around him. Jaime was going to absorb everything. Jaime's pupil glowed brightly. He was about to take it all in. Jaime stomped his foot, from which his mana emanated along with dark energy. He used Leviathan magic. At this time, Rinmal watched the unconscious Jaime, whom he shrouded in his barrier. Rinmal noticed that although Jaime looked calm, he was too uneasy in his soul. Jaime, who stood inside the barrier, regretted that he could not use black mana due to his weakness, but he knew that if he did not use it, he would never be able to break the mental bonds. Rinmal raised his staff and closed his eyes, saying that it was time to finish. Suddenly, Jaime's blade was covered in golden mana. Jaime swung his blade and shattered Rinmal's barrier into pieces. Jaime crossed his arms in front of his chest. Jaime spun his blade around, sending a golden slash straight at Rinmal. Jaime's pupils glowed brightly as he swung his blade. Rinmal was shocked. He opened his mouth in shock when he saw the golden slash approaching him. The floor in some places of the room was crushed. Rinmal's voice was heard saying that this time he was able to reach it and was able to overcome the power of his magic. Jaime remembered the moment when his blade began to be shrouded in mana. At that moment, he looked at his blade, not yet fully understanding what had happened. Jaime raised his blade and looked at it, saying that he absorbed mana, thinking that he could free himself from illusions, but Rinmal's power also began to be absorbed. Rinmal, who was sitting leaning against the wall, asked in surprise whether his attack was an accident. Jaime looked down, realizing that if he said that this was just luck, then everything would be useless. Jaime sheathed his sword as he contemplated what had happened, the perspective of the great Lenmal being absorbed into his sword. Jaime smiled as he looked at Rinmal. He wanted to make the sword ability his new magic. Jaime raised his hand and extended 2 fingers, after which, with a wide smile, he asked Rinmal's opinion about the fight. Rinmal closed his eyes and awkwardly said that this would be enough. Rinmal approached Jaime and touched his head with his hand, saying that he would allow any to teach breathing techniques. After some time, Rinmal's question was heard in the office. He asked his interlocutor what he was thinking about now. Rinmal sat on the table asking the man in the green suit behind him for his opinion. The man responded by saying that he was amazed. Ramon remembered how Jaime crossed the staff and sword in front of his chest and said that Jaime was able to find a balance in the art of sword and magic. Even he had seen such a mastery of weapons for the first time. Moreover, Jaime turned it into his perspective, and this would not be easy for a great magician to pull off. Rinmal, who was standing near the window, called Jaime a born genius, because even what they saw was not the only reason to think so. Rinmal remembered how Jaime summoned his staff, after which he was able to resist the great magician. His sword skills and Pyro's blessing, all this made him a genius. Ramon imagined the moment when Jaime discovered the seal on his palm and then asked if an ordinary person could achieve such a thing. Ramon thought, imagining the image of Jaime, Ramon asked himself if Jaime was actually a man and not a Superman created by someone intentionally. But Rinmal, who was standing at the window, abruptly interrupted Ramon, saying that even the walls have ears. The huge blue magic tower was illuminated by the moon in the night. Inside the tower you could hear the voice of Rinmal, who was interested in how Jaime would change this world. Events are transferred to one of the academy buildings. Lennon banged on the door, demanding that the people behind the door come out. Lennon stopped abruptly when Jaime appeared behind him with a smile on his face and asked if he had lost it. Lennon became angry and clenched his jaw because of Jaime's words. Lennon turned around and looked nervous, trying to say something after Jaime asked him what he was doing here at this hour. Lennon spread his arms to the sides. He remembered Anya, who, putting her hands to her cheeks, said that Professor Welton was going to make her his student. Lennon shouted, asking if it was true. Jaime snapped his fingers, forming an energy fist above Lennon's head, which hit him on the head. Jaime scolded Lennon for her informal attitude towards him. Jaime stood opposite Lennon and lowered his hands, saying that everything was still not certain. Lennon put his hand to his chest and asked Jaime to take him on as his student. Jaime turned around and closed his eyes, saying that all this time he was wondering why he came here in the middle of the night. Jaime asked Lennon if his father knew about everything. Jaime opened his eyes and looked at Lennon, reminding him that his family's reputation would fall if he taught him magic instead of his father, and he did not take such a foolish person as his student. Lennon, standing behind, opened his eyes wide in horror when he heard Jaime's words. Lennon immediately left Jaime's room, slamming the door. Jaime clenched his jaw and frowned out of anger at Lennon's behavior. Jaime opened the door in a fit of rage and was about to yell at Lennon, but Jaime felt awkward and he abruptly stopped screaming. Lennon bit his lower lip and cried like a child. Jaime looked at Lennon in shock. The guy with red hair lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. Welton couldn't believe he was crying. Simon raised his eyes, burning with rage, and angrily shouted that it was difficult for him to accept any superiority, and demanded to teach him. Jaime looked sternly. Lennon was breathing heavily. The teacher was amazed at the student's impudence. He mockingly asked if he had reserved his student's place. Welton thought, raised his hand to his face and looked closely at Simon. He decided that the student was not bad for his age and the role of errand boy would suit him. Lennon froze with his mouth open in surprise after the professor said that he would think about his request if the count approved. The student bowed. Jaime waved his hand and looked at him with disgust. He explained that it was necessary to show respect to the current mentor Lennon and release the student. Left alone, Welton threw his hands behind his head and said that he doubted that Simon would not be kicked out of the house for ingratitude. Night fell on the red brick estate. In the estate's research room, Simon Lennon and his father sat in red chairs at a table with tea in front of them. The father looked menacingly at his son and asked why he suddenly asked for a meeting. The boy answered something incomprehensible. Lennon felt uncomfortable. Sweat appeared on his face, and having made up his mind, he said that he wanted to study with Professor Jaime. The man narrowed his eyes unkindly and clarified what his son meant. Lennon grabbed the cup with trembling hands. He said that he had already approached Jaime and asked to take him on as a student. His father watched him thoughtfully. He remembered what his son was like before. He could not imagine that his child would be able to step over himself for the sake of studying and understood that the son has matured. Lennon smiled widely. His eyes sparkled when his father gave his permission. He reminded him of the need to preserve the honor of the family. It was dark in the alley near the low building of the Magical Society. Between the shabby walls there were two. The hoods of their cloaks hid their faces. One man was on his knees. The other towered over him. He said that the professor had his hopes in this drug. The hood of the blue cloak flew off the head of the sitting man. It was Silver. He asked for a new dose. The man in the green cloak looked at him with pity and disgust. Silver's face was covered with sweat. There were tears in his eyes. Saliva was flowing down his chin. He asked to give him another bottle. His interlocutor explained that the veins and channels in his body were being destroyed, and in the end he would experience cardiac arrest. Opposite stood a woman. Her skin was an unusual color. Her face was covered with scars. She shook a bottle of blue glass and laughed. Silver reached out to her with shaking fingers and begged for medicine. The woman could not help but smile when she saw the trembling in the professor's hands. She praised him for helping to spread the poison under the guise of medicine among the students. Silver's fingers were already closed to the bottle, but she squeezed it harder. The glass became covered with cracks. The vessel burst. Fragments flew to the sides. She kicked the teacher and said that he was no longer of any use. Silver fell to the side and coughed, and was kicked hard. The woman bared her teeth. Her eyes glowed red. She laughed bloodthirstily and said that the magical community was rotting. Since such an unworthy person taught children, blood splashed to the sides. Her face was covered with brown spots. A man in a blue hood appeared behind her. His face was hidden by a shadow. The unknown person asked why to kill Silver in this way. The woman recognized him. She turned away. A smile played on her lips. She said that this was her style. He told her to shut up, her eyes glowing yellow. The woman quickly walked past. She said that they would call her the next time you need to get rid of someone and asked to remove traces of the crime. She walked far enough away and called the man in the blue cloak a disgusting bastard. A black glove palm was directed at the professor's body, and he was engulfed in magical energy. The sun's rays illuminated the sign at the entrance to the teacher's room. Jaime entered the room and said hello. Circles appeared under his eyes from lack of sleep, and he yawned. Colleagues approached him and asked if he had seen Professor Silver. He answered in the negative and found out what happened. They explained that he was not at work and no one could contact him. The news surprised Welton. He thought that Silver did not at all look like a person who could suddenly disappear. Javelin squeezed him by the shoulders with a wide smile and said that he would go look for the missing professor. Carter stood behind Jaime. Opposite were 5 teachers of the academy. The deputy director asked Sophia to look after the Alpha class. Welton sat down at his desk and looked sideways at his colleagues as they exchanged pleasantries. Someone called him. He turned around and saw Anya and Lennon. The student was waving her arms indignantly. Her classmate crossed his arms over his chest and looked unhappy. She asked if the professor really took Simon as a student. He said displeasedly that he had received permission from his father. Jaime leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily. He said that the students had gotten it all wrong. Lennon clenched his teeth and looked angrily at the teacher. Anya pressed her palm to her face. Her eyes were widened with fear when Welton said that no one had yet become his student. He waved his hand casually and explained that students needed to take tests, and told them to come to his office after class. Anya said that she would give it her all. Lennon thought that diligence alone was not enough for success and shouted that he would definitely cope. Jaime looked at them with displeasure and ordered them to leave the teacher's room. He turned around and began looking through notes for the lecture when someone approached from behind. He jumped in surprise when Azir called his name. Keniak looked displeased at his colleague and asked about his plans for Anya. Jaime was wary because he did not understand what they wanted from him. In addition, he did not feel the professor approaching. Welton replied that he was thinking about becoming her mentor. Azir leaned towards him and, with a threat in his voice, ordered him to leave the student alone, because he did not want to see her potential disappear. Keniak turned around and left. Jaime looked after him with a blank expression. He didn't quite understand what had just happened. Professor Sophia stood at the lectern. She praised the students and told them to be careful on the way home. The lecture ended. Anya looked at Finn in fear. He was clutching a small bottle in his hand. Saliva was running down his chin. She said that his classmate looked bad. He replied that everything was fine. He just needed to drink more. There were empty bottles on the table. She tried to say that he had better stop drinking it, but he painfully grabbed her hand and told her not to interfere in his business. Finn muttered something incoherently. Lennon approached Anya and asked what was happening to him. Simon went further. He said that he would go first. Anya turned her head and looked first at one classmate, then at the other. She didn't know what to do. She asked to wait for her. She ran after her classmate and shouted that she offered to go together and was indignant that he did not wait. Lennon stopped in front of the open window, put his hand on the wooden sash and asked irritably why he had to wait for his opponent. Using the magic of flight, he soared over the roof of the academy. Anya leaned out of the window up to her waist and looked after him. She cursed, looking at the red cloud of mana rushing across the sky. Magic energy appeared at her feet. She thought that she was not going to lose. She activated her magical haste and rushed like an arrow through the corridors of the academy. The bottle with the blue label clattered onto the table. Finn sighed with relief and said that he felt better, which meant taking more medicine was a good idea. He looked up. His eyes were of a normal shade. He realized that it was time to meet with Ivan. 4 students were walking through the forest. In front was a short, dark-haired boy. In the back were 2 girls with green hair. Finn was in the middle. He thought that he couldn't miss this opportunity. Ivan grinned contentedly. He said that Bardic should be grateful to him, because he personally included him on the list. Finn smiled and thanked him, but mentally called him a cheeky asshole. They entered an area enclosed by a low fence. Bardic thought that he needed to be patient a little, because thanks to this event he would be able to get into the advanced class. He looked at a tall 2-story building with dark windows, 2 men standing at the entrance, and thought that apothesis would help him move to the next level. Ivan handed the guard a VIP ticket and winked. They were allowed to go inside. Finn looked around curiously, wondering where the medicine was made. They were greeted by a woman with gray hair tied in a braid, a fang-bearing smile, and she introduced herself as the manager of the Trinity Research Group. She folded her palms at chest level and introduced herself to Ishtar. This was the same woman who killed Silver. The action takes place in the Welton family mansion, where a cry is heard from Jaime's private room asking the young man if he is sure that he is not going too far. Anya stood leaning on the sofa, short of breath after trying to catch up with Lennon, who was walking decorously ahead on the carpet, displeasedly answering the girl that he had no desire to hang around with her. Suddenly, a book with a red cover fell on the heads of the arguing teenagers, and they, without immediately noticing, began to scream in surprise and unpleasant sensations. Now between Anya, straightening her hair in fear, and Lennon, who was clutching his face, stood an angry Jaime, who, with his arms crossed, asked the students to stop swearing in front of him, and they agreed. Now the girl with a book on her lap and the red-haired guy, spreading their arms, sat on the same sofa, asking Jaime in the chair opposite about breathing with the whole body. Bringing a cup of tea to his mouth, the main character with closed eyes said that today the guys would learn this method, and promised that it would be easy. Anya widened her eyes and with an awkward smile asked about the learning time, and Lennon opened his mouth in bewilderment, considering it impossible to learn the Archmage technique in such a short time. Jaime, still holding his cup of tea, looked menacingly at the guys, declaring that for his students this was the minimum level of ability, and invited them to leave if they were afraid of not being able to cope. Then Anya jumped up from her seat with a book in her hands, impatiently announcing that she could, and Lennon, filled with irritation, glanced displeasedly at the upstart. When the blue-haired girl fell silent, biting her lip, the young man of the Simon family sighed heavily, raising his hand, and hesitantly declared that he would try too. Holding his open hand at chest level, Jaime noted the student's spirit with glee as turquoise mana glowed around him, lifting the magic item. When the magic wand hit the cube, a bright turquoise flash shone in the air, radiating rays in all directions. Standing, Anya looked at the red book in her hands in bewilderment as she began to shake. Lennon grimaced with dissatisfaction when the corner of the book fell on his head again. After that, the 2 students, raising their heads in confusion, found themselves in a white space created by Jaime himself, and the day there was equal to 12 hours. In this place, the main character is able to combine the free construction of forms and figures different from the world of Gremius, as well as the ability of the other world outside Avalon to manipulate time and space. Reclining in a chair against the backdrop of the windows, Jaime put his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and, grinning, concluded with a satisfied smile how convenient it was. He noted that Lennon is a student with magical talent, but lacking insight and mental clarity. Anya, on the other hand, is a student with polymath talent, but lacks magical power. Wondering how the two would cope, the boy crossed his legs with a mischievous smile and announced the start of the test. The action moves to the Trinity Laboratory, where Ivan followed Ishtar along a long corridor, surrounded by twins with green hair, and Finn hurried behind everyone. The manager of the research center, having heard from the guest Ivan regret about Silver's absence, with an insidious smile asked to follow him, and the red-haired guy looked straight at the man with white hair. Looking around, the academy student Finn, with a suspicious look, asked Ivan how much he knew about this place, and he happily noted that Mr. Silver appreciated him very much. Finn wrapped his arms around his body with a sullen expression, slowing down and feeling a chill coming on, after which a voice was heard calling out to the guy. Ivan turned to the shocked Finn and took him by the hand, with a smile asking him to hurry up in order to surpass everyone who was ignoring them. Ishtar turned around, casting an insidious glance at the guys, and with a malicious smile declared that with apothesis they could become strong magicians. Now the students of the academy, accompanied by the manager of the research center, entered a dark corridor along which shelves with various flasks filled with colored liquids stretched on both sides. Potions and preparations in vessels were neatly arranged on unlit shelves, and Ishtar said that he was happy to introduce a new product to the guys. The man, smiling maliciously, held in his hands a blue flask with an X-apothesis. Ivan looked at the drug with eyes wide open in admiration, and the green-haired twins behind him looked worried. Ishtar, closing her eyes with a smile, said that this drug doubles mana and also improves concentration, and Ivan looked at her with an amazed look, and the twin sisters were shocked by what they heard. The manager grinned, holding up the flask with the drug, and warned that this sample was still at the development stage, so some side effects may appear. Hearing the warning, Finn raised his hand with a worried look and asked if the side effects of sample X were the same. Ishtar flashed his red eyes furiously as he approached the teenager, and with a menacing look asked if he had problems when taking apothesis X when Finn, fearfully putting his hands in front of him. He began with an awkward smile to name dizziness and a feeling of weakness in the list of consequences. The man with white hair grinned, declaring that the description was similar to muscle pain. Ishtar explained that if you drink apothesis X, then mana absorption increases and the heart core grows, and in order to maintain the large size of the main muscle, more energy is needed to be taken from the body. Frowning and smiling from tension, Finn concluded that Anya had worried in vain when he was informed that soon after temporary weakness the body would adapt and work as before. The manager of the research center handed the puzzled Finn a flask with green liquid, saying that he was giving the apothesis X, and this improved nutritional supplement of the drug would help get rid of the current side effects. Now Ishtar, having completed his tour, stood at the red gates of the Trinity Laboratory, waving his arms widely in farewell as the academy students left the building, and Finn paused, thanking the man for the gift. After slamming the door, Ishtar leaned his back against it and smiled tiredly, taking out a smoking pipe and a lighter. When the man with the scars on his face had already placed the pipe in his mouth, a green magical beam suddenly cut it, causing him to be greatly taken aback, immersed in thoughts of the stupid students of the academy. Ishtar swore displeasedly at the man who stood in front of him with a green stream of mana, and the face of the unknown impudent man was hidden by the hood of his robe. The dark man with white hair closed his eyes and sighed with an awkward smile, asking if the man opposite had any problems. Under the hood was a woman, whom the manager grabbed by the collar and pulled towards him, and when she spoke about the huge payment to the man, irritation appeared on her face. Ishtar clenched his teeth from tension, sparkling red eyes and veins appeared on his face, after which he threatened the frightened Sophia not to confuse her, because he came not for money, but for blood. The manager of the research center abruptly released the woman and, retreating, furiously ordered her to stop messing with the children. When Ishtar turned around and said with a malicious grin that there were much more interesting things, Sophia concluded to herself that the man was very arrogant, so it was necessary to inform the professor. Meanwhile, in Jaime's space, 8 hours later, there was an open book, saying that it was necessary to divide the mana into several parts and absorb it into the skin, while at the same time expanding the core in some places. Anya sat intently over the textbook in the lotus position, placing her open palms on her knees and delving into the lines she read, while blue mana surrounded her. When the blue-haired girl closed her eyes, she felt that mana was easily accumulating in her body, and in the meantime, bright wavy rays were reaching towards her in the air. Lennon's reading of the book was a little different, because he, delving into the lines, angrily pounded his fist and shouted when he realized what was being asked of him. Jaime with a foxtail appeared next to the red-haired young man in a penguin costume, who, folding his hands in front of his face, asked the student to think, and he displeasedly decided that the information was too abstruse. He sat in the created space on a chair, pushing off the table with irritation and, raising his head up, assumed that Anya had already figured everything out. Throwing a look full of despair at the ceiling, Lennon concluded that he knew that the girl would achieve her goal much faster. Running his fingers over the red cover of the textbook, the red-haired boy declared that he was a proud member of the Simon family. Sitting on a chair in the lotus position and closing his eyes, the young man firmly decided that in the process of development he would turn all character flaws to his advantage and achieve his goal in his own way. At this time, Jaime, imposingly throwing his legs on the table and clasping his hands behind his head, used magic screens to watch how the students were coping with the task, separately noting the non-standard Lennon. The main character turned his interested gaze to the image from the room where Anya was sitting. He noted that the student is progressing much faster, however, her core is weak, so she cannot control the mana she absorbs. The key is to overcome the pain and expand the core in several places. On the other hand, for Lennon it is difficult to understand how this works from a technical point of view, but due to his talent for magic, he only needs to understand once and his mana will increase exponentially. Looking into the distance, Jaime thought that he had adjusted the formula for each of them, but the rest depended on the guys themselves. 12 hours later, Anya continued to sit tremblingly in the lotus position, worryingly thinking about the reflection of the core, because her body had absorbed a huge amount of mana, which caused severe discomfort. Concentrating her strength with her eyes closed, the student fearfully wondered whether her body could withstand such a load, and wanted to give up everything. Anya squinted her eyes tightly while words about the insignificance of the Mayer family, fourth-class magicians, flashed through her head. Biting her lip, the girl firmly decided that she needed to win for the sake of her family. Looking at the students through the screens, Jaime concluded with a nervous laugh that Anya was at the limit. But the path to becoming an archmage began only when the core limits were destroyed. The main character glanced at the concentrated, gloomy Lennon and, coming to the conclusion that he was destroying his mana, wondered whether it was worth stopping the guys. It was already 5:30 in the evening, and Anya, putting a lot of effort into performing the technique, was twisting her mouth from tension. At 9:30 in the evening, Lennon was sitting over a textbook, holding his head and flipping through the pages in confusion. When it was exactly 12 o'clock at night, Jaime, looking at two blue screens, snapped his fingers and announced that time was up. Anya and Lennon abruptly moved back into the room, falling onto the sofa opposite their teacher. The main character stood up, putting his hand on his side, and with a dissatisfied look declared that the test was completed. He turned to the girl, who had tears in her eyes, and to the red-haired guy, straightening his hair with displeasure. Jaime, towering over the guys and taking on a menacing appearance, announced that the two of them had failed the test. Hanging her head, Anya sadly said that they tried very hard, and Lennon, waving his hand with a gloomy look, asked to give them a little more time. With his blue eyes sparkling, Jaime threw an angry look at the guys and asked what would change in this case. The red-haired guy looked puzzled as he tried to formulate something coherent. The main character was now smiling softly, deciding to stop joking and get down to business. Anya and Lennon, eyes wide and mouths agape in shock, asked in unison when they heard that the two of them had successfully passed the test. Jaime raised his index finger and, breaking into a satisfied smile, with a blush on his cheeks, said that this was a test of the students' determination, which they passed. Then Anya, out of an excess of emotions, attacked the taken aback Lennon with a hug, and he, out of surprise and embarrassment, tried to pull away. Confused by the girl's touch, the Count's son Simon shouted for her to move away, which greatly puzzled the heroine, and Jaime behind him broke into a serene smile, planning new tests. Wearing a red cap given to him by his swordsmanship teacher, the main character put on a sweet face and concluded that what awaited his students would be hellish training that would make him want to cry. The action moves to the laboratory, where a man in a blue robe sat at a table covered with flasks, holding documents in his hands. Reviewing the dossier of a student at the Ivan Academy, the employee reported that the apothesis has severe side effects and suggested that the test subjects would not last long. The professor's voice turned to Sophia, hidden by the robe, and she was taken aback. When a question was received about the side effects of apothesis X, Professor Keniak, removing his hood, intervened in the conversation. He said that he was researching this with Dr. Oman, but there was not much progress. A voice came from the magic ball, warning about the arrival of the goods and asking them to hand it over to the doctor. Sophia and Keniak, hearing that the goods were from them, immediately tensed and opened their eyes in fear, after which a desire to receive good news came from the ball. The woman, nodding her head, gloomily stated that Anya needed to be returned as soon as possible. The blue-haired man, looking at his accomplice, said with a frown that he could not approach the student because she might suspect something. Sophia cast a look of horror at the professor and asked if he was really going to ruin the common cause because of his own feelings. The woman turned away from her serious colleague, slapping him on the shoulder with a chuckle and asking if he was really incapable of getting close to some child, and asked him not to put it off any longer. Standing with his back to Sophia, Keniak was silent, not making a sound. On the table lay a dossier with a photograph of Anya Mayer, which the professor was now familiarizing himself with, running his finger along the lines as he read. The action moves to the bedroom, where Anya was lying on the bed, exhausted, looking at the ceiling. She sat down, without taking off the blanket, and yawned sleepily, and a clear sky could be seen outside the window. The girl recalled with surprise how in the evening Jaime, pointing his thumb at the door, invited the guys to spend the night in his bedroom, citing the late hour. Anya reached her hand to the clock, wondering what time it was. Looking at her watch, she widened her eyes in extreme shock. Running out of the bedroom, collected, the girl shouted in horror that she was late, while Lennon, standing in front of her, raised his hand and concluded with a malicious smile that she had finally woken up. Anya was very puzzled when the guy suddenly called her the Queen of Snoring, because she didn't even suspect that she was making such sounds at night. When Lennon proved to the enraged Anya that he heard snoring at night, a stream of mana flew onto his head, and Jaime, who approached, called the guy a liar. Tired of the argument, the main character closed his eyes and turned away, snapping his fingers. Suddenly, pendants wrapped in a turquoise glow fell into the hands of Lennon and Anya, and they looked puzzled at the professor's gift. Jaime, giving the guys a pendant with a purple stone, said that this was a sign that they were his students. Pointing to his neck, the young man grinned and asked the guys not to lose this decoration, and they thanked the teacher in unison. Lennon and Anya immediately became gloomy and stared at the floor when they heard that the pendants had a pear design, which is usually the case with things for couples in love. Then the red-haired guy pointed at the blue-haired girl, displeasedly asking if he would date someone like that, and she furiously swore at him. Jaime watched from the side with pleasure. The student visibly turned purple with embarrassment during the awkward exchange, and, shouting angrily at each other, decided to go their separate ways. Watching the guys leave in a bad mood, the main character saw them off with an awkward smile, concluding that this was youth. The action moves to the academy, where the rumble of students could be heard from the office. The drooping Anya sat in the amphitheater, her head down on the table, and Finn, who was located next to her with a worried look, touched her shoulder, clarifying whether her condition was due to being late. She stood up and refuted this theory with a smile, while a purple pendant sparkled around her neck. A classmate standing nearby looked at the pendant in amazement, pointing her finger at it, and the blue-haired girl grinned, taking it in her hands. Breaking into a wide smile and showing 2 fingers, Anya happily announced that this was the distinctive sign of Jaime's student. All the students in the audience stared at the girl with their eyes wide open in surprise, not believing that she had been taken as a student by that same legendary young genius. The blonde with ponytails brazenly pulled the pendant towards herself, demanding that Anya tell her about everything in more detail, which made her look at her irritably. The entire amphitheater was now filled with a buzz of students, each of whom took a personal look at the pendant Jaime had given to his student. Lennon watched grimly as his hand shook as everyone pulled on the pendant, and irritably concluded that he should never show his classmates his pendant. Finn, with a thoughtful look, concluded that his neighbor became Jaime's student thanks to her brilliant mind. A professor in a pink suit and pink hair appeared in the doorway, putting her index finger to her lips and asking the guys in the audience to be quiet. Adjusting the pendant, Anya widened her eyes in surprise when the woman who looked at her said that the students should sit on their own, because Mr. Silver would not be able to come today. After that, the girl turned to Finn, smilingly asking if he felt better, to which the boy answered in the affirmative, adding that according to rumors, apothesis X was enlarging the nucleus. Anya widened her eyes in shock when she heard this and stated that there were no such medicines in the world. Finn cast a contemptuous sidelong glance at the girl when she suggested that he stop drinking the dubious drug. While the students were sitting, delving into the materials laid out on the tables, the red-haired guy shouted furiously at the entire audience, demanding his neighbor to shut up. Leaning on the desk, he abruptly rose from his seat and angrily declared that everything was just beginning to get better for him, and Anya was trying to ruin everything, and she, holding her pen, turned her gaze to him in puzzlement. When the gloomy Finn, in a fit of rage, lost his temper and decided to leave the audience, the neighbor in a hurry began to call out to him, trying to justify himself and asking him to wait. Anya watched the red-haired guy leaving in bewilderment, trying to understand what was happening to him. Finn, meanwhile, was standing in the corridor, cursing angrily and leaning on the windowsill, looking out the window. The guy looked crazy and decided that Anya was jealous of his abilities, despite the fact that she became Jaime's student. Finn was furiously scratching the windowsill with his nails when someone called out to him. This is Sophia, who was passing by, asked the student in bewilderment what was happening, and he turned sharply in her direction. The woman stroked the taken-aback young man's cheek, laughingly concluding that he looked bad. She cast a furious glance at the drooping Finn, fearing that the effectiveness of the X-apothesis had already begun to decline, and he, biting his lip, offendedly admitted that he had quarreled with a friend who called the nutritional supplements suspicious. Then Sophia flashed her insidious round eyes menacingly, asking if they were talking about Anya Mayer. The woman called apothesis X with a laugh, trying to defuse the situation, and Finn looked at her with a stunned look, surprised that the professor was aware. Spreading her plump lips into an insidious smile, Sophia confirmed that she knew about this drug. The woman patted the inspired Finn on the shoulder, inviting him and his friend to a conference on the benefits of the apothesis in the Trinity Laboratory. When the boy accepted the invitation, the undercover professor grinned maliciously. She handed Finn a flask with green liquid, offering to drink it in class to cheer up, and he, putting his hand forward, looked at the drug with mad desire. After that, the professor and student began to disperse, leaving the corridor. Sophia concluded with a malicious look that before the first deaths of students, it is necessary to extract the maximum benefit from the experiment in order to build a world where people without talent will not be ignored. The action moves to a cramped laboratory, where a man in a medical gown and gloves was bending over 3 dead mice covered in blood laid out on a napkin. The eye of one of the killed experimental subjects reflected the silhouette of a bald experimenter, who grinned maliciously, almost finishing a potion that would change the magical world. The narrative moves to Phoenix Academy. Anya, folding her hands and remembering the angry Finn, said in her thoughts that she had not been able to talk to him yesterday. Next, Anya wondered in her thoughts how best to apologize. Finn, holding the back of his head with his hand and walking up to where Anna was sitting, said that he was asking for forgiveness for yelling yesterday. Anya, looking at Finn with a smile on her face, said that everything was all right. Anya also stated in her thoughts that it seems that Finn is no longer angry with her, noting that she is happy with this situation. Finn, holding the back of his head and extending his hand to the sleeping Anya, said that Professor Sophia had invited him to a special lesson. Next, Finn asked if Anya would like to go to this lesson with him, to which Anya, in turn, wondered what kind of special task this was, after which she noted that they were now having a lecture with Professor Jaime. Anya, holding Finn's hand, said with a smile that she thought it wouldn't be a big deal if they left for a while. Further, Anya said in her thoughts that he would probably be upset if she refused, noting that she would go for a short time and would return immediately. Finn, holding the back of his head, closing his eyes and smiling, said that he was grateful to Anya, noting that he was sure that she would like it. The narrative shifts to Sophia singing in the research laboratory. Keniak, walking behind Sophia, called out to her, after which he wondered if she really called Anya. Sophia, turning to Keniak with a menacing look, said that she called Anya. Sophia, standing very close to Keniak, said that after all, he should have brought this experimental material a long time ago. To which Keniak, in turn, said that the side effects are still too strong. Keniak, recalling one of the samples, said that their current apothesis is as close to ideal as ever. Keniak also noted that they send higher quality raw materials, thanks to which the doctor was able to reduce the risk of side effects. Keniak, accompanied by Sophia, approaching the building with security, said that now they only had to confirm their success, noting that it was a great honor for them. Keniak, lowering his head and remembering the main character, surrounded by his associates, announced that Professor Jaime had accepted Anya as his student. Keniak also noted that Sophia must understand perfectly well what it means to become Jaime's enemy. Keniak, looking at Sophia who turned around, said that they should not attract Anya's attention, noting that he would talk to the doctor, to which Sophia, interrupting Keniak, said that they would not do that. Sophia, lowering her head and looking at Keniak with a menacing gaze, said that it was too late to stop. Sophia, standing sideways to Keniak, said that the side effects become apparent only a week after taking the drug. Sophia further wondered if it was true that they just needed to find a solution before this happened. Keniak, raising his head with apprehension, said in his thoughts that Sophia had completely lost her mind. The narrative moves into Keniak's memories. Keniak, recalling how children were given the drug, said in his thoughts that greedy people who tried to achieve good results relied on the drugs. Further, Keniak, still in his thoughts, noted that in the end they would all become dependent on apothesis and ruin their lives. Keniak also said that Anya Mir is not like that at all. Keniak, looking at the joyful Anya, who said that she was not sure that she understood today's lecture material. Keniak, looking at Anya, who bowed, wondered if the professor could check her. Keniak, walking past the door, noticed lightning flashes coming from behind it, and then wondered if anyone had yet to leave the training area. Keniak watched as Anya practiced with the magic bow. Keniak, lowering his head and coming out of his memories, said that all this was already infuriating him. Sophia, looking at Keniak through the magic ball, said in her thoughts that he was somehow suspicious. Sophia, touching the magic ball with one hand, warned Ishtar to be ready, noting that he might have to intervene. Ishtar, smiling maliciously, said that she would also need it. Jaime walked up to the door and extended his hand, knocking on it. Jaime opened the door and looked at Siegfried, wondering if he could come in. Siegfried went on to say that Jaime could come in. Jaime, entering the office, saw Siegfried sit down in a chair and then wondered why he was called. After which Siegfried wondered in his thoughts that maybe they would get straight to the point, noting that he was somehow sad to say this to Jaime in their relationship. Jaime went on to say that he had a class coming up, so Siegfried should hurry up and say what he wanted from him. Siegfried, beaming with joy, wondered if it was true that Jaime had taken on students, to which Jaime said that he took Anya and Len on as students. Siegfried, folding his hands and closing his eyes, said that he knew that he himself pushed him to this, but he still could not believe that Jaime took such a step with such a character. Siegfried further noted that Jaime is cocky, arrogant, and also a nasty curmudgeon. Next, the main character wondered what they thought about him, to which Siegfried said that Jaime was impatient. Placing the documentation on the table, Siegfried said that they should stop joking and get down to business, noting that he wanted to ask him for a favor, to which Jaime, in turn, wondered what favor they wanted to ask him for. Siegfried, holding a report about the people at the academy, said that Javelin was watching the academy, noting that he did not know the whole situation, but something told him that he would have to intervene. Putting his hand in his pocket, Siegfried said that before Professor Silver disappeared, he often met with the remaining students from the beta class. Taking out a bottle with bright blue filling from his pocket, Siegfried, with a serious expression on his face, said that those guys who were on the verge of exclusion suddenly improved their results by starting to drink this liquid. Siegfried, looking at the stunned Jaime, said that today all those who drank it did not show up for class, to which Jaime wondered in his thoughts that isn't that what Anya's friends drink. Siegfried, looking at Jaime, who began to have something glowing on his neck, said that his intervention would be too noticeable, so he would like to ask him to investigate this matter. To which Jaime said in his thoughts that he had a bad feeling about this. Jaime, nevertheless paying attention to his pendant, was shocked by what he saw. Jaime jumped up and said that it was time for him to go, to which Siegfried asked Jaime what happened. Jaime, running out of the office, stated in his thoughts that he gave the same pendants to Anya and Lennon to find out if they were suddenly in danger. Jaime, running along the corridor, used the magic of movement in order to get to the guys on time. Jaime also noted that he hopes nothing serious happened. The narrative shifts to events that happened a little earlier, in a research laboratory in a small lecture hall. Sophia, standing behind the counter, said that they had been working for 3 long years to make magical society a better place. Sophia, holding out her hand and snapping her fingers, said that this was to give a chance to the untalented and hope to the alienated. Anya, sitting next to the unwell Finn and beaming with joy, said that Professor Sophia was magnificent. Finn, clutching his stomach, felt disgusting. Sophia, holding out her hands on both sides, said that, as they know, the limit of magical potential is inherent in a person from birth. Hitting the table, the angry Sophia said that those born talented continue to achieve success, while at the same time the rest do not have a single chance to get out of this hole. Anya, turning her gaze to Finn, continued to listen as Sophia wondered whether it was not a pitiful fate to live despised and oppressed. Sophia also noted that if you look only at the statistics of the magical community over the past 30 years, you can see the decline of good magicians. Anya was shocked, looking at how Finn, clutching his chest, groaned in pain. Anya, jumping up from her seat and seeing Finn fall to the floor, told Professor Sophia that Finn was feeling bad. Sophia, walking towards the guys, smiled sarcastically. Sophia, approaching Anya, who was trying to help Finn, said that they had created something that would change the world. Sophia, leaning towards Anya with a distraught expression on her face, said that this is what apothesis looks like. Anya, looking at the professor, was speechless. Sophia, extending her hand to Anya, said that the answer was in the drug. Sophia also noted that by developing their core, a person can even become an archmage, despite a complete lack of talent. Anya, looking at Sophia, who was creating some object in her hand, stated that this was incredible madness, noting that it was too dangerous. To which Sophia, in turn, wondered what would happen if they could bypass the risks. Anya, shocked by what was happening, said in her thoughts that this was simply impossible, because gain is always followed by loss. Anya, holding the unconscious Finn in her arms with a frightened expression on her face, said in her thoughts that this was crossing all boundaries. Anya also wondered in her thoughts what she should do in such a situation. Anya, continuing to think, wondered what would happen if someone else paid the price. Anya further noted that if another creature can take on the negative effect, then perhaps this is the one she was thinking about. Anya, drawing parallels in her head and looking at Sophia bending over, wondered if this was somehow connected with God. Sophia, covering Anya's mouth, heard how she managed to say that no church would agree to this, after which Sophia said that Anya was wrong, but not far from the truth. Sophia further noted that, as she thought, Anya is a very smart child. Sophia, holding Anya and looking at her with a distraught look, said that no one could have imagined that such a talent would be looked down upon, despising her. Sophia also noted that this is extremely disappointing for her as a professor. Sophia, holding out a jar with unknown contents, said that this could no longer continue, noting that Anya should drink it. Sophia, holding the crying Anya, said that apothesis would save her. Sophia turned around and heard someone tell her to stop. Keniak, holding out his hand with a spell, declared that Sophia would let Anya go. Sophia, turning to Keniak, began to use a spell, after which she declared that he had betrayed them after all. Keniak, watching the spell come at him, used Return. Keniak, using Return magic, changed the trajectory of Sophia's spell. Keniak extended his hand and began collecting all the projectiles Sophia had created. Keniak, having absorbed Sophia's magic with a spell, said that she could not defeat him, noting that she should stop. Anya, removing Sophia's hand from her mouth, called out to the professor. Anya, looking at how Keniak, who was standing still, was attacked by an unknown person, said that he would now be attacked from behind. The unknown person swung his sword and struck Keniak. The unknown person, looking at Keniak, who had fallen to the ground from the blow, stated that he thought that he would have to hide for an eternity. Sophia, taking Anya around her neck, told him to come here, to which Anya tried to call Professor Keniak. An unknown man raised his leg and hit the prone Keniak in the back. Ishtar, raising his sword at head level, said with a grin that Professor Keniak was simply obliged to entertain him after such a long wait. Finn, lying on the floor and slightly opening his eyes after passing out, wondered why he was lying on the floor. Ishtar, looking at Finn who jumped out from the floor, said that he knew this annoying child. To which Finn wondered if he was his manager. Ishtar, holding a sword and looking madly at Finn, said that it was great that he was a defective child. Ishtar, trying to begin his movement towards Finn, was stopped by a magical thread. Turning and looking at the leg, Ishtar did not understand what had happened. Ishtar, turning to face Professor Keniak, who was kneeling, declared that he did not dare do that. To which the professor stated that he was his opponent. Keniak, lying on the floor and trembling in pain, said that there was no need to turn away from him. To which Ishtar, in turn, wondered if the professor was actually right. Ishtar, approaching the lying Keniak, hit him in the face. Ishtar, continuing to kick Keniak, turned him onto his side. Ishtar, looking at Keniak with a grin on his face, said that if the professor wants to die first, then he will be happy to help him with this. Anya, breaking away from Sophia's hands with tears in her eyes, asked not to hit the professor, to which Sophia said that Anya was too rebellious. Sophia, taking Anya by the back of her head, hit her face on the desk, after which she declared that she was not finished with her yet. Sophia, standing behind the crying Anya with an angry expression on her face, wondered if she would be an obedient girl. After which Sophia also noted that if she drinks this, new opportunities will open up for her. Sophia, putting her hand to the back of Anya's head and pressing her head to the desk, said that she should be happy with her gift, since no one would look down on her anymore. The main character, entering the audience and observing the situation with an angry expression on his face, said that he did not think that anyone would dare to touch his student. Jaime, hovering over Sophia, who was holding Anya, said that, apparently, they were ready for any consequences. Sophia, looking with genuine surprise at the appearance of the main character, wondered how Jaime Welton could end up here. To which Jaime, in turn, said that it was none of her business. Jaime, using a spell, threw Sophia away from Anya and then told her not to talk. Sophia, having been thrown into her desk by Jaime's spell, lost consciousness. Jaime, having cast a sleep spell on Anya, who was looking after him, told her to rest. To which Anya asked him to wait. Jaime, passing by Finn and using sleep magic on him, told him to rest too. Ishtar, jumping from behind Jaime and heading towards him to attack, reported that Sophia disappointed him, noting that he could not even think that she would be defeated by a child. Ishtar, landing in front of Jaime, tried to stab him. Ishtar continued to advance towards Jaime and attack him. Jaime, looking at Ishtar, jumped away from his blow. Ishtar, stopping his random blows and sticking out his tongue, said that the main character was a good runner. Jaime, looking annoyed at his opponent, wondered who he was calling a child. Also, the main character said in his thoughts that this irritates him very much. Jaime, creating a gate behind him and exuding a dark aura with a grin on his face, called Razor to him. Razor, opening the gate and looking out with his violet eyes, wondered if the master was calling him. Jaime, looking at Razor who jumped out, said that Ishtar was all his. Razor, having hit Ishtar, said that he would do as the main character wishes. Ishtar, holding Razor's sword, grinned and wondered if he would obey little children. After which Ishtar stated that he then knew the level of his skills. Razor, having struck, sent Ishtar flying, after which he declared that he did not dare insult his master. Hitting the wall, Ishtar let out a cry of pain. Razor, approaching the seated Ishtar, said that he had heard a lot about his deep red eyes, noting that they were a symbol of bloodthirsty savages. Razor also wondered if he was a warrior from the western continent. Razor, looking at Ishtar's bright red eyes, stated that he wondered what color they would be when he died. To which Ishtar stated that he was very annoyed by these useless conversations. Taking off from his place, Ishtar headed towards Razor, announcing that he would kill him. Having regained consciousness, Sophia stood up from the floor and sat down. Sophia, rising to her feet and using one of her spells, announced that Jaime would pay for her humiliation. Sophia, jumping up from her seat and heading towards Jaime, who was surprised by such an action, said that she would destroy him. Jaime, looking at Sophia heading towards him, wondered how she was going to destroy him with her pathetic abilities. Sophia, suddenly stopping, was shocked by this. Sophia, looking at her feet, wondered in her thoughts what it was. Also in her thoughts, she stated that she could not move from her place, after which the main character told her to be a calm girl. Jaime, putting Sophia on her knees, asked her to stand still. Jaime, coming up and placing a finger filled with magic on Sophia's forehead, announced that she was about to become his humble servant. Jaime, looking away at Razor, told him not to touch Ishtar's head. Razor, holding his sword to Ishtar's throat, wondered if Jaime wanted to spare his life. To which Jaime said that this is exactly what he wants. Jaime, looking at Ishtar's bloody face, said that he looked very useful. Razor, looking at the smiling Jaime, wondered if he was really that useful. To which the main character, in turn, said that he would indeed be useful, but at the same time he should teach him a lesson. Exhaling, Razor headed towards Ishtar. Ishtar, watching as Razor grabbed him by the robe, declared that he should let him go. Razor, while dragging Ishtar to the place where he came from, heard him say that he did not want to go with him. Jaime, hearing Ishtar's cry and standing in front of Sophia, escorting his subordinate out the gate, said that he would have another good slave. Jaime, closing his eyes and snapping his fingers, announced that he would now move on to another problem. After which a voice called out to him. Stunned Jaime, hearing Keniak's voice, said in his thoughts that he had completely forgotten about him. Jaime held out his staff and used memory erasing magic on Keniak. After which he said that he apologized to the professor, but he should also rest. Jaime, looking at Sophia's empty head, said that he would now deal with her. Jaime, moving closer to Sophia, said that his new faithful subject should listen carefully. To which the subordinate Sophia wondered if the master was calling her. After which the main character told her to reveal her true identity. Sophia, getting to her feet, revealed that her name was actually Mary Valentine, noting that she was the manager of a research laboratory, to which Jaime stated in his thoughts that he knew that the name Sophia was just a pseudonym. Sophia also reported that in the laboratory they are achieving equal magical distribution for everyone, noting that they were tasked with infiltrating Phoenix Academy. The main character, looking at Sophia, shrouded in darkness, heard her continue her thought and say that they had arrived to get rid of the magical gap between people with the help of apothesis. Jaime, looking at Sophia with a menacing look, said in his thoughts that something like this could only be done with the participation of at least one high-ranking magician from the magical community, after which the main character wondered what they planned to do about the side effect of the drug. Jaime also asked another question. Wasn't their original goal to get rid of the side effect? The veins in Sophia's neck began to stand out as she tried to say something. Jaime, watching in amazement at how Sophia was suffering, wondered in his thoughts if this meant that she could not tell him something because of the ban. The protagonist, watching as Sophia grabbed her head, placed 2 fingers on her head and used perfect isolation, after which he wondered that, apparently, they were underestimating him. An unknown voice said that absolute immunity is one of Jaime's 3 divine abilities, which neutralizes any status, including curses. The unknown person also noted that this spell gets rid of all spells except his spell. Jaime watched as Sophia clutched her head and bled from her eyes. The main character, continuing to use the spell, said that he had already lost a lot of mana. Jaime, looking at Sophia's bloody face, ordered her to speak, then wondered what they planned to do about the side effect, to which Sophia said that they had contacted demons. Jaime's mouth dropped open in surprise when he heard Sophia's words. He realized that those who could withstand the side effects were likely demonic nobility, and at least the rank of a master. Dark energy was coming out of Sophia's body. She looked blankly at Jaime when he asked her which demon they had contacted, to which she responded by saying that they had contacted the demon king Seldom. Jaime, looking at Sophia, thought he had never heard the name of the king before, but he was able to assume that during his absence a self-proclaimed king could appear. Jaime imagined the symbol of Janus's church, wondering if it was involved in them. After thinking a little, he ordered Sophia to tell him about everyone who participated in it. As Sophia spoke, Jaime imagined the people Sophia said about. It turned out that they were all suppliers, even Silver, who died at the hands of Ashtar. In Sophia's subconscious, an image of a doctor experimenting on mice appeared. When Jaime asked her about their leader, she said that their leader was a doctor and the one who developed apothesis. Sophia extended her hands to Jaime with open palms, above which a blue luminous ball hovered, saying that employees communicate only through crystal spheres, and she had not seen any of them in person. Jaime looked down at the sphere in Sophia's hands, realizing that it was an artifact on which a spell had been cast that prevented surveillance. This made it clear to him that the leaders of the magical world were involved in this. Jaime turned around and finally ordered Sophia, who was on her knees, to behave as usual and report if she was contacted. Jaime teleported and instantly found himself in front of Anya, Finn, and Kenyon. Anya immediately turned her head, noticing the arrival of the professor. Jaime put his hand forward and stopped Anya approaching him by grabbing her head. Anya worriedly asked Jaime about his condition, to which he reminded her of his identity. Jaime, holding out his hand in front of him, stopping Anya, looked towards the trembling Finn. The top of Finn's head glowed brightly while he grabbed his head with his hands and said all sorts of nonsense. Jaime informed him that now he would not be able to live as a magician since his core was damaged. Jaime looked at Kenyak, who was sitting on the side, and asked Anya to take Finn to the room and have a good rest herself. Anya approached Finn and grabbed him and began to take him out of the room. Kenyak glanced at Jaime approaching him and asked if his artifact had created such a space. Jaime turned his head towards Kenyak, his pupil glowing brightly as he said that he would love to brag. But there was no time for that. Jaime raised his hand and extended 2 fingers. Jaime's mana transformed into chains that began to wrap around Jaime. Jaime, next to whom chains began to form, looking at Kenyak, ordered him to tell him everything he knew about the development of Apophis X. Kenyak, whose body was entwined in chains, said that he worked with the doctor. Jaime immediately asked who the doctor was. Kenyak's eyes opened wide with terrible memories. He began to remember, at the same time telling Jaime about the doctor who seemed abnormal and strange to him. Jaime put his hand on Kenyak's face, saying that if he didn't say everything, then he would directly climb into his head to read the memories. Kenyak raised his head and looked at Jaime and said that there was nothing in his head. Jaime's hand began to slowly stroke Kenyak's forehead. Jaime's fingers sharply pressing the skin on his forehead. Jaime's hand became covered in blood as he cut part of Kenyak's forehead, frightening him and revealing the motherboard under Kenyak's skin. Jaime took the chip from Keniak's head in his hand, saying that its creator was the leader of this project and also the one who implanted this chip into his mind. Jaime held the chip in his hand while remembering the image of the third elder who had an inferiority complex. Jaime assumed that it was he who could create the homunculus due to the polite hatred and rage that he showed towards talented people. Keniak turned his head saying that he was forbidden to talk about him, after which he asked Jaime if he really read his memory. Jaime closed his eyes, mentally confirming his actions, and he also erased the memories of black magic. But instead Jaime said that this could have been known without reading. Keniak opened his eyes wide at Jaime's words when he called him a homunculus and said that he had a master whose personality was similar to his, so he could guess who exactly created him. Keniak looked down saying that even though he was not human, he still felt responsible for doing something so bad and therefore he would pay for this sin with his life. After Jaime snapped his fingers, all the chains on Keniak began to dissolve into thin air. Jaime during this told a shocked Keniak that he was now free and would no longer need to live as a slave to the third elder. Jaime turned around and smiled and told Keniak that he would decide his fate after he killed the third elder. As Jaime's figure began to dissolve, Keniak screamed, trying to stop him, trying to give him information about the third elder. A syringe with green liquid fell on the table. The doctor, next to whom the syringe fell, cursed everything in the world. The man in a white shirt and with a gold tooth lowered his head. He clenched his jaw because of the rage he was now experiencing. His connection with Ashtar and Sophia was lost. Also the chip was destroyed, because of which he realized that someone got into Keniak's head. Capillaries began to appear in the doctor's eyes. He was incredibly angry, because the day when they would enslave the world was already so close, but the participants began to disappear. The doctor looked at the syringe lying on the table, realizing that this was his only chance. The doctor extended his hand to the syringe, saying that he should not worry, because they were fully prepared for even 8th rank magicians to be insignificant in front of them. The doctor picked up the syringe and smiled creepily, saying that he would soon become the king of the magical world. Events take us to the director's office. Inside the office, Jaime sat on the couch opposite Siegfried, asking who could help him. Siegfried calmly looked at Jaime, saying that if that person could hide his identity until now, then you shouldn't trust him, because the instigator could be not only the third elder. Jaime lowered his gaze to understand Siegfried's hint. He hinted that he could trust Siegfried since he remained by his side, but they could not trust the advice of the king, to whom the third elder belongs. Jaime imagined the figures of the council members beginning to guess that equality of classes equaled equality of power, and the goal of apothesis was similar to the beliefs of the organization of the three elders. The chess pieces were spread out on the table. Jaime decided that Aimer was a person who could be trusted, but one could not be sure, because demons were masters of dissimulation. Jaime closed his eyes, saying that in the end they had to do everything themselves. Jaime opened his eyes when Siegfried, who was sitting opposite him, said that he would look into how he could deal with the third elder. But first, Jaime would need to rest a little. Jaime's cloak fluttered as he left the office and walked down the corridor. Jaime turned his head when Javelin called out to him and noted with a smile that he was not at work, to which Jaime responded by saying that he had business with the director. Continuing to smile, Javelin told Jaime that if he had any problems with his classes, he could contact him. When Jaime turned to Javelin, he asked him if he had seen Professor Sophia. Jaime replied by saying that she had gone home early. Jaime began to turn around, thanking Javelin and bidding him farewell at the same time. Jaime began to remember how Javelin always interacted friendly with students and other people and could interfere in the affairs of the academy, acting on behalf of the director. Siegfried recently handed him a document with a photo of Javelin and other people saying that he was a person who could meet with the three elders frequently without arousing any suspicion. Even Jaime himself was recently taken aback by Javelin's friendly behavior. We were brought back to the present. Javelin turned his head after Jaime called out to him. Jaime, standing behind him, asked if he had contact with Professor Silver. Javelin smiled and said that he contacted him today, and he said that he did not go to the academy due to illness. Jaime frowned, his lips curling into a smile as he said he didn't think Javelin was that close. Javelin turned around completely and asked Jaime about the meaning of his words, to which Jaime said that Sophia was in her room. Jaime told Javelin with a smile on his face that he didn't have to pretend. The folder with documents in Javelin's hands fell, leaflets scattered on the ground. Javelin said that he never trusted anyone, especially Jaime, but even so he revealed it. Javelin's eyes turned black, and the ring on his left hand glowed brightly. The circle of bloody energy began to expand. The colors within the circle began to change. Javelin narrowed his eyes, still smiling, red mana like a flame fluttering next to him. Javelin asked Jaime how he liked his isolation magic. Jaime took the blade out of its sheath, blaming Javelin for his contract with demons. Javelin, standing opposite Jaime, was a little surprised, not believing that he would be revealed like that. Javelin raised his hand, on which the ring was shining brightly, saying that he should not have ruled out such a possibility. Jaime, not paying attention to Javelin's words, squinted, trying to understand what was happening with his ring. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space behind Jaime. A man's voice was heard behind Jaime. He asked Javelin, "Is it difficult not to make a mistake just once?" Jaime jumped sharply to the side and turned around, pointing his staff back and using fire magic to create an explosion. Jaime frowned and said angrily that he didn't think he would show up so soon. The figure of the third elder came out of the smoke. He began to shout, saying that he would force Jaime to obey. Jaime used his family's wide ocean style, rushing towards Javelin, a stream of water following Jaime. With water floating around him, decided to deal with Javelin first. But when Jaime wanted to use the second style, his hand in which he was holding the sword began to be enveloped in mana whips. The third elder began to laugh. The fingers on his hand were extended, and in his other hand he was holding a glowing sphere. Jaime bit his lip as he looked at Hegal. The bonds formed from the sphere rushed towards Jaime, who was able to approach the javelin. Jaime turned towards Serpent, but when he decided to use his mana, he was unable to control it, causing Jaime to become shocked and widen his eyes. Serpent mocking him and asked if Jaime could not use mana. Serpent, smiling, shouted to Jaime, who began to be enveloped in energy shackles, saying that geniuses like him are so careless. Suddenly, the wall in the corridor exploded, creating a huge amount of dust. Siegfried appeared in front of Serpent, mana concentrated in his open palm. Siegfried extended his arms in both directions, directing spheres of energy at Javelin and Serpent, asking them how they dared to do such a thing next to him. Javelin crossed his fingers and smiled and said that they knew that Siegfried would come. Serpent also crossed his fingers, telling Siegfried that he was not changing at all. A circle formed under the feet of Siegfried and Jaime, from the edge of which dark mana shot up. Jaime, sitting on the floor and entangled in shackles of energy, did not understand what this circle was. At this time, Keniak bowed his head and wondered how it had come to this, wondering if this had been the demon's plan all along. The realization came too late. Anya approached Keniak, who was sitting on the throne, and tried to say something, but Keniak interrupted her, asking for forgiveness for the mistake. Anya leaned over and smiled and said that even so, he still saved when he understood everything, and he would definitely be able to atone for his guilt. The edges of Keniak's lips trembled, and he said that he hoped that this time he would not do everything too late. Keniak stood up and walked in an unknown direction, saying that he would do everything in his power. Anya turned around, looking after Keniak. Keniak turned his head and called Anya a smart child, then said that he wished she had a talent for mana. Anya, who folded her hands in front of her, opened her eyes wide as she listened to Keniak say that he was always worried about her. He was afraid that she would give up magic. Keniak remembered how he used to look at the students with anger. In fact, he always wanted to be a good teacher. He was always temperamental due to the influence of the creator's personality, and tried to give the students the maximum. He shouted at the students and raised his hand using mana to punish the students. He could not understand why he was not more polite and gentle with them, whether it was because he was a homunculus serpent, but he immediately refused it, because if he wanted, he would change. Keniak looked at Anya and thanked her. Imagining Jaime forming a magic circle with one finger, Keniak called Jaime an extraordinary magician. Keniak remembered how he stood nearby watching Jaime form a magic circle with a snap of his finger. Remembering this, Keniak said that Jaime would one day lead the magical society. Keniak also remembered the happy Anya, who was happy to form a small formation on her palms. He turned to her saying that by becoming a student of such a person, she would be able to make up for her shortcomings under his mentorship. Keniak smiled, advising Anya to listen carefully to Jaime. Even if it was not easy, she should not forget about her dream. Anya clasped her hands and tried to hold back her tears and sadness while listening to Keniak. She promised him to never give up. Keniak teleported, finally telling Anya, who had fallen to her knees, that he would like to see what a great magician she would become. Mentally, he wished that her path would be illuminated by great glory. Siegfried's cloak flew up. He clenched his teeth, releasing his mana, not paying attention to the writing that began to cover his face and cloak. He was disgusted by the tricks of Serpent and Javelin. Serpent smiled and said that this was the result of their impudence. Siegfried frowned, trying to understand what all this was. Javelin closed his eyes, saying that this sealing technique was obtained by them in a distant country in the east, and neither the second nor even the first elder would be able to destroy it. Siegfried inside the barrier turned to Serpent, asking if he hoped there would be no consequences for his actions. Serpent laughed at Siegfried's question, saying that he would be fine. Siegfried turned his head and asked Jaime why he was not in the letters, to which Jaime awkwardly smiled and pointed to the white bead that dissipated mana. Suddenly, Serpent snapped his fingers, causing Siegfried to feel pain and wince. Serpent said that Siegfried should rest. Siegfried's pupil glowed brightly as his body began to be enveloped in dark mana. He swore with his soul that he would personally finish them off as soon as he got out of this barrier. When Siegfried and the barrier disappeared, Javelin, standing in front of Jaime, said that the most dangerous thing had disappeared and he felt much calmer. Jaime, who was sitting on the floor, interrupted him by saying that the seventh elder would definitely sort everything out, after asking what they were going to do in this case. Jaime turned his head and grinned, calling Serpent an old man before asking if apothesis was his best solution to overcome stagnation. Serpent clenched his jaw, saying that someone just wanted to lose their tongue. Javelin put his hands behind his back, looking at Jaime, who was sitting next to him, suggesting that they think about how they could settle the situation, because the remaining seals should only be used when the others intervened. Javelin sighed, saying that he did not like that Jaime was simply tied up, but he also did not really like the consequences of his murder, because if his family intervened, it was not a fact that their plan would succeed. Javelin turned to Jaime, offering to erase his memory. Jaime sat cross-legged, raising his head. He asked Javelin what he was trying to achieve, because the person who entered into a contract with the demon certainly did not care about justice and equal abilities. Jaime imagined an altar whose steps were covered in blood. An eye pattern on the altar itself glowed brightly red, and above it a symbol with a skull hanging on a cross glowed brightly. Jaime realized that there was only one thing that a demon contractor could want, and that was huge sacrifices, and because of apothesis, the cores will expand and people with a single magical nature will become excellent victims. Jaime frowned. He asked Javelin if they wanted to summon a demon. Javelin leaned over and extended his hand towards Jaime, calling him smart, after which he said that he had been following the magical world for quite a long time, and thanks to Janice's church, his work had become much more comfortable. When Javelin touched Jaime's forehead to put him to sleep, he asked to listen to him. Jaime's pupil glowed brightly, after which he asked if they were sure that the isolation magic worked. Jaime's lips began to curl into a smile. A Leviathan skill formation appeared in Jaime's subconscious. A huge worm appeared from the ground and in the blink of an eye bit off the upper part of Javelin's body. Only his palm survived, flying to the side. The magical bonds on Jaime's body dissipated, after which he smiled and said that Javelin had come too close. Serpent watched in shock as his bead began to crack, and black mana began to emerge from the cracks. Serpent screamed, realizing that Jaime was a black magician. Jaime stood up and looked at Serpent with a grin and said that they would chat a little and then he would kill him. Jaime clenched his teeth in anger as the Serpent began to laugh. Serpent raised his head laughing and saying that Jaime is not a genius at all, but received his abilities by selling his soul to the devil. Jaime closed his eyes, mentally calling Serpent's words disgusting, and then advised him to shut his mouth. Jaime could not stand the subsequent words and summoned a staff with a sword, pushing their tips covered with black mana. Jaime became serious, preparing to use the departed soul skill. Concentrated streams of purple energy wrapped around the protagonist's sword. With an ominous grin and a confident look, he declared that he would show what his magic sword was capable of. Pulling his sword aside, Jaime called the third elder a devil's spawn in disgust. The scientist, rushing towards the protagonist, enveloped in thick streams of his magic, declared that he would grind him into powder. Continuing to smile confidently, the protagonist declares that the elder will not even be able to touch him. A dense stream of particle magic pierces the heart of the protagonist. Jaime, without changing his face, says that he already doubts that the scientist is really a magician of the 6th rank. The third elder's eyes widened in surprise. Through shock, he asked the protagonist how he did it. Continuing to fire an attack from his right hand, with rage on his face, the mad scientist asked the protagonist what he had done, after which he furiously shouted to die. Clots of magic hit the entire location. Jaime, whose chest had been pierced through by one of its streams, reflected on the similarities between the various variations of particle magic. He stated that he saw no difference between the dust and the Elder's attack. Barely containing his anger, the scientist calls the main character a bastard. A magic circle appears behind the scientist, from which red lightning strikes. Shrouded in a concentrated red aura, the scientist demands the protagonist to close his filthy mouth. A moment later, it attacks him with a highly concentrated, white stream of particles. The main character observes the enemy's attack quickly approaching. Rising sharply from his seat, with a falling smile, the protagonist sarcastically asks the scientist if he is really going to finish him off with this attack. With a lightning-fast attack, the main character overtakes his enemy with an attack, who, an instant before the blade strikes, manages to activate the shield. Struck by the sword, the third elder, with an evil grin, states that Jaime's attack is also weak in order to finish him off. Before he can finish his sentence, he sees the cold gaze of the main character, who with a victorious smile asks him if he is sure that he knows the consequences of this technique. A new stream of scarlet blood bursts out from the scientist's wound. Choking from pain, he hears the words of the main character that everything is over for him. The protagonist summons Leviathan. The paws of the summoned monster reached out to the jumping scientist. A syringe appears near the elder, from which a green glow emanates. The thought flashes through the scientist's head that he cannot accept such an outcome. In an instant, the monster swallows the protagonist's opponent. The protagonist's head flashes through the thought of the stupidity of committing suicide in front of him, because he can absorb the rotten body of the enemy. In an instant, an incredibly large cloud of power appeared behind Jaime. His eyes widened in fear. The third elder, flushed and covered with veins, holding in his hands an empty syringe injected into his neck, declared that this was the very power he had been waiting for. The trembling that ran through the protagonist's body shook his confidence. He felt that the scientist had become much stronger. Turning towards the enemy, he concluded that the elder had taken apothesis and stated that this unfinished drug was perfect for a weakling like him. Swollen blisters appeared on the scientist's chest. With an inhuman smile, he clenches his huge fist and declares that he has destroyed the main character. Looking at the scientist, the protagonist conducts a mental analysis of his opponent, concluding that the scientist has now crossed the 6th rank in strength, but has not reached the 7th. A purple aura instantly covered the area surrounding Jaime. Glowing violet eyes and a confident smile looked towards the elder. Jaime threateningly ordered his soldiers to leave. From the dark purple aura, pairs of purple lights began to appear. A few moments before, a guy with dark hair walked casually down the corridor of Phoenix Academy. He calmly headed home. Suddenly, a light burgundy portal appeared in the wall of the corridor, from which a body wrapped in a white cloak began to appear. A red monster with huge tentacles emerged from the portal. Turning around, the guy exclaimed in fear about what kind of rubbish had appeared within the walls of the academy. In an instant, the bloody limbs of the monster struck the dark-haired guy in the stomach, who did not have time to react. He screamed in pain. Red tentacles penetrated his body. In its thoughts, the creature asked for forgiveness from Professor Hivan. Red tentacles pierced the body of the new victim. The monster thought that no one would have thought that Jaime was a dark magician. Carrying out an attack on the right shoulder of the blonde guy who was crumpled in pain, he thought that this guy would make an excellent test subject. Once again piercing the victim's body, Keniak says that he easily sensed this demonic energy. Gritting his teeth in pain, Professor Javelin tells Keniak that he clearly has a death wish. Covering the space in blue energy, Professor Keniak states that Javelin will be the first to die. Troops of summoned skeletons appear, dressed in dark cloaks and armed with swords and bows, listening to Jaime's orders. The protagonist orders 2 squads to take their positions, and the third, armed with bows, to attack from a distance. In an instant after the order, a dozen skeletons rush towards the scientist. Without hesitating for a second, he attacks the first skeleton with his hand on the head, calling the protagonist's skeletons worthless. With red eyes and a victorious smile, he shouts that with renewed vigor, he will grind all the skeletons into powder. Throwing his hand up, a man with yellow hair and a scar on his right eye appears and orders the second squad to take up positions and the third squad to reload. The thought flashed through the main character's head that Azat had trained the bone soldiers very well. The protagonist called the man who gave the orders. Immediately kneeling on one knee and bowing his head, Azat asked if Mr. Jaime had called him. A little confused, Jaime asked what he was doing. Observing the skeleton with its head covered in a cloak, with glowing red eyes, Azat says that Nebro told him that this is how the army should be controlled. The main character asked if he was the same Lick. After all, he should not have intelligence. Azat replied that he said so. A little confused and suspicious, Jaime says that it shouldn't be this way, because he definitely deprived him of his intelligence. Thinking about his possible awakening, he concludes that he should visit there more often. Spreading both hands to the sides, the scientist uses particle magic, destroying 3 skeletons at once. With a little irritation, he says that these damn corpses just don't end. As Jaime watches the destruction of the army, he thinks that magic that breaks objects into particles and destroys them is not the best opponent for his skeletons. Watching the 2 grinning skeletons, Jaime realizes that at this rate, his army will fall. The main character orders Azat to retreat along with the soldiers. A little embarrassed, Azat asks Jaime if he didn't like his greeting. A scientist stands in the middle of a dark room, empty of skeletons. He observes streams of dark blue energy a couple of meters away from him. With a confident smile, the scientist asks the protagonist if he has used up all his mana, saying that he is not really worth anything. With a little annoyance in his eyes, Jaime throws his hand back. Streams of turquoise energy begin to move in your hand. Concentrated dark purple energy instantly covers the protagonist's sword raised above his head. From the surrounding air currents, his cloak flies up. The protagonist states that the elder should be grateful to him, because he will be able to see the true magic of decay. In an instant, a huge purple sphere appears above the scientist, surrounded by a hurricane. Standing in a stance with his arms outstretched, he fills the entire nearby space with streams of particles. The third elder claims that he will not leave a single living place on the main character. A huge flash suddenly illuminates the room. The rightful heir of the Earl of Welton flashes across the room with lightning speed. Using the 7th move of the Welton family style, Lightning Bolt, he is behind his opponent in an instant. With glowing, white eyes, holding a sword in his hands, he heads towards the shocked enemy. Using all his strength, he screams and tries to make a quick attack with his blade. Turning sharply, the mad scientist throws his huge hand forward, saying that such an attack will not work a second time. The scientist uses the light of destruction, instantly releasing a dense light attack from his hand. With a confident smile, he shouts that Jaime is finished. Lennon arrives at Professor Jaime's empty estate. He, looking at the empty room of the house, asks into the emptiness if there will be a lesson today. He says that in addition to the master, he does not see Anna and thinks about whether they left without him. The pendant on the body of Count Simon's son, who is examining the house, begins to burn brightly, cutting off his last sentence. Looking at the glowing red pendant, he feels some ominous feeling. The red-haired man jumps out the window every second with thoughts that his master is in danger. A huge stream of light energy flows around the main character, who is trying to defend himself from a massive attack. Having difficulty remaining on his feet, he realizes that it is even absorbing his vital energy. Exposing his magical sword, the protagonist cuts through the light of destruction. Surrounded by a powerful purple aura, Jaime grins and claims that he can fend off even the scientist's most desperate attacks. Leviathan wraps itself around the tip of the protagonist's sword. Continuing to repel the opponent's attack, the protagonist orders the Leviathan to devour and completely destroy the victim. In response, the mad scientist declares that everything is in vain and he will finish him off anyway. Without changing his face, continuing to emit an attack, he says that after defeating Jaime, he will sell his soul to the King of Demons and will be saved. The strong light from the ability instantly fills the entire location. Powerful energy emanating from the point forms a cross. The protagonist releases the second power. The sword of the main character, located at the epicenter of the light, is covered with violet-red energy, which covers the space surrounding it in uneven clots. A large white foot destroys the stone floor under its force. A huge white monster deals several attacks to an unknown person. In the thoughts of the guy standing in front of him, the thought asks whether this is an illusion, because everything seems so familiar to him. He thinks about whether the killer of the gods is in front of him. Looking at his hand holding a weapon, he asks himself why he is holding this particular weapon in his hands. A guy with dark hair, on whose body a large dark cloak can be seen, tells the approaching creature how they dare to call themselves gods, driving people into a corner. Everything comes together in the main character's thoughts. He understands that in front of him is a picture of a moment from his past. In an instant, the protagonist's eyes light up and he shouts that in order to destroy those who do not obey them, they create these disgusting creatures. A huge aura consisting of dark purple energy instantly forms above him, and through his anger he says that he will not forgive them. The main character once again claims that this is a memory he has forgotten. The aura expands and takes on the appearance of a powerful hurricane. The main character says that his dark power is capable of destroying everything that exists, but the real source of Leviathan's power is the gravitational force that attracts everything around. The main character, in a huge flow of energy with burning eyes, shouted to remember him, to be afraid of his darkness. Still standing in the same position, having gone through an episode of his memories, the protagonist used the ability Pitch Darkness. The scientist, whose eyes were bleeding, clenched his teeth in anger and asked why his magic. Jaime interrupted him, ending his sentence by saying that his magic was being held back by his sword. The protagonist's blade actively destroyed the opponent's magic. Jaime sarcastically asked if the elder would understand if he explained. Taking the sword to the side, the protagonist with glowing eyes said that thanks to him, he was able to increase his rank. Swinging his sword upward in an arc, Jaime sent out a blast of air that cut through the mad scientist in an instant. The third professor, bleeding, screamed. Blue levitates the cube, which is a space in which you can become stronger. The guy with the bloody stomach, pale yellow hair, growing horns and inhuman hands stated that while the third elder was busy with the apothesis, the person in front of him was creating this space. He added that it was very human. A slightly amazed Professor Keniak said that he would never have thought that he was a homunculus. He added that because of Javelin, the students. Keniak was interrupted by the professor's words. Smiling evilly and emitting a red aura around himself, he declared that he had become so strong that he could equal the knights of the demonic kingdom. Looking Professor Keniak in the eyes, he told him that in this state, a 5-rank magician was not a hindrance to him. In an instant, he raised his right hand and fired concentrated red energy, calling for Keniak to surrender. The professor jumped to the right, but without having time to react properly, he received severe damage to the entire left side of his body. Sighing slightly in pain, he realized that he could not defeat him on his own. The words of the professor's call could be heard coming from the shadow of the javelin. Kneeling, without one arm, Professor Keniak heard the words that he needed to be patched up. He realized that there was someone there who knew him. The professor thought that most likely it was Siegfried. Hitting the ground with his fist, he said that he hoped for his help. A magic circle appeared around Keniak, from which an aura was actively emanating. Javelin shouted at Keniak that he was a fool and instantly released his tentacles towards the professor. Surrounded on all sides by flying red tentacles, Keniak thought that he was just a puppet created by Serpent. But despite his origins, the people around him had something to learn from him. Images of people close to him were spinning in his head. He thought about growth and freedom. His eyes lit up with real human anger. He shouted that he would never trust the fate of the children into his hands. A magic circle appeared under the professor, punching through Keniak's body. He asked him in surprise what he had done. The professor, amazed by the tentacles, stated with a confident smile that he had no intention of evading. The cube began to collapse. The explosion illuminated the nearby area. Siegfried, surrounded by a blue aura, confidently said that Professor Keniak did a good job. Finally, he said to rest in peace. Looking towards Javelin, he stated that he owed him a favor. The frightened Professor Javelin thought that this was the very appearance of a battle mage, a destroyer of enemies. Siegfried, walking calmly, said that he warned him that he would kill him when he got out. Realizing that he had no chance of winning, Javelin immediately tried to hide. A moment later, Siegfried appeared in front of him, his hand covered in a turquoise aura. He asked where the professor was going. Siegfried's quick attack left Javelin no chance. He hit him in the stomach with a hand covered in blue lightning. Javelin sighed in pain. From a strong blow, he flew several tens of meters away. The thought came into his head that this was the only chance to escape and he needed to quickly open a portal to the kingdom of demons. Biting his lip, he began to open the portal with the last of his strength. But the next moment, he was slammed into the ground by Siegfried's magic. Approaching the javelin lying in the pit, Siegfried said that he would not see an easy death. Forming a square with his fingers, Siegfried imprisons him in a cage consisting of blue segments. Forming a clot of energy in his hands, Siegfried noted that this was just the beginning. Looking at the created cage, Siegfried was shocked. In an instant, an explosion occurred in the cage. A large amount of energy, along with blood, flew out. Standing in the corridor of the estate, the main character looked at his magic sword. Small streams of purple aura emanated from it. Jaime thought about his new magic, the true magic sword. He felt that after increasing his rank, his senses began to sense everything with an unknown force. Introducing his old acquaintance, the protagonist reflected that Javelin seemed to have survived. The main character could not believe that it was all a lie. He promised himself that he would make him fight in an agony worse than death. Suddenly, the main character felt someone's presence. He thought that he felt someone familiar. Quickly climbing to the top of the building, the protagonist saw Simon. Simon said he was glad to finally find Jaime. The protagonist immediately decided to ask how he ended up here, but before he could finish the sentence, Lennon's father, a little surprised, asked him when he managed to reach the 7th rank. Starting to talk again at the same time, the main character replied that he had just reached a new rank, and Simon began to talk about Lennon. After a short awkward pause, the protagonist said that they did not have time to talk because the demons had appeared. At the moment of Simon's questioning clarification, a column of ominous energy burst out from another part of the building. The stranger's hand reached towards Jaime. The monster headed towards them. The protagonist asked if the creature had reached its final form. Suddenly, Siegfried flew up to the main character from the other side. The main character asks him if this is Javelin's true essence. The 7th Elder replies that he wanted to make it smaller, but it only grew larger. Looking with a little disbelief at the Elder, who threw his hands forward and used the ability, Count Simon asked him what he meant. Siegfried asks a bit sarcastically if he is really the 8th Elder. Watching the people scattering around the yard from the tower, the guy in the raincoat says that if they continue the battle here, they might inadvertently injure the children. He decides that he needs to move to another place. The monster is enveloped in blue energy. The elders standing nearby stand in surprise, not understanding how he can use 7th rank magic without much effort. A flame of fire appears on Jaime's raised finger. He shouts that they don't have time for unnecessary conversations. He uses a high-ranking flame spiritual magic, the Ifrit Palm ability. A pillar of bright flame envelops the monster's entire body. Deciding not to be left behind, Simon with a serious look begins to form flames on 2 fingers of his hand, saying that although the protagonist continues to surprise him, fire magic is his specialty. He uses the Simon magic technique, Flame Emperor. A huge fire hurricane appears near the monster. The 8th Elder says that the special thing about this power is that it allows you to control fire. The surprised protagonist notices that Count Simon caught the flame he created with his attack. Amazed, Jaime saw the true power of the 8th Elder in action. Covered in bright flames, with his hand slightly raised, Simon looked at his enemy with burning eyes. In a menacing voice, he told him to burn to the ground. The monster runs forward while dazzling magic scurries around. The use of Red Lotus has been reported. A red storm forms. Count Simon, with fire in his eyes, tells the 7th Elder to defend himself from the shock wave. Pink magic shines. She begins to envelop the magical barrier. Stunned, Jaime, covering himself with his hand, thinks about how he knew it. The man is equally handsome and strong. He is amazed. Pink magic is in the air, and the 7th Elder speaks of an eternal monstrous destructive force. Simon turns around and states that he doesn't want to hear it from him. The young man awkwardly touches his cheek when asked if he has become a 7th grade mage in such a short period of time. Jaime replies that it happened that way. The 7th Elder laughs, saying that the other elders would go crazy if they knew something like this. To this, Count Simon tells him to stop laughing so carelessly, because it would be better to concentrate on what is happening now. The elder states that he was born a slave anyway. The Count turns away, suggesting they go back for now, while Jaime looks down questioningly, asking if they need to check the body. The area is still ablaze as the man wonders if the youth doubts his magic, and states that it is unlikely the creature would be capable of counterattacking such a thing. The one on fire thinks that there is still a little time left and he will be able to gain the power of the Demon King. There is a voice claiming that he held up well before and calling him trash. He is asked to give up his body if he is going to die. Something red becomes visible. A thought sounds that speaks of the intention to absorb everything. A creature with shining eyes without pupils is visible. Jaime looks worried. A wave of red magic hits him. A stone circle is depicted, and it is reported that the somewhat previously deserted area outside the back gate of the academy, the vibration of demonic energy has been left behind. Standing against the stone wall, Marcus asks what happened. Ofen reports that he does not know. Raymond tells the men to come here when he notices the burnt corpse. Marcus looks in fear as Raymond, crouching next to the corpse, begins to restore it. A corpse is shown and revealed to be Keniak Azir, a professor at Phoenix Academy, and the 3rd Elder's student. Vivian, folding her hands on her chest, wonders if Svent, this old man, gave him up to be torn to pieces by demons. Luca awkwardly asks her to refrain from such comments, but he doesn't have time to finish. Suddenly, red magic shoots up, striking everyone. Luca is scared and says that it is a high-ranking dragon because he senses demonic energy. Waving his hand, Ofen says that he and Marcus will go forward, asking the others to protect the magical community. Luke wants to object. Turning around, Ofen asks politely because he might have to use a dimension rip. The monster slides by, saying that the young man has good reflexes. Jaime stands holding a sparkling magical weapon in his hands when the monster asks him why he is silent. He wonders if the young man thinks he won't be able to attack him while he's hiding there. This is a wild-eyed man, the demonic Count Belos, controlled by the Demon King himself, half demon, half dragon. Jaime frowns and thinks that being an earl is almost the same as meeting a dragon in person. He concludes that the elders are excited by his presence. The young man believes that Belos is not at all like Rieta. The monster disappears when he claims that if they don't come, he will attack first. A monster is seen next to a tense Jaime. He and Belos face off in battle. The young man pulled back. He thinks that he cannot believe that the monster is so strong even against almighty physical resistance. Flying towards Jaime, the man declares that he is better than the two elders. He swings, noticing that the young man has blocked his blow, and suggests that he try something different. He kicks it away. As he flies away, the young man thinks that although Belos' physical attacks do not work, his demonic energy still causes problems. He comes to the conclusion that there is no way out and he will have to use his black mana. Jaime gets serious and says that he wants the elders to keep everything they are about to see a secret. The monster smiles evilly, asking how much longer they are going to talk, and he asks them to show more. Jaime's eyes sparkle and he tells Belos not to be so impatient, because he will fight him anyway. The elders are stunned and realize that this is dark mana. Pink magic rushes. Omnipotence is activated. The determined young man puts forward his hand with the weapon. Belos extends his palm with magic in it. He suggests Jaime try to block it. The magic of men colliding in battle sparkles. The monster's power decreases when the young man brings his weapon to it. Belos asks how he dared to absorb his power. He smiles and tells him to consume to his heart's content. He uses his magical power again, claiming that it will throw so much at him that he simply cannot handle it. The young man smiles and states that he was waiting for this, because Belos has never been defeated by someone weaker than him. Reverse darkness is used. Jaime attacks, recoiling. The monster wonders if this was an uneasy takeover. He smiles, claiming it's interesting. Magic powers pour out of him, and he declares that this will no longer work and he will kill Jaime with one blow. His strength is again accumulating in his palm. The seventh elder, covering his eyes, begins to cast a spell, and he says that they will then listen to the young man's explanation. Frowning, Count Simon said that he would have to come up with a really good excuse. The golden flash is activated. The monster looks questioningly. Jaime's weapon is charged with dark power, and he claims that he will explain everything when the fight is over. The almighty form of the sky-cutting blade is used. The convergence of dragon demonic energy is also activated. The youth attacks, throwing Belos away. Jaime looks down and asks the seventh elder if he can seal off the area so nothing leaks out. In response, the man asks if the young man intends to continue this battle, and he assures him that they must hurry and ask the other elders for help. Jaime turns when Count Simon says that he understands that his dark mana is different from the mana of other dark sorcerers, but he wants to say that it will be, even if the three of them oppose this demon, but does not have time to finish. The young man declares that they cannot win even with the support of all the elders of the magical community. Jaime frowns and says if the monster is not attacked by all the sword masters at the same time, it will destroy the entire magical community. The count asks if the young man has an idea. He says that then nothing can be done, and he turns to the seventh elder. Closing his eyes, the man begins to cast a spell and reads a spell. Belos looks up at the men, saying that apparently he will receive punishment from the Demon King when he returns. His eyes sparkle and he states that he doesn't know what they are planning, but this is definitely not the end. Steam pours from the monster's mouth. Demonic dragon breath is activated. He attacks people. Blue magic cubes are shown. After thanking the elders, Jaime begins to cast magic. Red magic is directed towards the man and the seventh elder is called. The card of the devil is depicted, and the phrase sounds according to which someone is a bird singing alone, a lonely wanderer wandering through the black earth. The thought sounds that there is an enemy here, eager to take away his darkness. Putting his hands forward, the seventh elder asks if the young man will ask for help, and activates the layering. The tower map is shown. It is said to be a fake mastery of destruction. Magics collide. The man notices that the monster is breaking through space. The idea sounds that no one should cry even at the loss of this world. The count rushes forward, activating the red lotus beam. A map of the sun is shown. They say to follow the right path, because darkness will always support. A magical wave covers. It turns out that someone needs to show intentions. The condemnation card is shown. The phrase sounds according to which the monster is ready to be destroyed. The wild ocean is activated. There is a surge of magic. Purple forces wrap around a pillar of red magic. Looking at the large amount of magic, Belos realizes that the young man is the demonic king of vengeance. His mouth opens wide in shock. Magic powers emerge from the monster when it is told to act. His eye sparkles and he tries to dissuade his king from hasty action. A storm of red magical forces strikes. A hand in armor is depicted. A wave of magic erupts from the armored man's weapon. Marcus notices vibration and terrifying demonic energy. He tries to guess who its owner is. Ramon wonders what happened to the other elders. Turning, Ofen assumes that they have isolated themselves. He raises his index finger and says that it looks like the 7th elder is fighting at full strength. He thinks it's more like a seal than an insulation. The brown-haired man nervously looks down, hoping that their colleague is not trying to end everything inside. The elders are scared. There is a magic ball between them, and Marcus says that if it comes down to it, they should be prepared for any outcome, even if they have to use it. A spark is visible at the top of the building, and a man is heard saying that he asked Luca and Vivian to prepare just in case. The woman folds her arms across her chest in hopes that they won't have to use the gun. Lightning bolts of different colors are visible. Holding a weapon in his hands, Jaime ponders who would have thought that a demon would invade his territory. The wild ocean is activated. Jaime folds his hands, and the thought sounds that in order to fight enemies stronger than himself, Wolfer created the deadly magic of transforming space. This space was under the control of black mana, allowing the use of transcendental power, which in itself is a weapon. The young man stands under all the lightning and thinks that he understands the need to summon a stronger demon, but he wonders how he ended up on his territory. Jaime has a serious expression on his face and reflects that even if the 12 gods showed up, they wouldn't be able to get here. Someone expresses their misunderstanding. The young man turns around in shock. He realizes that it is the Demon King when a man in armor appears before him. Jaime thinks that he has truly awakened, and he wonders if this is too risky. The scales are depicted, and it is known that the awakening of the Demon King will have an effect on the balance of probability, and therefore the 12 gods cannot remain inactive. However, it becomes known that there is still no reaction. The young man looks to the side and thinks that Pyro would have screamed at the top of her lungs that she would deal with him if she had known. The armor is visible, and Jaime's thoughts are heard that the gods can be deceived with the help of black mana, but only he has such power. Looking determinedly at the Demon King, Jaime says he asked if it was him. The young man is bleeding from his mouth. The question arises about what he is. He poses as if he is ready to use his weapon, and he thinks that this alone is enough to shake him. Wolfer. He stands in front of the Demon King, who asks him where he got this power and how he can look him in the eyes. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Jaime says that he has no idea what the man is talking about, because this is his power, and he obeys no one. The Demon King extends his fingers and tells the young man not to overestimate him. Jaime looks wild. The creature opens his palm, claiming that this cannot be and he was intoxicated by his own bravado. Jaime has blood on his face. He looks intently, realizing that his bones are crushing, and asks what he wants from him. The Demon King strikes the young man and tells him to answer how he is related to this man. Jaime holds his hand, not understanding what is going on. He notices the demon's purple eyes. Lightning flashes, and it becomes known that black mana is a power that can be obtained by anyone, but only those to whom he personally transferred the power receive this purple sign. Jaime frowns, wondering where the color comes from. The Demon King asks why he has the same purple eyes as that person. The young man clenches his jaw, saying that this is a question for him, and he asks where he gets his power, his black mana. His mouth opens wide as the Demon King squeezes his throat, and he questions how she could be possessed by some pathetic faceless demon. His throat is released, asking again. The young man falls to the ground, and the creature says that this is impossible, because he is sure that the will of that man has faded. Jaime gets to his feet and the demon tells him to explain who he is. His helmet falls off. A man with a scar on his face claims that he will make the young man fall into the cauldron of hell. Jaime's mouth opens in realization. He is dumbfounded and asks if it is Treka. The demon responds by asking how he knows this name. One wonders if he remembers the Lanford Hills. Two men are seen, one of whom says that the wound can no longer be healed. Smiling, Treka asks Wolfer to convert him. He smiles back. Looking at him, Wolfer reports that the man will be forced to serve him. Clenching his fist, Treka replies that this is not bad. He kneels, asking his lord to make him a servant. He declares that he wishes to be his faithful sword that will destroy the gods. He speaks for all humanity. With tears in his eyes, he asks not to leave them. He claims that he will remain with Wolfer even after death. Smiling, the great magician says that Treka has always been pestering. Magic flashes and the man begins to talk about his miserable life. He puts his hand on the sobbing man's head and says that he is now in his favor. He thanks him. There was a look of puzzlement on Trike's face, which could be seen in his furrowed black eyebrows and wide-open eyes. The man was shocked that private information was known to some stranger. The main character looked at the man carefully and quietly said his name. Trike put his sword in front of him and yelled furiously that this information was known only to him and his master. When Jaime said that he was Diablo Wolfer, Trike froze, and a purple flash flashed in his eyes, full of surprise. The main character looked with a smile as Trike fell to his knees, emitting heavy sighs. The man gripped the hilt of his sword, bowed his head and clenched his white teeth, asking if his master was really standing in front of him. Trike looked at Jaime, remembering his past image, while the main character apologized with a smile for being too late. Trike previously believed that the main character died at the hands of the gods, but Jaime, sitting on a wooden box, explained that in fact he was trapped in eternity, from which he once managed to get out. Trike looked excitedly at the main character, whose face was stained with blood, and asked what he plans to do next, because in this body Jaime will be able to get even with the gods. The main character laughed and replied that only 10 years had passed since his rebirth, and only a year ago Jaime was able to regain control of dark magic. Trike looked with admiration at the main character, who was able to defeat a strong demon named Balos in just 1 year of training. And the man was sure that Jaime would be able to regain his strength in the next 10 years. The main character frowned, narrowed his eyes and noted that Trike himself is now the king of demons, because he has become so strong that it is difficult for the main character to appreciate his power. Trike closed his eyes, touched his temple with his fingers and said mysteriously that more than 60,000 years had passed. The main character flinched in surprise when Trike touched his forehead with 2 fingers shrouded in mana, and told Jaime to look at the events with his own eyes. Before his final battle, Diablo disbanded all of his followers, ordering all his familiars and the dead to leave him, and only one Dark Knight disobeyed this order. He stood behind Diablo and said that the time had come. Trike said that he would follow Diablo to the end, and the young man turned around, answering with a smile that this was his subordinate's last task. Trike stumbled in fear when Diablo suddenly raised his palm and imprisoned the man in a magical cage. Trike slammed his fists on the surface of the cage and loudly called out to the main character, but Diablo only told the man to go with a smile. So Trike ended up in the world of demons, where the first 100 years were filled with suffering and torment. Standing in the middle of the dark and frightening world of demons, Trike wondered if the protagonist sent him here because he was disappointed in him. But the man did not understand why. In that case, Diablo did not take the dark mana back. The next 1,000 years were filled with madness, and Trike endlessly fought with enemies, due to which his dark mana would run out and thus bring the end of the man's existence. However, this mana was converted into demonic energy absorbed from numerous battles, and this is what allowed Trike to continue using her body. When the man regained control of his mind, he, sitting on the skull of a huge animal, had already become a demon count. 10,000 years later, the man received news from a follower. Trike sat on a luxurious throne and screamed in horror when he learned that the gods were clearing the records in the middle world, therefore trying to erase the memories of Diablo. At that moment, Trike clenched his fingers on the armrest of the chair and decided to complete the work of his master, persecuted and destroyed for 12 years. Trike wanted to become the hand of revenge. After this, Trike, who called the family a demon of vengeance, became the object of ridicule from the other demons. But after tens of thousands of years, he managed to seize such a powerful force that even the 5 great demons could not treat him with contempt. Then there was a chance to deliver justice, because Janus, Lily and Brahman stood on the same side. During the schism between the gods, Durian joined Kehulunum and Fantis allied with Arabella, while Zillion allied with Aubrian. Ra, Yonj and Pero rallied into a separate group. Trike's eyes sparkled dazzlingly under his helmet, and the man shouted angrily that he would destroy all the vile people who betrayed his master for the sake of serving the gods. A man with black eyes and a single horn growing from his forehead smiled widely. Jaime thought with a lost look that Trike had spent his life in deep despair, wanting to end his suffering. Trike timidly asked the main character why he sent the man to the world of demons. Jaime smiled awkwardly, scratched the back of his head and replied that he himself did not know that he would throw Trike there. Recalling the image of the man from the past, Jaime explained that moving him to another dimension was the only solution. Ignoring Trike's cries, Diablo turned and walked away, telling the man to live his own life until the dark mana was depleted. Jaime smiled and apologized for sending the man to the demon world, and Trike replied that it was okay because it allowed them to meet again. Jaime suddenly dropped to one knee, bowed his head and thanked the man, and Trike immediately shouted for the main character to get up from the ground. Trika said with a warm smile that he just did what he had to do. The main character did not look up at the man, but a grateful smile appeared on his face. Jaime thought it was time for him to admit to himself that his emotions were still alive. The main character, remembering different people, came to the conclusion that he was in vain hoping to get rid of emotions, because in the end this storm still hit him like a furious squall. Jaime remembered Vegito's crying and concluded that his past and present were different from each other. The main character called out to Trike and decided that from now on his life's path, and everything he does will change. The main character looked at Trike with confidence in his green eyes and declared that he would destroy the gods. Trike put the helmet on his head, saying that he had no doubt about it. Jaime released dark mana from his palm, said that it was still impossible for now, and thought that he would need to become much stronger than in the past in order to destroy the gods. Trika said that he was ready to accept any order from the main character, but Jaime replied that this was not necessary yet. The main character clenched his hand into a fist, closed his eyes, and added that he would call a man if necessary. Jaime turned away and with a smile suggested that he and Trike slay the gods together, and also thanked the man for waiting. The man's face was hidden behind an iron helmet, but his voice betrayed his emotions. Trike got down on one knee, bowed his head and said that his dream had come true after thousands of years, and then vowed that this time he would be with Jaime until the very end. At the same time, outside the ocean of chaos, two people stood in front of a huge sparkling sphere composed of dark mana. Siegfried raised his palm to the sphere and said that this was different from everything they knew before. The man extended his hand even closer and added that the interior space was completely isolated, so he could not see what was there, even with the help of magic. Siegfried frowned with worry on his face and gritted his teeth, thinking that since the magic was still active, then the main character must be alive. Suddenly, the huge sphere began to break, and a bright light emerged from a long crack. Count Simon shouted loudly to Siegfried. Siegfried immediately understood the count and put his palms together. The sphere continued to break, raising a whirlwind of wind that made it difficult for the men to stand on their feet. Siegfried and Count Simon watched the situation tensely, and the blonde thought that he needed to use the red lotus now in case it was not Jaime. Suddenly, the sphere split into thousands of small fragments, and the main character appeared in the air, saying that now they could breathe easy. Count Simon froze in surprise, and Siegfried screamed as Jaime fell exhausted on top of him. Then the main character lost consciousness, which is why he was hospitalized. The elders attempted to regain control of the magical community, and the destroyed Phoenix Academy was temporarily closed. Videlhart, clutching the collar of Siegfried's clothes, angrily yelled at the man for blowing up her own school. But the man replied with a smile that it was just an accident at work. Siegfried took charge of guarding Jaime, and the elders and students, including Lennon and Anya, came to check on him. 3 days later, Siegfried, sitting at Jaime's bedside, slept with a piece of paper over his face and snored loudly. The main character opened his eyes a little and immediately assumed that he was in the hospital. Jaime jumped up and woke Siegfried with a loud cry. The man forcefully put the main character back, because he must remain on bed rest. But Jaime was eager to find out what happened. Siegfried told the main character how everything happened, and Jaime said that he was glad that everything worked out. Siegfried then said with a smile that he would now like to hear the protagonist's explanation, and Jaime assumed that the man had just used soundproof magic. Siegfried remembered how the main character, armed with a sword, soared high in the air. The man furrowed his eyebrows in concern and asked Jaime what it was. Remembering this, Siegfried even sweated with excitement, and said that they had not yet informed the other elders. Jaime thought there was no point in hiding this about himself anymore and sighed heavily. Then the main character put his hand on his chest and declared that he was the reincarnation of Diablo, the first dark magician. Jaime was shocked when Siegfried asked who Diablo was with an awkward smile. The main character thought that because of the meeting with Treka, he had completely forgotten that no one in this world knew about Diablo. But Siegfried still believed that Jaime was a dark magician. Siegfried frowned in confusion and asked if the protagonist really wanted him to believe in the fact of reincarnation. It sounded absurd to a man, but it could be true. Siegfried thought about Jaime's incredible magical abilities and his mastery of the sword, which he had mastered in early childhood. The man also thought about the same cold-bloodedness of the killer, and came to the conclusion that if Jaime was not lying, this explained everything. Siegfried thought silently, frowning in concentration. Suddenly, the main character grabbed the elder by the wrist and said that it was better for him to see everything with his own eyes, because Jaime was sure that he could not lose a person like Siegfried. The main character raised the man's palm to his forehead and asked him to read his memories. Siegfried said that he was ready for this and put his palm on the protagonist's forehead. Lennon and Anya stood next to each other and talked about the main character, whose official students they were. Suddenly Anya said that she heard that Lennon asked the 8th elder to save Jaime, and the young man was shocked that the girl knew this information. Lennon furrowed his eyebrows, closed his eyes, and, in a voice trembling with embarrassment, said that he did this only because it would be a pity if the lessons were lost. Anya smiled and said that Lennon has a sweet side. Lennon angrily yelled that he was an egoist who thought only of himself, and Anya, widening her eyes in bewilderment, asked why the young man was making noise and pretending to be an idiot. Then Anya, with a warm smile, put her hand on the young man's shoulder, saying that the older sister understands everything, and Lennon tensed and fell silent. Suddenly Count Simon asked if the students had come to see Jaime, and Lennon blushed with shame when he saw his father. Count Simon called the students to come with him, and Lennon threw the hood of his cloak over his head, and Anya laughed, covering her mouth with her hand. The trio approached the stairs, where a short man stood, who informed Count Simon that the main character was conscious and was now talking with the 7th elder. The man turned pale with fright when Anya and Lennon attacked him with questions about Jaime's well-being. When Count Simon, whose eyes glowed angrily, ordered the students to stop, they fell silent at the same time, sighing heavily. Anya and Lennon then bowed and apologized to the man for their behavior caused by excessive excitement. When Count Simon asked if the other elders knew that the protagonist had woken up, the short man replied that this information was only known to the Count and Siegfried so far, so it should be kept secret. Count Simon told the students to wait here, and Anya and Lennon immediately obeyed the man, despite the fact that they were both confused. A bright lightning flashed in the gray sky strewn with dark clouds. Siegfried saw Jaime's memories, in which the main character, along with his subordinates, participated in battle. The sky lit up with a bright flash, emitting many sparks and lightning. A divine army descended from the sky, consisting of knights in armor, girls in white dresses, and a chariot drawn by Pegasi. The door of the luxurious chariot opened, revealing a blinding yellow light inside. The god of war named Jannes stepped out of the chariot and asked the protagonist with an arrogant laugh if he had decided to lose to him again. Jannes looked at Diablo, behind whom stood a crowd of undead, and shouted that the fate of the main character was suffering on the outskirts of this world. Diablo, looking up at Jannes, screamed deafeningly that he had returned to humanity the freedom that had been stolen, and this was his destiny. Jannes grinned sweetly and replied that no matter how the main character struggles, the future of humanity is already predetermined. Diablo looked at God with hatred and said that non-entities like him cannot decide this for people. The scythe in the protagonist's hand sparkled with dark purple mana. The next moment, Diablo screamed that Jannes was going to die. The main character swung his weapon, and a bright purple streak appeared in the air, and many explosions were heard. Jannes screamed in indignation, demanding that his subordinates immediately bring him the corpse of the main character. The divine army immediately began to fight, but the main character's army, consisting of creatures resembling demons, did not retreat and also rushed towards the enemies. The white light collided with the purple one, blinding everything around. Diablo lay on his stomach on the ground in a pool of his own blood, and Siegfried came to the conclusion that Jaime really was this man. A bright purple sphere appeared in space while Jannes yelled that he was warning the main character that he would lose. Diablo, sitting at the center of the magic seal, replied that it was funny to hear from someone who was on the verge of death so many times because of him, and Jannes could only hide behind others. Diablo raised his bloody face and said with a smile that not even the gods could handle him alone, and then laughed loudly. The main character yelled for Jannes to seal him, but took into account that after waking up, Diablo would plunge them into endless darkness. Scarlet blood flowed from the protagonist's mouth as he shrieked that the gods would beg for death in a place where there would be only constant torment and despair. Jannes calmly replied that they would wait for that day, and Diablo fell silent, falling exhausted to his knees. Siegfried froze in shock after what he saw, and his cheek was covered with sweat. The seal Diablo was sitting and suddenly glowed brightly. Suddenly Siegfried screamed in horror, and Jaime looked at the elder worriedly. Siegfried, looking at the main character from under his brows, asked if this was a dream, and Jaime answered in the negative. The main character explained that these are memories of events that occurred 606,666 years ago, at a time when the gods made people their slaves. When Siegfried asked if people were then slaves of the 12 gods, Jaime replied that even now humanity remains their slaves. Jaime said that the gods have built and destroyed civilizations thousands of times. The gods had fun and made fun of people's lives without giving them a single drop of freedom. Siegfried warily asked if the church was facilitating this. The main character said that the followers of Brahman, the god of dragons, were created in order to control humanity. The main character and the elder were isolated using soundproof magic, and Jaime said that the people didn't know anything about their history because of the dragons. Suddenly the conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Count Simon, and Siegfried screamed in surprise. Count Simon asked if what was said about dragons was true. Jaime replied that the people were confined to a huge fortress called the Continent, and the Dragon King exercised complete control over them. The Count clenched his hand into a fist and shouted that he knew about it, that humanity was not so pitiful, and that they were not mistaken. When Siegfried asked in bewilderment who the Count meant, the man said that they did not want to disturb the main character. But now the very hour had come. Count Simon raised his fist and said with a smile that he would like to introduce someone to the main character. The Count said that he was talking about people who wanted to return humanity to a dominant role. And Jaime wondered if this meant that there were those who were trying to understand the true essence of this world. Count Simon said that people live such miserable lives because they are too helpless. The man then explained that humans are so weak because the gods are afraid of what humans can achieve and want to take away humanity's strength. The Count revealed that 10 years ago they developed Project Daybreak to explore Curry Cave, which is one of the 6 great forbidden regions. The team included a sword master, an archmage, and 20 expert rankers. But the result of the research was called disastrous. The Count reported that the only one who returned was the sword magician. But it was not a complete failure, because the expedition discovered traces of the existence of a highly developed civilization in the past, and the surviving sword master brought this proof with him. The Count said that the Ark Factory was believed to be the storage of a warship from an ancient civilization that existed long before humans. The main character widened his eyes in surprise and opened his mouth, because he thought that all air battleships had been destroyed in the Fourth Great War. Siegfried, his face pale with shock, listened as Count Simon talked about how there were many records inside, including technology and endless possibilities that could destroy their world. And this was proof that people were once stronger than dragons, elves, and Lanov. Count Simon smiled widely and looked at Jaime with hope, saying that he was the one who could save humanity from the oppression of the gods. The main character listened silently to the Count with a blank expression on his face. A golden flash in the night sky illuminated a statue of an angel at the base of which were depicted figures of people writhing in agony. Count Simon had been waiting for the appearance of the savior of humanity for a very long time. He believed that people were enslaved by a superior race and waited for them to return to their origins and experience freedom of choice. Diablo Wolfer could become their savior. Jaime, with bandages around his neck, listened warily to his interlocutor, who said that his dark magic had nothing to do with this world. Richard looked at the boy with delight. A force field of mana shone around them. He said that Jaime possessed the power of the era of ancient time. The guy was sitting on the bed in a hospital gown. His body was covered in bandages, and his face was unusually pale. He said that before people really were the masters of the continent, but they did not own the whole world. Richard was glad that he was right. He assumed that there was a great war, and the Ark was a warship of those times. The guy remembered the aircraft in question. It was surrounded by magic circles and streams of mana, and said that it was a weapon created by him and his comrades to exterminate the gods. Richard did not understand what he was talking about. Siegfried extended his hand to force him to move away from Jaime, and explained that we were talking about the war between gods and people. He lowered his feet from the bed and put on slippers, saying that he needed to clarify the dialogue. Jaime stood with his legs wide apart in hospital pajamas. He pressed his hand to his chest and admitted that his name was Diablo Wolfer. He was the leader of the Liberation Army that created dark magic to destroy the gods, and that he was the only one who managed to escape in that war. Wearily, he put his index finger on the tip of which sparkled magical energy to his forehead. Richard asked questions and did not understand anything. Jaime said that the explanation would only take too much time. He put his hand to Rick's forehead and told him to look for himself. Streams of dark mana swirled around them. Rick's face darkened. His body trembled. The horror and oppression of the past he saw shocked him. He looked at Jaime, but this time he saw not just the talented heir of Count Welton, but the powerful magician of the past, Diablo Wolfer, who developed the theory of dark magic to save humanity. Jaime looked at the man in bewilderment. Richard dropped to one knee. Siegfried stood to the side and was indignant at the sight of this action. Count Simon bowed his head and said that he greeted the king of this world. Jaime recoiled and was indignant. He asked why on earth he was called king. Looking carefully at his interlocutor, Rihit explained that his struggle for humanity continued even after the loss of his comrades and followers. He gave his life for the sake of people. Jaime didn't know what to say. Richard said that he acted like a true king and swore allegiance to the very end. Jaime walked up to Simon shuffling with his slippers and extended his hand. He told him to stand up and said that he did not want to be king, because such a title did not lead to anything good. Jaime smiled and said that he just wanted to count on the help of the Simon family and asked to communicate with him as usual. Richard looked displeasedly over his shoulder at Siegfried, who with a wide smile said that the place of the third elder was free, and if Jaime took it, he would lose his status as the youngest representative. Richard watched with irritation as the seventh elder bowed his head and proudly asked Jaime to take care of his colleague and reminded him that in the hierarchy of elders his status was higher. The confused Jaime laughed awkwardly and repeated his request. Siegfried watched with an awkward smile as Richard grabbed the boy by the wrists and vowed to help. He was ashamed. He interrupted the man and asked him to stop talking so formally. The boy exhaled with relief, sat down on the bed and, crawling under the blanket, said that Rihit wanted to introduce someone to him. The Count waved his hand and said that they were always with him. Jaime shook his head thoughtfully and asked if we were talking about a group of border guards. The boy thought about the members of the group. Richard said that they know little about the border guards. They are more like terrorists who are pursuing some strange idea. Jaime remembered that Siegfried also tried to fight them. The Count stood half-turned. A shadow fell on his face. The field of mana began to disappear. He said that he was a member of a secret society that explores the secrets of the world. He promised that after meeting the boy he would definitely understand everything. The men turned around and walked towards the white double door with an ornate gold pattern. Richard said that they had already stayed long enough. Siegfried told the boy to rest and promised to return. As soon as Jaime sighed and thought that he was finally left alone, an alarmed Anya burst into the room, followed by a gloomy Lennon. The girl ran up to the hospital bed. There were tears in her eyes. She wanted to know how the professor was feeling. He raised his hand and said that everything was fine. Lennon looked at the teacher with displeasure, turned away and said that he knew that everything would be fine with him. Jaime thought that the student should have wiped away his tears before saying anything. He tiredly watched the argument between Anya and Lennon. The girl said that it was her classmate's fault that she burst into tears. The guy was indignant. Jaime thought that as soon as he had students, he immediately made them worry. He told them to calm down and said inspiring words. Lennon blushed, but there was determination in his gaze. Anya closed her eyes and pressed her hand clenched into a fist to her chest. They said that they completely trusted the professor and asked him to take care of them. The silhouette of a magic circle could be seen around the high tower, because during the 3 months that Jaime spent in the hospital, a lot happened in the magical world. The Seldom Church intended to bring justice and destroy all people associated with the demonic race. Due to the side effects of apothesis, children either fell into an extremely serious condition or died. Finn, however, managed to overcome his addiction thanks to Trike and enjoyed life again. The third elder, Serpent Geralt, who stood at the head of all events, was declared an enemy of humanity, and his family was expelled. Keniak was found not guilty despite his involvement in the conspiracy because he sacrificed himself to protect the academy. Thanks to his authority, Siegfried was able to organize a funeral on the territory of the educational institution. Some of the students who studied with Professor Keniak were present at the burial ceremony. Depressed by all the events, the magical community was very happy with the news in the newspapers that young Jaime Welton had become an archmage at the age of 10, which meant that even the capital had to recognize his strength and appoint him as an elder for a short period. Through the glass window he could see a garden full of blooming flowers. Jaime felt great. He stood in the middle of the room in hospital pajamas and happily thought that he had finally fully recovered. He was surrounded by a blue glow of magical energy, which meant that there were no more problems with the circulation of mana. Jaime resolutely grabbed the door handle and told himself it was time to go. Lennon was sitting on the sofa. His palms were joined at chest level. There were bookcases behind him. There was fire on one shoulder. There was water next to the other shoulder. He muttered something about how water and fire exist in harmony, and decided, which may go a little further. The guy didn't even move when his face was doused with a stream of water. He jumped up and stared at Anya with anger. She smiled embarrassedly. Lennon began to swear at her. She apologized. The girl sighed heavily. A water spiral circled in the air above her fingers. She did not understand why it was not working. The guy continued to insult her, for which he received a blow to the head with magical energy. The doors opened with a noise. Jaime quickly entered the room. Anya jumped up joyfully. Lennon held his head. They greeted their mentor. Jaime looked sternly at the students and asked how their homework was. They didn't know what to answer. Young Professor Welton stood with a proud look. Fire, water, mana, earth and air hovered in the air above his open palm. He explained that the activation of several elements is the most basic thing. Without this they cannot achieve anything, and suggested trying again. Lennon looked tired. Anya was holding a notepad in her hands and was intently writing down the words of her mentor with a pen. The guy said that the director asked the professor to go to the central magic tower as soon as he left the hospital. Jaime decided that perhaps they were going to fire him, but nevertheless ordered the students to finish their homework before he returned. As he left, he joked that if they didn't succeed, he'd have to wear a red hat. But the students didn't understand the Hamilton reference. There was a sign hanging outside Siegfried's office. It was quiet. A depressed man sat in his office. Stacks of papers towered on his desk. He sighed heavily and regretfully recalled his free life. Siegfried leaned back in his chair. He thought that he would like to lead a riotous lifestyle, but he has no choice, since he decided to help the young master. A woman in a black cassock came into the office and said that Mr. Welton had arrived, and the director told him to come through. He quickly entered the office and approached the massive table. The elder inquired about his well-being. Jaime replied, "Thanks to Siegfried, everything is fine." They sat down at the table. The director raised his hand, palm up. A glow of mana appeared above it. He said that an order had come from the Imperial Palace. The boy was very surprised. Siegfried stood holding a long scroll in his hands. He with pathos ordered Jaime to accept the Imperial will. The boy grimaced and looked at him in bewilderment. He lowered his head and prepared to listen carefully. The elder's face was hidden behind the scroll. He began to read. Jaime thought about the Imperial Palace in the capital, where, according to the message, he was supposed to appear tomorrow at noon. With a quiet hiss, the scroll disappeared. Siegfried smiled widely. Jaime shuddered and repeated the contents of the message with disgust, as if asking the elder if he had understood everything correctly. The blue tower rose against the blue sky. Siegfried happily clapped his hands. He promised to brighten up the unpleasant journey with his presence. Jaime sadly said that it had only gotten worse. The boy sighed heavily and asked what the need for such ceremonies was. Siegfried sank into the chair opposite. With a pleased look, he explained that the masters are the strongest resource of the nation, so the appearance of another one should be accompanied by a national holiday. Jaime was horrified. He clarified whether the celebration was part of the official ceremony. The director, beaming with pleasure, confirmed and praised the boy for his insight. Siegfried remembered with a shudder his own ceremony. Jaime asked him to stop teasing him. The director of the academy admitted that the event was very annoying. He looked at Jaime slyly and said that the boy was different from an old man like him. The elder changed the topic and showed the letter. With a happy look, he announced that the boy had received a letter from his father and explained that the Count periodically sends messages, ever since 3 months ago when he was asked not to come in person. Jaime squeezed the envelope in his hands and looked at the red wax seal with the family coat of arms. The director assured that he would not peep. The boy thought that almost a month had passed since he received the last letter from home. The message began with an address in which the Count called him his beloved son. Argino sat at his office desk with a pen in his hands. He was interested in his son's health and talked about how Shies was crying a lot. The man hid behind the wall at the entrance to the room, where Sarah was hysterical. She wanted to see her brother immediately, and did not understand why he had not arrived yet. He told his son about this in his letter, omitting some details. Argino stood on the street looking longingly into the distance. In a letter to his son, he admitted that he was sad at not being able to see him, but he understood that he had a hard time in the battle with the demons and that he did not want to bother his parents. Argino stood behind the back of the sofa on which Sarah and Shies were sitting. He showed them an article about Jaime. In the letter, the Count talked about how proud he was of his son and promised to meet soon. Jaime looked with a smile at the message from his parents' house, at the end of which Argino promised that they would meet on the day of the ceremony. He thought that he had not seen his family for a long time and did not even know what he would say to them when they met. His gaze caught the lines where the Bal sisters were mentioned. It said that the girls would also attend the event. Jaime thought about the girls, one of whom was the reincarnation of his lover from another life, and the second a sweet, funny child. He sighed heavily, remembering that both girls were interested in him, but decided that due to their young age they could not love him. Siegfried's voice interrupted his thoughts. The man smiled widely and teased Jaime. The boy became angry. Jaime was approaching the entrance of a tall white stone tower when someone called out to him. He turned around and saw the sixth master. The woman looked irresistible as always. Adele was furious when Jaime greeted her indifferently. She shouted that if anyone heard their conversation, they would think that she was looking for a meeting with him every day. Jaime said with displeasure that meetings 6 times in 1 week were called daily. Jaime remembered how they competed in arm wrestling with Mana. He sat with a bored look and yawned, and the woman's face was distorted from tension. He reminded her of this incident and said that she had begun to have a bad streak. The woman was indignant and replied that she wanted to show her workplace. The boy doubted. He recoiled in fear and asked what she meant by workplace. He assumed that Adele was pursuing him for the purpose of recruitment. She grabbed his hand and pulled him in the right direction. Jaime stumbled. He swore that the woman had deceived him. The fifth elder appeared in front of them. The man clapped his hands. The woman looked angrily at the boy. He answered her with an impassive look. Luke said that she came to him with pure intentions. His explanations outraged her even more. The cheeks of the head of the equalizers, as usual, were covered with a slight blush. He waved his index finger and said that until Jaime became an even more important person, they would like to get to know him better. The company sat at the table in the Equality Laboratory. Jaime and Adele sat on sofas with green upholstery. The boy crossed his arms over his chest. There were glasses and bottles with dark liquid in front of them. Luca sat in the chair at the head. He invited the boy to try cola and said that she is very popular among the common people. The boy remembered the polar bear with a bottle in his hands from the drink advertisement. The fifth elder was pouring the drink into glasses. It was inconvenient to refuse. Under the inquisitive eyes of those present, the boy took a sip. He drank the entire glass in one go and put it on the table. Jaime was delighted. Just in case, he asked if they had added anything to it. The elders laughed and said that good food worked better than drugs. Adele tried to drag him into another argument, but Jaime ignored her. He turned to Luca and asked why he was called. The brown-green eyes of the head of the equalizers looked slyly at the boy from under the glasses of his pince-nez, and he said that he would like to talk about powers. The boy asked if the man meant the factions of the magical world. He imagined a chessboard on which there were 3 pieces of different colors. The black one stood in front. It meant the royal faction. Behind it was the white one. It symbolized the aristocracy. The farthest was the red piece, which represented the simple people and their leader Luke. Jaime thought about it and asked frankly what Luke was trying to achieve. He answered with a smile that it would be good if the boy joined his equals, but he understands that, due to his noble origin, young Welton is not yet ready for this step. The elder clutched a glass of cola in his hands and sighed. The boy reminded the man that he also came from a noble family. Luke explained that his family was considered fallen. His family stopped doing business when he was a child. The elder said that he was not asking him to join their faction, but he would like him to refrain from joining the others. Jaime looked at him seriously. He understood that behind these words there was a call to renounce the king and other aristocracy. Jaime remembered the events that happened 3 months ago, after which conflicts began. They were caused by Gerald, a member of the royal faction, and his machinations. Luca said that after the former third elder entered into a contract with demons, the king's faction lost influence, and if Jaime will support the nobles, the delicate balance will be upset. The boy snorted in irritation. Looking confidently into the faces of his amazed interlocutors, he said that they were fighting for power and influence, but in fact they did not know what was happening in the world. Adele slammed her hand on the table in anger. She told Jaime to watch his words. Luca took his words calmly and asked what the boy meant. Jaime said that he didn't care what political views his interlocutors held. The boy tiredly closed his eyes and said that trivial things like politics did not interest him at all. Adele crossed her arms over her chest and looked at the boy with displeasure. Luca decided to tell him about class inequality, but Jaime rudely interrupted the lecture. The room suddenly became dark. Adele frowned. Her eyes glowed unkindly, and she threateningly repeated her request to be more attentive to her words. Streams of mana appeared like flames, illuminating Jaime's arrogant expression. Adele and Jaime jumped up and froze opposite each other. The boy said that he could barely restrain himself and ordered to stop influencing him with the magic of consciousness to which he was not susceptible. The glass became cracked, and Luke told them to stop. Adele put her hands on the table and was breathing heavily. She was shaking. Jaime looked thoughtfully at the elder's index finger, next to which the mana ball was shining. Luke asked the boy if he was okay. The ball disappeared, but the glow of magical energy emanated from the professor's eyes. He cast a sidelong glance over his shoulder and said that his subordinate was rude. The room looked normal again. Jaime shook his head and assured Luke that everything was fine. Adele clasped her hands and tried her best to contain her irritation. Luca suggested returning to the interrupted conversation. Everyone returned to their seats. The fifth elder stood next to the chair. He barely reached the armrest. Jaime said that soon the continent would be affected by a huge typhoon and asked how class strife could help them. Luke answered philosophically that after the war people will continue to live. Jaime looked at his interlocutor seriously. The boy frowned slightly and said that it was a matter of survival. Luke explained his position. He said that the Janni's church would ultimately be left without support. The kingdoms of Albia would slowly unite. The isolated followers of God would be destroyed, because if a war broke out, they would be the first to fall. Jaime slammed his hands on the table. He stood up and called the elders' reasoning a mistake. He said that Janice's church was not alone. The boy turned around and went out. He refused to explain anything and told the magicians to figure it out themselves. Jaime stopped in the doorway and looked over his shoulder at the elders, wanting to say one last thing. The elders looked at each other in shock when the boy said that if humanity does not unite, then the end will come. Jaime quickly descended the white stone stairs and reflected on the fact that the magical community had once again disappointed him. He thought that war was inevitable, because arrogant Jannies would not forgive people for treating him like this. The wind was blowing in the courtyard. Jaime thought that if Luca and Adele understood everything, they would contact him themselves. But for now he needed to prepare for the ceremony. The elders watched through the window as the boy left. Adele asked the man what he thought about all this. She said that Jaime was unlikely to be mistaken and suggested that they were thinking narrowly. Luca smiled and said that a leader should not change his position after one conversation. Adele watched him sideways. The woman thought that despite his words, he liked Jaime, which means that the magical community will soon face changes. She touched a hand with long purple nails to the glass in the place where the boy's figure was visible. Her face became ominous. She thought that she did not like to lose, which meant Jaime would have a hard time. The action moves to Jaime's estate, above which a clear sky is visible, and an indignant voice is heard from the windows, asking about manners. In the reception office, second elder Marcus was sitting in a chair at the round table, grinning and telling the drooping Siegfried on the sofa that the students looked up to him, and the man couldn't help but think that the guys were taking their example from the young master. An old man with a long beard pointed his finger at the seventh elder, continuing to throw reproaches, while the blonde magician with a displeased face concluded that his ears were about to bleed, and Anya, who approached, grinned. A stomp was heard, and a foot in a long brown boot appeared at the door, after which an exclamation of admiration for the professor was heard. Jaime stood in the doorway, embarrassed, red-cheeked, dressed in clothes sent by Shias, and thinking about how his mother would be upset if he wore something else. Anya, seeing the teacher, beamed with happiness, smiling widely and saying that the image was very beautiful. And then the main character came to the conclusion that he didn't look cool. Seeing the young master, Siegfried with tousled bangs jumped up with joy, leaning on the table, and the boy noted his sad expression. Marcus coughed, lowering his head and placing a hand on his chest as his main character addressed him with a questioning tone. Confused, Jaime, fiddling with the edges of the bow on his robe, told the second elder with an awkward smile that he should have warned about his visit, to which he, rising from his seat, nodded his head and answered with a laugh that he wanted to go with the guys. Anya, joyfully opening her eyes and breaking into a smile, said that Lennon had decided to go with Count Simon. The girl said that the red-haired student, standing next to his older brother Alf, indignantly declared that he wanted to go with the professor, to which Jaime noted that he had changed a lot. Turning to the boy, Siegfried curiously asked whether the young master would take anything with him, and he, suspiciously looking back, replied that he would only take himself. Grinning, Siegfried said sarcastically that it must be convenient for the nobility, because the servants do everything for them. To which Marcus, not understanding the irony, gloomily remarked that the blonde man was also nobility. A bright glow of blue mana appeared around all four gathered in the room, and Siegfried, snapping his fingers, joyfully announced that he would see off the main character. The action moves to a mountainous area, where a teleportation terminal stood in a flat clearing, and a voice called this invention of magical engineers incredible. Jaime and Marcus looked through the window at the round blue portal, and the boy suggested that there was a huge magic stone under the pedestal, and the old man noted that 100 kilograms of B-rank stones were used, while the boy looked at the gray-haired elder with eyes huge in shock. He, stroking his beard, nonchalantly explained that this happened after increasing efficiency, and before that rank stones were used. As people crowded around the teleportation terminal, Marcus said that the engineers promised to double the efficiency in 5 years to remove some limitations and add capabilities. The second elder turned to his interlocutor and with a curious look asked if Jaime knew why he was talking to him about teleportation technology. The main character continued to look at the teleportation terminal while the elderly man philosophized about the process of technology development. Taken aback, Jaime turned to Marcus with round eyes when he expressed hope that the boy's responsibilities were not dragging his life down. The young man looked straight at the old man when he put his hand on his shoulder and with a friendly smile said that he was here so that the young genius could contact him at any time. Reflecting on the arrival of Marcus, Jaime remembered that when he recovered a little, Count Simon introduced him to a circle of trusted people, one of whom was the gray-haired magician. The boy clearly remembered that at the moment of introduction, Marcus's expression was gloomy, and only now he realized how excited he was. Although Jaime was the reincarnation of the powerful dark wizard Diablo from the distant past, he was like a great-grandson to the second elder. The boy was torn from his thoughts by the joyful Anya and Siegfried, who informed their interlocutors at the window that all preparations were completed. Turning towards the voices coming, Marcus concluded with a soft smile that it was time for them to go. Jaime also turned his head, after which he agreed. Siegfried and Anya stood right at the entrance to the teleportation terminal, calling the boy and the old man to them, and the main character mentally thanked everyone. The action moves to a popular cafe in the capital city of Fever, where one guest was sitting at the table with a cup of coffee, and a maid hurried inside from the street with a plate. Approaching the only occupied table in the room, the waitress, holding the hem of her dress, anxiously placed a piece of cake and asked whether it suited the man's preferences, and he answered in the affirmative. A gray-haired old man with a toothpick in his mouth reclines on a chair, whistling a tune and enjoying his time with coffee and dessert. Pushing back the chair opposite and deciding to sit down, Royal Spear Albert asked the guest if it was hard for him to waste energy. Outside the cafe, the city street with a fountain was distorted and blurred by the action of magical energy, which the blue-haired man noticed. Looking at the shocked worker polishing dishes behind the bar, Albert concluded with a smile that his interlocutor was a terrible old man and asked him to hide his energy. The king's spear looked in bewilderment at the grinning gray-haired man opposite, who, when asked about the news related to Jaime, blithely replied that he became a great magician at the age of 10. There was a delicate cake with strawberries on the table, from which a small piece was broken off, and the interlocutors began to talk about the latest news. The old man put on his hat with a gorgeous smile when Albert asked if he was going to meet the king, to which the man confidently answered in the affirmative. While the blue-haired warrior with a scar cast a sly glance at his interlocutor, he expressed the hope that everything would not end pitifully like last time. Rising from his chair and taking his sword with him, the elderly man in the hat said that he would be looking forward to demonstrating the skills of the sword master, and he turned around after him. Waving his cloak, Sword Lord Talix coolly warned the startled shopkeeper that he would leave a check for the Fang family. Having teleported, the 7th and 1st elders talked among themselves, noting the improvement in technology, and Jaime, standing opposite, watched them, mentally reasoning that it was all due to the rare use of magic in the past. The main character, with a face full of disgust, looked back at Anya, who had been seasick during the transfer, and was now feeling very sick with characteristic sounds. While behind Siegfried everyone was subject to an attack of nausea, he concluded with an awkward look that after such a journey it could become bad if you are not a great magician. Jaime, with a concentrated look, put out his hand and activated the sacred energy to alleviate Anya's condition, and she, getting up, said with a smile that she felt much better this way. The girl still had saliva on her lips when she turned around with a puzzled expression on her face. The heroine raised her hand to her head, approaching the cliff closer and admiringly looking at the beautiful view from above, while the boy remained standing motionless. Below on the plain was the luxurious royal palace of Scadium, in which the king of the Principality of Seldom lived. In the very center of the snow-white palace, above 6 towers, there is a magic circle that protects the royal family from uninvited guests. Descending the steps, Marcus smiled and said that this building symbolized seldom, to which Jaime responded by saying that the palace was also a great central vector, and the boy was called out loudly. The main character, hearing his name, turned around in bewilderment, and was surprised that the voice was familiar. Behind him, his mother quickly rushed along the stone path, her mouth twisted and her eyes widened in shock at the sight of her son. Shies, after a long separation, ran up to the boy and, knocking him down, asked how he was doing and said that he knew about the injury, and Jaime asked for forgiveness for making him worry. The careless Count Argino appeared on the path, asking him to be careful, and behind him, an angry Sarah hid with a toy in her hands. The little girl puffed out her cheeks, turning red, and tears appeared in her yellow eyes. The head of the family, Welton, with an awkward look, invited the arriving guys, tired after the journey, to relax on the estate, and Siegfried, breaking into a smile of joy, thanked the man. The action moves to the snow-white estate of Count Welton in the capital city of Fever, which was illuminated by the rays of the afternoon sun. While the family was having a peaceful tea party in full, Shies and Sarah sat with the same displeased faces, and the woman said that her daughter was very upset that her brother had not come home for a long time. Sitting at the table, Jaime was very tense and confused, not knowing how to object. The Countess flew at the stunned boy with a hug, asking her son to promise that he would never lie again. When the main character tried to object, the angry Shies began to strongly pat the irritated Jaime on the cheek, while the father watched in confusion, offering to hug Sarah, and she angrily declared that she hated her brother. Sitting with his cheek red from the pinches, the boy widened his eyes in shock and looked at Sarah, and the Countess sighed angrily, saying that she understood her daughter's feelings. Feeling uneasy, Count Argino reflected in his mind that Jaime had gone through a lot to make his mother and sister happy, just like himself. The Count leaned towards Sarah, saying that his brother was sorry, and she, crossing her arms, turned away and exhaled with displeasure, because a lot of time had passed since the family had gathered like this. Looking at his son with reverence, the head of the Welton family noted that during this time his son had grown so much. Recalling the moments associated with Jaime, Count Argino concluded that he was in both shock and regret as the boy grew up. He thought about what would have happened if he had taught his son swordsmanship a little later, if he had met the seventh elder a little later. Assuming that his eldest child would then be able to grow up normally, the man admitted that out of jealousy he wanted to watch how slowly he grew up. Remembering a meeting with his wife over a newspaper and discussions about Jaime's return, Count Argino concluded that his son would soon leave him and become the center of the world. Shies, sweetly lifting up an angry Sarah, told the wilted Jaime that a kiss might work to get the girl to forgive him. Then the boy, blushing, walked up to his sister and humbly kissed her on the cheek, which made her look perplexed. And the mother, watching the children reconcile, smiled joyfully. Sarah, with a happy look, asked Jaime to visit her every day, and he, throwing an exhausted look at her, replied that he would try. Count Argino, getting up from the set table, went to his family and continued his thoughts. The man hugged his wife, son and daughter with sincere love, concluding that the day when the boy would leave them would soon come. The whole family looked in shock at the Count, who suddenly squeezed them in his arms, while he mentally wished for them to always stay together. Now the Welton family was seated in the living room. Count Argino was sitting on an armchair at the head of the table in high spirits. Shies was sitting on the sofa with her daughter on her lap, expressing pride to Jaime opposite her and her father. Remembering the boy's arrival in the capital, the Countess confusedly clarified what kind of girl was with him, and suggested that Anya was his beloved. Sarah was also confused, looking questioningly at her brother. Hearing about the girl, Count Argino blushed, because his son was only 10 years old, and when Shies blithely stated that children grow up quickly, Jaime shouted irritably that it was not his girlfriend. Crossing his arms, the boy tiredly closed his eyes and said that Anya was his student, whom he was teaching magic. The Count turned to his wife, and they began to laugh in one voice, noting that now children have interesting games and a rich imagination. When Jaime irritably thought that his parents never took him seriously, he raised 2 fingers up and a blue magical glow appeared around him. Now on the blue sofa, above the place where the boy was sitting, there were only small traces of bright mana, and the Count was very surprised at the sudden disappearance of his son. A moment later, a gloomy Jaime returned to the sofa using teleportation, moving Anya next to him, who was looking dumbfounded at the people in front of her, and asked to clarify the relationship for the parents. Then Shies covered her displeased daughter's eyes, joyfully admitting that she would never have thought that Jaime would become such a passionate young man like his father. Then the main character furiously attacked the shocked Anya, who was unable to say anything, and began to shake her by the collar, demanding to explain to her parents that she was just his student. The next moment, Shies looked in bewilderment at the blue-haired girl, who lowered her head, and Jaime exhaled tiredly when his mother believed his words. Count Argino at this time, with a pensive look, was lost in thought, remembering that the Count's youngest son Simon also became the boy's pupil, after which the man was overcome with emotions, but decided to trust his son. Throwing up his hands, the head of the Welton family joyfully wished Jaime good luck with teaching, and Anya's success in her studies, for which the children thanked him with a smile. At night that same day, the Welton family and guests gathered around a large set table, at which Sarah was already sitting, and, pulling the tablecloth towards herself, declared that she was hungry. When everyone took their seats, Siegfried watched with emotion as Jaime's sister opposite handed the boy a fork of food, Peace reigned in the Welton mansion again. After dinner, Count Argino turned with a carefree smile to the second and village elders, who were covered in cold sweat from excitement. Anya, sitting on the wooden floor, folded her hands to her chest and concentrated on training the streams of mana, wanting to overtake Lennon this time. Shiz, sitting by the bed of Sarah, who was snoring peacefully, bowed her head, falling asleep herself. Jaime grabbed the handle of the wooden door and pulled it, deciding to leave the estate. When the boy found himself on the street, where the full moon shone in the night sky surrounded by stars, he exhaled with relief, realizing that he was finally able to leave. The main character began to look around with curiosity and, having looked around, concluded that the scale of these lands cannot be compared with his hometown of Hayes. Walking along the street at night, Jaime came across a large fountain and admired the stunning view. He turned around in bewilderment, hearing a voice from the side asking if the boy really thought so. In front of him stood a girl with blonde hair, dressed in a robe, and cast a piercing gaze at her interlocutor, admitting with a smile that she also liked to watch the night sky from this place. Examining the girl who approached, Jaime concluded that she seemed weak, almost dying, and she said that she almost did not go out because of her illness, which made the boy taken aback. Waving goodbye to the main character, the interlocutor asked to keep their meeting a secret, because she couldn't be here, and he was perplexed how she could so easily trust the first person she met. The moon was shining brightly in the night sky among a scattering of stars. A light wind was blowing when the sickly stranger announced that it was time for her to go. The blonde girl looked at Jaime in surprise, asking if he would say goodbye to her, and he reluctantly did so with a straight face. The boy was perplexed, following his interlocutor with his eyes when she, walking away, declared that next time she would not be polite either. The now sickly young lady was bent over in a violent coughing fit, her fists pounding on a nearby tree. A calm old man, Talix, approached her, declaring that there was no need to run, and the fair-haired girl, closing her eyes, replied that she wanted to warm up after talking with Jaime. During the conversation, the princess found out with displeasure that her grandfather had been eavesdropping, to which he stated that it was his duty. The girl from the royal family was named Isabel, and now she looked at the old man Talix with a grin, calling him harmful. The Lord of the Sword, clenching his fists, with a serious look asked the princess what she could say about Jaime, and the girl hesitated, lowering her head. Isabel concluded that the main character has a long, difficult path ahead of him, and it is unknown what exactly awaits him at the end, light or darkness. Starting to fall to the side, the princess noted that the boy had already begun to prepare for a terrible end, and Talix looked worriedly at his granddaughter. Having caught the girl, the Sword Lord activated mana to alleviate her condition and asked her not to run anymore, to which she replied to her grandfather that she wanted to rest a little. After these words, the old man suddenly soared into the air with his granddaughter in his arms, leaving behind him only a green streak of light in the night sky. The next day, a huge line of carts and carriages of nobles lined up outside the Scadium Palace, chatting pleasantly while they waited. Looking out of the carriage window, Ash opened her mouth in shock at the sight of so many carriages. Looking at his daughters, Viscount Valley grinned and noted that even though a new archmage had appeared, this was the first time that such a number of people were gathering for the ceremony. Looking at Rebecca with bewilderment, Ash raised her hand and clarified why her older sister was so nervous, to which she, covered with a blush, loudly declared that she simply did not get enough sleep. Her father laughed, asking if his daughter couldn't sleep because she was thinking about Jaime, and she immediately began to deny it. Now Rebecca, with her hands on her knees, looked out into the street in awe, indulging in thoughts of the young master. Many people gathered in the stands, loudly waiting for the royal family and the hero of the occasion. Viscount Valley stood with Ash on the balcony next to Count Argino, looking out for his family, and he reported that Sarah had become unwell, so they left for a while, after which the men began to discuss the Marquise Bell. Suddenly, the head of the Welton family turned around in shock, feeling a strange aura. He noticed the Spearmaster Albert walking towards him, and while he greeted the Count in a friendly manner, his mana exuded the desire to kill. Rebecca and Ash behind Viscount Val were shaking with fear when he turned and menacingly spoke to the girls to return. Now Albert came up to say hello to the blonde man himself, who was looking at him in horror, cursing. After this, Count Argino, standing behind Viscount Val, put his hand on his shoulder and with a frown asked him to calm down so as not to cause panic about the Spearmaster. Both men now looked at Albert opposite, who, with his arms crossed, only laughed in response to the rude insult. Count Argino, frowning with dissatisfaction, asked the blue-haired man to stop, otherwise he would have to prepare for the consequences, and then the dark guy with the weapon laughed even harder, having received a threat. Albert's eyes flashed blue furiously, and he muttered irritably through his teeth, as a man dared, when the Count clarified whether the young man's wounds had already healed. Continuing to show his displeasure, Argino stated that he was simply pointing out the obvious and asked if the guy thought he could beat him after losing to Gastel. Turning his head in concern, Viscount Val realized that he was talking about one of the 5 greatest sword masters and was surprised that Argino defeated him in just 10 blows. Count Welton became furious, and a whirlwind of blue mana rose above him, after which he menacingly ordered Albert to return to her mother's breast. The blue-haired, dark-skinned guy grinned angrily when Argino asked whether the royal spearman should not be next to His Highness during the ceremony. Albert clenched his fists in anger as the Count and Viscount looked at him with contempt. Ash and Rebecca, standing behind their father, looked worried and asked if he was okay. Viscount Val ran up to the girls and, hugging them, tried to calm them down, but he himself was worried that they were very scared. 5 years ago, when Albert became master of the spear, he requested a duel with Viscount Valley. Turning to the man, he grinned sarcastically and mocked his interlocutor. The result was disastrous, and the dark-skinned young man triumphantly stuck out his tongue at the enemy. These memories were interrupted when a voice began to announce the hero who saved Afton. The boy was the chosen one who received the blessing of the goddess Pyro. The entire hall greeted Jaime, who reached the status of Archmage at the age of 10 and is the guardian of the magical world. The huge doors swung open, and behind them the main character stood waiting on the red carpet. The crowd rejoiced when he appeared in the hall with a staff in his hand, kneeling in greeting before His Highness. The king, looking admiringly at the young genius, asked him to raise his head. Looking at Jaime, who knelt down and cast a bewildered glance, His Highness declared that the boy in front of him was still very young, mentally marveling at the incredible aura of the child. Isabel sat on a chair next to the king, smiling at the main character, who with shock recognized her as a stranger whom he had seen at the fountain at night. Jaime remembered how she mentioned that she had gone out for a secret walk, and concluded that she was a princess, which meant that now it was worth walking around like that at night. While the king told the boy that he had heard about his exploits, 2 old men sat in blue chairs, one of whom was the Marquis of Bell, and the other Lord Talix with a toothpick in his mouth. The young ruler in a red robe joyfully rose from his seat, admitting with a smile that in his entire life he had never met such incredible magicians, and Jaime, bowing his head, said in response that it was a great honor for him. The Sword Lord, observing the ceremony, informed the Marquis that his grandson was good, to which the mustachioed elderly man happily replied that no member of their family had ever been known for their mastery of magic. Closing his eyes, Mr. Bell admitted with a smile that at first he decided that the rumors were lies, and the skill of the sword was confused with magic. To this Talix grinned, noting that his grandson was also excellent with a sword, which surprised the Marquis. The Sword Lord said that Jaime had recently mastered the secret technique of the Welton sword, to which Bell furiously declared that this could not be, because at the last meeting the boy had nothing to do with the sword. Listening to the exclamations of the shocked Marquis, Count Argino stood on the balcony with a proud look, rejoicing at his son's success. The king, having unrolled the scroll, stood on the carpet in front of Jaime, who had bowed his head, and read out the solemn speech prepared for the ceremony. The boy smiled softly when the ruler opposite read out his merits, including achieving the title of Archmage, saving his own academy, and the entire magical world. Anya, Siegfried, and Marcus, sitting nearby, grinned joyfully when the king said that Jaime, as a saint of the goddess Pyro, contributed to the conclusion of an alliance between the kingdom and the Church of the Flame. Lennon gave the teacher a proud look, standing next to the serious Count Simon, when His Highness announced that he recognized all the achievements of the young genius and appointed him the 11th Master of the Kingdom of Seldom. This position, recognized by the king, is considered extraterritorial, and although it does not have a detailed description, it surpasses any noble rank. Rolling up the speech scroll, the king called out to the walking Jaime to devote himself entirely to the kingdom. The boy, looking proudly at the ruler, declared to the whole hall that he accepted the royal order. A roar of jubilant guests echoed throughout the room, congratulating the young genius on receiving the high title as he made his way to the king. His Highness handed the scroll with a gloved hand and wished Welton the younger success, and he, taking the document, asked to take care of it. The action takes place on the southern continent of Brion, where a gloomy stone building is located in the desert, surrounded by magical lightning along its entire perimeter. Approaching him, the chief priest of the Order of the Sun God and commander named Blazer extended his hand, ordering the door to open. A dark man in a red patterned robe looked at the stone wall, which began to distort under the influence of the spell. The priest opened the doors and walked through the arched passage that appeared into the catacomb prison camp for criminals, and a muscular bald guard with a weapon in his hands reported that the prisoner had not told anything. Blazer, angry and swearing at the prisoner, asked a subordinate in a tunic to take him to the stubborn man's detention cell. The bald hunk led the chief priest of the Order of the Sun God to the massive doors that were the entrance to the lower zone of the catacombs, which was nicknamed the Abyss. The muscular bald guard took out the key, and with a serious look began to open the doors, asking the chief to move away, and Blazer assured the man that everything was in order and the prisoner could not harm him. When the doors opened, two eyes sparkling with blue light appeared in the darkness, and a powerful aura filled the entire space, and the guard looked at it in horror, and the priest behind him remained calm. Under the pressure of a fierce blue gaze, the muscular guard fell to his knees, and Blazer, watching with concern, assumed that it was a lust for murder. Sable sat behind bars, handcuffed, and the chief priest, having examined the prisoner in detail, concluded that after 6 months in the catacombs he had become completely haggard. Approaching closer, Blazer with a malicious smile asked the guy to stop pretending to be fragile, because he would not be impressed by this situation. After these words, something between a grin and a smile appeared on Sable's face, and he swore menacingly at his interlocutor, who did not even try to hide the fact that he knew everything. The long-haired prisoner with a malicious grin asked why Blazer came to the catacombs, perhaps to free him, to which he received a negative answer. Then Sable closed his eyes and gloatingly noted that he would still be released from prison sooner or later, and the priest replied that this would happen only when God Janes did something himself. Blazer, with drawings on his eyes, looking straight at the criminal, seriously admitted that he had come to humiliate him. After Sable's loud outcry, the chief priest of the Order of the Sun God extended his hand and activated bright orange mana to calm the insolent prisoner. A shudder ran through the body of the shaggy man with handcuffs, and he began to cover himself with his shackled hands when a stack of papers fell to the floor in front of him. These were newspapers with news that Jaime had been proclaimed the youngest master of the kingdom of Seldom, causing Sable, recognizing the boy from the Welton family in the photo, to become furious. In a fit of anger, he began to loudly insult the boy, demanding to be released in order to kill this child. Blazer, casting a contemptuous glance at the prisoner, concluded that it was the first time he had seen him so angry as he continued to scream angrily. Janice's church failed the great plan, so the head priest knew why Sable was in prison. However, if it were not for Jaime, the Church of the God of War would have united with the Holy Order and went to war on the northern continent. While Sable continued to angrily scream for release, Blazer looked at the newspapers, surprised at such a young age of the Archmage. When the chief priest began to leave the catacombs with a joyful smile, expecting something interesting, the prisoner furiously flashed his eyes in the darkness after him. The action moves figuratively to the Scadium Crow, where after the ceremony the guests moved to the banquet hall for celebration, and the puzzled Jaime began to be surrounded by socialites, wanting to make useful acquaintances. Young ladies in fluffy dresses crowded around the main character, bombarding him with requests, and not allowing him to leave while he angrily asked for forgiveness. While one lady, with folded hands with a smile, offered to introduce the gloomy boy to her daughter, he was suddenly grabbed by the wrist. Jaime called out to his mother and father, who were sitting at the table enjoying their snacks, laughingly declaring that they couldn't treat the Archmage like a child, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Anya and Lennon, standing in the middle of the hall and observing Jaime's difficulties, concluded that it is hard to be famous. The red-haired guy became embarrassed and turned purple at the sight of the girl after a long time, and she closed her eyes and laughed. When Anya noticed that Lennon was blushing, he opened his mouth indignantly and shouted that it was very hot in the hall. The girl with blue hair asked the embarrassed interlocutor in bewilderment, who turned away from her, feeling a tickle in his stomach. Suddenly, Anya turned around, looking at the assembled guests in amazement, and Lennon crossed his arms and declared that her life had changed dramatically after she became Jaime's student. Smiling slightly, the boy from the Simon family said that thanks to this Anya met him, which made her friend taken aback. When the girl looked at Lennon in bewilderment, Lennon, very embarrassed and without turning around, announced that it was time for him to go to bed. Anya, blushing, said with a smile that there was no need to be embarrassed, because she, too, was glad to meet the young man. The action moves to the inner royal garden where Jaime serenely lay down on a large cloak, spreading it on the lawn, and basked in the rays of the sun while everyone in the hall was looking for him. Grinning, the boy concluded that with the title of master he had complete freedom within the kingdom, and decided that he would need to ask about the crown of omnipotence. This relic is Seldom's treasure, to which only archmages have access, and Jaime hoped to find a clue in it. He sat down on the grass with a frown, surrounded by mana, and, frowning, asked who dared to openly show hostility in the kingdom's palace. Spear Master Albert walked towards the young archmage with a malicious smile with a weapon on his back, from which an ominous aura emanated. The blue-haired dark man pulled out a weapon, looking at Jaime with contempt and asking how Count Argino would react if he hurt his son. The main character, throwing an arrogant look at Albert, said that he would kill him first, and the spearman furiously clarified whether this was a threat. The man pointed a spear at the boy, concluding that he had learned to bluff from his father, and Jaime replied that the Count did not bluff, because there was no need for it. While a sharp blade was placed at the protagonist's neck, he said with a malicious look that Argino would be upset if his son fried the royal spear alive. The man at this time had already fallen into a trap, having gotten his foot into the magic circle. Princess Isabel came to the guys and furiously demanded to stop the squabble. The girl stood waiting, covered in sweat, when a flash flashed in the sky above her head. The man sank to the ground with a loud sound. Taking his sword out of its sheath, Lord Talix arrived in time with a grin and declared that he would punish both participants in the conflict. Jaime glared at the old man, shocked that he was stronger than Sable, Janice's holy sword. Lord Talix, with a menacing look, asked Albert what he was doing and reminded him that sparring should be voluntary. The spear master looked at the man with tension, indignantly asking why he thought he started this altercation. After these words, the old man abruptly began to take his sword out of its sheath, revealing a sharp blade. Lord Talix put a blade with a green glow in front of him, pointing it at the impudent man, and promised to cut off his tongue for idle chatter. Albert, holding the spear on his shoulder, glanced anxiously at the weapon near his throat. At this moment, Princess Isabel closed her eyes and with a smile threatened the impudent man to be careful with his words while he was in the royal palace. Standing with his back to Albert, Lord Talix menacingly warned the guy to use less sarcasm if he didn't want to lose his life, but he just grinned. Jaime, frowning, with a malicious smile, thanked Sir Albert for the conversation and said goodbye. As he walked away, the spearman, surrounded by blue mana, flashed his eyes and said with gloating that this was mutual. Princess Isabel rushed towards the main character, anxiously asking if he was okay, and received an affirmative answer. The girl stopped and, sadly looking at the boy with yellow eyes, admitted that she had checked on him last night. Isabel anxiously asked whether she should use formal speech in front of the master, and he replied that everything was at her discretion, wondering how she had appeared on time. Lord Talix turned to Jaime, throwing up his hands and asking in bewilderment how he had thought of resisting Albert, and the boy looked at him in shock. Raising his index finger, the protagonist slyly declared that he knew about the arrival of the spear master. Gesturing with his hand, the boy explained that he felt a strange energy in the air. Princess Isabel began to laugh at that moment, noting that the young archmage spoke very confidently, and he confirmed that he was confident. The girl looked piercingly at Jaime, saying that most masters are very proud and do not ask for help. The boy said with a dissatisfied expression that it would not take him long to surpass someone like Sir Albert. Lord Talix looked at Jaime in amazement, surprised that he had said this without any doubt. The old man watched his granddaughter interact with the young archmage, and reflected that he saw no limit to the protagonist's potential. Lord Talix said with a slight smile that this was very suitable for the grandson of the Marquis of Bell. Jaime looked questioningly at the old man when he suggested returning, and the princess continued to stare at the boy. The fair-haired boy addressed the king, stating that the degeneration of the royal spear was progressing every day. A man in a red robe, leaning tiredly on the windowsill, concluded that Albert was not even trying to live up to this title, after which he asked what his son thought of Jaime Welton. A boy with white hair and yellow eyes, looking straight at his father, seriously declared that he must get the young archmage, who had received the title of master. Frowning his colorless brows, the king's child declared that he wanted Jaime to become his close assistant. Confused and covered in sweat, the king tensely informed his son that it was not easy to keep the master under control. The man in the red robe leaned towards his son, noting that the future of Seldom depended on him and the young master, and the boy, frowning, said that he would remember his father's words. When the ruler began to leave, asking the child to put his thoughts in order, he bowed respectfully and wished his father a good rest. Looking out the window, the king concluded with amazement that the crown of omnipotence would soon be used. He looked at Jaime, lying serenely on the lawn, and asked what the boy would see with the help of the relic. 3 days later, the main character was sitting on the sofa in the estate, looking very exhausted, with Sarah standing next to him. The girl began to pull her brother's cheek and indignantly asked him to get up while he declared that he was tired. Continuing to pinch Jaime's cheek, Sarah said that grandfather had arrived, and he looked at her in amazement, asking again. Now the Marquis Bell was sitting in a chair next to the tired protagonist, asking about his grandson's well-being. Jaime glanced sideways at the careless old man, asking if he was okay, and he grinned and said that he had been living in this environment for a long time. The Marquis Bell with a smile asked his grandson how he wanted the new title, to which the boy said with bewilderment that he had a feeling that this was how it should be. An open-work cup of tea was cooling on the table, and the grandfather was moralizing to his grandson, who would face even more stress in the future. Jaime watched and listened to the old man's every word as he explained that there would be more enemies in the future. The Marquis Bell, looking intently at his grandson, asked him never to relax and not to underestimate human malice, clinging to the memory of his deceased wife. Looking down, Jaime sadly concluded that the Marquis was right. The main character had memories flashing before his eyes, and he firmly concluded that he should not think about his past life. He remembered God furiously shouting at him that people were scum. The reason why the boy fights for humanity is because human sins are within the control of humans. Jaime turned around and smiled and told his grandfather that he would remember his words. Then the Marquis Bell rose from his chair, declaring that he would go, and the boy jumped up from the sofa, asking him to wait. The main character extended his hand with the mark to the Marquis and, noting that he looked tired, activated the divine power. The old man joyfully squeezed his grandson's palm in his hands, promising to bring a gift next time. Waving Marquis Bell goodbye, Jaime broke into a smile and thought that it was time for him to go too. The next day, in the teleportation zone, Shies hugged the SWN tightly before parting. The mother, with tears in her eyes, worriedly asked the boy to take care of himself, and he calmed her down with an awkward look. A frustrated Sarah approached Jaime, clenching her fists, and he called her closer. He lowered his head to his younger sister, and she began to cry, and he, putting his hand on her shoulder, promised with a smile to contact the girl often. Count Argino, standing next to Shies, asked his wife not to be sad, because they were not parting with their son forever, and she offendedly concluded that he was not sad at all. The man, looking forward in thought, asked if his wife really thought so. While Jaime happily held Sarah in his arms, Argino asked whether a parent should not let his child go. He remembered his little son, asking when he managed to grow up so much. While Jaime was playing with his sister, the Count called him to him, and the boy turned towards the voice. The man handed his son an envelope, asking him to take it. He said that his grandfather left him before his death, writing down all his thoughts on paper. Jaime stared at the envelope in amazement, wondering if the writer of the letter had seen the disaster. Count Argino phlegmatically reported that he did not continue the path of his father, but thought one day to pass it on to his son. When his father suggested burning the message, Jaime looked at him with bewilderment. The Count looked at his son seriously, noting that it was better to get rid of someone else's nonsense than to keep it in his head while the boy listened carefully to these words. After that, Argino and Shies, smiling softly, said goodbye to their son, and Sarah raised her fist, asking to return as soon as possible. Following towards the blue portal, Jaime turned around with a smile and partingly wished his family not to get sick, declaring that he would return. Meanwhile, under the water there was an entity in a chitin with blue skin, feeling the presence of a boy. She grinned, concluding that a long-awaited guest had arrived with perfect synergy. Lifeless emptiness. The main character, immersed in water, with his eyes closed, wondered if the darkness of his past life would again envelop him. Jaime's tailcoat moved gently in the water, while the main character thought that there was light here, and his movements were not limited. In this place everything was different. Suddenly Jaime heard a voice from above and raised his head, frowning warily. While the mysterious voice was saying that it wanted to see the main character, Jaime noticed that the sound was getting closer, which means it was moving in the right direction. The voice seemed to read the thoughts of the main character, and hurried him, in response to which Jaime extended his palm up and with a smile called the stranger arrogant. The main character sharply clenched his hand into a fist, shouting that the stranger should not dare point him out. Jaime suddenly stood up in bed and realized it was a dream. The main character threw off the blanket, swung his legs off the bed and said thoughtfully that it was still too realistic for a dream. Jaime came to the conclusion that someone had entered his dream. The crown lying on the floor sparkled while the main character tried to understand who could have such power. The main character noticed a golden crown with multicolored stones lying on the water surface. Jaime sank to the floor and held out his hand to the ornament. The main character frowned. A drop of sweat appeared on his cheek, and he suggested that this might be the crown of omniscience. 1 week later, in the meeting room of the Central Magic Tower, Rinmal announced that he, as the leader of the royal faction, would take responsibility for the atrocities of the Third Elder and deal with his imprisonment. A man with a long white beard threw documents into the air and asked the other elders to share the responsibilities of the intruder. Luca picked up one of the documents and praised how much the Third Elder had done while being responsible in his tasks. When Luke said that this was an excellent chance for those who had previously tried to shirk to gain experience, Count Simon crossed his arms and sighed displeasedly, and Siegfried said with an awkward smile that they actually work a lot. Rinmal turned to Jaime and told him to take this matter seriously, since he had recently joined the ranks of the elders. Rinmal looked around at the elders present and thought that every person who wears the crown of omniscience sees something special depending on his deepest desires. Rinmal looked at Siegfried and Count Simon and thought that he was interested in what Jaime would see. The main character, sitting at the table with a serious face, said that he planned to request the crown of omniscience, and Siegfried, with a wide smile, asked what was stopping the main character. Jaime felt awkward and tried to hide it behind a laugh as he thought about the fact that he was delaying this for a reason. This voice has been haunting the main character's dreams for a whole week. Jaime, sitting on the bed, snapped his fingers. He again dreamed of this mysterious voice, but the main character did not know why he needed it. Last night a voice begged the main character to come and Jaime told the voice to go away and covered his face with a pillow. Rinmal said with a smile that they could get the crown of omniscience for Jaime right now, and the main character agreed to this. There were 4 people gathered on the bottom floor of the Central Magic Tower, 2 wearing white clothes and 2 wearing black. Siegfried, sighing dejectedly, said that Jaime can sometimes allow himself to be a child and at least have a little joy, but the main character replied that only the 7th Elder treats him like a child. Rinmal was touched by this conversation and said with a warm smile that the 2 got along very well. The group approached the massive black door, and Rinmal announced that they were there. The old man slammed his fist on the door, forcing it to open, and announced that Jaime would go on alone. The main character said with a big smile that he would be back soon, and Rinmal gave Jaime good luck with a thumbs up. The main character walked forward, thinking that it was cool in this room, and the entire room was filled with huge streams of mana. The further Jaime walked, the denser the concentration of mana became. When the main character saw the crown of omniscience in the distance, he heard the very voice that came to him in his dreams. The voice said that it had been waiting for the main character for a very long time, and ordered him to come closer. Jaime looked up as the crown flew into the air, and asked the voice why he was looking for it. When the protagonist carefully picked up the crown, it asked Jaime to put it on. Without further questions, the main character quickly put the crown on the top of his head. Suddenly Jaime opened his mouth, a bright green spark appeared in his eyes, and he felt something fill his mind. The stranger said that he was the founder of a new civilization that arose on this earth 10,000 years ago, and he was the crown of omniscience and the one who laid the foundation of the present era. A man in a long white robe introduced himself as the first king, Escalating. A dark-haired man with red and yellow eyes, gray skin and blue spots on his face said that he had been waiting for a very long time for someone who would be suitable to synergize with him. The main character frowned, pondering the words of the coat of arms, because Jaime believed that this was an ordinary artifact with the function of storing information. The main character asked if the other elders knew that the first king was imprisoned in the crown, and Herb answered with a laugh that only he knew about it. When Jaime asked why that was, Herb put his hands on the protagonist's shoulders and said that he was special and suggested that he create the perfect synergetic connection. But Jaime didn't feel it. The main character looked at the king with irritation and asked if he would reveal the secrets that were gnawing at him. But Herb did not think that this was important, although Jaime came only for this. Herb then said that the main character can ask anything, but usually people are interested in the origin of the world, and Jaime tensed, asking if the king owned it. Herb grinned and replied that he was omniscient and truly owned the origin of the world, and then added that he would show Jaime the beginning of their time. Herb and Jaime looked at the memories of the first king, in which he walked across the dried earth, leaving blood-red footprints on it. The main character thought that the coat of arms would show him his past life, but this was just the beginning of his civilization. The coat of arms showed the village he ruled sitting on a golden throne, and then said that he was persecuted because of his blue skin color. The king reported that his magic, which he demonstrated to people in the form of fire, allowed him to gain power, which is why people soon began to worship him as a god. Crest said that the village became a country and then an empire, but his ageless face could bring a lot of trouble, so he used puppet emperors to control the lands and thought that his empire would last forever. The king said that the government was going from bad to worse, and the nobles took control, starting a rebellion, which caused the empire to collapse. Jaime saw a flashback in which a stone statue of the king lay on the ground surrounded by flames. The coat of arms said that then 12 gods appeared in their world, and they eased the oppression of the people and spread their religion. The king reported that over hundreds of years the empire had split into 5 continents, called Albia, Alicia, Charon, Cariard, and Brion. When Jaime expressed his surprise that gods didn't exist in the first place, Herb responded that the protagonist must have thought gods came from ancient times. The king explained that in fact the gods appeared abruptly and unexpectedly, and then expelled him, and the disciples of the gods pursued him. But the coat of arms changed his appearance and deceived everyone. Crest stood in the forest near a family of rabbits and brandished a sword. The king explained that he had to take the form of this crown in order to hide. Jaime frowned, thinking that this was a rather strange choice, and Herb summed up that this was the history of the world. The coat of arms said that it somehow fell into the hands of the first king of Seldom, who called this crown the crown of omniscience, because it gave him the opportunity to know part of real history. Herb laughed and said that after Seldom there were many magicians, and he really liked Siegfried, despite the fact that their synergistic connection was also weak. The king said that the gods had now stopped looking for him, and Jaime looked at the man in disbelief, thinking that this was strange. The main character noticed that Herb told everything, but did not mention one important detail. When Jaime asked why the gods needed to overthrow the king, since it would be more profitable for them to cooperate with him, Herb shuddered, not knowing what to answer. The main character arched his eyebrows angrily and showed his palm with a black seal, hinting that he could find out this information from the gods, but could also cope without them. Jaime pointed his finger at the shocked king and said that he perfectly remembers everything that happened 10,000 years ago, when the crest was an insignificant parasite that existed before the appearance of people. Herb bit his lower lip and bulged his eyes with rage when the protagonist said that a coward like him could never become the first king himself and was a pathetic puppet of the gods from the very beginning. Jaime added that the gods pushed the man around as they wished. They tasked him with creating a civilization of people, but because of his mistake, everything was taken away and banished forever. The main character did not pay attention to Herb's shock and said that he was still gnawed by doubts, despite the fact that he was not mistaken in anything. Crest tensed his fingers with long sharp nails when the protagonist said that he did not understand why the gods chose such an idiot, and why their synergy was so strong. Herb attacked Jaime with a sweeping mana strike and demanded that he shut up and give the man his body. The main character grabbed the weapon and, with a purple sparkle in his eyes, called the man pathetic. He saw the end of the old world, and the beginning of the world of 12 gods. The light left him, and all living things were destroyed. The whole world was destroyed. This terrible sight became a nightmare for the long-haired man with a crown on his head. In the end, Herb, haunted by fear, fled to the other side of the earth. There he found a distant cave where the precious stone was buried. The stone penetrated his body, and he felt a strong, dark energy filling all his veins. Then he managed to master it. The red-haired man stuck out his tongue predatorily, asking Herb if he had been hiding here all this time. But this was just the calm before the storm, and the one who called himself the god of robbery and cruelty wanted to kill the last survivor. However, dark energy protected Herb's body and withstood the god. And then the leader of the gods appeared to him, interested in his strength. The leader of the gods put his palm on the head of the trembling coat of arms and said that he would lead the new world. It was the leader who gave the first king the name coat of arms Elitan. The man, cutting the air with a blow of his palm, shouted that he had been abandoned, and one day the messenger of the gods came to kill him, and he could only run. Herb's hand began to deform, and he said with a crazy smile that he then met someone. The man's newly grown limbs rushed towards the motionless Jaime as Herb yelled that someone was the first king. Jaime snapped his finger using the second darkness technique, which easily deflected Crest's attack. The man bared his teeth in pain and swore loudly when the main character cut off his arm at the shoulder. Herb then jumped into the air. Jaime created a spell called Chasm Erosion. Herb managed to avoid falling into the purple hole in the ground and shouted that this was not bad. Jaime flew high into the sky and mockingly said that these were pathetic tricks. The coat of arms was amazed when he saw how the main character, surrounded by bright blue lightning, began to see double in his eyes. Jaime used Welton's 8th education technique, a consequence. Raging sea waves appeared in the air. The main character approached the man and attacked him, but Herb, letting out a heavy sigh, managed to dodge at the last moment. Herb then chuckled and said that this attack was funny and pathetic. A smile froze on the man's face, which the next moment was cut as if by a sharp sword. Jaime said that this was just the beginning and created a chain attack of endless cuts. The coat of arms stood in the middle of dozens of blows while the main character shouted that he would cut the enemy's body into pieces, leaving only his pathetic mouth. Herb, whose face was swollen as if from a burn, shouted that the main character should not make him laugh because his body belonged to a man. The man cast a fog explosion spell. There was a powerful explosion that created a shockwave that left Jaime barely able to stand on his feet. The main character tightened his grip on the hilt of the metal sword, which lit up with purple mana. Jaime raised his sword above him and a magical mist appeared in the air. The main character used the fusion technique. Jaime then slammed his sword into the ground, raising columns of dust and dirt. Herb shouted that it was useless because the child would never be able to defeat him. Jaime looked at the man lying in the crater and said that he was still glad that the fight with him would not be easy, and Herb's face showed bewilderment. Jaime said that last time he was really pestered, so this time he got an idea, and then the main character advised the man to run away if he could. In the violet eyes of the main character one could see the reflection of the frightened Herb. The man immediately got up from the ground, thinking that he needed to leave urgently, because it was too dangerous. Jaime used the sealing magic technique. The main character raised his hand, from which many metal chains crawled out. Herb screamed as those chains grabbed him and lifted the man into the air, and Jaime said that Herb was in vain boasting of such and such powers. Herb, who fell to his knees, hissed that Jaime would regret this, but the main character did not even listen and, raising 2 fingers in the air, asked what happened when the man met him. Herb raised his head and with a crazy smile yelled that Jaime would never understand this horror of loss and death of the whole world. Herb recalled watching everything he loved disappear. The man remembered his endless loneliness. The main character silently listened to Herb while he yelled that he would never understand these feelings. Herb said he hid until one day he met the first king of Seldom, who knew things unknown to him. The coat of arms mentioned a world that disappeared centuries ago, a world where the gods ruled and there lived a strong magician who could resist them. Herb said that this was not enough and they entered into a contract. The protagonist asked if Crest would help the kingdom until he formed a perfect synergistic bond. The man smiled widely and said that Jaime was smart, but King Seldom was a fool because he believed that with the crest, humanity would be freed. Jaime's chains began to crack as Herb flexed his muscles with a crazed smile. The man grew in size and spread his arms to the sides, shouting that he wanted to be recognized as a god again, and that the fall of the world was inevitable. The man yelled furiously that he would take Jaime's body and become the head of the new world. Suddenly, Herb stopped short when he felt that something strange was happening with his power, but the main character said that this power did not belong to him. Jaime raised his hand up, concentrating his mana, and said that this power belonged to him, the strongest dark magician. Herb, whose arm was cut off, let out a blood-curdling scream. Crest found himself standing in the middle of a dark space, shouting angrily at Jaime for taking his powers. Jaime said calmly that Herb didn't seem to recognize the place and told the man to look and recognize the true owner. Herb shuddered in fear when he saw a huge purple eye in the sky. The main character called the man a funny fake, and Garb yelled angrily. Jaime, whose eyes glowed brightly, revealed that the crest was chosen by the gods because he had mastered its power. Dark magic surrounded the man, and he could no longer utter a word, so he simply looked at Jaime with hatred. The main character said that now Herb will understand how meaningless his life was. Tired sighs were heard at the massive black door. Siegfried, Luca and Rinmal were excited because it had been a long time since Jaime entered this room. When Siegfried, who could wait no longer, kicked open the door, Luke shouted that only one could enter. Rinmal calmly said that they should still check, and Luca, flushed with embarrassment, replied that he would close his eyes to it. When the men in white robes entered the room, they screamed in horror when they saw a trap that had not been there before. As the trap began to shine brighter, Siegfried and Rinmal tensed. Suddenly the room shook and the trio flew into the air. The space was blinded by a blue flash. Jaime let out a heavy sigh. The main character, who emerged from the broken glass dome, was surprised when he saw other elders in the room. Jaime reported that the crown of omniscience had disappeared, and Siegfried grabbed the main character by the clothes, demanding to tell the details. Rinmal pulled the blonde away from Jaime, ignoring his emotional outburst, and said that they would talk when they went back up. The main character, covered in sweat, put on an awkward smile, trying to figure out how to explain himself to the elders. The whole group headed for the exit, and Jaime was relieved that no one had noticed. The main character held a fragment of Diablo Wolfer's mana in his hand with a satisfied smile, thinking that his power had returned after 60,000 years. 10 minutes ago in a world of loss. Tears streamed down Herb's shocked eyes. With a trembling voice, he asked the main character how he maintained his sanity if he was locked in a complete void. With cold calm, Jaime replied that he thought he was already overtaken by death and asked if he was still alive because he had existed for 10,000 years. With great amazement and pure incomprehension, Herb, breaking his voice, asked how the protagonist was able to remain in pitch darkness, how he had the strength to do this despite his loneliness. Grabbing his face with his magic-covered hand, Jaime interrupts the first king's sentence. With a cold, murderous gaze, the protagonist, smiling evilly, says that just by looking at a fragment of his memory, he will not be able to truly understand it. Continuing to hold the herb, the protagonist says a little madly that the king has made the wrong conclusion about his state of mind. Smiling madly, squeezing the face of Herb, who is shaking in fear with burning violet eyes, he says that he has long lost his mind and only the awareness of how this can be overcome helped him. Out of fear, the eyes of the first king widened, in a voice trembling from a lack of understanding of the protagonist's madness. He tearfully asks not to kill him. In a cold voice, Jaime says that he will only take what is his. The protagonist's hand begins to cover Herb with magic. With animal fear, through despair, he speaks of his desire to live. Without allowing him to finish his sentence, Jaime imprisons him in a crystal. With a slight smile, looking at the first king of the coat of arms imprisoned in crystal, the main character recalled his past. It was a force from 60,000 years ago. The protagonist thought that he could absorb it right now, but he didn't need that much mana yet. Glowing with a purple aura, Blackie flew up to Jaime. Making unusual sounds, he pointed his tail at the crystal in the hands of the protagonist. The protagonist asked in surprise if he really needed to absorb it now. Blackie suddenly began to tear the crystal out of the hands of the main character. With a little anger, not wanting to give it away, Jaime, holding it in his hands, said with a little anger that he was a bastard. He tore out the crystal and the monster began to quickly fly away. Looking after him, the surprised protagonist told him to return quickly, remembering the situation when Chernish stood on his head, emitting the dark aura of Azat. Jaime mused that such things had been happening since he began creating the undead. Blackie helps the main character maintain techniques, but he has a limit of mana that he can withstand at a time. The protagonist realizes that this amount of mana is too much for him. The monster flew further and further, the space around it was covered with purple light. The main character shouted at him to stop. Suddenly a sharp flash of light illuminated the entire room. While watching the monster turn white and emit lightning, the protagonist noticed the fact that he did not have such a skill. A white ring appears above Chernish, from which yellow lightning bolts emanate, enveloping his wings, covering his eyes with his hand from the bright light. The protagonist is surprised that at the peak of dark magic a bright light appeared. The main character could not understand what was happening. Jaime coated his hand in purple energy and jumped towards his monster. The thought flashed through his head that this was his chance. Jaime flew to the epicenter of enormous energy. He felt enormous power emanating from there, forming a white concentrated ball of energy in his right hand. The main character noticed that he could not miss such a chance. Using the ability, he clenched his fist. The protagonist's eyes began to bleed. He felt his core vibrate and his pulse skyrocket. He looked questioningly towards Blackie as he flew by. Covered with a small yellow aura, it covered the protagonist's back. Smiling, the protagonist thanked him. Protected by Chernish, the main character, clenching his hands, surrounded by turquoise clots of energy, thought that although he could not imagine how such light was born from dark magic, he could not help but gain this enormous power. Using all his strength, the main character, screaming loudly, clenched both hands. He wants this energy to become the root of something new. The top floor of the central magic tower. A huge earthquake knocked down two people in white cloaks and one in black. One of them noticed that this was a very serious earthquake and not only the tower, but the entire magical world was shaking. The second one asked in surprise what was happening. There was a cane strike on the floor. The second elder standing in front ordered the seventh elder to calm down and find the cause of the earthquake, and the fifth to evacuate the residents. Throwing his hand forward, an elderly man with a long white beard declared that he would try to stop the shaking. Marcus also asked to call the first elder. Siegfried turned around and said that he would do everything. A man covered in blue energy appeared behind Siegfried. He coldly said that there was no need to do anything. Siegfried, who did not sense him, turned around sharply. Turning around, he saw a huge image of Diablo formed by energy. He realized that he had seen this man in his memories. The main character looked in surprise at the blonde man looking into space. An incredible tension appeared in the air. Noticing Jaime, a slightly nervous Siegfried asked the protagonist what was wrong with his appearance. A shocked Siegfried and a short man with brown hair looked at the changed protagonist. A short man with glasses said that the main character's hair not only changed, but also grew. The main character replied that they would soon restore their previous color. Smiling a little unconvincingly, the main character said that it was just a coincidence. Secret library. The king of the principality, with ashen hair wrapped in a red robe, looking at his portrait, said that the crown of omniscience had been destroyed. He opens the shelf. The thought flashes through his head that the secret has been revealed. There is a blue book on the shelf on a burgundy pillow. He opens the book and begins to read it, a little surprised. He reads that the first monarch, Fredmore, passed on to his descendants a secret book that contained the history of Seldom. He continued reading the book. It was written in it that while wandering around the world, the first monarch discovered the secret of our world. She made him worry, but he didn't dare tell anyone about her. He remembered the first time he discovered it, when he was walking through the cave with a lantern. When he discovered her for the first time, he flew into a rage. A moment later, the rage was replaced by a trembling of monstrous anxiety. He recalled that one day, when he was building up power to outgrow his own powerlessness, he was found by someone who could not hide his greed. The seated future first king noticed the approach of an unknown person in a mask. The unknown person asked him if he was the strongest in this tavern. The unknown person said that he would lend him his strength. Thanks to the unusual abilities of the unknown, they became more and more powerful. Standing on the balcony of the castle, they looked at the crowd of residents. A guy with long hair, dressed in a dark cloak, invited the king to capture Sodom, saturated with vices, and create his own kingdom. Fredmore agreed. Then he gathered troops and captured Sodom. This is how the kingdom of Seldom was born. He sat on a gray-red throne and did not feel happy about his position. Even as a king, he was still powerless against the world's secret. At that moment, the unknown person began to whisper to him that the darkness of the world was much deeper than he imagined, and his life was like a flash of light. He told him to let him into his crown and then he could live a long life. An image of a golden crown with a lot of red and blue gems popped into the king's mind. A picture of the future popped into my head. The shocked protagonist, with wide, glowing blue eyes, wearing a golden crown with multicolored stones, became his chosen heir. The unknown person promised to pass on knowledge to the heir. The unknown person said that he would wander in the dark until he found someone whose compatibility with him would be the highest. Smiling slightly and placing his hand on the king's chest, he asked if he would accept his offer. Slightly anxiously, the first king asked what benefit this would bring to the unknown. The moment he offered such a good deal, Fredmore realized that he was a real devil hiding under the skin of an innocent lamb. However, since the king knew that he was hiding his incredible power, he had to accept his offer. He was sitting over a book, holding a pen in his hands. He stated that this is why he leaves the records to his descendants, the future kings. He tells them to protect the one whose compatibility is the highest. The purple crystal emitted bright streams of light. The source of the devil's power was a fragment of the power of someone who existed a long time ago. A guy with dark hair and 2 purple earrings looked sternly into the distance. The king wrote that the devil is unable to cope with those who are most compatible with him. Namely, this person should become a key person in protecting the world. Closing the book, Isabel's father said that everything turned out exactly as it was written in the book. Slightly closing his eyes, with a small smile, the man with ashen hair said that this guy was already complete in himself and did not need protection. He thought about how he looked forward to what would happen to Seldom in the future. A week later, Linmal's villa. In a large room, 5 people sat around a dark conference table. The second elder said that it looked like the emperor would turn a blind eye to what happened. Count Simon said that something really happened in the Fredmore dynasty. Looking towards the count, Siegfried replied that no one could have thought that the person of the crown was the first King Garb. In response, Simon said that Garb was able to fool the entire kingdom and the blame for this lies with them. Looking at the slightly joyful Jaime, they noted that he tried his best and it all ended thanks to him. The protagonist replied that he only returned her to the state of a jewel. Elder Marcus asked the main character what he was going to do now. The protagonist replied that in the next few years he plans to fully concentrate on training. Marcus clarified whether Jaime wanted to cut off all ties. The main character replied that no, but it's really worth focusing on training. Placing his hand on the purple gem around his neck, Jaime states that it will take him 5 years to become a 9-ranked mage. We will see a picture of the protagonist dressed in a training uniform, with confident eyes, throwing his fist forward. He says that only then will he be able to stand on the starting line of this race. Jaime intends to hone his newly acquired skills to perfection and strengthen his body. A picture of the laughing god of war appears in his head. The main character declares that he will kill him first. He says that such liars will come to an end. Taino Temple, the main church of Mount Yongbin. Standing in front of the icon in a large, bright church, Ricky bows his head. The guy standing behind the door asks if he can enter, having received permission. He enters. Turning around, the guy with brown hair asks Roz what brought him to this place. Approaching casually, he declares that they are under the gaze of the goddess. Looking towards the place of prayer, he asks if this goddess is lenient. Roz replies that she will undoubtedly forgive him. Suddenly turning around, his eyes burning with a desire to know, Ricky asks if Roz has come to tell him something about Jaime. The blonde guy confirms this. He says that the main character was appointed master of the kingdom of Seldom. Surprised, Ricky exclaims joyfully from the master. Smiling slightly, with a little envy, he states that he thought they were on the same level, but the protagonist had already passed him. Clenching his fist, he affirmed that he should try harder. With his eyes lighting up, Ricky says that he will become stronger in the next time they meet. He wants to be worthy of fighting alongside him. The thought flashed through Roz's head that the guy's sacred power was already at the level of a bishop. He looked at Ricky's determination with a startled look. Surprised, he thought that since this guy began to train under the commander of the sacred forces, he was qualified to become a sacred knight. Ricky said that he didn't have time to talk and it was time for him to warm up. Roz replied that it was time for him to teach a lesson. When leaving, Ricky said that the next time they met, he would definitely be able to surprise him. Roz, looking at this, said that he was already a very diligent student. Thoughtfully, looking at Rika's trail, he thought that he was really trying hard, but their fates were too cruel. The peoples of the East, supported by the Church of Genies, are trying to blame Seldom for what happened in Afton. They lie left and right, increasing the tension. He reflects that this led to several skirmishes on the border with the East. He came to the conclusion that a full-fledged war was only a matter of time. Closing his eyes, saying a prayer, he asks the goddess to protect the children. 5 years pass like this. A memory emerges of how the main character's mother wished him good luck and asked if he was behaving well. A month after sailing from St. Germain, a small monster on the red-haired girl's head asked if she was nervous. With a little nervousness, she answered yes. The green-haired girl behind her said that they had not seen their people for 10 years. They came to the great forest of Ariajada. Looking at the dense forest with unusual trees, the red-haired girl asked if they could enter it without preparation, because many people were talking about its danger. The second girl, laughing, replied that it was not dangerous for them, because they were from here. When the girl suggested going into the forest, the green-haired girl touched her hand. Drops of turquoise energy began to appear near their hands. The green-haired girl said that it was the spirit of the wind and there was no need to be afraid. Suddenly, holding the second girl by the hand, she rushed into the forest at full speed. The shocked red-haired girl could not contain her fear. With a slight smile, the green-haired girl told her to enjoy flying through the beautiful forest. An unusual creature, with dark skin and pink ovals on its cheeks, watches as the green-haired girl tries to help the second girl, who was clearly not prepared for that journey, recover from the flight. The green-haired girl apologizes for going too fast. The red-haired girl looked questioningly at the creature with a blade of grass in its mouth. An unusual creature said that it had just found it. The green-haired girl said not to pay attention. When the girl felt better, the green-haired one suggested going into an unusual cave created from bent trees. She said that everyone except the Valkyries requires permission from the queen. The red-haired girl felt bad once again. She slightly squeezed her body in slight pain and went into the cave. She said she would be back soon. The beautiful long red hair of the departing girl emitted streams of red aura. 6 unusual light rays emanated from her back. Forest of Valkyries. The girl looked at a large tree located in a clearing with a small lake. She remembered this place. Golden lights swirled above the confidently standing girl. A sound rang through the air, announcing the return of the princess. Coming closer to the tree, in which there was a 4-meter passage, the girl remembered this unusual tree. In an instant, a red-haired woman in a white dress flew out of the tree, tears flowing from her eyes. Stretching his hands forward, he said, "Daughter." Tears immediately began to flow from the girl's eyes. She immediately remembered her childhood. A picture of her smiling mother, to whom she presented a wreath of sooty, appeared before her eyes. She recalled falling asleep on the lap of her mother, who wished her daughter sweet dreams. A tear ran down her cheek. She asked herself questioningly why she forgot. After many years, her mother said in shock. Mom hugged her daughter, Benna. The red-haired woman with a scar on her eye said that she had been looking for her daughter for a very long time. She asked how she left the village. Looking into her mother's eyes, she couldn't explain how. Suddenly she remembered that same ill-fated day. Benna flew off a cliff. She secretly learned to fly because she wanted to surprise her mother, but she couldn't and fell off the cliff. Lying on the ground, she saw a man and asked him for help. She remembered the face of her captor, who looked at her coldly. She was kidnapped by Gob. She decided that it was better for her mother not to know about it. The tears on Benna's face gave way to a sincere smile. She said it was okay now that they were finally reunited. She said that she wanted to introduce her mom to someone. A green-haired girl came running from the cave before the reunited family. She greeted the Valkyrie Queen and introduced herself as Braha from the Forest of Serpid. Benna's mother said that if she is from there, then her mother is Mulan. She thanked Braca for being able to see her daughter again. An unusual monster flew up to the female company. He said that Benna's mother is exactly like Nettie's. The shocked woman asked how he knew the name of the first queen. She asked who he was. He said that he could not give such information, but his master would talk to her. The thought flashed through the protagonist's head that it was time for new battles. With a burning violet eye, he thought about whether she was as brave as Nettie's or just an ordinary coward. The red-haired queen looked at the unusual creature. The creature said that Benna should not be lazy and not forget about her main task. Benna agreed with a smile. Turning around, the creature flew back, calling Braca with it. The indignant girl asked if it was really time for them to go. Wishing the red-haired girl to have fun, Braha turned around and ran towards the creature. She asked Vegimos to wait for her. Benna tried to call out to her rapidly departing acquaintances, but they were already far away. The queen said that fate would definitely bring them together again. A little upset, Benna asked her mother, whose name is Buki, why they left so easily. Her mother told her not to be upset, promising that they would definitely meet again. Benna bit her lip out of sadness. Running out onto the road, she shouted with all her might that she promised to become much stronger by their next meeting. The Himmos looked back and said that she scratched her tongue perfectly. The green-haired girl said that they left very quickly, as he asked. She asked if they should have left so quickly. They liked each other's company. The image of a blonde, smiling guy, shrouded in a light aura, popped into Vehimos' head. He said that it's not that they won't see each other in the future, but when you date someone, breaking up is inevitable. He said that even if you break up, you will meet again in the future. 2 years after Jaime was appointed master, Phoenix Academy Alpha Middle Class, Anya turned sharply towards the noise and looked towards the door. A tall red-haired guy with a slightly narcissistic smile entered the class. Shocked children asked if there was someone so tall in their class. Suddenly they recognized these guys as Lennon. Someone exclaimed that they didn't believe it. Amazed Anna, with eyes wide open, pointed at the red-haired guy and asked how he had grown so much. Raising his head, with a wide smile, he asked if he had become taller and more courageous. The day before, the blue-haired girl walked next to Lennon. He said it was unacceptable to assign so much homework to children while they were growing. He stated that because of their teacher, he did not get enough sleep. Anya replied that he nevertheless periodically helps them with their training. With an extended smile, Anna clasped her hands together. She happily said that he had grown a lot. Lennon fell out of the world from such a statement. Anya remembered that the red-haired guy reacted very violently to the topic of growth. A little nervously, Anna tried to calm the enraged Lennon. She said it was because he was a great magician. She also said that Lennon is not so short anymore. With slight anger, he replied that it didn't matter to him. Tearing slightly, he declared with a slightly menacing look that he would become taller than him. Later in Lennon's laboratory. In the huge laboratory, there were many different reagents on the table, as well as various books on magic. Adding one of the reagents to the purple liquid caused the vessel to rupture. An angry red-haired guy hits the table with all his might. He shouted in frustration that it had already exploded a huge number of times. Looking at the blue book with the inscription Book of Growth, he asserted that it must be complete nonsense. He thought that he needed to find some other way. Having worked, he fell asleep at the table. When the rays of the sun were already actively penetrating his house, Lennon woke up. Raising his head, he raised his hand to his mouth and yawned. He asked himself rhetorically if it was already morning. He picked up his teacher's note from the table. It said to look at yourself in the mirror and not waste your energy on any nonsense. He exclaimed in surprise to the mirror. Looking in the mirror, he noticed in disbelief that his head level from yesterday was near his chest. He asked questioningly if it was him. Realizing the situation, he exclaimed with sincere happiness that Jaime was a real god. Students surrounded the grown Lennon. Anna, looking at this, could not understand what had happened. She, a little worried, remembered the incident with the apothesis. Anna wondered if he had been drinking something akin to apothesis. She decided she needed to find out. She went to the laboratory for Lennon. At that moment he was carrying out instructions for the protagonist, who told him to bring the reagent for the next lesson. Walking into the lab, he sighed slightly, thinking that Jaime was forcing him to do all sorts of little things. Sharply, Lennon experienced a strange feeling. Running into the toilet, he asked Anna, who was worried about him, not to open the door. Pulling the handle, she excitedly said that he was behaving very strangely. Holding the booth handle, he said it was okay and asked her to leave. Hearing the call, Lennon left the booth. Seeing Anna, he embarrassedly said that he had become low again. She looked slightly amazed at the flushed red-haired guy. Leaving the toilet, they walked down the corridor. Anna said Jaime cast a spell on him, just like she thought. She said that guys start growing later and you can't know for sure, but maybe he will be taller than the teacher in 3 years. With a sincere smile, he said that she liked his current height. He embarrassedly exclaimed to her to stop making fun of her. She turned around and told him that he was still such a child. The narrative moves to Hayes, the estate of Earl Welton. Jaime, holding the stone that hung around his neck, said that he felt just fine. Jaime, clenching his fist and looking at him in his thoughts, said that he felt this way not only because of the excellent genes of the Welton family, but also because of the improvement of the core after the absorption. The main character also noted that his body has become much better. The main character, imagining Black's new form in his thoughts, wondered if he would awaken today. Jaime, with a thoughtful expression on his face in his thoughts, said that 5 years ago, after creating the monstrance, Black fell into a sleep. The main character also noted that he doesn't think there will be problems with this. Jaime, who had moved from his place, said in his thoughts that even if this continued, he would have to look for another way. Jaime also wondered if it was time for him to go. Hamilton, looking after Jaime, called out to him. Jaime turned to look at Hamilton and greeted him, after which Hamilton, in turn, wondered if, by chance, Jaime was heading to the training room. To which the main character noted that he should not miss morning workouts. Hamilton, with a joyful expression on his face, was touched by Jaime's words, and then noted that the main character has incredible consciousness. Hamilton also said that he was shocked and delighted by this, to which Jaime said that it was all thanks to him. The man standing next to Hamilton, laughing with joy, heard Jaime say goodbye to them, after which the soldier said that the young master had incredible energy. The soldier also wondered if, by chance, their master had grown up. To which Hamilton, in turn, said that the Count himself would take care of the main character, noting that this is since all the soldiers under his command disappeared somewhere. Hamilton struck the soldier for reporting that Hamilton had nearly lost his last battle with the young master. Jaime entered the training ground and began running in circles. Argino, crossing his arms and looking at Jaime as he ran, said that he was still running today. Argino, holding out his hand, pulling the sword towards him, noted that the main character had done a good job. Grabbing the sword, Argino declared that they should sweat it out, to which the main character noted in his thoughts that telekinetic control of the sword, even for a sword master, is a very complex technique. Jaime, also taking a wooden sword, said that not even a drop of sweat could be knocked out of Argino. Jaime, creating a stream of water under his feet, said that he would try anyway. Jaime, heading towards Argino, used the Welton formations spread across the 100 seas, after which Argino noted in his thoughts that the Mana Cyclone is something new. Argino, swinging his sword, looked at Jaime heading towards him. Argino, having parried Jaime's blow with lightning speed, wondered if he had been confused by chance. Argino, aiming a blow at the surprised Jaime's head, said that he was thinking for a long time. Argino, carrying out a strong attack, threw the main character away. Jaime, breaking on the ground, wondered in his thoughts how Argino had dispelled his flow of mana. Jaime also noted in his thoughts that it is unlikely that his father used 100 Cs. Argino, approaching the main character, made a wide swing of the sword, after which he announced that Jaime had no time to think. Jaime held his sword up in front of him and tried to deflect his father's many blows. Jaime, gritting his teeth, continued to defend himself from the attacks, after which he declared that Argino had no weak points. Jaime saw Argino raise his sword above his head and prepare to attack. The main character, having difficulty blocking Argino's blow, said in his thoughts that his father uses only a little mana, but at the same time he has such monstrous strength. Jaime, jumping back from Argino, said in his thoughts that it seems that it is not in vain that they say that behind the master of the sword comes the power of the master of sword art. The main character, watching as Argino pointed a wooden sword at him, said in his thoughts that his father was now careful with him, noting that he was ready to end their duel. Jaime, heading to the side, enveloped himself in lightning and water, used the 17th Welton formation lightning strike. After which in his thoughts he reported that he was always stuck in this place. After which Jaime said in his thoughts that this time he would break through. Jaime, accelerating his run, said in his thoughts that if he could be blocked, he would do so. The main character, swinging a blow, jumped very high. Jaime, jumping so that the sunlight covered him, said in his thoughts that he wanted to hide in the sunlight and attack. Argino, closing his eyes and smiling, wondered if his son had forgotten who he was fighting. Argino, using his technique, swung his sword to strike. Argino, hitting the technique, illuminated the area with a bright turquoise glow. Argino, raising his hand, moved from his place due to the technique. Jaime, landing on the ground, clutched his stomach, and then said that he hoped to hit his father at least once. Argino, holding a wooden sword with both hands, said that the main character is doing much better, but he still has a lot of work to do. Argino further noted that maybe in 5 years he will succeed. To which Jaime, in turn, said that he was close. Argino, looking at Jaime, who was running and waving at him, told him to hurry up and get ready for work. To which Jaime said that next time he would definitely win, noting that Argino just had to wait. Argino, looking at his wooden sword, noticed a crack on it, after which he reported that Jaime almost broke it. Argino, remembering Chabrol's appearance, said in his thoughts that Jaime also combines his father's technique. After which Argino also noted that the main character would soon make an incredible leap forward. Argino, closing his eyes and laughing, said that Jaime was still far from reaching the level of a master. Sarah, looking at Jaime standing in front of her with her father, wished him luck. To which the main character, in turn, said that Sarah did not have to go out. After which Jaime also noted that his father had a lot of things to do in the palace. Argino said with a smile on his face that his son was more important to him than palace affairs. To which Jaime said that he is an amazing father. Sarah, approaching the tree where the hair was sticking out, wondered where their mother was. To which Jaime said in his thoughts that Shies should go out since he sees her. Shies, embracing the spirit of her children, said that they were her most beloved children. Jaime, turning his back to his family, announced that it was time for him to hit the road. To which Argino wished him good luck. Shies also told him not to sit until late, as she was expecting him for dinner. After which Sarah noted that next time she wanted to go with him to look at the magical world. Jaime, looking at Sarah beaming with joy, said that he could take her for a walk if he was free. To which Sarah wondered if her brother was telling the truth. Jaime, having created a magic circle under his feet, said that, having finished his business, he could and would hit the road. Jaime, creating a beam to the skies, used a long-distance jump spell. The narrative is transferred to the magical world, to the central tower of the protagonist's office. Hira, approaching Jaime, who was sitting at the table and tired from work, wished him good morning. To which the main character also wished Hira the same. Hira, holding waste paper in her hands, said that she had today's report. Hira, looking at the stunned protagonist, reported that the Kingdom of Harmony on the continent of Alicia was requesting help, noting that they needed the arrival of the master. To which Jaime wondered in his thoughts if he had heard wrong. Jaime, recalling the king sitting on the throne, with various weapons scattered at his feet, said that in the Kingdom of Harmony, liberators have been trying to overthrow the corrupt king for 5 years, noting that the border guards are supporting them in this. Jaime, with a thoughtful expression on his face, raised his hand to his chin, and then said that masters from non-magical classes were investigating the issue of the Iron continent, noting that this time the request was sent by magicians. To which Hira noted that Jaime is absolutely right in his thoughts. Jaime, recalling a map with swords stuck into it, said that the eastern continent of Iron could be called the headquarters of the Church of Genies, noting that sword masters were brought in to pacify it. The main character also noted that it is because of this that his father is so busy. Jaime, remembering the image of the girl in the hood, said that it would be very risky for the magician Siegfried to go to this place. Hira, taking a knee, heard Jaime say that this would be the topic of the meeting. The narrative moves to the central tower of the conference room. Marcus, sitting at the round table of the conference room, reported that it was somehow empty, to which Ramon reported that the 8th elder was missing, noting that he had business to do. Raymond, remembering Adelhard, said that the 1st elder would return soon. Raymond also wondered if 6th elder Adelhard was still being kept locked up, to which Marcus said that she would soon become a 7th level mage. Jaime, entering the conference room, wondered if they had been here since the morning, to which Marcus stated that old people still can't sleep in the morning. After which Luke said that he was not that old yet. The main character, sitting down at the table, said that he had heard about Harmony, to which Luca said that it seemed that the matter was urgent, noting that the liberators had occupied half of the territory. Raymond, lowering his head a little and closing his eyes, heard Jaime wonder why the Harmony army retreated so abruptly, noting that they already had 4 masters, to which Ramon, in turn, said that one of the sword masters had recently gone over to the side of the liberators. Raymond, presenting the torn flag in sparks of flame, reported that the kingdom was almost defeated by the Knight of Kings, to which Jaime wondered if Sir Crerel Owens was a Knight of Kings, after which Jaime also noted in his thoughts that the border troops did intervene. Jaime, looking away, wondered that they didn't want to lose their own, which is why they requested their troops, to which Ramon, in turn, noted that they are overly greedy. Jaime, remembering the 3 elders, said in his thoughts that while Ginger was gone, control of the tower had passed to Ramon, noting that Luca should remain to defend his position as head of the Equalists. Jaime also noted in his thoughts that they don't have many people left. Jaime, exhaling and holding the back of his head, said that, most likely, he was the only one left. The main character also wondered why the king agreed to this proposal, after which Jaime said that the king could have ignored the request of the small kingdom. Luke, recalling the sight of the box with gold engravings, said that they had promised the Venus music box in return for the national jewel of harmony, after which Luca gave a summary that the musical box of Venus is a box that, with the beginning of the melody, gives birth to a new universe in the sky, noting that it is a jewel of the highest magical value and is associated with the mythology of the Kingdom of Harmony. Luca, shaking his head, said that they were ready for anything, after which Jaime said in his thoughts that it was better for them to get rid of them than to help such pigs. Marcus, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, said that this was a tempting reward, but you couldn't buy them like that. Marcus, closing his eyes and smiling, communicated the king's order that they need to consider the situation and move on to a solution, to which Jaime wondered why they wanted to ignore their request. Jaime said with a cold expression that it was not easy, but Seldom was strong enough to refuse. Jaime also said in his thoughts that Selde also wants to get his own benefit. Jaime, imagining a card with shovels and a crown in the middle, said in his thoughts that if he stabilizes the situation in the kingdom, then Harmony will be obliged to obey him. Jaime also noted in his thoughts that if he supported the Liberators, he would place a new king on the throne. Jaime clasped his hands in front of him with a mischievous expression on his face and wondered if he should do some work. The white tower rose against the blue sky. The sun's rays illuminated its walls. Jaime asked the secretary to prepare the items from the list. Jaime and the red-haired woman froze in the middle of a spacious office with luxurious furnishings. It belonged to the main character and was located inside the central tower of the magical world. The secretary was holding sheets of paper in her hands and carefully studying the text. She realized that it was a list of artifacts. The guy explained that he was being directed in harmony. Hera pressed her hand to her chest and tried to say something. Jaime raised his palm and said with a smile that this time he would go alone. He added that the decision was not related to the lack of skills of his subordinate. The secretary drooped. She looked sadly at the floor and said that she understood everything. Jaime thought that she would like to watch the work of the great magician, but on the battlefield she would become a burden. Jaime sighed and changed the topic. He asked where his students were. Hera replied that they were in the laboratory. The guy stood against the backdrop of a mana portal. He said that he was leaving all the preparations to the secretary. She bowed respectfully. Jaime's laboratory was located in the northern tower of the Magical Association. Jaime came out of the portal and heard Lennon's indignation because of the early rise. Lennon stood with his back to Anya and did not see Jaime appear. The girl said that the guy was too rude, but he replied that the mentor did not care what they thought of him. Anya saw the glow of mana and Jaime approaching them. She got scared and put her hands out, palms forward. She tried to stop Lennon, who continued to be indignant. The darkness thickened around Jaime. His eyes glowed with an ominous red light. The student froze in fear. His face was covered with sweat. He was shaking. The teacher told him to continue and not to worry about him. The main character came closer. His face was ominous. The student, stuttering, tried to apologize. As punishment, the teacher ordered him to stand in the plank. Anya smiled contentedly when Jaime praised her. Lennon stood in the plank. Jaime sat on his back. The guy's body was shaking from tension. The mentor called him an idiot. The guy didn't object. All his thoughts were focused on the pain in his back. Jaime didn't like the answer. He asked where the student's enthusiasm had gone and whether he was going to quit magic. The guy's answer was negative. The punishment was over. Lennon was sitting on his knees on the floor. He was still shaking. Jaime looked over his shoulder at the student and said that he understood that he was unhappy about being stuck in 4th grade, but efforts needed to be made to overcome this plateau. With a stern expression, Jaime announced that he was leaving on a business trip for several months, and told the students to help each other during his absence. The students grabbed him by the sleeve and began to beg him to take them with him. Jaime was indignant. He was unhappy that they dared to interrupt him. Anya and Lennon sat on their knees. Fists made of mana were above their heads. Bumps jumped up on the heads of the students from the blow. Jaime casually dusted off his hands and said that he did not risk taking students with him to the battlefield because he could not ensure their safety. Hira appeared in the laboratory through a mana portal. She put her hand to her chest and promised to look after the students. Jaime looked at the secretary with bewilderment. He asked if she really wanted to accompany him so much. The woman nodded and asked to be allowed to train by studying the magic of the elders. Anya and Lennon looked at the woman with delight. The guy said that they would not interfere. Jaime scratched the back of his head in confusion. He realized that he was powerless in this battle and promised to think about it. The students were delighted. A girl with blue hair was sitting on a stone near the trunk of a huge tree. A man with a large sword behind his back approached her. He called her by name, calling Isis. With a slight smile, Isis said that she heard that the master of the Harmony Kingdom had died. A man named Jin stopped in front of the girl. His face was hidden by a mask. Isis was holding an open book in her hands. She said that the children of the Liberation Army should be very happy. The man replied that they were very lucky and would soon be able to capture the capital. The book with a green cover closed. A barely noticeable golden glow surrounded it. Isis said that she had heard rumors that Harmony had asked for help from the seldom. The girl turned her head and asked Beryl, who was hiding behind the tree trunk, about who he thought the kingdom of Seldom would send to help Harmony. He named Jaime. Jin repeated the name thoughtfully. An evil glint appeared in his eyes of different colors, and he asked what they would do if the guy tried to stop them. Isis thought about it. Beryl stood with his arms crossed on his chest. His back rested on a tree trunk. He told Jean to make her own decision, because no one knows what will happen in the future. Isis smiled contentedly. She was sitting on a stone with her knees pressed to her chest. A man in a mask turned around and agreed with their words. Without turning her head, Isis asked Beryl if his sympathy for Jaime Welton would prevent him from defeating the magician. Shaking her hips, the girl walked towards the sword sticking out of the ground. Beryl came out from behind the trunk and said that he did not know how Welton had changed in 5 years, but his intervention would definitely cause them difficulties. The girl's hand clenched on the hilt of the sword. It began to glow. Isis said that to some extent she also knew Jaime. With a satisfied face, the girl pulled out a huge sword from the ground. It radiated magical energy. She said that she also needed to prepare for the meeting with the young magician. Beryl watched what was happening in amazement. He realized that the weapon in Isis's hands was the sword of the Thunder Dragon. The girl threw her sword over her shoulder. Streams of mana emanated from it. She headed deeper into the forest, calling Beryl to follow her. The dim sun illuminated the stone walls and tiled roofs of the towers of the Castle of Harmony. The plump man in the chair was called Curious. He was the king of the Kingdom of Harmony. The man waved his empty glass and demanded to bring more wine. The broadly smiling Marquis Helram approached him, holding a pink glass bottle in his hands. He explained that the king should greet the master from the neighboring kingdom, regardless of his desires. Hands in white gloves held a bottle. A scarlet liquid poured from it into a substitute glass. The king did not understand why on earth he should give such high honors to an ordinary magician. The Marquis explained that they themselves asked for help after the death of Sir Cyril. The king took a full glass in his hands and looked at his subject with an uncomprehending look. He forgot about the death of Cyril. Curious asked what the army was doing if the rebels had not yet been caught. The king began to drink wine greedily. Helram explained with a smile that due to the failures of the army, they asked for help from the master of another kingdom. The king saluted with his glass and said that no one cared. He sat at the head of a long table at which sat 5 men in red uniforms. They bowed their heads and agreed with their master. One man was shaking with rage. His hands were clenched into fists. A small golden crown crowned the small head of Curious with bald spots. Helram asked the ruler's opinion about luring Jaime Welton to their side. The king looked at him incomprehensibly and asked why. The Marquis leaned towards the monarch's ear and whispered that Jaime could help them. Helram was sure that if they promised the young guy the title of Duke, he would do whatever they ordered. The king replied that this was a dangerous idea. Count Neopetal spoke up. He said that Jaime Welton is the eldest son of Count Welton, so it's unlikely that Harmony can seduce him with anything. The man added that if the deal fails, Seldom, having learned about it, will not stand aside. The Marquis smiled threateningly and asked if Neo meant that he was wrong. The Count calmly looked at the man. He tried to explain that if everything got out of control, the remaining population would suffer. But Helram interrupted him and said that only the people who need to worry about are the king, the marquis himself, and the aristocrats. He pressed his hand to his chest and assumed that the count had succumbed to the influence of the Liberation Army. An angry Neo jumped up and slammed his palms on the table. He shouted that elitism was precisely the reason for the fall of this country. He begged the monarch to listen to his words and take control of the state in his own hands. Helram threw the hand of the drunken monarch on his shoulder and helped him stand up. He told him not to pay attention. The count just wanted the king to show respect to the master from another country. Tyrion did not understand the meaning of what was said. He said that, no matter what, the foreign master must show respect for him. The marquis smiled and said that the king could rely on him. Leaning on his shoulder, the monarch headed towards the exit. All those close to him except the count followed them. Curious said that he trusted Helram. Neo looked after them with hatred. He thought that the chaos into which the country plunged was due to the fault of the marquis. After the death of the previous king, a famine broke out caused by increased taxes. People who opposed the nobility were convicted and executed, and Marquis Helram was behind it all. The door to the hall closed. Neo sadly lowered his head. He thought that he was the only one who remained loyal to his country among the nobility, but there was little he could change. 4 people came out of the portal at the top of the magic tower in the capital of Harmony. They stood in the middle of the magic circle. A strong wind was blowing. Jaime looked sadly at his companions. Anya and Lennon looked bad. They complained about the portal. Hira proudly looked at the boss and assured him that everything was fine. Jaime raised his hand. A golden glow of mana appeared above his palm. He asked the students why they asked to take them with him and offered to cure them. A bald man with a thick beard, a purple robe, and a lot of jewelry was the head of the magical tower of Harmony. He greeted the guests and introduced himself as Jaqen. Jaime found him quite extravagant. They shook hands. Jaqen expressed his joy at meeting Jaime Welton himself. The guy thought that the magician barely reached the 7th grade. He was surprised because this man held an important position, and decided that the level of magicians in Harmony was quite low. Jaqen asked about the people behind Jaime. The guy explained that he was accompanied by a secretary and students who wanted to see the neighboring state. When they were mentioned, Hira extended her arms at her sides, demonstrating professionalism with her whole appearance. Anya bowed with a blissful smile, and Lennon awarded surrounding with an arrogant look. Outwardly, Jaqen was calm and benevolent, but in his heart he was angry. He considered it very arrogant to want to visit the battlefield. He reassured himself that the accompanying people were of a class lower than him. The head of the tower said that the king would soon come to greet them and suggested that they rest for now. A man from the magician's retinue bowed and said that he would see them off. Jaqen stood on the red carpet surrounded by his subordinates. He said that although the great Jaime Welton is very talented, they have the same strengths. His subordinates admired their leader. Jaqen cleared his throat and ordered them to prepare for the king's arrival. Jaime was escorted into luxuriously furnished chambers. Everything around screamed of wealth. The guy thought that expensive, useless jewelry was everywhere. The young magician looked skeptically at the golden chandelier decorated with diamond pendants, and thought that the kingdom allocated little money for research, and the palace was furnished too extravagantly. He remembered the dialogue with the second elder and finally understood why the king gave him complete freedom of action. Jaime became wary when the arrival of Lord Harmony was announced. He left the chambers with a polite smile, dressed in an emerald frock coat, white shirt, and gray trousers. The main character intended to find out how corrupt King Harmony was. Jaime, Anya, Lennon, and Hira and their escort walked along the road along which there were sculptures. The main character checked how the magic of telepathy works. Jaime put his hand to his ear and thought with satisfaction that the virtual connection he had created, which allowed him to mentally communicate with other people, was working properly. Lennon looked at the golden figure of a headless angel. With the help of telepathy, he said that it seemed to him that all this luxury was specially put on display, because even on his estate, where the largest transactions in the East take place, there is nothing like that. Anya, looking around, suggested that in Harmony they simply love everything bright and shiny. Hira did not agree with her. She said that Harmony used to be a rather poor country, and most likely only residents of the capital had access to such luxury. They climbed the steps and walked past the columns that held up the balcony on the 2nd floor. There was a large round stained glass window, and the group walked along the red carpet to the huge double doors leading into the audience hall. The manager called Jaime's name. The doors opened, fanfare sounded. The company froze in front of a hall full of people. Opposite them on a dais sat the king sliding from the throne. Next to him stood the Marquis Helram. Through a telepathic connection, Anna said that somehow this was all too much. Chief the hero replied that the Kingdom of Harmony just wanted to show off and told him to relax. The king was dozing, his head leaning on his shoulder, saliva flowing down his face. Looking at him, Jaime began to doubt whether he was alive. The monarch perked up when the smiling Helram announced that guests from the Kingdom of Seldom had arrived. Curious did not understand what was happening. With a polite smile, Jaime bowed and introduced himself. The king asked the Marquis what was happening and why there were so many people in the hall. With a wide smile, Helram touched him and suggested that he rest. The king walked down the aisle with a shaky gait. The Marquis supported him by the shoulders. One of his subordinates said that they had brought a new batch of alcohol. The news pleased Curious. The Marquis looked at the guests over his shoulder. The main character thought that the king was not able to fulfill his duties, and assumed that the man accompanying the monarch ruled the state. Helram pressed his white-gloved hand to his chest and introduced himself. Jaime thought that the man standing in front of him was the cause of the decline of the country. The main character and the Marquis exchanged false smiles. Helram said that the king was slightly ill. Jaime replied that everything was fine. He was going to act carefully. The Marquis waved his hand at the golden-colored door with a floral pattern. He thanked the guests for his understanding and offered to have lunch. The guests of the kingdom and several of the Marquis's close associates sat at a table covered with a white tablecloth in the gloomy dining room of the castle. Jaime was placed in a place of honor at the head of the table. The chair opposite him was empty. The aristocrats from Harmony were very kind. They smiled broadly and showered their guests with compliments. One of the men looked at Hera. The woman with an arrogant look said her name and said that she was a magician under the auspices of Jaime. The aristocrats were delighted because Hera was a member of a famous family. They assumed that even Jaime's students were celebrities. Lennon introduced himself with an arrogant air, his origins causing delight among those present at the table. Anya watched the men's delight with mixed feelings. Anya introduced herself with an embarrassed smile, but no one knew her family. The girl drooped. Lennon clenched his teeth in anger and mentally called the men arrogant bastards. With an arrogant look, Jaime announced that he was personally training the girl. The men were embarrassed and tried to correct the situation. They said that the girl had every chance of becoming an outstanding sorceress. The doors opened and Helram came in. When he appeared, the servants bowed. The man apologized for being late and said that the food would be served now. The Marquis sat opposite Jaime. The man spread his arms wide in a hospitable gesture. The table was richly set. The man said that the dishes were prepared by the royal chef and invited the guests to help themselves. Helram started small talk with Jaime. The man asked, smiling broadly, if the young magician really lived for 5 years in solitude and suggested that his power had developed so much that now he had no equal. With a modest smile, Jaime replied that he worked a lot. Helram's green eyes looked at the guest with suspicion. Something fell and broke. The young guy serving at dinner looked in horror at the fragments of dishes at his feet. In a trembling voice, he apologized. One of the aristocrats present looked at the servant with anger and swore. The man hit the servant forcefully in the face. Blood sprayed out. Lennon jumped up and tried to protest, but with the help of a telepathic connection, Jaime stopped him. Jaime looked carefully at those present. Helram was drinking wine with a serene expression on his face. His entourage was cheerfully discussing something. The main character realized that this kind of thing happens here often and suggested with disbelief that all the nobility are corrupt. The man grabbed the beaten guy by the collar and lifted him up. The servant's face was covered with blood and bruises. The man was furious because the servant dared to look at him and accused the guy of wanting to join the Liberation Army. The man who had beaten the servant returned to his place at the table, catching Jaime's gaze. He realized that he shouldn't have behaved like that in front of the guests. He embarrassedly scratched the back of his head and said that he had gotten a little excited. The young magician asked to remember the aristocrat's name. The nobleman said his name was Viscount Malvise of Capri. With a wicked smile, Jaime pointed with his fork at the dish in front of him. He said that the food was very tasty, and asked the Viscount to personally bring him a refill. The man looked at the guest in bewilderment. Jaime slyly looked at Helram's dissatisfied face. They met their gazes. The young magician asked what the Marquis thought about this whole situation. Helram told the man to obey the guest. Jaime wiped his mouth with a napkin and praised the dinner. He looked at the Viscount, trembling with rage, with a smile, and praised his service. The man politely replied that it was an honor for him. The Marquis slammed his hands on the table and stood up. He said that the guests had come a long way and needed rest. He proposed to start negotiations tomorrow. Jaime supported this proposal. Approaching the door, Jaime turned around and smiled and said that he hoped that everything would be fine with the waiter. Helram responded with a smile and said not to worry about anything. They walked along the tiled courtyard. Lennon stretched and happily said that they could finally relax. Anya, walking next to him, said that she was shocked by the local nobility. Jaime said nothing when Lennon asked if they should intervene. A man approached them, dressed in the same way as the nobles present at the dinner. He asked the young magician to give him a minute. Jaime looked at him incomprehensibly. The man put his hand to his chest and introduced himself as Count Neopetal. He said that he would like to discuss something with Jaime. The light of the full moon in the night sky illuminated the figures of Jaime and the Count. They stood on the balcony. The man admitted that he witnessed what happened. Petal smiled and said that he liked the way Jaime humiliated the Marquis. The young man turned to the Count with a smile and said that the man was mistaken. He had not done anything like that. Petal replied that he was worried because this was their first meeting. An annoyed expression appeared on Petal's face when Jaime said that the man would be in trouble if Helram found out about their conversation. The Count replied that he had enough trouble in any case. The main character thought that he had found a man ready to resist the Marquis. The Count asked the young magician what he thought of his country. Jaime called Harmony a pseudo-democracy. Petal clenched his fists with impotent anger. He admitted that the guest was right, and said that it would be better if Harmony ceased to exist and asked to help him destroy the country. The main character looked at his interlocutor indignantly. The Count said that if Jaime agreed, then his kingdom would be able to annex all the territories of Harmony. Jaime turned around and went out. He promised to pretend that this conversation had never happened. The Count fell into despair. He shouted with a plea that he only wanted to save the residents from suffering and did not know a better solution. Petal said that the current king is a puppet in the hands of Helram. The Count said decisively, looking at Jaime, that if nothing changes, Harmony has no future, and asked for help again. The young magician interrupted him, calling Petal's act low. Jaime, in a rage, grabbed the Count by the neckerchief and pulled him towards him. He accused the man of being ready to destroy an entire nation because of his own powerlessness, asked what Petal had done to help the residents, and said that seldom was unlikely to be respectful treats his slaves. The guy squeezed the yellow fabric of the Count's neckerchief in his fist and said that he should be ashamed. Petal tried to object. Tears welled up in the Count's eyes from despair. He shouted that dependence on seldom would be better than what was happening in Harmony now. Jaime let go of the man and turned away. The guy said that he did not intend to listen to such nonsense anymore. Petal was holding his throat and breathing heavily. He looked after the retreating young sorcerer and said that this night he would prove his determination. The candle flames illuminated the blood stains on the wall of the interrogation room, and screams could be heard from behind the small barred door. There were two people in the room. Helram was furiously beating a man. The Marquis believed that this man was the reason that Jaime humiliated him. Blood sprayed and the man's lifeless body fell to the floor. One of the Marquis's close associates ran into the room and said that they were in trouble. The news interrupted Helram's thoughts about Jaime's revenge. Bloodstains covered Helram's face and hair. The Marquis turned around and flashed his eyes unkindly when he was informed that members of the Liberation Army had entered the capital. It becomes known that because of the rebels, the shift of guards has become much worse. The capital of Harmony, Keem, is depicted, the southern wall. There are two guards standing. One of them states that the real problem is knowing. The second one thinks that there is nothing to do here, and he admits that he is bored. A man is seen peeking out from behind the bushes. One of the guards invites the other to play something so that the winner goes to bed. A man attacks them, standing next to a bloody man in armor. He declares that it is light-hearted. With a nail in his mouth, Liberator Henry comes to the conclusion that if they only put two guards on guard, then they are clearly up to something or they are still underestimating them. He jumps from the tower and declares that today the king's head will fall from his shoulders. Jaime turns around wondering what happened when there is a knock on the door and he is asked to open it. A frightened man in a robe reports that they were attacked. A special detachment of the Liberation Army has entered the capital and is heading towards the castle, and General Melvern asked him to escort the young man. After calmly listening to the man, Jaime was ready to go. He thinks that the chance to meet the Liberation Army came much earlier than he expected. They walk along the corridor, and the young man reflects on the fact that he will most likely soon figure out what each side is and what he should do. Lennon's voice sounds, wondering where he is going. Miss Hira appears behind Jaime, asking if this is an attack as he asks her to look after the children since he will be going alone this time. Lennon is silenced when he states that he wants to go with his teacher, and Hira tells the young man to be careful. He calmly leaves the children with the woman. Standing under the moon, Jaqen theorizes that they used equipment that hid their mana so that they would now be undetectable. He begins to cast a spell in full confidence that he can find everyone. Elementary memory is activated. He brings his hand to his face, telling him that the elements exist throughout the world, and even if they hide their mana, they will not be able to hide their body. He declares that sooner or later he will find them. People in robes are seen, who are given the location of the intruders and told to catch them. The man sits down on the box, thinking that Jaime is in the capital, so he doesn't have to go there, because why attack so late? A voice says that he looks relaxed. Jaqen is dumbfounded. He looks at the man below and thinks that although he was looking directly at him, he was unable to sense his presence even using the elements. A dark-faced man is seen declaring that it was the old man who killed Sir Cyril. Jaqen realizes that this is the sword master. He realizes that with his 7th grade skills, he will not be able to cope with this monster. His hand is burning, and he claims that he has remembered so much and that this is enough for him to escape. The man says it's too late. The old man's head falls to the ground, and it turns out that he is already dead. A voice sounds asking if it is him. Turning around, the killer notices Jaime, who is talking about a frontier master helping the Liberation Army. The young man looks at him, talking about how his movements are so fast that his opponents cannot notice them. When the masked man wants to attack him, Jaime assumes that his powers are related to moonlight. Chains wrap around weapons. Magic overtakes them. Suddenly they break. The attacker thinks that the young man blocked his attack and learned about his strength. The power of the genie, the resonance of moonlight, is activated. It becomes known that this ability can only be used when there is a moon, because as long as the moon is in the sky, this power is almost invincible, unless the enemy realizes it. His eye sparkles, and he thinks that even if Jaime knows about his abilities, it is impossible to block his attack, because he only revealed the part about the moonlight resonance. The young man, grinning, grabs the weapon and asks if this is his range. They clashed in battle. The man digs his feet into the dirt. Confident, Jaime offers to talk. He jumps away. As he slips in, he tells the masked man to relax. He, in turn, pushes off with his foot. Magical elements appear in front of Jaime, and he thinks that because of the dirt he made, it has become more difficult to move. But, as expected, this is useless against the sword master. Swinging, the man claims that the magic will not work. A staff appears in the young man's hands. The reverse world is activated. A blow is directed towards him. The masked man is surprised. He admits that he does not feel Jaime's presence and does not understand where he went. Something black forms above it. The man notices this and wonders if he did it. The surge of 100 seas is activated. The young man leads the waves, thinking that he will speed up using the surge of 100 seas. A sword is used that cuts through space. The sword stops at the masked man's throat. He thinks about how this is the perfect melee attack. However, he is confident that even a perfect close attack will not reach him. Magic sparkles. He fights back, claiming that the sword master is perfect. A lunar incision is used. Throwing the youth away, the sword master says that with moonlight resonance, one can use the moonlight as a weapon and there is no point in trying to block the moonlight. He states that when the moon is in the sky, he is invincible. When Jaime falls, the man reveals that he is much better with a sword than he thought. But unless he is a master, he will not be able to win. The young man admits that it will be difficult to defeat him with a sword, although it seems to him that he may be quite close to this. He decisively declares that it is time to move on to the main stage. A flash of light is activated. The man is stunned to realize that he doesn't even feel the boy using his magic. Smiling, Jaime reveals that he summoned the magic that he previously sent to the reverse world, and even a sword master would have a hard time fighting it off. The masked man looks ahead in amazement. A huge explosion occurs. Jumping onto the building, he thinks that he was able to block the attack using moonlight, but he still took some damage. He understands that he will have to retreat. He looks up, noticing something. The fusion of 3 types of magic is activated. A huge wave of magical forces hits. He is struck by lightning while Jaime flies through the sky. The Black Knight chase is used. A lot of piercing objects are flying towards the man. Grinning, the young man praises the masked man's strength. A new attack occurs. Uses Moonburst. Jaime holds his hand out in front of him. A huge magical sphere is formed. A large crater has formed. The man lowers his head, thinking that Moonburst is an ability where he gathers moonlight into his body and then spews it out in all directions. This is his final attack when fighting strong opponents, but he failed. A young man goes to him, who reports that none of them managed to win and again offers to talk. The man aggressively asks what he wants to talk about when Jaime's gun disappears. The boy claims that he is interested in why the border helps the Liberation Army. He states that depending on the cause, he can help himself. The man looks ahead, announcing that they are going to liberate this country. They have united with them to make the people here free, as well as the land that the Church of the 12 Gods cannot set foot on. He believes that the young man will not understand this. Closing his eyes, Jaime says that he doesn't understand. He was given freedom of choice. As the masked man glares at him, he claims that if he helps the Liberation Army overthrow the government, Seldom should have his share too. The man declares that the young man came only to seize this land. He puts out his sword, saying that this night the head of the King of Harmony will fall from his shoulders and Jaime will not be able to stop them. When the weapon stops right in front of his face, the young man reports that the Dryan Church has begun to support this country. He says that on the way here he saw the priests of the Dryan Church, the god of cruelty and robbery. People are shown wearing masks. Jaime argues that if they help the nobles, the war will continue. The man wants to ask how he can trust him, but suddenly a wave of magic shoots into the sky. The young man looks at it intently, thinking about Dryan's black light. He wonders what will happen now. A certain symbol appears, and the god of cruelty and robbery, Dryan, becomes known. A shackled man and people worshipping him are depicted. It becomes known that even during Wolfer's time he was the second to meet him after Janice. It turns out that, nevertheless, of the 12 churches, Dryan had a small number of followers and all of them were ordinary barbarians. There is a phrase addressed to Wolfer, according to which only the strongest will survive in this world. Dryan sticks out his tongue and says that no matter how powerful a man has, he will still be weak because he is alone. Jaime thinks that although God was possessed by the power of the 12 gods and also had a very bad reputation, his level of power remained terrible. With a serious expression on his face, the young man wonders if this is the black light of the deity Dryan. The masked man doubts that this will affect anything. He talks about what will happen if he kills the King of Harmony. Jaime reports that the monarch is not the most important link here, and he seems to be aware of this already. He admits that Count Padel also asked him for help. The man remembers him saying that if this continues, their country will have no future. It seems like a realization has come to him. He realized that today's invasion was planned by Padel. He looks down. The young man points his finger at him, asking if they didn't come to save the poor inhabitants living on the verge of extinction. He states that their words about the freedom of the people are nonsense, and that ultimately they will simply take these lands for themselves. He asks if that's why they decided to warn him, promising Seldom part of the territory in advance, when the man puts his hand on his chest, claiming that the border guards do not pursue such goals at all. Jaime calmly accepts his answer. He smiles, removes his hand behind his head and offers to simply shake hands, since he does not want to waste time on meaningless battles. He concludes that he still turned out to be a wonderful actor. A man is lying with a glass in his hand and a crown at his head. There are two people standing, one of whom is looking out the window. It becomes known that they have already begun to act. The question arises, is it too early? One of the men admits that this is already starting to irritate him. Helram drinks from a glass and says that there is complete chaos around, and they still cannot catch those 7 people. He recalls the murder of a man and claims that they successfully got rid of everyone who was of any use. He smiles, wondering if he should have given them a chance to live a little longer. Turning, he declares that, be that as it may, he is confident that the right man is among the rebels. The man standing opposite him asks if he means the one who killed the royal knight. Jin is depicted, and Helram answers in the affirmative, saying that Kirill could not defeat him, being the most excellent swordsman. He believes that this man specializes in contract killings, and if he is here again, he will definitely come for the king's head. Curious is depicted, and Helram reveals that since everything has gone wrong, he will try to protect him. The dark-haired man asks him to share his plan with him. Helram cups his face with his hand. He tears off his skin, saying that nothing has changed and they will force the divine beings to come down here. When a man wants to object, he puts his hand forward, claiming that everything is in order and that is enough. Mountains of corpses are shown, and it becomes known that during the 5-year civil war, the entire earth was covered with an abundance of corpses and blood. It is reported that this is so that the 12 gods can stand on the peak they are trying to climb right now, as well as for their survival. When the man puts his hand to the body, Helram states that it is fair to call him cruel, but he is willing to do anything to achieve his goal. They answer him that this is the will of their father. Clenching his jaw, the Marquis orders them to begin and thinks that Jaime will regret his impudence. He reports that the students and the young man's secretary are currently in the magic tower, so they need to immediately capture them. There are requests to stop. The legs of those running are visible. Jaime's entourage sits in a room with a sealed door, and Lennon wonders what's going on behind it. Hira claims that she doesn't know this, but they will definitely be safe here. Lennon stands up, declaring that he can't wait any longer and needs to go outside. Hira asks if he dares to disobey the teacher's order. Anya tells them to wait. A door is shown. They notice that everything suddenly became quiet. They run out into the corridor. There's blood on the floor. The young people look around, and the young man wonders where everyone is and if they went upstairs. Anya puts out her palm, noticing some drops. There were heaps of corpses on the ceiling. A scream is heard. Everyone is in a state of shock. Someone licks the tip of his sword and notices that there are still people here. He swings at Lennon, telling them to die. Penetrating shadow activates. A person is pierced through. A crowd of attackers is running, repeating that they need to kill everyone and subjugate the weak. Lennon rests his hand on the floor, thanking Miss Haru and asserting that now they will fight on their own. He glows, telling them to keep analyzing. Determined, Anya declares that they will win. Jaime looks at his sparkling necklace with interest. Standing opposite Jin, he realizes that his students are in danger. The man tells him to hurry to them. The young man claims that everything is in order and that, although they are young, they are still capable of much. Anya and Lennon begin to cast their spells, and the idea is heard that over the past 5 years, Jaime was not the only one who has improved in his powers. He ponders what will happen if they act together. He comes to the conclusion that in this case he has nothing to worry about. Looking at the wave of magic, the young man says that it is time for them to head to the castle. The attackers are hit by huge flames. General Thuru wonders why the children are so strong. Lennon is depicted, and the man thinks that his fiery power surpasses even an experienced magician. But the red boy is not their only problem. He remembers a girl with blue hair. She extends her hand, telling the young man that they will attack from the left. Teru realizes that she sees all their attacks. Hira throws thorns, and the man thinks that she, too, cannot be taken so easily. One of the attackers is scared and asks what to do. Thuru says they must follow the Archbishop's orders. He suggests using berserker magic. Anya turns around, reporting that the people behind are acting strangely and seem to be planning something, so she advises Lennon not to waste a lot of power on his current opponents. With fire in his hands, the young man claims that this is easy to say. He turns its fire on his enemies, saying that because of the curved corridor he can't see anything. Clenching her hand into a fist, Anya thinks that since they do not know the number of their enemies, the battle cannot be delayed. She wonders if there is another way. Lennon tells her to stop having her head in the clouds and help him. The girl turns around, remembering the structure of the building. She extends her hand back, asking Miss Hira to destroy this wall, because if she guesses correctly, there must be a hidden room here. She suggests escaping through the window. Destroying the wall, the woman says to move away. Anya calls Lennon, who immediately starts running towards her. Frightening creatures run after them, telling them that they cannot be allowed to escape. They smile, and one of them admits that he never thought that he would have to turn into berserkers to catch 2 children and 1 woman. Another declares that when they capture them, he will punish them properly. An earthquake is activated. The blade is launched into them. They claim that they cannot escape. Anya looks out the window when Lennon asks what they should do now. A guy is seen running away, and the girl thinks that the enemy of their enemy is their ally. Turning, she declares that she needs to join him. Hira agrees. Shadow communication is used. The creatures become enchanted. They realize that their legs are tied. The glass cracks. They fly out of the window. The man running after the guy tells him to die. The attacker looks up, noticing the fire. It collapses on him. The guy is confused. A woman with wings and 2 children appear in front of him. People understand that the guy has accomplices. They decide that it doesn't matter and they need to kill everyone. They run towards the new arrivals. Anya strikes a pose and declares that now they will fight together. She asks you to listen to her. Everyone agrees. She looks determined and says that Lennon has 3 hours. Hira has 8 hours, and Mr. has 10 hours. The guy asks what she called him. The woman is ready to run and she tells him to stop commenting and do what the girl says. The guy understood everything and also takes off. Everyone is fighting the attackers. Mr. turns around when he is told to duck. A woman deals with an attacker. Lennon collected fire in his hands when Anya asked if he had collected mana. The guy thinks it's hard to believe, but he's just following her orders, but it looks like they're fighting together. Their backs clash, and Anya reveals that they will be at a disadvantage if this fight drags on. She wonders if Mr. has accomplices. He replies that there are only 7 of them and they all act separately. Attacking creatures are depicted, and the girl says that we need to find the guy's accomplices. She asks if he wants to go through monsters. She checks to see if Lennon is finished and tells him to blow them all up. Lennon confidently prepares to attack everyone with his fire. Fire is activated. He amazes everyone. When the path was clear, everyone began to run. The guy looks thoughtful. He thinks that the skills of these kids and this lady are simply amazing. He frowns, thinking that they were told they would only fight soldiers, but they were wrong. He wants to believe that Patel did not betray them. The man runs at this time, surprised that Helram also dragged Dryan's church into this. He thinks that his goal was not to seize power in the kingdom, and he turns around when asked where he is going. He frowns, asking how the Marquis found him. To this they answer that he saw how his invasion failed, and is now trying to escape in order to prepare the next one. Patel is confused and wonders if Helram knew about everything. He smiles, saying that he is giving him one last chance to bow down to him. He claims that he will then save the life of the man and his family, retracting his hand. Patel declares that he would rather die, and instead of submitting to him, he will remain loyal to the state until the end of his days. With his head down, Helram states that his tenacity is actually admirable, but now he's really pissed him off. He begins to cast a spell and tells the man to go to the hell of Dryan's church, an endless and merciless swamp. He prepares to strike and advises Patel to prepare to spend an eternity in torment and suffering. The man is covered by a magical sphere. It turns out it was Jaime's doing. He talks about looting everything. Smiling, he concludes that the two pieces of trash got along well with each other. He invites Helram to fight someone of his level. He also reports that their nasty god does not like his goddess. The mustachioed man is furious. He asks if the young man was on their side. Looking at him, Jaime calmly replies that life is too unpredictable. Jin holds Patel when the young man says to take him and leave Helram to him. The masked man claims that he will trust him. Jaime is surrounded by dark magic, and he declares that now there is no need to hide its power, and he will show the man the true cruelty that he loves so much. Helram pulled back. The magic is raging, and the man thinks that usually people die right away, but the boy, apparently, is a difficult noble upstart. Helram clenches his jaw. A huge magical wave erupts from the ground into the sky. He is transformed and asks how the young man dares to do this, calling him a traitor. Jaime comes to the conclusion that he, too, was hiding his powers. He frowns, thinking that, judging by his ardent lust for murder, he is one of the 3 high priests who rule the Church of Dryan. The symbol of the church is shown again. It becomes known that, in theory, the Holy Knights are responsible for military power. Certain personalities are depicted. It turns out that here, where the god of cruelty and robbery is worshipped, the army is controlled by priests. Helram clenches his jaw, and it is reported that the current high priest is one of the most terrible people in the world and, compared to most masters, incredibly strong. He advances, saying that the young man made a mistake, and if he had stayed on their side, he would have forgiven him for that heinous act. Jaime grins, preparing to cast a spell, and comes to the conclusion that he should have killed Dryan before Janice, and now he regrets. He reports that, in his opinion, only he can deal with this situation. Helram's eye sparkles. The young man releases a wave of dark magic, telling him to die. The second force is used, darkness. The man is dumbfounded. He realized that this was dark magic. He laughs, asking if Jaime leveled up with her help. He claims that the boy is called the greatest magician, but this is all one complete lie. The young man just smiles at this. The wave of magic comes into play again. Helram, being in the magical sphere, wonders how Black Mana is able to break through divine power. He looks away, realizing that in this case he will not be able to defeat Jaime and he needs to find the portal. The young man puts his fingers to his lips, asking if the man seriously intended to find weaknesses that he does not have. Rebellion against divinity is activated. Helram was captured. He realizes that this is necromancy. He clenches his jaw, saying that Jaime controls such a second-rate power and he is worthless. The young man touches his forehead, advising him to tell this to his god. The man says this is blasphemy. The boy says to kill the one who really offends the feelings of believers, and he is too busy for that. The Zanpakuto is activated. The skeleton's eyes sparkle. Jaime steps aside. A burning skeleton floats in the air, just like Helram. The man clenches his jaw. The berserker's combat aggression is used. His hands became huge and inhuman. Steam comes out of his mouth and he admits that he didn't think he'd have to take this form. Jumping up, the young man notices that Helram has now become pumped up. The man claims that he will rip out his tongue. Jaime raises his sword, declaring that this will be enough. The darkness version of the Zanpakuto activates. Helram is impaled. Blood is gushing. He falls from the sky. The young man snaps his fingers. Black light penalties apply. It is explained that it is a terrifying curse that is a combination of dark magic and 8th grade lightning magic. It turns out that upon contact with it, living cells die. Helram is struck by a wave of magic. Blood spurts from his mouth and he insults the young man, declaring that this will not kill him. Jaime asks who said this was it. The curse activates, a third force formed 2 years ago that increases the power of all cursed magic tenfold. The man is in complete darkness. Many eyes appear in it. Helram clenches his jaw. Jaime smiles as she sheathes his sword and claims that he doesn't know what the man's plans were, but that it's over now. He tells him to die and spend eternity apologizing to those he harmed. Helram replies that he is mistaken. He kneels and declares that monsters like the young man will never see the light of day, and even if he dies, it will be too late. Jaime frowns, asking what he means. A wave of red magic bursts out and the man speaks of his father's humble servant. A snake with sparkling eyes is depicted. Helram summons a basilisk. The young man looks dumbfounded at the sky. It shows what happened some time ago. A wave of magic is visible. It becomes known that for 5 years Harmony was washed by rivers of blood, and on its lands the corpses of the dead rotted. 6 stars were sealed by Helram around the entire kingdom. The symbol on the man's hand lights up and he claims that by using all of this, he is going to summon his father's greatest creation, the strongest being on this earth. A stream of red magic shines. He asks to condescend to them. A spark sparkles in the sky. Blood pours from the man's eyes and he turns to the basilisk. Something is blazing. The tail is visible. The man looks to the sky, saying that they have the power in their hands to surpass Pyro and Janus. He asks to expel the pagans who hinder their church path. The basilisk opens its mouth. People are amazed by his appearance. The guy is confused and does not understand what kind of snake with wings it is. Jin lands with Patel on his back, sighing. The man tells Henry that he is glad he was the one who found him first. The woman covers the children with her hand when Patel admits that he did not expect to see the guy with Sir Welton's comrades. Placing his hand on his chest, he introduces himself. Henry reports that he can confirm his identity because it was he who provided financial and moral support to the Liberation Army. In response, he is asked to postpone the formalities until later. Jin looks ahead and says that it is time to get out of this place, since this monster is too strong. Lennon points his finger at him and asks who he is, inviting him to introduce himself. He wonders if they are Jaime's students. The young man, amazed, asks if he knows their teacher. Anya worriedly asks where their teacher is. The body of the basilisk is visible, and Jean reports that he is somewhere near this viper. Lennon states that then they need to head there and help Jaime. The girl thinks that this is too much even for him. Spreading her arms to the sides, Hera says that there is no need to go anywhere because this is a fight only for their master, and they will only interfere with him, and now their main goal is to survive. The children want to object. Jean turns to a surprised Henry, asking him to look after them. The man asks how he is. Jaime runs, raising his weapon. The thought sounds about what will happen if it is just the two of them. The young man throws himself with piercing weapons. The man remembers clashing swords with him. Holding a weapon behind his back, he claims that in this case the chance of defeating the monster increases. He turns away, telling them to grab the others in an emergency and leave the capital as far as they can. Petal wonders if Jin can handle it. The masked man turns around, telling him to just survive. He believes that only then will he be able to fight for his country. Reaching out her hand, Patel thanks him for everything as he disappears. Henry picks him up, insisting that now is not the time to get emotional. He tells everyone to follow him. A basilisk is visible. Jaime is shrouded in magic, and he states that 60,000 years ago he was so huge that there seemed to be no limit to him. He pushes off with his foot. He looks up, saying that even if the basilisk's power has weakened, he is not one to be taken too lightly. A magic ball forms in the monster's mouth. It breathes out magical flames. Jaime comes to the conclusion that he needs to step up. Magic wraps around his body. A symbol appears on his forehead. Dark magic breaks through. The basilisk wonders what this energy is. The superiority stage is activated. The young man stands with his hand clenched into a fist while blood flows from his mouth. The monster gets angry, asking how Jaime can act like this. Green lightning is visible. Magic balls fly at the young man. He grabs his sheathed weapon. A lightning strike is applied. Basilisk and Jaime are fighting. The blows are coming. The snake breathes aggressively. Everything is on fire. The youth's staff sparkles, and he states that if this is all the basilisk can do, he is a little disappointed. He resolutely rushes forward with a wave of magic. The snake fell to the ground and dust flew. Hands tear apart the basilisk's body. A monster emerges from it in human form. He thinks that God's blessing that covered his body was instantly destroyed. He wonders if a human could have such power. Watching what is happening, Jaime notices that the basilisk is still alive. The snakes in his hair insult the young man. The monster points them at him and they wish Jaime dead. However, he cuts off the heads of the snakes. The basilisk clenches its jaw furiously. Smirking, the young man tells him to die. He strikes. The basilisk pulled back, thinking that he needed to get out of here. Jaime snaps his fingers. The spatial wall is activated. A certain sphere has formed. The monster is angry. He leans his hand on the ground, asking how the young man dares to behave like this. Blood pours from Jaime's eyes and he declares that the game is over. He calls for light. The basilisk is struck by the blinding light. It turns out that the young man used the power of the 9th class of magic, a sacred light that manifested itself through an extreme phenomenon generated by darkness. Jaime puts his hand on his side and says that he tried to control himself, but he should have been more careful with his language. The basilisk frowns, thinking that even if it has reached the stage of superiority, it is simply impossible for a human to be able to deal such a blow to it. Smiling, the young man says that the monster is so weak, but still decided to go down, having such a pitiful reserve of strength. The basilisk aggressively shouts that he is only an insignificant person, and that he should not dare to look down on him. The young man asks what time this is. An image of Wolfer appears, asking if the basilisk has died at his hands at least 3,000 times. Observing this, the monster declares that this is impossible, because Wolfer should still be sealed in the realm of eternity. He gets up, asking if it's him. Jaime reaches out to him and says that he's glad he didn't die on his first run anyway. He states that if the monster is an advisor to the 12 gods, he is absolutely sure that he knows the world's secret. The basilisk claims that it has nothing to say. Touching his forehead with his fingers, Jaime says that he shouldn't do this. He remembers Pyro, thinking that the keyword was entered. However, she did not mention it, but he does not care what happens to the basilisk. The curse is activated. Mind invasion is being used. Smirking, the young man declares that he himself will get this information from his memory. When Jaime begins to cast magic, the basilisk claims that it is useless. The young man thinks that in order to break through the mental barrier of the basilisk, he needs magic stronger than 9th grade. Jaime clenches his jaw as he continues to cast his spell. Blood is flowing from his mouth, and he reflects on the fact that after this he will obviously have to lie in bed for a couple of weeks. Raising his hand, he says to tell him what happened after Wolfer's death during the period of unrecorded history. Lowering his head, the monster is about to say what they did after Wolfer was sealed. Suddenly blood gushed from his mouth. His head flies off to the side. Jaime covers his face with his hand and realizes that the prohibition has manifested itself. He looks at the disappearing basilisk and comes to the conclusion that there is no choice and he will have to beat this information out of the 12 gods themselves. He sighs, thinking that it's a pity that he wasn't able to find out anything, but he managed to strike at Dryan's forces. He reflects on the fact that even if he finds out that the basilisk died, he is unlikely to guess that he killed it, because it happened within the walls of the dimension. Dryan looks furious. Jaime thinks that even with his wild nature, this will make him retreat for a while. He snaps his fingers, ordering the dimension wall to be dispelled. He turns around when his name is called. Jin rushes to him, asking what happened. He grabs the young man by the collar, asking what kind of horror it was and where the snake with wings went. Jaime replies that he is a little tired. He closes his eyes, offering to talk later. He falls into the man's arms. His eyes close and Jin realizes that he has fallen asleep. The estate is depicted next to the Castle of Harmony. Blood is gushing. The man covers his face with his palm, realizing that his connection with the basilisk has been severed. He wonders what happened. He turns around and asks if the strange light caused this. He remarks that it was powerful, but it shouldn't have been enough to defeat the monster. The man is on his knees, not understanding what is happening, and comes to the conclusion that the high priest will still be responsible for this and he just needs to return to headquarters. Jin folds his arms over his chest as the man is surprised at his appearance. He asks if he knows him. The man stands up and says that he a priori knows the people who constantly thwart his plans, and he is the master of the border sword and the warrior of Rio. Jin states that he underestimated the intelligence of the Dryan Church. The man's nose bleeds and he tells him that in Rio, sword masters are called supreme Janis. He begins to cast spells, wondering what brought Jin here, and he himself thinks that his opponent is a sword master and he needs to escape somehow. Looking ahead, the masked man claims that he doesn't need to know about it. The man attacks him. Taking the sword out of its sheath, Jin states that he should adjust it a little, because in Rio the sword masters are not called supreme Janis. He cuts off the man's head. Jin informs him that it is correct to simply say Janus. He turns around and says that supreme Janis is higher and he hopes that in hell he will not confuse the terminology. Jaime is lying in bed. He opens his eyes and realizes that he is in the bedroom. He wonders how long he slept. He tries to get up and clutches his chest, thinking that the magic of the 9th grade still affects him greatly, and he also had to pour a lot of power into it, which made it several times more powerful. He understands that this is incredible power, but after several such uses, his body will definitely come to an end. He remembers the fire-breathing basilisk. The young man thinks that it's good that at least the monster appeared weakened. He remembers the basilisk in human form and reflects on the fact that he was able to neutralize its power only thanks to the black mana of the god of death and monstration. Looking down, he thinks that he has made sure that monstration is effective against divinity, but there is still a lot he doesn't know. Jaime remembers Black and comes to the conclusion that if he had him, he would have easily found out everything. But after creating the monster, he has not woken up for 5 years. The door to the room is opened by a worried Anya. She runs up to her teacher, asking if he is okay, if he has any pain anywhere, if he is dizzy, if he has a fever. Jaime replies that he is fine. The girl sighs, admitting that she was very worried about him because he slept for 3 days. The young man is dumbfounded. He wonders what is going on now. Smiling, Anya tells him to wait because she will now bring someone who will explain everything to him. A crowd of people enters the room. Petal admits that he is very glad that Jaime woke up. The young man awkwardly notes that it seems the girl decided to bring everyone. Sitting on the bed, he smiles and says that he was just sleeping, so they don't have to worry about him. Lennon happily states that he knew his teacher would recover quickly. Jaime tells him not to suck up. They call him a brat. While Lennon winces in pain, Hira claims that she, too, is glad that the young man is okay. He moves his hand behind his head, asking her forgiveness for making her wait so long. He suggests it was difficult to keep an eye on the children. The woman admits that they actually helped her a lot. Putting his hand to his chest, Petal declares that they are alive only because of him and says thank you. Jaime claims that the future king should not bow his head. He asks a surprised Henry if he agrees. In response, the man laughs, saying that he is funny and it is an honor to meet him. He shakes his hand, introduces himself and states that his students have helped him a lot and can be relied on. The young man comes to the conclusion that he helped them too, so he thanks him. He asks what Henry thinks about Count Paddle. Closing his eyes, the man confidently declares that he can leave the country in the hands of the Count, because he is most worried about the citizens of this country. Smiling, Jaime agrees with him, and an embarrassed Paddle asks them to stop, and he is called modest. The young man tells Hira that he needs to discuss something with the Count and asks to leave them alone. The woman bows understandingly. A window is shown. Jaime asks how Paddle plans to govern the state, to which he receives an answer about his uncertainty. Sitting on a chair by the young man's bed, he says that first he wants to get rid of all the rotten parts and needs to do a little cleaning. He is informed that Seldom will support Harmony until he is fully restored. The man looks ahead awkwardly. He thinks that as soon as they accept their help, they will become dependent on Seldom. He clenches his hand into a fist, reflecting on the fact that he has no doubt that they will interfere in the affairs of the state, and in the end he will simply become their puppet. Smiling, Jaime claims that Seldom will not interfere in the affairs of Harmony, and everything is in the hands of Petal. The man is surprised. The young man looks serious, and he wants to say what will happen if the Count does not return Harmony to its former greatness. Petal also seriously replies that he will not disappoint him, the savior of their country. They shake hands, concluding that this is a promise. Jaime sits in the lotus position and decides to meditate for a while he recovers. However, he immediately gives up, realizing that they won't leave him so easily. He tells the person standing behind the door to come in. Jin does just that. He says he knows he is young, but concludes that he must have at least some respect for his elders. The young man asks why he lectures him. The man says that he is just joking. Jaime gets serious and states that he didn't think so. He asks if something happened to him. Jin admits that he has to ask him one question. He looks ahead, saying that when the young man was fighting the basilisk in the black space, at some point an incredibly bright light appeared. He wonders what it was. He thinks about the first time he saw such powerful energy and remembers that burst of light. He understands that if he had been closer, he would definitely have been swallowed up. The young man calmly reports that it was an inferior spell of the 9th class Fiat Luxury. Jin is dumbfounded and claims that he suspected this was the case, but he didn't expect to be right. Jaime is depicted with his staff in his hands. The man thinks that all magicians dream of reaching the highest rank, but people are not destined to achieve this. However, it seems that the young man succeeded. He puts his hand under his chin and states that he can't believe it, the world has changed. They sit across from each other and Jin asks about the spell's inferiority. Jaime reveals that it was only partially 9th grade magic. Closing his eyes, he admits that he would like to keep this a secret, because it is not yet time to show it to the world. He remembers various creatures and thinks that before, when a magician reached the 9th grade, all records of this were erased at the state level. It turns out that this is due to the influence of the 12 churches. It is suggested that they might have been afraid that a second Wolfer would appear. His image is depicted, the nightmare of the 12 gods. Lowering his head, Jaime folds his hands, coming to the conclusion that he must first take full control of the magic and must at least be able to repel the dragon's attack. The masked man wonders what he will do if he reveals this information. Smiling ominously, the young man says that in this case one of them will definitely die. Jin crossed his arms and, looking closely at the main character, said that he would be careful. Jaime asked if Han and Jin were born in the same place, and the man confirmed this, clarifying that they were both from the eastern continent of Rio. The inhabitants of this continent are not very advanced in magical research, but their traditional weapons are very advanced. So the entire country is filled with martial artists and warriors. Rio warriors wear long clothes and use staves, sabers and scythes as weapons. Instead of magicians, this nation has shamans who can cast some spells. When Jaime asked if all the warriors in Rio were that strong, Jin replied that if they were, they would have captured Loen long ago. The man explained the hierarchy of sword masters, who in Rio are called zeniths. The protagonist came to the conclusion that if Zenith is a sword master, then Supreme Zenith is a grandmaster, and vocally expressed his admiration for Rio's powers. Loen and Rio have different rank systems. For example, there are only 2 Supreme Zeniths who can fight equally with Isis, the head of the border, who is the Grandmaster. Jaime concluded that the people of Rio call those who have almost reached the rank of Grandmaster the Supreme Zeniths, and Jin nodded his head affirmatively. Jaime lowered his head, touched his chin, and thought it reminded him of a man whose name he couldn't remember. This man was the protagonist's strongest ally in the past, and Jaime was sure that he was above the realm of evolution. Jaime asked if there were any swordsmen who had reached the realm of evolution, and Jin replied that the last one died several hundred years ago. The man added that this swordsman was the first of their masters to visit Loen, but the records only contain his last name, but not his first name. Suddenly, the main character's eyes suddenly opened because he remembered the name of this swordsman. Jaime remembered how a long-haired samurai named Kyok challenged him. The main character broke into a warm smile, pleased that he remembered his ally named Janyan. Jaime thought with a grin that Janyan was not so easy to defeat, although he fought against Diablo's magic with a simple sword, and the swordsman's words often helped the protagonist. Jaime then asked if the surname Kyok was common, and Jin replied that it was rare, but sometimes found, leading the protagonist to conclude that it was just fate that the 2 swordsmen had the same surname. Jaime crossed his legs and said with a smile that he would like to visit Rio if possible, and Jin replied that he would personally show the main character this continent when peace reigns again. When Jin asked if Jaime wanted to go with him to the border headquarters, the main character raised one eyebrow, and replied that if it was about his entry, then he had already given his refusal. Jin closed his eyes and said that he was not trying to recruit Jaime, but he thought it would be nice for the main character to meet Isis. The main character sat on the edge of the bed and crossed his arms, and Jin said that he planned to leave in about a week, so he would wait until then for an answer. Jaime looked out the window and thought about the border. A dark man with a white beard reported that the revolution had been successfully completed in harmony, and corruption had been eradicated, so now plans were made to send authorized bodies to interrogate corrupt officials. The man said that the king had been exiled, and Count Neopatal was temporarily acting as ruler, and the man in the royal chair replied that this would be the ideal king for the new state. The king with the red shawl and white hair asked what happened to the Dryan church, and the subordinate replied that they were not doing anything right now, but seemed to be under pressure from the other churches. Among the 12 churches there is one unspoken rule: you can influence the situation, but you cannot take direct part. For the cruelty of the church, a man with bright red hair sat on his knees on the cold floor and was surrounded by sharp spears. For the cruelty of the Dryan church, which led to the shaky balance of the world, they will be punished at the hands of the 12 churches. The king's hand clenched into a fist and trembled. He was angry that the issues of the human world were decided by the rules of the 12 churches. The man closed his eyes and said that Jaime was great because he was given a lot of responsibility, and he handled the situation well. The subordinate said with a smile that it was Jaime who defeated the forces of the Dryan church. The king called the main character an incredible child and said that now that they have harmony as their allies, they put pressure on the Janus church. Suddenly the subordinate handed over a scroll and said that a letter had arrived from Jaime. In the letter, the main character wrote that he was going on a trip around the world to acquire new knowledge. The king looked at the scroll in his hands with bewilderment and asked if that was all Jaime wrote. The subordinate apologized to the king and explained that this was all he received. Then the king saw a postscript in which the main character wrote that if something unexpected happened, a man could contact him using something. Suddenly a small blue bird flew into the air, repeating the same phrase. The king and his subordinate raised their heads and looked with widened eyes at the bird that emerged from the letter. The situation in Harmony stabilized quite quickly. Corrupt officials were punished, their property was confiscated and used to support the citizens. The hungry inhabitants finally felt better, and the lives of slaves and their ilk were turned upside down. This was still not enough, but it was still not the same hellish existence. Lennon, looking at the passers-by, said that it was as if they were in a completely different country, and Anya supported the young man's words, adding that only a week had passed. The students came to the conclusion that Petal, sitting among huge stacks of paper, hardly sleeps. Petal said that Nia was happy after all because that rotten side finally saw change, and Anya agreed with a smile. A man in armor shining in the sun walked towards Anya and Lennon with a smile. Anya said that she had heard that Henry had been given the position of captain of the guards for his services in the war, and Henry, scratching his head, replied that he still could not get used to it. Henry said with a warm smile that he was busy because of work, when suddenly someone called him. The captain turned around, said he had to go, and waved goodbye. When Jaime suddenly approached Hira and Lennon, the young man screamed in fear, and the girl replied with a polite smile that they had decided to take a walk and explore the city. The main character put his hands on his waist, saying that a lot has changed this week, and Hira asked how Jaime found them, because he now needs to be in the castle. The main character smiled and replied that he decided to go to the border headquarters with Jean. In response to this, a loud exclamation of amazement echoed throughout the city. Anya and Lennon attacked Jaime, begging him to take them with him, but the main character crossed his arms and refused the students. Jaime then snapped his fingers and Anya and Lennon flew back, letting out a heavy sigh. Even when the students found themselves sitting on the ground, they did not stop asking the main character to take them with him. While Anya and Lennon tried to get out of the enclosure in which they were placed, Jaime said that he was leaving the children with Hira, and he would be gone for at least a month, and possibly even a year. Hira frowned worriedly and said that the absence of a teacher would greatly affect the students, but Jaime replied that the girl should teach them from time to time. When Hira was taken aback and said she wasn't ready yet, Jaime smiled and said she was ready for her own students. The main character looked at Anya and Lennon and snapped his fingers again. Jaime said that he couldn't take the students with him because it was a very important trip, and Anya was ready to argue. But Lennon, lowering his head, silenced the girl. Lennon, his cheeks flushed, said shyly that by the time Jaime returned they would have perfected everything he had taught them. The main character raised one eyebrow, saying that this did not look like a young man, and Lennon shouted loudly that he was serious. The main character patted the students on the heads, saying that he would then trust them, and Lennon told Jaime not to forget to buy souvenirs. Jean and Jaime walked through the Kingdom of Harmonies, and the main character asked the man about the location of the headquarters. Jin replied that the headquarters was located in one of the 6 closed regions called Abraxas. North of the Great Forest is Ariadne, the largest temple of the north. People left these places for a long time, so everything here is teeming with monsters and poisonous plants. Jaime asked if Isis was there and Jean replied that she was not. The man added that 2 weeks ago Isis and Beryl were in Harmony, but they had business and so they had to leave. Jaime asked with a displeased face if that meant he couldn't meet the woman at headquarters, and Jean replied that Isis and Beryl would get there faster. The man, whose face was hidden behind a white mask, said they could just take their time and travel at their own pace. Urko Mountains, nearest village. People vying with each other shouted that there was a possessed monster in the village. Residents threw stones at the back of a man who was shielding a small child with blonde hair. The boy in the yellow beret told his crying sister that everything would be okay. The other children laughed and shouted that they had heard that they were waiting every day for the father who abandoned them, who was a fraud. The boy clenched his teeth in anger. Then he grabbed his sister's hand and, not paying attention to her screams, walked away with her. The boy pursed his lips and thought that he needed to grow up quickly in order to leave this village. Jean and Jaime approached a village where they decided to spend the night. Tavern. A man in a green bandana greeted the guests, and Jin asked for 2 rooms. The man loudly called a girl named Nilva and told her to take the guests to their rooms. In the tavern dining room, almost all the tables were occupied by people, including Jaime and Jean. The main character, holding a fork with an awkward expression on his face, said that Jin is interesting. Jaime asked what normal person would wear a mask with a separate hole for food, but Jean, putting food in his mouth, didn't find it that strange. The main character listened to the conversation at the next table. The people sitting there were discussing that someone was cursed. A man with long hair shouted that some strange things began to happen in the village after some woman with children came here, but the girl with red hair replied that this was just speculation. Jaime choked on water when the group started talking about how a magician can be identified by his appearance. Jin, who was wet, gritted his teeth fiercely, and the main character turned away, quietly apologizing. Jin, wiping his face with a napkin, asked Nil for beer, and the girl asked if the guest wanted anything else. Jaime asked Nilva if she knew what curse those people at the next table were talking about. The girl said that a couple of months ago a mother came to the village with her children, and then a ghost appeared. Therefore, the residents drove them out, but this did not help get rid of the ghost. Nilva said that now they say that the village is cursed, and travelers try to avoid it. The girl turned around and said with a smile that this is why Jaime and Jean better not stay here, because no one knows what could happen. The main character put his fingers on his mouth, thinking about the ghost and the cursed family. Jaime sat on the white bed and asked himself with a grin if he should check it out for himself. The main character closed his eyes. He saw the outline of the village and thought that the ghost would not be able to hide from him if he really was here. Jaime saw a tall building. Suddenly, among the buildings, the main character noticed dark purple smoke. Jaime opened his eyes and was glad that those conversations were true. The main character walked through the village and felt that a thick, dark, and cold energy was emanating from the ghost. Jaime came to the conclusion that the ghost had sneaked out of this unusual cemetery. A random ghost can only possess such energy in one case, only if it is an evil spirit that wants to harm people. However, Jaime, who noticed the place where the dark energy was gathering, did not feel any malice from this ghost. The main character confidently walked into the dark alley, concluding that a necromancer was definitely involved in this matter. The next moment, Jaime saw a dark purple ghost with a bright light emanating from its eyes. The main character directed mana at the ghost and ordered him to lead him to his master. However, the ghost disobeyed the order and successfully repelled Jaime's attack by opening his mouth violently. The main character, whose face was sweating, smiled because he thought that all necromancers were idiots. However, Jaime came to the conclusion that power could be overcome by even greater power, and used a technique called rebellion against divinity. The main character put out his palm, and many chains struck from the seals formed behind his back. The chains surrounded the ghost and wrapped tightly around its body, causing crimson blood to spill out. Jaime told the chain ghost that he was not bad, but he could not defeat the one who created necromancy. Suddenly, the main character froze in shock. He was disheartened that the ghost had simply reversed the spell that Jaime had used to take away his power over the summons. The main character snapped his fingers with a smile, canceling the rebellion against divinity, and thought that this was only possible with sincere loyalty. Jaime began to leave, deciding that he would inform Jean that they would remain in this village for a couple more nights. The next day, a boy with blonde hair and a yellow beret looked around with panic in his eyes. Fibian then cautiously entered the store and the clerk asked if the boy needed 2 portions again. Fibian replied with a smile that he needed 3 today, and the seller said that he would bring them now. The boy placed 3 silver coins on the table, saying that 3 portions would last them a week. Suddenly, Fibian froze in fear when he heard someone calling his name. The boy turned around and saw 2 young men who said that it infuriated them that they, law-abiding citizens, could not leave the house at night because of Fibian. Fibian yelled furiously that his family was not cursed. One of the youths punched the boy in the face because he was angry because of his screams. A young man in blue clothes, squeezing his fingers on Fibian's shirt, asked his comrade if they could lift the curse if they killed the boy. Fibian screamed shrilly, begging for help, and the young man in blue clenched his hand into a fist, asking who would help the possessed. Fibian closed his eyes, wet with tears. The young man's fist pressed into the palm of Jaime, who, with an angry expression on his face, said that you shouldn't do that to a child. The main character clenched the young man's fist, and he screamed in pain. Then Jaime, with a deft movement, threw the bullies back to the door of the store. The main character clapped his hands, indignant at the noise since the morning. He told bullies that adults who harm children need to be put in their place. Jaime smiled predatorily, preparing to hurt the young men, and the next second a heartbreaking scream was heard. The main character silently looked at the hooligans who had lost consciousness. Fibian, trembling with fear, sheepishly thanked Jaime, and he realized that this was the same child from the rumors. Fibian was surprised when the main character raised his palm to him and healed his wounds with magic. Jaime smiled and introduced himself as a priest sent by the church to help those in need. The main character handed the boy his beret and asked if he could help. Jaime followed Fabian through a forest of lifeless trees. The main character noticed the presence of dense dark energy. However, people lived in this place. Fabian approached the small house and invited Jaime to enter. The boy screamed, informing his mother and sister of his return. While Jaime looked around the house, Irina, the mother of the family, held Fiona in her arms and greeted her son with a smile. Fabian, behind whom Jaime stood, joyfully told his mother and sister that he had brought a priest who would save the village from the ghost. The main character introduced himself as Ricky. Jaime smiled, posing as his old friend Ricky from the Church of Pyro. Irina looked at Jaime warily. She asked what such an important person was doing in their area. Fabian stood next to his mother and tried to convince her that in front of her was a real minister of the church. The boy drew the woman's attention to the fact that there were no more bruises from the stones on his body. He said that this man had healed him. Joyful Fiona hugged her brother. Irina bowed to Jaime. She said that she had heard that treatment in the church was very expensive. She thanked Jaime for wasting his strength on treating her son. The young magician scratched the back of his head in confusion. Jaime smiled widely and said that he was simply following the precepts of the goddess Pyro, who commands to always be merciful to others. Inside he burned with shame for his lie. Jaime got to the point. Irina looked in surprise at the golden glow of mana over Jaime's palm. He said that he had heard that the reason for the appearance of the spirit was their home, and asked permission to check it. Irina put her hands on the children's shoulders and asked them to leave them alone with the guy. She said that the adults needed to talk. The boy assured his mother that they understood everything. The old wooden door creaked shut behind the children. The woman took out a dark metal box with ornate patterns and scarlet stones. Irina opened the box. Inside there was a cross on a red velvet pillow. The woman explained that these were rosary beads that one priest had given her before she moved to this village. He said that they would protect the family from evil spirits. Jaime studied the contents of the box with interest. The guy felt an unfamiliar divine power. Irina looked sadly at the floor. She confirmed the truth of the rumors. The young magician sat in front of the woman, down on one knee. He asked why the spirit was haunting them. Irina replied that, according to her assumptions, this was connected with the father of the children. Her husband was the commander-in-chief of the royal knights in the state of Siltio. 3 years ago the king died due to illness, and in order to take the empty throne, the last prince in line to the throne began a coup. He succeeded. Irina's husband died. Jaime rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He thought about the fact that the kingdom of Siltio is the westernmost region of the Alicia continent, and the village is located in the very north. The young magician frowned. He was trying to understand why someone would pursue a woman with children after the death of her husband and use the services of a necromancer for this. There was a rope hanging from a wooden beam on the ceiling of the house. Jaime thought that he would return to this house later. He looked at Irina sitting on the floor and said that he would help them. The woman asked what needed to be done. Jaime smiled wickedly and asked Irina to act as bait for the spirit. Irina and her children stood near the front door outside the small house. They bowed. The woman thanked Jaime and said that she trusted him. The guy assured them that everything would be fine. Jaime patted Fabian on the head. The boy thanked the main character for curing his wounds and helping to catch the spirit. The guy replied that he, as the eldest, must protect his family, and ordered not to leave the house that day no matter what. Jaime stood on a cliff. At his feet was a village. The young magician watched the sun disappear behind the mountains. He thought that the range of the rosary was about 300 meters. He thought that the black mana and dark magic that Diablo Wolfier created were all are still in this world. He intended to collect them all no matter how long it takes. The main character decided to launch an attack now, while the spirit is unavailable to his powers. Jaime opened the door of rebellion against divinity, and ordered Azar, Rise, and Asher to come to him through the power enchanted by rebellion against divinity. The guy looked ahead thoughtfully. Streams of mana could be seen behind him. Azar, Rise, and Asher appeared before the main character. He shouted at them to hide their weapons. Rise covered his head with his hands in which he held the daggers. Asher hid the blade behind his back and looked to the side with an innocent look. Azad obediently hid the blade in its sheath. Jaime swore at his subordinates for staring at him. Asher scratched the back of his head in confusion and explained that he had not been out for so long that he was worried. 5 years ago, Asher was a killer of an organization that was engaged in the distribution of apothesis, an illegal drug of the magical world. The main character threw him at the door of the rebellion against divinity, and he became one of the undead subordinate to him. Jaime told them to guard the area and inform him if the undead appeared. Azat sniffed and said that he smelled some strange smell. The young magician intended to leave. Rise asked where the owner was going. Jaime explained that if he stayed, the spirit might not appear. The undead bowed. They promised to immediately inform the owner if they noticed traces of the spirit. Mana appeared at Jaime's feet, and he took off. A creature in dark purple armor walked along the road. Dark magical energy emanated from him. He muttered something about the need to carry out orders. Black mana appeared in the places where the knight stepped. The pendant, with a skull in the center, glowed purple. The knight had a helmet with horns on his head. The visor was lowered, and he clutched the pendant with his hand. Streams of dark energy flew over the streets, penetrating through open windows. Jean was sitting in a tavern with a mug of beer. On the table in front of him there was a plate of cheeses. The man thought that dark energy was condensing. He felt the dead. The man forcefully lowered the empty mug onto the table and decided that everything would be fine, because Jaime was in charge of this matter. A friendly waitress looked around the corner and offered him another beer. Jin refused and asked how long the girl had been living in the village. Milva clutched the tray to her chest. She said that she had been living in the village for about 2 years. Jin thought that the villagers were unwell due to dark energy, but this girl was special. The masked man leaned his hand on the table. He allowed the girl to leave. She snorted displeasantly because she thought that he would order something else. Jin decided that it was time for him to use his power. 3 of Jaime's subordinates stood near a low house. They carefully looked around. Rise noticed that the dark energy had thickened. Azet thought about the family who lived in the house near which the company stood, and asked if everything would be alright with the people, because it is usually difficult for mortals to withstand something like this. Fibion, his sister and mother were sleeping peacefully inside the house. Fiona was clinging to her mother. The boy stuck one leg out from under the blanket. Rise explained that Jaime had cast sleep magic on them, but he was now more worried that the master was not answering the call. Ashtar frowned, looking into the darkness, and said that the undead had appeared. Many figures made of dark mana with weapons in their hands and in armor were walking in the direction of Jaime's subordinates. Something alerted Rise. Rise looked closely at the dark figure in the old armor and thought that if the vengeful spirits were controlled by a necromancer, then they should be able to maintain their form. But this was not the case. They prepared for battle. Azar calmly looked at the approaching army. Ashtar bared his teeth. Rise frowned and ordered not to let the spirits near the house. Jaime's faithful undead, putting forward their blades, rushed towards the army of spirits. Ashtar laughed bloodthirstily and announced the time of massacre, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. The main character stood opposite the figure in dark armor. He realized that he was very mistaken. Jaime realized that there was no necromancer. The Death Knight was behind the incident. A glare appeared on the visor of his helmet. Through the gaps in the armor of the Death Knight, who was a strong, high-ranking undead, clots of darkness could be seen. The spirit was holding a sword in his hands. Jaime calmly looked at the enemy and thought about why this creature was pursuing the Fibion family. Dark spirits appeared from the ground in front of the main character. He realized that it would not be possible to quietly resolve the issue. Jaime pointed his sword at the Death Knight and asked why he came to him if his target was elsewhere. The answer was silence. Magic energy appeared from the young man's palm. It enveloped the sword. The main character threatened that if the spirit did not answer, he would use force. The eye sockets of the skull on the medallion that hung on the knight's chest lit up and a voice was heard. The knight jumped and raised his blade to strike. He believed that those who stood in his way should die. Jaime looked at the enemy with wide open eyes. He recognized his black mana. The stream of black mana released by the Death Knight was rapidly approaching the main character. Jaime chuckled. The guy prepared for the attack and took a fighting stance. Mana glowed on the tip of the sword. The main character was about to take the spirit to himself. Streams of magical energy collided. Blue sparks flew to the sides. Jaime was surprised that his opponent had excellent control of black mana and had the skill of an expert rank sword. The guy bared his teeth and raised his sword to strike. A stream of mana flew towards the Death Knight. The force threw him back. Furrows left by his feet could be seen on the ground. The knight extended his hand and ordered the dark spirits under his command to attack Jaime. The ghostly army followed the order. A rod appeared in the protagonist's hand. Jaime's palm was surrounded by a glow similar to tongues of flame. The young man was going to use a divine explosion, which was the basic divine magic practiced by priests, to fight the undead attacking him. Jaime pressed the wand to himself and raised it above his head. Golden sparks splashed out from it in all directions. The bodies of dark spirits disappeared from contact with this magic. The Death Knight turned his head around. The magician said that low-ranking undead could not harm him. The spirit repeated that he must destroy his enemies. The eyes of the main character became purple. The face of Diablo Wolfir appeared through Jaime's appearance. He was surrounded by dark mana. He realized that the Death Knight was not a vengeful spirit who had been accumulating power for a long time, but received black mana and was born of a strong undead. Jaime activated the power of the Chain of Rebellion against divinity. Many chains of black mana rushed towards the Death Knight. He recoiled and smashed them. Jaime jumped and raised his blade to strike. His body was enveloped in blue mana. He shouted that the spirit had good skills, but he had been raised from the dead recently. Deep cracks appeared along the ground in the place where the guy struck. The Dark Knight rushed towards Jaime in clouds of dust. His sword was put forward to attack. The guy didn't even look at him. The main character activated a force called Avalon on the other side and was transported to the opposite world. The Dark Knight's sword passed through the ghostly figure of the enemy. The undead turned around. A purple glow was visible in the cracks of his visor. Jaime told the enemy that in a battle with a battle mage you need to think through every action. In one hand the guy held a staff, in the other a sword. He stabbed the enemy in the neck. Jaime smiled, his eyes violet, his sword glowing with magical energy. He activated the power of the Thunderbird and dealt the final blow to the Death Knight. The knight wheezed, cracks covered his helmet. The helmet split, its fragments scattered in different directions. The head of a blonde girl with violet eyes appeared. Jaime was surprised. A girl in the armor of a Death Knight was sitting on the ground. She demanded not to interfere with the execution of the order. Looking at her, the main character was thinking that high-ranking undead should be fully conscious, but the creature in front of him looked more like a vengeful spirit that had appeared recently. The guy suggested that it's all because of his strength. Jaime sheathed his sword. He was going to train the girl. The guy looked down at the girl. His palm was engulfed in purple flame. He said that she should stop wandering around the world and bothering the living and offered to join him. A hand shrouded in violet flame reached to the girl's forehead. She wanted to say something. Strong dark magic emanated from the girl's body. She screamed that she had to carry out the order, and the flow of wind almost blew Jaime away. A fierce battle took place in Siltio Castle. The bodies of the fallen lay on the floor. Blood stains covered the tiles. The commander ordered everyone to be killed. The man lost his helmet in battle. A subordinate approached him and said that the enemies had begun to attack from the other side. The man ordered to stop them no matter what. The commander of the Royal Knights of Silthio, Volvinos Creon, clutched a red bundle to his chest and shouted that they must save the son of the Crown Prince. A detachment led by Libiter Paul, vice commander of the Royal Knights of Silthio, approached them. The man said that the fourth prince had beheaded the Crown Prince. The coup was a success. The traitor approached the commander of the knights and promised that if Volvinos gave up the son of the Crown Prince, his life would be spared. The man was indignant that his deputy was going to kill the baby. He looked at the sleeping chubby-cheeked child and thought that he must save the baby so that the family tree would not be interrupted. Valvinos looked determined. He called his blonde subordinate named Bianca over to him. The commander of the knights handed the child to the girl in armor. He said that she must protect the baby because he is the only heir and the future of the country. With a cry, Libator rushed at the enemy, holding his sword in front of him. Valvinos repelled the deputy's attack. He told Bianca to run, take the child to his wife and explain everything to her. Clutching the child to her chest, Bianca looked at what was happening in fear. She could not leave the other knights. Her comrades prepared to fight the enemy army to let the girl leave. The men shouted to her that they would sort it out here and then catch up with her. The girl ran. She clutched to her chest a child wrapped in a red diaper with trembling arms in armor. Bianca jumped out the window. The officers of the enemy army shouted after her that she needed to be caught. Bianca ran without feeling tired. She was focused on her goal of getting to the Creon family estate and telling them everything. The man in the yellow hat pulled the bowstring, aiming at the figure of the running girl. The arrow pierced through Bianca's body. She fell to the ground, and a child, awakened by the blow, was crying nearby. The wounded Bianca watched the archer in horror as he prepared to take another shot. The arrow pierced the child's body. Blood sprayed out. Bianca screamed and pulled her hand towards him, but could not do anything. The wounded girl tried to crawl to the body of the child from which 3 arrows were visible. In despair, she thought that she had to carry out the order. She thought about all the people who had sacrificed their lives to give her the opportunity to leave, and she thought about how she couldn't die. The last thing Bianca saw in this life was the bloody body of a child pierced by arrows and her trembling fingers reaching out to him. A column of black mana burst out noisily from the roof of the tower. Streams of dark magic rushed towards the body of the dying Bianca lying on the ground. From the place where the girl's body lay, a death knight surrounded by black mana rose and directed a stream of magical energy at the child's body. Mana enveloped the dead baby. The child's body turned into a medallion with a skull in the center, which hung on the chest of the death knight. Bianca was kneeling in front of Jaime. The guy realized that she did not want to kill the Phibian family. He did not know why his black mana was still in the kingdom of Siltio, but he came to the conclusion that Bianca's despair awakened her. Jaime looked at the girl who bowed her head and continued to mutter that she had to carry out the order. He realized that her obsession was too strong, and if he did nothing, Bianca would go crazy and turn into a terrible evil spirit. The guy snapped his fingers and promised to avenge Bianca. Hazard, Rise and Asher continued to fight the Dark Knight's army. Jaime and Bianca, enveloped in the glow of mana, moved. The young man said that now she would be able to carry out the order. A blonde girl in dark armor froze at the entrance to the Creon family's house. Finally, she could tell them what happened to the father of the family and give the crown prince to Valvino's wife. Imperial Knight Bianca Adren knocked on the house where the family of her fallen commander lived. The girl's medallion lit up. Mana burst out of it. A baby appeared in Bianca's arms. She was ready to carry out the last order of her commander. Irina opened the door and looked in surprise at the night guest. Bianca said that the woman's husband and his subordinates are now trying to stop the coup in the castle. Irina tried to interrupt her. She said that the coup happened several years ago. Using a telepathic connection, Jaime asked Irina to listen to the knight. The woman was very surprised when she heard the priest's voice in her head. In the same way, the main character told the woman that it was the vengeful spirit of Bianca. He asked the woman to help her find peace. Irina pressed her trembling hands to her chest. She assumed that Bianca had come from the castle to leave her the crown prince. Irina and Bianca stood opposite each other against the backdrop of the night sky. The knight confirmed that she was fighting the enemy and had come to carry out the commander's order. Irina began to cry. She hugged the girl and praised her. With tears in her blue eyes, Bianca admitted that she came alone and left her comrades on the battlefield. Irina assured her that everything was fine. Her friends understood everything. The woman unclenched her embrace and stepped back. She said that now Bianca could rest and added that everyone was waiting for her. The girl sobbed bitterly. She said that she could not save the commander, died on the way to the house of the Creon family, and complicated the life of Irina and her children. Bianca's body disappeared. The woman looked in surprise at the streams of mana that slowly dissipated in the air. A three-man squad of Ishtar, Philip and Jens were on the battlefield watching the ghost soldiers disappear, leaving only traces of dark mana in the air, and Jaime asked the ghost soldiers to remain in position while he went off on business. Feet in black boots with white sacred symbols walked along the road while leaves flew up from the wind. The main character, having reached the small house, thanked Miss Irina with a smile for the good work, and she turned around with a worried look, asking if the young man knew about the whole situation. The woman clarified that she meant the fact that the restless soul of Bianca tormented her family for several years. Jaime glanced at Miss Irina, who bowed her head and folded her arms over her chest, declaring that he initially did not know the whole situation, and it was revealed to him only by chance. The woman sobbed bitterly with her head down and her cheeks flushed, gritting her teeth and thinking about the fate of poor Bianca, and her hands began to tremble from these thoughts. Miss Irina admitted that she was a little jealous of the fate of the knight, who did not see the fall of her family, the death of relatives, or the ascension of the enemy to the throne. The woman, her hands shaking, grabbed her wrist, mentally concluding that Bianca's nightmare had finally come to an end, while she herself continued to live in a terrible world, having lost her husband and her country. Raising her eyes wide and looking ahead, Miss Irina wondered if she would be able to get some rest if she died. Jaime, with a serious look, calmly declared that after his interlocutor's death nothing would await him. The boy closed his eyes and smiled slightly, conveying that after the end of his life there would be nothing left but regrets. Closing her eyes and tilting her head forward, the woman calmly noted that her interlocutor was speaking as if he was already dying, and behind her she could hear the screams of worried children. A small fair-haired boy and girl ran up in tears and hugged their mother, loudly asking the taken-aback woman not to die and not to leave them. She leaned over with tears in her eyes and patted her son and daughter on the head, declaring that she was not going to die and abandon her children. Jaime at that moment scratched his cheek with an awkward expression and, breaking into a smile, concluded that it was better to leave the families alone. Suddenly the boy looked down in surprise, noticing something curious. On a wooden board located on the ground, a pendant sparkled, illuminated by moonlight. The main character quickly turned towards Miss Irina, who, hugging her son and daughter, was walking towards the wooden door. Some time later, the young master returned to the battlefield, telling the 3 waiting men with a sad face that the situation was, in fact, sad. The boy snapped his fingers sharply, shaking the air. Heavy doors with chains began to open behind him, behind which stretched a corridor with a purple glow. And the main character, placing his hand on his side, declared that his 3 resurrected subordinates could go and rest. They were very happy to hear these words and quickly moved into the open space, leaving only traces of dark mana in the air. At this time, the boy put out his palm with the pendant in front of him, looking at the found thing in bewilderment and asking if its owner had really ascended. He lightly signaled his fingers as the oval pendant began to emit a bright purple glow. The ghost of Bianca appeared in the air high above Jaime, surrounded by energy, and he, raising his head, watched the girl. Having lowered her metal boots to the ground, Bianca explained that she had not completed everything yet, so she would not be able to look her comrades in the eyes if she returned to the afterlife now. The blonde-haired knight with violet eyes clenched her fist, furiously declaring that she would show true hell to those terrible people who captured Siltio Castle. Jaime watched the ghost apprehensively, and a spot of powerful purple energy was reflected in his iris. The boy, looking at the angry Bianca, decided that this mana would be enough to start a war. He told the dead girl that these were very immature thoughts, because the undead have no freedom, and if the 12 gods found out about her existence, she would be punished, to which she expressed a desire to pierce the hearts of her enemies with a sword. The ghost of a knight in armor stood waiting in front of the main character, offering to join the battle, after which he declared that he would help bring her revenge to life. Bianca widened her violet-lit eyes greatly from tension, frowning, because she felt boundless and powerful power from her young interlocutor. Jaime stood opposite, surrounded by dark mana and a bright purple glow, and the girl, seeing him like this, concluded that she could not join someone who used evil power. The boy grinned and, casting a knowing glance at the ghost, said that he was not a dark magician, as one might think. Bianca, frowning, muttered through her teeth in confusion what the young master meant. Jaime extended an open palm towards the girl, on which was located the symbol of the church of the goddess Pyro, emitting a golden divine glow. Then the knight thought about it and, reproducing in her head the picture of the battle when the boy shot a bright ray into the sky, came to the conclusion that he used divine energy. The circular glow around the palm of the protagonist spread more strongly, and he announced that he was Saint Pyro, and the girl opposite, closing her eyes, hurried to turn away, blinded by a bright flash. When Jaime removed his hand with the divine mark, Bianca looked at him with concern, shocked that there was a dark magician in the world who was a servant of God. Snapping his fingers carelessly, the boy smugly declared that his strength was different from insignificant people, and the girl's strength originally belonged to him. Then Bianca, in a violet glow, opened her mouth in bewilderment, examining her hands, and concluded that the dark mana inside her was reacting to her interlocutor. Taking on a serious look, the main character extended his hand to the girl and asked whether she was ready to join him or not. She, reflecting that she was ready to join even the devil now, made a dissatisfied face and answered uncertainly that she would enter into a contract with the boy. Smiling maliciously, Jaime concluded that the decision had been made. A powerful purple lightning appeared in the sky, turning into a symbol of a circle with a cross, after which the young man turned to Bianca, calling her by her full name. The knight with a horned helmet on her head flashed her violet eye and knelt before her ally, ready to become his sword, while streams of dark mana hovered around her. Jaime, grabbing the hilt of the sparkling blade and drawing it from its sheath, again turned to the restless ghost. He lowered Bianca's sword onto his shoulder and proudly made her a personal knight, while a rising whirlwind fluttered his turquoise hair and swirled leaves in the air, and the girl in response swore allegiance to the young master. After the ceremony, Jaime sent the girl, dressed in armor, into the gates of the rebellion against divinity so that his subordinate Philip would bring her up to date. The boy himself confidently walked along the wooden planks with clenched fists scattered on the ground, immersed in thoughts of the Phibian family, which should have calmed down by now. Streams of wind rushed around a small shack located in the night forest, and a voice was heard from there, promising that Mom would try. Miss Irina sat at a round table in the light of candles and smiled, declaring that she would do anything for the children. The boy held her hand, enthusiastically expressing a desire to help, and the girl waved her hands, assenting. Jaime, approaching the house, knocked on the wooden door, breaking the family idyll and eavesdropping on the conversation. Involuntarily, images of Argino, Shies, and Sarah appeared in the boy's head, and he concluded with a soft smile that he also wanted to help, because he knew how valuable family was. Miss Irina opened the door and looked stunned at the good-natured Jaime standing on the threshold, after which she admitted that she wanted to thank him. But he quickly ran away. The woman handed the boy a tray with a pendant in which a burgundy stone sparkled, asking him to take a gift for the help he provided. Smiling awkwardly, the main character put his hands forward and politely refused such an expensive necklace, asking to give it to the children. Miss Irina was taken aback, widening her brown eyes, when she heard from the boy a request to give him a rosary. Now a cross on a chain hung from Jaime's elegant palm, sparkling against the starry sky, and he thanked the woman, putting the donated rosary into the inner pocket of his coat. The young man did not take his eyes off his interlocutor, asking her to go to Harmony. The boy held out the blue scrolls in his palm to the astonished Miss Irina, declaring that if he showed them to the garrison commander in the capital, he would find a place to stay. After the woman's question about the reasons for a military man to help his family, the boy scratched his head with a confused smile and, imagining a bored knight with brown hair, said that he knew him. Miss Irina and False Me stood opposite each other in the dark outside the shack, and the woman, folding her arms across her chest, asked why the boy was supporting them, and he replied that he had no reason. Throwing a puzzled look at the young gentleman, the single mother asked to know his real name. Closing his eyes and smiling a little, the young man said that his name was Jaime, and then quickly said goodbye. Miss Irina, seeing the boy disappear, extended her hand in his direction in an attempt to stop him. She clutched the gifted blue scrolls to her chest, concluding with a sad look that Jaime had already left, and the wind was rustling around her. The boy, meanwhile, walked through an empty, unlit clearing, thinking that he had done too many good things lately. Raising his hand with the rosary, the young archmage looked at Miss Irina's gift with a thoughtful look, trying to understand whose divinity was contained in this thing. After this, Jaime remembered whose energy from the 12 gods he could feel, including the flame goddess Pyro, old enemy Janus, the basilisk's master Dryan, the dragon god Brahaman, and the sun god Ra. Taking the rosary in both hands, the boy concluded that he had not even encountered other gods yet, and then began to analyze divinity. He looked at his palms, from which green energy now emanated, his mouth twisting tensely. Suddenly, a powerful purple flash appeared in the middle of the forest, rising high above the trees. Sighing, Jaime concluded that he hadn't even noticed that he had just released such a large amount of mana. He looked anxiously into the air, in which thin streams of green mana rose from the rosary, and realized that this was not the divinity of one of the 12 gods. The cross was engulfed in a bright glow, located in the covered palm of the protagonist, and he assumed that there was a 13th deity. Jaime looked down with alarm, deciding that he needed to calm down and think about who exactly the mana that had appeared could belong to. The first thing that came to the boy's mind was the old gods before the time of Diablo, but now none of them are left, because 12 gods destroyed them, after which they took control of the world. When the young man suggested that this was some kind of new god, the image of a goddess with green hair appeared in his head, and he decided to turn to pyro. After that, he squeezed the divine rosary tightly in his hand, tensed, and came to the conclusion that the risk was too great. Now he thought about the blue-haired, cunning Isis, the leader of the border, who had come closest to uncovering the secrets of this world, deciding that she might have useful information. Opening his palm and staring at the rosary, emitting a powerful stream of green mana, Jaime firmly concluded that for now it was worth putting this matter off altogether. Further events unfold inside the Gate of Rebellion Against Divinity, where skeletons and people wandered around the square in a faint purple light. Furiously swinging his sword at the ghostly knight who had arrived on Jaime's instructions, Jens grinned, because the girl managed to quickly dodge. While during the battle Philip stood to the side with his arms crossed and turned his head, the defeated Ishtar lay spread-eagled and threw his dagger, and the squatting skeleton poked his body with a bony finger. Now the blade of the sword was flying straight at Bianca's blonde head, who, frowning, prepared her fist for a retaliatory attack. The girl made a powerful blow with one hand, and now Jens was screaming in pain, having been punched in the chest with all its might. Smoke emanated from the clenched hand of the ghostly knight, which she looked attentively, and her opponent, trembling greatly, knelt in front of her. When the girl pointed her blade at Philip, he put his hand forward and, closing his eyes, calmly stated that the result was obvious after the loss of 2 guys, so there was no point wasting time. Jaime, who had decided to briefly look into the gates against divinity before returning, watched from the dais, arms crossed, the interaction of the resurrected subordinates with the ghostly knight, who was stronger than the 3 men. The young man abruptly descended to the ground, and the skeletons immediately obediently bowed before him along with Bianca, and Philip shook his head, noticing the appearance of the master. The shaggy man with blue hair scratched his head and grinned, answering the question about meeting a new girl that they didn't have much time. Noticing two exhausted subordinates on the ground, surrounded by curious skeletons, the protagonist asked if they were to blame for this, after which he would receive confirmation. Then Jaime decided to make an acquaintance right now, and pointing his palm at Philip, introduced him as the commander of the army of the dead. After that, the boy extended his palm towards Bianca, informing her that she was a Death Knight and a new member of their team. Philip, frowning, put his hand to his mouth and quietly asked if the girl's ghost had not ascended to heaven. And Jaime, with an awkward look, said that some circumstances had influenced this. Now the commander and the knight greeted each other with a smile, shaking hands and promising to rely on each other as a comrade in arms. Watching the fleeing skeletons, Jaime concluded with displeasure that the army was not yet very organized, so he could not increase the number of soldiers. Turning to the guy and girl, the boy put his hand on his hip and with a sly smile said that the two guys would have an important role in dealing with the warriors, and they promised to make every effort. After the main character worriedly inquired about Nero's whereabouts, Philip wearily revealed that he had been missing for several days. Before becoming Jaime's familiar, the missing man committed impossible atrocities under the guise of being the school's headmaster, so that, as an independent fighting unit, he could train on his own. With his hands at his sides, the young master asked Philip upon Nero's return to introduce him to Bianca, and the subordinate bowed respectfully, accepting the order. The knight put her hand to her armored chest with a proud smile when Jaime said he relied on her. The main character abruptly moved into the room onto the patterned carpet, wanting to take a little nap. The boy turned around worriedly, noticing a presence behind the door and wondering who could be there. A smiling Nilva appeared in the opening, walking towards the young master, stepping on the carpet. Putting his hand on her waist and grinning, Jaime softly asked why the girl had come, and she, shaking her head worriedly, said that she had a request. Nilva's cheeks were covered with a light blush, and she, holding out her hand, curiously asked if the young magician could return Rosario. Closing his eyes and clenching his fists, Jaime activated his teleportation to talk to the girl associated with the 13th deity outside. Covered in a blue glow, the main character and Nilva suddenly moved to an empty dark clearing surrounded by stones. Jaime extended his hand, above which the rosary floated in the light of his mana, and through gritted teeth asked if this was what the girl was talking about. Frowning with displeasure, the boy said that he did not want to give the divine relic to Nilva, and she, scratching the back of her head, said with a sweet look that this would cause her problems. The girl with rosy cheeks smiled silently with her eyes closed when she received a question regarding her identity. Her arm greatly increased in size under the influence of red mana, after which the white sleeve of her shirt tore. Jaime looked in bewilderment at his interlocutor, engulfed in scarlet streams of energy. The man extended his palm forward, greeting the Great One. Now, instead of Nilva, a man with a malicious smile stood in a bow, introducing himself as Nirvana, Ormer Jormungand. The shadow of a long-haired girl, sighing for the master, fell on the brick wall with a round window overlooking the starry sky. The brunette Jormungander, who is Diablo's familiar, happily extended her hand upward and declared that she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The man, from whose hand there were tubes sucking blood, asked the lady not to exaggerate her reaction. Diablo, sitting with his hands down, cast a displeased glance at Jormungander and asked if she was going to ruin her own plans. Biting her scarlet lips, the trembling woman turned purple and excitedly admitted that she had been waiting for this meeting for tens of thousands of years. The vampire wrapped her arms around herself and exclaimed loudly from an overabundance of emotions, raising her head. Diablo continued to frown, concerned that his reincarnation was in harmony. When the man asked if Jormungander wanted to lose her master again, she turned around with a menacing grin and flashed her red eyes furiously. Diablo, looking piercingly at the woman, phlegmatically clarified that she had not avoided the eyes of the 12 gods for tens of thousands of years in order to save the master. The familiar twisted her mouth with dissatisfaction, sweating from exertion. The woman was furiously clenching her fist, from which blood was oozing, when the interlocutor said that she only had to wait a maximum of a couple of years. The action moves to a night clearing, where Nirvana stood opposite Jaime along with Nilva. The name Ormer is bestowed upon the followers of Jormungand, which means snake. The main character glanced with concern at the man who had appeared, concluding that he was not lying, because the eternal form ability bestowed by Diablo's familiar was visible. Eternal form is a skill with which you can transform into any form of life, even single-celled ones. Even the 12 gods are afraid of this power, because with its help Jormungandr can transform anything. Clenching his fists, Jaime clarified where Diablo's familiar was, to which Ormer, taking out a dagger, replied that he could not say. Smirking maliciously, Nirvana put the blade to his throat and promised to give his head to the boy as an apology. The main character, frowning, asked the man to stop joking, and he, grinning, began to put away the dagger. Stretching out his hand with the rosary, the boy asked whether Jormungandr had made them, to which he received an affirmative answer. Nirvana closed his eyes with a smile, realizing that the young master was interested in whose divine powers were used to make the thing. Jaime, with an insidious smile, extended his hand, engulfed in dark magic, and declared that if the man did not tell him, then he would open his head and find the necessary information. Nirvana, hearing this, put his hands forward and concluded that his interlocutor was serious. Jaime looked at Ormer expectantly as he pointed his finger at the rosary. Jormungandr passionately extended her hand, in which lay a rosary with dark mana that belonged to the formidable magician Diablo Wulfir. Hearing this, the boy frowned, not believing that it was possible to create a divine relic using dark mana. Nirvana volunteered to explain in more detail, starting with the fact that fragments of Diablo's power are now scattered throughout the continent. The man gestured with his hands, smilingly telling the boy opposite that these pieces were successfully created by divinity. Closing his eyes, Ormer confidently stated that the third servant of the devil, Black, created light from black mana. Jaime imagined his round, one-eyed familiar floating in the divine light on angelic wings. He cast a piercing glance at his interlocutor, menacingly asking how he knew. Nirvana explained that when Black created the sacred light, it resonated with the divinity created by Jormungandr and her minions. Jaime put his hand to his chin, thinking that both powers were made from his dark mana as Nirvana continued to gesticulate. The protagonist questioned whether the brunette had created a religion, reflecting on the fact that it was impossible to create divinity without someone's faith, so it would take quite a few followers. Ormer, grinning, unshakably stated that he could not say about this, because Jormungandr herself planned to explain everything. At that moment, the boy snapped his fingers, asking him to accept the gift. When Jaime transferred the rosary into the palm of a satisfied Nervan using mana, he asked to warn Diablo's familiar about the imminent meeting. Ormer, calling the boy great, bowed respectfully in farewell as red streams of mana swirled around him, forming a vortex. A moment later, the man disappeared, leaving traces of his energy in the air. Jaime was left alone in the field and, raising his head to the Milky Way of the night sky, concluded that neither in his past nor in this life did he understand what Jormungandr had in mind. The boy lowered his head with a sad look, reflecting on the fact that he, blinded by hatred of the 12 gods, had never tried to understand the hearts of his children. The main character decided, when everything was over, to pay more attention to them. A new day was coming, and the first rays of the sun illuminated the white houses against the background of the dawn sky. Jaime and the warrior Jean were leaving the settlement towards the mountain when a boy ran after them. Fibion stood on the stone road, his hands on his knees and trying to catch his breath. He held out a tattered bag of coins, asking him to take them. The boy bowed his head before Jaime, putting forward the accumulated money to thank the young man for helping his family. The young magician crossed his arms and said with an insolent look that he would help at least for gold coins, and Fibion was confused, clutching the bag to himself. Jaime patted the upset boy on the head, biting his lip and ready to cry, telling him that he would accept gratitude when he became a real man. After these words, the main character turned around and, intending to leave, waved goodbye to the child. A brunette in a mask named Jin, behind his back, displeasedly noted that he was showing off in front of the child, to which he replied with a grin that he had always been a cool guy. At this moment, Fibion screamed furiously, calling out to Jaime. The boy stood in the middle of the street, legs wide apart and arms outstretched, and loudly promised to become a real man by the next visit of the retreating young man. Jaime glanced at the child with inspiration and smiled. The action moves to the northern Yerkod mountains of the Ariasha continent, where two guys were watching a man rushing furiously into a snowy forest. Holding the strange hand, the fleeing man clenched his teeth and tried to restore his ragged breathing. Two knights rushed towards him furiously, exhaling steam and swinging sharp blades. The long-haired man closed his eyes for a moment. In my memories, an image of a dilapidated house arose, around which children were running carelessly in a meadow surrounded by flowers. Now the hero, lowering the weapon growing from his hand to the ground, concluded that he could not give up. The red flesh tightly grasped the steel blade, which shook due to the owner's trembling. Renowned assassin Kenji screamed menacingly, his red eyes flashing as dark red energy surrounded him. Now 3 knights watched the metamorphosis with concern, gritting their teeth from tension and taking a defensive position, while the man opposite turned his head with a fierce look. Kenji angrily shouted that he would survive, and sharply swung the blade growing straight from his hand. Further actions take place in the same Yerkad Mountains, only at the foot of Mount Dispose, where, after making a fire, Jean and Jaime warmed themselves and talked. Paying attention to the clothes, the main character compared the masked man with Han and concluded that he was different. Sitting on a log, the young magician asked what kind of relationship Jean had with the aforementioned guy, and he stated that they were not close due to the difference in status. The masked man glanced at his interlocutor, explaining that Khan was akin to the nobility. Jaime's eyes widened in shock, reflecting the glare of the fire, hearing that the interlocutor was something like a slave. According to the man's story, one day a general noticed him and made him a personal slave until he proved his skills and received his freedom. However, after his release, Jean was still subjected to serious discrimination, because you cannot change the past. The masked man, closing his eyes, said that Khan wanted to make friends with him, but it was uncomfortable for him. Jaime, leaning towards the fire, told his interlocutor that he would like to just fly over, but he noted that the problem was in the mana zone. This zone is a transparent barrier of mana that separates the boundaries. The mana zone was established to prevent international strife, and if anyone was found near it, neighboring countries would regard it as an act of aggression and begin persecution. Moreover, this barrier was actually created by dragons to monitor the human dimension. Jaime, frowning with displeasure, looked at the fire and thought that he would not really like to provoke the wrath of huge fire-breathing lizards. If a sorcerer similar to the legendary Ganon does not appear, then dragons will not show themselves in the human world. Resting his fingers on the log, Jaime carefully stood up and announced that he would go to bed. He turned sharply, casting a worried glance to the side. Jaime and Jean, sensing a human presence, stood together and looked at the snow-covered path leading through the dark forests. It was snowing heavily over the high Dispose mountain when the two guys teleported to the place where Kenji's body lay. The man was lying on the frozen ground, his arms outstretched, and all his white robes were covered in blood, and the boy noticed a through wound in his stomach. The main character put forward his palm with the mark of the goddess Pyro, activating divine energy to heal the killer's wounds. Jaime, squatting down, bent over the wounded man, and a bright golden flash emanating from his hand illuminated the space. At that time, Jin was examining the sword, firmly attached to Kenji's hand, and suggested that it was some kind of artifact, but the young magician denied this, not feeling any magical power. The masked man looked at the weapon with curiosity, concluding that it was the first time he had seen a sword with such a wide blade, and Jaime, shaking his hands with a disinterested look, suggested moving on. At this moment, Kenji, lying on the ground, with his eyes closed, muttered that he did not want to die. After a while, the long-haired man opened one eye, sighing in pain. He stood up, holding his head, and the boy sitting on a log by the fire turned to him, asking how he was feeling. Looking at the savior with shame, Kenji began to sweat and hesitantly thanked him for his help. Jin looked straight at the stranger, asking what kind of sword was attached to his hand, and he hesitated and answered that it was a prosthetic. The long-haired man looked back and asked where they were, to which Jaime replied that they were halfway to Mount Dispose. Scratching his head, Kenji awkwardly asked the savior's names, and Jaime, introducing both, asked the answer. The man gritted his teeth and grabbed his weapon hand as he introduced himself. Kenji nervously turned away, covered in cold sweat, and said that he needed to move away, while the guys behind him looked at him in bewilderment. Jin, following the man with his eyes, concluded that he had many secrets, and the main character exhaled steam through clenched teeth. The boy noted that Kenji has a strange prosthesis in the form of the demonic sword Pasik. There are different types of swords, regular shapes, artifacts, a sacred sword imbued with divinity, as well as demonic swords born from sinister rites. Frowning, Jaime looked into the distance and assumed that the stranger was possessed by his demonic weapon and did not know about his bloody adventures, and Jean cast a sidelong glance at his interlocutor, deciding that they had met a serial killer. The spruce trees in the forest were covered with snow, and the guys concluded that the man himself would tell them everything when he returned, because he had nowhere to run. At this time, Kenji stood deep in the forest, leaning on the trunk of a bare tree and lowering his head. He held onto the pulsating flesh of his hand wrapped around his sword, glad that it was calming down. Kenji clenched his teeth and exhaled steam, clutching his shoulder with the feeling of a new attack. The man was tied to a blood-bringing sword, which had splashes of scarlet liquid on it. Kenji encountered this demonic blade that embodies a nightmare by accident. Someone called out to him loudly and he turned around. In the past, the killer was the director of a small orphanage, a kind man who took care of abandoned children. However, in order to earn money for the orphanage, he took on dangerous missions. At the end of the concerts, this brought him fame as a talented mercenary. But one day an old man came to Kenji, having heard about the man's work. He went into a huge forest on a mission to find endemic medicinal herbs. Deeper among the trees, Kenji was surprised to encounter a blood-colored aura. A blade engulfed in red energy was stabbed into the ground, and the man walked towards it, hearing the sword calling to him. Kenji pulled his fingerless gloved hand towards the red hilt of the abandoned weapon. The man gritted his teeth as his arm disappeared to his shoulder, and a sword stretched out in red ribbons in its place, followed by a scream. When Kenji woke up, the demonic sword was already attached to his hand, and he was surrounded by the corpses of monsters. After this, the blade continued to desire blood, the thirst constantly grew, and the man at times lost control of himself. And one day the furious Kenji killed the lord who was in charge of the Yurko Mountains. Having come to his senses and realizing this, the man fell to his knees next to the bloody corpse, trembling with horror and wishing himself deaf. He recalled how one of the orphans handed him a drawing of an orphanage. While the girl was holding the picture, her brother threw up his hands with enthusiasm and promised to buy a huge house in the future. Kenji, frowning, pacified the demonic blade, because he could not give up, go to prison or die until his children got a good life. He leaned against the tree trunk, exhaling steam and regretting that he could not thank his saviors due to the threat of unknowing harm. Kenji, holding onto his shoulder, slowly moved deeper into the forest, leaving footprints on the snowy path. At this time, the knights combed the area, searching every tree in an attempt to find the mercenary, and snowflakes fell from the sky. The head of the pursuers and a high-ranking knight, Hilder with blue hair, cast a dissatisfied glance and twisted his mouth, asking where the ghostly killer was hiding. The man walked through the snow in metal shoes, grunting questioningly. He carefully looked ahead at the path leading to a huge cave and covered with snow. Raising a relic emitting a green glow in his hand, Hilder confidently declared that he would inspect a cave in which a wanted killer might be hiding. The man in the white cloak walked away, making his way towards the darkness, and the snow did not stop falling on the ground. Entering the cave, the high-ranking knight was horrified when the space suddenly began to shake. Through the darkness, two sparkling yellow eyes and bared long fangs of a monster could be seen, which menacingly asked how Hilder dared to cause chaos in his lands. The dragon moved his vertical pupil downwards, examining the uninvited guest and concluding that he stank of blood, while the knight looked up at the monster in horror. Suddenly, bloody splashes and pieces of human flesh, torn into small pieces, rose into the air. The ferocious red dragon Kairos mercilessly crushed the man who disturbed his sleep with his huge paw. After that, the red lizard glanced sideways, feeling some concern. Kairos, having discovered the mana of Jaime and Jean, concluded that there are people in the forest who are not like insects, and one of them is very strong. The dragon released a stream of flame and a moment later took the form of a red-haired, muscular young man with a tattoo on his chest and a sly look. Jin at that moment, looking straight ahead somewhere ahead, felt with horror the deadly energy. He abruptly grabbed the bewildered Jaime by the wrist, worriedly informing him that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. The boy pulled his hand out of the man's grip. He cast a menacing glance at Jean and, frowning, said that they could not leave this place because their enemy was a dragon. The masked man was taken aback and trembled with fear, not understanding why there were not even rumors of a dragon's nest in these parts. Jaime, looking to the side, explained that all the dragons were in different places, and one of them created a magical barrier so that non-humans could not discover the nest. Looking at the night luminary rising in the sky above the top of Mount Bespose, the boy and the man began to discuss the possibility of escaping using the resonance of the moon. The important question was what color the dragon was, because if it was white or blue, it would be quite possible to deal with it. But if it was black or red, then the children's lives were in danger, and from some of its features it was already clear that it was definitely an ancient dragon. Frowning and gritting his teeth with tension, Jaime looked furiously at his fist and declared that in the worst case they would have to fight, realizing that they could defeat the young dragon. But they had no chance against the ancient one. At this time, Kenji quickly rushed deeper into the forest, sliding along the snowy path and raising the white cover under his feet. Gritting his teeth and exhaling hot steam, he thought that he wanted to run away, take the children from the orphanage and leave the country, having first changed his identity so that no one could find him. He also noted that a skilled magician would be able to remove the demonic sword that was firmly attached to his hand. Suddenly Kenji stopped in shock, realizing why there was such a stink of blood around him. The killer looked around with a worried look, wondering in horror whether his pursuers had really caught up with him. A red dragon appeared in the air in front of the stunned Kenji, taking on human form. With a malicious smile, calling the man on the ground an insect and concluding that he was carrying a rather interesting load. Looking down at the troubled man, shaking with fear and baring his teeth from tension, Kairos concluded that he had been consumed by a demonic sword. The dragon extended his hand with black claws, activating a mana ball in his palm and commanding the weapon to consume the owner. After these actions, the blade began to rise upward, which greatly puzzled Kenji, and Kairos explained that this sword is a parasite that does everything to completely absorb the owner's body. In the splashes of blood in the wind, there were memorable photographs of the former happy days of the director of the orphanage, surrounded by abandoned children who had become his family. The red tentacles of the sword began to writhe in the air, and the serial killer fell to his knees, asking the weapon to leave his body. With a sarcastic grin, Kairos looked at the man with a look full of curiosity, concluding that he had good willpower, but if the power of the sword increased, he would come to an end. Kenji was now lying on the ground with a ferocious look, burning orange eyes blazing furiously on his bloodied face, and streams of saliva flowing from his clenched teeth. The man screamed in pain as the red dragon watched peacefully from the air. The horned, red-haired monster with a malicious smile suggested that the sword had completely taken over Kenji's body for the first time, deciding to test its strength on him. Kairos phlegmatically watched the destructive beam of red energy that appeared in front of him, concluding that he needed to choose his opponent correctly. The man writhed and screamed in pain, surrounded by a powerful stream of red magical energy, while the dragon coldly noted his courage in attempting to attack. Kenji looked like a mad dog, grinning at the ancient lizard in human form, who said that the enemy's reckless attack this time would be the last, because he would not forgive the second time. The horned, red-haired Kairos turned away from the possessed man on the ground, ordering him to kill the people who had infested his territory like insects. The red dragon glanced sideways at Kenji, telling him that he would reward him if he could kill two strong guys who were different from the rest, meaning Jaime and Jean. Kenji, completely consumed by the demonic sword, rose to his feet with a fierce look, holding his aching shoulder, and resembling a bloodthirsty beast. The genie, standing among the snowflakes, was taken aback when he heard from the boy that in addition to the dragon, they had another opponent. He looked in bewilderment at the quickly retreating Jaime, who shouted at the startled man to hurry up. One of the knights in the forest at this time bit his lower lip in horror, trembling with fear at the sight of the monster that appeared. He watched as Kenji, transformed into a ferocious, merciless beast, growled angrily and tore apart his gray-haired comrade with a mustache, who was trying to escape. It was concluded that he wanted to repay the kindness with revenge. Kenji struck the man's back, making a cut on his back, from which blood gushed out. Diablo teleported behind Red Kenji, saying that he seemed suspicious to him and ended up turning out to be that villain. Jaime looked to the side, sensing the dragon's approach, although even sensing it, he reproached Kenji. Diablo turned around when he heard that Jin, who was walking towards Kenji, said that he would kill him himself, because they were the ones who saved him, so he was obliged to do this so that the dead would die with honor. Kenji, whose skin and eyes were completely red, turned his head towards Jin, saying that he was one of those who were not insects. Jin grabbed the hilt of his sword and began to pull it out of its sheath, saying that although he did not know what Kenji was talking about, he would kill him painlessly, an act of mercy. In an instant, Jin walked past Kenji, stabbing him in the neck with his blade. Blood spurted from the cut on Kenji's neck, the veins on his face standing out strongly. Kenji's own blood sprayed the blue kimono red, while Jin said that he cut his throat with one blow out of a desire to make his death painless. Jin noticed something strange. The blood from the cut froze in the air. Drops of blood splashed in different directions began to collect and then rushed towards Kenji's neck. Kenji's head began to connect with his neck. He opened his mouth like a madman, in which his teeth turned into fangs. Kenji screamed that he would destroy this world. Jaime, holding a blade in his hand, walked past the corpses of people and looked around, but could not find a single living one among them. Jaime wondered where the presence that he had felt earlier had disappeared to. Diablo looked to the side after hearing someone call him calm. Jaime turned his head and saw a red-haired man in a white coat and red trousers floating in the air. He finally realized where the dragon had disappeared. Diablo, looking at the man whose lips curved in a grin, imagined behind him the image of a red dragon's head with glowing yellow eyes. The dragon asked Jaime if he knew that he was coming, because Diablo was not too surprised. Jaime turned around and looked at the one who landed in front of him and said that anyone can feel the dragon's fervor. After hearing his words, the dragon called Diablo arrogant. The dragon waved his hand and began to laugh loudly after Jaime asked if he had just entered the adult stage. The dragon laughed. He was interested that some pathetic person dared to calculate his power level. The dragon suddenly stopped laughing. His eye narrowed, and a vein appeared on his face from tension. The dragon directed his hand at Diablo, ordering him to fall prostrate. Immediately after his order, red mana fell on Jaime. The entire earth under his feet shattered due to the power of the spell, but Diablo only had to spread his legs wider and bend down to withstand the attack. Jaime looked up, blood flowing from his eye, realizing that the dragon had just used the language of dragons. Diablo remembered the symbols and body patterns of dragons that he had once seen. It was a description of the language of dragons, which was one of the 2 weapons of dragons, and also the strongest language type spell, because these spells are absolute manipulation that only dragons could use. The dragon stopped smiling and shuddered when Jaime told him his approximate age. He suggested that he was 27 years old. Diablo, surrounded by the dragon's mana, grinned and extended his hand, on which his bracelet began to glow. At the same time, he told the dragon that the dragon's language became stronger over time, and he was able to determine his age by the strength of his spell. The bracelet with the purple stone on Diablo's hand was an ideal cage, an artifact of absolute immunity. It was one of Diablo's 3 divine weapons. After activation, the person received immunity to all diseases and curses. Jaime raised his hand, his bracelet glowing brightly. The dark mana around his hand began to swirl. The dragon clenched his teeth in anger when Jaime suggested changing the battlefield. Diablo extended his hand towards the dragon, blood flowing from his eyes and mouth. This battle will allow them to see who will live and who will die. A moment later, the space began to transform. A triangular barrier began to descend from the sky. It was Jaime who gave the order to open Gremia. Red tentacles made of blood rushed forward. Jin dodged the many red tendrils of blood that grew from Kenji's back. Jin couldn't even think that Kenji could control blood. Jin stopped looking at Kenji and ran, dodging the next tentacles. Jin hoped that Kenji would not be subject to the enemy's blood, otherwise he would be at a disadvantage. At this time, Kenji smiled like a madman, pointing his tentacles at Jin. Jin turned around sharply, his feet sliding in the snow. He decided to get this over with as soon as possible. Jin swung his hand into the sword. The mana formed the outline of the sword and his hands around them. Using the crescent moon cut, Jin rushed past Kenji, cutting him in half when the upper part of the body separated. A glowing ball hidden in Kenji's body was visible. When the core fell to the ground, all the tentacles began to crawl towards him. Thanks to this, Jin realized that by destroying the core he would kill Kenji himself. Kenji raised his hand to cover his face when all the tentacles and blood began to accumulate at one point in space. The core itself soared into the sky, and it was towards it that everything began to accumulate. Soon the tentacles began to intertwine with each other and eyes and a grinning mouth formed from the tentacles. Jin extended his palm, forming a cloud of energy in it while shouting. Who even thought of creating something sinister? A moonlight seal formed in the air, a crescent moon clearly visible in the outline of the seal. The monster that used to be Kenji changed its appearance, completely copying the appearance of Jin. The monster's eye sockets lit up brightly, and the shocked Jin was finally able to understand that the monster copied him. The monster raised its head and opened its bloody mouth and roared. Jin raised his hand in front of him, shielding his eyes from the shockwave. He regretted that Diablo wasn't here. Jin didn't understand why Jaime had been away for so long. He couldn't have faced a dragon. The dragon looked at the changed space in front of him. He did not understand the essence of what had happened, because it was as if they had been transported to another dimension. Diablo seemed to instantly dispel the space. The dragon stood opposite Jaime in a confined space, asking if Diablo was seriously going to fight him. The dragon screamed and swung his hand, concentrating the flames around it. The flames rushed towards Jaime, who stood motionless. Jaime raised his hand and extended 2 fingers. A formation appeared in Diablo's subconscious from using the fire explosion skill. The dragon, frozen with his hand outstretched in shock, asked Jaime, who had dispelled all the flames with his spell, what he had done. Diablo answered the dragon by saying that he had not done anything special. He just couldn't use fire here. A moment later, the dragon felt an increase in gravity due to which the ground under his feet broke. When Jaime said that this was not the only thing he could not use, the mana aura around the dragon's body began to dissipate, and 3 formations appeared in the air that reduced the dragon's mana, oxygen in the environment, and increased gravity. The claws on the dragon's hand protruded out of anger. He was a little surprised by the many surprises of the man standing in front of him. Jaime smiled at the dragon and said that if he really was the greatest species on Earth, then such restrictions would not hinder him. The dragon bit his lower lip when Diablo asked if he was afraid of losing. The red dragon raised his head high, the veins stood out on his neck, and the flames blazed around him. He swore in the name of the Dragon King Brahman that he would kill Jaime. Diablo's lips curved into a smile, not paying attention to the flames. Jaime continuously looked at the dragon, realizing that he was a psycho who swore on the name of the Dragon King. If he lost, swearing on the name of the Dragon King, his soul could not be saved. The red dragon's eyes turned red, the pupil elongated, and he clenched his teeth, beginning to control and release the flames. Instantly, the red dragon turned into a silhouette and moved behind Jaime, leaving a trail of fire behind it. Diablo turned around and saw fiery whips with sharp tips coming towards him. A huge magic circle formed in front of Jaime, sucking all the fire into itself, thereby protecting Diablo. The dragon landed on the ground, noticing that Jaime's black magic was different from what he had seen. Swinging his bone-protruding arm, the red dragon charged at Jaime, shouting that he was using him as a lab rat. Diablo gritted his teeth and held his sword in front of him, blocking the dragon's claws. The dragon narrowed his eyes, his lips curling into a smile as he asked if Jaime actually thought he could block an attack with some piece of metal. The tips of the claws began to exert even more force on Jaime's sword. A moment later, Diablo's sword cracked. Jaime opened his eyes wide, looking at the fragments of the scattered sword. It was the sword that his father gave him. Looking at the pieces of his sword, Jaime began to remember the moment when his father gave it to him, saying that the sword was called Scud. Under the falling fragments of the sword, Diablo remembered how his father, smiling, said that it was normal to get injured. The main thing is that after that he becomes stronger. Jaime's pupil glowed brightly with anger. The spell formation appeared in the absolute darkness of Diablo's subconscious. A huge flash of light due to the explosion illuminated the entire space. All the earth and space began to crush and crack. Huge clouds of smoke began to rise after the explosion ended. After the explosion, the red dragon was on his knees. The landscape under his feet was changed, golden energy spreading from his shoulders and neck, healing him. Jaime, not paying attention to the dragon, looked at the broken blade lying on the ground. Dark energy began to spread from Diablo's body as he slowly proclaimed the name of the Diablo family. Diablo turned his head towards the dragon. Half of his face was covered in dark energy. His eye glowed brightly. He continued speaking, saying that the dragon could not expect a quick death. The red dragon went berserk, its teeth turning into fangs and its eyes glowing brightly. It began to transform into its true dragon form, its horns increasing in number and size in less than a second. The dragon's red wings tore the clothes on his back and came free from his back. The dragon's tail also tore the clothes and began to grow. A huge red dragon appeared in front of Diablo and roared, mouth wide open. The red dragon raised its paw and began to concentrate fire in it. The dragon's paw rushed towards Jaime, but a huge magic circle appeared in front of him, protecting him from the dragon's attack. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the purple magic circle. A moment later, a huge amount of dust rose into the air as the dragon broke the magic circle and settled on Jaime. But Jaime was able to dodge thanks to teleportation and found himself behind the dragon. He asked him if he thought that his size could scare him. The dragon turned around and opened its mouth, beginning to curse. Diablo, whose body was covered with dark mana, concentrated a sphere of mana in his hand and, gritting his teeth, rushed towards the dragon. Jaime, not reaching the dragon, threw a mana sphere at it. A powerful explosion occurred after the mana sphere collided with the dragon. The dragon turned his head and noticed that part of his wing was torn. He realized that if Diablo continued to attack like this, he would soon tear his wings apart. The dragon raised its head high and roared in one roar, destroying all the projections of Jaime that were approaching it. Jaime himself, like a shadow, moved at great speed across the battlefield, sending his shadows in the form of a stream of dark energy to attack. The dragon's pupil narrowed as he said that this was the end of Jaime's pathetic tricks. A dragon breath formation entwined with flames appeared in the dragon's subconscious. Jaime, who was completely covered in dark energy, connected his fingertips to form a sphere of mana between his palms, under which a magic circle of the second force, darkness, appeared. A magic circle of the hand of mana formed in Jaime's subconscious. The red dragon bent down and opened its mouth to form a sphere of flame, from which a column of fire began to be released. The fire collided with the fist of darkness created by Jaime, who was floating in the air surrounded by a magic circle. Outside Gremia, the snowfall continued unabated, snowflakes falling onto the mountain range. A powerful explosion tore apart one of the parts of Gremia's flying over the mountains. A huge hole was formed due to the collision of spells from the red dragon and Jaime standing opposite him. Diablo extended his hand, from which dark chains instantly flew out. The dragon stood on its hind legs and roared, trying to free itself from the chains that wrapped around every part of its body. Dark mana began to wrap around the purple spear after Jaime ordered the Longinus to be activated. Diablo extended his hand, pointing it at the dragon, and then said that he was no longer alive or dead, because he would serve him forever. In Jaime's subconscious, the formation of the Spear of Darkness Longinus spell appeared, which was a curse of decay. The tip of the spear pointed straight at the dragon, which was held back by many chains. The spear aimed straight at the gap between the scales on the dragon's chest. The dragon opened its mouth and roared loudly in pain as a spear surrounded by dark energy pierced its chest. Previously, the Longinus belonged to a lich with 3 eyes and a terrible mouth. In his hands, the Longinus was an instrument of evil. The one who was pierced by the Longinus was forever cursed. The victims of this weapon forever suffered from pain. Jaime's pupil sparkled brightly as he arrogantly said that the dragon made a huge mistake by breaking his sword. Suddenly, Diablo's heart swelled greatly, white veins instantly spreading throughout it. Jaime fell to one knee and grabbed his neck with his hand, starting to cough up blood. All the dark mana wrapping around him began to dissipate. The chains of darkness that entwined the dragon's paws began to dissipate. The dragon, whose chest was badly wounded, looked at Jaime and grinned and said that it was not bad. The dragon opened his mouth, saying that if Diablo were stronger, he would definitely lose. The lizard leaned his paw against his chest, digging his claws into it. A moment later, the dragon tore out part of his chest and told Jaime that he would kill him quickly. The lizard opened its mouth wide and began to concentrate flames in it. Jaime raised his head and smiled, asking what nonsense the dragon was talking about. Did he think that he was aiming at him just to rip off more scales from him? Suddenly, the dragon felt enormous pain and turned his head to the side. All the flames that he had concentrated dissipated, and in the wound on his chest, dark energy began to swirl like a whirlpool. The lizard realized that he could not use his breath. Diablo, looking at the dragon, advised him to remember that he is always responsible for his words. The dragon, standing on its hind legs, screamed as dark tentacles of energy began to approach it. The dark energy and blood of the lizard shifted. A loud roar of pain could be heard throughout the ship. After a while, sitting on one knee, Jaime looked at the huge red body of the dragon that fell in front of him, its mouth open and its tongue hanging out of it. Diablo trembled. He gritted his teeth, mentally cursing. He had to use all the skills that had a negative effect on his mind. He remembered the sword broken into pieces that caused this to happen. Jaime raised his head and looked at the dragon when he saw a bright light begin to illuminate him. Diablo, trembling with his whole body, began to climb up the dragon's body, approaching a huge wound on the chest from which light was spreading. Jaime, approaching the edge of the wound, bent down, holding his other hand. Jaime saw a red ruby sharpened into a stone appendage. He realized that it was the heart of a dragon, which was the strongest energy in the world. Diablo raised his trembling hand towards the dragon's heart below. Drops of blood fell to the ground, coloring it red. Jin, half of whose mask was broken, and a cut appeared on his forehead, watched his opponent, internally rejoicing that the blow landed on the forehead. Looking at the blood monster that imitated his appearance, Jin analyzed that physical attacks against the monster were useless due to the constant regeneration. He held the hand holding the blade in front of him. The tip of the sword was bloody. In an instant, Jin was next to the monster and cut it in half, shouting that the light of the moon would not let him lose. A moment later, he cut off the monster's head. And after another second, Jin cut the enemy in half. He was sure that the monster had a weakness that he had to find. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind occurred at the top of the snow-capped mountains. Jin raised his head and saw the explosion that occurred on the Gremia ship. He stood in a stupor looking up. The unexpected blood attack was blocked by the instantly created barrier. The monster raised its head and roared loudly. Jin stopped looking at the ship and returned his attention to the bloody monster. He took a fighting stance and began to dissipate the barrier while parts of the monster's body began to squirm. Jin bowed his head, mentally telling himself that even though he didn't know what had happened, there was nothing else left for him to do. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his place, leaving only glare of light behind him. Jin found himself above the monster and swung his sword, preparing to strike the decisive blow. A magic circle appeared in the night sky from the application of the resonance of moonlight, the radiance of the moon. A powerful wave of energy began to spread, almost covering the entire forest. The shock wave from this explosion caused the snow to rise several meters upward. The monster's body lit up brightly. It opened its mouth wide, watching the blow that was approaching it. The genie sank into the newly formed funnel and began to approach its center. The blade pierced the monster's orange core. Jin turned his head and looked at the damaged Gremius in the air, wondering what was going on there. He shuddered as he felt a surge of energy occur behind him. This was the second core of the monster, which began to collect blood around. Soon half of the bloody monster's body was already collected. He repeated over and over again that he would destroy the whole world. This time the monster did not imitate Jin's appearance. His head was bald, and his jaw was more like the jaws of a skeleton. He opened his mouth trying to say something, but was interrupted by Jaime. Lightning struck directly at the monster, destroying its body. The fragments of the core scattered in different directions. Jin turned around and looked at Diablo, who had just arrived. Jin was shocked to see Jaime. His pupils shrunk. Jaime shook off the dust from his palms and tilted his head and said that he was in place. Diablo's body had been changed. His hair had become a lighter shade. His body had stretched out, increased in height, and his pupils had changed color to blue. Jin looked at the destroyed core and blood splattered on the ground. It was a monster that was constantly recovering but eventually died from one hit. This made him decide to hone his skills. Jin and Jaime raised their heads and looked at the ship above when Jin asked if he fought there, to which Jaime answered by saying that yes, he fought inside his artifact. Looking at Gremius, who was hovering over the rock, Jin assumed that Jaime was fighting a dragon. The protagonist confirmed his words by saying that the dragon died. Jin shuddered, not believing Jaime's words, even though he was a 9th rank magician. Killing a dragon was too shocking. The protagonist looked at Jin, saying that it was hard for him and he himself almost died. Jaime stood motionless, saying that if he made a mistake, he would have lost immediately. Hearing this, Jin asked about his new look. The protagonist bowed his head a little as he began to explain. Jaime began to remember how he climbed up the dragon's body to devour the dragon's heart. Then he extended his trembling hand to his heart, wanting to devour it. When the protagonist almost reached the dragon's heart, he fell to one knee due to lack of strength. Soon after absorbing some of the energy, the wounds on his arm began to disappear, becoming covered in flame energy. His entire body was engulfed in flames. He grew taller, and his hair became a lighter shade. And soon, holding the dragon's heart in his hands, he stopped absorbing mana. His body aged due to the resonance of the dragon's vital core and energy. Jaime summoned the dragon's heart from the vault, saying that he had absorbed the energy that was in the dragon's heart. Jin's eye went wide in shock. Jin immediately ran up to Jaime and stretched out his hands, demanding to remove the heart. The protagonist put his hand in front of him, saying that he was too panicked because no one could see him here. Jin stopped in shock looking at the dragon's heart. It really was real. An energy that was incredible to him emanated from the heart. Jaime at that time said that he had changed a lot despite the fact that he had absorbed only a small part of the energy. Jaime closed his eyes and teleported the dragon's heart to the vault, saying that he needed to think about how to get rid of it. Jin warned him, saying that he could not sell it, because dragons could destroy the human world. The protagonist raised his hand and snapped his fingers. After the click, the ship disappeared in the air and Jaime turned around, telling Jin to go, because an ancient dragon could appear here. Jin nodded and closed his eyes, agreeing with Jaime. We are transported to another part of the northern mountains, where two little dragons were flying on top of one of them, looking at the figure of a man below, and saying that the creature was so strong that they had better not fight it. Sebe looked at Ephesian and asked if grandfather would deal with this creature. The older blue dragon Ephesian answered her by saying that yes, it would be grandfather who would deal with him. Sebe smiled upon hearing Ephesian's words. Below, oblivious to the snowstorm, a woman stood and looked up, her cloak and hair flowing in the wind. Ephesian grabbed Sebe's hand and looked to the side and said that grandfather had come. Soon they saw a blue-haired young man with horns growing from the edges of his jaw, and an adult man with long blue hair, a mustache, and a beard who was approaching them. Joyful Sebe flew up to her grandfather and asked if he could cope with the strong creature below. Senstrian narrowed his eyes and reproached Sebe, saying that it was indecent to ask such a thing from his grandfather. Senstrian folded his arms across his chest and closed his eyes, saying that grandfather had come simply to find out what this creature was going to say and there would be no fighting. Chiron's smiled, patting his grandchildren on the head, saying that grandfather is very strong, after which he ordered Ephesian to look after his younger sister. All three blue dragons bowed their heads to Chiron's as he began to walk away. Before leaving, he ordered Senstrian to stay with the children. The eldest of the blue dragons clenched his palm into a fist. His claws were so huge that even in human form they manifested themselves without costing energy. Isis, raising her head, looked up, her blue hair and dark cloak fluttering in the wind while she thanked Chiron's for the beautiful view, because he stopped the blizzard. Chiron's jumped off the edge of the cliff, saying the girl's name and kicking up a small amount of snow behind him. Soon Chiron's ear landed in front of Isis, his arms with protruding claws spread out to the side as he asked if his refusal and words meant nothing to her. Isis closed her eyes and smiled and said that she thought again and realized that she needed his help, otherwise they would not succeed. Chiron's ear straightened up and, looking at Isis, praised her, saying that for a woman she was brave, but had she forgotten who he was? Isis extended her hand, in which the handle of the weapon began to form. This process was accompanied by lightning. Isis said that she remembers very well how last time she almost died, but this time she was well prepared. Chiron's ear frowned when he saw the weapon in the girl's hand. The girl was holding the hilt of a huge blue two-handed sword. It was Graham, the sword of the lightning dragon. Isis smiled and said that it was a dragon slayer. Chiron's ear raised his hand, starting to concentrate mana in it, while simultaneously calling the girl a crazy person who wanted to die, after which he angrily shouted, "How dare she bring something made from a dragon here?" A huge surge of energy occurred when Chiron's ear waved his hand. Isis smiled widely, suggesting that if she did not die, he would listen to her request, because Chiron's ear himself understood that this was impossible, not as a dragon ruling the middle world. But at that moment, Chiron's ear transformed, his huge wings began to grow from his back, and his many horns also began to grow profusely. His eyes glowed. The huge wing of the blue dragon crashed into the rock, crushing its edges. The dragon itself opened its mouth and roared at the girl. Senstrian and the two baby dragons were frightened and their mouths opened in fear as they felt the earthquake. Isis raised her sword with one hand and held it out in front of her, still grinning. As the dragon began to form a sphere in its mouth, Isis jumped, rushing straight towards it. A huge blue cloud of energy rose up from the explosion. The nearby rocks were simply crushed. 2 weeks later, Jaime and Jin were sitting at the table drinking tea. Jin put down a mug of tea asking if Jaime was going to consume the dragon's heart. The protagonist raised his mug of tea, saying that he didn't know, but if he wanted to continue to develop, he needed enlightenment, and he was not sure that the dragon's heart could be its source. Jin, who had replaced his mask with a new one, nodded to Jaime, after which he told him that he was going to absorb some of the heart's energy, because it was a great way to increase mana. Jaime's lips curled into a smile as he wondered if he should have created a fourth divine relic, since an artifact made from the heart of a dragon could be very powerful. Jaime remembered his weapon, the staff, which he crossed with a halberd, eventually receiving a halberd with a huge purple stone on the top of the shaft that covered the blade of the weapon. He had been trying to find the killer of the gods for 5 years, but had not even heard rumors about him. Jin stood up and invited Jaime, who was drinking tea, to go, because he thought that Isis was already in Abraxas and was now heading to the border headquarters. We are introduced to the northernmost part of Oblia, and one of the 6 forbidden regions of the north, where there are many poisonous plants and giant animals. Jaime stood up and asked Jin if it was dangerous in Abraxas. He replied by saying that for a person from the outside, it was very scary. The protagonist remembered the symbol and the forest itself of Bel's territory. 5 years ago, he could not even think about going to the great forest of Erijad, a forbidden region, but now he was sure that he would feel calm there even alone. Jaime remembered the image of Garmin standing near his grave. This dark magician was the lover of Maetri, the blue dragon, and the one who revealed the truth of this world through human powers. He wrote right on his grave that he had found a place called Garmin, and most importantly, he wrote all this before the Battle of Diablo. The protagonist lowered his eyes, thinking, if he wanted to go to Garmin, he needed to avoid the attention of the 12 gods, and the best place for this was the Forbidden 6 regions, and Garmin himself was either in Erijad or Abraxas. 2 weeks later, Jaime was crushing the bodies of monsters in the forest with his mana. Jin lunged with his sword and cut the monster in half. Jaime extended his hand and hit the huge wolf with his mana shot, knocking it to the ground. Soon, having overcome all difficulties, they found themselves in front of a huge ancient temple, or rather, in front of the entrance to the temple of Abraxas. The protagonist raised his head, realizing that they would not be at peace, because inside, because of the poisonous plants, it was difficult for the monsters to survive. Approaching the entrance to the temple with Jin, Jaime said that he was telling a story. Having heard his words, Jin noticed the age of this temple, which reached 20,000 years. Jaime slowed down a little and looked at Jin's back and said internally that this temple had at least survived 2 reboots of the world. Jin walked ahead, cutting down any plants in the way for their safety. Soon they stopped. Jaime raised his hand to shield his eyes from the bright sunlight. The protagonist and Jin looked at the constructed buildings in front of them, which were covered with moss and plants. This was the headquarters of the Avalon border. Jaime bowed his head and smiled, feeling the familiar energy. Isis was here. That was exactly the conclusion he could draw. Jin explained to Jaime that Isis was from the Land Clan, which was considered one of the 3 great species along with dragons and high elves. Jin turned his head to Jaime and asked if he was nervous. The protagonist smiled and said that he was not nervous at all. Jaime's feet stood on clean, untouched green grass. Jaime's mouth gaped in surprise. Jin and the protagonist stood on a hill looking at a fairly clean city where people walked. Jaime suggested that with the help of the dragon wall they use the magic of restoration on the village. Jin looked at his companion in surprise, asking how he was able to determine this. Jaime closed his eyes and raised his head, saying that any high-class magician would feel it. The protagonist remembered Beryl, who once told him that there was a rank 9 mage in the border who could train him. This made him assume that this same mage did all this. Going down the stairs, Jaime asked his friend who did it, to which he calmly responded by saying that the elf magician Nell Sharon did it. Jaime immediately asked if he was a high elf, but Jin denied this. Jin remembered the image of the magician, wrapped in a cloak and hood, after which he told Jaime that she was only 130 years old this year. Walking through the streets of the village, Jaime was not at all surprised by the beastmen walking along the streets. Walking through the streets, Jaime noticed a blonde elf, remembering that elves live for about 500 years, which means Nil had just reached adolescence. The protagonist looked at the crowd, in which many races were mixed. Some were talking to each other, some were going down the stairs, and some were arguing with each other like an elf and a dwarf. Jaime expressed his surprise at the mixing of so many races. Jin talked about his first arrival, and was surprised to see Jin's surprise. Jaime watched as the elf and dwarf quarreled, completely ignoring him. Many races hated people, but they did not react in any way to a stranger. The protagonist looked at the gardens in which various races worked and harvested fruits. He wondered if this was exactly the freedom that the border spoke of. Jin called out to Jaime and told him that from now on he would resign as a guide and would now have a new guide. The protagonist stopped abruptly and looked to the side when the man who came called out to him. Beryl, who had a huge 2-handed sword hanging behind his back, smiled faintly as he looked at Jaime greeting him. Walking with Beryl, the protagonist asked him when he arrived here, was he not on the border of Cariron? Beryl answered him by saying that he returned this year as he had personal matters. Jaime smiled when Beryl noticed his greatly increased height and class. Jaime answered him by saying that he had a lot of Welton blood in him. Even his parents were shocked by the speed of his growth. Jaime remembered Ven and Vehimos and then asked Beryl about their condition, to which Beryl told him that he himself would soon meet with them. They soon arrived and stood in front of the entrance to the central hall of Avalon. The doors slowly opened, letting sunlight inside. Isis smiled faintly, raising her hand to her lips and saying that an incredibly strong child had come. As Jaime and Beryl entered the hall, Isis greeted Jaime. The symbol of a sword with wings was a symbol specifically for members of the border. When Jaime walked in, he noticed 10 chairs around a huge round table. Representatives of 8 different races were sitting on 8 chairs, and 2 chairs were empty. Isis smiled widely and tilted her head at the sight of Jaime. Jaime froze, feeling incredible pressure. Everyone sitting at the tables was at the level of a master. The protagonist looked at the gray-haired guy in glasses and bronze armor, although Isis didn't say anything, but he felt the enormous power of this guy from the Land Clan. The second person he looked at was a creature from the flower race. She was the commander of the border, Rosemary. Jaime then looked at the beastman with an eagle head and wings who folded his arms on his chest. It was Hawk, who was also the commander of the border. The third was a red-haired girl from the Valkyrie race, Fionn. The fourth was a dwarf stroking his beard. His name was Iron Lil. Looking at the 5th hooded member, Jaime realized that she was exactly who Jin was talking about, Nell Sharon from the race of elves. At the end, he looked at Khan, who waved his hand and smiled. Jaime was talking at that time about the number of people. It turned out that together with Jean, who was not here, they had 3 people. Hawk, who was sitting closest to everyone, closed his eyes, saying that he was disappointed because he heard that he was the most talented among people. Khan shouted at him, scolding him. Khan jumped up from his seat. He was very annoyed by Hawk's ridicule and invited him to fight again tomorrow. Jaime smiled broadly, telling them to shut up, after which he turned to Khan, asking why he began to quarrel with Hawk if he began to attack him. The protagonist began to beckon Hawk with his finger, saying that if he has any complaints, then let him tell them to him, and he will correct his thoughts. Hawk stood in front of Jaime, saying that he liked his personality. Suddenly, Isis opened his eyes wide and ordered him to stop. Huge pressure fell on Hawk and Jaime. Isis ordered Hawk to shut up and sit down. Hawk turned around and headed back to his place, but Jaime smiled and decided to tease him. Rosemary trembled all over looking at Isis, who turned to Jaime saying that she would be grateful if he finished with this. Jaime turned his head and looked at Isis and said that he thought the Border was an organization that promotes peace and harmony, but their commander here speaks unflatteringly about people. Beryl closed his eyes when he heard Jaime's words. Khan awkwardly scratched his temple and looked away. Nell did not move, remaining silent. When Ephion looked away, Jaime asked why they were all silent and if that was what the boundary really was. Lil looked at Jaime and then told Isis that he was leaving, and if there was anything boring, she could then tell him. Isis closed her eyes and put her hand to her face, saying that she would reschedule the meeting for another day, because these two could not do without Raki. Jaime stood opposite Hawk and began to provoke him. Hawk leaned down and spread his wings. A moment later, Hawk flew into the sky, leaving a column of rising dust behind him. Isis spread her arms to the sides, saying that there would be no conversation today, after which she suggested ending it for now, and then meeting another day. Rosemary approached Jaime when Isis asked her to take care of him. Rosemary asked Jaime to follow her as she would take him to his private cabin. Rosemary, with great effort, opened the door for Jaime. Isis sighed, saying that there was no need to call Hawk. Khan, who stood next to her, denied this by saying that they would have met sooner or later anyway, and given his character, this could not be avoided. Khan frowned, a vein standing out on his face. Even though Hawk was second in strength after Isis, he acted too arrogant. Khan turned around sharply when Beryl said that this would be a fun fight. Han looked at Clark after Isis asked him if he was going to stop them, but Han was shocked when the young man shook his head. Khan threw his hands behind his head and sat down. He no longer understood anything. Rosemary stood on the table and told Jaime that he could stay here. He, in turn, folded his arms across his chest and looked around the room. Rosemary showed the bell on the table, saying that if Jean needed anything, he could ring it. After Rosemary left, Jaime said that he was not tired and would rather take a walk before dinner. Venna sat behind the bushes watching as Jaime opened the door and walked out of his house. She tightened her grip on her weapon. Venna swung her hammer and jumped out of the bushes, attacking Jaime. A moment later, Venna delivered a powerful blow with her hammer. Jaime extended his hand upward, forming a barrier that blocked the attack. Jaime suddenly splashed out a huge amount of mana from his palm, throwing Ven back. Venna slid along the ground trying to stop. A dark portal formed in front of her, from which the matured Vehimos ran out. He rushed at Jaime, attacking him with his horns, but Jaime laughed at them. A moment later, a huge whirlpool of water lifted Vehimos and Venna into the air. Soon the water began to fall to the ground and the spell dissipated. Venna and Vejimos lay on the ground in their small form as Jaime applauded their attempt to attack him. After that, the protagonists smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Venna has a bump on her head, and she says that she and Jaime haven't seen each other for so long, and he immediately gave her such a bump. Sitting on her knees, she indignantly calls him rude. The young man asks if they thought they would just take him by surprise. Vegetos and the girl hesitated. Leaning over slightly, she notices that Jaime has grown and remembers that they were the same height. The young man notices that her hair has become brighter. She remembers her mother, saying that her hair is becoming like her mother's. Venna strokes her hair, thinking that these are the royal genes and it will gradually turn completely red. Jaime puts his hand to his chin thoughtfully, wondering what they are doing here because he thought they were with the queen. The girl reports that she knew that he would definitely visit the border. She happily shows her battered hands, inviting the young man to look at them, because he told her to become stronger. Jaime looks at her hands as she claims that's why she's been training hard for the past 5 years. Looking down, he realizes that he is not the only one who has become better. Smiling, he praises them. Venna and Vegetos are amazed. They state that this is the first time they have seen him smile, and he has changed a lot. The young man asks confusedly. He coughed deliberately, patting the girl on the head. He claims that he is pleased to see them again. The building is shown. There is an exclamation that Jaime will fight Sir Hawk. Venna and Vegetos jump up, asking if it's true. The young man calmly asks why they are so surprised and do they really think that he will lose. They look away. Jaime is annoyed and wonders why they are so unsure of him. Vegetos awkwardly reveals that he doesn't know how strong he is now, but Hawk is definitely on par with the creatures of the mythical period. He is a real veteran. The young man remembers him, thinking that he is definitely a grandmaster. He believes that, given the chance, he will quietly move into the territory of superhumans called grandmasters. He claims that there are not many such strong personalities in the human world. He remembers the greatest people, among whom are the Sword Lord, Talix Fan, the invincible champion of the Arena of Darkness, and the sword genius Sable. Shutting his eyes, Jaime thinks that if these people fought Hawk now, he can't guarantee they'll win. but he doubts they'd lose. Smiling, he confidently declares that everything is in order and he will win by bringing this bird to his senses. Vegito's puts his paw to his chin thoughtfully when Jaime states that he wonders what Isis's personality is like. The door opens. It was opened by a cute creature who told the young man that Miss Isis would like to talk to him and, if he was ready, she would take him to her. A cobweb is visible. A woman and a young man are sitting at a table. Isis points out that this is an old house. Jaime only responds that he's glad she invited him. He is looking at something carefully. It turns out that the woman's hand caught his attention. He wonders what happened to her hand and whether it was because of the battle with the ancient dragon. Isis calls him observant. She looks thoughtfully into her wooden mug when asked why it is. She puts the mug on the table. Isis states that this is to kill God. She smiles. The young man folds his arms over his chest, claiming that she decided to leave out the details, but he admits that he likes her words. A small smile remains on Isis's face when Jaime asks what killing God has to do with an ancient dragon, and she reveals that it's all because of the ruins in the Dragon Mountains. A yellow ball is visible, entwined with some roots. The woman explains that they say that the 12 gods hide the secrets of the world in those ruins, and in order to give battle to the 12 gods, she needs to get into these ruins. Jaime repeats the line about the secrets of the world. There is a butterfly and a spider on the web, and Isis asks if the young man is interested in these secrets of the world. He replies that he simply knows that the dragons will not allow other species there. He looks up at the web, folding his hands. Isis wonders if he knows the story of the dark magician Ganon. Jaime reports that he heard it from Maitri. The dark magician Ganon, a 9th grade magician, and his lover, the blue dragon Maitri, are depicted. He stands with his back turned, and it becomes known that he was driven out by the dragons and hid in the lands of strong evil. It turns out that they say that there he learned the truth about the world. Jaime looks down thoughtfully and says that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find out where these lands were. The woman states that this is not surprising. The young man is confused when she tells him that the entire place, including the Dragon Mountains, is the land of strong evil. He understands why he couldn't find them. A dragon is depicted, and Jaime wonders if Brahman ordered the protection of these lands and if this is why these mountains became dragon-shaped. Isis answers in the affirmative and says that she fought the ancient dragon because she wanted to ask for help. Shows dragons on a chain. The woman begins a speech about how the god of dragons is, in fact, the master of all dragons. She claims that if the ancient dragon heard her request, he would not be able to ignore it. She looks down, saying that's why she was rejected in the first place. Jaime frowns as he asks again, and thinks that a representative of another species asked to enter the Dragon Mountains, but they did not kill him. He wonders if she met the blue ancient dragon. Isis looks at him in shock, asking how he knew about this. The young man states that this is easy to understand. Ganon is depicted, and it is revealed that the Dragon Lord ordered his charges to kill him, and his beloved Maitri was declared a traitor for helping him. Creature figures are shown, and it turns out that blue dragons have very strong family relationships, so they tried to help her, which led to increased tension between the dragons. Jaime concludes that they were most likely banished, since that is what a Dragon Lord would have done. The woman's face darkens when the boy claims that she decided to approach the blue dragons with the idea of killing the god because they hate the dragon god. He concludes that they have the same goal. He begins to talk about the purpose of the border. It turns out that the goal is to kill the dragon god Brahman. A man is depicted with a sparkling eye. Blue dragons are shown. It becomes known that they agreed with this. Isis remembers going to the blue dragons to express her proposal to them. She looks at her hand with annoyance, saying that the first time she was not only refused, she almost died. The young man wonders why she didn't give up. The woman looks away. She recalls being told she had grown a lot and wondering why they would set an impossible goal for her. A blue dragon and Isis with an inhuman hand are depicted. She talks about peace. Worn out, she declares that she wants to return something. She has a serious expression on her face and says that it is their world that she wants to return. Jaime is amazed. He opens his mouth slightly, thinking about the feeling that has arisen. He remembers his followers calling him by name. Looking down, he smiles. Isis appears surprised when the young man claims that she has forgotten their wishes and she has decided to rebel against the 12 gods in the name of freedom. The woman looks at his dark magic, realizing that this is not ordinary black mana, but black mana that kills gods. The young man is enveloped in dark magic. He states that his name is Wolfer. An image of him from a past life is shown. He tells her that he died 66,666 years ago, being the true enemy of the 12 gods. The woman trembles and thinks that on the day of revelation a savior was born. They stand opposite each other, and Isis wonders if he is the savior she has been looking for. She asks him if he is the last guard. Jaime, smiling, looks down, saying that he was once called that, although he didn't particularly like it. The woman grabs her head, realizing that, apparently, the young man has been reborn. She claims that she understood when she saw that black mana, but she can't believe it. The young man touches her forehead. Magic sparkles, and Jaime tells her to just feel it. Now she understands that he is Wulfur. Smiling, the young man declares that she is the only one who knows his secret. Isis clenches her hand into a fist, inviting him to come with her. Jaime extends his hand, beginning to cast his spell. The butterfly finally gets out of the web. The young man turns to the woman. She tells him that she would like to introduce him to someone. A laughing man is depicted. It becomes known that over the past 100 years many souls have been reborn. He has red eyes. He wonders when the person he needs will be reborn. The young man and Isis enter a certain portal. The woman uses her ability. She has a determined look and tells him that the ancient gods live here. Jaime is surprised by Abraxas and Garmin. He thinks about this man. It turns out that he was mentioned in the diary of the dark magician Ganon. A man is shown sitting by a stone, and it becomes known that he discovered Garmin and this was his last hope. The young man looks at Isis in amazement, saying, "Who would have thought that Harmon was an ancient god?" The woman tells him that he has no name because, according to him, his name and memories were stolen. She puts her hand to her chin thoughtfully, claiming that he should have known that Wulfur had been reborn. She wonders why he didn't notice. Jaime enters the portal, stating that they will ask him themselves. The woman tells him to wait for her. The man looks down. A certain energy becomes noticeable. Isis waves to him, saying that she has come and brought with her a friend whom she would like to introduce to him. Looking up, the young man wonders if he is an ancient god and why he was hanging in the air. The woman tells him that the elder said it was because of some ancient sin, but he himself doesn't know for sure. The body of a man is shown being sealed in stone, and Jaime thinks that he is so weak that he is even a little ashamed to call him an ancient god. It turns out that he believed that all the ancient gods were destroyed by 12 gods. The young man looks at the elder as Isis introduces him. Pointing her hand at the man, she says that he is an elder who does not remember his name. Jaime says he's glad to meet you. The elder wonders who he is. His look is serious and he states that this person must be at the base of darkness. He asks how he ended up here. The man states that no one managed to escape from there, and he wonders how he managed it. Jaime looks at him questioningly, thinking that Wulfur is at the base of darkness. He is confused and thinks that this is impossible, according to his memories. He remembers that he received some of the powers of his past life. The young man is depicted in his current life and in his past. He wonders why he can view memories from that time so easily. He opens his mouth in surprise. He looks up, asking how he looks in the elder's eyes. Looking at him, the man replies that his soul does not belong to him, but he is made of it. Clenching his hand into a fist, Jaime comes to the conclusion that he has not completely regressed, but the memories are not so terrible that he received them from the outside. He states that he is confident that he was the strongest magician from the very beginning. Frowning, the young man claims that he does not care what he is made of, because in a past life he was Wulfur and he lives to kill the 12 gods. Looking down, the elder states that Jaime's strong desire to kill the 12 gods summoned Gaia. A girl is depicted, and it is revealed that Gaia is the goddess of creation, who is now in deep sleep, but she is the one who created the current world. The young man opens his eyes wide in surprise and thinks that there is another ancient god. He remembers that, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find them in the past. Gaia is depicted holding Wulfur in her hands. He wonders if she is involved in his rebirth. Hanging from a cliff, the man admits that he is not sure, but if so, his rebirth does not seem so impossible. He asks what the young man's name is. Jaime states his current name. The elder declares that he will grant his wish. Smiling, he says that his name is Osiris. He claims that the young man will become a savior. Suddenly his head and body drop. Looking at this, Isis calls out to him in concern. Jaime notices that the elder immediately regained his lost memories. The man hangs with his head bowed, and the young man believes that he has run out of energy, but he will wake up after some time. He thinks about the ancient god Osiris and the goddess of creation Gaia. Smiling, Jaime folds his arms over his chest and comes to the conclusion that he didn't come here in vain. The phrase says that another secret has become known. The young man and woman emerge from the portal, and she admits that she does not understand what is happening at all. She offers to talk later since she already has a headache. Jaime agrees and the relieved woman thanks him. The young man closes his eyes, realizing that he himself needs to think about everything. Hawk is shown saying he was waiting for Jaime. He looks ahead resolutely and says that he thought there was no need for him to wait a few days. The young man throws up his hands when Hawk asks if he's going to run away like a coward, and he states that it's a funny joke. The man looks ahead and admits that for a man he is strong, but he is still just a simple man. Smiling resolutely, the young man asks if he will believe that man almost crushed the 12 gods. There is a fire burning in Hawk's hand, and he states that he didn't see it, so it's hard to believe him. Rushing at Jaime, he tells him to prove it now. The young man runs away from the fire. Hawk flaps his wings. He points his weapon at Jaime, asking if dodging is all he can do. The young man jumps and is enveloped in magic. He answers in the negative. He puts his hand forward, starting to cast a spell, and declares that he will now show everything. 9th class magic is used again. A dazzling light sparkles. Hawk realizes that this is the power of man that can defeat God. When he is struck by the light, he admits that the man surprised him. He suddenly releases many feathers, declaring that after all, he cannot be defeated by this. Jaime puts his foot on the ground. He stands, looking down from above, and thinks that it was not in vain that he dodged, because if these feathers had hit him, he would definitely have died. Releasing a wave of magic from his weapon, Hawk states that there is no use for him to run. It creates an explosion. The reverse world is activated. Everything is falling apart. Hawk's wing is visible. While flying, he asks if this is his best attack. Chuckling, Jaime answers in the negative. The bird looks at him with determination, declaring that he would have no chance of defeating him otherwise. The young man thinks that he is moving calmly after his attack and that he is stronger than he thought. As he prepares to attack, he decides it's time to get serious. He begins to cast a spell, telling Hawk to watch carefully, because he will prove to him that people have no limitations. Magic circles are seen and it is revealed that Wolfer's promise of magic has earned him the title of 1,000 magicians. Behind Jaime, many magical elements are formed. A 3-dimensional polysyllabic magic circle is activated. Hawk is dumbfounded. The young man is bleeding from his eyes, and he understands that this is taking a toll on his body, since he has not yet learned the perspective of magic. He declares that he will destroy the bird's raging ego. Ultimate magic is used, unlimited. A huge wave of magic hits. Hawk's eyes widen in shock. He remembers him on the verge of death when he was told that he must survive, because this way he can believe. Wings are depicted, and a request is made to show that they are not weak. Bird lowers his head, thinking that he is not ready to continue to endure the humiliation he experienced today. The purple dragon, holding him in his hands, claims that even if he does this, he will still remain just a bird, because he was already a slave to dragons. Hawk takes off. He declares that he is the bravest warrior. He is ready to use his weapon. Hunter resolution is activated. He points his spear. His wave of magic is already crashing down. He claims that he will never lose to a human. Everything sparkles in different colors. Vena, with Vegetos in her arms, looks out the window in surprise, asking what that loud sound is. A huge flame is visible. Jean and Isis also look at the sky in shock. When the woman says that they need to be stopped, the man blocks her passage with his hand, claiming that he heard that they were going to fight, and their fight would end right now. Isis sighs and says that she will do everything she can to deal with all the damage they have caused, and she tells Jin to try to minimize the harm to the citizens. The man understood what was required of him. The man sits with his arms crossed and notices that Hawk was using a unique weapon that he made especially for him. It becomes known that the hunter's resolution is a prefabricated artifact made from a crossbow and a spear, and people even with a normal supply of mana can easily demolish mountains with this artifact. Jaime thinks that this magic looks incredible. One magic attacks another. The young man realizes that his opponent is Hawk, one of the strongest warriors in the border. Fiery magical forces gradually envelop the blue ones. Jaime, I'm sorry. Two magics collide. The young man understands that this fight will soon end. He is in the sphere that Hawk is trying to destroy. He clenches his jaw. He hits the bird's spear. Hawk holds his weapon in his hands, declaring that this is simply absurd. As he looks the other way, Jaime accumulates magic in his hands. He attacks. A polysyllabic erasing explosion is activated. Hawk is hit by a magical wave. Shrouded in magic, he spins his weapon. Jaime clenches his jaw, realizing that at this rate he will be blown away. Hawk swings. Throwing a spear, he tells the young man to admit defeat. It flies towards Jaime, and he thinks that he won't have time to dodge it. Everything became black and white. The young man notices that the weapon has stopped. He understands that it is the passage of time that has slowed down. The landscape is depicted, and Jaime feels as if time itself cannot admit his defeat. Black appears, and the young man realizes that it was him. He grows wings. They turn white. Jaime decides to do it together. Everything returns to normal. Floating in the air, Hawk declares that he has won. The young man admits that he is strong. He closes his eyes, starting to cast a spell. The bird is dumbfounded. He notices that his spear is broken. A young man with wings is reflected in his eyes. He asks who it is. Jaime has big white wings and Hawk doesn't understand who he is. The young man waves his hand, claiming that thanks to the bird his old friend woke up. He tells him to open his eyes, clouded by the power of the curses. Jaime's dazzling magic shines through. His hand is shrouded in magic. He lowers Hawk to the ground. Kneeling down, he thinks that if he leaves it here, someone will definitely take it away. They ask him if he really defeated this bird. Isis comes up behind him and admits that she thought Jaime would lose. She wonders if he has awakened some new power. The young man declares that he was just lucky. Hawk lies with his eyes closed, and Jaime notes that he is strong, which the woman agrees with. The young man leaves, saying that he leaves the rest to Isis and needs to think about it. She tells him that she will pick up Hawk. The bird jumps up in shock. They ask him if he woke up. He looks around, realizing that he has lost. Sitting on the bed, Isis wonders what it would be like for him to lose to a human. Hawk looks down, admitting that this is not as humiliating as he thought. He realizes that this is nothing like that day. He remembers the attack of the purple dragon. One of the birds tells him to stop. He flies past the dragon. The spear breaks. The dragon grabs the bird. Looking at him, he tells him to stop pretending to be a strongman, because that's real strength. A Fae with a tattoo is depicted. The woman waves her weapon. Purple blood splashes. Hawk looks thoughtful because he is looking at one point. Smiling, Isis extends her hand to him and asks if he is okay. He remembers that he asked her to train him, and after all the training he became really strong. Hawk closes his eyes, realizing that in the end he lost to the man. Isis looks up, stating that, as he said, humans are not really that strong a race, but there are some among them who can fight on par with monsters. Hawk seems surprised when the woman tells him that he has been cursed up to this point and it is time for him to get rid of the curse that this black lizard placed on him. There is a knock on the door. The young man looks tired when they ask him if he is okay and say they were worried about him. He claims that he is more tired of their chirping. He remembers Black and thinks that in any case, the squeaking creature did not actually wake up, but gave him a clue about the monster and disappeared again. A magic ball forms in the young man's palm, and he assumes that this power is similar to the 13th divinity that Jormungandr created. He clenches his hand into a fist and thinks that, unlike the 13th divinity, there is no faith in it. He comes to the conclusion that it is precisely this divinity that a woman strives for. Wolfer's image appears, and Jaime remembers that the black mana came from the spiritual king of darkness from the shadow world, and it seems to him that the shadow world is separate from the primal darkness. White-black is depicted, and Jaime's thoughts are heard that the power to kill God was created by reaching the end and became light, after which it changed and became like divinity. The young man lowers his gaze, saying that the primordial darkness, which is the source of black mana, must be the opposite of the power of the 12 gods. He remembers his bloody body from his previous life and wonders why they locked him in the primal darkness. He suggests what they might consider this place to be like. Jaime concludes that this may be the most dangerous place for them. A window is depicted, behind which there is a dark sky. The young man believes that in any case he lost in his past life. He smiles, looking up, and decides that in this life he will see everything through to the end. The southern continent of Brion, catacombs, and a prison camp for especially dangerous criminals are depicted. Someone's laughter is heard. Broken bars are visible. A leg with a chain appears. The thought sounds that a person has been waiting for this day. Bloody bodies are shown. Sable licks his lips, telling Jaime to get ready. The bright sun illuminated the vast domain of the god of war. Janice, slightly bored, lay on a sun lounger near the pool with crystal clear water. Chewing a blade of grass, he noticed with annoyance the fact that the same thing had been happening in the world for tens of thousands of years. He asked the flying blue fairy nearby how things were going at the Pyro church. She answered him that the saint of the church awakened a year ago. He also asked what his sword, Creon, does. As she began to fly away, she replied that he had just left the desert on the southern continent. Stretching, he slightly sleepily called him a pathetic bastard. Looking at the sun, smiling, Janice thought about the beginning of the war. He felt that his charges needed a boost of energy. He heard himself told that his followers would repay him with even greater faith. Looking through his fingers at the sun, he said that he needed at least as much as was enough to piss off the sun god. He also noted that if he does this, it will be even more fun later. An image of a chessboard appeared in his thoughts, with all the black pieces not moved and the defeated golden king on the third diagonal. He decided that first he should destroy Pyro. He uses the Holy War ability, calling for the revelation of the temple to descend. A guy with long white hair and a slightly torn t-shirt is holding a golden sword. His name is Creon. Next to him stand two warriors in red cloaks. Opposite him stands a man with short green hair and several tattoos on his face. He states that his escape plan will end here. The green-haired guy adds that although Creon has become weaker, he has come a long way. Looking at his enemy, he smiled. Holding his hand to his face, he cannot contain himself and begins to laugh loudly. He talks about being completely surrounded. He also states that he did not expect anything else from the sacred knights of the strongest sun god. Following the words of Creon, the words are heard from the other side that their enemy is the sword of Jannes. They cannot relax, because the holy knights were killed by him in the catacombs. Knights in a fighting stance express agreement. In an instant, the necks of the crowds of knights become shrouded in blue energy. A white-haired guy who moved quickly, smiling, asked where they were looking. His sword glowed blue, and his blue eyes expressed confidence. The ability to change cause and effect relationships was used. The green-haired guy feels the energy on his neck. His eyes widen in confusion about the situation. Creon's smile gives way to a small grin. In an instant, the heads of the knights, who did not have time to understand anything, soar into the sky, spreading his arms to the sides. The white-haired guy celebrates his victory while being under dozens of heads soaring into the air. Liters of blood wash Creon's naked body. He looks at the sky with inhuman peace. Sighing slightly, he talks about the wonderful warmth of dripping blood. He also states that thanks to the knights, his body has become refreshed. Suddenly, coldness appears in his gaze. The main character lies looking at the glow of the pendant hanging around his neck. Moments of his battles and imprisonment flash through Creon's thoughts. He thinks that if he had not gone to the southern continent 5 years ago, he would have started a holy war according to his father's revelation. The moon illuminated the snow-covered treetops. The white-haired guy's sword was stuck into the ground. Standing among the corpses, he promised himself to tear Jaime to shreds. Internal study of the Church of the Sun. Two dark images of men stand in the middle of a huge building. One of them says that Creon escaped. Bowing his head slightly, the bald man in white confirms the first statement. He also notes that besides the corpses of the holy knights, there are no other traces. With a slight sigh, the guy sitting at the table with a long dark braid says that he can go. Lighting a cigar using the formation of fire on the tip of his finger, a guy in a red robe with a tattoo on his eye thinks that Creon has clearly become stronger, because he was able to deal with the sacred knights of the sun god. He noticed the fact that no one thought that he would escape from captivity. The man in question was Blazer, the strongest priest of the Church of the Sun and commander of the Holy Knights. With a serious look, he reflected on the revelation that had come to him in a dream 2 days ago. A phrase pops up in his head demanding that he release Jannes' sword. Putting out his cigar on the ashtray, Blazer thought that although he doubted it, perhaps it was he who allowed Creon to escape. He thought that God must have a good reason for this. As he looks around his candlelit desk, he thinks that when Creon returns to the headquarters of the Church of Jannes, he will most likely start the war with the northern continent that he failed to start 5 years ago. An image of a weapon called the God Slayer, which is one of the 3 divine religions of Diablo, appears in his head. He thinks that it would be nice if his actions lead to the beginning of a reboot of the world. The next day, the protagonist looked at the building on which a hammer and anvil were engraved. He thought that this was the forge of the Iron Lil. He remembered how he had spoken with Isis the previous night about a way to see Garmin. The moon illuminated the night sky. Jaime asked the girl if she had Diablo fragments. Smiling, she replied that there were 5 of them and their blacksmith was working on one of them. The main character went to the blacksmith's shop. Observing the abundance of weapons, he thought that his goal was to check the fragment and meet with the Iron Lil. He also said that this is an exclusive forge of the border. A hammer struck the hot metal. Jaime looked back at the sound coming from the blacksmith. A short, muscular man with a long white beard and hair looked towards the protagonist. He recognized the main character and greeted him. This man was the commander of the border, the Iron Dwarf Lil. Looking at Jaime, he said that he could look around for now. The protagonist actively examined various weapons. He pulled out a silver sword with a turquoise stone on the hilt. The thought flashed through his head that this sword fits perfectly in his hand and that a lot of work had been done to reduce its weight. The main character looked at the sword with interest. Lil asked if this sword was good. Jaime replied that not bad was an understatement. After thanking him, the border commander said that he did not see the protagonist having a sword, although he heard that the protagonist usually uses it. Remembering a recent incident, the main character said with a little anger that someone broke him. The dwarf wondered who he might have in mind. Smiling slightly and holding a silver sword, the protagonist said that he wanted to order a sword. A little indignantly, the white-haired man asked why the main character was asking for a favor like that. Putting the sword back in its original place, the protagonist stated that he had good materials. Lil replied that he worked with almost all materials. Jaime asked what about the dragon heart. The stunned border commander asked where the main character could get such material. While creating a dragon heart in his hands, the protagonist said that he would give him a chance to work with it and asked him to make a suitable sword. Surprised, Lil confirmed that this was a real dragon heart. Still a little surprised, he asked if he could really use it. He also told the main character that if he made a sword from this heart, then all dragons would become his enemies. Looking at the dragon heart, the border commander scratched his chin. He said that since he defeated Hawk, he might be ready to fight the divine dragon. He also clarified that ancient dragons are called demigods. They are agents created by the gods to transmit messages directly to Earth. Various dragons fly around the dragon god Brahman standing on the rock. Jaime recalled that the dragon god had no apostles because he spent all his energy creating dragons, not apostles. The green and red dragon roars in flight. He also noticed that there must be a certain number of dragons. Because of this they become stronger over the years, especially the ancient dragons, which have incredible strength. The main character came to the conclusion that if they tried to kill him, it could be a problem. He thought that in any case he could easily reach the 9th grade. Smiling, Jaime said everything was fine. Lil, laughing in response, realizing that the protagonist would not lag behind, said that if he let him use the dragon heart, then he would not mind. Seeing the main character not continuing to hold the dragon heart in his hands, the border commander asked him what kind of sword he wanted. He also noted that he could make any sword. Jaime closed his eyes slightly and thought. He thought that Scud was a sword that was dear to him, given to him by his father, but with such a sword he could not use that skill, the legacy of his grandfather, the extreme Genesis technique. Opening his eyes, the protagonist declared that he wanted a sword that would cut through space itself. Dwarf Leal asked if he meant a sword that could withstand a large amount of mana. Looking at the large collection of weapons and other equipment, the protagonist said yes, so this sword shouldn't be too rough. Looking at the dragon heart, the border commander told Jaime not to worry, because dragon hearts have low sensitivity to mana. Smiling a little, with a confident look, Lil pointed to himself, saying that although you couldn't tell from him, he was one of the 5 hands. In the dwarven world, this is a special title that is only given to 5 blacksmiths. All weapons created by the 5 hands become famous. Looking at the laughing Lil, the protagonist thought that he did not know that he was one of the 5 hands. In response, the commander said to just trust him. Jaime replied that he relied on him. Looking at the dragon's heart with a foreboding look, Lil declared that he would make a great sword. Suddenly the table began to glow with purple energy. The main character and the dwarf looked at the table. The protagonist felt his strength. He thought that this was the same fragment of Diablo that Isis was talking about. Looking at the blade that was the source of energy, Jaime asked what it was. Leal replied that the commander said to inspect it, but he was never able to take it apart, so he doesn't know. Approaching the blade, the main character asked if he could look at it. Bowing his head slightly, the dwarf stated that he would be grateful if he could figure it out. The protagonist brought his hand to the sword. A flash of light illuminated the room. The blade glowed with much greater power. With a serious look, the main character brought his hand even closer to the glowing black blade. He saw the outline of armor in the blade. A moment later, the dark purple armor was already on Jaime. He was slightly surprised and joyful when he noticed that it was armor for the whole body. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.